Damn it, I blew up with them. The next match of the guidance tournament, Wang Run from the school team versus Yili from class 9, senior year. Both sides, please start warming up. The match will begin in 10 minutes. The loud broadcast echoed, the bright lights blinding. In the restroom, Yili looked at everything in front of him, his expression somewhat dazed. Had he crossed over? A flood of memories surged in his mind, helping him quickly clear up the situation. A high martial arts world, martial arts prevailing. The previous body's character was dull and honest, with average talent, a happy family, and a childhood sweetheart. At first glance, this seemed like the setup for a life of success, but based on the memories he had received, the previous life wasn't happy at all. Now, he was here to participate in a school-level guidance match. Yili. Your opponent in this match is my boyfriend, you're no match for him. Quickly forfeit, do you hear me? At this moment, a sharp voice filled with anger interrupted his thoughts. Yili pressed his head, looking up. At the door of the restroom stood a girl wearing a green floral dress. Her sweet face was full of impatience, staring directly at Yili. The moment he saw her, Yili's slightly unfocused eyes refocused, and the relevant memories appeared in his mind. Xinlian, his childhood sweetheart from his previous life. But unlike the anime-style childhood sweethearts with hidden feelings, this Xinlian not only often belittled Yili's previous self, but also raised her own status, constantly brainwashing him. In short, she was a master of high martial arts style PUA. As he recalled this, Yili's eyebrows furrowed slightly. Damn it. The damn matchmaking mechanism, how did they match him with such a childhood sweetheart? Yili, I'm talking to you. Seeing that he didn't respond, Xinlian's face grew even more impatient. She coldly said. Wang Ren is a substitute for the school team, his martial arts level is stage 1, 5th tier. You, who just reached stage 1, 3rd tier, what can you fight him with? I'm telling you to forfeit for your own good, understand? So what? The sharp pain in his mind made Yili rub his temple. According to his memories, today was the school-level guidance match held by Linhai First High School, where school team members and registered students would engage in actual combat. The special part was that no matter the outcome, both sides in the guidance match would receive generous spiritual medicine subsidies. Yili's previous self had grabbed one of the few spots, which should have been a good thing. But unexpectedly, he had been matched with Xinlian's boyfriend, Wang Run. The rules of the guidance match specifically stated that if one party forfeited, the other would receive double the spiritual medicine subsidies. In addition, it would affect future academic records. This was to prevent ordinary students from becoming cowardly, fearful warriors. After all, how could a warrior who was scared of a match ever face the terrifying alien beasts eyeing humanity in the future? At this critical moment, Xinlian came to tell Yili to forfeit, clearly not caring about his future. What a disgusting person. Yili's frown deepened. So hurry up and forfeit. Seeing that Yili still hadn't handed over his battle token, Xinlian grew anxious, but also puzzled. In the past, her words could make this tool-like person obediently comply. What was going on today? I'll say it again, Wang Ren needs the spiritual medicine to break through. Your subsidy should go to him first. Xinlian's face completely darkened, and she extended her hand straight toward Yili, urging him with a frown. Give me your battle token, quickly. Idiot. Yili sneered, slapping Xinlian's hand away. The previous body was willing to obey Xinlian in everything, but that was his problem. But he was a normal person, how could he tolerate this kind of nonsense? At the same time, an illusory light screen suddenly appeared before Yili's eyes. Ding. Detected that you spoke harshly to your childhood sweetheart of over 10 years. Evil act value plus 500. Evil system loading completed. In the high martial arts world, the strong must humiliate the weak fiercely. By committing recognized evil deeds, you can earn corresponding evil points. Current martial skills. Flowing Fist, Mastery, 78%. Breaking Cloud Spear, Beginner, 36%. Current evil points, 500. You can inject evil points into relevant entries to improve corresponding progress. Comment, your infamous reputation is almost unknown. Yili froze for a moment, then a spark of excitement appeared in his eyes. Is this my golden finger? Idiot, dumbass? Hearing Yili's words, Xinlian's surprised voice rang out in the break room. A look of disbelief appeared on her delicate face, and after realizing it, she became enraged, saying, You're going too far, Yili. I tell you, I don't have time to waste with you. Hurry up and give me the participation card. Otherwise, be careful, I'll never speak to you again in this lifetime. Great, double joy has arrived. Yili casually put away the panel and said with a light laugh. A worn-out shoe thinks it can decide my victory or defeat. Is your brain filled with debates? Xinlian stood still, her face frozen in shock. She never expected Yi Li's attitude to be so harsh that it felt unreal. Worn out shoe? He actually dared to call me a worn out shoe? Shen Lian looked at Yi Li in disbelief, her lips trembling as she shouted. You dare to insult me? I'm insulting you, you idiot. Yi Li frowned slightly, speaking coldly. I'll go up on stage and beat your boyfriend down. As for you, go out, take a left turn, and visit the neurology department at the nearby hospital. Shen Lian was furious at Yi Li's mocking gaze, as if she was an idiot. Her face turned so red it seemed to bleed, her chest heaving violently. She stared at Yi Li for 2 or 3 seconds. Then, taking a deep breath, she gradually calmed down and coldly said. You just keep talking big. Anyway, as long as you dare to step onto the stage, Wang Run will definitely beat you so badly that you'll doubt your life. Her words were filled with threats. After speaking, she turned and walked out of the break room. As she walked to the audience seats, she became angrier and gritted her teeth. Damn it. A dull-witted fool with no friends, doesn't he know I've always taken care of him? He really doesn't know how to appreciate things. He even wants to defeat my boyfriend? It's laughable, he'll be crippled instead. Inside the break room. Yi Li withdrew his gaze from where Shen Lian had left and silently took out his phone, quickly blocking her contact. For someone with an underdeveloped brain and a completely undeveloped cerebellum, he decided to keep his distance. Then, he brought up the system panel, his gaze falling on the top. Current evil points, 1,000 points. This was a result from humiliating Shen Lian earlier. The system seemed quite strict in its judgment of evil deeds. The reason for the large increase in evil points was probably because the previous person had secretly admired Shen Lian for 10 years, investing a lot of effort. So, just a few words managed to break Shen Lian's defenses. One could say that the shot fired in the past by the previous person had now hit the center of his own forehead. There was less than 5 minutes until the match started. Yi Li's eyes flickered. From his memory, the difference in strength between him and Wang Run was huge. Before figuring out the specific value of evil points, the best approach should be to use them sparingly to avoid waste. So, the best strategy for this match was to last a few rounds and then concede. Anyway, losing would still result in an elixir as compensation. According to memory, the previous person had planned to do just that. But just thinking about Shen Lian's attitude made Yi Li feel a nameless fire burning in his heart. He wasn't the previous person. He hated people like Shen Lian and Wang Run from the bottom of his heart. If he lost here, no matter how much he tried to comfort himself later, Yi Li would always feel disgusted inside. He spent his past life watching the faces of those dog leaders. Now, after crossing over, he still had to be subservient? Ridiculous. I only know I want to kill them all. Yi Li sneered, waving his hand, and a light blue screen quickly unfolded before him. Tolerance is a virtue of mortals, cowardice is the taboo of gamblers. System, I'm going all in. Buzz. As the evil value rapidly drained, the progress numbers of 2 martial arts techniques fluctuated at lightning speed. Chapter 2, A Glimmer of Cold Light arrives first. Ding. Consumed 100 evil points, first tier martial technique, Flowing Fist has been upgraded to perfection. Consumed 800 evil points. Second tier martial technique, Breaking Cloud Spear Art has been upgraded to perfection. Ding. You have diligently trained 2 martial techniques, and your martial arts level has broken through to the 5th stage of the first tier. Remaining evil points, 100. The light screen shifted, almost like it was dancing in joy. In that instant, Yi Li felt every cell in his body burst into joyous excitement, as though he had really been practicing martial arts day in and day out, bringing the techniques to this level of mastery. Not only that, his entire body's vitality surged sharply. And there was no discomfort in mastering it. It felt like how one's physical condition naturally improves after regular training. Is this the charm of spending money? Yi Li was so thrilled that his eyes sparkled, feeling that his state was now unprecedentedly perfect. Just then, the broadcast echoed through the arena. 5th match of the guidance tournament. Yi Li from class 39 of the 3rd year of martial science versus Wang Run from the school team. Upon hearing the broadcast, both participants should quickly come up to the stage. The timing was just right, and Yi Li stood up happily. He casually picked up a large spear from the weapon rack, and a sharp, overwhelming aura burst out from his body. His lips curled slightly. Good, I'm starting to understand everything. Yi Li gripped the spear tightly and stepped into the passage. The sun was bright, the blue sky was clear. The entire martial arts arena was filled with a clamor, with mostly curious young boys and girls. In addition, there were some self-media photographers holding DSLR cameras, as well as a few serious-looking school leaders. Soon, among the many gazes, a male student dressed in a sky blue team uniform stepped onto the stage. It was the substitute from the school team, Wang Run. As soon as he stepped onto the stage, the students in the audience cheered loudly at the sight of his signature school team uniform. Wow! The fifth match is starting, what do you think? What do you mean? I thought we'd learn something, but the first 4 matches were just school team members sweeping the opponents. This is a waste of time. Don't rush. This one is a substitute from the school team against an ordinary student. I think it'll last a little while. You're overthinking it, buddy. The school team substitute is way stronger than an ordinary student. I bet this match will end in under a minute. True, if it doesn't end in a minute, I'll eat my words. I think it won't be like that. Wangren is only at the 5th stage of the first tier, while my buddy Yili is at least at the 3rd stage of the first tier. Even with a difference, it's not that big. What do you mean? I bet it'll last 2 minutes. As discussions erupted in the audience, most students came to the same conclusion. It wasn't that they didn't have confidence in Yili. It was just that the members of the school team, compared to regular martial science students, possessed overwhelming advantages in terms of martial arts proficiency and martial arts level. Not to mention that some members of the school team had awakened martial arts talents. Their hardware was simply on a completely different level. Sitting in the audience, Shunlian sneered. Yili, let's see who will take care of you once you're beaten to the point of not being able to get off the bed. On the martial arts stage in the center of the audience, Wangren stood confidently, waving his hand toward the audience, then turned his gaze toward the opposite side. There, a handsome young man dressed in a white martial arts uniform slowly stepped onto the stage. The young man carried a heavy iron spear on his back, his expression indifferent, with cold black eyes. It was Yili. Leonor sent me a message saying you stubbornly refused to forfeit. It seems to be true? Wangren said with a graceful smile upon seeing Yili step onto the stage. It's really strange, aren't you usually avoiding me everywhere? Did you take the wrong medicine today? Like a bitch and a dog, it's really forever. Yili replied with a faint smile. Verbally humiliating an enemy martial artist at the 5th stage of the first tier. Evil points plus 10. It was indeed rare, but even a fly, no matter how small, is still meat. Yili sighed inwardly. Hearing his words, Wangren gradually stopped smiling, his eyes turned cold as he said. It seems you really took the wrong medicine, your brain isn't clear, and suddenly you're no longer afraid of being beaten. He took the long sword off his back and pointed it straight at Yili, coldly sneering from his high position. Let me remind you, the demonstration match has no fancy rules. Even if I severely injure you today, the school won't hold me accountable. You're an idiot, stop lecturing others about the rules, everyone knows these things. Yili placed his spear beside him with a thud, his expression calm as he said. Also, tell your father to shut up, if he keeps talking, I'll make you fly. Very well. A cruel smile appeared at the corner of Wangren's mouth. You stubborn brat, I was planning to go easy on you, but now I've changed my mind. Don't expect to have a single good piece of meat left on you today. The match begins. The referee's voice sounded at the right moment. Tier. As the voice just finished, suddenly a white streak flashed across the stage, followed by a deafening sound of air being ripped apart. Under the gaze of hundreds of spectators, Yili, who had been standing still, suddenly took a step and rushed out, his figure turning into a blur. At the same time, the dark spear in his right hand thrust forward with a loud boom. Whoosh! The tip of the spear, with a dazzling cold light, tore through the air like a swimming dragon, instantly arriving in front of Wangren. The cold gleam arrived first, followed by the spear that shot out like a dragon. Breaking cloud spear technique. Wangren's cold smile hadn't faded when he suddenly felt an incredibly sharp wind pressure charging toward his face. The threat of death almost hit him head-on. Wangren's pupils suddenly contracted. In this instant, he could only manage to cross his long sword in front of him. Boom! The dark spear, like a dragon, swept over, and as soon as it made contact, the long sword shattered with a loud crash. The spearhead, carrying immense power, pierced Wangren's right shoulder, followed by the horrifying sound of bone cracking. A burst of blood bloomed from Wangren's shoulder, and his body was knocked backwards by the tremendous force, crashing heavily against the edge of the high platform, sending large chunks of stone flying. Ah! A piercing scream came from Wangren's mouth, the intense pain from his shoulder causing him to frantically twist his body. He didn't even see the movement of the opponent's spear before his body was severely injured by a single thrust. So fast. And Yili actually did what he said, he really made him fly. Except for him, the entire martial arts arena was silent at this moment. The students were all staring blankly at this scene. On the high platform, the usually calm teachers were also stunned. What the hell? The team captain rose up and then was instantly killed by a spear? Are there such monsters among ordinary martial arts students? If you're this strong, you should have said so earlier. What era is this, still playing the hidden strength game? At this moment, Yili did not stop his actions. Under countless shocked gazes, he flew forward and almost arrived in front of Wangren the moment the spear hit the ground. His experience from 200 volumes of intense action comics in his past life told him that finishing off an opponent was always the priority. Bang! Wang Run had just raised his head when a long hand pressed down on him, and with a tremendous force, slammed his head harshly into the ground. Under the immense impact, Wang Ren's eyes went blurry, instinctively curling up his body, reaching for the spear stuck in his shoulder, trying to pull it out. But at that moment, a martial arts shoe came down, heavily stepping on his raised hand. Wang Ren still had some lingering consciousness, struggling to channel his internal energy, trying to delay the time. His eyes barely opened and all he saw were two cold, black pupils staring down at him. And the owner of those black pupils, at this moment, had already opened his arms wide. Wang Ren recognized this movement. It was the starting stance of the flowing water fist technique. His heart sank with fear, and he no longer cared about his pride. Yili, I already. Too late. Bang, 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 bang. Yili quickly bent down, his fists coming down like a storm, interrupting Wang Ren's surrender. The sound of shattered stones flying and the entire training platform trembling slightly. The perfect flowing fist technique was now brought to its peak. Crushing a peer in front of everyone. Evil points plus 200. Bang 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 bang. As the sound of the notification echoed in his ears, Yili's punching speed grew faster and faster. Until Wang Ren stopped struggling, Yili straightened up, his handsome face now looking extremely fierce. If the school team members are this weak, they should just stay out of sight and avoid embarrassing themselves. Waste. His calm voice echoed across the field, as he casually drew his long spear and walked towards the edge of the platform. Humiliating the defeated enemy in front of everyone. Evil points plus 500. Detected Wang Ren's confidence collapsing. Evil points plus 1000. Congratulations. Unlocking cultivation attribute points path. The entire training field was silent as a grave. Chapter 3, Rich Rewards. Yili wins. It wasn't until Yili stepped down from the stage that the judge's lonely voice finally rang out. The audience, still stunned, finally snapped out of it and erupted into shocked cheers. What the hell, what just happened? Unbelievable. The school team got completely crushed. Damn, did you see that? The speed of that spear was just unreasonable. An ordinary student? This is an ordinary student? This guy is amazing. He's been hiding his power. Who says an ordinary student can't beat the school team? At this moment, the students were extremely excited. No one could have expected such a shocking upset in a school match. Xin Lian, sitting in the observation seats, was completely stunned. She seemed rooted to her seat, staring dumbfounded at the scene on the stage. The joys and sorrows of others were beyond her understanding. She now felt that the people around her were just too noisy. Wang Run lost? How is this possible? She had given all of Yili's information to Wang Ren, hoping the latter would win easily. But even as a formal team member, it was difficult for her to defeat Wang Ren this easily. Shenlian clenched her fists tightly, her teeth biting down on her lips, her gaze flashing. Yili, how did he do it? On the high platform at the back of the audience. A group of teachers exchanged glances, and anyone could see the surprise on their faces. The school team was made up of the best students, and even the substitutes were much stronger than regular martial arts students. This was common knowledge. In a situation where the opponent had lower martial skills, rank, and talent, it was impossible to win by sheer weakness. This current situation could only mean one thing: Yili had been hiding his true strength. Principal Li, this student Yili. He's quite a good prospect. The head teacher of Class 1 pushed his glasses up, his tone filled with barely concealed astonishment, as he spoke to the vice principal. Principal Li smiled and spoke. Indeed, his blood strength is on par with Wang Ren's. They should both be at the first level, 5th stage. But when it comes to martial skills, he's incredible. Though the two techniques he used aren't high-ranked, they all reveal a sense of perfection. At his age, being able to practice two low-level martial techniques to perfection, that's truly outstanding talent. This kid must have been training extremely hard in private. Principal Li's tone carried obvious approval. Little Yang, he then turned to look at a young woman behind him, equally shocked, as if casually asking, "This is your promising student from Class 9. I think he's fully qualified to join the school team. Why haven't you reported him?" Upon hearing this, Yang Shan, the head teacher of Class 9, broke into a cold sweat. Principal Li, during the blood strength test 2 weeks ago, Yili was still at the first level, 3rd stage. I didn't expect him to improve so quickly. She quickly explained. She knew very well that he was suspecting her of deliberately suppressing talent out of personal grudges. Li, the vice principal of Lehigh First High School, was famous for his deep appreciation of talent. He had once, in front of all the teachers and students, made a teacher who maliciously targeted students kneel and beg for mercy. It was utterly tragic, and only when the people from the Qingyi Bureau arrived did it finally stop. It was truly terrifying. And to be honest, Yang Shan actually liked the student, Yili. His parents passed away early, and he lived alone. He practiced diligently, and except for being overly honest and having quite average talent, there was nothing else wrong with him. So, heaven bear witness, Yang Shan never would have imagined that the usually quiet Yili actually had such strength. It was simply ridiculous, okay? Really? I will look into it when I go back, Li Haoan said, giving Yang Shan a deep look before turning his gaze back to the slender figure walking back onto the high platform. The young man, dressed in white, stood straight with a steady stride, truly full of vigor and confidence. He casually handed the long spear to the stunned referee, nodded politely, and then turned to walk into the passage. Not bad, really not bad. Watching Yili's performance, Li Haoan nodded with a smile. Principal Li, a teacher looked at him and tentatively suggested. Since Yili defeated Wang Ren, how about giving Wang Ren's substitute spot in the school team to him? In half a month, the provincial university exchange competition will take place. The more outstanding students we have, the better our ranking in Linghai First High will be. Hearing this, Li Haoan turned his head to look at the homeroom teacher of Class 1. The homeroom teacher immediately nodded and said, I have no objections. Wang Ren was indeed his student. Seeing that he had no objections, the other teachers nodded in agreement. Li Haoan smiled cheerfully and said, then it's decided. Xiao Yang, later go help him apply for the school team's exclusive training room, and tell him about the exclusive benefits of the team. Got it. Yang Shan immediately agreed. But Principal Li, in a month, it will be the provincial competition. At this time, allowing Yili into the school team. Yang Shan immediately showed a worried expression and asked, won't it cause dissatisfaction among the other team members? The official members of Linghai First High School team all had at least a level 7 strength. Now Yili's strength was vastly different from theirs. If they were dissatisfied with the school's sudden replacement, it was bound to cause them to exclude Yili in the future, affecting his mindset. This was exactly Yang Shan's worry. Let him learn to endure, it's also a form of training. Li Haoan replied with a smile. All right. Yang Shan was silent for a moment, then ultimately agreed with his view. On the other side, Yili naturally had no idea about the change in attitude from the school's upper management towards him. After taking his share of spiritual medicine subsidies, he directly left the school and took a taxi home. Once home, Yili immediately locked himself in his room and began studying his golden finger. Infamous LV1, your infamy is almost unknown. Note, upgrading infamy will earn substantial rewards. Current evil value, 1,800. Looking at the nearly doubled evil value compared to before, Yili felt a bit lighter in his heart. Sure enough, playing Suoha was a kind of wisdom. Thanks to the accumulation from his previous life, he had only spent 900 evil points to max out 2 martial arts techniques. Not only was there no discomfort, but he also executed them with ease. Additionally, his martial arts level had also increased by 2 levels. The system's performance was already quite evident. So, that means as long as I commit evil deeds recognized by the system, I can use the gained evil value to upgrade my martial arts and raise my level. Defeating a Wang Ren added nearly 2,000 evil points. Is this based on the suffering of others? Yili tapped his chin thoughtfully. Then he suddenly recalled that after defeating Wang Ren, the system seemed to have unlocked a new feature. Cultivation level upgrade path unlocked. Current level, stage 1, level 5, 2%, Can be upgraded. His eyes swept over the upper part of the screen, and Yili's mind surged with thoughts. After upgrading the 2 martial arts to perfection, his cultivation naturally rose to stage 1, level 5. This was just a side effect of improving his martial skills. Now, putting points directly into cultivation should be even more effective than before. System, add points. Yili waved his hand grandly, planning to use 100 evil points first to test the depth of this new pool. Ding! 100 evil points consumed. Beginning cultivation enhancement. No external aid detected. Your cultivation speed is as usual, slow as a snail. The poet clutches his pen in despair. Cultivating. Cultivation complete. Current level, stage 1, level 5, 50%. Comment, due to lack of any cultivation bonuses, this gain is equal to half a year of bitter training. Note, the same amount of points may bring different results depending on external factors. The result changes based on outside factors? Why didn't you say that earlier? Yi Li's eyes went dark. This was like spending money to draw cards, only to find out he picked the wrong banner. Thankfully, he didn't go all in like the first time, or he really might have suffocated. There's still hope. Bonuses, huh? That's easy. Yi Li opened the fine iron box that held the spirit medicine, and took out a small white porcelain bottle. Inside the small bottle was a body-shaping elixir beneficial to cultivation. For a stage 1 body refining martial artist, the blood and energy gained from this elixir was equal to 2 months of hard training. It was extremely precious. Using it now as a cultivation boost was quite fitting. He twisted open the cap, and a rich, refreshing fragrance immediately floated out, calming the heart and clearing the mind. Without hesitation, Yili gulped down the entire bottle of elixir. The cool liquid flowed down his throat as he began a new round of point adding. Chapter 4, Martial Level Rising Like a Rocket. Ding! 1,000 evil points consumed. Beginning Cultivation Enhancement. Detected Stage 1 High-Grade Resource Body Shaping Elixir. Your cultivation speed increases by 20%. You finally look like a normal person. Accelerated cultivation in progress. Cultivation complete. Blood and energy greatly increased. Current level, Stage 1, Level 8, 90%. Comment: the elixir was like help in the snowstorm. This gain equals 8 years of hard training. This upgrade feels like riding a rocket. Yili's blood and energy surged upward in a flash. His eyes blazed, his skin glowed, and his muscles and bones were strong and full of power. The numbers shown on the panel told him that in just a few breaths, he had broken through 3 levels in a row. Now, he was only 1 step away from Stage 1, Level 9. Yili was deeply shocked inside. According to his memory, even talented geniuses rarely reach this level before entering martial arts university. That means Yili had gone from a near-transparent average student to a genius in less than 1 afternoon. This speed would make anyone say, unbelievable. However, to Yili himself, what shocked him even more was that after 8.5 years of bitter work before this, he hadn't even reached the peak of Stage 1. His talent really wasn't that good. It's fine. With more points added in the future, talent will naturally rise too. Yili silently comforted himself, casually closed the panel. Anyway, with such visible speed in cultivation, who would dare say he wasn't a genius? Point adding was exactly the reason he could become a king. He still had 700 evil points left. That was plenty. Tomorrow, he would go to the school's library and pick some new martial skills to improve his martial skill setup. Having only 1 fist technique and 1 spear technique was too weak. It was like a fragile martial artist who maxed out attack but didn't learn anything else. Attack methods must be learned, and so must dodging and defense techniques. That's what makes for a balanced setup. After a simple wash, Yili lay on his bed. Only then did a wave of exhaustion hit his heart. So many things had happened right after he crossed into this world. It was time to rest a bit. Yili let out a long breath, set his phone to silent, and listened to the wind outside the window. He closed his eyes and slowly fell asleep. Early the next morning. The cypress trees along the road swayed in the morning breeze. The coastal high school. Yili, dressed in casual clothes, walked across the campus and entered the teaching building, heading all the way to the 3rd floor. He adjusted his sleeves and entered the classroom, walking to his seat. At the back row by the window, Wang's hometown. Perhaps because of yesterday's exhibition match, many of his classmates were casting curious glances at Yili. Most of these glances were quite complex. Yili was very familiar with such looks. In his previous life, a classmate who had been a social invisible person suddenly showcased an amazing talent at the graduation ceremony, leaving everyone stunned. He had seen that same gaze then. Fortunately, thanks to his previous self's silence, no one spoke to him until he reached his seat. Of course, not everyone ignored him. Brother Yi. You finally came. Just as Yili sat down, an excited voice suddenly rang out. Yili looked up and saw his classmate Fong Ming, who was also his close friend, running towards him excitedly. What's up? Looking for me? Yili raised his eyebrows. Not me, it's Teacher Yang looking for you. Fong Ming waved his hand, then with an excited look on his face, he said. Forget about that, but seriously, you were amazing yesterday, right? You made me dumbfounded. His strength was also considered good in the whole grade, reaching the 4th level of the 1st tier. But even with that, he was no match for Wang Ren. Yet Yili had directly beaten Wang Ren. You must be so excited to have beaten a member of the school team, right? Fong Ming asked excitedly. It's okay. Yili stood up, casually stretching and heading outside. Let's go, let's find Teacher Yang first. Ha? Fong Ming was stunned, not understanding why Yili was so calm. In his view, beating a substitute from the school team was absolutely something thrilling. Why did his good friend act like he didn't care about yesterday's match? Fong Ming walked out of the classroom with a suspicious look on his face, following Yili. When they reached the 4th floor, Fong Ming couldn't help but ask. Brother Yi, don't you have anything to say? That was a substitute from the school team. No. Yili casually patted his shoulder, pushed open the door, and entered the teacher's office. Fong Ming looked at the closing door, stood there for a long time, and eventually sat down with a face full of doubts about life. Could it be his problem? Is beating a school team substitute not something to be excited about? After thinking for a while, he took out his phone and sent a message to his father. "Dad, I beat a substitute from the school team." The phone vibrated, and soon he received a reply. "Dad, really? Wow. My son is amazing. Dad, ha 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 ha. I contacted your 7 aunts and 8 uncles. I'm treating the entire martial arts families of Linhai City tonight. Dad, I just told your grandpa, he's already torn up the family tree, saying he's going to open a new one starting with you." Looking at his dad's messages, Fong Ming revealed a satisfied smile. As expected, it wasn't his problem. Brother Ye's personality was just too honest. That arrogant attitude in yesterday's match was really just a spur-of-the-moment thing, huh? Fong Ming sighed and quickly replied. "Dad, I'm just kidding. I'm only at the first tier 4th level. How could I beat him? Dad?" Putting the phone back in his pocket, Fong Ming felt another intense vibration. The person sending the message was clearly very excited. Inside the office. "You're here." Yang Shan put down the file in her hand, looked at Yili walking in, and smiled. "Sit down. I called you here to tell you some good news." "Good news?" Yili casually pulled out a chair and sat down. Yang Shan nodded. "After watching your match yesterday, Principal Li has decided to approve you as a substitute for Wang Ren on the school team." "What's the benefit?" Yi Li asked. "Of course, not only will you have your own training room, but you'll also be able to arrange your own training schedule." Yang Shan clasped her hands together, smiling. "In other words, you won't need to attend the regular classes on your timetable anymore. But you still need to follow the training plan set by the school team. Also, you can now go to the 3rd floor of the library to read, and there will be additional spiritual medicine subsidies every month, etc. How about it?" Yang Shan looked at the boy with some pride, wanting to see a look of surprise on his face. Unfortunately, the boy just smiled lightly and said, "Sounds good." He happened to lack new martial arts techniques and resources, so naturally, he wouldn't refuse. "Then it's settled." Yang Shan smiled and took a silver waist token from the drawer, handing it to Yili. "This is a special token for school team members, and it's also an access card for many places." After Yili took the token, her smile faded slightly, and she continued. "Also, you're replacing Wang Ren's spot. The members in the school team who are close to him might have some issues with you. Your current strength is different from theirs, so try to avoid conflict with them to prevent hurting yourself." At this point, Yang Shan paused and then added. "Especially that girl, Xin Lian. She seems to have a big issue with you. When she heard you were joining the school team, she strongly opposed it. When you meet her in the future, you can just walk around her." Not sure if it was an illusion, but Yang Shan felt that after she finished speaking, the boy's smile seemed to have grown a little more intense. "I see." He nodded gently and said, "I understand." "That's good." Yang Shan sighed with relief and then smiled. "Alright, if you don't have anything else to do, just head to the training building and pick a training room you like. Just go straight there, Shan Lian is waiting for you." "Shan Lian?" Yi Li raised an eyebrow. "Yes, her." Yang Shan nodded and said somewhat helplessly. "She insisted on helping you get familiar with the new environment, and the instructor agreed. Be careful. If she tries to cause trouble for you, just avoid confrontation, understand?" "Avoid confrontation with her?" Yi Li chuckled softly and didn't say much more. He just calmly said, "Then I'll head over now." After saying that, he took the waist token and stood up, walking out the door. His steps were unusually light. Watching Yi Li leave, Yang Shan mumbled uncertainly. "This child seems to have really changed a bit. It feels like he's become more confident." The door was pushed open, and Yi Li walked out slowly. "Let's go," he called to Fong Ming. "Where to?" Fong Ming asked curiously. "The training building." Yi Li showed the silver waist token in his hand and casually said, "I joined the school team. Teacher Yang asked me to get familiar with the training environment." Chapter 5, A Sudden Burst of 3,000 Points of Evil Deeds. The two walked side by side and soon arrived in front of the training building. When Fong Ming heard that it was Xin Lian who came to pick him up, his expression became interesting. He never expected that the girl who usually treated his best friend like a lapdog would be so kind as to help. Although it was a good thing, it somehow felt wrong. Fong Ming clicked his tongue lightly. He wanted to remind Yi Li that something might be fishy, but thinking about his best friend's deep feelings for Xin Lian, he couldn't bring himself to speak. Based on past experience, once he spoke badly about Xin Lian, his friend would strongly condemn him, and they'd end up parting on bad terms. Fong Ming had always been quite helpless about this, but there was nothing he could do. After thinking for a while, he finally managed to squeeze out a sentence. Yi bro, if Xin Lian is still the same as before, and wants to test your new martial techniques again, just don't agree. His tone was fast, as if he feared being interrupted by Yili. It's not that I'm saying you shouldn't let her test, but she has no control over her strength. Last time, she directly broke a few of your bones. The martial arts exam is coming soon. Us martial arts students can't afford to have any problems with our bodies. Fang Ming's words were serious and heartfelt, almost as if he was about to say, don't be her punching bag. After all, in his impression, the girl named Xin Lian often used testing new martial techniques as an excuse to practice on Yili, leaving him battered every time. As a friend, Fang Ming really couldn't bear it. And honestly speaking, testing a new martial skill on someone at the first level, 7th stage, with someone at the first level, 3rd stage, is just asking for a moving sandbag, isn't it? It's truly shameful. Don't worry, I have my own sense of measure. With Fang Ming's helpless gaze, Yili lightly chuckled and walked ahead into the training building. In his memory, there were less than 2 months left until the provincial martial arts exam. To enter a top-tier university in such a short time, one's martial arts rank needed to reach the 2nd level to be safe. The current urgent task was to quickly gather evil deeds points. But the system had no hints at the moment, so he could only rely on himself to figure it out. At this stage, smashing people to earn evil deeds points was still quite simple. Yili's thoughts raced as Fang Ming followed closely behind him. The two quickly passed through the first-floor lobby and arrived at the staircase leading to the 2nd floor. At that moment, Yili saw a familiar figure, Xin Lian. She was wearing a sky-blue training outfit, with resentful eyes, silver teeth tightly clenched, looking quite furious. When she saw Yili, Xin Lian broke the silence first. Yili. She squeezed the voice of hatred through her teeth, you finally came. Lead the way. Yili slightly raised his chin. Lead the way? Xin Lian suddenly stamped her foot and pointed at Yili's nose, shouting. Yili. I haven't settled the score for what you said to me yesterday. Fang Ming was stunned, clearly not expecting this situation, where the other party immediately started yelling. But soon, he revealed a look of realization. This damn woman must have misunderstood that Yili's voice was a bit loud and thought he was insulting her. Fang Ming thought to himself. When he saw Yili's calm expression, he became even more certain of his judgment. He immediately stepped forward and said in a low voice. Xin Lian, Yi Go is here to familiarize himself with the environment, if you're unwilling to help. Familiarize himself with the environment? He can familiarize himself with nothing. Xin Lian stamped her foot in frustration, directly interrupting Fang Ming's words. She glared resentfully at Yili and shouted sharply. You used despicable means to defeat my boyfriend, and now you want to steal his substitute spot, you despicable thief. Vicious words continuously spewed from Xin Lian's mouth, as if she wanted to use the most disgusting language in the world to attack Yili. Her reckless behavior had a reason. With a martial arts level of 1st stage, 7th stage, and a C-level martial arts talent, she was considered one of the stronger ones in the school team. Even though Yili defeated Wang Ren, at most he had the strength of the 1st stage, 5th stage. Struggling against a 1st stage, 6th stage would be tough, let alone a 1st stage, 7th stage like herself. Xin Lian was itching for Yili to lose control and attack her so that she would have enough reason to knock him down and make sure he couldn't get out of bed. It would be best if he couldn't even participate in the martial arts exam. However, considering Yili's honest and timid nature, Xin Lian didn't believe he would dare to lay a hand on her. Thus, she planned to strike first. Although Yili's parents were very good to her when they were alive, Xin Lian didn't care about that at all now. She just wanted to beat Yili hard to vent her frustration. To achieve this, she specifically sent away the other members of the school team. At this moment, there were only the 3 of them in the entire training building. Even if Yili screamed miserably later, no one would hear. How dare you block my contact, how dare you insult me, how dare you hit my boyfriend, how dare you steal my boyfriend's spot. Yili, you truly deserve to die 1,000 times. Thinking of this, Xin Lian's anger surged even more, and she sneered. Yili, let's face it, you even qualify to join the school team? You should have just died with your parents. What did you say? Fang Ming was immediately enraged by these words, his fists clenched tightly as he immediately circulated his inner chi. With his 1st stage, 4th stage peak strength, even if he couldn't defeat her, won't lose too badly either. Probably. Just at that moment, a long and bony hand reached out and gently pressed on his shoulder. Fang Ming turned his head and looked at Yi Li's calm face, wanting to tell him how hateful the person in front of them was. Brother Yi, even if you really like Xin Lian, in this kind of situation, you should wake up, right? Under his gaze, Yi Li calmly shook his head. Fang Ming helplessly let go of his hands. He knew, with the other's personality, he would most likely still choose to swallow the insult. Brother Yi, there are more girls in the world than stars in the sky, no need to. Fang Ming was just about to say something to persuade him, but suddenly stopped. because Yi Li's figure had vanished from where he stood. In an instant, he appeared right in front of Xin Lian, whose expression was frozen in shock. In the blink of an eye, the young man spread his arms, and under Xin Lian's horrified gaze, he threw a punch like a meteor crashing into the earth, smashing heavily into Xin Lian's soft belly. Bang! With a dull sound, Xin Lian's body was violently knocked back through the air. Her feet left the ground, and her body, swept by the immense force, flew across the staircase and slammed hard onto the steps of the second floor, blood spraying wildly. Detected, you seriously injured your childhood sweetheart of 10 years with a single punch. Evil points plus 2,000. Fang Ming turned his head in disbelief, and then his whole body shook. He saw Yi Li adjusting his cuffs, stepping up the stairs, calmly walking toward Xin Lian, who was bleeding from her mouth and nose, and said in a quiet voice, "If I ask you to help, just help. Why so much nonsense?" Detected, Xin Lian's fear has reached the maximum. Evil points plus 1,000. Current evil points, 3,700. Ah! A terrified scream came from Xin Lian's mouth. She looked at Yi Li with fear in her eyes, as if she was seeing a monster, ignoring the pain in her body, scrambling backwards in panic. Yi Li glanced at her indifferently. Xin Lian immediately shut her mouth, but the sharp pain constantly coming from her abdomen made her eyes fill with thick tears. Terror and disbelief overwhelmed her heart. She couldn't understand, no matter how hard she thought, why she, at stage 1 level 7, couldn't see Yi Li's movements just now. She didn't even have time to use her martial arts talent before she was already seriously injured. And she never imagined, not even in her dreams, that Yi Li would dare to hit her. "Where's my room?" The third floor, the room on the far left." Xin Lian stammered as she replied. "I can show you the way. Please, I beg you, spare me." From arrogance to begging, thinking about it. Yi Li slightly shook his head and didn't bother with her anymore. After coldly taking back his gaze, he turned around and said faintly, "Fang Ming, let's go." Hearing this, Fang Ming woke as if from a dream. He stiffly raised his head and looked at his calm friend, his throat involuntarily moved up and down. If he remembered correctly, Xin Lian was stage 1 level 7, yet she was taken out with one punch. This strength. Level 8? Or level 9? Also, could it be that his friend has, finally awakened? Fang Ming's breathing quickened, and he lifted his foot to follow upward. As he left, he instinctively glanced at Xin Lian, who was curled in pain beside the stairs, and couldn't help but ask, "Brother Yi, what about her? She won't die. Ignore her." Yi Li's voice was calm, his footsteps steady as he stepped over Xin Lian and walked upstairs. He didn't kill her with one punch, just shifted all her internal organs, that was already his final bit of mercy. Luckily, the gains from this time were quite plentiful, enough to barely calm the anger in his heart. I really am such a good person. Chapter 6, Skyrocketing Punch Power. The training room was on the 3rd floor. The room that belonged solely to Yi Li was located near the edge. After swiping his waist badge, the door automatically opened. Yi Li stepped inside and looked around. The training room was about 200 square meters, with exquisite and tidy equipment. On the walls were arrays carved to gather spiritual energy, which, once activated with the badge, could greatly speed up cultivation inside the room. Other than that, punching power test machine, chi and blood strength detector, recorder, mental state tester, everything is here. No wonder Teacher Yang was watching my reaction with such anticipation. It turns out this is such a powerful cultivation room. Yi Li nodded slightly while observing, feeling quite good. Not only did I get 3,000 evil points from the heavens, but I also got a cultivation room for free. Such a cultivation room, if placed outside, would cost at least several thousand Hansha coins per day. It really saved me some expenses. Fang Ming followed behind him, watching the young man's happy face, always feeling that something wasn't real. According to the past, his good friend should have always obeyed that Xin Lian, without any doubt. Let alone being a punching bag, as long as Xin Lian gestured, Yi Li would give up on something important, he would even do that. Fang Ming not only thought that Xin Lian had such ideas, but he also believed so himself. But what Fang Ming could never have imagined was that just now, Yi Li had directly gone on a killing spree. With one punch, Xin Lian couldn't even stand up. So awesome. So cool. The scene flashed through his mind. Fang Ming took a deep breath, tightly pinched his thigh, and confirmed that he wasn't dreaming. The pain from his thigh came through, and everything in front of him was indeed real. He swallowed his saliva and, after thinking carefully, finally asked, "Yi Ge, what's going on with you today? What's going on?" Yi Li turned his head and looked at him, asking with some confusion. "It's just," Fang Ming waved his hands randomly, and after a long while, he finally managed to squeeze out a sentence. "Why did you suddenly stop tolerating that Xin Lian? Why should I tolerate her?" Yi Li frowned and said, as if it was only natural. "She was cursing at me right in front of my face, almost writing 'hurry up and hit me' on her face. Of course, I had to satisfy her. That's true. Upon hearing this, Fong Ming nodded heavily. Driven by his inner curiosity, he asked another question. Yi Ge, what's your cultivation level now? You were still at the third level of the first stage yesterday, and today you can punch a school team member to death with one hit. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I definitely wouldn't believe it. Yi Li's gaze swept over the formation patterns on the wall. After hearing his question, he casually replied, just entered the 8th level of the first stage. The exact answer was actually the peak of the 8th level of the first stage. But Yi Li had just advanced this afternoon, so saying just entered the 8th level of the first stage was not wrong. Yi Li didn't have the intention to hide his strength. First, he had a good relationship with Fong Ming, so there was some trust. Second, it was because he might not be at this level tomorrow. But even so, Fong Ming's expression still showed clear shock. Fong Ming, no way, bro? So you've been hiding your strength all along? Why do that? If you'd shown your strength earlier, our school would have been treating you like an ancestor by now. Okay, saying it like this might be a bit exaggerated, after all, there's still that monster Jiang Shuajie. Fong Ming said excitedly. But, even if you don't compare with Jiang Shuajie, Yi Ge, you're already one of the best in our school now. There's probably no one in the whole school team stronger than you. Jiang Shuajie counts as 1, Deputy Captain Lu Yanda counts as 1, anyone else? None. We don't need to be substitutes anymore. Yi Ge, wait for me, I'll go tell Teacher Yang and make sure she arranges for you to be a formal team member. Fong Ming counted on his fingers, getting more and more excited, finally suddenly stood up and walked toward the door. Close the door for me. Yi Li waved his hand. Got it, bro. After Fong Ming left, Yi Li slowly walked up to the punching power test machine. He remembered the last time he tested his punching power, it was just the last time. Now, there was a chance to test his punching power level, which was good. Yi Li sat down with a relaxed posture, his internal energy flowing, his right fist began to gather power, and then he suddenly struck out. The fist flew out like a cannonball, heavily crashing into the test sandbag in front of him. Boom! With a dull sound, it exploded. The numbers on the test machine jumped quickly, 645 kilograms. That high? Yi Li was a bit surprised. This number had already surpassed the limit of human strength in his past life's memory. Had he finally stopped being human? Yi Li let out a light laugh, then turned and walked to the control core of the formation, placing the silver waist tag inside. Buzz. The formation patterns on the wall lit up one after another. With a slight buzzing sound, Yi Li could feel the spiritual energy around him constantly increasing. No time to waste, let's start a new round of point adding. Yi Li found a suitable spot to sit down. With the proper cultivation bonus, adding points to his cultivation was the best choice. Current evil points, 3,700. Ding! 1,000 evil points consumed. Beginning cultivation upgrade. Detected, Grade C Spirit Gathering Formation, your cultivation speed has increased by 10%. Speeding up cultivation. Cultivation complete, Qi and blood have been greatly enhanced. Current level, peak stage of first realm, perfected. Comment, the effect of the formation is remarkable. This gain is equal to 7 years of hard cultivation. The Qi and blood in Yi Li's body surged again, and the true energy inside him rapidly grew stronger. In a flash, the surging true energy filled all 5 limbs and body. This was the sign of stepping into the peak of the first realm. This formation's effect is only slightly weaker than spiritual medicine, but spiritual medicine is rare, while this formation is permanent. Yi Li murmured with emotion, feeling his strength rising. No wonder the school team is far stronger than normal martial arts students. This is the crushing effect of both resources and talent. After a moment of silence, he walked straight to the punch strength testing machine and lifted his deep black eyes. He adjusted his breathing slightly. Yi Li gently placed his palm on the test sandbag and let out a deep breath. Right after, in the moment of exhaling, he twisted his waist and abdomen, stepped down with his right foot, and clenched his palm into a fist. He suddenly launched his punch in the blink of an eye. Boom! A louder and deeper sound than before exploded, and the number clearly appeared on the screen of the testing machine. 885 kilograms. The standard punch strength at the peak of first realm should be 800 kilograms, but Yi Li's punch had surpassed this number, and not just by a little. Yi Li looked at the number, his expression calm, and a slight smile formed in his heart. Makes sense. After all, others raised their cultivation through training, which is flimsy. The corners of his mouth curved slightly. But I climbed step by step through the system's point adding. The difference is clear. But Yi Li didn't know, this punch strength testing machine was connected to the school database in real time. At this moment, his punch strength ranking shot directly to second place in the whole school. Only below the publicly acknowledged genius of Linhai No. 1 High School, Jiang Qingzhu. And the teacher in charge of the data hadn't noticed this change yet. Chapter 7, Yili's Mockery, Lu Yongda's Rage. Inside Linhai Hospital. The smell of disinfectant filled the air. Medical staff in white coats walked back and forth. Inside a hospital room, Wang Ren, who had been knocked unconscious by Yili yesterday, was now sitting up against the bed. His face pale, he looked at the person sitting calmly at the bedside, dressed in a blue team uniform, and respectfully said, "Brother Lu, I." "Just say it." The young man called Brother Lu sighed, glanced over Wang Ren, and added in a low voice, "If it's about your substitute spot, then forget it. That was Principal Li's decision. I can't help." Wang Ren gritted his teeth and said with unwillingness, "So my spot is just given to that Yili? Do you have any other way?" Brother Lu asked with a cold smile. Wang Ren slowly clenched his fists, nails digging into his flesh. This man was already the most likely one to help him among the people he knew. Lu Yongda, the vice-captain of Linhai No. 1 High School's team, had already reached the peak of the first realm half a year ago. In the past, before making any substitutions, the team coach would always consult him and Jiang Qingju first. But this time was different. This time, it was a direct notification: a martial arts student named Yili would take up the substitute position on the school team. There was no room for opposition. "Save it." Lu Yongda reached out and patted Wang Ren's shoulder, saying with pity, "Your substitute spot is definitely gone. Since you did well before, I'll have Yili come over and apologize to you. We'll consider this matter done." But Wang Ren still had an unwilling look on his face. The person he wanted to teach a lesson to ended up treating him like a dog and beat him. He couldn't accept this no matter what. "All right." Lu Yongda frowned and sneered, "Didn't you have Xin Lian go teach the kid a lesson? You think I don't know? You even deliberately sent the people at the training building away, clearly to hit him hard. That kid's probably going to be bedridden for 10 days or 2 weeks after Xin Lian's done with him. I've already pretended I don't know, what else do you want?" Lu Yongda's voice was as low as water. Wang Ren was silent for a moment, then mumbled, "I understand." Lu Yongda nodded with satisfaction, "Then I'll call him now and have him come apologize to you. I'm just afraid he can't even walk right now." Wang Ren added with a cold smile. Yili, at the first stage, 5th level, facing Xin Lian, at the first stage, 7th level, he couldn't even imagine how badly Yili was getting beaten. At the very least, a few bones would be broken. Lu Yongda picked up his phone from the table, ignoring the smug expression on Wang Ren's face, and dialed Yili's number, given to him by the instructor. "Hello, who is this?" The phone quickly connected, and a calm, polite voice came through. "Are you Yili?" Lu Yongda said faintly, "I'm Lu Yongda, just call me Lu Ge, I need to talk to you about something." "I don't know you, I'm busy." Beep beep. The calm tone accompanied by the phone hanging up made Lu Yongda stunned, while his blood pressure rose a little. Wang Ren beside him didn't expect Yili to dare hang up, staring at him in disbelief. This made Lu Yongda even more embarrassed. He thought of himself as someone important in the school, always carrying the big brother persona. In his mind, once Yili received his call, he would definitely obediently come over and apologize. But to his surprise, before he even said anything, the call was hung up. Lu Yongda's face gradually turned ugly. "Lu Ge, Yili used to never dare do this." Wang Ren came to his senses, and seeing Lu Yongda's expression, immediately fanned the flames. He must have joined the school team and started thinking he's something special. Now, he's practically looking down on everyone. Hearing this, Lu Yongda's face turned darker, then he silently dialed the phone again. When the call connected, he immediately snapped, "Yili, I'm the vice-captain of the school team, I need to talk to you." "Go ahead." The voice on the other end was tinged with mockery. "You went too far in yesterday's match." Lu Yongda relaxed his brow slightly, his tone low, "And you took Wang Ren's spot, that's a huge blow to him. So? I want you to come apologize to him, and we'll consider this over." Lu Yongda said. "Got it." Yili's voice was flat. "Really?" Upon hearing this, Lu Yongda's anger eased a little, but he felt more disdain. Yili's submission came faster than he expected. "After knowing my identity, he's scared." Lu Yongda smiled slightly, suppressing the pride in his heart, then added, "Then you should go see the instructor later and tell him that you're voluntarily withdrawing from the team due to personal reasons. We're about to participate in the exchange competition, and if you join now, it'll ruin." "Got it." Before he could finish, Yili interrupted him, laughing lightly, "So, the school team is full of self-important idiots like you." Upon hearing this, Lu Yongda's eyes twitched, then his burly figure suddenly stood up, his voice cold as he said, "What did you just say?" As the voice echoed, the atmosphere in the hospital room became oppressive, and Wang Ren's heart raced as he stared blankly at the furious Lu Yongda. "I say you are a fool, and I suspect that the whole school team is full of fools like you." Meanwhile, on the other end of the line, Yili didn't take the other party's reaction seriously and immediately laughed in response. Okay, Lu Yongda, furious to the point of laughter, threatened in a gloomy tone. I've seen many troublemakers, but you are truly the first of your kind. If you have the guts, just. But before he could finish, the phone suddenly hung up again. Beep, beep. This is outrageous. Lu Yongda's face turned bright red as he smashed Wang Ren's phone to the ground, shattering it into pieces. Yili, you're nothing but a worthless person with no martial arts talent. How arrogant can you be? Just wait, you just wait for me. At his boiling point, he suddenly turned around and strode out of the hospital room, his back radiating a strong murderous aura. Wang Ren stared blankly at the broken phone on the floor, wanting the other party to pay for it, but fearing to provoke the enraged Lu Yongda. He could only lie back on the hospital bed in anger. At this moment, he suddenly thought of something. In the earlier call, Yili's voice was strong, showing no signs of being injured. A hint of doubt arose in Wang Ren's heart. Strange, could it be that Xinlian failed to catch Yili, allowing him to escape? Forget it, if he didn't get caught, then he didn't get caught. A smirk of schadenfreude appeared on Wang Ren's face. You actually dared to challenge Lu Yongda, Yili, now you're definitely doomed. One was at the first stage 5 heavies, the other had been at the first stage peak half a year ago. Who was stronger and who was weaker? The answer was clear even with eyes closed. Chapter 8, Treasures. Celestial Steps Void Technique. At Linhai No. 1 High School, on the 3rd floor of the library. This place collected various martial arts techniques obtained since the school was established. Students could borrow them by paying the corresponding amount of HX coins. Not only were the prices much cheaper than outside, but the variety and quality were also quite rich. It could be regarded as one of the important buildings of Linhai No. 1 High School. Among them, most of the martial techniques on the first and second floors were first stage techniques, while second stage techniques only occupied a small portion. Yili learned the flowing fist technique and breaking cloud spear technique here. On the 3rd floor, however, second stage and above martial techniques were recorded, but it was only open to teachers and specially trained students. After scanning his waist token, Yili walked straight up to the 3rd floor amid many curious and envious gazes. Lu Yongda's hostility didn't bother him too much. After all, the two were separated by a phone call, making many things inconvenient to handle. One might ask, what to do without evil points? The answer, beat the enemy wildly until they spit out the corresponding evil points. So if Lu Yongda was sitting across from him, Yili was confident he could resolve their conflict. Putting aside his messy thoughts, Yili stood before the huge electronic screen and began browsing through the various martial techniques recorded here. Second stage martial technique, mountain shattering fist, 100,000 HX coins. Second stage martial technique, snake shape movement technique, 120,000 HX coins. D-level breathing technique, blazing breath, 200,000 HX coins. Yili's general thought was to choose a suitable movement technique and a relatively high-level attack technique. However, he didn't know if it was the system that unintentionally raised his vision. In the dazzling array of choices, he couldn't find a suitable martial technique. The underlying reason was simple: it wasn't that they were trash, but it just felt wasteful to spend evil points on martial techniques of such level. Although low-level martial arts did not distinguish between high and low, one could still see the advantages and disadvantages from the corresponding brief descriptions. According to Yili's judgment, most of the second stage martial techniques recorded here were mediocre works. They were just abundant and filling. I can only randomly pick a few for now, a temporary fix. Yili rubbed his temples in frustration. As for the breathing technique, it also needed to be prioritized. This was a method that could only be mastered after entering the second stage. They say it's a breathing technique, but it can actually be called a second-level martial art. Ranked from high to low, the levels of martial arts talent are divided into S, A, B, C, D, and E. The breathing techniques at Linhai No. 1 High School, after a glance, the highest was only C level, and it still cost 300,000 HXC coins. Yet, Yili, at most, had only around 100,000 HXC coins on him. He really found himself in a tight spot. Alas, Martial Arts High School only needed to display martial skills here, but for them, these martial science students, there were many more considerations. Are you picking martial skills? Lost in thought, a crisp female voice rang in Yili's ear. He turned to look and saw a literary girl in round glasses, holding a book, standing not far away, tilting her head at him. Who are you? Yili raised an eyebrow. Yu Chanxian, the literary girl smiled. Then, seeming to sense the confusion in Yili's eyes, Yu Chanxian quickly added. I'm also on the school team, I saw your match yesterday. You are Yili, with the strength of the first stage, 5 levels, right? I see. Yili politely nodded and said. I'm picking martial skills, is there something you need? It seems you're not satisfied with the martial skills here? Yu Chanxian stepped forward, standing next to him to look at the electronic screen, smiling lightly. I see you frowning continuously. The quality is too poor. Yili calmly stated his opinion. Of course. Yu Qianqian chuckled. The treasures among martial skills are all used by the school as various rewards, how could they be displayed here for sale? Alright, I guess I was being foolish. Yili casually waved his hand, turning to leave. Wait a moment. Yu Qianqian called out to him, pausing for 2 seconds before asking, although there aren't any complete precious martial skills here, there are some incomplete ones, are you interested? Yes. Yili stopped in his tracks. Then wait a moment, I'll help you check. Thank you. Soon, Yu Qianqian skimmed a name from the screen. Second level martial skill, rare, celestial steps, fragment, 100,000 HXC coins. How about it? Want to buy it to take a look? Yu Qianqian cautiously asked. But just as the words came out, she regretted them. Because 100,000 HXC coins was not a small amount, Yu Qianqian worried that Yili would think she was trying to trick him. She often made such mistakes when trying to do good. Yet, even so, she still couldn't change her nosy nature. Sure. To Yu Qianqian's surprise, Yili simply thanked her again and quickly made the payment, completing the order. Next, he only needed to go to the front desk to pick up the printed copy. I'll go get it for you. Rarely satisfied emotionally, Yu Qianqian volunteered to run to the front desk. But Yili suspected she just wanted to steal his book, so he followed behind. Your family must be well off, spending 100,000 on martial skills just like that, Yu Qianqian joked. Yili glanced at her and said lightly, my parents are both deceased, this 100,000 is my last savings. Successfully causing a strong sense of guilt to arise in Yu Qianqian, evil value plus 200. If I find out later that it's completely useless, I'll have to live on grass for the next days. Hearing the system's prompt sound, Yili's eyes lit up, and he added. Detecting an increase in the sense of guilt within Yu Qianqian, evil value plus 100. Upon hearing this, Yu Qianqian took a deep breath and forced a smile, don't worry, it'll be useful. When it comes to understanding martial skills, I'm the strongest in our grade. Yili gently nodded. The two quickly retrieved the related texts. Yili casually flipped through, only to find that there were numerous missing texts within. It wasn't the kind that was just missing the second half or the first half. But rather, there were large gaps in the text, here missing a sentence, there missing a page. No matter how you looked at it, it was completely unlearnable. In short, it meant that the 100,000 had gone down the drain without a sound. I'm sorry. Yu Qianqian wished she could find a hole to burrow into. She shouted in her heart. Why is it always like this? Why do good intentions always lead to bad outcomes? It's over, considering Yili's situation, he is truly beyond redemption. Yili temporarily ignored her, calmly flipping through the damaged book. In his eyes, on a light blue panel only he could see. Words were gradually appearing. Tiangang treading void technique, not entered. Points can be added. Current evil value, 3,000 points. Finally found a leak. Chapter 9, a lightning-like surge, complete treasure technique. This should be a combination of body technique and defensive martial arts. The introduction says this martial skill has 3 major barriers. When cultivated to a high level, it can transform flesh and skin, making it difficult to measure both real and illusory, and with a peculiar pace, it can avoid most attacks while also increasing one's speed. Yu Qianqian carefully observed Yili's expression while awkwardly laughing and said, this is definitely a top-notch work among second-tier martial skills, most third-tier martial skills probably can't compare to its exquisiteness. If I could learn it well, I'm sorry, even if it's exquisite, in this damaged state, even a martial immortal wouldn't be able to learn it. But I really tried hard to help you choose. Can you please not look at me with that kind of gaze? I'm really sorry, and I'm willing to reimburse you for a part of the loss. Yu Qianqian, ashamed, lowered her head, covering her face with her hands, feeling unworthy to face the handsome young man in front of her. Classmate Yu, apologizing requires one to kneel. You don't know such a basic truth? Yili suppressed his joy, resting one hand on his chin, casually remarked. Upon hearing this, Yu Qianqian's eyes widened, and her pretty face turned pale as she stammered, asking. Really, really? Of course it's fake. What are you thinking? Yili waved his hand. Then, with a teasing tone, he laughed, however, if you want to apologize that way, I have no objections. Yu Qianqian crossed her hands in front of her, biting her lip, and then suddenly, with a thud, she knelt down on the ground. Her hands pressed down, her full chest was squashed and deformed against the ground. It was indeed a very standard kneeling posture. If it weren't for the fact that there weren't many people on the 3rd floor, this action would definitely attract a lot of attention. Forcing a young girl to kneel before him, evil value plus 100. This is too much. Yili looked at her in surprise and said. I was just joking, I didn't mean to make you kneel. But, since your kneeling was so standard, I forgive you. Making classmate Yu waste 100,000 for nothing, this kind of apology is appropriate. Yu Qianqian got up from the ground, feeling somewhat ashamed and said. It's my first time meeting someone as trusting as you, yet I still wasn't able to help much. I'm really sorry. Yili said helplessly. Ultimately, it was I who wanted to buy it, and besides, I never said I couldn't understand it. Really? It's already that damaged. Really, I'd rather say, I owe you a favor. Classmate Yili. Yu Qianqian's face revealed a touched expression. In her eyes, that damaged Tiangang treading void technique scroll was something no one could understand or learn. What he was saying now was clearly to take care of her feelings while being strong-willed. I understand. Yu Qianqian pursed her lips, seriously said, Classmate Yili, no matter whether you can understand it or not, in the future, if I get any precious martial skills, I will definitely share them with you. Upon hearing this, Yili simply waved his hand. Got it, you go busy yourself. Yu Qianqian nodded with a smile and turned to leave. Once she was gone from his side, Yili redirected his attention back to the panel. Yu Qianqian's panic was not without reason. After all, this damaged scroll was nearly reduced to a fill-in-the-blank form. No matter how cheap it was, it couldn't be practiced. However, with his immense persistence and effort, plus a little bit of assistance from the golden finger, it seemed he could accomplish things that ordinary people couldn't. Current evil value, 3,100 points. Fortunately, he didn't go all in the training room and forcibly break through to the second tier, or else he would be staring blankly now. Yili let out an almost invisible sigh of relief, then began his new round of point allocation. Just to be safe, let's start with 500 points to test the waters. According to experience, this roughly equates to 2.5 years of hard training. 500 points of evil value quickly surged into the panel, and the numbers after using the celestial gang step began to change. Ding! Consumed 500 points of evil value. Beginning to enhance the second-level martial skill celestial gang step. Detected lack of resources, cloud mist essence, and incomplete heart method, cultivation speed reduced by 70%. Would you like to consume 2,000 points of evil value to attempt to deduce the complete martial skill, eliminating the negative buff? Too expensive, can't afford to deduce. And trying to deduce, what do I know about martial skills? If the system can't deduce it, are you going to compensate me? No. Yili decisively chose to forcefully allocate points. Your speed is comparable to a 70-year-old woman running a full marathon. Begin charging at full speed toward the checkpoint. In cultivation process. Cultivation finished, successfully entered the martial skill. Celestial gang step, beginner, 60%. Byproduct, 2.5 years of hard training researching martial skills, your mind has become even more resilient, blood strength slightly increased. Indeed, there's a bit of a negative buff added, speed reduced by 70%, outrageous. And a 70-year-old woman running a marathon would probably end in tragedy. Is this really okay? Yili's gaze swept over the panel, internally complaining. But none of that matters. What matters is that it can really work. Even without reading the books or having the corresponding resources, he could forcefully boost the martial skill's progress. As the saying goes, allocating points is the reason to become king. It's a bold gamble. Yili softly murmured, raising one hand, slightly channeling the true energy inside, circulating along the corresponding flow. Who? His palm faded into a subtle white mist, and his already somewhat pale skin became even whiter, exuding an ethereal, transparent feeling. If this hand were to take a hit, the damage would be reduced significantly compared to other areas. In simple terms, it provided a degree of damage resistance. This was indeed a treasure among second-level martial skills. Yili felt a stir in his heart. Regarding Qianqian's earlier words, most third-level martial arts probably aren't as exquisite. He initially thought she was saving face for him, but now it seemed there was indeed some credibility to it. It consumes quite a lot, it truly needs to be used with a breathing technique. Yili sighed, just to materialize this palm flesh took a considerable amount of his true energy. Without the breathing technique to supply true energy in real time during battle, even peak first level would not last long. Moreover, with 500 evil points spent, he barely made it to the beginner level. In the past, this would have been enough to max out a second-level martial skill. Unfortunately, Yili currently had no good methods. Let alone not knowing where to obtain the so-called cloud mist essence, just the time and money spent would be enough to drain him dry. With the martial exam approaching, he had little time left. Very well, let's go all in. After confirming the outcome, Yili unhesitatingly began to manipulate the panel, fully pouring energy into this martial skill. Detected set goal, beginning to continuously enhance the celestial gang step. Current negative buff, cultivation speed slowed by 70%. In cultivation process. Ding. As your understanding of this martial skill deepens, you recall similar skills from literary works of your past life and integrate them into your practice. Gain, cultivation speed increase of 30%. You transformed into an old lady wearing special shoes, sprinting crazily on the track named Celestial Gang Step. Accelerating in cultivation. Cultivation finished. This time consumed 2,400 points of evil value, equivalent to 12 years of hard training. Celestial Gang step upgraded to perfection. Byproduct, over a decade of focused hard training has given you a terrifying understanding of this martial skill, and you have mastered the technique of transforming energy. The intensity of vital energy has slightly increased. Yili exhaled a breath of white air, feeling his vital energy becoming even more vigorous, like a boiling cauldron. The whole person shone brightly, bones cracking, and his spine felt like a great dragon. Just one step away from that so-called second level. Chapter 10, Breaking In, straight to the point. It really feels a bit like using a cheat code. Feeling the surge of vital energy within himself, Yili couldn't help but express his feelings sincerely. Just yesterday, he was an ordinary martial science student, spending nearly 3 years barely mastering a first-level martial skill to perfection. Not to mention those famous martial arts academies, even regular martial arts universities were tough to get into. But now it's different. Relying on his persistence and hard work, as well as the refinement of several perfected martial skills, Yili's martial arts foundation has been honed to a nearly terrifying level. No matter who looks, he is the type of person who improves step by step through diligent practice. Vigorous vital energy, skilled martial techniques, and a steady breath. According to Yili's judgment, with his current hand, it would be tough for an ordinary peak of the first level to be his opponent. Who? He silently exhaled, gaining much more confidence for the martial arts examination next month. And before the martial arts examination, he still has a so-called university exchange competition to prepare for. Compared to the serious and important martial arts examination, this university exchange competition is what excites young people more. History has proven that arenas have always been one of the most popular events among people. Yili has heard Fong Ming mention the details of this city-level exchange competition more than once. It is said that if one performs well in the exchange competition, not only can they receive precious martial skills rewarded by the school, but they may also gain the recognition of the only martial arts university in the province, allowing for direct admission. The date of the exchange competition is set for next week. Even as a substitute, there is a chance to participate. Considering this, Yili feels even more excited. The martial arts university is the dream institution for every martial science student. The martial skills and resources provided inside are far beyond what martial arts high schools can compare to. Many prestigious academies have close cooperation with local cities, allowing capable students to venture out of the city to hunt monsters in exchange for the resources they need for training. The more outstanding the martial arts university, the greater the support it can provide. To join the desired university, one must stand out in the martial arts examination and achieve eye-catching results. Only by stepping into the second level can one have the qualification to compete with the top students from martial arts high schools. Just a little bit more. The second level is already in sight. At this juncture, it can trap 50% of the martial artists. However, for Yili, as long as his infamous value is sufficient, even if negative buffs are maxed out, he can still show a breakthrough. The system has not yet clarified the criteria for obtaining infamous values, but Yili has figured out a bit of a way himself. The pain of others, the pleasure of oneself. Satisfying any part of those behaviors can gain corresponding infamous values. For this, Yili doesn't feel anything bad. After all, it's a high martial world, the weak should be severely humiliated by the strong. Of course, this is for reference only. There are also cases where both points are met but no infamous values can be obtained. The final interpretation rights belong to the system. Let's head back today. Yili closed the ancient book, glancing at his panel, feeling a bit of heartache. The rewards just released from Shunlian had barely allowed for the deduction of a rare martial art, and it was already depleted. Current infamous value, 200 points. I need to find someone to explode some rewards. Yili sighed, got up, and walked out of the library towards the training building. The rooms specially set up for these team members can also allow for overnight rest. After all, there's only him at home, it doesn't matter whether he goes back or not. Sigh, when will I encounter those brainless, face-challenging villain fodders? Thinking this, Yili stepped through the doors of the training building. He stepped onto the stairs, arriving in front of his training room. Creak. He pushed open the door, walked to the bed, and comfortably lay down, stretching his body. Then he closed his eyes to rest, planning to take a short nap. Unexpectedly, he stumbled on a rare level technique, the Heavenly Star Step, which uplifted his mood quite a bit. Knock, knock, knock. Just past 6 in the evening, a series of knocks echoed at the door. Who is it? Yili sat up, the drowsiness in his dark eyes vanished in an instant. It's me, Yu Chanqian. Coming. Yili quickly walked over and opened the door. Seeing the slightly unnatural expression on the bespectacled girl, he raised his eyebrows and curiously asked. Did you find a rare martial art? So soon? No. It's something else. Yu Qianqian hurriedly waved her hands, the awkwardness on her face becoming more apparent. Noticing her expression, Yili had some guesses in his heart. If there's something, just say it, he said. It's just. Yu Qianqian twisted her hands in front of her. Team leader Lu wants you to go to his training room, in the room at the far left on the 4th floor. Team leader Lu? It's our vice captain of the school team, Lu Yangda. After saying this, a trace of struggle appeared in Yu Qianqian's eyes. After hesitating for 2 seconds, she gritted her teeth and said, "Forget it, you should not go, I feel he has bad intentions." Bad intentions? Yi Li's spirit lifted instantly. He asked casually, "Why do you say that?" He said he wants you to know what it means that there are people outside of people, to let you understand the rules of the school team. After saying this, Yu Qianqian let out a long sigh, seemingly exhausting her courage to speak about this matter. She pushed her glasses up and continued to ask. Did you have any conflict with him before? A little. Then that's it. Yu Qianqian bit her silver teeth, angrily replied. He is a very petty person. Don't go over yet, there are not just him in the training room, but also his 2 lackeys. Both are team members, one is at the 9th level of the 1st stage, and the other is at the 8th level of the 1st stage, plus Lu Yangda at the peak of the 1st stage. If you go, you will definitely not have a good time. Really, he just relies on Senior Jiang not caring about these things, recklessly bullying newcomers. The more Yu Qianqian spoke, the angrier she became. A good school team will eventually be ruined by him and his little group. Got it, just lead the way. Yi Li tilted his chin up. Lead the way? What do you mean? Yu Qianqian looked at him in shock, quickly saying, I'll go find the instructor. As long as we wait for the teacher to arrive, he won't dare to do anything to you. No, you really are going. As he spoke, Yi Li had already passed by her, waved his hand, and walked confidently towards the 4th floor. Watching his tall figure, Yu Qianqian's eyes widened, unable to understand why someone would deliberately rush towards the muzzle of a gun. Knowing there's a tiger in the mountain, one should avoid the mountain. Those who know you are at the 5th level of the 1st stage, but those who don't would think you're Senior Jiang. In the few seconds that Yu Qianqian was in a daze, Yi Li's figure had disappeared at the staircase. He appeared on the 4th floor, in front of Lu Yangda's training room. Lu Gu, do you think that kid will dare to come? Not sure, when he spoke to me on the phone this morning, he was quite arrogant, maybe he really dares to come. A voice inside sneered. Ha ha ha, he definitely won't dare to come. Lu Gu, that kid is just a backup at the 5th level of the 1st stage. If he dares to come, I can handle him with one hand. Lu Gu, if Yu Qianqian can't call that kid, let's just go directly to stop him. Listening to the noisy laughter inside, Yi Li silently exhaled. Then, he kicked the door violently. Bang! The entire door shattered instantly, flying debris revealing the shocked expressions of the 3 people inside the room. Chapter 11, Defensive Counterattack. Perfect Heavenly Star Step. At the forefront was naturally Lu Yangda, who sat on the resting bed, looking astonished as he stared at Yi Li, who broke in. The other 2 youths in team uniforms were also caught off guard, not expecting the other side to be so tough, coming in without a word. Sure enough, a rebel. After coming back to his senses, the 2 immediately stood up, a hint of mockery appearing on their faces, and their internal energy began to flow. I really didn't expect you to be this brainless. Looking at the handsome young man at the door, Lu Yangda raised the corner of his mouth and laughed. You destroyed my room without permission, just with this, I can go to the teacher and ask to kick you out of the school team. You wouldn't think that being at the 1st level in 5th stage is very rare, would you? To tell you the truth, a martial science student with your level of strength is like a useless piece of meat to the school. But I am different. A peak 1st level student is top-notch in any martial arts high school. Who do you think the school cares about, you or me? After Lu Yangda finished this proud statement, the 2 beside him began to laugh mockingly. Then, they walked toward Yi Li at the door, their eyes unfriendly. The atmosphere in the training room suddenly became oppressive. Lu Yangda grew more and more complacent as he looked at Yi Li, wanting to see some feelings of inferiority and panic on the young man's face. But unfortunately, Yi Li's expression was as calm as an ancient well. Only those black eyes grew hotter. You? Lu Yangda frowned, just about to speak, when Yi Li suddenly disappeared from his spot. In the next second, he appeared in front of the 2 young men who were closing in. Looking at the young man's cold black eyes, one of them was taken aback, completely not expecting the other party to be so fast. Then, Yi Li pulled back his right arm, and his whole body was filled with energy, his majestic true energy exploding suddenly. He threw a punch, heavily striking the man's abdomen. Boom! Over 1,000 kilograms of force erupted instantly, the man was caught off guard, spewing blood and crashing backward into the crumbling wall. Injured a 1st level 8th stage martial artist, evil points plus 700. Damn! Seeing this, the other person finally reacted, looking at Yi Li, who had a fiercely aggressive aura, his eyes showing obvious fear. Clearly thrown into chaos. In a moment of desperation, he hastily gathered his internal true energy, crossing his arms and protecting himself. He planned to buy some time for rescue. Yili had mastered the true intent of the flowing fist technique, mastering the skill of continuous punching like flowing water. After knocking one person away with a punch, his second punch was already gathering momentum. Even before practicing the Sky Gang Void Step technique, his punching power had reached nearly 900 kilograms. Now, having poured over 10 years of effort into the Sky Gang Void Step technique, although his cultivation hadn't improved much, his punching power had definitely exceeded 1,000 kilograms. As soon as the young man raised his arms, Yili fired a punch like a cannonball, and the raised arms were forcibly blown apart as if they had borne the weight of 1,000 pounds, with clear cracking sounds ringing out. Ah ah ah! The young man shrieked as he stumbled backward, but Yili was like a shadow, swiftly reaching out a hand, grabbing his face, and then violently slamming it onto the shattered floor. Injured a first-level 9th stage martial artist, evil points plus 800. After such a blow, the young man immediately fell into a deep sleep like a baby, collapsing unconscious. You. Lu Yongda stared in shock at this scene, completely unable to understand how a first-level 5th stage martial artist could have such terrifying speed and strength. In an instant, 2 people were severely injured. If it were him, he probably couldn't do it either. At this moment, Yili stood up, raised his hand to tidy his sleeve, and looked indifferently at Lu Yongda, who was stunned on the bed. It's your turn. The young man's voice was cold. Seizing such a rare opportunity to strike, he didn't want to give the other party any chance to beg for mercy. What level are you? Lu Yongda stared at Yili's calm face, both shocked and terrified, shouting, You are definitely not a first-level 5th stage, you hid your strength yesterday. As he spoke, he suddenly stood up. As things stood, it was clear that Yili would not let him go. Since it had come to this, they should just fight seriously. What does it matter if I've hidden my strength? Let me show you the gap between us. Lu Yongda roared, and immediately a strange green light shone from his body as he unleashed his martial talent. C-level martial talent, bone and muscle enhancement. His entire body began to swell with muscle, his already towering frame became even bulkier. Then, he stomped his foot hard on the ground, and with a loud bang, his massive body began to move, like a small fortress charging towards Yili. Yili's expression remained calm, as if he had not seen Lu Yongda's terrifying momentum at all. With an indifference that seemed to ignore everything, he settled into a low stance, drawing back his right arm like a bow, his compressed muscles gathering power. His blood surged, and immense true energy continuously poured into the meridians of his right arm, even his skin glowed with a faint white light. Undoubtedly, the force of this punch would be far stronger than the previous two. Boom! 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 The entire floor shook, every step Lu Yongda took left deep footprints in the ground. In just a few breaths, his huge frame charged in front of Yili, his boulder-like fist tearing through the air, wrapping all his energy, and slammed towards Yili. Crushing mountain fist. Whoosh! Suddenly, Yili's body became almost transparent, a faint white mist even appearing on his surface, truly otherworldly. Heavenly Gang Void Step. At that moment, downstairs, Yu Chanxian finally arrived and saw the scene in front of her. She saw Yili extend his left hand, pale to the point of being transparent. The next second, Lu Yongda's full-powered punch struck heavily against it, and in an instant of terrifying power, it was as if a mud cow had entered the sea, barely nudging that slender palm aside. Lu Yongda's pupils suddenly constricted, completely unable to understand what was happening before him. Then, Yili's figure spun rapidly along with the deflected palm, and when his body stopped, the gathered power of his right fist was finally unleashed. Boom! The air erupted with ripples like water waves, and Lu Yongda's gigantic body was sent flying backward, crashing through the bedboards and smashing into the broken wall. Amidst the flying wood chips, this vice-captain of the school team bled from his mouth and nose, neck crooked, lying honestly on a large pile of rubble. He was already unconscious. Who? Yili exhaled a puff of white air, retracting his fist and standing firm. He then turned around and politely nodded at the stunned Yu Chanxian. Chapter 12, Breaking Through to Second Level. Yu Chanxian had quite a good impression of Yili. Although they had just met, Yili was the first person who didn't complain after being tricked by her. This made Yu Chanxian regard him as a friend in her heart. So, after snapping back to reality, she immediately rushed from the 3rd floor, fearing that the 3 would lay a heavy hand on Yili. After all, Yili only had the strength of a first-level 5-fold, even with a good nature, it would be difficult for him not to suffer under the 3. But at this moment, everything happening in front of her made Yu Chanxian doubt her own eyes. In the training room, Yili stood there with a calm expression, straight-backed, his black eyes icy cold. Around him, Lu Yongda's 2 lackeys lay on the ground, breathless and motionless. As for Lu Yongda himself, he had just been violently punched by Yili and had been knocked out cold. He was clearly seriously injured. A deep shock surged in Yu Chanxian's heart. In under a minute, 2 injured first-level late-stage fighters and 1 first-level peak fighter, what terrifying strength is this? It's impossible for him to be just first level fivefold, his true power probably rivals that of senior sister Jiang. In Yu Chanxian's memory, only that senior sister Jiang Qingzhu could achieve something like this. But who is she? She's universally recognized as a genius martial artist in the entire Linghai city, having broken through to the second level even before graduation, as well as mastering breathing techniques. Using the family's generations of S-level breathing technique. Even if you add up all the martial arts high schools in the entire Ying province, Jiang Qingzhu's strength would definitely be among the best. And Yi Li. He is just a newly joined substitute on the school team. Thinking of this, Yu Chanxian felt a tremor in her heart. Looking at Yi Li, she unconsciously added a hint of fear in her gaze. The other person could easily defeat Lu Yangde, so he must also be able to easily defeat her. Recalling her earlier worries, Yu Chanxian found it oddly amusing. After noticing her gaze, Yi Li turned around, politely nodded, then gestured toward the three people on the ground and asked, "How should we deal with this?" "It's easy." Yu Chanxian calmed her emotions and explained, "It was them who caused trouble for you first, even if they are badly injured now, they have to bear it themselves. Because in situations like this, the school will not hold you responsible." "I see." Yi Li's eyes brightened. It's still the high martial world. If this were in a high school in his past life, they would probably have just punished both sides. He thought for 2 seconds and then asked, "So, what you're saying is, as long as someone wants to cause me trouble, I can retaliate however I want?" This. Yu Chanxian hesitated for a moment before answering, "As long as you don't go too overboard, it should be fine." "I understand." Yi Li nodded, then looked at the three people on the ground and asked, "So should we just leave them here?" "Of course not." Yu Chanxian said helplessly. "You need to call the supervising teacher to handle it, but I can help you with this, you can go and be busy first." Yi Li thanked her and got up, preparing to leave. Just as he stepped out of the training room door, he was called back by Yu Chanxian. "Oh, there's one more thing." "You say." "Sister Jiang, she is our team captain, according to the rules, she will find you for a talk in the next 2 days to get an initial understanding of your situation." "Got it." Yi Li nodded and turned to leave. Yu Chanxian watched the boy disappear in the distance and murmured absent-mindedly, "Another monster has come." Back on the 3rd floor. Yi Li walked into his training room and shut the door behind him. That feeling of about to break through became even more obvious. He was so close to the second level, but after a battle, his true energy didn't decrease but instead increased, making his breath a bit chaotic. It wasn't that he couldn't break through now, but he hadn't found the right breathing technique yet, leaving him feeling somewhat uneasy inside. Forget it, it has come to this, let's break through first. Although the breathing techniques in the school's library are not high grade, breathing techniques can be changed midway, so they are still usable. At worst, he could just wait until he finds the right one to switch. Yi Li sat down by the bed and summoned the interface. Injured a first-stage peak young martial artist, evil value plus 1000. Detected Lu Yangde's collapse of confidence, evil value plus 500. Detected that the three people feel a lot of fear towards you, evil value plus 1500. Current evil value, 4700 points. A great harvest. Yi Li smiled faintly. Although it couldn't compare to the windfall from Shenlian, it was still the biggest gain aside from that. It should be enough for him to break through to the second level. He sat cross-legged on the bed, closed his eyes, and focused on the interface. Current level, first stage, 9th level peak, complete. Ding. The goal of this training has been set to break through to the second stage, starting training. Second stage, Jade Tendon Realm, is about gradually merging the abundant true energy with the meridians and bones to enhance blood energy. In the past 2 days, your constant hard training in martial arts, nearly 20 years of hard work, has made you completely control your true energy, so in doing this, it's naturally twice the result with half the effort. Gained buff, training speed increased by 50%. You start to strengthen your meridians with true energy, nourishing your blood energy, but because you don't have a breathing technique to promptly replenish true energy, this process is rather slow. Gained negative buff, training speed decreased by 20%. Gained negative buff, emotion. Anxious. The moment the text appeared on the interface, Yi Li actually felt a surge of anxiety in his heart. This made him a bit surprised. However, this slight impatience did not have too much impact on him. After all, Yi Li was just doing simple points allocation. Accelerating training. Through relentless efforts, you have finally reinforced part of your meridians, and your chi and blood strength has surged, successfully breaking through to the second tier, first level. Your punching power has greatly increased. Your reaction speed has greatly increased. Training complete. Review: this training came naturally and did not consume much of your mind. A total of 200 points of evil value were consumed. As the last piece of text emerged, Yi Li's bones suddenly made a clear sound. Following that, part of his meridians transformed in an instant, radiating a jade-like luster, nourishing the chi and blood throughout his body. Yi Li's aura suddenly grew strong. The surging true chi flowed within him. Compared to just a few minutes ago, the total amount increased several times, and even the chi and blood instantly returned to peak state. The consumption from the earlier battle was now swept away in an instant. Who? Yi Li exhaled a puff of white air, and the moment he opened his eyes, brilliance shot forth. He raised his hand, channeling his true chi. A wisp of ethereal white air quickly swirled out from his fingertips, rapidly spreading through the flesh, creating a semi-transparent effect from a distance. Sky-gang treading void technique. At this moment, he could finally unleash the full power of this second-tier martial skill. According to Yi Li's estimate, yesterday when he fully used this martial skill against an opponent of the same tier, he could only neutralize a mere 50% of their attack. But now, with just a thought, he could neutralize at least 70% of an opponent's attack of the same tier. 70% damage reduction, surely a counter to monsters. From now on, any second-tier martial artist wishing to face him head-on would have to pay with their blood. Charging down the path of a brute. Yi Li looked somewhat sentimentally at the swirling white air in his palm. With each breath, the consumed true chi began to slowly recover. Now, he could even restore his true chi not just by resting but through breathing. Although not as efficient as breathing techniques, this was one of the symbols of a second-tier martial artist. Back in the day, I thought breathing to regain health in games was ridiculous, but now I find breathing to regain chi quite normal. Yi Li casually dispersed the white air from his palm, chuckling. Feeling the various changes within himself. At this moment, he was finally sure that he had stepped into the second tier of martial artists, the Jade Muscle realm. If he were to encounter Lu Yangda and the others now, Yi Li was confident that he could defeat all three of them in less than half a minute, even without using the Sky Gang treading void technique. Next, it was time to start preparing for breathing techniques. Otherwise, every time he leveled up in the future, he would mostly suffer a training speed reduced by 20% negative buff. Chapter 13, Rumors Rise. In the 2 days after breaking through to the second tier, Yi Li spent all his time in the library. It was quite peaceful in there. What Shanxian said was indeed true. Even though the instructor had hurried over that night, shocked by Lu Yangda and the others' situation, after understanding the ins and outs, he did not impose any punishment on Yi Li. On the contrary, he actively requested from the school to make Yi Li an official member of the school team. His attitude was extremely enthusiastic. And Vice Principal Li Haohan readily agreed upon hearing the relevant matters. Afterward, he also planned to have a chat with Yi Li to improve their relationship, but upon learning that the young man had been holed up in the library for the past 2 days, he did not want to disturb him rashly. Regardless, Yi Li was now officially a member of the Lin High School team. Notably, this morning on his way to the library, he happened to run into Wang Ren coming back from the hospital. Wang Ren's face was wrapped in bandages, and his body was encased in steel plates. Upon seeing the composed Yi Li, his face directly showed a ghostly expression, and he shouted in shock. "Why are you fine?" With Lu Yangda making a move, he thought Yi Li would definitely suffer a big loss. At the very least, he should be dejected, like a plucked rooster, feeling downcast. However, Yi Li in front of him was spirited, composed, and his breath was steady and long. Where was there even a hint of being frustrated? Could it be that Lu Yangda didn't actually lay a hand on him? Yi Li casually asked, "Why would I have a problem? Lu Yangda actually didn't touch you." Wang Ren instinctively spoke up. "Lu Yangda? Ah, him." Upon hearing this, Yi Li showed a look of realization, then chuckled lightly, "I already sent him away." "Sent him away? What does that mean?" "It seems you two didn't go to the same hospital." Yi Li shook his head with a hint of regret. As he spoke, he stepped out. He intended to casually earn some evil points, but to his surprise, Wang Ren was so frightened by his movement that he turned and fled. Watching the other person run away in a fluster, Yi Li was somewhat surprised. "I'm not a villain, is it really necessary?" About a week remained until next week's exchange competition. There were only 6 positions for formal members, and as for who he replaced, Yi Li didn't care. He only knew that the school's coaching teacher had applied for an A-class scholarship for him because of this. 500,000 Huanxia dollars had already been deposited into his card. This allowed him to choose a slightly higher grade breathing technique. C-class breathing technique, blazing strength, 450,000 Huanxia dollars. C-class breathing technique, raging wave, 500,000 Huanxia dollars. B-class breathing technique fragment, 700,000 Huanxia dollars. On the 3rd floor of the library, Yi Li looked at the rows of breathing techniques on the screen, feeling a headache coming on. There was really nothing suitable. The only B-class breathing technique was just a fragment, priced at 700,000. If he wanted to fill in the gaps with the system, it would cost a huge amount of evil points. Forget it, if it really doesn't work, I'll just ask the school for it. It's just a breathing technique, I don't believe they won't give it to me. After selecting for 2 consecutive days in the library, Yili's indecision finally kicked in, and he ultimately decided to go fleece the school. Leaving the library, Yili made his way to the training building. On the way, he received many strange looks, most of which were filled with fear. It was then Yili remembered something. The day before yesterday, after knocking down Lu Yanda and his friends, although the school expressed no objections, for some reason, the news spread like wildfire throughout the school. But the version of the rumor was a bit outrageous. The newly joined substitute openly provoked other members, disrupting the team's atmosphere. Class 9's Yili is arrogant, actually injuring 3 team members heavily. How can a substitute defeat 3 formal members? I've heard this person's strength is only stage 1, 5th layer, he must have used some underhanded means. Next week is the exchange competition, why did he attack members of his own team? I also feel he has ulterior motives. If it weren't for Sister Jiang, it seems the school's team would be destroyed by this person. Most of these rumors were pretty much the same. The general idea was that Yili was arrogant, used some underhanded means, and seriously injured 3 members. The so-called 3 men create a tiger, people's words are terrifying. This sort of ridiculous rumor, similar to a student challenging the principal to a fight over the weekend, quickly became a hot topic in the school. Yili naturally became the target of discussion. And because the means in the rumors were too vicious, those students who believed in them began to harbor feelings of fear towards him. Rumor mongers are so annoying, no matter where they are. Yili shook his head helplessly, internally not caring much about this matter. With just a month left before the martial arts graduation exam, everyone would be heading to various places to fend off strange beasts. They probably wouldn't even touch it with an 8-foot pole. There was no need to worry over a non-existent rumor. Never fall into a self-evident trap, starting from myself. Yili nodded slightly. Walked into the training building as if no one was around. However, just because I don't care doesn't mean I don't care. If I ever catch that bastard who spread rumors. Damn those rumor mongers, I will definitely make you fly. At that moment, a heavenly sound rang in Yili's ears. Ding! Congratulations, your notoriety level has increased. Notoriety LV1, your notoriety is known by few. Golden quality reward has been issued. On the 5th floor of the training building, in the captain's office. Senior Jiang. Shenlian's eyes were filled with hot tears. Sitting in a chair, looking at the person across the wooden table, she said pitifully. This Yili really should not be kept. He not only injured Captain Lu, but he also attacked me before this. If I hadn't reacted quickly that day, I would probably be lying in the hospital now. In front of the wooden table, a girl with long black hair sat there, her features delicate, her small face cold, with a book titled Summary of Marksmanship in front of her. After hearing Shenlian's accusations, Jiang Qingzhu showed no reaction on her face. Still looking at the summary of marksmanship on the table, she turned to the next page and said lightly. You should talk to Teacher Wang about this, telling me is useless. Shenlian was momentarily taken aback, but she had worked hard to spread rumors these days just for this moment. No matter what, she wanted the girl to teach that annoying Yili a lesson. Shenlian gritted her teeth and said, Senior Jiang, you know Teacher Wang never stops this kind of behavior, but Yili is different. The university exchange competition is coming up. At this time, he stirs up internal strife, clearly trying to ruin our future. Deputy Captain Lu has already been taken to the hospital by him. If you don't take action, Senior Jiang, then truly no one can stop him. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qingzhu finally looked up at Shenlian and said calmly. Shenlian, your act of showing yourself as a victim is very poor. Shenlian's face immediately turned red. Senior, I. Get out. No, Senior, I really. I'll say it again. Jiang Qingzhu frowned, and the air in the room suddenly dropped several degrees as her voice turned icy. Get out, and close the door behind you. Shenlian's face was full of reluctance. Not daring to confront the black-haired girl, she finally had to leave the room with a pale face. Snap. Once the door was closed, Jiang Qingzhu lightly tapped her fingers on the table, making a tap-tap sound. The air was silent for 2 seconds. Jiang Qingzhu picked up her phone from the table and dialed a number, politely saying. Student Yu Chanshan, it's me. Are you at the training building right now? According to the rules, I need to talk to Yili. I heard you have a good relationship with him. Could you please call him for me? Thank you. Chapter 14, Innate Phenomenon, SSS Level Martial Arts Talent. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Yili rushed into his training room without stopping. He closed the door and summoned the panel. Notice, a golden quality gift bag is waiting to be opened. Look, Golden Legend. It is well known that pulling gold has always been a dream for card drawers, symbolizing the highest level of rewards in the pool. He remembered that the system had specifically mentioned that the increase in notoriety level would grant generous rewards. At this moment, it seemed the system was indeed not deceiving him. Speaking of which, this was the first time the system had issued a golden quality reward. What could it be? Open the gift bag. Buzz. With a thought, a golden beam of light instantly shot up from the screen in front of him, brilliant and clear, piercing the ceiling. Immediately after, a powerful ripple of energy was born from his room, spreading in all directions. Boom! The entire training building shook under this energy ripple, and the immense momentum immediately attracted countless astonished gazes. All the teachers and students of Linghai No. 1, as well as pedestrians within dozens of miles, saw an extraordinary blue light surge from the top of that training building, shooting straight into the clouds. The grand phenomenon shattered the clouds, illuminating the sky above Linghai No. 1. In the teaching office, Li Haohan, who was drinking tea, was first taken aback, then he immediately spat out the tea he had in his mouth. Suddenly stood up from the chair. This startled the few teachers in front of him. Principal Li, what's wrong? Li Haohan ignored them, quickly walking out of the room, looking towards the training building, shock surging in his eyes, murmuring. Could it be, an A-level martial arts talent has emerged? Such a phenomenon could only occur when a very high-ranked martial arts talent was born. If Li Haohan had not already advanced to the third stage of martial arts, he wouldn't have discerned any details from this phenomenon. A B-level phenomenon wouldn't be this exaggerated, and as for an S-level, he couldn't even dare to think about it. Because in the entire Ying Province Martial Arts High School, a student with S-level martial talent hadn't appeared for decades. So, the probability of A-level is the highest. A-level. This is a talent level that can only appear once among tens of thousands of awakened martial artists. Li Haohan's heart raced uncontrollably, even his palm couldn't help but slightly tremble. No wonder he was so agitated. This is already the second A-level martial talent among this batch of martial science students, after Jiang Qingzhu. His future is limitless. Linghai No. 1 High School has been quiet in Ying Province for so long, is it finally going to rise again in this martial arts exam? Li Haohan swallowed, his excitement almost spilling over. Then, realizing, he immediately asked the two people in the room. Is there anyone in the current school team who hasn't awakened their martial talent? If I had to say, it seems that Yi Li, who just joined a few days ago, hasn't awakened yet. A teacher quickly answered after a brief thought. Yi Li. Li Haohan looked towards the training building again, his shock gradually turning into ecstasy, excitedly murmuring. Good kid, just how much more do you have hidden? Behind him, another teacher curiously asked, Principal Li, are you thinking of removing that unawakened Yi Li from the school team? Speaking of which, this student has caused quite a stir lately, clearly a troublemaker. Removing him from the school team wouldn't be a bad idea. Principal Li, in my opinion. What nonsense are you talking about? Li Haohan suddenly turned around, glaring fiercely at that teacher, coldly saying, Lu Shangshan, your nephew being hospitalized is his own fault. As his uncle, you didn't educate him well, and now you come to me to complain? Let me tell you, even if you and your nephew Lu Yangda are expelled together, the school will not touch Yi Li. A martial science student who can defeat 3 opponents of the same rank, you and I both know what that means. Lu Shangshan's expression instantly became interesting. In the training room, Yi Li was surrounded by gusts of powerful wind, a magnificent phenomenon. A refreshing coolness constantly emerged from deep within his spirit platform, as if his soul was undergoing a transformation. This phenomenon lasted for a full dozen breaths. Then it gradually dissipated. Yi Li on the bed opened his eyes. In his black eyes, vast golden light gradually surged, relevant information floating in his mind. Congratulations! Gained SSS level martial talent, Indestructible Golden Soul. Indestructible Golden Soul LV1, survival type talent, can nourish the body through the tough and extraordinary Golden Soul. As long as the spirit and physical strength have not been exhausted, the body can continuously heal itself until it fully recovers. Can be upgraded. According to legend, in ancient times, a naturally born primordial being also cultivated this divine skill, making the heavenly emperor of the divine era quite troubled. To follow in K's footsteps, please feel free to harvest evil points. Talent Ability 1, Gun Martial Saint Body. Gun Martial Saint Body significantly enhances the user's skill with gun and stick type weapons. Gun and stick martial skills training speed increased by 500%. Yi Li stared at this exaggerated introduction on the panel, silent for a long time, his heartbeat wildly accelerating. SSS level martial talent. He had never even heard of such a level. According to memory, the top martial talent that emerged in Ying Province was only S level. And that was decades ago. S level martial talent can definitely be described as 1 in 10,000. The Son of Destiny is described. And Yi Li's SSS level supernatural ability, even looking at nearly 100 billion people on Blue Star, it's hard to say if he can gather a handful. Is this what's called a blessing in disguise? Isn't the scale of misfortune and fortune a bit too large? Yi Li's heart surged, feeling the extraordinary power that had appeared within him, hard to believe. He thought it would be terrifying, but he didn't expect it to be this terrifying. He really wasn't prepared enough. Isn't this invincible in the same realm? Yili opened his mouth and rubbed his chin. Forget it, anyway, I'm the one who has the cheat, so if I'm invincible, so be it. Knock knock knock. At this moment, a series of knocking sounds came from the door. Yili rolled out of bed, reigning in the unusual aura around him, the golden light in his eyes slowly dissipating. Opening the door, he saw the familiar figure of Yu Chanshan. Is there something going on? Yili asked. There is. Yu Chanshan initially wanted to ask if he had seen the strange phenomenon before, but thinking about what senior sister Jiang had instructed, she said directly. Senior sister Jiang wants to talk to you. I should have mentioned it to you a couple of days ago. Do you remember? I remember. Yili nodded and said. Then I'll go over now. After Yu Chanshan finished delivering the message, she intended to leave. But she suddenly paused her steps, as if thinking of something, turning around, hesitant to speak. Finally, under Yili's calm gaze, she gritted her teeth and said. There have been rumors about you in school these days. Senior sister Jiang might ask you about this later, just tell the truth and don't be confrontational. What's the matter? Is she very fierce? Yili raised an eyebrow. Not really. Yu Chanshan showed hesitation, weighing her words. Senior sister Jiang hates bullies who take advantage of their power and doesn't understand how to adapt. If you act too strong, she might discipline you? I know your true strength is strong, your talent is good, but you probably don't want to back down, but senior sister has been at the second tier for half a year. Plus, her family background is prominent, and her talent and resources are top-notch. Her strength is notable in the whole Win Province Martial Arts High School. It's not embarrassing to lower your head to her. After speaking, Yu Chanshan nervously looked at Yili, afraid he might show signs of dissatisfaction. Having witnessed Yili's performance in the past couple of days, she had come to see him as the kind of ruthless person who wouldn't take any loss. If possible, Yu Chanshan didn't want to get involved in this matter at all. But there was no way. Yili and Zhang Qingzhu were both martial arts talents, and if a real fight broke out, the consequences would be unimaginable. The best outcome would be for Yili to lose his fighting capability, and for Zhang Qingzhu to be injured. But if that happened, they would likely lose next week's exchange competition, which would affect her future. So, if she could make Yili willing to lower his head and yield through some words, it would be the best. Make sure not to be confrontational, so you don't get hurt, Yu Chanshan said cautiously. She thought her hint was clear enough. Even if Yili's strength was among the top in first-tier martial artists, the second tier represented a transformation in martial arts cultivation, and the gap between the two was huge. If it really escalated, Zhang Qingzhu might be injured, but Yili would definitely end up in the hospital. By then, he might not even be able to participate in the martial arts exam. At this moment, Yu Chanshan saw the formerly calm expression on Yili's face break into a smile. I understand. He nodded and said, thank you for relaying the message. Having said that, he directly brushed past Yu Chanshan, heading towards the team leader's office on the 5th floor. Perfect. Just when he was worried about not having enough evil points to spend, a talented girl who yields to softness came along. I must show her through action that the world is cruel and picky eaters cannot find happiness. Let's help her understand a bit of pain. Watching the figure gradually fade away, Yu Chanshan felt an inexplicable sense of unease rise in her heart, but couldn't quite say what was wrong. After thinking for a while, she decided to call the guiding teacher, just in case. Chapter 15, you said it, so I really came. In the captain's office. Yili, punch strength 885 kilograms. Zhang Qingzhu looked at the punch strength ranking on the instrument, her cold little face finally showed a hint of surprise. The classmates who have been talked about so much in school these days do indeed have some strength. She recalled how her guiding teacher had run over excitedly a couple of days ago, telling her that Yili had hidden his strength, and that his true power might be just below hers. It was indeed not an empty boast. Zhang Qingzhu gently nodded. This punch strength, if placed in the first tier, is already considered a standout with a focus on power. Even when Zhang Qingzhu was a first-tier martial artist, her maximum punch strength was only a little over 1,000 kilograms. This was with the Zhang family's provision of various top-notch medicinal baths and training equipment. And Yili's family background is said to be quite ordinary. Having this level of strength is indeed something to be proud of. No wonder he doesn't pay attention to his peers. As for the rumors from the outside world, Zhang Qingzhu chooses to believe them half-heartedly. She doesn't completely trust that Yili has no issues at all, nor does she completely believe he is so arrogant and overbearing. Because in the past 3 years, Zhang Qingzhu had never heard his name, which shows that he is not the kind of person who loves to show off. If it weren't for the upcoming martial arts exam, he might not have revealed his strength at all. Zhang Qingzhu sighed secretly. Such restraint, how resilient must this person's character be? But sighing is just sighing. Regardless, it was a bit excessive for him to severely injure Lu Yangda and the others. She herself carries countless expectations, and before driving out all the exotic beasts from Huanxia, she absolutely cannot afford to lose even once. For this reason, she must practice diligently every day, so she can't waste too much energy on such matters. This is also why Jiang Qingzhu rarely gets involved in things. Just give him a slight warning and let him know not to act against teammates in the future. After finalizing her thoughts, Jiang Qingzhu returned to her wooden desk and reopened the book Gun Technique Summary, reading it earnestly. This is no ordinary book. It contains insights and experiences from the Jiang family's generations of gun technique masters, which can help low-tier martial artists avoid many detours in their skills. Even in the future, when practicing gun techniques, it will lead to half the effort with double the result. So if we really think about it, this book's value even exceeds some level 3 martial techniques. Knock knock knock. At this moment, a knock sounded at the door. Jiang Qingzhu marked her place, closed the book, and said calmly, "Come in." She looked towards the doorway and saw a handsome young man in white walking in. "Hello." As soon as he entered, Yili greeted her with a light smile. "I'm Yili, I've heard you were looking for me?" Showing courtesy before attacking has always been one of his outstanding virtues. Jiang Qingzhu replied with an gestured for Yili to sit down in front of her, and asked in a cold voice, "Recently joined the school team, is there anything you are not used to?" "Actually, there is a little." The boy's honesty surprised Jiang Qingzhu a bit, but she still calmly asked, "What exactly are you not used to?" "There are too many idiots." Yili sighed. Under Jiang Qingzhu's strange gaze, he began counting on his fingers, 1 Xinlian, 1 Lu Yanda, and 2 of Lu Yanda's lackeys. That makes 4, adding the one who left the team not long ago, Wang Ren, it adds up to 5. There are only 7 people in the team, including substitutes, and they say that birds of a feather flock together. "Classmate Jiang, I'm worried that you might be the same as them." Yili interlocked his fingers in front of him and sighed as if helpless. Jiang Qingzhu felt her head buzzing. She had never heard such a straightforward implication before, and for a moment, she couldn't collect her thoughts. Worried that I'm the same as them. Does he think I'm an idiot too? Thinking of this, Jiang Qingzhu lightly frowned. A trace of anger arose in her always cold heart, and she coldly said, "You don't need to worry about that, I'm not that idle." "Does team leader Jiang mean to admit they are idiots?" Yili asked with a smile. "I didn't say that." "Why not admit it?" Yili asked leisurely. "You're not the same kind of person as them, are you? Do you not think so?" Jiang Qingzhu took a deep breath, realizing something was off with the situation. Clearly, she wanted to give the other party a little warning, to make them tone down their reckless way of doing things. Why is the topic straying further and further away? She immediately pushed aside her chaotic thoughts and said in a cold voice, "I called you here not to discuss these things, but mainly to inform you of something." "Listen, inform." "We're the same age, talking like this from such a high position is really frustrating." Yili leaned back in the uncomfortable chair, not immediately showing his displeasure. "You go ahead." "Someone reported to me that you maliciously injured several teammates." Jiang Qingzhu looked at him and slowly said, "For now, I'll assume there is a reason behind this matter. But in the future, I hope this kind of thing doesn't happen again. With the martial arts exam coming up, everyone needs to think about their future. You should focus on your practice, not go around being reckless. Bullying the weak is not a skill. If you truly can't hold back." At this point, Jiang Qingzhu's clear eyes began to shine slightly, a confident aura bursting from her as she said in a voice cold to the bone, "You can come directly to me, I'll help you fix it." She spoke these words with utmost seriousness, combined with the slight display of her second stage aura, it should have a certain deterrent effect on Yili. Her cold and confident voice echoed in the office. The air was silent for several seconds. Just when Jiang Qingzhu felt the matter was resolved and her warning had succeeded, the boy on the wooden chair suddenly raised a pair of vast golden eyes. In an instant, a heavy pressure enveloped Jiang Qingzhu's heart. At the same time, Yili's slightly amused voice rang in her ears. "You said it yourself. Chapter 16 I can't be bothered to reason with you, you don't deserve to listen." From the earlier emanating aura, Jiang Qingzhu's realm should be quite a bit stronger than his. Probably at the second stage, 4th level. Plus that so-called S-level breathing technique, along with A-level martial arts talent in many martial arts, this configuration should be quite exaggerated among the second stage. With this setup, Jiang Qingzhu has a considerable reputation in Linhai No. 1 High School, and even in the entire Linhai city. She is known as the most talented young martial artist in Linhai No. 1 High School in nearly 20 years. Even when looking at all the martial arts high schools in Ying Province, the girl's strength ranks at the top tier. "Do you really want to take action against me? I advise you to think again." At the wooden table, Jiang Qingzhu frowned slightly, and a trace of icy blue light quietly appeared in her clear eyes. Looking at Yili, whose eyes had turned to gold, she suppressed a hint of unease rising in her heart and calmly advised, "The gap between the first and second stages is greater than you think. If a martial artist is defeated head-on when they are full of confidence, the sense of defeat that arises may even affect their future breakthroughs." At this point, a hint of coldness added to the young girl's already cool face, her aura began to radiate outward. For the sake of your own mindset, leave this room now, and I can pretend you didn't say anything just now. After saying that, she no longer suppressed her aura, and the aura belonging to the mid-second stage erupted unreservedly in the room. Whoosh! The many documents on the wooden table were blown into the air by the rising wind, and the wall clock couldn't help but shake. The golden light in Yi Li's eyes grew hotter, and his own rising aura provided a side answer. You are also at the second stage. Feeling the overwhelming aura far surpassing the first stage from the other person, a hint of surprise appeared in Jiang Qingzhu's eyes. Based on the information she had received, if the instructor hadn't deliberately lied a few days ago, Yi Li should be at the peak of the first stage. At most, he was a rare match among the same stage, not much of a threat to the second stage. But now it seems. The peak of the first level is still not your true strength? Jiang Qingzhu gently shook her head, her expression growing colder, and asked, since you have such strength, why do you still bully those who are far weaker than you? Do you not feel ashamed to oppress the weak? In her tone, there was a clear hint of anger, a sense of questioning. In Jiang Qingzhu's view, Yi Li was using his second-level strength to bully teammates whose strength was far less than his. This kind of behavior of using strength to bully the weak was exactly what she hated the most. If previously, Jiang Qingzhu wanted to warn him due to the many rumors about him on campus, then now, it was Jiang Qingzhu herself who had the thought of teaching Yi Li a lesson. She said, there are people outside of people, and heavens beyond heavens. Your behavior like this will one day be. What are you babbling about? Facing Jiang Qingzhu's continuous speech, Yi Li directly interrupted, saying, you want me to find you just to hear you preach? Well, I'm sorry. He stood up, looking coldly at Jiang Qingzhu, and said, I'm too lazy to reason with you, you are not worthy to hear. Verbally humiliating the genius girl Jiang Qingzhu from Linghai No. 1 High School, evil deeds plus 200. The reward for humiliating Jiang Qingzhu's evil deeds is actually so high? Hearing this, Jiang Qingzhu's hands gradually clenched into fists, a clear anger rising in her eyes. I understand now, it seems you do indeed need a lesson. Since you are determined to face setbacks from me, let's change places, I will wait for you at the training ground in 5 minutes. Crash! Before she finished speaking, the wooden table in front of her was suddenly flipped by the boy and smashed straight towards her. Why bother going to the training ground? If you want to teach me a lesson, you can do it right here. Yi Li's expression was calm. Bang! At the critical moment, Jiang Qingzhu, without changing her expression, struck out with her palm, and the heavy wooden table instantly exploded in the air. Wood chips flew everywhere, shattered wood continuously falling to the ground. At that moment, a figure rushed out from the midst of the flying debris before the dust settled, heading straight for her. Jiang Qingzhu looked up and happened to meet a pair of cold golden eyes. The fear and tension seen in her opponent's eyes were nowhere to be found in these vast golden eyes. However, she was not flustered. In her view, taking down Yi Li would only take a few minutes. Jiang Qingzhu lightly moved her feet, retreating while the icy blue light gradually brightened in her clear eyes, her voice cold like a winter spring. Being able to break through to the second level at this age, your talent is indeed good. But unfortunately, you cannot win against me. As she spoke, Jiang Qingzhu's eyes completely transformed into a clear ice blue, an extraordinary sight. Whoosh! She exhaled a white mist. As the mist spread, the temperature in the entire room suddenly dropped, and the air within a radius of several meters echoed with a chilling sound of freezing. A-level martial talent, the Ice Girl acts. In an instant, the walls actually began to coat a thin layer of ice. The cold air rapidly spread. The entire office seemed to fall into an icy world, the temperature swiftly dropping below zero. Moreover, this cold did not stop but continued to drop at an astonishing speed. In the room filled with white mist, Yi Li's originally rushing figure suddenly slowed down, his movements became extremely sluggish, as if all the joints in his body were frozen. He trudged forward with great difficulty, each step appearing incredibly heavy. At this moment, Yi Li seemed to be trapped in a massive ice cellar, unable to break free from this bizarre restraint. It's over. Jiang Qingzhu's gaze flickered as she stepped forward and instantly appeared before Yi Li, striking out without hesitation. Bang! As her delicate hand landed on Yi Li, his figure suddenly became somewhat transparent. A large cloud of white vapor erupted from his body. With a muffled sound, it instantly dissolved much of the terrifying force from his palm. Clearly, it was a strike capable of knocking a second-tier warrior out of combat, yet he received it without changing his expression. And you're damn. Using the opponent's remaining force, Yi Li gave a cold smile, spun rapidly, and delivered a clean and sharp whip kick, hitting Jiang Qingzhu's waist hard. Bang! Jiang Qingzhu felt a strange sensation rising in her heart, as if her fist, swung with all her strength, had struck a soft ball of cotton, providing no point of support. But before she could understand where this strange feeling came from, an overwhelmingly powerful force surged from her waist like a tide. In an instant, she felt as if her body had been hit by a speeding truck, her entire person being violently hurled backward by the immense strength. Boom! The wall of the office was smashed into a visible large pit, with spider-like cracks spreading out around it, continuously expanding outward. Jiang Qingzhu struggled to push herself up from the ground, gritting her teeth as she looked at the figure opposite her. Upon seeing the swirling white vapor rising from Yili and his semi-transparent form, her pupils shrank, unable to comprehend. Tiangang treading the void technique? Chapter 17, Direct Confrontation. Tiangang treading the void technique. This rare second-tier martial skill, Jiang Qingzhu had only seen fragments in the school library. Although the description of its power was quite tempting, due to the level of damage on the fragments, she was unable to enter the realm after purchasing it. The opponent had no remarkable background, clearly having also found this incomplete martial skill in the school library and successfully learned it. It was truly hard to believe that someone could learn this martial skill just by relying on such a damaged fragment. Moreover, from the transparency of Yi Li's body and the natural, rolling white vapor, it was evident he was not a beginner. Every movement exuded a sense of completion, and even his skin shimmered with a soft white light. He must have perfected this Tiangang treading the void technique. Such comprehension, is he really human? Thinking of this, Jiang Qingzhu's heart was somewhat shaken. Her movement of getting up subconsciously slowed down. However, in that moment of error, Yi Li appeared right before her face. Seeing his calm yet fiery golden eyes, Jiang Qingzhu couldn't help but ask. Why are you so contradictory? If you're this powerful, why have you been silent for the past 3 years? No one would answer her question. At this moment, Yi Li spread his arms, leaning slightly forward, as a sense of perfect flowing water continuously surged from between his fists and feet. The perfected flowing fist technique. This flowing water intent was like a roaring river, carrying unmatched power and momentum, sweeping towards Jiang Qingzhu. Another perfected martial skill? Seeing this, Jiang Qingzhu took a deep breath, then flicked her palm, and a pure white spear appeared in her hand. The spear was covered in a strange treasure light, and holding it in her hand gave an almost uplifting feeling, clearly a good quality treasure. Yi Li's onslaught was too fierce, fully qualifying her to take it seriously. Then, Jiang Qingzhu's gaze turned cold, her spear moved like a dragon, swinging mightily and forcefully, clashing head-on with countless punches coming from Yi Li. Bang 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 bang! The fierce winds surged, and cold air trembled. Under the enhancement of the perfected Tiangang treading the void technique, Yi Li was nearly in a semi-transparent state. The influence of the cold air was mostly immune. Each punch was as fierce as if it wanted to break apart her spear. Under his ferocious assault, Jiang Qingzhu continuously retreated. You have already lost. Jiang Qingzhu fiercely gripped her long spear, her silver teeth clenching tight. As her internal energy drained, the temperature in the room continuously falling, with even the ceiling nearing total frost. Even with the perfect realm of the heavenly gang step, she couldn't be completely immune to the chilling effects. Not only that, using the S-rank breathing technique, the internal energy Jiang Qingzhu infused into her spear also had the ability to freeze meridians. With each clash, it seeped into Yi Li's body. Even if Yi Li appeared completely unaffected now, his meridians and bones surely suffered varying degrees of damage. If he wasn't hiding any fatal moves, then the next step would be a tug-of-war to test both of their internal energy reserves. Boom! As both sides clashed once again, Jiang Qingzhu's figure scraped along the ground, flying back several meters and crashing heavily against the wall. Who? Jiang Qingzhu exhaled icy air, her expression grave, with her blood surging uncontrollably within. Although using her innate abilities consumed a lot, her opponent maintaining the heavenly gang step would also take a toll on him. Yi Li should be newly entering the second stage, yet to even practice breathing techniques. Jiang Qingzhu believed her martial arts level was significantly higher than Yi Li's, plus with her S-rank breathing technique continuously replenishing her internal energy to maintain the cold. If they were to just keep clashing, there was no doubt that victory would certainly belong to her. Do you think you've already won? At that moment, Yi Li suddenly laughed. Having such an advantage in resources and still being able to fight like this makes me a bit sympathetic towards you. If I hadn't forgotten my big gun today, I would have sent you flying directly. You. Jiang Qingzhu frowned slightly, about to speak. But she saw Yi Li charging towards her again at high speed, the white mist around him dissipating somewhat, and his body becoming much more solid. An opportunity. His internal energy could no longer maintain the full power of the heavenly gang step. Jiang Qingzhu's gaze sharpened, stepping forward without hesitation, she thrust her spear infused with internal energy forward with a loud roar. Put. Surprisingly, Yi Li completely ignored Jiang Qingzhu's thrust, allowing the immense force concentrated at the spear's tip to pierce through his shoulder. Blood gushed out as he charged right in front of Jiang Qingzhu. What? Such a fierce style left Jiang Qingzhu momentarily dazed. You're. Yi Li's eyes glinted with cold light, and he directly threw a fist, heavily smashing into her face. Boom! In an instant, intense pain swept across her face. Jiang Qingzhu let out a cry, her spear slipping from her grasp, and she flew backward, crashing to the ground not far away. However, Yi Li remained as calm as water. At a time like this, how could she still be distracted? His show-off lines were nearly finished, and anyone unaware might think she was equipped with a system. At this moment, Jiang Qingzhu saw stars, struggling to lift her head, but suddenly her eyes widened. She saw that the boy in white was stained with blood, calmly pulling the spear out of his shoulder, his brow slightly furrowed from the pain, but quickly restoring his calmness. Then, the injury on his shoulder, bleeding profusely, suddenly revealed numerous nerve blood vessels, healing before her eyes in the blink of an eye. What kind of ability is this? Jiang Qingzhu's eyes were filled with disbelief. Your spear skills are as bad as a pile of trash, your reaction speed is as slow as an old person's, your mind is as simple as a sheltered young lady who doesn't understand the ways of the world, yet you still think you've already lost, feeling so good about yourself. The golden light in the boy's eyes gradually retracted, finally returning to a deep ink color. Then he slowly walked in front of Jiang Qingzhu, raised his distinctly jointed hand, and slapped down without any courtesy, heavily striking Jiang Qingzhu's cold face. Bang! Just as the confusion in her mind hadn't yet settled, another immense force struck, making this genius girl from Linghai City roll her eyes back, her head uncontrollably smashing into the ground. It looks extremely tragic. In the last second of her fading consciousness, she heard the boy's calm inquiry. Jiang Qingzhu, what kind of genius are you? Damn it! A huge humiliation surged in her heart, and Jiang Qingzhu, pushed to her mental limit, fainted directly. Defeated and humiliated the genius girl Jiang Qingzhu from Linhai No. 1 High School, Evil Deeds plus 8,000. Chapter 18, Shocked Teachers and Students. On the first floor of the training building, in the guidance teacher's office. Teacher Wang, Yili is not someone who willingly backs down. If he acts impulsively and gets into a fight with Senior Jiang, it will be a problem. Yu Chanxian was anxious, telling the figure behind the wooden desk about the situation. Sitting in the chair behind the desk was a middle-aged man dressed as a teacher. He was Wang Yongfeng, the coach of the school team. His strength was just one step away from the third rank. His main job was to be responsible for the training plans of the team members and resource allocation. I understand. After listening to Yu Chanxian's report, Wang Yongfeng nodded slightly and quickly realized the seriousness of the problem. Jiang Qingzhu was the ace student of Linhai No. 1 High School, with enormous effort from the school and the Jiang family invested in her. While Yili was a genius martial artist he had only recently noticed and had yet to provide any substantial help. Both sides were important. If a fight broke out, Jiang Qingzhu might not be gravely harmed, but Yili would undoubtedly suffer some injuries. If things went wrong, serious injury was not impossible. This was not the outcome that Linhai No. 1 High School wanted. They were counting on Jiang Qingzhu and Yili to work together and achieve a good ranking in the exchange competition and martial arts exam to bring glory to the school. Thinking of this, Wang Yongfeng immediately stood up and asked in a deep voice. How long has he been gone? Not long, just 10 minutes. Yu Chanxian glanced at the clock on the wall and quickly replied. Very good, then they should not have fought yet. Saying this, Wang Yongfeng went out the door, calling out to her, hurry up, take me to see. Yu Chanxian was just about to nod in agreement. But suddenly, her phone in her pocket vibrated lightly, someone was calling her. Yu Chanxian picked it up and looked, then suddenly looked at Wang Yongfeng in shock, saying. Teacher, it's Yili calling me. Great. Wang Yongfeng visibly let out a sigh of relief, smiling, it should be nothing serious, you can answer it. Yu Chanxian nodded and answered the phone. You classmate. The calm voice of the boy came from the other end, do you have time now? I have time. Yu Chanxian quickly asked, how is the situation with Senior Jiang on your side? I was just about to tell you this. The voice seemed a bit hesitant, in short, we've reached a preliminary reconciliation. That's good. Yu Chanxian let out a sigh of relief. Then, a line from Yili raised her spirits again, but she has fainted now, and I need you to help me handle it. She fainted? Yu Chanxian exclaimed in surprise. Wang Yongfeng nearby was also startled, asking in a low voice, what happened? She passed out. The calm confirmation came from the other end of the phone. Senior Jiang. Yu Chanxian tried her best to calm down, covering the phone, and cautiously asked, how did she faint? I hit her. The voice on the phone stated this matter-of-factly, seeming a bit strange as to why Yu Chanxian would ask such a silly question. What? Yu Chanxian was shocked by these words, trembling all over, hardly believing it. What happened? Wang Yongfeng was startled by her reaction, unable to care about lowering his voice, and swiftly asked. Is there someone next to you? Yili asked, surprised. There is. Yu Chanxian took a deep breath, responding in the calmest tone possible, I am currently in the guidance teacher's office on the first floor, just bring Senior Jiang over. Okay. As soon as he finished speaking, Yili hung up the phone. What exactly happened? Seeing Yu Chanxian sitting in a daze on the chair, Wang Yongfeng felt anxious, asking urgently. How did a phone call turn out like this? Wang Yongfeng's heart was in turmoil. Immediately thinking of the worst outcome, did they fight? Yeah, they fought. Yuki Ankian slightly regained her senses, supporting her forehead, and straightforwardly admitted to the other party's worries. In her view, Jiang Qingzhu's strength far surpassed anyone in the school team. Even though Yi Li's strength was decent, there was a huge gap between him and Jiang Qingzhu. That's why she rushed over to ask the instructor for guidance. But now you suddenly tell me that you knocked out Senior Jiang? At this moment, Yuki Ankian's head was spinning, feeling that this world really turned a bit upside down. What? They really fought? Hearing this, Wang Yongfeng quickly walked up to her, anxious. What happened? Is Yi Li badly hurt? This kid, within just a few days, how could he be fighting everywhere, sparring, not afraid of his body not being able to take it? It's fine if he spars with Xin Lian and Lu Yangda, but how could he get into it with Zhang Girl? She usually doesn't hold back. Wang Yongfeng pounded his chest, clearly in great pain. With the exchange competition and martial arts exam coming up, Xin Lian and Lu Yangda's injuries weren't healed yet, and now Yi Li was hurt. How could he not feel heartbroken? The school team of Linhai No. 1 High School was about to turn into a disabled association. Sai, where is he now? Once his emotions calmed down a bit, Wang Yongfeng looked at Yuki Ankian and sighed. I still have a good healing herb over there, you give it to him later. Creak. Before he finished speaking, the office door was pushed open from the outside. A boy in white walked in, his shoulder had holes and was stained with blood, his expression calm as water, and he was holding someone in his arms. Seeing Yi Li, Wang Yongfeng was first stunned, then instinctively stood up, his gaze falling on the person in the boy's arms. In the next second, his pupils shrank suddenly. He only saw a cold-looking girl with a flushed, swollen face, tightly closing her eyes, lying painfully in Yi Li's arms. If it wasn't Jiang Qingzhu, who could it be? This. Wang Yongfeng's head buzzed, his mouth trembled, and after stammering for a long time, he couldn't speak a complete sentence. He could only turn to Yuki Ankian behind him, his eyes wide. What's going on? As you can see, Teacher Wang. Yuki Ankian also found it hard to believe, saying with difficulty, Senior Jiang was knocked out by Yi Li and now needs a place to heal. Wang Yongfeng's body stiffened, little by little looking again at the boy in white at the door. Hello, teacher. Yi Li politely nodded to him, then looked at Yuki Ankian. Where to put her? The hospital, it's not far from the school, follow me. Yuki Ankian moved her legs that seemed to be filled with lead and numbly walked out of the office. Yi Li followed closely behind and left the office. Only Wang Yongfeng stood there, dazed and still. Tick-tock. Tick-tock. The sound of the wall clock swinging at this moment seemed to thunder in his ears, making his heart continuously jump. That was Jiang Qingzhu, the most talented martial arts student at Linhai No. 1 High School in nearly 20 years. Her personality was cold and serious. In the past, let alone being touched, even ordinary martial arts students rarely exchanged a few words with her. She was the type who, even if exhausted from training, would bite her teeth and return to the training room. But now she had lost consciousness, her face swollen, lying in the other's arms, clearly suffering from a serious blow to the head. A martial artist, being struck so at their weak point in battle, signifies a loss already. This means that this boy, who just entered the school team for only 2 days, defeated the genius they regarded as their ace. How could Wang Yongfeng believe this? Yi Li. Muttering this name, Wang Yongfeng's breathing grew heavy, and his heart raced. In the past 3 years, the other party had been unknown, but one day revealed his sharpness and directly challenged the Linhai No. 1 High School team. This composure was frightening, this talent was ridiculously outstanding. A genius, undoubtedly a genius. Ha ha ha. Wang Yongfeng sat down heavily on the sofa. With one hand on his forehead, he suddenly burst out laughing. Yi Li, you brat, you're simply a damn monster. With such a freak on our side, what can the other schools do? The exchange match is secured. The martial arts exam is also secured. Chapter 19, Embarrassed Jiang Qingzhu. First People's Hospital of Linhai. In the clean and tidy ward, the smell of disinfectant fills the air. Unlike in the previous life. Some powerful warriors, with bodily strength far exceeding ordinary people, once injured, ordinary doctors cannot even cut their skin with medical scalpels, let alone perform sutures. Therefore, among the top doctors in the city hospital, many possess healing talents. By Jiang Qingzhu's bedside, a female doctor in a white coat is using her healing abilities to treat the wounds on her face. Yi Li sits on a chair not far away, arms crossed, calling up his panel. Current evil value, 12,700 points. The original surplus, along with the 8,200 points gained from battling Jiang Qingzhu, allowed Yi Li's savings to successfully break through the 10,000-point barrier. Since his crossing over, it is the first time he has possessed 5-digit evil value. Once he gets the appropriate breathing technique, he can earn points fiercely. The battle with Jiang Qingzhu made Yi Li feel the pressure brought by an enemy for the first time. A second-tier warrior with a breathing method is vastly different from any previous opponent. Yi Li's perfected boxing technique, along with his punch power far exceeding that of warriors of the same level, could not quickly break through Jiang Qingzhu's spear defense. As nearly 70% of the true energy within him has been expended, the opponent's face still shows no signs of exhaustion. This is mostly due to the opponent's breathing technique, which continuously restores true energy. Jiang Qingzhu's control over her breathing technique is definitely not high. After all, the legendary S-class breathing method surely does more than just restore true energy faster. But even so, she possesses an endurance far surpassing Yi Li. This is the importance of the breathing technique. If it weren't for relying on the Tiangang step and SSS level martial arts talent to first disrupt Jiang Qingzhu's true energy flow and then seize her moment of distraction, this clash would definitely have been much more difficult for Yi Li to win. He wouldn't lose. After all, indestructible golden soul is indeed a bit of a cheat. As long as the gap in tier isn't too large, he can rely on mutual injuries to survive on the opponent. One should know that Jiang Qingzhu's strength is only at the top tier of the winning province, not unique. There are at least 10 others in the whole winning province that are of similar or even greater strength than her. If these 10 or so people were to surround him during the martial arts exam, then considering Yi Li's current configuration, even if he claimed running away is a specialty of mine, it would likely be quite difficult to break through, let alone win successfully. Although the probability of being surrounded is low for ordinary people, according to his system's logic, if he wants to earn more evil value, he must prepare for being attacked in advance. In addition to the necessary breathing technique, offensive martial skills must also be prepared. Yi Li silently exhaled, quietly calculating in his heart. He could already feel the exhaustion of the flowing water fist. It's fine for finishing off, but it seriously lacks for offense. Yi Li. At that moment, Yu Chanxian beside him suddenly spoke. I really didn't expect you could win against Sister Jiang. Her tone filled with strong astonishment. Yi Li raised an eyebrow. Not bad, she's pretty weak. Though it was indeed a bit stressful, an elder from his hometown once said something great. Underestimate the enemy strategically, but take them seriously tactically. As long as he can earn evil value, even an ancient deity would dare to mock in front of him. You really are. Hearing this, Yu Chanxian finally showed a familiar smile, but her gaze was as if drawn in by a magnet, stuck tightly to the tranquil-faced Yi Li. Her eyes sparkled with strange light, as if she had discovered some delightful treasure in the boy. Only you would dare to say such a thing. No one among the martial science students in Linhai City would ever say this. Yu Chanxian chuckled softly. Yi Li let out a light laugh, neither affirming nor denying. At this moment, the female doctor treating Jiang Qingzhu finished her work and quietly sighed in relief after the examination. There's nothing serious, just a little concussion. She stood up and said to Yi Li, who was sitting in the chair, the swelling in her face has been resolved, now we just need to wait for her to wake up before she can be discharged. Thank you. Yi Li said politely. Yu Chanxian also stood up to thank the doctor. Once the doctor left, Yi Li stood up as well. Aren't you going to wait for Sister Jiang to wake up before leaving? Yu Chanxian asked curiously. It doesn't matter to me whether she wakes up or not. Yi Li waved his hand and walked toward the door, saying, being both incompetent and pretentious, my involvement this time can be considered as doing a good deed. Language sarcasm, Jiang Qingzhu's evil value plus 100. Ha? Awake? Hearing the prompt, Yi Li's eyes brightened, and his steps to leave halted. What's wrong? Yu Chanxian looked at him in confusion. The words aren't finished. Yi Li cleared his throat and, with a smirk, looked at the unconscious girl on the bed, saying, as the captain of the school team, to be a hands-off manager, allowing bad people to form small groups, resulting in the whole team's atmosphere being polluted, that's just the start. And to adopt a superior stance because of some baseless rumors, forcing the new members to behave obediently in the future. What, do the new members deserve to be bullied by their little groups? Do I not have the right to fight back? Let me be clear. A self-righteous, unaware young lady like you, getting a good beating will make you behave. I hope next time we meet, you can put away that high and mighty attitude, useless. After saying this, Yi Li turned and walked away, ignoring Yu Chanxian's astonished gaze. On the hospital bed, Jiang Qingzhu's delicate hand slowly tightened, her silver teeth clenched. A nameless fire ignited in her heart, but she couldn't find a reason to refute him. Every word from Yi Li felt like a knife, stabbing deep into her heart that sought to avoid the world. The implication was clear. Either don't care or keep caring. You didn't care before I came, but now you adopt the captain's pose? If that's the case, I will deal with you together. The girl hated bullies, but what she did today was no different from those she despised. At most, it was just slightly more decent in form. Thinking of this, a deep sense of shame surged within Jiang Qingzhu. Sorry. She murmured in a voice only she could hear. An unprecedented feeling of shame and humiliation overwhelmed her, making the genius girl from Linhai City feel tortured. Successfully broken Jiang Qingzhu's defenses with words, evil value plus 500. After a moment, Jiang Qingzhu sat up, taking a deep breath. Although she had done something wrong, there was still a chance to make it right. Her clear eyes gradually brightened. Seeing Jiang Qingzhu sit up, Yu Chanqian looked over in surprise and asked, "Sister, you're awake?" Jiang Qingzhu nodded and then got out of bed. Her pair of delicate feet slipped into socks and then into shoes. Yu Chanqian hurried forward and tentatively asked, "You just woke up, don't you want to rest a little longer?" "No need." "Then where are you going?" Seeing Jiang Qingzhu getting ready to walk out, Yu Chanqian quickly called out, "To apologize." Jiang Qingzhu said firmly, and her figure quickly disappeared from the door. To apologize? Who to apologize to? Countless question marks floated in Yu Chanqian's mind. But soon, Jiang Qingzhu's figure appeared again at the door of the ward. Looking at the puzzled Yu Chanqian, she asked coolly, "Which floor is Yi Li's training room on?" The light in his eyes suddenly froze. Chapter 20, The Dragon Roars Through the Mountains. Time passed quickly, and soon it was night. In the training building on the third floor of Lehigh No. 1 High School. Returning to his room, Yi Li subconsciously sighed in relief. He had begun to consider this training room as his own home. So, what should I upgrade first? Yi Li sat in his chair, called up the panel, and fell into thought. Name, Yi Li. Current level, second stage, first layer, 10%. Current martial arts. Flowing fist technique, perfect. Piercing cloud spear technique, perfect. Skygang virtual step technique, perfect. Current talent, SSS level. Indestructible golden soul LV1, can be upgraded. Talent ability, gun martial body. In addition, on his way back, Yi Li had stopped by the library, spending 200,000 Hansha coins to buy a second stage fist technique. Its name was Dragon Roars Through the Mountains, a powerful fist technique among the second stage martial arts. After casually flipping through it, relevant descriptions instantly appeared on the panel. Second stage. Dragon Roars Through the Mountains, not learned, can allocate points. Currently, he didn't have a suitable breathing method, so he was not in a hurry to allocate points for his cultivation. After all, after finding a suitable breathing method, there might be acceleration buffs when allocating points. For now, it was better to focus on martial arts and martial talent. Yi Li had always paid attention to the can be upgraded note behind Indestructible Golden Soul. LV1 Indestructible Golden Soul could instantly heal the piercing wound on his shoulder without consuming much stamina, making him a blood cow among blood cows. If he upgraded it to LV10, couldn't he be reborn from blood and become immortal? A slight heat rose within Yi Li's heart. However, he didn't have experience in allocating points for the SSS level martial talent, so he truly wasn't sure how much evil value it would cost. It was possible that spending over 10,000 evil points might yield no results at all. So, he decided to fully upgrade the relatively inexpensive Dragon Roars Through the Mountains first, then consider upgrading Indestructible Golden Soul. Everything should be done step by step, and allocating points is no exception. Yi Li chuckled softly, and with a thought, a vast amount of evil value surged towards Dragon Roars Through the Mountains on the panel. Ding! Consuming evil value, beginning to enhance second stage martial technique, Dragon Roars Through the Mountains. With the study of the Skygang virtual step technique, the difficulty of practicing such a less refined fist technique has decreased significantly in your eyes. Gain buff, training speed plus 20%. As expected, no evil value was wasted. Yi Li looked at the panel with satisfaction. It was worth the large amount of evil value he had spent to max out the incomplete Skygang virtual step technique. Currently accelerating training. After consuming 200 points of evil value, you finally found the key to this fist technique. As long as you compress your muscles when you throw a punch and release them the moment they hit the enemy, not only will it increase the power of the punch, but it also has a stunning effect, which is the reason for the name Roars. Dragon Roars Through the Mountains successfully learned. This domineering and fierce martial technique reminds you of the widely known 8 Extremes fist from your previous life. You have combined the philosophies of both, slightly improving this fist technique. Gain buff, training speed increased by 30%, evil value consumption decreased by 10%. After consuming 800 points of evil value, you have finally mastered the techniques of the roaring punch, allowing you to freely control the timing and degree of muscle compression, thus determining the punch's power. Dragon Roars Through the Mountains great success. After consuming 1000 points of evil value, you are thoroughly familiar with this martial technique. Even the creator of the technique would not dare say they understand it better than you. Dragon Roars Through the Mountains perfected. The martial technique he had obtained half an hour ago was fully maxed out in less than 5 minutes. This is the power of the system's point allocation, truly adding and adding. Yi Li silently exhaled, raising his long slender palm, continuously stretching and tightening, feeling the muscles engaged by this action. Martial techniques like Dragon Roars Through the Mountains, which emphasize power application techniques, have greatly enhanced his control over his body. He turned off the panel. standing in front of the familiar punching power testing machine. Looking at the huge sandbag used for testing. Yilisong sank his shoulders and elbows, his center of gravity dropping, slowly clenching his fist, the muscles in his upper arm gradually tensing and compressing, revealing terrifying lines like long snakes, formidable power brewing within. In the next second, Yili's right arm suddenly shot out, directly breaking through the air, the terrifying momentum like a cannonball being fired. The moment his fist made contact with the sandbag, all the muscles in his upper arm expanded, instantly erupting with a terrifying power enough to shake huge rocks. Bang! With a heavy muffled sound, the giant sandbag flew high into the air, heavily smashing against the backboard, shaking the entire machine violently. Immediately, the large screen displayed an astonishing number. Punching power 2,100 kilograms. A typical second-tier level 1 warrior, even if he broke his arm, would at most only reach 1,200 kilograms of punching power. 2,100 kilograms directly exceeded this limit number by almost double. If assisted by a high-level breathing technique, it could easily break through the 3,000 kilogram barrier. And what is even harder to deal with than this terrifying force is the indescribable sense of shock wrapped around the fist. If countered head-on, 3 or 2 punches might be manageable, but if it reached 7 or 8 punches, it would definitely cause the blood to surge and stars to dance before the eyes. Even if one could bear the immense strength in the fist, it would undoubtedly be unbearable. From this perspective, the Dragon Quake also has some penetrating effects. Yili retracted his palm and moved his wrist. Breaking through the second tier, my punching power has also increased quite a bit. But this Dragon Quake really consumes a lot of stamina. According to my current body strength, I can at most unleash about 10 punches. Yili looked at the consumption within his body, feeling the swelling in his muscles gradually subside, and returned to his chair. Current evil value, 12200. It must be said that compared to the more than 3,000 points of the Heavenly Gang Void Step, the Dragon Quake, which requires only 1,000 points to be perfected, is really economical. This is reasonable. After all, the former not only has a severely incomplete text but also has a much better quality than the Dragon Quake. If the Heavenly Gang Void Step is S-class among second-tier martial arts, then the Dragon Quake is at the B-class level. However, as the saying goes, you get what you pay for. Despite the significant price difference, the versatility of the former is much stronger than that of the latter. He would rather the Dragon Quake consumed a bit more evil value. Yili shook his head and summoned the panel. These martial skills are ultimately temporary techniques. When it comes to long-term investment, one should still focus on martial arts talent. Current talent, SSS level. Immortal Golden Soul LV1, upgradable. The grade is set here, it just depends on whether you dare to place the bet. Taking a deep breath, Yili cracked his knuckles. Next, it's time to start filling this bottomless pit. Chapter 21, Golden Soul Revival, Girl Comes Knocking. As Yili's thoughts moved, tens of thousands of evil points rushed into the system panel. Ding! Detected host's second-time gamble, unlocking special title, Golden Spirit. Golden Spirit enhances mental power, granting immunity to mental attacks below Tier 3. Immunity to mental attacks below Tier 3? It is said that there are many warriors in the martial exam who have awakened mental talents and like to hide in corners of the testing site. When other martial science students let their guard down, they suddenly launch a mental attack to defeat them. If those seed players are the mudslides in the martial exam, then these disgusting underhanded players are the poisonous bees lurking in the dark. They suddenly come out and knock you down. With this title, there is no need to worry about this type of underhanded player anymore. A surprising gain. Yili nodded slightly, his eyes fixed on the continuously emerging text on the luminous screen. Developing martial arts talent is a headache for the vast majority of warriors. This thing is not like martial skills, which there are many seniors who can guide. As long as the tricks are mastered, one can progress rapidly in cultivation. Martial talent comes in various forms, mysterious and profound. Even if there are powerful martial artists with the same talent, they might not give good advice. Therefore, even those with A-level or even S-level martial talent must spend a lot of time and energy to develop their talent, thus awakening related abilities. Those with mediocre qualifications may find it hard to perfectly develop their martial talent even after exhausting their entire lives. However, system, fill it up for me. Yili, indifferent to all of this, poured in all the malicious points. Tens of thousands of malicious points. This is a high-stakes gamble, my friend. Ding! Consuming malicious points, beginning to upgrade indestructible golden soul. After consuming 1,000 malicious points, your nascent golden soul becomes more refined, transparent like the dawn breaking at the horizon, and its ability to repair the body has enhanced. Suddenly, a cool sensation surged in the center of Yili's brow, and his bones emitted a slight tingling sensation. This is a sign that the golden soul is becoming more refined. Text on the panel kept appearing. After consuming 5,000 malicious points, your golden soul reaches the limit that your body can withstand. You wisely stop refining the golden soul and begin to attempt to nourish your vitality. After consuming 8,000 malicious points, your golden soul successfully nourished your entire vitality, enhancing your body's strength, leading to the awakening of a new ability. Indestructible Golden Soul upgraded to LV2. New ability gained, Golden Soul Resurrection. Golden Soul Resurrection, the Golden Soul enters an active state, greatly enhancing its own vitality, increasing physical strength. Current malicious points, 4,200 points. Spent 8,000 malicious points. Finally upgraded this SSS level martial talent by 1 level. Mental strength increased significantly, and a new ability was added. Unlike the previous passive gun martial saint body, this time it seems to be an active skill. Golden Soul Resurrection. Yili hesitated for a moment and then decided to test its performance. He walked to the punching power testing machine, where a massive sandbag still held the imprint of his previous punch. Taking a deep breath, Yili closed his eyes, focused his mind, and activated the Golden Soul Resurrection state. In an instant, his entire vitality boiled, muscles bulging beneath his skin, and his aura suddenly became wild. Ha! Yili let out a gentle breath, opened his eyes, and a pair of blazing golden eyes appeared, sharp as if they could see through illusions. At the same time, a wisp of gold quietly emerged from the tips of his hair, radiating a strange brilliance. As the golden aura expanded, he seemed to be transforming towards a Super Saiyan. During this process, Yili's momentum was gradually escalating, resembling a ferocious beast awakening from ancient times, wild and terrifying. The mental strength boosted by the Golden Soul allowed Yili to quickly adapt to his surging power. He looked at the sandbag and then unleashed a punch with all his might. But this simple movement created an incredible wind pressure. The compressed air emitted a sharp explosive sound. Boom! The massive sandbag directly shattered a big hole, flying high, its stuffing bursting out in all directions, smashing through the rear barrier. Rumble! The entire training room shook slightly from the impact. The large screen above, just before going black, displayed a line of text. Punching power 6,500 kilograms. Compared to before, it had more than tripled. This is almost close to the punching power of a third-tier martial artist. The upgrade is pretty good. Yili looked in surprise at the extinguished large screen and his own fist. This Super Saiyan-like posture indeed brought about an extraordinary increase. At this moment, Yili felt his cells were all excited. Although the burden is a bit heavy, there is a feeling of I can do anything. If I meet Xin Lian again, I might be able to slap her into the wall, unable to get up. Is this the state of Golden Soul Revival? It really is powerful. It can be used as a trump card, and it's pretty good for a safety net. Although it obviously can't last too long, Yili also feels that many aspects of himself have been enhanced in this state, such as dynamic vision, reaction speed, hearing. At this moment, Yili raised an eyebrow. Someone is at the door? He heard a faint sound of footsteps getting closer, clearly coming to find him. But it's so late, who would come knocking? After thinking for a while, only Fong Ming and Yu Chanqian have some possibility. Soon, a series of knocking sounds came from outside the door. Knock knock knock. Yili exited the state of Golden Soul Revival, and his appearance quickly returned to normal. Only the dominating aura at his brow constantly represented the existence of this supernatural ability. Knock knock knock. The knocking continued, and Yili said, coming, and then stood up to walk towards the door. When he opened the door, a cool girl with long black hair and exquisite features appeared before him. Her cherry-colored lips were slightly pursed, and her crystal-clear eyes looked at Yili as if she had gathered all her courage. Jiang Chengju? Yili's brow furrowed slightly. He didn't expect her to come at this moment. Could it be that she was dissatisfied with the outcome of the battle just now and wanted to continue? Thinking of this, a gentle smile appeared on Yili's handsome face. A golden light flashed across his dark eyes. P.S. Writing is indeed hard. I sincerely ask for kind reviews from those who like it, to generate love. Thank you or two. Chapter 22 The Strongest Gunner. Yili already knew a bit about these small but somewhat talented martial artists. They thought they could easily handle him, but ended up being toppled in 2 or 3 moves, making them inevitably feel a bit unconvinced. To avoid this kind of situation, he never goes easy, aiming to crush their pride in one go, thus gaining a lot of evil value. He had done well in the past few times. Wang Ren, Xin Lian, and even Lu Yangda had all been beaten enough to lose the courage to find trouble again. Even if they still held resentment towards Yili, they no longer dared to show it openly. However, Jiang Qingju actually came knocking again not long after, which surprised Yili a bit. It seems this true martial arts genius really is different from those minor characters. Lost in thought, Yili calmly asked, "You need something?" The true energy within him flowed gently. Even though opening Golden Soul Revival earlier left him with only half of his true energy, Yili was absolutely confident he could take her down within 3 moves. I have something. Hearing this, Jiang Qingju took a deep breath, as if she had mustered great courage, and said seriously, I want to apologize to you first. Apologize? Yili raised an eyebrow, unsure what scheme she was playing at. Yes, I heard what you said in the hospital. Jiang Qingzhu lightly nodded, expressing regret. I indeed called you over with the thought of I can't delay my training too much, and I want to resolve this matter quickly. I have nothing to say about being defeated by you, I just hope you can accept my apology. She spoke these words very sincerely, so much so that even Yili couldn't see any sign of acting. Moreover, if it was acting, it would be too exaggerated. I see. Yili felt a bit disappointed, he thought she had come to cause trouble. But he still hadn't completely given up, and then casually said it. However, if classmate Jiang really wants to sincerely apologize, kneeling is the least you can do, don't you know such things? Kneeling? A puzzled expression appeared on Jiang Qingzhu's cool face. What is that? Forget it. Yili sighed, since she came to apologize and her attitude was relatively sincere. He was too lazy to ask for anything more. To him, forcing someone who wouldn't change like that to do such things was interesting, like Xinlian. Evil people need to be tempered by evil. Someone like Jiang Qingzhu, who was eager to admit her mistakes, could be given a chance. Thinking this, Yili waved his hand and said impatiently, I reluctantly accept your apology, please leave. Wait a moment. Seeing the other party about to close the door, Jiang Qingzhu hurriedly spoke up. At the same time, she instinctively reached out her hand to block the closing door. But at the moment of contact, she felt an overwhelming force that she couldn't resist. Her outstretched hand was pushed back without even a bit of delay. Then, the door slammed shut. Bang! Letting the pure-hearted young lady of the Jiang family face a closed door, evil points plus 200. Jiang Qingzhu stared blankly at the closed door in front of her, then looked at her slender palm. Based on the collision earlier that afternoon, the other person's strength should be similar to hers. But what was this overwhelming force? Just as she was puzzled. Creak! The door in front of her opened again, and Yili looked at her with impatience, asking, What else do you need? Without time to think about the cause of the overwhelming force, Jiang Qingzhu hurriedly said, I have something to trouble you with. Speak. Did you say this afternoon that my marksmanship is like a pile of defense? The girl asked seriously. Yili suddenly became interested. From the way she asked, was she done apologizing and ready to start finding trouble? Alright, she's learned the principle of courtesy before aggression. Yili nodded immediately, chuckling, I said that, so what? Jiang Qingzhu nodded and then listed in detail. You also said my reflexes are as slow as an old person, feeling good about myself. That's right, so what? Then please teach me. In Yili's slightly astonished gaze, Jiang Qingzhu raised her small face and said seriously, as long as my marksmanship can improve, I am willing to do anything. Teach you marksmanship? After a brief shock, Yili frowned and replied without hesitation, I refuse. He was joking, he himself was struggling to find a suitable breathing method. Moreover, the money he had was particularly not easy to spend, he couldn't even afford to buy some training resources or several high-quality new martial arts techniques. Yili even started considering whether to leave the city and venture into the secret realm to hunt monsters to earn money. At this time, to ask him to teach a young lady marksmanship? Don't even think about it. Furthermore, I also don't teach others. Yili shook his head and said, find someone else. Saying this, he prepared to close the door again. Seeing this, Jiang Qingzhu hurriedly said, I can teach you everything I know in exchange for anything. The door that was closing suddenly stalled, and Yili's surprised gaze came, asking for confirmation. Anything? If he remembered correctly, any S-level breathing method was worth over 5 million Hanxia coins. And they were even at a price with no market. Basically, they could only be learned by direct disciples of major sects or the direct descendants of certain families. To casually teach them to outsiders? At least Yili had never heard of such a thing. So, it was really hard for him to believe that someone could be this naive. In comparison, the probability of her trying to fool him was much greater. Yes. As if seeing hope, Jiang Qingzhu's clear eyes brightened slightly, and then she said in a rush. You just entered the second tier and haven't practiced the breathing method yet, I can teach you my dust fog frost snow. This is the S-level breathing method passed down through generations in our Jiang family, it will definitely help you. I also know 3 or 4 second-tier martial arts of precious quality, and I've also just begun learning a third-tier martial art. If you wait a bit longer, I can teach you all of these. After saying this, Jiang Qingzhu looked at Yili, who had fallen into silence, feeling a bit anxious. This matter couldn't blame her for being anxious. Jiang Qingzhu knew very well that her strength had been stuck at a bottleneck for a long time. Although there is some talent in martial arts talent and breathing techniques, resulting in a martial arts level far exceeding most peers, her mastery of martial skills can only be described as a mess. Several precious second-tier martial skills linger at the level of proficiency, but always fail to reach the level of mastery known as great success. However, the elders in the Jiang family who trained in these martial skills are all working on the front lines to fend off ferocious beasts, leaving no time to teach her. Seeing that the martial arts examination is getting closer, it is a lie to say Jiang Qingzhu is not anxious in her heart. That is why she trains hard every day, almost ignoring the affairs of the school team, just to make a breakthrough in martial skills. Unfortunately, the results are minimal. At this rate, once she encounters an opponent with a similar martial arts level and talent, it will be easy for her to fall into a disadvantage. Jiang Qingju is well aware of this and continues to look for solutions. Among the people she knows, Yili is the only one who scolds her for her terrible marksmanship. Moreover, relying only on a severely damaged text, he could cultivate the Skygang Void step to what appears to be perfection. Therefore, even if the possibility is almost negligible, Jiang Qingju still wants to give it a try. Looking at the boy dressed in white, she lightly bit her lip and mustered the courage to ask. "See, can we do this?" In such a state, it is truly hard to see any possibility of lying. Confirming this, finally, in the eyes full of hope from this young lady of the Jiang family, Yili took a deep breath and finally gave his answer. "Anything is possible? Anything is possible. Then I will definitely train you to be the strongest gunner in the whole school." Chapter 23, Rare Treasure. Riding the Wind and Soaring Dragon Technique. Although there is a notion of second-tier martial skills and breathing techniques, it is not limited to second-tier warriors. Before warriors reach the fourth tier and unlock the secret treasures of the human body, breathing techniques can play an important role in combat, training, and many other aspects. And high-level breathing techniques can continue to provide significant help to warriors in all aspects even after they reach the fourth tier. S-tier breathing technique, Red Gangflame Martial, latest transaction price 8 million Hansha coins. S-tier breathing technique, Endless Vitality, latest transaction price 8.5 million Hansha coins. On the wooden chair, Yili looked at the prices displayed on his phone, his eyes twitching slightly. Clearly, before this, his understanding of the price of S-tier breathing techniques was still too limited. He initially thought it would be at most something worth 5 million Hansha coins, yet the search results turned out to be so expensive. One can only say that poverty limits Yili's imagination. But when he thought that this breathing technique could benefit a family or sect continuously, making it more likely to cultivate outstanding younger generations, this price seems reasonable. Fortunately, he had agreed in advance. Otherwise, if someone else took this opportunity, it would truly be worse than killing me. Yili closed his phone and looked up at Jiang Qingju, who was closing the door, softly asking, "What do you want to learn?" "Marksmanship." Jiang Qingju turned around, her small mouth moving lightly. "My marksmanship is terrible. Actually, it's just at a generally terrible level." Thinking about the support the other party could offer him, Yili's tone was rarely a bit gentler. In fact, during the afternoon battle, whenever Jiang Qingju tried to perform martial skills, he could see the flaws and directly interrupted her casting. Among this, although there is credit for filling up the Breaking Cloud Spear skill, Breaking Cloud Spear skill is, after all, just a below-average second-tier martial skill, and even if filled up, it is still just that. More importantly, he valued Yili's gun martial sacred body. Greatly enhances the ability to use firearms and sticks, with a 500% increase in the training speed of gun and stick martial skills. Just looking at the description is a bit scary. And looking at the performance is even more frightening. At this moment, even looking across the entire Ring province, among the same tier, Yili's marksmanship is definitely the strongest without a doubt. After all, recalling the myths of the past life, there were two great figures with indestructible golden souls. One was the great sage, who could still show off and display his power even surrounded by the 24 righteous gods of the Thunder Department. The other was the god of war from the heavenly court, who could split mountains to save his mother, with a considerable level of strength, known for listening to adjustments but not proclamations, Yang's second son. Both were masters of this type of weapon, reaching the peak of their craft. Since Yili shared the same golden soul as them and awakened such a level of gifted abilities, it was somewhat acceptable. "First, show me the gun techniques you use the most." Yili extended his hand towards Jiang Qingju and said calmly, "I'll see how to teach you." Since the terms had been agreed upon, he felt no more reservations in his heart. "Okay." Upon hearing this, Jiang Qingju felt no discomfort and nodded obediently. "This Flying Dragon Riding Wind Classic is the gun technique I use most frequently now. It's just that I'm still new to it, and I'm a bit awkward in using it. Just like this afternoon, I couldn't even perform it at all." As she spoke, she took out a book from the ring on her hand and obediently handed it to Yili. "Should I go back first and come to find you tomorrow?" Jiang Qingju blinked her eyes, looking at the skill she had spent half a year barely mastering, and sensibly said, "The martial arts exam is still some time away. I'm not particularly anxious." "The martial arts exam is still a month away, but the exchange competition is just a few days away, isn't it?" Yili casually said while flipping through the book in his hands. "You stay here for a bit, I'll just take a look." "No rush." As he spoke, the corners of his mouth slightly lifted. Seeing the words appearing on the panel, his mood began to brighten. Grade 3 Martial Arts. Flying Dragon Riding Wind Classic, Rare. No wonder she is the young lady of the Jiang family, the skill she often uses is really impressive. This martial skill is truly hard to learn. Zhang Qingju's expression was somewhat complicated as she gently advised, I took a long time to learn it back then. Even if your talent is much stronger than mine, it would be hard to see progress in a short time. Among the opponents in this exchange competition, apart from that Tang Yao from the Sword Pavilion, the others aren't very strong. Even if my martial skill hasn't improved temporarily, I can still win against them. Practicing martial arts takes time, skills like this cannot be rushed. Zhang Qingju cited her father's famous saying, trying to make the young man reconsider. But all she got was Yi Li frowning. You have two choices now. He looked up at Zhang Qingju and said calmly, wait outside, or keep quiet and stay here for a while. Which one do you choose? The second. Zhang Qingju lowered her head and quietly chose not to speak anymore. The air in the room fell into silence for a time. Shifting her gaze away from the serious profile of the young man, Zhang Qingju began to observe her surroundings. The facilities in the room were uniform for everyone, with differences in the additional equipment each had added. For instance, in Zhang Qingju's room, there was a high-cost spirit-gathering formation that was entirely different from ordinary team members. It not only accelerated the refinement of blood energy and cleansing of meridians significantly but also reduced the risk of going into madness and adjusted the suitable environmental temperature for the user. Yi Li's room, however, was much simpler in design. The only noticeable feature was that he seemed to have used the punching strength tester quite a lot, and, oh? When her gaze landed on the punching strength tester, Zhang Qingju froze, and even her pupils slightly constricted. What attracted her attention was not just the big hole in the testing sandbag. It was also the blood-red numbers reappearing on the large screen, which had disappeared before due to a malfunction. Punching strength 6,800 kilograms. Chapter 24, Zhang Qingju's shock, how is this possible? 6,800 kilograms? What does this concept mean? Zhang Qingju remembered that her limit punching strength was barely 2,000 kilograms. Even so, she had already far exceeded most second-tier fourfold martial artists, ranking first in the school, well, now second in the school. Ordinary martial artists who just entered the third tier. The ultimate punching power is 6,000 kilograms. This is enough to trap an ordinary martial artist for decades, or even a lifetime. Unexpectedly, a newly promoted second-tier martial artist, who hasn't even practiced breathing techniques, has achieved and exceeded this. Zhang Qingju couldn't help but think. If this 6,800 kilograms is Yi Li's ultimate punching power, then during the afternoon competition, he actually had the ability to find an opportunity and seriously injure himself with one punch. But in the end, he didn't do that, he merely gave her an insipid blow to the face. He only knocked her out. This can't even be called going easy, it's simply like letting the sea in. Zhang Qingju's heart was shaken, a sense of shame arose from the depths of her being. Yi Li showed such mercy, and she had confidently boasted with sayings like you can't win against me and it's over. It's simply too embarrassing. A true genius should be like Yi Li. Not only hiding their strength but also not letting the enemy know, making the other party mistakenly believe it was an evenly matched battle. If I hadn't brought my rifle today, I would have definitely sent you flying with one shot. Recalling Yi Li's words, Zhang Qingju pressed her red lips tightly together. What she thought was utter nonsense now seemed to actually be true. Winning against her, who held the silver dragon white gun, with bare hands, this kind of strength would definitely shine in this martial arts examination, it was a sure thing. And that ability to rapidly heal the body, although she didn't know the rank, it certainly wouldn't be lower than grade A. In summary, Yi Li's strength could already rank in the absolute top tier of the martial arts high schools in Ning province. The possibility of competing for the championship title was also quite high. Just as Zhang Qingju was shaken by the numbers on the punching power test machine, Yi Li's panel was continuously displaying text. Consume 1,000 points of evil value, begin to upgrade the third-level martial technique, Dragon Riding the Wind Classic. Your gun martial sank body is in effect, martial techniques that once seemed like heavenly scripts now appear rather simple to you. Gained buff, cultivation speed increased by 500%. It feels like a complex math problem has directly given you the answer, now you just need to copy the tedious answer. Accelerating cultivation. As evil value is consumed, your understanding of this precious martial technique deepens, beginning to grasp the meaning of dragon riding. The so-called dragon riding means, when performing the martial technique, the long spear can be wielded like a swimming dragon, swift and fierce, with the spear tip and body possessing immense destructive power, capable of easily tearing apart the defenses of the same level martial artist. Having understood this point, you begin to work hard in this area. Ding! Cultivation completed. Dragon Riding the Wind Classic, great achievement, 70%. Comment, the harvest from this cultivation is roughly equivalent to 2 decades of hard training. After 20 years of effort, I truly don't know who could stand against it. Remaining evil value, 3,400 points. Just reaching great achievement in the Dragon Riding the Wind Classic after 20 years of hard training? Yi Li's mouth twitched, and he did not choose to go all in. The proficiency of martial techniques is divided into 5 stages: beginner, skilled, proficient, great achievement, and perfection. From the looks of this speed, in less than 1,000 points of evil value, he could reach perfection in this dragon riding the wind classic. He vaguely remembered that a previous second-tier precious martial technique had cost him 3,000 points of evil value, but now this higher-tier precious martial technique only cost 1,000 points to reach great achievement. This is partly due to the enhancement of the gun martial saint body, but Yili felt it was also closely related to his persistence and effort. An experienced martial artist and a young martial artist just starting out, even if both had the same talent when young, the speed of grasping a martial technique would differ. The former would definitely be much faster than the latter. I've finished reading. Yili looked at the lost Jiang Qingzhu and handed her the classic, saying, "Now I will start teaching you. Are you ready? So soon?" Jiang Qingzhu came back to her senses and asked in surprise. She then stood up. "Shall I demonstrate it for you now?" She thought Yili only wanted a simple overview to assess her proficiency level. There's no need to go through that trouble. Yili stood up as well, walked to the corner of the room, and took down a dark, large spear. He turned to Jiang Qingzhu and said calmly, "You just need to perform the dragon soaring, wind riding technique and attack me. Training through combat is always the quickest way to improve. Of course, with some exceptions." Attack me? Jiang Qingzhu was taken aback. How was he going to guide her breakthrough? Was he going to point out the weaknesses in her martial arts? Confused as she was, after seeing Yili nodding in confirmation, she quickly brushed her hand over the ring and summoned a long spear that was entirely snow-white. It still infused her aura, enhancing her momentum. She had found this spear intriguing last time, and seeing it the second time only confirmed that impression. Yili looked at the silver-white spear and nodded slightly. Silver Dragon White Spear, a top-tier treasure of the second rank. Noticing Yili's gaze lingering on her weapon, Jiang Qingzhu replied coldly, "It can enhance my coldness and boost the power of my martial arts." "Come on." Yili lowered his chin and lifted the long spear. His gaze was steady as he looked at her. Jiang Qingzhu nodded and took a deep breath. Using her breathing technique, her true energy began to surge within her body. In the next second, her figure vanished from the spot. Serious now, her speed was even faster than when they fought earlier that afternoon. When she reappeared, Jiang Qingzhu was less than 3 feet away from Yili. The 7-foot white spear, like a dragon leaping from the sea, struck fiercely towards Yili's center. The sharp spearhead radiated a white light, piercing through the air, unstoppable. Yili's dark eyes lowered. Jiang Qingzhu's dragon soaring, wind riding technique seemed to be at a proficient level, and the spear tip already had a white glow indicating it could pierce armor. Among her peers, this level of skill was quite exceptional. However, after reaching the peak of the dragon soaring, wind riding technique, Jiang Qingzhu's attack route appeared too obvious to him. Surging true energy flowed rapidly through Yili's body, following the meridians opened by the dragon soaring, wind riding technique. Buzz! Accompanied by a sharp gunshot sound, a phantom of a dragon suddenly materialized around Yili's dark spear. At that moment, Jiang Qingzhu's spear tip was already at hand. Yili slightly stepped aside, avoiding her spear tip with a micro-movement. He lifted his right hand holding the spear and suddenly exerted force, casually swinging it toward Jiang Qingzhu's body. The entire action flowed smoothly, with no sense of delay. At the moment the dark spear danced, the air emitted a tearing sound, and the phantom dragon scales flickered in and out of view. This is... Seeing the strange sight on the spear, Jiang Qingzhu's eyes were filled with intense shock. This phantom was exactly what she had been dreaming of. This was the phenomenon that would only appear when the dragon soaring, wind riding technique was perfected. How could this be possible? From when he acquired the dragon soaring, wind riding technique to now, it had been no more than 10 minutes. Chapter 25, Rapid Progress. Jiang Qingzhu tightened her grip on the long spear, her hand trembling slightly, struggling to suppress her shock. She instinctively summoned her protective true energy. In an instant, the surging true energy exploded forth like a tidal wave. Then, Jiang Qingzhu let out a breath of icy air, and this true energy quickly coalesced into several hard, crystal-like barriers, standing firm before her. However, despite the layers of thick and solid ice barriers looking impenetrable, when facing the looming, fierce phantom dragon, they appeared fragile and weak, almost like paper, without any power of resistance. Crack! The piercing sound of ice shattering erupted continuously. In an instant, the long spear broke through Jiang Qingzhu's defense of true energy, the dark spear lightly flicking against her body. Boom! Yili slightly reduced his strength at the last moment, forcibly pulling back the dark long spear, with only a sharp gust of wind striking Jiang Qingzhu. Her neatly arranged clothes were torn apart, revealing large areas of her snow-white skin underneath. Jiang Qingzhu was sent flying more than 10 zhang before she steadied herself, calming her chaotic breaths. Even though she looked a bit disheveled, her eyes, clear as a winter spring, shone even brighter. From the deliberate display of the opponent's soaring dragon riding the wind technique, Jiang Qingzhu successfully recognized what she lacked. Holding the spear, Jiang Qingzhu stood silent, as if deep in thought. The air fell into silence for a moment. Yili planted the long spear in the ground, tilting his head to observe her, not interrupting. He had already displayed all the important points of this martial skill as much as possible. Whether she could grasp it depended on her talent. So that's how it is. After more than 10 seconds of quiet air, Jiang Qingzhu raised the long spear again, readying her stance. Buzz! This time, an illusory dragon scale emerged on her silver spear. I did it! Jiang Qingzhu lifted her head in delight, looking at Yili. I finally reached the proficient level described in the book. You are truly amazing. She felt as if she had picked up a great benefit, breaking through the bottleneck that had troubled her for months in a short time, something her elders could never do. Yili smiled but said nothing, his heart quietly shattering. Damn, it took me 20 years to reach the great accomplishment level of this martial skill. After just 2 moves, you tell me you have broken through? How long have you practiced this martial skill? Yili forced down the blood that was rising in his throat, seemingly casually asking. If it's not too short, then I can accept it. I started practicing as soon as I stepped into the 2nd tier. It's been almost half a year now. Jiang Qingzhu, feeling a bit ashamed, lowered her head and answered. After speaking, she lifted her head, a forced smile appearing on her cold little face. Before I met you, I always thought I was a genius. How ridiculous, as if you are not a genius now. If I had your talent, I would have already advanced to the 3rd tier. Yili adjusted his breath and calmly said, You are a genius, there's no need to doubt it. How can that be? Compared to you, I. Jiang Qingzhu's voice paused, and then an unprecedented sense of despondency emerged on her face. I am just a mere person molded by resources. Then you should practice well. Yili sighed, giving up on explaining. He then chuckled lightly. My hometown has a saying, a renowned teacher produces outstanding students. Since you say I'm a genius, now that I'm teaching you, if you don't achieve some results, don't blame me for scolding you. As long as he could break Jiang Qingzhu's defenses with a scolding, he would receive 500 evil points. Yili clearly remembered this. Okay. Hearing this, Jiang Qingzhu's eyes gradually brightened, a never-before-seen admiration appearing on her face. At first, she thought Yili was just a brash fighter. After getting to know him a little, she felt he was a sharp-tongued genius. And now, Jiang Qingzhu suddenly realized that the legendary figure with extraordinary talent who was willing to help others was right in front of her. So amazing, he is really so amazing. Yili, classmate. Jiang Qingzhu's delicate face was full of seriousness, smiling and saying, Please whip me hard in the future. I can't believe you can say something so shameful. Shameful, is it? Jiang Qingzhu looked at the large areas of her snow-white skin exposed, her blushing face asked. This was clearly the truth from her heart. Very shameful, please don't say it again. Yili silently exhaled, putting the long spear back in place, turning to look at Jiang Qingzhu whose eyes were bright. With a light laugh. So, let's stop for today. For the next 2 days, Jiang Qingzhu began to frequently travel between Yili's and her own training room. And Yili kept his promise. Whenever Jiang Qingzhu was a bit slow to understand or clumsy in her movements, he would immediately start his noisy scolding. You useless waste, even an elementary school student could understand this demonstration, and you actually say you can't grasp it? Jiang Qingzhu. My late grandmother could wield a spear better than you, what the hell are you hesitating about? Damn it, a talentless fool like you, staying in the high martial world will only waste spiritual rice. Under such careful guidance, Jiang Qingzhu dropped quite a few small pearls, and Yili also successfully acquired a lot of wickedness points. After maxing out the Riding the Wind and the Dragon Classic, there were still some points remaining on the panel. Current wickedness points, 7,200 points. Once Jiang Qingzhu provides a breathing method, his combat ability will rise to another level. And under Yili's teaching, Jiang Qingzhu's Riding the Wind and the Dragon Classic also advanced rapidly. From initially just stepping into mastery to advancing to the middle stage of mastery. According to Jiang Qingzhu's judgment, touching the realm of great mastery would only take at most another month. This was progress she had never imagined before. With Yili, a genius with monstrous skills in martial arts, helping her, it felt like being in the vast desert and receiving a compass to locate the south and north. No longer worried about direction, all she needed to do was move forward boldly in the direction he pointed out. It's worth mentioning that Jiang Qingzhu always entered neatly dressed but left in disarray. As a result, rumors spread in the school, and many classmates secretly speculated about the reasons. Among them were many bad rumors. Jiang Qingzhu didn't pay any attention to it. In her eyes, in the whole Linghai No. 1 high school, except for Yili, everyone else's opinions were irrelevant. Yili's reproaches sounded much more pleasant to her ears than their flattery and slander. Chapter 26, Pre-Competition Meeting. Training Building, Meeting Room. With less than 2 days until the exchange competition, the school's team advisor, Wang Yongfeng, called everyone in the team together. The purpose was to discuss strategies before the match. Yili sat next to the main seat, his eyes half closed. Not far away, Lu Yangda, Xin Lian, and a few others had exceptionally grim faces, as though covered by a layer of dark clouds. Their eyes frequently darted towards the boy, appearing very subtle and cautious, occasionally crossing with one another. But every time their gazes met, they seemed to reveal a deep fear, and that fear was aimed at the calm and handsome boy. Clearly, the experiences of the past week had given them a preliminary understanding of Yi Li's strength. Except for Jiang Qingzhu, no one else in the school team could match him. Sitting in her seat, Xin Lian bit her silver teeth and clenched her fists. She couldn't help but glance at Jiang Qingzhu, who sat beside her at the main seat, feeling somewhat annoyed. A couple of days ago, she had heard that Jiang Qingzhu had talked to Yi Li. She had initially hoped Jiang Qingzhu would take action against Yi Li for reporting her that day, thus achieving her goal of striking while the iron was hot. However, to her surprise, several days had passed, and Yi Li remained lively and energetic, showing no signs of being discouraged. This clearly showed that Jiang Qingzhu hadn't paid any mind to the rumors she spread. Damn Yi Li, who on earth can take care of him? Xin Lian felt extremely irritated inside. But she now had no courage to provoke Yi Li, so she could only give up for the moment. At this moment, Wang Yongfeng, who was in the main seat, stood up. The opponent in this exchange match is Qingshan Yizhong from Qingshan City. He first glanced at Yi Li and Jiang Qingzhu beside the main seat, then smiled and said, "You are all familiar with their team captain, named Tang Yao, who is not only the young master of the Qingshan Sword Pavilion but also a well-known young martial artist in Qingshan City. Martial arts level, 2nd stage, 6th rank. Taller than Jiang Yata by 2 levels, her martial arts talent is B-level True Self Sword Heart, which, as the name suggests, excels in swordsmanship. It is said that her personality is confident and proud. She is undoubtedly the backbone of Qingshan No. 1 High School. She can be considered our only truly tricky enemy on this trip." According to the lineup they provided, this Tang Yao is also set to appear as the final trump card. Wang Yongfeng's smile faded, and his words carried a hint of warning. However, after hearing his account, Yi Li's eyes lit up. There was no helping it, the thought of overpowering the confident and proud sword girl truly sparked his interest. Except for him, everyone else's expressions were serious. Seeing their reactions, Wang Yongfeng slightly nodded. A second-tier, 6th-level martial artist is already a relatively high-level student in the martial arts high school of Ying Province. Some substitutes in the martial arts university teams are often only at this level. However, Wang Yongfeng was not too worried. In his opinion, Yi Li and Jiang Qingzhu together would definitely be able to overpower this young master of the Sword Pavilion. Among the remaining 6 from Qingshan No. 1 High School, 4 are first tier, 7th level, 2 are first tier, 8th level, and 1 is at the peak of first tier. Even counting the demoted substitute, Xin Lian, their overall strength would still be significantly stronger. Unless something unexpected happened, it was basically a certain win situation. Fortunately, with the addition of Yi Li, what was originally an uphill battle instantly turned into a favorable one. This time, the winning side can officially receive 1 million Huansha coins, plus a blood chi pill as a reward. Wang Yongfeng leaned on the table, explaining. Substitutes will only receive 200,000 Huansha coins, without the blood chi pill. What did you say? Upon hearing this, Xin Lian immediately couldn't sit still, leaping up in anger and glaring at Wang Yongfeng, saying, "Substitutes only get 200,000 Huansha coins? Why? Are you treating us like beggars?" Her breakdown was very simple. It's important to know that she had just been forcefully stripped of her status as a formal team member by Yi Li. Initially, Xin Lian thought she was close to graduation, and losing this status didn't seem like a big deal, so she reluctantly accepted it in the end. But now, being suddenly told that she not only lost a full 80,000 Huansha coins but also had to forego a blood chi pill, which is valuable and has significant effects for first-tier martial artists. How could she not break down? Xin Lian's mood instantly plunged to rock bottom, recalling a series of heavy blows from Yi Li recently. A surge of deep grievance and anger flooded her heart. She had been in the school team for 2.5 years, always working hard and competing diligently. Even so, the total prize money she earned from all the competitions in those 2.5 years was not even this amount. And Yi Li, who had always been seen as her tool-like childhood friend, not only took away her team position but also physically hurt her boyfriend, and then transformed into a prized asset in the eyes of the school. Is classmate Xin Lian getting anxious? Facing Xin Lian's anger, Wang Yongfeng lightly pushed his glasses, patiently explaining. I haven't finished speaking yet. Please, go ahead. Xin Lian slightly calmed her emotions and sat back down. Wang Yongfeng cleared his throat, stating. Besides the rewards mentioned above, the student with the best performance in this exchange competition will also receive a precious item provided jointly by the 2 cities. After saying this, he looked at Xin Lian, smiling as he added, moreover, this reward has nothing to do with substitutes. At that moment, Xin Lian's defenses completely crumbled. Yili. She directly pushed her chair away, angrily looking at the boy not far away, and shouted earnestly. If you have any conscience at all, just return those 80,000 huanxia coins and the blood chi pill to me. No matter how one listened, her tone seemed to contain an aggressive meaning. Such a domineering posture left Lu Yangda and his little follower dumbfounded. This Xinlian, has she always been this brave? Does she not know Yili can kill her with one punch now? Yili opened his eyes, calmly looking at the other person, his expression neither sad nor happy. In just a few days, she had forgotten the lesson from last time. But this was also his fault, as he had been too gentle, allowing her to come out and speak so quickly. She even had the chance to get 200,000 huanxia coins. Are you mute? I'm talking to you. Ungrateful guy, I can't believe I was so good to you before. Xinlian seemed to regain her former boldness, saying more bravely, let me tell you, Yili, the school only values your talent now. If you didn't have this strength, do you think the school would let a notorious person join the team? As she spoke, tears welled up in her eyes, staring directly at Yili, looking extremely wronged. Jiang Qingzhu raised her eyes. She didn't care about her own reputation, but that didn't mean she didn't care about Yili's reputation. In her clear eyes, a faint ice blue light flickered, and the temperature around her began to drop. What nonsense are you talking? Upon hearing this, Wang Yongfeng frowned. Xinlian, don't say things that are baseless. He could not tolerate anyone stirring up trouble between Yili and the school. The youth's potential was terrifying, and the school's higher-ups were trying every means to make him feel a sense of belonging to Linhai No. 1 High School. That damn Xinlian jumped out to create chaos. Wang Yongfeng felt a surge of anger rising within him. If it weren't for the fact that Xinlian was still a substitute on the team, he would have wanted to throw her out directly. What? Am I wrong? Xinlian glared at Yili, her fear of him long gone. She sneered, now the whole school knows that Yili is a reckless bully, harassing classmates. I'm even helping to promote his brave deeds in the team. Yili, you are just a rat that everyone wants to hit in Linhai No. 1 High School. At that moment, Xinlian suddenly saw a glint of fierceness flash in Yili's black eyes, just like finding the rat that constantly stirred up trouble in the rice jar. There was no pity in his eyes, only pure killing intent. In the next second, the young man chuckled. At the same time, his entire aura suddenly changed, and a familiar sense of pressure instantly descended upon Xinlian's heart. The air in the meeting room became oppressive. Xinlian immediately realized her overconfidence. Her entire being fell into an ice hole, a thin layer of cold sweat seeping from her smooth and delicate back. As the owner of those black eyes slowly stood up, Xinlian's heart, which had been relatively calm, began to race wildly. Chapter 27, Buddy, do you know what my strength is? Dare to threaten me with rumors? Yili, don't go too far. After more than 10 years of interaction, Xinlian had formed a habit, and at this critical moment, she subconsciously wanted to threaten him. But soon, she realized that she had nothing to threaten him with. No, there was still something. Xinlian suddenly remembered from the novel she had read that even if the female lead had low strength, she could still use slander to make the powerful senior sister speechless, leading to a tragic end. As long as she utilized the rules well, she could surely make Yili hesitate to act rashly. Yili, don't forget your reputation at school. If you dare to touch me, you can forget about ever clearing your name. While retreating, Xinlian calmly shouted. Sure enough, upon hearing her words, Yili immediately stopped in his tracks. A hint of confusion showed on his handsome face. It might work. Seeing this situation, Xinlian's heart raced faster, constantly reassuring herself. Don't panic, this is in the conference room. All around are members of the school team, even the coach is watching. As long as Yili dares to make a move, the rumors of him bullying classmates in school will be confirmed. No matter how talented he is, the school will reconsider his team qualifications. He can really do it. As long as he holds the moral high ground, Yili definitely won't dare to strike at me. If you apologize now. Xinlian just wanted to say something when her eyes suddenly widened. In her line of sight, Yili's figure instantly disappeared from the spot. Almost at the same time, Xinlian felt a hand gently pressing on her chest. The breath of death rushed toward her. Suddenly, a dull crash resonated throughout the conference room. Boom! The heavy wooden door exploded open. Amidst flying debris, Xinlian's figure was sent flying out, blood spurting wildly. A shocking dent appeared on her chest, and more than half of her rib bones protecting her internal organs were shattered. Her body crashed heavily onto the bluestone floor, rolling several times before barely coming to a stop. Yushan looked at this scene in silence, her throat dry, not uttering a word. Lu Yangde trembled all over, not even daring to turn his head, just staring at the table in front of him. Jiang Qingzhu nodded slightly, as if she had guessed the young man's actions, calmly sitting back down. Using violence against violence, repaying virtue with virtue, this was exactly the other's style. Wang Yongfeng's expression was stiff, then he swallowed, looking complexly at the Xunlian who lay outside, on the brink of death. He did not say much. He saw it clearly, if Xunlian hadn't jumped out to stir things up, Yili wouldn't have bothered with her. If he had endured until the end without making a move, it would have seemed somewhat lacking in sharpness. Martial arts is not about academic research. For a martial arts genius of Yili's age, being sharp and prominent is a necessary quality. Moreover, he could see that Yili had held back a bit at the last moment. Otherwise, that punch just now could have taken Xunlian's life directly. Instead of just breaking some ribs like now. Sigh, if youth is not reckless, what's the point? Wang Yongfeng sighed inwardly. In front of Xunlian. Yili was flexing his wrist, smiling, walking towards her leisurely. Seeing this, Xunlian trembled all over, a tremendous fear and regret surged from her heart. That madman Yili. Does he not care about his reputation at all? Damn. Why did I even provoke him? Now, not to mention 80,000 in the Qi blood pill, even the 20,000. No. Even the martial arts exam results will be affected. No. Even future training may leave hidden injuries. Xunlian's features twisted, in pain writhing on the ground, blood constantly spilling from her mouth. Soon after, Yili's calm and mocking voice sounded in her ear. Classmate, get up, you can't sleep here. Severely injuring and humiliating the childhood friend who has a secret crush for 10 years, evil value plus 3,000. Current evil value, 10,200 points. Xunlian's vision went black, and in the overwhelming pain sweeping through her body, she fainted on the spot. Teacher Wang, she openly slandered me at first and then humiliated me to my face. Yili turned around, looking at Wang Yongfeng with a complex expression, and said lightly, I taught her a little lesson, it shouldn't violate school rules, right? To be honest, he was also puzzled about where Xunlian got her courage. Does she not know her own cultivation level? This 3,000 points of evil value is like being shoved straight into his arms. Of course. Hearing this, Wang Yongfeng took a deep breath, his expression gradually becoming helpless, smiling bitterly. Meeting such a person when young can indeed easily make one angry. Losing one substitute is no big deal for this exchange match. Then, this meeting will be concluded here. As he spoke, Wang Yongfeng took out his phone to dial emergency services, and before the call connected, he seriously spoke to everyone. You all go back and prepare, we will set off tomorrow. Chapter 28, The Plot of Qingshan No. 1 Middle School. Qingshan No. 1 Middle School. Training building. A middle-aged man with a Mediterranean hairstyle looked at the serious faces of the crowd in the room and smiled, saying, The information about our opponents for this exchange competition has been sent to you. Tomorrow morning, they will arrive at our school, and this can be considered a pre-battle meeting. If you have any thoughts, you might as well say them now. His gaze finally settled on a figure across the long table, and he smiled gently. Tang Yao, why don't you speak first? On the opposite side of the long table. The girl called Tang Yao wore a black and white sword outfit, with a straight horizontal sword lying flat on the table in front of her, and her whole presence was strikingly fierce. She simply sat there quietly, and everything around her seemed to fade into darkness, losing its original sharpness and brilliance. This was the aura that one could only possess after truly entering the realm of swordsmanship. The girl's identity was apparent. She was the swordsmanship genius that Qingshan No. 1 High School proudly claimed. And also the deputy master of the sword pavilion, Tang Yao. I don't have any opinions. Tang Yao raised her bright eyes and displayed a smile that held no warmth on her beautiful face, saying, besides the Jiang Qingzhu, they are just a group of rabble. Her tone carried an extreme confidence, which made others inevitably feel persuaded. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged teacher nodded with considerable satisfaction. Over the years, he had come to see her as the most talented genius he had ever encountered. Her future achievements, he feared, would not be beneath that of the sword pavilion master. The middle-aged teacher then turned his gaze to the others and smiled deliberately. What about you? Speak up, you can't all think the same as your captain, that the opponent is just a rabble, right? Of course not. Upon hearing this, a soft-spoken boy stood up, picked up the document on the table, and said in a deep voice. Most of the members of Linghai No. 1 High School, we have already researched. However, on this official lineup, there is one person we do not know much about. Just to be safe, I will briefly share some information about him. This person, besides that Vice Captain Liu Yangda, is another peak-level one-stage warrior from Linghai No. 1 High School, named Yili. He was added as a sudden member last week. I asked a few friends studying at Linghai No. 1 High School, and they all said they had never heard of this person in the past 3 years. The middle-aged teacher looked surprised. So, he's been hiding for the past 3 years? Building up strength? The soft-spoken boy nodded. That's what I think. Then, he put down the document in his hand and looked at everyone, saying, compared to others, this Yili seems to have jumped out of nowhere. His combat style is unclear, and we don't know if he has martial arts talent or not. So, I think it would be wise to pay attention to him. Chen Ge, you are also at peak 1 stage, can you not handle him? A team member asked. That's hard to say. The boy named Chen Deng glanced at the team member and replied seriously. Mainly, this Yili has some strange rumors surrounding him at Linghai No. 1 High School. Strange? Yes, it is said that he single-handedly defeated Vice Captain Liu Yangde and 2 official members of the school team. As soon as Chen Deng finished speaking, not only did the middle-aged teacher frown, but even the other team members showed grave expressions. The school team of Lingjiang No. 1 High School is at least at the level of peak 1 stage, a string of 3, except for Tang Yao, no martial arts students at Qingshan No. 1 can do that. Chen Deng said with a shadowy gaze, although this rumor definitely has some exaggeration, and Yili himself must have worked hard to win, he may pose a threat to our captain, so we cannot let our guard down. Ha! Upon hearing this, Tang Yao, who had been resting with her eyes closed, let out a soft laugh, the corners of her mouth curling into a mocking arc. It was clear that she did not agree with Chen Deng's words. Tang Yao felt that any peak 1 stage warrior who could withstand a single strike from her. It can all be considered as showing mercy. In the camp of Linhai No. 1 High School, only the eldest daughter of the Zheng family, whose martial arts level was somewhat close to hers, could barely be considered her opponent. Tang Yao lifted her sharp and piercing eyes, and said indifferently, "You can be on guard, but don't include me in your plans." Upon hearing this, Chen Deng not only felt no dissatisfaction, but his eyes also revealed a hint of fanaticism. He chuckled awkwardly and said, "Of course, I know that with the captain's strength, defeating this person is absolutely no problem, so I was just saying it casually." The other members nodded in agreement, casting the same admiring gaze at the proud young girl who was meditating with her eyes closed. The middle-aged man knew about the admiration the others had for Tang Yao, and also knew that the young girl did not like such attention. To avoid displeasing Tang Yao, he immediately smiled and said, "Today's meeting is over, you all can go back and rest, prepare for tomorrow's afternoon match." Yes. When Tang Yao and the middle-aged teacher left the meeting room, the remaining members all turned their gazes to Chen Deng. One person spoke first, "Brother Chen, about that matter you mentioned, we are all ready, and the people are gathered." That's right. As soon as the people from Linhai No. 1 High School land tomorrow, we will immediately find an excuse to invite them for a spar. With over 100 first-level martial artists taking turns, we can definitely wear them out. Hearing the others, Chen Deng nodded slightly, looking at the closed door not far away, and with a hint of self-mockery, he said, "If Captain Tang knows that we plan to win this way, would she be very angry?" The others knew he was worried about the plan being exposed, so immediately, one person stood up anxiously and said, "Brother Chen, tomorrow afternoon, people from the Sword Pavilion and Fengyun University will come to watch the match. For the sake of our future, we have to take a chance. Our overall strength is inferior to theirs, and even with Captain Tang holding the fort, we might still be surpassed by them. Yeah. Without those 100,000 Hanja coins and blood vitality pills, how are we going to fight against those strange beasts in the martial arts exam? Brother Chen, we all know your feelings for Captain Tang. If you want to keep up with her pace, getting the favor of Sword Pavilion or Fengyun University is a must." As they spoke, all the members' eyes burned with excitement, and their eager voices filled the meeting room. They all wanted to win this exchange competition, get the generous rewards, and improve their strength. Even better, to gain the favor of Sword Pavilion and Fengyun University. The Sword Pavilion is the undisputed leader of the mountain sects in Chang Mountain City, with a good reputation throughout the entire Ying province. Fengyun University, on the other hand, is known within Ying province as the martial arts university with the best resources, the deepest foundation, and the strongest strength. If they could perform well in the exchange competition, they were highly likely to earn their favor and gain early admission. From then on, their lives would surely be smooth sailing. Such a rich reward was laid out before them, and it was no wonder they were willing to risk being disqualified to do such a thing. After hearing the others, Chen Deng's self-mockery slowly faded. What replaced it was a somewhat cold expression. With the martial arts exam approaching, he had already recognized the fact that his strength was inadequate. At the peak of first-level martial arts, he was considered an outstanding student among the martial arts students in the high school. But compared to those geniuses who had entered the second level, he was completely lacking. If he wanted to keep up with that dazzling figure, he had to resort to any means. Clear the space in the training arena ahead of time, keep the noise down, and absolutely must not let the school notice. We must exhaust most of their physical strength. Understood. Also, Chen Deng's eyes flickered, his mind racing, and he said, "Once they enter the training arena, it doesn't matter if their performance is a little clumsy. The first batch of people to act will be ordinary martial science students. Even if things are exposed later, it won't affect our future." Chapter 29, Land on Chang Mountain. The S-Class breathing technique in hand. Qinghai City, high-speed railway station. The gigantic dragon-like high-speed train roared into the station, gradually slowing down as it approached the platform. Yili stood up from his seat, his gaze turning towards the window. It must be said, in this world, some high-level martial artists, just by running with their bodies, can surpass the speed of high-speed trains. Moreover, some low-level martial artists, after awakening their corresponding martial arts talents, can also achieve this. During the beast riots in the secret realm outside the city, when the beast tide strikes, the railway is very likely to suffer damage, and at that time these martial artists can be of great use. In order to maintain the operation of the high-speed trains, the Railway Bureau also issues commissions, inviting some martial artists to occasionally clear out the beasts that roam around the railway. These martial artists are sometimes adventurers taking jobs, sometimes martial science students from martial arts universities making some pocket money. Different worlds give rise to different industries. Yili's thoughts wandered as he walked down the high-speed train following the crowd. As soon as a group of people exited the high-speed railway station, two students in school uniforms approached them. "You must be friends from Linhai First High School?" One of the students smiled and said. "We have already arranged a hotel for you to rest in, just follow us." "Okay." Soon, the group headed to the hotel prepared by Qingshan First High School. The hotel is located in the city center. From the decor style, it can be seen that this hotel has a high specification. It is clear that the reception party of Qingshan First High School put in some thought. Teacher. After the Linhai First High School team members went to their respective rooms, two reception students from Qingshan First High School approached Wang Yongfeng and smiled lightly. "If you don't have any plans next, why not visit Qingshan First High School? It has been a long time since you were here, and it counts as familiarizing with the environment in advance." Wang Yongfeng thought for a moment and nodded, saying, "All right, I'll go call someone now." "No rush." The two students exchanged glances, both could see the joy in each other's eyes. As long as the other party steps into Qingshan First High School, that plan will be half successful. In one of the hotel rooms, Yili examined the environment of the room, overall quite satisfied. The exchange competition is scheduled for 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and there is still plenty of time to kill. After sitting down on the bed, he summoned the system panel. Name, Yili. Martial arts level, 2nd rank, 1st layer, 15%. Current evil value, 10,200 points. It has been several days since breaking through to the 2nd rank, yet he remains at the 1st layer level. He was indeed a bit unable to contain himself. In order to wait for the breathing technique's enhancement, even though he held over 10,000 evil points, Yili did not allocate any points. But after several inquiries, Zhang Qingzhu always answered, "It needs some more time." It seems that obtaining the S-class breathing technique isn't that easy. Yili did not press her, just silently nodded. But as time goes by, looking at so many points yet being unable to allocate, it certainly felt a bit unbearable. If he waits another 2 days, until after the exchange competition, and still has not obtained the breathing technique, he won't wait any longer. Yili exhaled a breath. After the exchange competition, the martial arts exam is just around the corner, so for safety's sake, he must find a breathing technique to use first. His personality of not wanting to settle is indeed causing some delays in matters. Bang, bang, bang. At this moment, there was a soft knock on the door. Yili got up and walked over. After opening the door, Zhang Qingzhu's delicate and cool face came into view. "Teacher Wang asked us to gather and go visit Qingshan First High School together." Zhang Qingzhu blinked, speaking in a lively tone. "Visit?" "Yes, it's to familiarize ourselves with the environment in advance." Saying this, Zhang Qingzhu lightly brushed her fingers across her ring, and a thick tome appeared in her hand. "Also, this is the Jiang family's White Mist Frost Snow." Handing the tome to Yili, Zhang Qingzhu said apologetically, "It took me a lot of time to get it out. Sorry about that." "So thick?" Yili took the ancient book, asking in surprise. This was by far the thickest one he had ever received. "Yes, exactly. That's why trying to steal it without anyone noticing is very difficult." Zhang Qingzhu nodded in agreement, speaking with a trace of pride, "But that's nothing to me." Yili opened his mouth, hesitated for a moment, and then asked suspiciously, "Won't you be punished for doing this? Stealing a family heirloom S-rank breathing technique to give away. No matter which world this happened in, it was the kind of thing that would make a father faint on the spot, right? Confinement? Beating with a stick?" For a moment, Yili imagined countless punishments the other party might face. But Zhang Qingzhu didn't seem to care much. She waved her hand calmly and said, "Relax, they won't beat me to death." How is that supposed to make someone feel at ease? Yili raised his hand and rubbed his forehead, then said, "Anyway, thank you. If you're in trouble next time, I'll help you." "What are you saying? This is a fair deal between us." Zhang Qingzhu's little face turned serious. She felt the other person was being too polite. Obviously, he had helped her a lot too, yet he acted like he was the one at a loss. Besides, their relationship was already that of friends, at least in Zhang Qingzhu's mind, so why be so clear about everything? Hearing that, Yili chuckled softly, then nodded lightly and said, "Then I'll go through it now." Help me tell the teacher that I've got something else, so I won't go to Qingshan number 1 high to get familiar with the place. All right. Jiang Qingju lightly pressed her red lips together, then reminded him. This white mist frost snow is extremely hard to cultivate, far more difficult than those martial arts skills before. I've been practicing for almost a year and only reached the beginner level. I'm still far from mastery. So if you don't understand it right away, don't be anxious. You can come ask me. I'll teach you everything I know. You should be able to reach beginner level in a year, no, with your talent, 3 months. 3 months to enter. After she finished, she waved at Yili, then I'll go now? Yili slightly nodded, neither agreeing nor refusing. 3 months, the daylilies would be cold by then. After she walked away, he closed the door with a snap, then turned back to his bed. After calming his emotions, he slowly opened the panel. Chapter 30, White Mist Frost Snow. Frost and snow all over the sky. Yili really hadn't expected this. 1 second he was still worrying about the breathing technique, the next second someone brought it to him. He had originally planned to use his white panel of Tier 2 Level 1 to clash with that so-called Tangyao, claim the reward afterward, and then find some average breathing technique to use first. Now it seemed there was no need to wait anymore. Yili looked at the panel. Current sin value, 10,200 points. He let out a silent breath and opened the thick book in front of him. He looked at it page after page. S-rank breathing technique. White mist frost snow, not entered. According to Jiang Qingju, this S-rank breathing technique was very hard to practice and would probably use up a lot of sin value. Yili had never studied breathing techniques before, so this time adding points might not bring much buff. But there was no need to worry too much. Last time, 8,000 sin value was enough to raise the SSS rank, Undying Golden Soul, to LV2. There's no reason why over 10,000 sin value couldn't get an S-rank breathing technique to entry level. Let's see what's so mysterious about this high-level breathing method that's worth millions of Hanxia coins. System, add points. Yili focused his mind. The over 10,000 sin value on the panel turned into a flood, surging toward the breathing technique. Ding! Sin value consumed. Starting to upgrade S-rank breathing technique, White Mist Frost Snow. Upon opening this mysterious breathing technique for the first time, you fall into deep thought. You recognize every word, but together they form a sentence that makes no sense. Doubt rises in your heart. How can these words form a sentence? To learn this extremely difficult S-rank breathing technique, you must first calm down your heart. Begin to try to understand this breathing method. After consuming 1,000 points of evil value, you learned a new method to restore chi through breathing. Unlike the crude way of gulping air in spirit energy, you found a way to draw spirit energy, allowing a large amount to accompany your intake and output. After consuming 2,000 points of evil value, the method of using breathing frequency to draw spirit energy has already been mastered. You began to try to infuse your chi with a cold feeling. After consuming 3,000 points of evil value, you have skillfully mastered the method of making your chi carry the characteristic of coldness. Each time you make contact, you can force a trace of coldness into the enemy's body. White Mist Frost Snow, beginner. This should be the realm that Jiang Qingju is in. Infusing chi with cold attributes into your punches and kicks, step by step, causing the enemy's limbs to gradually stiffen, even resulting in frostbite. But for ordinary people to reach this point, the cold attribute remains limited to the physical body. In contrast, Jiang Qingju has a matching long spear that can directly carry the cold attribute effect. Money is good. Yili gently shook his head and continued adding points to his own abilities. After consuming 5,000 points of evil value, through years of research, you no longer need a specific breathing frequency. You can quickly restore chi merely through regular breathing rhythms. Martial skill level increased, White Mist Frost Snow, proficient. After consuming 6,000 points of evil value, your understanding of this breathing method deepened, and the chi within you could now largely carry the cold attribute. Just a few seconds of contact with your palm can freeze the enemy instantly by consuming a large amount of chi. Martial skill level increased, White Mist Frost Snow, expert. After consuming 8,000 points of evil value, your mastery of cold energy reached a peak status. The speed of restoring chi through the breathing method, compared to before cultivation, is now dozens of times faster. Martial skill level increased, White Mist Frost Snow, great accomplishment. After consuming 9,000 points of evil value, you have learned to freely control the cold energy within you. You start researching ways to release the cold energy in one breath. After consuming 10,000 points of evil value, you mastered the technique to unleash a large amount of cold energy in an instant, sweeping in all directions. Comprehended technique, Frost Snow in the Sky. Frost Snow in the Sky enhances the output power of chi, thereby possessing the ability to unleash a large amount of cold energy instantly, freezing everything in the surroundings. Martial skill level increased, White Mist Frost Snow has reached perfection. Comment, this upgrade consumed a total of 10,000 points of evil value, equivalent to the improvement you would achieve after 50 years of hard practice. Although you are yet to be 20, based solely on your mastery of this breathing method, it wouldn't be excessive for Jiang Qingzhu to call you grandfather. 50 years of hard practice finally maxed out this S-level breathing method. The qi flowing within you circulates rapidly, giving a sense of growth with every breath. With just a thought, this abundant qi can instantly transform into a bone-chilling cold energy. Looking at the words on the panel, Yili's heartbeat quickened. He finally began to understand why the S-level breathing method is so expensive. First of all, the speed of restoring qi is incredibly fast, dozens of times quicker than warriors who do not practice breathing methods. The latter needs a full day of intensive practice to restore their qi reserves, while the former can do it in just 1 hour. You don't even have to worry about breathing rhythm, noisy environment, aura concentration, and similar matters. It can be said that aside from being expensive and difficult to learn, the S-level breathing method has no significant drawbacks. Not to mention that reaching perfection also grants an ability similar to a superpower, a technique. Yili's gaze lingered on the description of frost snow in the sky, feeling a slight heat in his heart. Frost snow in the sky, I wonder how powerful this explosion can reach. He walked towards the training room provided by the hotel. After taking a brief look at this space of about 20 square meters, Yili's eyes shone bright ice blue, and an incredibly sharp cold wind swept out from his body. Boom! The air echoed with a sound like an explosion, and visible cold spread out like shock waves, slamming heavily against the walls, instantly bursting forth layers of crystal-clear ice. Yili looked around, somewhat surprised by the phenomenon, realizing this took about 20% of his true energy. Thick white mist filled the training room. An ordinary first-level warrior would feel a sharp pain just by inhaling it. The name of this breathing technique, white mist with frost and snow, was indeed fitting. Moreover, the cushions, steps, instruments, all the facilities between Yili and the walls were covered with a thick layer of solid ice, remaining completely still. Yili tried to scrape at the ice layer and found it to be 3 to 4 centimeters thick, looking astonished. It seemed that an ordinary first-level warrior, if not properly prepared, would most likely be instantly overwhelmed by their own frosty techniques. Even if they weren't frozen unconscious, they'd probably end up lying on the ground, losing their ability to fight. Isn't this a bit exaggerated? With such strong techniques attached to an S-ranked breathing method, should an ordinary martial science student headbutt it? Yili left the training room, and in just a few short breaths, most of his consumed true energy was recovered. Current evil value, 200 points. Looking at the dwindling number, a hint of anxiety surged in Yili's heart as he let out a light sigh. If there weren't any unscrupulous martial arts schools nearby, he would have wanted to directly challenge someone. There were still several hours until that so-called exchange match. He needed to earn a decent amount of evil value then. Having only 3-digit savings was still too unsettling. Unfortunately, he couldn't find a reason to take action at the moment, nor was there anyone suitable. He could only hope that the so-called Tang Yao was as popular within the school as Jiang Qingzhu, otherwise, it would be tough to earn a large amount of evil value. Just as he was about to lie down to sleep, the phone that Yili had placed on the bedside vibrated. He picked it up and, upon seeing the screen, his lazy expression faded, and he sat up straight in bed. The screen displayed 2 short messages clearly. Jiang Qingzhu, I'm surrounded in the training arena. Jiang Qingzhu, a lot of people are coming with bad intentions, insisting on sparring with us, and we can't get away, it's a bit tricky. Can you come help us? Chapter 31, Classmate, you can't enter here. Inside the vast training arena. Under the grand and magnificent building, hundreds of figures gathered at the opposing platform, surrounding a group of people. A strikingly cool girl stood behind the crowd, her fair fingers tapping on her phone screen. Just call their teacher, this group isn't following the rules. Isn't there a teacher around? No, they are all students from Qingshan No. 1 Middle School, and they keep pressuring us to fight. Okay, I understand. Upon seeing this message, Jiang Qingzhu sighed in relief and put her phone back in her pocket. The boy was always reliable, so she shouldn't have to worry. Jiang Qingzhu looked up at the noisy crowd not far away, her beautiful brows gently furrowing. A warm hue quietly rose in her clear eyes. She originally thought it was just a normal tour segment. The team leader, Wang Yongfeng, also didn't think much of it and went to the grade office, intending to discuss teaching insights with the teachers of Qingshan No. 1 Middle School. However, just as Jiang Qingzhu and her group entered the training arena, the peaceful atmosphere suddenly changed. Out of nowhere, hundreds of martial science students emerged, running over enthusiastically to strike up a conversation. As the team leader, Jiang Qingzhu politely exchanged a few words with them. Can we have a friendly spar, was the request. Although Jiang Qingzhu coldly refused this request. But in the team of Linhai No. 1 High School, there was a girl named Zhu Qianqian, a soft-hearted fool, who simply couldn't resist the repeated requests from the other side and went on stage directly. As a result, Jiang Qingzhu felt a slight unease in her heart. However, considering Zhu Qianqian's cultivation level of the first stage, 8th level, battling an ordinary martial science student shouldn't take too much time or energy, so in the end, she acquiesced. But then, things went wrong in this match. The opposing team sent a boy with a feminine aura who, relying on his peak first stage cultivation, knocked the unsuspecting Yu Chanshan unconscious right away. This angered everyone from Linhai No. 1 High School. Lu Yongda and his two followers rushed forward, shouting angrily, demanding an explanation. The hundreds of people from Qingshan No. 1 High School didn't hold back either, mocking loudly. You guys are just not as skilled, and now that you've lost, you're upset? If you can't play, then don't agree. Upon hearing this, Lu Yongda immediately lost his cool. Damn Qingshan No. 1 High School. Using such lowly tricks. If it weren't for our big brother not being here, would you all be able to play these dirty tricks? Exactly. When you came to provoke us, our big brother could have just slapped you all to death. Stop bragging without proof. Is your school all just good at talking like you? If you have the guts, come up and spar with us. The two sides were in a heated exchange, shouting at each other. One side was fueled by anger, while the other calculated their moves, showing no signs of easing up. Throughout this process, the feminine boy on the stage maintained a calm expression, appearing very cool. After helping the unconscious Yu Chanshan down from the stage to rest, Zhang Qingzhu immediately sent a message to Yili. At this moment, watching the people arguing, she took a deep breath and calmed her emotions. Then, she coldly looked at the feminine boy on the stage and walked over. It was too obvious that the other party was provoking them by injuring their team members. Zhang Qingzhu's cultivation level of the second stage, fourth level, began to show as she arrived at the combat platform. Seeing the cool and angry girl approaching, Chen Deng began to sweat coldly behind the scenes. The black-haired, cool-looking beauty must be the young lady of the Zhang family from Linhai City. With a cultivation level of the second stage, fourth level, class A martial talent, and S-class breathing technique. After recalling the girl's attributes, Chen Deng felt a great deal of pressure. His strength at peak first stage could only be considered mediocre. Suppressing his inner panic, Chen Deng smiled slightly and purposely raised his voice to ask. Zhang classmate, what do you want to do? His raised voice immediately drew the attention of the crowd below. The noise of their argument came to a halt, and over 100 gazes turned towards them. Upon seeing the cool girl slowly ascend the stage, everyone's expressions turned serious. The second stage, fourth level of cultivation, felt very solid, bringing an immediate sense of pressure. You bully the weak, so I will respond with violence. Zhang Qingzhu's voice was cold, her face like ice. You want to spar? All right. Chen Deng's heart leaped with joy. He had been waiting for her to say this. Considering he needed to conserve his strength, he turned to the audience and smiled. Is there anyone who wants to experience the strength of the captain of Linhai No. 1 High School? I can give up this chance. Upon hearing this, someone immediately understood, gritting their teeth and shouting. I'll do it. Zhang Qingzhu's eyes flashed with a hint of coldness. She realized the other side's intentions. Clearly, they wanted to use a war of attrition to exhaust the strength of her team, aiming to win easily in the afternoon's exchange match. For this reason, they had specifically marked the area outside the combat platform as temporarily banned. He even sent away the duty teacher here. Despicable. Fortunately, I promptly informed Yili. I believe it won't be long before he brings the teacher to rescue us. With this in mind, Zhang Qingzhu summoned a long spear completely white as snow, her whole being radiating an immense aura. The martial artist opposite her couldn't even withstand a single glance and was knocked off the high platform by a single thrust of her spear. But soon, someone else bravely rushed up to the stage. Zhang Qingzhu once again sent that person flying with her spear, and then another came up, repeating this cycle. Indeed, she is the eldest young lady of the Zhang family. Back on the ground, Chen Deng's eyes sparkled. Ordinary first-level martial artists simply cannot win against her. Even if I went up, I wouldn't last a few rounds. Brother Chen, don't worry. Someone beside him laughed and said. Many ants can kill an elephant. There are 126 first-level martial artists on our side. Are we afraid we can't wear her down? At most, 30 or so people can exhaust her true energy. This is indeed true. Chen Deng nodded slightly, feeling much more at ease in his heart. By this stage of the plan, it was basically a success. The so-called vice-captain Lu Yongda was still on the sidelines, eager to go on stage, truly a clown. Chen Deng's mouth curled into a slight smile. Brother Chen, what about that Yili? At this moment, someone leaned over, asking with worry, if he doesn't come to watch, will he run to call the teacher after hearing about this? Let him call, then. Chen Deng shook his head casually. With so many teaching buildings in our school, as an outsider unfamiliar with the place, by the time he calls someone over, everything will be over. What if he comes straight over without calling anyone? Then there's even less to worry about. A first-level peak martial artist might not even be my match. Meanwhile, outside the training ground. In the pavilion used to check the identity of incoming and outgoing personnel, a student assigned to keep watch was dozing off there. As long as they don't let anyone in for an hour, their plan would be a big success. For this, several fellow students wandering around the training ground were turned back by them. At that moment, a figure appeared from around the corner not far away. The student watching over caught a glimpse out of the corner of his eye and was instantly wide awake, sitting up. He saw the person coming with their clothes billowing, black hair floating, and an indifferent expression, swiftly walking towards him. So handsome, but not wearing a school uniform, is he from another school? He subconsciously became a bit dazed. While thinking this, the boy in black had already approached him. Seeing this, the watching student hurriedly stood up and reached out to shout, "Classmate, this here." Bang! Before he finished speaking, the newcomer coldly snorted, spinning in place, and right foot struck like a cannonball against the pavilion. With a huge bang, the entire pavilion instantly shattered, and the student in charge of watching was sent flying, hitting the ground heavily, unconscious. Yili, however, didn't even look back, continuing to walk towards the training ground. His speed increased rapidly, and finally, he began to run. Chapter 32, a one-on-one challenge to take you all down. Who? Yili's black eyes burned, the true energy inside him flowed, gradually carrying a chill effect. Just in case, even though his speed was extremely fast at this moment, his aura was tightly sealed. Yili knew very well. His cultivation was meant to beat the opponent, not to scare them away just by being seen. That said, the other party would most likely be very pleased to see him coming alone. Because in Yili's perception, within the training ground, there were at least 100 weak auras, all at the strength of first-level martial artists. In the face of such a lineup, a second-level martial artist's fighting power was obviously not impressive. Clearly, this was a trap set by Qingshan No. 1 High School against them, most likely to weaken the strength of Linhai No. 1 High School as much as possible before the battle. But Yili was completely indifferent to this. In fact, right now, he didn't even know who the mastermind was. He didn't know the school's attitude towards this matter. He only knew he had to unleash a massacre. It wasn't that he was blinded by huge profits. On the contrary, Yili's thoughts were exceptionally clear at this moment. He was unfamiliar with Qingshan No. 1 High School and didn't have Wang Yongfeng's phone number. If he sought help from outside aid, it would inevitably waste time. In that case, even if he could rescue Jiang Qingzhu and the others, it would be meaningless because the opponent's goal would have already been achieved. Therefore, if he wanted to provide substantial help, he had to make the enemy suffer unacceptable losses as well. The opponent must have already understood the combat capacity of Linhai No. 1 High School and others beforehand. Since they dared to set a trap, they clearly had confidence in swallowing everyone whole. And he was the variable in this equation. Originally troubled by the lack of evil points, it seemed he no longer needed to worry. Yili's heart felt a slight heat, but it quickly calmed down. The wind howled around him, and his jet-black clothes fluttered like a banner. With the perfected dragon riding the wind technique, his slender figure seemed to ride the storm, surging toward the entrance of the training ground. Boom! The heavy wooden door slammed open, and a figure, accompanied by a fierce wave of wind, crashed in, landing in the arena. A myriad of astonished gazes fell upon the newcomer. Such a dramatic entrance evidently startled everyone present. Even on the combat stage, Jiang Qingzhu, who had just sent his opponent flying, raised his head to look. As the wind dispersed, a handsome young man in black emerged. Big brother. Upon recognizing the person's face, Lu Yangda below the stage burst into overwhelming joy. My heavens! You actually came. Even a fool, upon witnessing Jiang Qingzhu's increasingly strained expression, should have sensed something was off. Lu Yangda was no exception. Noticing that things were not right, he initially wanted to find an opportunity to sneak away and call for help, but he was continuously blocked by the hundreds from Qingshan No. 1 High School below the stage. Even his lackeys were no exception, they were all being watched vigilantly. This left Lu Yangda very anxious. Unexpectedly, just when he was at his wit's end, the deity who had once treated him like a dog actually came to save the day. Lu Yangda had never imagined that the figure, once terrifying to the extreme, would now seem as radiant as a savior. Big brother? Hearing this, Qin Deng in the viewing area was momentarily stunned, then his expression gradually became serious. Is that Yili? He arrived so quickly. He did not expect that the one responsible for the lookout had not given timely warnings. This was a bit strange. Could they have accidentally fallen asleep? But fortunately, he didn't see any other figures behind Yili. It seemed he had come alone. With this thought, Chen Deng breathed a sigh of relief, not hiding the laughter in his tone. It seems like a brainless hothead. Most likely, upon hearing the news that his companions were in trouble, he rushed over in a panic, completely oblivious that this was a trap and unaware of the power differential between both sides. Hee, let me teach you a lesson. Chen Deng smirked slightly, stood up, and smiled at the black-clad youth below the stage. Classmate, you arrived just in time. We are currently having a friendly spar. I wonder if you're interested. As he spoke, many martial artists from Qingshan No. 1 High School subtly shifted their steps, quietly blocking the exit. Noticing the other side's little maneuvers, Yili couldn't help but let out a light laugh. Sure, how do you want to spar? Naturally, it's a one-on-one match on stage. Chen Deng said with a smile. One-on-one? Yili looked at the growing crowd around him, mockingly said, your one-on-one at Qingshan No. 1 High School means I fight all of you alone, right? Hearing this, Chen Deng on the stage slightly frowned. What do you mean by that? Nothing much, don't misunderstand. Yili scanned the surroundings, and his inner energy roared like a beast. She lifted her eyes and smiled. I wanted to say, I really like your way of one-on-one combat. You mean? Chen Deng narrowed his eyes, are you willing to spar? Of course. Yili replied with a smile, as if announcing something. Whoosh! The moment the words fell, a thick, misty white vapor began to swirl around his body, making him seem half-transparent. This strange scene caused a change in Chen Deng's expression on the stage. From the aura he emitted and the stance he took, he looked anything but a peak-level first-stage martial artist. Something felt off, very off. Wait a moment. Just as Chen Deng opened his mouth, Yili had already vanished from his spot. When he reappeared, he was standing in front of a group of students from Qingshan No. 1, surrounded by swirling white mist, like a burning immortal. The white mist moved like lively spirits, rapidly circling around his body, looking extraordinarily mysterious. In the instant their pupils contracted, this immortal stepped forward, and with a powerful punch, directly shattered the air, hitting the person in the front. A dull, explosive sound instantly echoed throughout the venue. As the ancient saying goes, a sound cannot be bought for 1,000 gold. Crack! The sound of bones cracking was sharp enough to make one's scalp tingle, as the fierce force exploded on that person, sending him flying backwards, blood spraying as he cried out and knocked over several people, crashing into the wall. Boom! The entire process was as fast as lightning, and it was not until flames like white vapor ignited around Yili that the others finally reacted, staring in horror and instinctively retreating. Chen Deng in the stands was also left wide-eyed. He never expected that when the other party struck, they would be so merciless. That punch just now had severely injured 5 or 6 first-stage martial artists, leaving them unable to fight. Furthermore, whether they could still participate in the martial arts examination at such a serious injury was another question. Boom! At that moment, another sound of cement cracking exploded. Chen Deng instinctively looked down, only to see more students from Qingshan No. 1 being struck backwards by that black-clothed youth, vomiting blood and fainting. His previously calm heart was now trembling violently. Down below, Yili looked up, meeting his gaze. His pitch-black eyes were icy cold, with no trace of emotion. This made Chen Deng unable to contain the trembling in his heart any longer, and he shouted in anger, "Is this how you show camaraderie in sparring? Stop! Halt now!" As he spoke, he leaped up, soaring down, with a sharp, golden blade suddenly appearing in his palm, striking fiercely down at Yili's forehead. Sea-level martial talent, shining cutting blade. The other students from Qingshan No. 1 also returned to their senses, enraged and ashamed, they shouted in unison, drawing out their own weapons, surrounding the black-clothed youth. At the moment Chen Deng's blade came down, Yili's illusory figure began to move rapidly, becoming a blur. With the perfected skills of Heavenly Gang Step and Dragon Riding the Wind, his speed surpassed the average first-stage martial artist by a large margin. Not to mention the peak first-stage Chen Deng before him. The blade that seemed impossibly fast to others appeared to Yili as if in slow motion. He effortlessly dodged the blade light and swiftly grabbed Chen Deng's face, suddenly exerting force and slammed him hard to the ground. Boom! Under the two opposing forces, Chen Deng's head struck heavily into the ground. In an instant, he lost all consciousness. His body went rigid, stretched straight out, looking from a distance like a chopstick stuck in the ground. Witnessing this scene, Jiang Qingju on the fighting platform breathed faster, while Lu Yangda and others felt their throats go dry. Throat rolling. The remaining students of Qingshan No. 1 were stiff all over, unable to believe their eyes as they looked at the black-clothed boy. He actually defeated Brother Chen in an instant. Even the teachers couldn't defeat Brother Chen with one move, he is even more powerful than the guiding teacher. Come on, aren't you fond of fighting in a group? Yili exhaled a breath of foul air, casting a disdainful gaze at the dazed crowd, and a clear mockery appeared on his handsome, pale face. Seeing this, the students of Qingshan No. 1 felt a chill run down their spines, as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. Chapter 33, Terrifying Frost and Snow, the first cleanup. Everyone, don't panic. At this moment, a student from Qingshan No. 1 finally steeled his heart and realized a crucial point, even a second-level martial artist can't keep this up for long. Right, someone exclaimed, their spirits lifted. His true energy must be running low, he probably wants to intimidate us to buy time for recovery. What? So it's like this? This makes sense. Everyone, we must not let him recover. The student who first discovered the issue shouted, eyes fixed on Yili. He didn't know if it was just his illusion. He thought he saw a hint of paleness on Yili's face, which was a sign of great exhaustion. My guess was indeed correct, the student felt wild joy in his heart, excitedly shouting. Everyone, let's attack together. Let's see how much true energy he has left. After saying this, everyone was moved by his words, and the fear that had begun to sprout quickly dissipated, as they uniformly surrounded the boy in black. Seeing this situation, Jiang Qingju furrowed her beautiful brows. What he said was not false. Yi Li's earlier attacks were astonishing, showing no intention of conserving true energy and even seeming to waste it. Such lavish use of true energy would inevitably bring great consumption. Based on her own true energy reserves, she had already consumed about 70%. And Yi Li's martial arts level was lower than hers, so the proportion of his consumption would likely be even higher than 70%. Thinking of this, Jiang Qingju grabbed her spear, ready to rush over. Unexpectedly, Yi Li shot her a cold glance. The warning was obvious. You don't need my help? Jiang Qingju stopped her movements, staring somewhat bewildered at Yi Li, who was calm among the crowd, feeling utterly confused. But she respected Yi Li's choice. Her steps paused, worry visible in her gaze towards him. Meanwhile, the first-level martial artists of Qingshan No. 1 had already approached Yi Li. The closest student was merely about 3 feet away from him. At this moment, the student suddenly noticed Yi Li had closed his eyes. Then, the white mist around him instantly contracted, and his semi-transparent body became solid. No matter how one looked at it, this was the posture of having exhausted true energy and being forced to stop operating. The student intended to smile. But for some reason, a trace of fear suddenly arose in his heart. An extremely dangerous aura almost hit him head-on. Not just him, but everyone nearby felt a chill run through their bodies, instinctively looking up. They saw the black-clothed boy's dark eyes quietly revealing a hint of sky-blue light. Under the bright lights, it seemed like the snowy lake in the cold winter. The next second, a visible, raging storm erupted from the body of the black-clothed boy. This storm carried an intense coldness, and the temperature of the air suddenly dropped dozens of degrees, as the spiral shockwave rapidly spread in all directions. Frost and snow filling the sky? Recognizing this move, Jiang Qingju's pupils suddenly shrank, and an extremely absurd emotion surged violently from her heart. Shocked her head into a daze. Just less than an hour after obtaining the breathing technique, he learned the technique of endless snow? How is this possible? Ha! At this moment, below the stage, accompanied by the boys' light laughter. In an instant, this extreme cold storm swept across dozens of meters. The faces of dozens of first-level warriors changed dramatically, and as they tried to retreat, they were thrown into chaos, and in a split second, they were all swallowed by the storm. What a terrifying martial skill this is. In the last few seconds before losing consciousness, a thought surged in their hearts, the same thought. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Like the howling wind of a blizzard in the far north, the sound of ice freezing, which makes one's teeth ache, rang out repeatedly, blending with countless screams, forming the symphony named Endless Snow. When the storm dissipated, dozens of lifelike human ice sculptures appeared, and no matter how they struggled, they couldn't break free from the ice. Clink, clink. One after another, the ice sculptures fell to the ground, producing a series of crisp and pleasant sounds. In the shocked gazes of Jiang Qingju and others, the boy in the dark shirt exhaled a puff of white breath without concealment, slowly walking out from among the dozens of ice sculptures, looking serene. The true chi inside him, this time, truly had only a few drops left. Fortunately, the gains were plentiful. As he walked, he listened to the notification sounds ringing in his ears. Injured 1 first-level peak warrior, evil value plus 1,000. Injured 17 first-level 5-fold warriors, evil value plus 8,500. Injured 46 first-level 3-fold warriors, evil value plus 13,800. Injured. Current evil value, 46,000 points. Can draw treasures. Yi Li walked slowly toward the exit, feeling quite happy. With this, the evil value consumed in the breathing technique was replenished. He could go back to count his gains and wait for the exchange match in the afternoon. Clean it up a bit. In the astonished eyes of Jiang Qingju and others, Yi Li waved his hand casually dropping one sentence, and walked out of the door of the training arena. Just as he exited the training arena, he ran into Wang Yongfeng and a group of teachers from Qingshan No. 1 High School, chatting and laughing while walking over. Yi Li? Are you done with your business? Seeing Yi Li, Wang Yongfeng said with slight surprise, I was going to go back and ask if you needed help. No need, thank you, teacher. Yi Li politely nodded and walked straight past him. Oh. Teacher Wang, is this the Yi Li from your team? He seems very polite, one teacher said with a smile. Another burly teacher seemed a bit dissatisfied, a warrior looking gentle and refined, looks like a scholar, that doesn't make sense. How can one have no edge? Teacher Wang, I remember this Yi Li is a first-level peak level, right? While everyone was discussing Yi Li, one teacher from Qingshan No. 1 High School suddenly asked. So he has pretty good talent, but I wonder if he has awakened his martial arts talent? You'll know this afternoon, won't you? Wang Yongfeng's eyes turned, smoothly shifting the topic with a smile. Let's not talk about him now, it's almost mealtime, and there's still a match in the afternoon. We should first call the students watching the training arena to eat. That makes sense. The group quickly stepped into the training arena. However, when they saw the scene before them, the few who had been chatting and laughing just a moment ago were now frozen in place. The entire training arena was filled with students from Qingshan No. 1 High School. Some were lying under broken walls, some were sprawled on the ground not far away, and others had their heads completely buried in the earth. In addition, dozens of crystal-clear human ice sculptures stood at the foot of the fighting platform, the surface of the ice layer constantly spreading cracks. And on the ground at the center of those ice sculptures, residual ice marks spread out in circles. These ice marks took on irregular shapes, as if they were left by a powerful impact, extremely conspicuous. Undoubtedly, a thrilling battle or fierce energy release had just occurred here. My God! Seeing this situation, Wang Yongfeng and the teachers from Qingshan No. 1 High School could only feel the world spinning, even their minds becoming disoriented, nearly collapsing to the ground. Looking at the school team, these are all the senior martial arts students from Qingshan No. 1 High School. Now lying here so many, what exactly happened? In the vast venue, at this moment, only a few people from Linhai No. 1 High School were still standing, their faces showing lingering shock. Wang Yongfeng barely steadied his thoughts and looked at Zhang Qingzhu on the platform, tremblingly asking the most concerning question for everyone. Who did this? P.S. Writing is not easy. Great leaders please support, seeking gifts, seeking updates, seeking good reviews. Kneeling in gratitude to all great leaders. Or 2. Chapter 34, You alone broke through them. In response, Zhang Qingzhu said without hesitation. I did it. Lu Yongda's originally excited mood quickly sank, even feeling a choking sense of heartbreak. That Zhang Qingzhu, who usually doesn't care about worldly matters, cold and upright, actually stepped forward to help Yili take the blame and lied. Lu Yongda felt an unbearable bitterness in his heart, yet could not harbor any jealousy. Can you really do such a thing alone? Not far away, a teacher from Qingshan No. 1 High School regained his composure, immediately changing his expression and questioning. There are hundreds of students from Qingshan No. 1 High School here, you alone took them down like this? Don't think about playing tricks, you must give us a... Is this your place to speak? Zhang Qingzhu coldly interrupted him. In her voice, her clear eyes suddenly shone with an ice-blue light, looking exactly like Yili from before. Woo! A visible chill surged from her body, forming a lifelike Ice Girl phantom behind her in an instant. An A-rank martial arts talent, Ice Girl avatar. One of her companions turned pale in an instant, hurriedly rushing forward to grab the teacher who questioned Zhang Qingzhu, whispering urgently. Are you crazy? This girl is the daughter of the extreme North Jiang family. What? The teacher suddenly came to his senses. The extreme North Jiang family has true high-level martial artists, a top family that has suppressed second-tier disasters. It is not an exaggeration to say that if the Jiang family wanted to deal with him, they could do so in countless ways. Used to flaunting his authority in front of students, he never expected to meet a real master today. The teacher looked at Zhang Qingzhu, forcing out an ugly smile. Sorry, I got a bit impulsive. Zhang Qingzhu ignored him, turned to Wang Yongfeng, and said calmly. Mr. Wang, the students of Qingshan No. 1 High School are rotten to the core, they enjoy playing dirty tricks. It was he who wanted to take action against us but didn't have the ability, so he ended up like this. In the record later, you can write that this was done by me alone or by our 6 people. You decide. After saying that, she gracefully jumped down from the fighting platform, helped the still unconscious Yu Chanshan, and walked out of the martial arts arena. Leaving the teachers from Qingshan No. 1 High School exchanging glances. So that's how it is. Watching the girl's retreating figure, Wang Yongfeng felt an incredible shock in his heart. Having been a guiding teacher for 2.5 years, he understood a bit of the girl's temperament. If it were really Zhang Qingzhu, she definitely wouldn't have acted so decisively. At the very least, she would never act before reaching the fighting platform. And in his impression, among the entire school team, the only one with such sharp combat style and sufficient strength was that one person. That ink-clad boy who had politely greeted him just 5 minutes ago. Kid, how many more cards are you hiding? 1 hour later. At Qingshan City People's Hospital, in a very spacious and quiet ward. This room was carefully arranged into a comfortable and safe treatment environment, with 2 rows of beds neatly lined up. Each bed had a figure lying on it. They were all wrapped in thick bandages, and their heads were fixed with plasterboards. These poor guys were the students who had fallen injured on the martial arts field of Qingshan No. 1 High School. At this moment, most of them were still in a coma. Although the medical level in the martial arts world is high, the stamina of the attending doctors is limited. Faced with so many severe injuries at once, even the largest hospital in Qingshan City could not quickly treat all of them. The chief doctor of Qingshan Hospital was also shocked, thinking to himself, who did Qingshan No. 1 High School offend? Did more than half of the senior class get sent here? Could it be that a monster attacked the city? Even he hadn't seen a scene where over 100 martial artists were carried to the hospital for many years. Meanwhile, in a single patient room next door, Su Ligong, the coach of the Qingshan No. 1 high school team, frowned deeply, his face changing color, standing in front of a hospital bed. Are you saying you were the one who asked the other party to take action? He looked at Chen Deng in the bed and asked in a serious tone, you asked them to take action and then got knocked down? Yes. Chen Deng, lying in the bed, lowered his head in shame, the thick bandages hiding the complexity in his eyes very well. It wasn't that he dared to admit his actions, but because there were too many witnesses and evidence present at that time. It could be said that if the school wanted to investigate, with a little effort, they could uncover the truth. Since that was the case, it was better for him to confess directly and perhaps gain the school's understanding. After all, even if he was knocked out by Yili with one punch, there were still over 100 first-level martial artists behind him. Even if that Yili was a second-level martial artist, he would definitely be taught a harsh lesson. Right now, it was likely that Linghai No. 1 High School was severely injured, causing a big commotion and requesting an explanation from Qingshan No. 1 High School. What are you joking about? Hearing this, Su Ligong's face turned pale as he questioned, you have over 100 first-level martial artists, but Linghai No. 1 High School had only 6, and they beat you up like this? There should be limits to lying. Do you know how serious this matter is? Because of this incident, our school's martial arts examination has become a major problem this year. Why? Because there are no students left. More than half of the entire senior class in martial arts is now lying in the hospital. Su Ligong's voice rose, and even the veins on his temples throbbed with agitation. It was no wonder he was so out of control. The current situation almost ruined Qingshan No. 1 High School's entire martial arts examination results for that year. He had just checked, and those students lying in the hospital would need at least 2 months to recover without the healing abilities of the medical system. 2 months, and the martial arts examination would have already been concluded. Thinking of this, Su Ligong's face turned red with anxiety. He originally wanted to hear from Chen Deng about the students of Linghai No. 1 High School attacking first so he could hold them accountable and demand compensation. But instead, he only heard Chen Deng confessing his crime. Doesn't this mean that this incident was entirely self-inflicted by Qingshan No. 1 High School? Nonsense. Just based on those 6 people from Linghai No. 1 High School, could they knock down over 100 people from Qingshan No. 1 High School? Su Ligong's fists gradually clenched, he could not accept such an absurd situation. More than half are all lying in the hospital? Upon hearing Su Ligong's words, Chen Deng was immediately stunned. He thought that all the people from Linghai No. 1 High School were wiped out and were asking for an explanation from his side. How could it sound like his own side suffered losses when he heard his coach's words? Impossible. It should be known that there were close to 200 martial arts students in the senior class, all the elite from the young generation of Qingshan City. Among them, over 100 were besieging 6 martial artists of similar ranks, and yet, what else can go wrong? And more than half of them ended up in the hospital. Does that mean over 100 people on our side were wiped out? How is that possible? There are more than 100 first-level martial artists. Even if they were 100 buns, the 6 of them would still have to gnaw for an entire morning. Chen Deng's heart trembled, and he stubbornly asked, Teacher Su, how many people from our school are in the hospital now? Su Ligong sneered and replied, including you, there are a total of 126. All seriously injured? What else could it be? All wiped out. Let's say this, Qingshan No. 1 High School senior class has fewer than 200 first-level martial artists. Now over 100 of them are seriously injured. How many can still participate in the martial arts exam normally? The martial arts exam results for the entire Qingshan No. 1 High School are likely to be at the bottom among all martial arts high schools in the province. Thinking of this, Chen Deng felt a chill in his heart. He couldn't understand how a flawless plan with a wonderful start could end up with such a result. No matter what, we had an army of over 100 people. Where did it all go wrong? Do you now realize how serious the problem is? Su Ligong suppressed his rising anger, his eyes nearly bleeding with fury. Teacher Su. Chen Deng on the hospital bed breathed quickly and asked rapidly, were there really only 6 people on the opposite side? To be honest, I lost consciousness quite early, and I still don't know what happened later. Su Ligong frowned slightly, what do you mean? What if there were more than 6 people on the opposite side? How could they possibly injure over 100 of us? I believe they hired outside help. Chen Deng's tone was firm, and he added, or used some unknown means. In short, there can't be only 6 people involved. Indeed, you are only half right. At that moment, a calm and cold noble voice came from outside the door. Then the door was pushed open, and Chen Deng and Su Ligong immediately looked in the direction of the sound. They saw a girl in a black and white long robe walking in. She wore a white jade belt around her waist, and her beautiful eyes were filled with an astonishing sharpness, exuding a solid sword intent. It was the young master of the Sword Pavilion, the true backbone of Qingshan No. 1 High School, Tang Yao. Classmate Chen Deng. Entering the ward, she looked down at the bedridden Chen Deng with a mocking tone and said, "The ones who sent more than 100 of you to the hospital were indeed not 6 people." "Not 6 people? Why are you so anxious?" The girl's cold, disdainful voice rang out next, like a bucket of cold water splashing onto the still happy Chen Deng. "I haven't finished yet." Chen Deng stared blankly and asked, "What else is there?" Su Ligong felt a sudden chill in his heart, a faint sense of bad premonition. Could it really be Jiang Qingzhu? The next second, he heard Tang Yao's mocking laughter. "It wasn't 6 people, all of you were beaten to the hospital by the same person. Yili, it was him alone who smashed through you all." Chapter 35, They are the challengers. "What did you say?" Upon hearing this, the most shocked one was not Chen Deng but Su Ligong, who had remained silent from the beginning. As a teacher at a martial arts high school, he understood better than anyone in the room just how absurd that statement was. One person smashing through over 100 people? Su Ligong stared intently at the girl, disbelief written all over his face. "You're not joking, are you?" Tang Yao casually replied, "I've asked over a dozen people. It wouldn't be funny if I was still joking, would it?" Even after learning that Yili single-handedly broke through over 100 people, the proud and graceful girl showed no hint of tension on her face. Hearing this, Chen Deng slumped back down on the bed. In the moment of breathing, he bitterly smiled. "Besides you, there is actually such a genius in Ying Province." In his eyes, a talent like Tang Yao, looking across Ying Province, perhaps he could not find a second one. Even if the young lady of the Zhang family in Linghai City awakened an A-level martial arts talent, it was still the same. After all, he had personally witnessed that girl, wielding a horizontal knife, challenging all the students of the school with her heroism. Because of this, he admired her so much. He regarded her as the goddess in his heart, pursuing her at all costs, just to catch up with her steps. But sadly, it was ultimately just a dream of a fool. Chen Deng's smile was bitter. The Tang Yao from back then was so remarkably similar to Yili today. Tang Yao frowned slightly. Unlike Chen Deng, she didn't think Yili could be compared to herself. She simply found the other person a bit interesting. But forget it. She had no intention to argue with Chen Deng. People like him were destined to accomplish nothing. There was no need to spend time making friends with such a person, not even a bit. Thinking of this, Tang Yao turned around and prepared to leave. The reason she came over was to understand the situation, and now that she had, there was nothing noteworthy, so she naturally had to go back and prepare for the afternoon's exchange match. She slowly walked out of the ward. At this moment, Su Ligong, sitting in a chair, suddenly sighed, looked at the bedridden Chen Deng, and said with a bitter smile, "Looking at it this way, the afternoon exchange match seems to be off. I'll go give you guys a forfeit, just take care of your injuries." "Forfeit?" Tang Yao's questioning voice rang in his ears. Su Ligong turned to look, and saw the beautiful girl who had just left return, looking at him with dissatisfaction, and said coldly, "Who said anything about forfeiting?" "But..." Su Ligong was somewhat astonished. "Out of the 7 people in our team, 6 have already been severely injured." "So what?" Tang Yao asked calmly. This. Su Ligong was momentarily at a loss for words. In his view, given the circumstances, of course, they should forfeit and recuperate properly. But thinking of the girl's almost arrogant extreme character, he swallowed those words back. At such a young age, being able to unleash B-level talent with attack power comparable to A-level talent, with her martial arts cultivation at the second stage's 6th level peak, and mastering countless precious martial arts from the Sword Pavilion, Tang Yao truly had the capital to look down at others. Taking a deep breath, Su Ligong did not know why, but he felt his confidence increasing. He looked at the girl and asked solemnly, "So you mean? Is this still a question?" A flash of smile crossed Tang Yao's eyes, but soon calmed down. Immediately after, an extremely sharp sword intent burst from her, as if wanting to split the hospital beneath her feet in half. In Su Ligong's stunned gaze, this extremely confident beautiful girl raised her cool eyes and said lightly, "As per normal, I will participate in the match. But that Yili, he is indeed not bad." Tang Yao suddenly opened her mouth, interrupting Su Ligong's speech, her cherry-colored lips uttering cold words. "But that is all. He just swept away a group of small fry. Anyone could easily do that. It's not something worthy of boasting. Let me state it clearly. In this match, they are the challengers. In Qingshan City, in the city center. In a rather high-end hotel. Yili sat cross-legged on the bed, feeling somewhat heavy-hearted. According to Wang Yongfeng, in the afternoon exchange match, Qingshan No. 1 Middle School would most likely forfeit due to a lack of participants, and his plan to brutally beat the genius girl of swordsmanship would fall through. No chance to earn evil deeds. Yili sighed, calming his emotions, and summoned the panel. Current evil deeds, 46,000 points. Can draw treasures. Even with his disposition, upon seeing this number on the panel, he couldn't help but reveal a smile again. Sure enough, no one can look at their account balance without smiling. If one doesn't smile, the account balance is at rock bottom. Although the evil deeds value provided by the students of Qingshan No. 1 High School is low, the sheer number makes up for it. With over 100 people contributing, it pushed his reserve to a terrifying level. Through several experiences, Yili also discovered some rules in the system's judgment of evil deeds value. Only the martial artists who hold hostility towards him, when defeated, will award him normal levels of evil deeds value. Take Jiang Qingzhu as an example. When instructing this young lady in martial arts, Yili didn't hold back, aiming for evil deeds value. Even though he left Jiang Qingzhu weak on the ground, eyes dazed, the recognized evil deeds value was only in double digits. Damn it, is it to prevent me from endlessly grinding points? Yili sighed. No matter what, now that the breathing technique is successfully obtained, he can begin to level up his martial arts, which hasn't improved in a while. To say it hasn't improved in a while, it has only been 2 or 3 days. However, before that, Yili directed his gaze towards the new wording that appeared behind the evil deeds value. With the accumulation of evil deeds value, it seems that the system gradually reveals new functions. For instance, when he just arrived and defeated Wang Rin, the system added the function of cultivation points allocation. This is indeed a good thing. Not to mention that he is still lacking a handy firearms treasure. With a thought, the text on the panel began to change immediately. Spend 1000 evil deeds value to draw once from the treasure roulette. Treasure roulette, a magical wheel that contains all kinds of divine treasures. Any kind of magical item may be drawn from here. If you wish to reach the sky in one step, why not come and try your luck? Note, this treasure pool guarantees a gold quality treasure after 40 draws. Damn, no wonder this thing only appeared after 40,000 evil deeds value. Yili instantly realized that the system thought he had the courage to go all in, and immediately brought out this roulette. System, you misjudged me. Yi is never that kind of gambling fool. Yili sneered. Then, without hesitation, he chose to give it a first try. Why? With a new pool right in front of him, wouldn't anyone want to play? Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained a purple rare quality treasure. A purple light illuminated Yili's handsome face. Fortunately, it's not a gold draw, but purple is still pretty good. He nodded slightly and looked at the panel. Functional treasure, Harmony Coexistence Ring. Effect, consumes true energy to force enemies within a 5-meter range to kneel before you. The higher the enemy's level, the more true energy consumed. Cooldown time, 1 day. Yili was speechless for a while. Are you sure this treasure will lead to harmony? This treasure has no grade, only quality, and its effect is too. It seems tailor-made for me. Yili's black eyes lit up. Ding ding ding. At that moment, a knock came at the door. Are you still resting? Outside the door, Jiang Qingzhu's slightly surprised voice came through. Qingshan No. 1 High School hasn't given up, they're calling us over for the match. Roar, they not only didn't give up but are coming towards me? Inside the room, Yili's mouth slowly curved up. This Tang Yao, her courage is commendable. But unfortunately, the only thing I can praise her for is that. Chapter 36, I will win. The declaration of victory before the battle. Qingshan No. 1 High School, being the best martial arts high school in Qingshan City, has a training arena that is not smaller than that of Linhai No. 1 High School. At this moment, the training arena is already buzzing with voices. The spectator seats, capable of holding over 1,000 people, are mostly filled, with most of them being students from Qingshan No. 1 High School. They are discussing amongst themselves, voices rising and falling. The match later will only have Senior Tang on the field. Really? Why? Well, it's a bit embarrassing to say, but it's said that our team members were all sent to the hospital this morning by that Jiang Qingzhu from Linhai No. 1 High School, and now only Senior Tang can fight. Are you kidding? Is that Jiang Qingzhu really that amazing? He hasn't been talking nonsense, and it's not just the school team, half of the entire senior class of Wuku has fallen. Didn't you see that the spectator seats over there are empty? What the hell? Really? What the hell, are we just going to give up? Don't worry. Even if there's a Jiang Qingzhu on the other side, we still have Senior Sister Tang holding the fort here, right? Stay calm. Is Senior Sister Tang going to play 1 against 7 again? I remember last time when we played against Yujing City, she did just that, right? Now that you mention it, I'm getting a bit excited. Senior Sister Tang is truly bold and talented. Indeed, Senior Sister Tang is strong, good-looking, really lucky for Wei Ji, that kid. Wait, who is Wei Ji? I haven't heard anything about Senior Sister Tang dating? That's me, actually. Aminos. The students in the spectator seats were excitedly discussing. The time for the match was getting closer. It was clear that the students of Qingshan No. 1 High School were confident about Tang Yao's upcoming 1 against 7, as if it were a settled fact. This was understandable. After all, Tang Yao had been famous in Qingshan City since childhood and had never lost a simulated battle even once. Moreover, all her wins were overwhelming victories. There were even rumors that she once went to challenge a dojo and defeated a master who had been at the peak of the second stage for many years with a second stage 6th layer cultivation. There were many such absurd rumors, most of which had evidence to back them up. With so many endorsements, the students of Qingshan City naturally regarded this absurdly strong swordsmanship genius as their goddess, their guiding light, and the backbone of the entire Qingshan No. 1 High School. For them, as long as Tang Yao hadn't lost, Qingshan No. 1 High School had not failed. Above them on the high platform, a few powerful presences faintly emitted their aura. The clear sunlight shone on the flat competition stage. In the pre-match lounge, Yili paced in front of the weapon rack, his palm gently brushing over it, stopping finally at a black long spear. The weapon he was best at was indeed the spear, but unfortunately, he didn't have a suitable spear-type treasure and could only use this ordinary first-tier long spear for now. He didn't know if the treasure roulette would turn out a 3-pointed 2-edged sword, or perhaps a Rudy Jindu Bang. Yi Li's thoughts drifted. Gently pulling out the black long spear, holding it in his hand, his aura suddenly became sharp. Due to the close proximity to the match time, Yi Li didn't increase his cultivation level, still at the second stage 1st layer. However, it wasn't a big deal. He could add more later after the exchange match ended. Holding the long spear, Yi Li slowly walked out of the lounge and arrived at the preparation area under the dual platform. Perhaps arriving early, there was only Jiang Qingzhu sitting alone in the seats of Linhai No. 1 High School at that moment. "You're here." Seeing him come over, Jiang Qingzhu immediately stood up from his chair. "Have you chosen a weapon?" "I can only say it's just passable," Yi Li replied nonchalantly. After thinking for a moment, Jiang Qingzhu said, "I have many spare long spear treasures at home, all quite suitable for martial artists of the 2nd and 3rd stages. I'll bring one for you next time?" That was quite a bold statement. Would one more rich kid make a difference in the high martial arts world? Yi Li sat down in his position, seemingly sighing. "All right." Jiang Qingzhu nodded gently, withdrawing his gaze, and closed his eyes to rest. Soon, the discussions about Tang Yao on the spectator seats continuously reached the ears of the two. They quickly got the gist of it. Jiang Qingzhu opened his eyes, looking at Yi Li, who was wiping his long spear with his head down, softly said, "Tang Yao's strength is very strong, and she is proficient in many martial arts. Even I, if facing her, would likely have a hard time. The first to go on stage later will be you, so be careful of her cutting strikes." She keenly sensed the youth's heartbeat gradually quickening beneath his calm exterior. Jiang Qingzhu naturally assumed he was nervous. After all, it was an away game. Hearing about the enemy's heroic deeds in his ears inevitably made his heart race and lose focus. Yi Li just nodded slightly, almost unnoticeably. "I really didn't expect this." It turns out that Tang Yao is such a prestigious figure at Qingshan No. 1 High School. In terms of reputation alone, Jiang Qingzhu couldn't compare to her at all. Naturally, the evil deeds exposed would be more for Tang Yao. This is truly an unexpected delight. The corners of Yi Li's mouth slightly rose. "Yi Li." Wang Yongfeng walked over from not far away, followed by Yu Chanxian, Lu Yangda, and others. "There are less than 10 minutes until the match. They will announce the participants soon. You'd better go prepare." Yi Li nodded, quietly stood up, and walked into the entrance tunnel. At the same time, at the player preparation area of Qingshan No. 1 High School, the guiding teacher Su Ligon was sweating profusely. The pressure from Yi Li was truly too great for him. Although he was quite confident in Tang Yao's strength, just thinking of Jiang Qingzhu standing behind her made him somewhat apprehensive. Moreover, Su Ligon had only just learned moments ago. An elder from Qingshan Sword Pavilion and a senior teacher from Fengyun University had arrived at Qingshan No. 1 High School, intending to watch this exchange match. The latter was primarily there to see if there were any good talents in the two municipal martial arts high schools this year, to extend an olive branch if needed. However, the elder from Qingshan Sword Pavilion was specifically there to observe Tang Yao's performance. If he saw Tang Yao lose in the first match, he would surely question and be dissatisfied with the teaching ability of Qingshan No. 1 High School. At that time, Su Ligon, as the guiding teacher, would definitely be held accountable. Thinking of this, Su Ligon's body trembled slightly. At that moment, the referee's loud voice echoed through the arena. The 5th city-level exchange match officially begins. The first match. Linhai No. 1 High School Yi Li vs Qingshan No. 1 High School Tang Yao. As soon as the words fell, deafening cheers erupted from the spectator stands. This sound was like thunder, soaring into the sky, showcasing the near-peak reputation of the girl at Qingshan No. 1 High School. Su Ligon took a deep breath and looked at the beautiful girl with her eyes slightly closed in the seats. He asked the question that all the students of Qingshan No. 1 High School were wishing to ask at that moment. "Can you win?" Buzz. A loud and proud sword cry suddenly rose, echoing throughout the arena. Amidst the countless gasps of astonishment, Tang Yao opened her eyes, tucked her hands into her black and white robe, and her clothes fluttered. I will win. Her voice was cold and casual. Facing the attention of thousands and the dazzling light, Tang Yao walked toward the entrance tunnel. At this moment, she bore the hopes of thousands of students from Qingshan No. 1 High School. Although this kind of pressure could crush ordinary people, she, being different, had long been accustomed to such expectations. Amidst this terrifying clamor, Tang Yao walked out of the tunnel and slowly ascended to the battle stage. Her posture was calm and confident, her gaze was sharp, making her seem like a sword standing proudly, causing everything around her to lose its edge. Buzz. As the white jade belt at her waist glimmered, a horizontal sword engraved with a golden dragon pattern appeared in her palm. Behind her were the cheering Qingshan students, and in front of her was a handsome young man with a poised demeanor stepping onto the stage. Really impressive. The young man's tone revealed unhidden surprise. It's the first time I've encountered such a popular opponent. That's because you've been living in ignorance. Also, I hope you don't misunderstand something. Tang Yao looked at Yeli with indifferent eyes, her cherry-pink lips slightly moved as she mimicked the teasing tone. You are the challenger. Chapter 37, So-Called Genius. On the high platform above the spectator area. As both sides entered, the many figures standing here began to chat. Tang Yao was still as sharp as ever. I just don't know, how much can Yeli exhaust her? The teachers on the high platform nervously watched below, even the sound of conversation had become softer than before. The intensity of both sides' breaths was roughly the same as the information on the preview table. Tang Yao's martial arts level was peak 2nd rank, 6th layer, with an awakened B-level martial arts talent, True Self Sword Heart. And Yi Li's martial arts level was barely 1st rank, 1st layer, with no martial arts talent listed. The level difference made a huge gap in their physical strength, combined with martial skills, combat experience, and other factors. Yi Li had almost no conditions to defeat his opponent. Therefore, the discussion among the teachers naturally shifted from who can win to how much physical strength can Yi Li consume from Tang Yao. The middle-aged elder from Qingshan Sword Pavilion looked down, nodding slightly, quite satisfied with the sword intent emitted by Tang Yao. With such a growth rate, in a few years, the girl would advance to 4th rank, qualified to receive the Swordway baptism of past pavilion masters in the Sword Pavilion secret vault. But before that, she needed to find a good martial arts university to cultivate her. After all, Qingshan Sword Pavilion was a sect. Although it had abundant resources, it lacked peers within the sect to spar with Tang Yao. Thinking of this, he looked at the sprightly old man beside him, who had white hair and beard, and cautiously spoke up. Elder Yu, do you think our pavilion's young master can study at your Fengyun University? Of course. Elder Yu from Fengyun University glanced at him and chuckled. This girl is so young, and she already has the aura of swordsmanship. Given time, she will surely become an excellent pavilion master. If she participates normally in the martial arts examination, she will definitely be able to enter Fengyun University. Seems afraid the middle-aged elder wouldn't believe him. Elder Yu added with a smile, if she can't, just come find me, I will make up for it. The Sword Pavilion elder remained silent, retracting his gaze. What he meant earlier was to ask the other side to use the privilege of senior teachers to directly recommend Tang Yao. Getting a recommendation from Fengyun University meant Tang Yao would receive the most precious resources in the school. That way, her future would be limitless. But the other side just mentioned participate normally in the martial arts examination, clearly avoiding his intent. Most likely wanting to observe Tang Yao's performance before making a judgment. Thinking of this, the Sword Pavilion elder snorted coldly. Then just wait and see. The world's #1 sword talent is right on the battle stage below. On the battle stage. Looking at the calm-faced boy in black, Tang Yao's clear brows were filled with overflowing confidence. Even if the other party could defeat over 100 first-rank martial artists alone, in her eyes, it was nothing to mention. People these days are really confident. The boy murmured quietly to himself, or is this what so-called geniuses are like? If that's the case, he would really have to specifically look for such geniuses to become enemies with in the future. Yi Li firmed his decision, then casually looked over, am I the challenger? If you lose later, don't secretly wipe away your tears. Your assumption is meaningless. Tang Yao gripped her sword tightly, her internal true energy began to flow rapidly, and she spoke in an even tone, because I simply will not lose. Furthermore. At that moment, she slowly pushed her sword out of its sheath with her thumb, her gaze slightly cold, I will let you know how ridiculous your current thoughts are in the face of my talent. Yi Li raised an eyebrow, a smile devoid of warmth curving at his lips. If you can do it, then come try. Originally aimed for evil deeds, but now he was genuinely a bit angry. In Tang Yao's eyes, Yi Li saw confidence, saw disdain, but the only thing he did not see was the respect he deserved. This made him very angry. He was so impressive, always knowing to be polite outside, even if conflicts arose, he would reconcile in his own way. Well, a sword talent, huh? Ye likes to hit you, this impolite girl. The next moment, the referee's voice rang out, the match begins. Boom. At the moment when the battle began, a thunderous roar suddenly erupted throughout the arena. Tang Yao turned into a flash of white light, rushing straight toward Yili. A second-tier rare martial skill, Thunderbolt. As the saying goes, there are no pretenders under a famous name. As a swordsmanship genius, the girl clearly practiced this martial skill to a high level. The sword slashed through the air at an incredible speed, descending upon Yili. Yili gripped the spear in his hand, his true energy surging within, and almost instantly used the heavenly gang step. The opponent was a second-tier six-fold expert, while he was just a newbie in the second-tier, first-fold. The level difference was quite large. Logically, he should take it easy. But Yili didn't care. If he was angry, he needed to show it, otherwise, he might be seen as a nice guy. In an instant, majestic white mist erupted around him, making his body appear somewhat transparent. At the moment he stepped into the heavenly gang step. The sword slashed down from above but merely splashed around clouds of white mist. In Tang Yao's slightly serious gaze, Yili sneered, abruptly swinging the black spear around. The spear drew a clear, eye-catching dragon scale pattern in the air. Its momentum was immense. On the glimmering spearhead, light seemed to burst forth, like a swimming dragon striking down at Tang Yao. Buzz! With a clear sound of sword ringing, Tang Yao raised the sword before her, and a giant sword shadow towering several zhang soared up, standing majestically, suddenly exuding an immovable heaviness. However, the swimming dragon was capable of crushing mountains. Boom! The spear came crashing down like Mount Tai crushing an egg, carrying a sharp sound of breaking air. The enormous sword shadow, in the face of this terrifying force, exploded apart. In an instant, sword energy surged, and rocks were flying. The entire battle platform trembled violently. At this moment, Tang Yao herself was also blasted away, blood spilling from the corner of her mouth, her jade hand gripping the sword shaking wildly. Chapter 38, Harmonious Coexistence. What? As Tang Yao was blasted away. The students from Qingshan City watching the match stared at the scene on stage in utter shock. Senior Tang was knocked away? That guy named Yili has some tricks? Why could he break through Senior Tang's defense? Oh my god! They all exclaimed, their eyes filled with disbelief. In the past, Tang Yao could finish battles with opponents of lower ranks in an instant. But just now, that sword not only was effortlessly countered but also resulted in a blast that smashed Senior Tang's defense, sending her flying. How was this even possible? On the battle platform. Watching the boy in black robes drift further away, Tang Yao felt a storm of shock in her heart. So far, her giant sword phantom had never been smashed apart so completely. The giant sword phantom is a rare martial skill within the second tier. She had spent a year bringing this skill to a high level. Not to mention resisting a warrior who had just entered the second tier. Even the pinnacle second tier master from the martial arts school couldn't break through this giant sword shadow. It wasn't that Yili's strength was unbearable, rather, the shining white light on the spear tip possessed very strong armor-breaking effects. Most likely, it was also a rare martial skill, and practiced to a very high level. After a brief moment of shock, Tang Yao quickly calmed down. It was merely a martial skill with armor-breaking effects. She still didn't take it seriously. On the high platform. The teachers, who originally thought this match had no suspense, instantly became alert after seeing Tang Yao get blasted away. This kid named Yili is quite interesting. Yu Wang looked at the boy in black robes on the stage. The white mist on him has a miraculous effect, reducing the power of the sword energy that falls on him by 50%, no, at least 70%. In his memory, there were only a handful of low-level martial arts techniques with such effects, and all of them were treasures. Treasures often mean great difficulty in cultivation. To use low-level treasured martial arts with this effect, one must at least have achieved great mastery or higher. Moreover, the spear technique the unclothed youth just showcased radiated a sense of completion. This was two seemingly perfect treasured martial arts. 3 years of time to practice two treasured martial arts to perfection. The comprehension in martial skills is truly terrifying. Thinking of this, the surprise in Elder Yu's heart deepened even more. Even if he can avoid damage, with a martial technique that can break armor, he still cannot pose too much threat to the young master. With the young master's swordsmanship, he can definitely forcefully tear apart his defense. The Sword Pavilion Elder said in a low voice while staring at the combat stage. It was not just empty bravado. Among the people present, no one understood the power of the techniques in Tang Yao's hands better than him. Those attacks could definitely threaten even a third-level martial artist. On the combat stage, Tang Yao stabilized her form in midair, her legs sliding on the ground, covering more than 10 feet, just enough to unload the force from her body. Then she raised her sharp, beautiful eyes, coldly looking at the handsome youth surrounded by white mist, who seemed extraordinarily mysterious. Is this all you have? The youth with the long spear lightly teased with a hint of mockery in his smile. You speak so arrogantly. Tang Yao's indifferent tone carried a slight but noticeable defiance. The pride in her heart remained as solid as a rock. So what if you can avoid damage? I can still defeat you later. Boom! A loud thunderous sound echoed again, and Tang Yao transformed into a blinding white flash, rushing towards Yili at incredible speed. Yili's expression remained calm as he extended his palm towards the blazing white light rushing towards him. Just when the crowd was puzzled about what he was doing, a colorful ring quietly glowed on that distinct hand. Buzz! In the next second, the dazzling white light that was rushing forward abruptly halted in midair, and in Tang Yao's confused expression, her body uncontrollably knelt down in midair. Boom! Her fair knee crashed heavily onto the combat stage, and the shameful sound echoed throughout the arena. Before the eyes of thousands, this proud daughter of the Qing Mountain Sword Pavilion knelt on the ground, sliding along the surface toward Yili due to inertia. Seeing this scene, the over 1,000 spectators were all dumbfounded. For a moment, a suffocating silence swept across the entire area. The previously heated atmosphere became almost frozen. Quiet as the eve of a snowstorm. Publicly humiliating the proud young master of the Qing Mountain Sword Pavilion, wicked deeds plus 1,500. At this moment on the combat stage, Tang Yao was filled with confusion. She could hardly believe as she looked down at her knees kneeling on the ground. What am I doing? Kneeling before a boastful commoner in such a situation? In an instant, a torrent of anger surged in Tang Yao's heart. Her once calm and elegant eyes seemed to shoot out flames. She raised her head, looking at the young man so close, her silver teeth nearly biting through. You are finished. Yili's hand shot out like lightning, gripping her lovely face. Then his knee slammed down like a descending tiger, accompanied by fierce wind pressure, exploding on that proud and confident face. Boom! With a muffled sound, that lovely face instantly twisted in pain. Intense pain surged from her face, and Tang Yao felt stars in her eyes, dizziness overwhelming her, her words forcibly interrupted as her body uncontrollably leaned back. What time is it, and you still want to chat? Yili sneered, stepping forward. In the blink of an eye, he was once again before Tang Yao. The effect of the coexisting harmony barrier was stronger than he had imagined, and it could serve as a one-time immobilization technique. In the high martial realm, our immobilization technique is like this. Do you have such a technique? Yili secretly chuckled in his heart, reaching out with his palm to grab Tang Yao's face. If this were the tip of a gun, I would already be dead. In her dizziness, a thought instinctively flashed through Tang Yao's mind, but it was soon swallowed by immense rage. A mere nobody actually smashed her face with his knee. Moreover, at such a good opportunity, he didn't use his previous marksmanship to pursue the victory. This behavior was simply showing her no respect. Kneeling and slapping her face. From the moment she was born, this was the first time someone dared to humiliate her like this. At this moment, Tang Yao sensed that her face was being gripped by someone's 5 fingers. You are seeking death. She shouted angrily, her true energy surging, forcing herself to wake from the dizziness. Boom! An astonishing sword aura erupted from her body, causing visibility on the battle platform to drop significantly. The sky was filled with sword aura, like countless sharp blades unsheathed, sweeping across the world. In an instant, it engulfed Yili. Poochie poochie. The sound of flesh being pierced rang out in succession, and Tang Yao used this chance to break free from the restraint, her figure exploding backward. Looking at that thin figure, still standing firm amidst countless sword auras, a cold light surged in her eyes. Earlier, that was your only chance to defeat me. Since you couldn't grasp it, then don't blame me. Tang Yao. Chapter 39, You are just a useless waste. Tang Yao's voice was icy as she tightened her grip on the horizontal sword, her whole demeanor changing, a vast sword energy rapidly brewing within her body. The mountain supports the sun. A student in the audience recognized the move and shouted excitedly. Ah! The next second, an astonishing sword intent overflowed from Tang Yao's body, and a fierce wind surged around her. This was the opening move of the third-tier rare martial technique, the mountain supports the sun. Even in the secret treasures of the Qing Shan Sword Pavilion, this technique would be considered excellent. At this moment, it was unleashed by Tang Yao. The intention was very clear. She didn't plan to delay any longer. Next, she would strike down Yili with one sword. The East Mountain rises high, standing tall against the sky. Boom! A dazzling sword aura, brilliant as the great sun in the sky, burst forth from the horizontal sword in Tang Yao's hand, charging down with the terrifying might of the sun moving east and the mountain crumbling. The mountain supports the sun had already been practiced by her to perfection. The first second for nurturing energy, the second to draw the sword. The destructive power contained within that brilliant sword aura was exactly her badge for fighting above her level. In the past, a peak second-tier martial artist had been severely injured and fell under this move. Now, unleashing it against an opponent with a lower martial realm, the result was already apparent. The slender figure was instantly consumed by the sword aura. Then, boom! The huge roar stirred an astonishing strong wind, shaking both the upper and lower parts of the battle platform. Many were stunned by the sound, their ears ringing, and couldn't open their eyes due to the fierce wind. The might of a single sword was terrifying. Smoke and dust billowed on the battle stage. It is senior sister Tang's victory. The thousands of students in the audience were ecstatic, many unable to contain themselves as they shouted out loud. The teachers on the high platform nodded slightly, silently acknowledging Tang Yao's strength. Tang Yao exhaled a breath of stale air and slowly sheathed her sword. There are still 5 left, my true energy is still abundant, no problem. Right at that moment, a sudden surge of intense unease and alertness flooded her heart. Her heartbeat quickened as if gripped tightly by an invisible hand. Tang Yao instinctively drew her horizontal sword, gazing heavily toward the direction filled with dust and smoke. In that rolling dust cloud, a pair of fiercely burning golden eyes suddenly flashed, dazzling like burning flames. Immediately after, an indescribable, overwhelming pressure surged forth like a tide. Tang Yao felt as if she were pressed down by a heavy mountain. She was barely able to move. Meanwhile, a voice as cold as ice and devoid of any emotion entered her ears. "Is this what you call serious?" It was the unique voice of the boy in the black shirt, but it carried an unprecedented nonchalance. It was as if he was saying, "I had such high hopes for you, but I didn't expect you to be so useless." These words pierced through Tang Yao's heart like a sharp sword. But before anger could surge within her, her back suddenly grew cold, and a sense of inexplicable fear welled up inside. In front of her, dust and smoke scattered. Yili's figure emerged as he stepped out from the haze. His hair swayed, his spine straightened, and the tattered black shirt rustled. With black hair and golden eyes, he exuded an arrogant aura. "Stop acting mysterious." Tang Yao's gaze sharpened, gripping her horizontal sword tightly, a powerful aura bursting forth without reserve. From Yili, she sensed a dangerous presence. Yili remained calm, advancing at a leisurely pace. In the midst of countless stunned gazes, his vitality surged like a boiling cauldron, a powerful aura sweeping across the scene without restraint. Once he activated the Golden Soul Revival, his physical strength would increase by around 300%. This was an all-around enhancement, not merely a boost in punching power. It was like opening the Super Saiyan mode. Presently, Yili felt an unprecedented fullness of power within him, as the injuries from the sword chi swiftly healed. He casually pulled the long spear that was stuck in the ground, then his figure darted forward, already standing before Tang Yao in the blink of an eye. Yili grasped the long spear tightly, and the muscles on his back bulged like living creatures, resembling the grinning face of a demon. With a casual thrust of the spear, Tang Yao's expression changed dramatically, quickly raising her sword in front of her with a soft shout. A phantom of a giant sword emerged from her. Yili's expression remained emotionless, and the dragon scales appeared on the long spear, crashing mightily against that phantom. Boom! Yili exerted a slight force, and a terrifying power erupted from the spear, instantly shattering the giant sword phantom that had just materialized around Tang Yao. The horizontal sword in front of her let out a mournful wail. Tang Yao trembled backward, her delicate face showing a serious expression as cold sweat dripped down her back. Her arms had gone numb, and now she could barely lift them. Just one strike had caused her to lose most of her fighting power. Such horrifying strength, could this really not be a talented third-tier warrior unleashing a special move? What to do? What to do? Without giving her a moment to think, Yili's figure was already before her. Tang Yao's pupils constricted as she struggled to raise her horizontal sword. The next second, the black long spear swept down heavily. Clang! Her golden dragon horizontal sword, which had accompanied her through countless days and nights, let out a chilling wail and snapped in half under this strike. The sweeping long spear struck hard at her waist and abdomen, and several ribs cracked in response. Tang Yao felt as if she had slammed into a speeding truck, her organs trembling and crushing, as if they were about to explode with pain. Her brain was almost blank. In a daze, she felt herself rolling and flying out, crashing to the ground, her pink lips releasing uncontrollable moans of pain, curling up on the ground. The proud and composed demeanor she once had was utterly gone in this moment. The girl's beautiful face was contorted with immense pain, continuously coughing up blood, tears gathering at the corners of her eyes, the broken horizontal sword slipping from her grasp. Under such terrifying strength, her swordsmanship, honed over many years, and her second-tier 6th-level powerful cultivation seemed so weak, so laughable. The previous pride and confidence had become a joke, and the talent she once held in high esteem was trampled beneath the opponent's feet. A sense of indescribable defeat surged from the depths of her heart. Why is an early-stage martial artist so ridiculously strong? Tang Yao's face was pale, desperately trying to steady her breath, struggling to get up from the ground. Just as she was about to rise, a martial arts shoe slowly stepped on her face. Her beautiful, fair face slightly contorted under the sole. Tang Yao's heart felt like ash, humiliation's tears gradually welling up in the corners of her eyes. A huge wave of shame and anger almost drowned her, yet at this moment, even moving a finger felt incredibly difficult. With no strength to resist, she could only look at the other person with her tear-stained eyes, filled with unwillingness. Senior Sister Tang. Students in the viewing area saw this scene, their faces filled with heartache, unable to help but shout out. That senior sister Tang, whom they had never dared to speak to, was actually being so brazenly trampled by someone named Yili. How outrageous! How arrogant! This ignited their anger, and their fists clenched tightly. But when Yili glanced up, they felt icy cold, instinctively shutting their mouths. Tang Yao, let me speak frankly. Just when Tang Yao felt immense humiliation, Yili's voice came down from above her. Along with it was a sharp, pitch-black spear, the tip first resting over her high chest. Then it slowly moved up, gently tapping her swollen face. The boy in the black robe was calm, his golden eyes blazing with authority, but his voice held a hint of mockery. You are nothing but a waste. Tang Yao's heart suddenly tightened. P.S. I'm a new author, and all I can do is ensure not to write anything disgusting for the readers, and honestly craft my enjoyable story. Chapter 40, The Exchange Competition Ends. Born in the Qingshan sword sect, Tang Yao has been held in high regard by the current sect master since childhood. Although the Qingshan sword sect has the prestige of a leading sect in Qingshan City, it still pales in comparison to those renowned sects in Wen Province. Let alone the Qingshan sword sect, under the current sect master, has shown signs of decline, and the entire sect is on a downward slope. At such a time, a genius was urgently needed to lead the already fading Qingshan sword sect to regain its strength. Tang Yao appeared just in time. Her talents made the entire Qingshan sword sect and Qingshan City view her as the hope for the younger generation. The young girl also considered herself extraordinary. She originally planned to win the top spot in the Wen Province martial exam first, then enter the martial arts university to hone her skills, and later travel the world with a sword, reaching the peak of the martial arts realm. But, unexpectedly, before the first stage could even be realized, reality slapped her fiercely. Tang Yao's face grew even paler, her beautiful face stepped on by the opponent, raising her head felt like a luxury. The talent and sword skill she was proud of felt as powerless and laughable as street performances in front of the boy in the black robe. Before this, she had never lost a match among her peers. The bitterness in her heart was unprecedentedly intense. Tang Yao, let me speak frankly. You are nothing but a waste. Hearing these words, the sharpness in Tang Yao's eyes gradually faded, and her clenched fist slowly loosened. She lay on the martial arts arena like a dead dog, indifferent to the humiliation for the first time. Yili, however, did not even glance at her. For such a self-satisfied genius, he always returned kindness with kindness and resentment with directness. Even if the girl appeared pitiful at this moment, it had nothing to do with him, just like if he were to lose this match, no matter how pathetic his performance was, the opponent would not sympathize with him either. In the martial arts world, the strong must humiliate the weak fiercely. Thus, Yili did not withdraw his foot but chose to step on her head and walk towards the edge of the stage. Yili wins! The referee's excited voice echoed through the martial arts arena. The viewing area of over 1,000 people was quiet as if a heavy snow had fallen. Countless students from Qingshan City, either dumbfounded, or with complicated expressions, or looking at the scene on the stage in disbelief, their hearts felt as if they were being cut apart by sharp blades. No one could have imagined that the dazzling sword fairy girl, who was so high above them in their eyes, would be defeated so brutally. Moreover, it was an overwhelming and one-sided defeat. They couldn't even see a semblance of a fair fight. They only saw the dust clear and then, the boy in the black robe leisurely walking out, swiftly finishing off Tang Yao, a seat of martial arts examination holding a second-tier advanced treasure, defeated extraordinarily quickly. In terms of results, it was just like Tang Yao's previous matches, only the identities of the standing person and the fallen person had swapped. Tap. In the dead silence throughout the arena, only a slow, steady sound of footsteps echoed. The sound was not loud, but it felt as heavy as if stepping on everyone's hearts. Under countless complex and horrified gazes, they saw the handsome boy with black hair and golden eyes walk down the platform with a calm expression, his steps steady. Behind him, the platform was full of cracks, particularly eye-catching. And that quite handsome face at this moment carried a sense of unintentional authority. Even the people from Linghai No. 1 High School felt a bit dry in the mouth. Lu Yangda looked at the boy, recalling his daredevil provocation from the previous week, and couldn't help but shiver. With such strength, even the recognized sword genius from Qingshan City was beaten like this. If he wasn't dead, his family's ancestor must be bashing his head in the underworld. No wonder his uncle, who was the director, couldn't discipline the boy. Such a genius, if provoked, the school authorities would have likely kicked him and his uncle out together. Lu Yangda felt a rush of fear and firmly decided that in the future, he would rather be plain than court death again. Due to the remaining contestants from Qingshan No. 1 High School forfeiting, we declare Linghai No. 1 High School the winner. This exchange competition is hereby concluded. The judge's excited voice continued. On the high platform, the elder from the sword pavilion looked grim, his palm slowly tightening in his sleeve. To crush someone like Tang Yao at this age, not to mention him, even the head of the sword pavilion had probably never seen. Recalling how he wanted the senior teachers from Fengyun University to see what a real genius was, his face now felt a burning pain. The elder of the sword pavilion wanted to say something to salvage pride, but turned around only to find the old man Yu had vanished without him noticing. The boy named Yili had just exited, and the other party had disappeared. It was clear what his purpose was. Sigh. With this thought, the elder of the Sword Pavilion's eyes flickered, and after a moment of silence, he let out a sigh. With the guaranteed admission to Fengyun University, the achievements of the boy in the black robe, I'm afraid, won't be beneath those of the head of the Sword Pavilion. Sure enough. Just as the figure of the boy in the black robe disappeared from the exit passage, the audience suddenly erupted in exclamations. They saw a figure on the high platform leap down like a flying bird, swiftly landing on the ground like a diving hawk. With a loud bang, countless stones and dust flew up as if a small explosion had occurred there. The crowd looked on in astonishment, only to see an old man with white hair and a kind face, yet exuding an aura of authority, standing firmly in the pit. His posture was as upright as a pine tree, hands clasped behind him, in a flowing green robe that appeared particularly ethereal. A vivid swirl of clouds was behind him, as if a storm was brewing. The emblem of Fengyun University. The thousands of students in the audience were all martial science students from Mingshang, and they naturally recognized the name of Fengyun University at a glance, their eyes filled with evident surprise. Having heard that there would be people from Fengyun University attending the exchange competition, it was unexpected that he jumped straight down from the high platform. But soon, this surprise turned into deep shock. The elderly man, who had been formidable just a moment ago, suddenly dashed into the cultivation passage. His expression was eager as if he had discovered an unparalleled treasure. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared from everyone's sight. After he left, the spectator seats erupted like a boiling pot of oil. Isn't that a teacher from Fengyun University? What is he going to do? Bro, are you blind? Can't you see? He's chasing that Yili. What the hell, could it be a guaranteed admission? Guaranteed admission? In competitions at this level, if a contestant performs well enough, they can be chosen by esteemed school teachers watching the event, exempting them from the martial arts examination and allowing early admission. What? That Yili treated Sister Tang like that and still gets guaranteed admission to Fengyun University? I can't accept that. I can't accept it either. Isn't this just a free ride? Discussion roared in the spectator seats, followed by wails of sorrow, feelings of sadness surging to the sky. The scoundrel who just treated their beloved Bai Yueguan like a dog turned around and got the admission spot they dreamed of. It was truly unacceptable. In the eyes of over 1,000 Xingshan students, emotions of shock and helplessness surged, their butts glued to their seats. Teachers on the high platform exchanged glances, all seeing the sourness in each other's eyes. Without a doubt. With such talent and now qualifications for Fengyun University, Yili's future was destined for a steady rise. He would undoubtedly become a renowned high-tier martial artist. This Gao Chao Linghai number 1 really is lucky. One Jiang Qingzhu wasn't enough, now there's an even more outrageous Yili, making people feel so envious they could cry. The teachers from Qingshan City felt their eyes turning red with envy. In the lounge. As soon as Yili sat down on a chair, he saw the excited Wang Yongfeng walk in. Good boy, that was amazing. Principal Li is close to getting hysterical with you. Wang Yongfeng enthusiastically leaned in, observing up and down. Are you hurt anywhere? I'm fine, just a bit of energy depletion. I'll recover in an hour. Yili waved his hand, placing his long spear beside him. His eyes returned to their inky color, and his injuries had long been fully healed by the indestructible golden soul. With each breath, his somewhat exhausted true energy quickly revitalized. Most of it was from the massive consumption brought on by golden soul resurrection. Even without using this explosive-like talent, Yili was quite confident he could win. But that would mean a back-and-forth with Tang Yao, using techniques like frost and snow in the sky, and dragon riding the wind. He might even have to show them all. At that point, it would be easy for the opponent to think, what a thrilling battle, entirely without any resentment. Then what kind of evil value would that earn? They'd probably think the two geniuses appreciated each other. So Yili decisively chose the most brutal way to win the battle. He aimed to break down the opponent's psychological defenses. The effect was indeed significant. Seriously injuring and publicly humiliating the proud young master of the Sword Pavilion, evil value plus 5,000. Current evil value, 51,500 points. A very good number that made Yili's heart surge with excitement. You've worked hard. You fought so much in the morning, and now you're facing Tang Yao in the afternoon. Wang Yongfeng felt the youth was becoming more impressive. Looking at that tattered inky shirt, he couldn't help but feel some pity. If there are similar competitions before the martial examination, I'll help you cancel them, so you can focus on preparation. After saying that, he sensed something, feeling that Yili's gaze suddenly became sharp. No need for that. Yili lightly coughed and said casually, I'm used to fighting to grow. But you still need to take care of your health. Wang Yongfeng smiled ruefully, encouraging, as long as you maintain this level, even if you win against the best Fengyun University, they will definitely want you. As soon as the voice fell, footsteps came from outside the door. The elderly Mr. Yu, with hair and beard all white, pushed the door open and laughed. Indeed, but does classmate Yili have the willingness? Chapter 41, so-called avoiding the edge. Upon seeing the newcomer, Wang Yongfeng was first stunned, then his eyes widened instinctively as he scanned the man. Dressed in the robes of Fengyun University, this meant the old man was a teacher at Fengyun University. Did he really come to recruit someone in advance? Wang Yongfeng found it hard to believe. In the past, he had heard of Fengyun University recruiting students early, but he had never witnessed it in person. After all, there were nearly 100 martial arts high schools in the 12 cities of Ying Province. Each year, they produced tens of thousands of young martial artists, but those who could be recruited early by Fengyun University were only a handful, at most 2 or 3, and sometimes even none. Being recruited early meant being recommended, and being a recommended student meant a large amount of resources poured in. Even if Fengyun University was a leading institution in Ying Province's martial arts universities, they didn't have that many resources to select a dozen recommended students each year. And in previous years, most recommended students were usually chosen from the martial science students of Shanshushi, while other cities were often left just watching. It had been many years since Fengyun University last selected recommended students from Linhai City. Receiving such treatment meant that one was truly set to soar high in the future. Yili, Fengyun University is the best martial arts university in Ying Province. Wang Yongfeng cleared his throat, trying to remind him gently, if you get a recommendation, it will greatly help your future development. Exactly. As he spoke, Mr. Yu quickly approached, seemingly nervously rubbing his hands. When he saw that there were no scars on Yili's flesh beneath the shattered ink robe, his eyes sparkled with evident excitement. He really hadn't misjudged, the injuries caused by the sword energy just moments ago had completely vanished. The speed of healing was simply miraculous. What level of martial arts talent must he possess? Such a treasure could be encountered in this place. The old man truly felt he was making a great profit. On the battle platform just earlier, the highest level Mr. Yu had seen it clearly. Tang Yao's previous attacks were indeed not without effect on Yili, rather, most of the attacks had caused him harm. Especially that move, Taishan holding the sun, even with that strange white mist protecting him, the fierce sword energy had directly pierced through Yili's right abdomen. However, what would normally be severe injuries had healed within just a few breaths on Yili. Seeing this scene, Mr. Yu nearly did not believe his eyes, his heart was stirred with waves of astonishment. No one understood better than him the worth of such a situation. If it weren't for a group of teachers surrounding him from behind, he would have rushed down to verify it directly. Fortunately, the opportunity hadn't completely been missed. Classmate Yili. Mr. Yu swallowed hard, looking at the calm and composed young man in the ink robe, and smiled gently. I just happen to have a special recommendation spot available. As long as you are willing, I can personally be your mentor, and you can come to Fengyun University right now without needing to take the martial arts exam. To be honest, I am a senior teacher at Fengyun University, with martial arts skills that can be called an expert. I definitely won't mislead my students, you can rest assured about that. Upon hearing this, even Wang Yongfeng's expression changed to something strange. This is definitely a teacher from Fengyun University, not some kind of advertisement for a martial arts tutoring class, right? Wasn't this enthusiasm a bit excessive? While feeling strange, he also felt a bit sour. After all, he had never seen such a scene during his martial arts exam years ago. The several intermediate teachers from Fengyun University had all worn cold expressions, exuding indifference. When it came to Yili, even senior teachers became salesmen. The recommendation spot could indeed be understood. After all, Yili had the potential since he had defeated Tang Yao. But this attitude that almost wrote quickly agree on their face was a completely different matter. Does this represent Yili's potential, that even among the recommended students, he stands out? Thinking of this, Wang Yongfeng's breath quickened. Could it be that Yili has some potential he hasn't seen? Yili did not answer directly, but instead asked. What are the benefits of this recommendation quota? What he lacked the most were opportunities to earn evil points in various martial arts techniques. Naturally. Yu Wang smiled confidently, sitting up straight. Just the library of Fengyun University allows you to go directly to the 4th floor with a certificate. Not to mention 2nd and 3rd tier martial arts techniques, even 4th tier rare martial arts techniques are all available for exchange if you want. Moreover, there's the level of contacts. Many teachers in Fengyun University are high-ranking members of various forces. To be honest, ordinary martial arts students can only see them while on campus, and these are all potential connections. As he spoke, he deliberately hinted. By the way, I am also a guest elder of several associations, holding many resources and opportunities for secret realm training. As long as I want, I can allocate them to my favorite students. In addition, if you have any questions while practicing martial arts, you can casually ask the teachers. With the title of recommended student, they will be very willing to explain to you. Yu Wang spoke without stopping, to the point of becoming a bit dry-mouthed. He looked at Yili, whose expression remained calm, cleared his throat, and then smiled. If you are willing to be my student, it couldn't be better. What I can give you is definitely more than those second-rate forces leaders. Hearing this, Yili slightly nodded. No wonder Fengyun University, with its richest heritage in Ing province, indeed offers benefits that are heart-stirring. Although the actual difficulty is likely much greater than what he said, the opportunities Fengyun University can provide are indeed genuine. He didn't lack teachers to guide him in martial arts, nor did he desire fragile connections. However, he did have some need for such opportunities. I see, that sounds really good. Finally, under Yu Wang's fiery gaze, Yili calmly said. But I refuse. Language teased the 106-year-old teacher of Fengyun University, evil points plus 500. Yu Wang, who thought it was almost a sure thing, was stunned and couldn't help but ask. Why? Are the conditions not rich enough? Rich enough. Yili nodded naturally. Then you? I refuse. Language teased the 106-year-old teacher of Fengyun University, evil points plus 200. You can't say it, playing tricks on the old man is indeed quite interesting. Yili sighed in his heart. The habit of saying no to those who are almost certain is probably one he can't change. So? Why refuse? Yu Wang blushed a little. Yili chuckled softly, because I want to participate in the martial arts exam. You still want to participate in the martial arts exam? Yu Wang was stunned, then said seriously, there's really no need. After this battle, the students from Qingshan No. 1 High School probably hate you to the bone. If these hundreds of them free their hands during the martial arts exam, they might collectively come looking for trouble. At that time, you would be outnumbered, and it's very easy to get into trouble. Then, what if I get the recommendation quota after the martial arts exam? Wang Yongfeng tentatively asked. He thought Yili probably wanted to hone himself through the martial arts exam, so he intended to help fight for it. Then there's even less need. Yu Wang glanced at him and helplessly said. This year's recommendation quota for Fengyun University is only this one in my hands. You all know about Shanzhou No. 1 High School, right? It's the martial arts high school in Ing province with the deepest heritage, and it has produced the most geniuses over the years. As far as I know, they have several talented competitors this year, each of them exceptional, proud, and arrogant. If they hear that you, a recommended martial arts student, came to participate in the martial arts exam, they will definitely come to meet you. Speaking, he looked at Yili and explained seriously. Simply put, it means someone will come to trouble you, to test your skills. Why? Yili asked. Because they are not convinced. Yu Wang sighed and said, Yili, let me give you some advice, the martial arts exam is no joke. Aren't you just asking for trouble? There's really no need to compete with them, right? However, Yu Wang suddenly realized that the young man's black eyes in front of him were shining brighter and brighter. Indeed. In the puzzled gaze of Yu Wang, Yili said lightly, then how about this, let's take a step back, I'll take the guaranteed spot, and I'll also participate in the martial arts exam. No, you want them all? Yu Wang looked in astonishment at Wang Yongfeng beside him, doubting if he heard wrong. P.S. This chapter has minor modifications. Chapter 42, Starting the Points, Peak of Second Stage. As night fell, a slight chill enveloped Qingshan City. With reluctant eyes, Yu Wang watched as Yili exchanged contact information and then parted ways. Then, under Wang Yongfeng's lead, he and Jiang Qingzhu quickly returned to that high-standard hotel in the city center. I knew you would win. That day in your training room, I saw the numbers on that punching power testing machine. Amid the envious gazes of Lu Yangda and others, Jiang Qingzhu followed Yili closely, saying seriously, you have been hiding your strength all along. Indeed, Tang Yao should be ashamed for not forcing me to use my full power. Yili chuckled lightly, then stopped in front of the door, well then, see you tomorrow. He was already eager to add points. See you tomorrow. Jiang Qingzhu's eyes sparkled, her red lips slightly pursed. Yili nodded and casually closed the door. Watching his disappearing figure, Jiang Qingzhu took a deep breath. Since that day, whenever she looked up, she could see the sky in his back, both appearing so distant and unreachable. However, she also carried many burdens herself, and she should not give up easily. She had to catch up quickly. Jiang Qingzhu encouraged herself in her heart, at least his martial arts level was still not higher than hers, she should still have time to catch up. Okay, let's start. In the room, once everything fell silent, Yili, fresh from cleaning himself, returned to sit cross-legged on the bed. The white bathrobe on him fluttered gently, his handsome features showing a hint of expectation. Current evil value, 52,200 points. Can redeem for treasures. This huge number was something he saw for the first time. It felt like the first time he received a 5-figure salary after becoming an adult, he felt somewhat at a loss as to how to spend it. Defeating Tang Yao did not mean he was in the clear. A new round of tests was approaching. According to Yu Wang, this martial arts exam would not only see hundreds of martial arts students from Qingshan No. 1 returning, but also some so-called geniuses from Shanzhou City would come knocking. Another fierce battle was imminent. The hundreds of students from Qingshan No. 1 were not worth fearing. With Yili's terrifying endurance, he was not afraid of those soft-footed shrimp who lacked teamwork. The only threat that needed to be alert was coming from Shanzhou City. As the capital city of Ying Province, Shanzhou City was rich in resources, and the martial arts culture was the most thriving among the 12 cities of Ying Province. Shanzhou No. 1 naturally became the top martial arts high school in Ying Province with the highest admission rate. Among them were students acclaimed as geniuses. Even though Yu Wang had not stated their exact strength, one could imagine they were surely not much weaker than Tang Yao, and might even be stronger. Before having the overwhelming combat power to crush these people, it was indeed hard to eat and sleep peacefully. Really high rewards, high risks. Yili said with a hint of mockery in his smile. He knew very well that according to his development path, just one failure along the way could lead to huge losses. There were losses of material and of spirit. Therefore, he had to cut off the possibility of such occurrences. Yili let out a light breath and summoned the panel. It must be said that he had been at the first level of the second stage for long enough. He had long since grown tired of the cumbersome formalities. It's time for the so-called explosive growth. Current evil points, 52,200. Artifacts available for extraction. Since I perfected the S-rank breathing technique, there's no reason not to try increasing my cultivation a bit. Here I go, with my persistence and hard work. Ding! Beginning to consume evil points, continuously enhancing cultivation. After previous hard training, your understanding of the White Mist Frost Snow S-rank breathing technique has reached a level where you can recite it backward. This greatly enhances your control over true energy and accelerates its fusion with the meridians. Gained buff, cultivation speed increased by 400%. Your cultivation speed is like that of a legendary race car driver who hasn't raced for years, suddenly allowed to drive fast again, soaring with the speed of a top-tier racing car. Unlocked new achievement, drift through corners. Drift through corners, no matter how fast your vehicle is, it won't flip over while drifting. The Grandma Adachi, who used to race madly down this road, has been outpaced by you, and your cultivation begins to skyrocket. After consuming 1,000 evil points, you have refined the meridians in your arms with pure true energy. The meridians glow like jade, naturally strengthening the body and enhancing vitality. You have successfully advanced to the second stage, third level. With a sufficient level of true energy control, the recovery speed of true energy far exceeds that of other warriors of the same rank, making your understanding of the cultivation method of the Jade Vein realm even more effortless. Gained buff, cultivation speed increased by 20%. After consuming 3,000 evil points, you mobilized all your true energy to refine the meridians in your torso. The skills of your internal organs have strengthened, with the kidneys receiving the most improvement. While refining the meridians, you seem to favor them, feeding them 40% of the recovering vitality. You have successfully advanced to the second stage, 6th level. This is utter nonsense. Yi has always treated every internal organ equally, how could there be favoritism for one particular organ? At most, it's just the kidneys enhancing blood production, which is beneficial for the future third stage true blood realm. I had no choice but to do it. On the screen, the text continues to appear. After consuming 5,000 evil points, you operated your true energy with unparalleled skill. The meridians in your limbs and bones have been completely refined. Your body's meridians underwent a complete transformation, and a rich, medicinal fragrance began to emanate from within you. You have successfully advanced to the second stage, 9th level. After consuming 8,000 evil points, you have fully mastered the explosive force. Your strong bones greatly enhance your physical strength, and signs of transformation begin to appear in your blood. You have officially stepped into the peak of the second stage. This enhancement consumed a total of 8,000 evil points, equivalent to over 10 years of ordinary cultivation. Current evil points, 44,200. As the final line of text appeared, Yili felt his limbs and bones warming up. The flow of true energy within him surged uncontrollably, rising violently, then galloping through the meridians at a speed far greater than before. He gently clenched his fists, and the surging true energy erupted from within him at an incredibly fast speed. If he used his martial skills, his speed would absolutely be several times faster than before. Yili looked at his long hands, and a flicker of joy sparkled in his dark eyes. Indeed, the choice to perfect the breathing technique before enhancing cultivation was correct. He remembered that it took him 8 years of hard training to advance from the first stage, 5th level to the first stage, 8th level. Now he had consumed over 10 years of hard work to rise from the second stage, 1st level to the peak of the second stage. Though this speed of cultivation still lagged behind those geniuses, compared to when he first arrived here, it was like trading a bird gun for a cannon. Beneath the smooth skin were meridians as clear as jade, no longer as fragile as before, also enhancing the strength of his body. Even the blood surging within him was now showing signs of transformation, with a few drops faintly glowing with a strange golden light, looking different from before. Having exploded so many people, the brilliance stands out. This is what he deserves. Yili exhaled a breath of fresh air, not feeling confused. He knew this was the next stage of the path of martial arts, the things a third-stage true blood realm practitioner needed to do. Once the blood in his body shimmered with a slight golden glow, it would mean he officially stepped into the true blood realm. For low-tier martial artists, the improvement is essentially a gradual metamorphosis of the physical body. And good breathing techniques and refining methods can accelerate this transformation process. Once he found a suitable refining method, Yili would most likely be able to fill it up directly. Thinking of this, he turned his gaze to the panel, where the numbers were still abundant. Current evil value, 44,200 points. Although he had not found a suitable refining method yet, trying to break through to a level close to the true blood realm using a clumsy method was still worth a shot. With a thought, the vast evil value surged back into the panel. Chapter 43, Upgrading the Golden Soul, New Abilities. Ding! Consuming evil value, beginning to elevate martial arts level. You have not yet reviewed any methods to refine vital energy and blood, like a college student who has studied for 2 years, yet runs back to take college entrance exams, staring dumbly at the test paper. Out of helplessness, you can only rely on the metamorphosing jade veins to nourish your vital energy and blood, thus achieving the purpose of refining it. Gain negative buff, training speed reduced by 80%. After consuming 1,000 points of evil value, about 1/5 of your blood inside shone with a trace of golden light, which made you feel invigorated, as if you had found the corresponding clue. After consuming 2,000 points of evil value, you sadly discovered that finding the clue was just an illusion. Relying on meridians to forcibly refine vital energy and blood was difficult at the beginning, even harder in the middle, and finally felt like a blind man riding a blind horse, utterly helpless. Gained negative buff, emotion. Irritable, training speed reduced by 10%. After consuming 3,000 points of evil value, more than half of your blood has completed its initial transformation, but the remaining half, like impurities in metal refining, is extremely difficult to expel. Perhaps only through refining methods can they be eliminated. Gained negative buff, midnight in the deep pool, probability of going into madness increased by 50%. Yili decisively stopped adding points. This is a bit ridiculous. How did the risk of going into madness even pop up? Wait, what happened to the college student? Who said college students from his hometown couldn't take the entrance exam? Haven't you heard of college students going to war for their younger classmates, directly sending them to vocational school? It seems I still need to find a refining method to look at. Yili sighed. More than half of the blood in his body had completed its transformation, so he thought he was much stronger than the average second stage peak. At the very least, based on the current intensity of his vital energy and blood. At this moment, compared to himself a few minutes ago, he was stronger than the latter who had activated the Golden Soul Revival. Yili simply organized his two forms. One was the state of activating the Heavenly Gangvoid step, relying on damage immunity and speed, plus various perfected martial skills. It should be no problem to fight evenly with a martial artist at the early third stage. If the battle dragged on, with his bull-like abilities, he could definitely wear out an ordinary third-stage martial artist by exchanging injuries. The second was the state of the Super Saiyan activated by Golden Soul Revival. Although it consumed a lot, the enhancement of the physical body was truly absurd. Not to mention early third stage, even mid-third stage beast warriors, he was confident that he could tear them apart. A definite human-shaped violent dragon beast. As for why he divided these two forms, it was because both had related special effects when activated. Who would refuse the temptation of transforming forms? Yili chuckled lightly and looked back at the panel. With more than 40,000 evil points remaining, he could also manage to create that so-called guaranteed artifact. The problem is it necessary? Yili pondered for a moment and felt it was still unnecessary for now. According to the rules, the contestant with the best performance in the exchange competition, besides the prize money and vital energy pills, you can also obtain a powerful treasure sponsored jointly by two schools. What this treasure is specifically, he is still unclear. Once he gets it and sees that it is not a gun-type treasure, he will consider pulling from this card pool. Thinking this way, Yili turned his attention to his martial arts talent. Current talent, SSS grade. Indestructible Gold Soul LV2, upgradable. With such a large amount of evil value in hand, it would be a shame not to invest in it. Last time he upgraded to LV2, he unlocked a transformation similar to that of a Scion called Gold Soul Awakening. This made Yili feel a bit excited. If he upgraded to LV3, what new abilities would he unlock? Investing in martial arts talent is definitely a smart move, so he decided to act. Yili focused his thoughts and, based on experience, began to inject the vast amount of evil value into the panel. Ding! Consuming evil value, starting to enhance the level of indestructible Gold Soul. Your solid and clear gold soul is nourished once more, like a thirsty land meeting gentle rain, it absorbs all the evil value you poured in. After consuming 2,000 points of evil value, your gold soul becomes more stable. After consuming 5,000 points of evil value, a blurred pattern begins to appear on your gold soul, which is a sign of evolution. You gather your true energy within your body to prevent falling into madness. After consuming 10,000 points of evil value, that pattern on your gold soul becomes more solid. When you look closely, you find it is a complex and mysterious seal. After watching for a long time, you feel a sense of clarity and tranquility in your heart. After consuming 15,000 points of evil value, your gold soul becomes even more stable, and that seal gradually emits light. After consuming 20,000 points of evil value, that seal finally merges completely with your gold soul, awakening a new talent ability. Indestructible gold soul upgraded to LV3, self-healing speed increases, and healing costs decrease. New talent ability, Eye of Illusion. Eye of Illusion greatly enhances vision, improves dynamic vision. When fused with the gold soul bearer, it grants the ability to see through lies, perceive true forms, and identify weaknesses. Comment: it is said to be similar to the legendary Heavenly Eye and the mystical Fire Eye, which is not afraid of smoke or fire. If used properly, its applications are endless. Yili suddenly opened his eyes wide. In his dark eyes, a divine light flashed, sharp and extraordinary. On his usually calm and handsome face, a look of surprise couldn't help but flash. Seeing through lies, perceiving true forms, identifying weaknesses, this directly maxes out his functionality. All abilities that would shock and amaze ordinary martial artists. Yili turned his head to look out the window. Even with the night enveloping him, he could see things 1,000 meters away. Then he looked around, and the shock in his heart grew stronger. Not only could he see the subtle wear and tear of various facilities in the room at a glance, but even the formation engraved on the wall, used to gather spiritual energy, was indeed real. With a slight focus, he could see several light points illuminating the formation, seemingly pinpointing its weak spots. Is this what it means to identify weaknesses? Getting off the bed, Yili pointed slightly at the formation, and it immediately trembled. With a little more force, the entire formation exploded. Oh no! Yili's face changed slightly. Only then did he remember that he had just barely stepped into the true blood realm. With his current physical strength, a slight poke with his finger could break not just formations, but even a normal person's bones. He withdrew his hand, and the divine light in his eyes gradually faded, calming his excited heart. Now, even without activating Gold Soul Revival, he could confidently slap Tang Yao down on the ground this afternoon. Meanwhile, the results of the intercity exchange competition spread quickly. The technological level of the high martial world is not lagging behind. Within just a few hours, most of the martial arts high schools in the winning province heard about the results of this exchange competition. And the news that a student from Lehigh No. 1 High School was allegedly recommended for admission to Fengyun University also spread rapidly. Shan Prefecture City, Shanzhou No. 1 High School. In a room resembling a meeting room. They were just talking about the young man in the black shirt. P.S. Writing a book is not easy, and I've been carefully pondering the plot of the martial arts exam lately. I ask all great bosses for good reviews, and to fuel my love. Thank you so much or two. Chapter 44, let's see how capable he really is. This is roughly how things are. In the meeting room of Shanzhou No. 1 Middle School, a figure with a long breath sat at the stone table. Dressed in an elegant long robe, his hands were crossed and flat in front of him. Looking at several figures on both sides of the table, he gently smiled and said, "Although it's a bit hard to believe, but that Tang Yao was really defeated by an unknown martial arts student. I watched the video of that match. The martial arts student is named Yili, from Linhai City, and he is indeed a bit frightening. He is the most unexpected dark horse in this year's martial arts exam." As soon as the young man finished speaking, the people present seemed to be a little moved. They had heard of the young master of the Qingshan Sword Pavilion. Not only was he a second-rank six-fold warrior, but he had also defeated a peak second-rank warrior. If I remember correctly, their captain had regarded him as a strong contender in this year's martial arts exam. Now he had been beaten beforehand. Yili? At the closest position to the young man sat a sweet-looking girl, with long hair cascading down to her waist, her eyes sparkling, and her lips rosy and teeth white. Hearing the young man's words, she crossed her snow-white right leg over her left, propped her chin on her hand, and curiously asked the elegant young man, "Brother, I haven't really heard of this person before?" "That's why he's called a dark horse." The elegant young man glanced at her, his eyes full of affection, and smiled. "Also, it seems he can use a secret method that greatly enhances his abilities. Although he is only a first-rank warrior, after using the secret method, his strength and speed completely crushed Tang Yao, who was at rank 6. However, everything comes with a cost. This secret method is so overbearing that it likely has serious consumption and side effects. This can be seen from the fact that after Yili activated the secret method, he tried to end the battle quickly." Hearing this, the girl chuckled sweetly. "Isn't that just relying on the power of the secret method? In the end, his own strength is really too low. Don't underestimate your opponent. The elegant young man said helplessly. According to the video, even without using the secret method, he can still fight Tang Yao, who is rank 6, without falling behind. No matter what, he is considered a strong enemy. If you encounter him, you must not be reckless like before. Oh. Yang Wan agreed quite reluctantly. But she still huffed a little in defiance. A little shrimp at rank 1? Can't I handle him? Worrying for nothing. The elegant young man shook his head helplessly. Then, he looked at the other serious-faced people and continued, everyone, there is one more thing you need to pay attention to. This Yili is quite ruthless in action, showing no mercy at all. If you encounter him in the martial arts exam, try to avoid any conflict with him. If possible, it would be best to make friends. After saying that, he quietly waited for the reactions of everyone. Make friends? Someone asked in confusion, Captain Yang, are we going to ally with him? Exactly. The elegant young man named Yang Wanfeng smiled lightly and said gracefully, as long as he doesn't aim for the title of martial arts champion, I don't have any direct conflict with him. Why not make friends? But since he can defeat Tang Yao, he certainly won't willingly give up the championship, right? The person who asked was frowning, worriedly asking, Captain Yang, what if he doesn't want to ally? Then just beat him up. Yang Wan excitedly waved her fists, my brother has already lowered himself to make friends with him. As long as Yili is a smart person, he should quickly take a step back. Otherwise, I'll directly beat him down. As a rank 6 warrior, she has great confidence in her own strength. Although the Tang Yao of the same rank had already been defeated. But Yang Wan was still not too concerned. It was not blind confidence, as the Yang family known for their blood-burning secret technique, their foundation was much stronger than that second-rate sword sect in Qingshan City. Within Ying province, there were even rumors that anyone who encounters the direct descendants of the Yang family, if at the same realm, cannot match their strength. These 3 short sentences were enough to show the powerful dominance of the Yang family's secret technique. Yang Wanfeng and Yang Wan had, relying on the foundation of the Yang family and their own talents, become the 2 most dazzling stars in this mountain province #1 high school. Together, the 2 siblings could fight against third-level warriors. After saying this, Yang Wan licked her sharp tiger teeth, and it seemed as if flames ignited in her lively eyes. It's just that we both use secret techniques, so let's see whose technique is stronger then. Hearing this, Yang Wanfeng's eyes were calm as he spoke softly, Wanner, do not underestimate your opponent. Even if we fail to ally, try to avoid fighting him. Ah. Why? Yang Wan puffed out her cheeks, feeling somewhat dissatisfied. For your martial arts examination results, and for that Yili's life. Wanner. A hint of coldness appeared on Yang Wanfeng's refined face as he raised his eyes to explain. If that person hurts you, what do you think he will do? His chilling voice echoed throughout the conference room, and the atmosphere inside instantly filled with killing intent. Looking at the youth with a cold expression, everyone couldn't help but shiver as flashes of past scenes crossed their minds. The previously gentle and refined Yang Wanfeng now appeared dreadfully fearsome in their eyes, like a thousand-handed Azura. They remembered well that during the previous exchange competition with an outside province, the opponent had accidentally injured Yang Wan during the match. Afterwards, when Yang Wanfeng took the stage, he went into a rage, taking down 7 opponents in a row, clearly a doting brother. Yang Wan evidently recalled this event as well. She immediately stuck out her tongue and playfully smiled, hee, I'll be careful. No, you won't be careful at all. Hearing the girl's words, everyone in their hearts suddenly thought the same thing. Though Yang Wan spoke sweetly, according to her willful nature, there was an 8 or 9 out of 10 chance she would still go looking for trouble with that Yili. Thinking of this, everyone exchanged glances, gradually revealing expressions of glee at someone else's misfortune. They hoped that Yili was a smart person, willing to obediently form an alliance. If so, everything would be easy to talk about. Otherwise, if they angered Yang Wan, they would also provoke Yang Wanfeng, and it would be disastrous for them. Well then. As Yang Wanfeng's gaze swept over everyone, a smile returned to his face as he gently said. The meeting ends here for today, everyone is dismissed. Just then, a team member timidly raised their hand, Captain Yang, I heard another thing about that Yili. Go ahead. With Yang Wanfeng's nod of encouragement, the team member cautiously spoke. It seems he got the only guaranteed admission spot from Fengyun University this year. If he comes to participate in this martial arts exam, could it be that he is aiming for the top spot? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's expressions changed slightly, and they all looked towards Yang Wanfeng at the head seat. According to their memories, the other party had mentioned more than once that he would seize the guaranteed spot from Fengyun University, allowing both him and Yang Wan to enjoy generous admission benefits. This matter was not only known to them, most of the students in Mountain Province #1 High School were also aware of it. Yet, it had been snatched away by a suddenly emerging rookie. This was bad. They had lost such a big face, Captain Yang was bound to be furious. Everyone instinctively held their breath. As expected, under everyone's gaze, Yang Wanfeng's face turned completely cold. He looked at the one who spoke, seemingly calmly asking, "Are you sure he got the guaranteed admission spot? I heard from a few friends at Qingshan No. 1 High that they said so." Unbelievable. At these words, Yang Wan immediately stood up, angrily stomping her foot. On what basis? Just because he beat Tang Yao? Then, my brother can do it too. Why not give it to my brother? Wanner, sit down. Yang Wanfeng took a deep breath, forcing out a smile and said, "It's okay. The teacher from Fengyun University must have his own considerations." Even though he said this, there was still a bit of anger surging in his eyes, and his crossed fingers were tightly clenched. Suppressing his anger, Yang Wanfeng casually smiled and said, "However, since he is a student with guaranteed admission, he must be quite exceptional. If he really comes to participate in the martial arts exam and fight for the top spot, I will personally go meet him." By the end of his words, everyone could clearly hear a hint of gritted teeth in his tone. "Brother, you are too much of a nice guy." Yang Wan glared at him angrily and gritted her teeth, saying, "This kind of guy who definitely took the back door, I better not run into him. Otherwise, I will strip him bare and hang him on a tree, to see how much he weighs." Chapter 45, Numerical Crushing. The next morning, the sun illuminated the earth, and the morning light was warm. On a high-speed train heading to Linhai City. Seated by the window, Yili leaned back, a shiny golden waist badge tied around his waist. It had 4 large characters inscribed in silver hooks and iron painting, Fengyun University. This golden waist badge could only be obtained by exceptionally performing students even within Fengyun University. It was also a fine storage magical tool. For a martial arts high school student to wear it, the significance was self-evident. It was the token given to him by Old Manu. Such an eye-catching item, Yili originally did not intend to wear it openly. But he could not resist Wang Yongfeng's strong request. "Yili, I'm begging you as your teacher. I've led the school team for 5 sessions, and I have never received a trophy of this level. Just let me show off this once." Seeing Wang Yongfeng's earnestness, kind-hearted Yili agreed to the request. Outside the window, scenery flew past quickly, and Yili casually flipped through the messages sent by Old Manu. There were dozens of them. "Yili kid, are you free? It's okay if you're not. No need to respond, I just want to tell you how strong our Fengyun University is. Take the example of Zhenjiang University, which won the province. They are considered a reputable martial arts university within Hanja. In past years, during the fusion of the secret realm when beast tides occurred, as long as they invited some outside help, they could handle it properly. But they can't be compared to our Fengyun University at all. Firstly, when the secret realm fuses and causes beast tides, our school can suppress it entirely on its own without needing outside help, and we also generously reward participating students afterward. This alone widens the gap. Moreover, the tasks released by our school, whether in quantity or quality, far exceed those so-called first-class martial arts universities. So, when you finish the martial arts exam, if the universities from Modu or Shangjing come to recruit you, never agree. Our school is no worse than theirs. It's not that I'm afraid you'll be poached, mainly it's about Fengyun University, it's Linhai No. 1 High School. As the day of the martial arts exam approached, the atmosphere in the school gradually became tense. Even the most easygoing students felt a sense of urgency at this time. In theory, nothing could attract the attention of these martial arts students right now. However, this morning, there was still something shocking that made everyone envious, spreading throughout the school via the announcement. Someone in the school had received a guaranteed admission spot to Fengyun University. This benefit, which had always been monopolized by the talents from Shanzhou City, actually fell to Linhai City this year, which genuinely felt unbelievable. Fengyun University. That is one of the top martial arts universities in the entire Hanja. In previous years, not to mention receiving a guaranteed admission spot, there were hardly any who even got accepted to Fengyun University. In an instant, the entire teaching building was filled with discussions, all speculating about who had received the conditional admission slot. Principal Li, who was responsible for the announcement, didn't keep them guessing any longer. Already bursting with excitement, he smiled and said, "Let us congratulate Yili from Class 9 of Senior 3 for obtaining the admission slot to Fengyun University." Upon hearing this, the students from Linhai erupted with cheers. Due to the recent rumors, many students already knew about Yili, and they became restless immediately. The so-called demon king of the school team actually received the coveted admission slot? In no time, the whole teaching building was buzzing with disbelief. Emotions of astonishment filled every corner of the campus. In the infirmary, a critically ill patient on a hospital bed suddenly started breathing rapidly after hearing the announcement. Shenlian's beautiful face was now filled with confusion and dazedness, her mind was clearly wandering. After a few seconds, her dry throat suddenly tightened, and she fiercely pinched her own face, then looked towards the duty nurse, tremblingly asking, Did you hear the broadcast just now?" "Of course I heard. The duty nurse, who was already surprised, turned to her upon hearing the question, and couldn't help exclaiming, "This student named Yili is really amazing. Our school has never had a student who was directly admitted to Fengyun University." "Really, is that true?" Shen Lian could hardly suppress her surging emotions. As a member of the school team, she understood the prestige of Fengyun University better than any student from Linhai. It was the place she longed to be. In order to get into Fengyun University, she didn't mind dating Wang Ren, because Wang Ren's uncle was a retired teacher from Fengyun University. Even if he was just a low-level teacher, his understanding of martial arts far exceeded most instructors from martial arts high schools. Thanks to his guidance, Shen Lian's strength improved by leaps and bounds, entering the school team in just 2 short years. Even so, there was still a huge gap to enter Fengyun University. And that childhood sweetheart she had abandoned from the start actually got directly admitted to the school of her dreams? In that moment, overwhelming regret flooded Shen Lian's heart, tears uncontrollably streaming down her cheeks. As her heart suffered a heavy blow, the wound she bore also reminded her of the pain, still stabbing with sharp anguish. Shen Lian's regret was profound, almost making her weep blood. She knew very well that she and Yili were no longer people from the same world. Detected the long-lost childhood sweetheart's regret after 10 years, utterly broken. Evil points plus 5,000. An unexpected gain. Just stepping off the high-speed train, Yili was slightly taken aback, but didn't pay much attention, continuing towards the exit. 3 days left until the martial arts exam. High-level refining methods might be a bit difficult, but finding a B-level blood refinement method should not be too hard. In any case, entering the 3rd tier should be fine, and we can talk about the rest later. By then, as a 3rd-tier student, he would storm into the martial arts exam. Statistical dominance, kid. P.S. It seems like there was a little surge, thanks to the support from the big shots. Chapter 46, Sudden Change. Linhai City, high-speed train station. A group from Linhai First High School was making their way to the exit. In the crowd, Yili walked slowly, looking at Jiang Qingzhu beside him. "Do you have a suitable refining method?" Seeing that the other party was able to get him an S-level breathing method, it was clear how powerful her backing was. The boost provided by White Mist Frost Snow was indeed strong, not only restoring true chi faster than other martial artists of the same level but also providing extra bonuses upon allocation, demonstrating the huge difference between S-level and ordinary breathing methods. "I don't have any at the moment." Jiang Qingzhu's eyes flickered, thinking for a moment, "but there should be some at my home." "It's not easy to get, can I give it to you next month?" Unlike the martial arts stored in the library, techniques like breathing methods and refining methods that involve inheritance, even if she is the eldest lady of the Jiang family, needs a proper reason to obtain from her elders. "Next month, I will be able to break through to the 5th level, then I can come to see it early." "Next month." Yili rubbed his temples in slight annoyance. "Then let's talk about it then." Since there is no way to obtain it from her side, the only option left is to ask Elder Yu or Linhai First High School. The former just returned to Fengyun University and will likely not come to Linhai City again for a while, so is Linhai First High School the only option left? Okay. Jiang Qingzhu nodded lightly, not feeling it was very urgent. After all, the other party had just broken through to the 2nd tier and should still be in the stage of stabilizing their realm. "By the way, do you have any questions about the White Mist Frost Snow?" As she spoke, she looked at Yili and asked with a hint of expectation in her tone. "I have a small mastery of this breathing method, so if you have anything you don't understand, you can ask me." I understand. If you have anything you don't understand, you can also ask me." Yili casually nodded. The other party had learned the White Mist Frost Snow for over half a year and had already reached a small mastery, truly a talent among peers. Jiang Qingzhu, ? She originally wanted to say, "How could you understand what I don't understand?" But thinking of the proud stance he had displayed not long ago using frost snow sweeping the sky, she silently closed her mouth. Since meeting Yili, Jiang Qingzhu realized a truth: there are people in the world who do not reason, and others call them geniuses. And he is such a genius. Thinking of this, a trace of emotion appeared in Jiang Qingzhu's eyes, a gaze filled with longing and admiration. She wanted to connect the boy with the Jiang family. For this, she was willing to offer anything: martial techniques, methods, and so on. If a common person were to receive such favor from the eldest lady of the extreme northern Jiang family, they would have long attached themselves, seeking recognition from the Jiang family. But the young man before her was completely different. His independent style seemed as if he did not care about the Jiang family's favor at all, exuding a strong confidence all over. That was an extreme confidence in oneself. Such confidence is not uncommon among many talented martial artists, but when they encounter such a hot opportunity, they still cannot help but be moved. Yili's indifference towards the Jiang family's relationship, and daring to beat up the eldest lady of the Jiang family, was something Jiang Qingzhu had truly never seen before. Because of this, it appeared so precious. "There are quite a few third-tier weapons at home. Shall I pick one for you during the martial arts examination?" she asked softly. Yili non-committally nodded, looking at the exit and asking. Who are those people? Whom? Jiang Qingju followed his gaze and was suddenly surprised. The enforcers of the Qingyi Bureau? Why are there so many? She saw outside the exit, the positions usually occupied by taxi drivers, where several figures draped in black coats stood quietly. They were very noticeable in the field of vision. The expressions on their faces were cold and indifferent, with sharp eyes directed straight at Yili and the others behind. Yili followed their gaze and then raised an eyebrow. He saw a similarly striking person walking swiftly, escorted by a few people. The newcomer was tall and thin, looking around 40 years old, with thick handcuffs on his large hands, his expression gloomy, eyes tightly closed, yet walking effortlessly. In Yili's vision of illusory sight, the thin, tall man had a profound aura, clearly not an ordinary person. The few responsible for escorting him all looked young, with residual joy still on their faces. A unified iron badge was tied around the waist. Yili deliberately stopped his steps, waiting for them to walk by, easily seeing the writing on the iron badge. Zhenjiang University. This was also a martial arts university within the province, but its overall strength was much weaker than Fengyun University. So that's it, students from Zhenjiang University are here to escort the criminals. Hand over the criminals? Seeing this scene, Jiang Qingju was somewhat surprised and quickly explained. Martial arts universities occasionally issue bounty hunting tasks, capturing criminals and handing them over to the nearest Qingyi bureau for processing. I didn't expect to run into this. Upon hearing this, Yili nodded slightly. It's my first time seeing this too. He didn't know if such a pursuit of criminals would reward him with evil points. He felt it was unlikely. Such actions were the deeds of great heroes who eliminate threats to the people, and the system wouldn't be so easily fooled. It wasn't entirely certain. Would excessive law enforcement count as a form of evil? Yili's thoughts wandered. In his vision, the group escorting the suspect quickly walked out of the station. The law enforcement officer from the Qingyi Bureau responsible for them stepped forward, simply comparing photos, and took the shackles key from the group. The leading law enforcement officer then stepped forward, reaching into the slim tall man's clothes, pressing against his bones and flesh. This was likely to prevent the use of disguise techniques. Yili nodded slightly while walking out of the platform. This experience was fresh. He could pay more attention to the wanted criminals in the province later. If one day he happened to encounter one, it would be good to kill one to verify his speculation. Although he didn't like this delaying tactic, there were currently no excuses to act. Damn, this time he couldn't directly enjoy the thrill of battle. Not right. At that moment, the law enforcement officer checking the shackles suddenly changed face. It was known that ordinary shackles were like thin ropes binding a giant elephant for martial artists. They were weak and would shatter at a struggle. Therefore, whenever a student accepted the capture the fugitive task, the martial arts university would provide a pair of corresponding strength shackles for free. But the pair he had in his hands now, although acceptable for ordinary low-level martial artists, was completely useless against the major suspect who was close to the 4th level. He shouted loudly and was about to retreat. The slim tall man suddenly opened his eyes wide. Clank! With a crisp sound of metal breaking, the slim tall man burst the chains off his hands, and an overwhelming aura erupted from his body, followed by a heavy punch to the chest of the law enforcement officer before him. Crack! The chest of that law enforcement officer visibly collapsed, his body flying back as a mouthful of blood sprayed out, staining his dark blue coat. Director Chen! Everyone was in shock. Seeing this, the slim tall man showed a look of wild joy. He had thought he was doomed, but he didn't expect that the students from Zhenjiang University, in order to save money, hadn't given him strong shackles. This had given him time to breathe. In the next moment, taking advantage of everyone's bewilderment, the slim tall man charged out without hesitation. Like a speeding car, he directly knocked over more than 10 dazed pedestrians, rushing toward the distance. The remaining law enforcement officers quickly regained their senses and immediately began to act. One person remained to look after the injured officer, while the others chased after the fleeing slim tall man. But the high-speed rail station was crowded, and many people had fainted due to the prior collision. Seeing this situation, the few who had planned to pursue flashed a struggle on their indifferent faces, ultimately stopping their steps. They chose to check the condition of the injured first. At the same time, they called the law enforcement officers stationed in the city, urging them to quickly search for the whereabouts of the slim tall man. At this moment, the officer had just picked up the shackles from the ground when he suddenly looked up, directing his gaze at the several students from Zhenjiang University. Incredibly questioning, he asked, "You didn't use the handcuffs with the engraved formation?" One of the students' faces twitched, but he still forced himself to reply. "That old monster was already badly injured when we found him. Handcuffs capable of restraining a 3rd-level martial artist are extremely precious. We wanted to save this expense, so we used handcuffs with only 2nd-level strength." "Nonsense," the enforcer shouted angrily, "hurry up and chase." If that guy injures someone in the city, all of you will be punished. Hearing this, the faces of the students from Zhenjiang University changed slightly, and they hurriedly chased after the direction the tall, thin man had left. It seems I need to let the students go home early in the next few days. Wan Yongfeng withdrew his gaze from the disappearing figures and turned to the crowd, clicking his tongue. If the teacher is not mistaken, that suspect should be the infamous Xiangbu, the one who killed over 10 pregnant women and caused a stir in Zhenjiang City. It is said that he was seriously injured by the Qingyi Bureau of Zhenjiang City, but he is still a solid peak of the third-level martial artist. Be careful when you go back. At this moment, his voice suddenly stopped. After sweeping his gaze across the crowd, his eyes suddenly filled with uncertainty. Not just him. Even Jiang Qingzhu was taken aback after looking around. Where is Yi Li? Chapter 47, They should thank me. Ha ha ha. In the intricate tall buildings, the tall, thin man was running wildly, unable to help but laugh madly. From the exclamations of that group, he concluded that the old man he had injured was the director of Lehigh City. At the same time, he was also the only one in Lehigh City close to a fourth-level martial artist. It is known that the Qingyi Bureau in various places within the Huanxia realm needs to be vigilant about the secret realms outside the city, as well as escaped criminals. Martial artists of level 4 and above are hard to spare to help everywhere. Those students from the martial arts universities in Ying province are also rarely monsters who have stepped into level 4. This means, in a short time, the entire Lehigh City is safe for me. Thinking of this, Xiangbu couldn't help but smile with joy. Even though he was badly injured by that old man from Zhenjiang City, he was still a true peak of the third level. Even if there were many flaws, his realm was evident. At this moment, focused on his life, there wasn't a single person in Lehigh City who could catch up to him. Ha! Suddenly, all the hairs on the back of Xiangbu's head stood up. In his ears, a piercing sound of something slicing through the air suddenly exploded. Who? Xiangbu felt his scalp go numb, instinctively lowering his head to dodge to the side. Boom! A spear skimmed his scalp, crashing heavily onto the ground in front of him, sending up a large burst of debris, the spear shaking wildly due to inertia. Xiangbu turned back to look, his pupils constricting. He saw a black figure rushing toward him at high speed, using the momentum to charge in front of him with a speed surpassing ordinary third-level martial artists. And with a tense right arm, a punch exploded through the air, hitting heavily on his raised right arm. Boom! Xiangbu originally wanted to say something, but before he could open his mouth, his body was sent flying by the tremendous force. It turned out to be Yi Li, advancing with full unleashing of the Tiangang treading the void technique and the dragon riding the wind classic, rushing up behind Xiangbu, his momentum escalating step by step. Boom! Xiangbu slammed heavily against the wall, creating several cracks. He felt a strange vibration coming from the fist that had attacked him, causing his internal energy to stir uncontrollably. Only then did he finally get a clear look at the person coming. Black hair and golden eyes, a young man in an ink robe, with a golden waist tag swaying in the wind, a handsome face full of intense killing intent. With Xiangbu's vision, he could certainly see the words Fengyun University on that waist tag. You are from Fengyun University? His heart filled with a mix of surprise and anger, he couldn't help but question, how many credits can you earn for catching me? The people from the Qingyi Bureau are no longer chasing, why are you going all out like this? In Xiangbu's eyes, filled with shock and anger. Listening to Yi Li's cold laugh, he said. You think too much, I did not come to catch you. Then you. I simply came to kill you. The boy's golden eyes became even more intense and fierce, and the moment his words fell, he stomped the ground, his black hair flying, and his figure charged forward again. The perfect realm of the dragon shook the mountains added to both palms. The true energy in his body surged violently, with the power of thousands of kilograms exploding fully. His fists fell like a raging storm. Good courage! Xiangbu shouted angrily, also spreading his arms, confronting head-on. Bang 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 bang! The air between the two instantly exploded with ripples like waves, fierce winds surged, fists colliding against flesh. The ground trembled slightly beneath their feet, and the towering buildings shook upon impact. At first, Xiangbu only felt that the opponent's fists were unbelievably heavy, undoubtedly a warrior of the same level who excelled in physical strength, making him feel invigorated. But the more they fought, the more he felt something was off. In just a few breaths, a rolling chill surged from within him, his blood and energy couldn't help but surge, giving him a dizzying sense of nausea. What on earth is this? The strange feeling in his body made Xiangbu's heart race. The opponent's fists were not only terrifyingly heavy, but the variety of martial techniques was dazzling. Where did this god come from? Yi Li's sense of perfection in his punches and kicks also sparked a feeling of jealousy in Xiangbu's heart. You are also a third-tier warrior, you should understand my hardships. He shouted angrily, as third-tier warriors, we have endured the hardships of training, and now having killed a few pregnant women, do I deserve to die? I can't understand. As he spoke, Yi Li launched another Dragon Shock Mountain attack, accompanied by rolling cold air, forcibly smashing open Xiangbu's stomach. Golden Soul Revival, Dragon Riding the Wind, Dragon Shock Mountain, White Mist Frost and Snow. Under numerous enhancements, he directly suppressed this seriously wounded peak 3rd tier warrior. In an instant, a pitch-black long spear appeared in Yi Li's hand. The spear tip erupted with dazzling light, a clear dragon shadow emerged, and the threat of death suddenly descended upon Xiangbu's heart. "Spare me!" Xiangbu shouted in desperation, "I am a 3rd tier warrior, I can redeem myself, even the Clear Abnormality Bureau won't kill me." What he said was true, as peak 3rd tier warriors are scarce resources and would indeed be bound by a secret method by the Clear Abnormality Bureau, using their guilt to fend off the beasts outside the city. This was also one of the reasons he was not afraid of the Clear Abnormality Bureau. But once these words left his mouth, the young man before him did not stop his actions. Instead, a cold light suddenly magnified in Xiangbu's eyes. "If you kill me, the students of Zhenjiang University won't spare you." Xiangbu's body went numb, unable to move as he shouted his last words, which would also be the last words of his life. In the next second, a huge hole exploded open in his chest, and then the dragon shadow swept across, instantly destroying his life force. Killing a peak 3rd tier warrior, evil deeds plus 10,000. The system prompt turned into excited blood-red text. Yi Li shook the spear, blood splattering across the entire wall. The eerie blood red reflected a pair of blazing golden eyes. Dressed in black attire, also as neat as when he arrived. "What are you babbling about?" Yi Li casually put away the long spear, turned, and walked back in the direction he came from, muttering softly. "Who cares about your broken matters? If you don't die, am I supposed to die?" Pat pat. Not long after he walked away, he heard faint footsteps behind him. Yi Li lifted his eyes to see several students from Zhenjiang University rushing over. They looked at the scene behind Yi Li, initially pausing in breath, then their expressions turned a bit ugly. One of them stepped forward, his tone carrying a hint of anger. "Friend, this is our task, and you barging in like this." Before he finished speaking, a golden waste token was thrown over. The person frowned and caught it, then his expression instantly stiffened. "Let your principal come to Fengyun University to apologize tomorrow, along with your instructor." The boy in the black robe spoke in a flat voice, his golden eyes coldly staring at the few people. "Is there any problem?" As soon as he finished speaking, the air in the space suddenly became dead silent again. The faces of several students from Zhenjiang University looked darker than the bottom of a pot. The golden waste token marked him as a core student of Fengyun University. When out on a task, his status was equivalent to that of the deputy director of the local special affairs bureau. Damn it, damn it. How could they be so unlucky? The person who stepped forward had an iron-gray face, frustrated by their earlier decision. This task was originally their mistake, and they happened to run into a core student from Fengyun University. With the other's power, it would take just one word to have them expelled from school. But there was no choice. After a moment, he had to force himself to say, "No, thank you for your help." Yi Li casually took the waste token from his hand and walked straight back the way he came. Confirming that his guess was correct put the boy in a rather pleasant mood. P.S. 2 chapters of 5,000 words, shouldn't I brag about myself? Also, the martial arts exam is coming up soon. These 2 chapters are just to give the big shots a change in taste. Thanks to all the big shots for their gifts and positive feedback. It gives me great motivation. Kneeling thanks or two. Also, I'm bad at naming. If anyone has good names or character ideas, feel free to leave them here, and I will choose some to use in the story. Chapter 48, I want them all. Thanks to the great big silkworm baby for the certification. Once Yi Li left, the students from Zhenjiang University immediately breathed a sigh of relief, their tense expressions finally easing. They looked at the young man in front and couldn't help but ask, "Brother Feng, was that really the golden waste token of Fengyun University?" Their tone was noticeably incredulous. They were too far away earlier and hadn't held it in their hands, only catching a glimpse of the words Fengyun University. As for why they didn't verify it on the spot, it was because if it was fake, it didn't matter. But if it was real and they annoyed that boy in the black robe, their troubles would only escalate. Moreover, the fact that he could kill an injured peak-tier 3rd-level martial artist in such a short time indicated that his strength was definitely above the 3rd level. The likelihood of him being the real deal was very high. "It's real, I just confirmed it." Under the gaze of the crowd, the leading student's face still looked iron-gray. "Damn it, when luck runs out, even drinking water can get stuck in your teeth. How many golden tokens does Fengyun University have altogether? To run into one in such a small place like Luhai City, we really drew the short straw." Hearing this, the expressions of the crowd turned a bit complex. While they were still struggling to trace the missing fugitive, the Fengyun University students directly came and killed him. Now it was settled, a simple word was going to require them to apologize to the principal and teachers upon returning to school, and they had no choice but to comply. What could they do? After all, the other party was powerful. Thinking this, the group gritted their teeth and stepped forward to simply deal with the body on the ground. The funniest part was that when the Special Affairs Bureau's people arrived, they still had to report the others' credit. No need to worry about not finding someone to reward, there were only so many gold medal students from Fengyun University, and the school would know exactly who was currently in Luhai City. The leading student, after examining the body, felt a shock in his heart. Damn it, they struck really hard. Even though Xiangbu, the peak third-tier martial artist, was injured, his retaliation before dying was no joke. Ordinary third-tier martial artists couldn't be killed without paying some price. This Fengyun University student struck so decisively and left so relaxed and indifferent. Any fugitive who encounters him in the future would truly have a hard time. As the sun rose high, a taxi carrying 4 people was heading toward Luhai No. 1 High School. In the car, Wang Yongfeng in the passenger seat was on the phone. In the back seat, Jiang Qingzhu observed the handsome young man in black beside her. Although he said he went to the bathroom, why did he have a faint smell of blood on him? Ignoring Jiang Qingzhu's gaze, Yili leaned against the car window, looking outside. This was his first time killing someone, surprisingly without any feeling of nausea or disgust. His heart raced slightly, making his emotions a bit elevated. When Yili was still at the 2nd level, he faced Jiang Qingzhu, who was at the 4th level. Even using the perfected Sky Gang virtual step, he still had to take a bullet to unexpectedly take him down. At that time, it was all about the information gap, relying on the nearly unbreakable indestructible golden soul. But now, facing a peak 3rd level warrior, with only half a step into 3rd level himself, he could achieve a swift kill without injuries. Well, Yili admits. The reason he could achieve this swift kill without injuries was mainly that his opponent had been severely wounded. Even so, the opponent still fought him head-on for several minutes after he activated Golden Soul Revival without falling. This was indeed scary, it was Yili's first encounter with such a tricky enemy. No wonder they were peak 3rd level warriors. After this trip, the true energy in his body was almost depleted. If both sides were in their prime condition, Yili would choose to frown and retreat behind the crowd. Or he might steadily prepare before making a decisive move, or else he might face a setback. But, no matter what, you can say this time was indeed a swift kill without injuries. Yili smiled slightly, although this time lacked the humiliation part, resulting in a not-so-thick accumulation of evil points. But successfully confirming the new guest still made him feel pretty good. Killing someone, even those filled with evil, could still earn him evil points. This was the weight of death. By this logic, would killing monsters also yield evil point rewards? Yili pondered, his thoughts drifting. Got it. At this moment, Wang Yongfeng, sitting in the front passenger seat, hung up the phone and turned to look at Yili, smiling lightly. This time, the joint-sponsored treasure by the 2 schools has already been delivered to your training room, along with the relevant instructions. Make sure to check it out later. Also, do you need anything else? Don't be polite, just tell the school, they will reimburse you. Hearing this, Yili did not hold back and immediately said, I need a decent level tempering method. Tempering method? Wang Yongfeng was slightly taken aback and instinctively asked, isn't it a breathing method? He thought Yili had already found a suitable breathing method, seeing as he hardly showed any sign of running out of true energy. In such a hurry? If I put in some effort, I can get you an S-level tempering method in 2 days after the exam. Jiang Qingzhu suddenly spoke, her tone rising as she said something that shocked both Wang Yongfeng and the driver. You've already mastered White Mist Frost Snow, right? The driver was simply shocked by hearing the title of S-level. Wang Yongfeng was shocked by the content of the girl's words. If he remembered correctly, White Mist Frost Snow was indeed the S-level breathing method passed down from the Jiang family for generations. In terms of value, it was probably higher than those circulating S-level breathing methods on the market. Let's not talk about how Yili got it. Just mastering it fully alone, even those genius warriors in Wang Yongfeng's memory would take at least a few years. And it seemed that Yili had known Jiang Qingzhu for barely 2 weeks, right? He mastered it already? Is this for real? Wang Yongfeng's throat became dry as he looked in disbelief at the young man in black. He saw Yili casually nodding. I guess it's considered fully mastered. Hearing this, Wang Yongfeng's heart instantly surged with turmoil. Really fully mastered. In 2 weeks, fully mastering an S-level breathing method. This talent was simply unreasonable. He suddenly looked at Jiang Qingzhu. The girl's reaction was very calm, and she continued to say, then you should understand that, similar to the high endurance and training speed provided by the S-level breathing technique, the S-level refining method also has many unusual aspects compared to ordinary refining methods. Just like a furnace for refining metals, if the method of refining is different, the final result will also be different. After reaching the true blood realm, there are also differences within the same level, and this is where this statement comes from. So, can you wait for me a few days? The girl asked coolly, blinking her clear eyes. I didn't say I wouldn't wait for you. In Jiang Qingzhu's slightly astonished gaze, Yili calmly said, can't I have it all? Jiang Qingzhu. Wang Yongfeng. Chapter 49, Breakthrough to the Third Stage. Thanks to the daily urging deity for the certification. At Linhai No. 1 Middle School. As Wang Yongfeng was about to burn a hole through Mars with his legs, Yili quickly obtained an B-level refining method called Great Sun Treasure Furnace. D-level refining method. Great Sun Treasure Furnace, not yet entry. It is said that this is already considered one of the most treasured techniques at Linhai No. 1 Middle School. In response, Vice Principal Li Haoan also felt quite helpless. Because, prior to this, no student at Linhai No. 1 Middle School had ever needed a third-stage refining method before graduation. It was really a bit unexpected. Inside the training building, Yili entered his training room, casually closed the door, and looked at the thick book of Great Sun Treasure Furnace in his hand. Although Wang Yongfeng guaranteed him earnestly that next week Principal Li would be able to get an A-level refining method from the often missing Principal Zhang. But by that time, Jiang Qingzhu's S-level refining method would also be available. Why bother using an A-level one to get by? Yili shook his head. He originally just wanted to find a refining method to smoothly transition to the third stage before the martial arts examination. When it comes time to officially upgrade, it wouldn't be too late to use a better refining method. Thinking this way, Yili walked to the long table and picked up a ring that was shimmering with a faint glow. After a simple inspection, he found that it was a storage ring. Most likely a benefit given by Linhai No. 1 Middle School. However, he already had a gold medal as a storage item, so the storage ring seemed somewhat unnecessary. Not paying too much attention, Yili took out all the items from it and laid them on the table. A savings card from Hantian Bank, a smooth red pill, a silver heart armor, and a manual. The first two were most likely the 100,000 Hantian coins and health pills awarded to formal team members. The latter should be the so-called treasure jointly sponsored by the two schools. Yili picked up the manual, and the words caught his eye. Intermediate treasure of the third stage, armor of protection. Crafted from the silver horn of a third stage unique beast, the silver horned rhinoceros. Infusing true energy allows it to automatically fit the body, keeping warm in winter and cool in summer, comfortable and breathable, and can reduce damage taken. After reading the introduction, a hint of disdain appeared on Yili's face. Perhaps it was due to the fact that the items produced by his own system were too fitting, causing him to feel that this armor was somewhat useless. Forget it, better than nothing. I didn't really expect them to provide any support. Yili sighed, putting the items on the table back into the storage ring. Speaking of which, the most useful item among them is this storage ring. Then, to avoid confusing it with the harmony ring on his right hand, he wore this storage ring on his left hand. Yili returned to the bed he used for cultivation, and his quite handsome face gradually calmed down. He did not intend to delay his rise to the third stage until after the martial arts examination. This action not only helped him verify his guess but also sounded the alarm for him to enhance his strength. If it was this hard to fight against an injured peak third stage warrior, if those geniuses from Shanzhou No. 1 Middle School were all peak second stage level, wouldn't he be left helpless? This cannot be, no one can hinder his progress in enhancing strength. The increasingly powerful strength did not blind Yili's eyes, rather, it made him even more clear-headed. To outsiders, he is the so-called natural talent, but this unparalleled genius is built upon a vast amount of evil deeds accumulated until now. To maintain this speed, one must have the strength to crush those geniuses. I still can't slack off. Yili chuckled lightly, sitting down by the bed, his mood quickly settling. Since he was already on this path, there was nothing to be confused about. Ultimately, in this high martial world, only the strong can carry out their will. System, give me some points. A light blue screen unfolded before Yili, a vast amount of evil deeds surged into the panel. Current evil deeds, 36,200 points. Ding. Consuming evil deeds, beginning cultivation B-level tempering method, Great Sun Treasure Furnace. Previously, you had tempered your entire bloodline in a clumsy way, already half a step into the true blood realm. Now looking at this B-level tempering method is like a student solving problems before reading the book, achieving twice the result with half the effort. Gained enhancement buff, cultivation speed increased by 50%. After consuming 2,000 points of evil deeds, you realize this B-level tempering method, although designed with deeper cultivation theories, is still not as complicated as the S-level breathing technique. You can read it at a glance and understand its true meaning. Great Sun Treasure Furnace, minor success. After consuming 4,000 points of evil deeds, you understood the tempering method of simulating the Great Sun's evaporation to raise the temperature within your body. Your blood gradually transformed in this high-temperature environment. Great Sun Treasure Furnace, proficient. After consuming 6,000 points of evil deeds, your understanding of this tempering method deepened gradually, and between breaths, hot white vapor was exhaled from your mouth. Great Sun Treasure Furnace, mastered. After consuming 10,000 points of evil deeds, you finally understood the enhancement method recorded in this tempering technique. A feeling of enlightenment surged within your heart. Great Sun Treasure Furnace, great accomplishment. After consuming 12,000 points of evil deeds, you mastered the technique of adding a burning effect to true energy, making future cultivation of fire-based martial skills much easier and more powerful. Great Sun Treasure Furnace, perfect. Byproduct, your ability to withstand heat has improved. Byproduct, you have deepened your understanding of tempering methods and other third-tier techniques. A large amount of text appeared on the light screen. Yili silently let out a breath. The feeling of heat was extremely evident. Although he did not smoke in his past life, he inexplicably thought that by deliberately mobilizing the true energy within his body that had a burning effect, he could easily light a cigarette even without a lighter. Another practical little ability has been added. Besides that, as long as Yili focused his thoughts, the blood within his body felt as if it were boiling, like a piece of fine iron being thrown into a scorching furnace. There was no unbearable heat, just a feeling of gradual transformation beginning to sprout. Without hesitation, Yili began to add points to his cultivation. Ding! Consuming evil deeds, beginning to raise martial arts level. Your tempering method has already reached perfection. Under this effect, the originally 100 steps of the journey have been completed 99 steps, only the final push is needed. Consuming 200 points of evil deeds, your blood completely reveals a hint of golden light, bones ringing in unison, a feeling of total transparency reaches throughout your body. Point addition complete, you have advanced to Tier 3, Level 1. Current martial arts level, Tier 3, Level 1, 0%. Current evil deeds, 24,000 points. With the last line of text appearing, Yili's aura suddenly surged. As if he were a perfectly refined pill, every part of him exuded a sense of complete fulfillment. The blood and bones that had completed their transformation intertwined, greatly enhancing his five senses to a terrifying degree, reaching the level where a feather cannot add, nor a fly approach. Those hollow black eyes shone with intense light, as if capable of discerning the essence of the world. There was no so-called bottleneck, this Tier 3 barrier that could trap countless martial artists. He broke through in just a few breaths. This is the third stage. Feeling the surging true energy and blood strength within him, Yili suppressed the shock on his face. Next, it's time to prepare for the martial arts exam in 2.5 days. But how much benefit will that so-called Shanzhou No. 1 high school bring me? Yili felt a bit of anticipation. At the same time, at Shanzhou No. 1 high school, Yang Wanfeng, who had just finished training, was having a serious discussion about the martial arts exam with his younger sister, Yang Wan. P.S. The setup is a bit long, but now it's time for the martial arts exam. Also, thanks to the 3 great patrons, daily urging for updates, Big Silkworm Baby, and Reading Novels, for their support. I will find time to add more updates. Thank you all so much for your support. The humble author begs for some small gifts and for love to fuel creation. Or 2. Chapter 50, Yang Wanfeng's decision, the martial arts exam arrives. Brother, you say? In the spacious training ground, Yang Wan, who had just finished training, was lazily lying on the ground, casually saying, "How should I teach that Yili a lesson? Wanner, how many times have I told you not to underestimate your opponent?" Yang Wanfeng smiled helplessly and continued, "If you don't open the blood-burning secret method, you probably won't be a match for Tang Yao. He can defeat Tang Yao, so he naturally has the ability to defeat you. Even if you can beat him with the secret method, what does it matter? This is the martial arts exam, it's about hunting the beasts and the exam points for points." As he spoke, he affectionately ruffled the girl's hair and added, "Moreover, aside from the last 6 hours of free combat, if you rashly take action against him, what will you do if he reports you to the supervising teacher afterwards? Then I just won't go to martial arts university. Brother can support me for life." Yang Wan said dismissively. In her view, the other party stealing her brother's guaranteed admission spot immediately turned him from a trivial passerby in the martial arts exam into a notorious villain of the century. Furthermore, hunting the beasts in the core area of the exam points gives the highest score, and if Yili wants to compete for the top spot, he will inevitably have to face her and the others. This fight seems unavoidable. Since that's the case, she naturally wanted to choose a way to take revenge and end it. To teach him a harsh lesson. "Wanner, don't throw a tantrum." Yang Wanfeng sat down beside her. "Did I not say that I would definitely confront him? Why are you in such a rush?" Yang Wan didn't even look at him, angrily saying, "Because your temper is too good, even if you say you will confront him, you definitely won't be too harsh. You always stop at just the right point." Hearing this, Yang Wanfeng's eyes flickered. In fact, he just publicly refrained from being too harsh, but those who caught his attention were secretly retaliated against later. This matter was something Yang Wan clearly did not know about. Yang Wanfeng pondered for a moment, then smiled helplessly. "All right, since you hate him so much, there's no helping it. Tell me, how do you want to teach him a lesson? Brother will agree to you." "Really?" Hearing this, Yang Wan excitedly sat up from the ground, looking at Yang Wanfeng, asking, "Anything is fine?" This, Yang Wanfeng's refined face pretended to show hesitation. Then, under Yang Wan's eager gaze, he sighed as if having made up his mind. when his brother ever lied to you? Although I only intended to spar with him, seeing how much you dislike him, it's alright to teach him a little lesson. Go ahead and say. Great. Yang Wan cheered and pounced over, hugging Yang Wanfeng and happily saying, I knew brother treats me the best. After saying this, she paused and, feeling a bit shy, chuckled, brother, actually I've thought of how to teach him a lesson long ago. Hearing this, Yang Wanfeng's spirit lifted, you say? The core area of the martial arts exam points, isn't it going to stream the footage live? That's right. Yang Wanfeng nodded, to observe the performance of those potential martial arts students. In the core area of the martial arts examination site, special methods will be used to capture related images, achieving real-time broadcasting effects. Due to high costs, students wandering in the outer zone and even the inner zone do not have the qualification to be filmed. What do you want to do? I want to strip him naked and hang him from the tallest tree for everyone to see. Yang Wan excitedly waved her fist, let him loose face in front of all the teachers and students in the province, and see if he dares to steal from others in the future. Isn't that a bit too much? Hearing the girl's words, Yang Wanfeng's mouth instinctively raised into a smile, but he quickly smoothed it out, frowning slightly and saying. Moreover, in previous years, the exotic beasts in the core area posed a risk of severe injury even to second-tier martial artists. For his own safety, he might not even come to the core area. The exotic beasts in the inner zone also have high scores. Brother, I haven't finished yet. Yang Wan's face showed a triumphant expression as she interrupted. If he doesn't enter the inner zone, it's actually better for me. I won't have to worry about image residue. When it's the last 2 hours for free combat, you can deal with him however you want. That's not quite right. Yang Wanfeng clearly hesitated, as if he was very resistant to such things. However, his slightly trembling hand, caused by excitement, revealed his true thoughts inside. Oh, what's wrong with that? Seeing her brother still unwilling, Yang Wan grabbed the young man's hand and spoke in a pleading tone. Brother, he has already robbed your guaranteed spot, and now the whole school is talking about it. We can't be so good-natured anymore. Perhaps it was because Yang Wanfeng often mentioned the guaranteed spot for Fengyun University, or perhaps it was because all the teachers in every class like using the examples of geniuses to motivate their students. At that moment, hundreds of martial arts students in Shanzhou No. 1 Middle School had heard of a student named Yili from Linhai City, who might have obtained a guaranteed spot for Fengyun University. And Yang Wanfeng, who always brought up the guaranteed spot, naturally seemed a bit of a fool. Sure enough. Mentioning this, a trace of anger appeared in Yang Wanfeng's eyes, then quickly faded. He took a deep breath and slowly said, that's true. This Yili is too arrogant. If I don't show some strength, he will really think I'm easy to bully. Speaking of which, when he fought against that Tang Yao, he was completely indifferent to the opponent's face, and his fighting style was extremely rough, making people dumbfounded. If I teach him a lesson in this martial arts examination, it can be considered as ridding the people of a menace. Yang Wan's small face immediately brightened with a radiant smile. Brother, in my heart, you have always been a moral example. Have you forgotten? Everyone in school said you were a pure and clear genius. I naturally know this. Yang Wanfeng humbly waved his hand, helplessly saying, don't be too happy too soon. Even if I agree to teach him a lesson, finding him later will also be a problem. Don't worry. Yang Wan patted her slightly bulging chest, her long hair swaying with her movement. She smiled proudly and said, I already knew you would agree to my request, so I discussed it with everyone this morning. Besides the two of us, whoever encounters Yili will lead him to the core area. He definitely can't escape. After saying this, under Yang Wanfeng's approving gaze, Yang Wan crossed her hands and placed them on her flat stomach, turning around with a tone filled with anticipation. There will be no mistakes. Oh, I really can't wait to see what kind of expression that guy will have. The scale of the provincial martial arts examination is incredibly grand, and the entire province is swept up in this wave of excitement. The tense atmosphere is like an invisible large net, covering every martial arts student's heart, making them feel unprecedented pressure. In such a tense atmosphere, time seems to pass particularly quickly. In just 3 short days. As fleeting as a galloping white horse. When the first ray of sunlight fell outside of Shanzhou City in the morning, a long-awaited excitement began to spread in the air. Outside Shanzhou City, before a vast, expansive secret realm, there stood a large temporary camp. Several figures radiating powerful energy appeared one after another in front of the camp, their gazes all directed toward the distant city, their eyes shimmering slightly. There, hundreds of buses were gradually rolling in, followed by dozens of escort armored vehicles. This place was about to become a turning point for the fate of thousands of martial artists. The stage for winning the provincial martial exam had been set, waiting for the main characters to take the stage. Chapter 51, Face-to-Face Mockery. Crack Mountain's Secret Realm. As a testing site for the provincial martial exam over the years, its main features are the large secret space and low-level exotic beasts. Usually, it is in a sealed state, and before the exam begins, a 7th-tier martial arts master is specially invited to carefully inspect the secret realm to prevent the appearance of 4th-tier exotic beasts. However, it seems that the secret realm has its own rules of suppression, as no 4th-tier exotic beasts have appeared over the years. But to be safe, the inspection by the master has never been skipped in any year. So many martial arts seeds, decades or even hundreds of years later, will surely emerge a new batch of strong martial artists. In front of the Crack Mountain secret realm, at the temporary camp. In the early morning, a sea of people stood on the plain in front of the secret realm, their expressions varied. Kai Guocheng stood at the front of the camp, looking solemnly at the many young martial artists below, his thoughts surging. Finally, this day has come. The outstanding youth of the province gathered here today. The Yang family twin stars from Shanzhou City, the young lady of the Jiang family from Linhai City, along with the dark horse boy named Jili, the small diamond from Jiang City, and Tang Yao from the sword pavilion of Qingshan City, huh? Why are there so many bandaged ones from Qingshan City? As his gaze landed on a group of martial artists from Qingshan City, a hint of confusion emerged in Kai Guocheng's eyes. He saw that hundreds of people were wrapped in bandages and wearing steel plates, looking extremely miserable, while the remaining hundreds occasionally cast resentful glances toward the martial artists from Linhai City. But once a handsome young man in a dark shirt looked over, they immediately became obedient. Truly strange, I'll ask the teachers from Qingshan No. 1 High School later. Kai Guocheng stopped pondering and stepped forward, loudly addressing the crowd. I am the head responsible for this provincial martial exam, Kai Guocheng. Just like those literary students who have spent 10 years in hard study, today is also the time for you martial science students, who have endured hardships for years, to validate the results of your hard work. I believe your leaders from various schools have already given many motivational speeches, so I won't go overboard with that here. I will just briefly explain the rules. He rattled on about many things, and the over 10,000 martial exam candidates listened with full attention. Among the crowd, the handsome young man in a clean dark shirt nodded frequently. The rules of the martial exam are quite simple. According to Kai Guocheng, the Crack Mountain secret realm behind him is divided into 3 areas, the outer area, the inner area, and the core area. The outer area mostly consists of early first tier, like the common exotic beasts at the first or second stage, with lower scores for hunting. The inner area mostly contains middle to late first tier, and even early second tier exotic beasts, with higher scores for hunting. As for the core area, it mostly features second-tier exotic beasts, and even a few third-tier exotic beasts are active, scoring the highest. Each student is equipped with a talisman-like item that can be used in emergencies to create a protective shield around them, and it can also send their location to external instruments in real time for rescue. Of course, once someone uses it, it means they have submitted their exam early. As for exotic beasts, Yili was not very concerned. But this so-called talisman made him somewhat attentive. If the intensity was too high, it could affect his ability to earn evil points. However, he was only somewhat attentive. After a brief thought, Yili decided not to take this thing seriously. The reason was simple. How well could a low-level talisman, which could only be used once and produce over 10,000, be made? Even if it could withstand a strike from his Dragon Riding the Wind Classic, that would mean it had worked hard enough. But judging from earlier, although the other students from Qingshan City's several martial arts high schools indeed harbored resentment towards him, whether they had the courage to take action was uncertain. Thinking of this, Yili's handsome brows slightly furrowed. Damn it, you guys' beloved white moonlight is being beaten down by me, and you don't even think about revenge? Don't yield to the enemy's tyranny. I haven't underestimated your bond at all. Don't tell me you don't dare to strike. It seems I need to beat Tang Yao again to provoke their wild nature. With this thought, Yili shifted his gaze to the girl in a sword robe far away, who was biting her lip tightly. The girl seemed to notice his gaze. Her originally resolute face suddenly turned pale. The martial arts exam starts at 8:30 in the morning and lasts for 24 hours. In the camp above, Kai Guocheng shouted in a deep voice, I remind you again, the martial arts exam is not a game. A moment of carelessness could lead to death inside, which is not uncommon. Additionally, except for the core area where battles can take place freely, in other areas, combat is only permitted in the last 6 hours. During other times, students are forbidden from attacking each other. If discovered, I will immediately cancel their exam qualification, and they will receive a major disciplinary action, nullifying their exam scores. His tone was quite serious, and against the backdrop of his powerful aura, it was very intimidating. This rule was also easy to understand. It was clearly to prevent some people from getting into conflicts after entering the secret realm for some reason, which could affect the martial arts exam scores. But directly prohibiting attacks wouldn't work either. After all, people could be attacked by other martial artists in future secret realms as well. They couldn't let young martial artists develop the idea that martial artists in the secret realm would never attack each other, or they might pay for it with their lives in the future. Upon hearing this, Yili's expression remained calm, no hint of dissatisfaction showed on his face. At this moment, Zhang Qingzhu walked over, handing him a sharp spear entirely covered in blue and gold, softly saying, A high-tier third-grade treasure, blood-dyed sea dragon spear, enhances the power of water-related martial arts and also amplifies cold effects. Thank you. Yi took the spear and nodded politely. Besides storage treasures, each person could carry 3 treasures. This spear fit perfectly. It's nothing. I'll make time to visit the core area. If you need help, just call out. Yi placed the spear into his ring and said calmly, then, good luck. After saying that, he turned to leave. There was still some time before 8:30, and he planned to wander around to draw some hatred points. Watching the boy's figure fade away, Zhang Qingzhu bit her red lip lightly, her eyes gradually becoming firm. Yi, I will definitely get into Fengyun University. Wait for me. In the crowd, a handsome boy in a dark shirt strolled casually. On his waist, a shiny gold badge was particularly eye-catching, and the silver-inked characters on it made many martial science students envious. Soon, he arrived at his destination. The gathering place for martial science students in Shanzhou City. Since no one recognized him, Yi simply stood at the front of their group, waiting with a neutral expression. According to Yu Wang's words, this behavior was tantamount to face-to-face mockery. Meanwhile, within the Shanzhou City team, upon seeing the boy in the dark shirt with the golden badge, discussions erupted. The elegantly handsome Yang Wanfeng was originally chatting and laughing with his teammates to ease the atmosphere. Upon hearing the discussions around him, the smile on his face instantly froze, and he looked up toward a spot not far away. There, the gold medal he longed for appeared before his eyes, and Yang Wanfeng's eyelids could not stop twitching. P.S. If anyone has character art that matches the Young family siblings, please share. If not, I will use AI to generate a couple of pictures tomorrow. Chapter 52, I'm getting a direct pass, thank you. Without a doubt. That golden waist badge belongs only to those important students at Wind and Cloud University. Yi. The smile on Yang Wanfeng's face faded, his hands gradually clenched tight, staring fiercely at the relaxed boy in black clothing. The fact that he wore this waist badge made his identity clear. The martial arts exam was about to begin, and instead of waiting at his own city, he specifically came to show off in front of him. Clearly, he has come to flaunt. Knowing I harbor resentment towards him, and still daring to provoke me? With this thought, a surge of murderous intent flashed in Yang Wanfeng's eyes, but it disappeared in an instant. No other reason. In his eyes, Yi's actions were a path to death. Brother, what's wrong with you? Yang Wan asked, noticing his abnormality and asked in confusion. Nothing. Yang Wanfeng's expression gradually returned to gentility, and he smiled softly, saying, I just saw someone very important to me and got a little distracted. He knew very well. They had not yet entered the secret realm. If he acted now, he would immediately lose his qualification for the exam. He could hold on a little longer. Once they entered the secret realm, he could locate the other person with his powers in the last 6 hours. By then, it would be his turn to cry. Yang Wanfeng let out a deep breath. However, even though his murderous intent had vanished swiftly, the boy in black clothing in the distance seemed to notice, casually looking over. Hearing Yang Wanfeng's words, Yang Wan also began to look around. Someone you care about? Who is it? The two quickly locked eyes. Yi's gaze was indifferent, with a hint of scrutiny. Yang Wan's pupils trembled slightly as her gaze immediately fell on the remarkably eye-catching golden waist badge. Her delicate brows furrowed, a thin layer of anger appearing on her sweet face. Brother, I think I see that Yi. Yeah, I see him too. Yang Wanfeng's gaze lingered on Yi as the corners of his mouth slightly curled up, his voice calm as he said. It seems like he's a show-off. When the time comes, I will teach him a lesson he won't forget. While the two were talking, the boy in black had already turned around, his expression calm, striding towards them. Brother. Seeing this, Yang Wan felt her heartbeat quicken for some reason, her voice involuntarily holding a hint of tension. He's coming over. Yang Wanfeng's expression quickly turned cold. They had merely looked at him a few times, yet he directly approached them. What did this mean? Subtly positioning himself in front of Yang Wan, he looked at the boy in black with an arrogant demeanor. Although they couldn't act recklessly outside the secret realm, if the other party attacked first, the nature of the situation would be different. He would let him experience what it meant to be the finest genius warrior of the Yang family. Yi soon stood before the two, each of them with different thoughts. He raised a pair of pitch-black eyes, and although he was about the same height as Yang Wanfeng, he gave Yang Wanfeng an uncomfortable feeling of being looked down upon. Not just Yang Wanfeng, but the other students from Shanzhou City also felt a strange sensation. The boy asked flatly, "What are you laughing at?" "What?" Yang Wanfeng frowned slightly, humorously countering, "Are we not allowed to laugh? Aren't you being a bit too temperamental?" Behind him were many students from Shanzhou City who had once admired him. To save face, his tone naturally became somewhat forceful. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Wan, who was behind him, seemed to have received some sort of boost, sneering in mockery. "It's just getting a pass through the back door. Some people can't really think they're invincible, right? Auntie advises you to better tone it down." As she spoke, she peeked out from behind Yang Wanfeng, staring directly at Yili, lifting her chin proudly like a swan. Otherwise, be careful of getting beaten up. I see. Yili nodded slightly and looked around. He saw a group of students from Shanzhou No. 1 High School glaring at him with hostile eyes. Clearly, this pair of men and women in front of him were their leaders, otherwise, they wouldn't show such a unified stance against him. No wonder he felt a killing intent with his heightened senses. It turned out he had provoked the main characters. Thinking of this, Yili looked at Yang Wan, chuckling as he asked. So, it seems you've already planned how to deal with me? Not to deal with. Yang Wan proudly raised a finger, shaking it left and right, and smiled triumphantly. It's to clean up. Auntie has already thought of how to handle you, the thick-skinned brat. Wanner, don't talk nonsense. Yang Wanfeng pretended to scold her angrily. Then he looked at Yili and smiled nonchalantly, saying, My little sister has a bit of a playful character, don't take it to heart, she's just joking. After a pause, he continued with a gentle smile. However, if possible, I would also like to test classmate Yili's strength in the last 6 hours. I just wonder if brother Yili has the guts? As soon as he said this, unusual expressions filled the eyes of the students from Shanzhou City, watching this gold medal-wearing young man with glee. Yang Wan even covered her mouth and chuckled. She could see that her brother was purposely provoking Yili to anger. To prevent Yili from having the chance to refuse, her brother had also employed a slight trick. Ahem. Thinking of this, Yang Wan coughed lightly twice, just wanting to join in the mockery. Suddenly, from above came Kaiguicheng's deep, serious voice. We will now begin the secret realm transportation. Please return to your respective city teams so that you can stay closer to your teammates. The further apart the two sides were before transportation, the farther apart they would be afterward. If they held hands, there was a high likelihood they would both be transported to the same place. This was a basic point the teachers from various schools had mentioned before the exam started. Brother, Yang Wan felt a stir in her heart, just about to hold hands with Yang Wanfeng, when she heard a teasing laugh beside her. The last 6 hours? Wouldn't it be better to let you experience it right now? As soon as the words fell, a pressure suddenly invaded Yang Wanfeng's heart. In the next instant, a pitch-black shadow streaked through the air like a shooting star, appearing ghostly right in front of him, surrounded by swirling white clouds that made his handsome face look like an immortal's. Yili's expression was calm, but it seemed like a terrifying storm brewed between his brows. Hidden killing intent, hypocritical words and actions. He could no longer tolerate this refined young man in front of him. With all his strength surging, under the power of tens of thousands of kilograms propelling him, he casually slapped out his hand. Whoosh! In an instant, alarm bells rang loudly in Yang Wanfeng's heart. With the approach of the long hand, the tremendous sense of threat made all the hair on his back stand on end. He couldn't care about the dazed Yang Wan behind him. His inner true energy rapidly circulated, a green glow surged on his arms, and he gritted his teeth to block it in front of him. The aura of second tier, 8th stage burst forth from him, even catching Kaiguicheng's attention from above. You're crazy, we can only fight in the last 6 hours. Yang Wanfeng shouted in both anger and fear. Idiot, I'm getting a free pass. Yili said nonchalantly, his long hand landing on the shimmering arms of his opponent. Almost simultaneously, a massive transportation array rose from the ground below, instantly enveloping the figures of tens of thousands of martial exam students. Buzz. In the eyes of Yang Wan and a group of shocked students from Shanzhou City. Yang Wanfeng only felt the scene around him shift for a moment, and then a tremendous force surged from his arms. The terrifying power directly shattered his arms, followed by a blow to his chest, and his once proud and resilient flesh let out a muffled wail at this moment. Boom! In a vast dense forest, Yang Wanfeng spat out a mouthful of blood, his thin figure flying backward amidst the blood. He smashed through more than 10 large trees, rolling on the ground for dozens of circles, before finally crashing heavily into a giant tree trunk, and just then came to a stop. Ha! Ha! Yang Wanfeng felt his throat filled with thick blood, his vision blurred, his head dizzy, and every part of his body echoed with excruciating pain. But compared to the pain in his body, the shock in his heart was even more intense. He raised his head with difficulty, trying to look at that tall figure walking slowly toward him, an uncontrollable look of horror surging in his eyes. He struggled to say. The explosion of Dan Qi. You are third rank. His whole body exuded an aura as round and complete as a precious pill, capable of activating blood and energy to engage in laborious Dan Qi explosion, greatly enhancing bodily functions, a technique unique to third-rank true blood realm. For martial artists below the third rank, it was almost an attack of a lower dimension. No wonder he could sense my gaze, no wonder he could get the guaranteed admission to Wind and Cloud University. During the defeat of Tang Yao, he was merely pretending to be weak, deliberately letting others think he needed a secret method. Yang Wanfeng's heart surged with shock, overwhelming fear rising from the depths of his heart. If I had known he had entered the third rank, I should not have agreed to Yang Wan's request. Even if the Yang family's secret method allowed his strength to rival that of a third-rank martial artist. But at this moment, he could barely even rise, let alone perform the burning blood secret method. Severely injuring the Yang family's top genius Yang Wanfeng in nearly a decade, evil points plus 3,000. Detecting that Yang Wanfeng has developed a large amount of fear towards you, evil points plus 2,000. Not paying attention to the other's horror, Yili directly squatted down in front of the elegant young man, calmly asking. The third rank is equally violent, why don't you try laughing again? Also, tell your dad how you and your sister plan to deal with me? Chapter 53, sorry, I'm disappointed. Hearing Yili's calm but slightly teasing voice. Lying on the ground, Yang Wanfeng's lips trembled, and he finally stammered, she just wants to spar with you. Sizzle. A long spear, entirely blue and golden, appeared in Yili's hand, and then it was thrust violently into Yang Wanfeng's thigh, the sound of tearing flesh clearly echoing in the air. Ah! A shrill scream escaped from Yang Wanfeng's mouth. He instinctively tried to reach out to pull it out, but the boy slapped him hard across the face. Bang! The immense force swept across his face, leaving Yang Wanfeng's ears ringing, his mind spinning. The remnants of his awareness made him instinctively look forward. All that met his eyes were the dark-eyed boy in black robes, shimmering with a supernatural glow. Lies. Yili's voice showed no anger or joy, but carried an overwhelming sense of pressure. Last chance, how do you and your sister plan to deal with me? She. Think carefully before you say. As he spoke, Yili flicked the spear handle lightly, and the spear suddenly wobbled, calmly saying, really? Creak. Yang Wanfeng gritted his teeth tightly. The intense pain made him unable to help but bare his teeth, gasping heavily, his mind going blank. Why? Why does he know this is a lie? Yili looked up. 3. At hearing this, Yang Wanfeng's heart tightened. Once he spoke, with the opponent's current disposition, Yang Wan's fate was almost certain to be grim. It would definitely be tragic. Do I really have to say it? As long as I say it. Honor is finished, and here I am as the brother. Yang Wanfeng's pupils constantly expanded and contracted, clearly engaged in a fierce mental struggle. 2. Yili swiftly drew his spear, hovering it in front of Yang Wanfeng's elegant yet blood-soaked face. In the latter's eyes, the young man radiated an astonishing might, making him unable to speculate on what the other was thinking. A huge fear pressed heavily on Yang Wanfeng's heart. Just as Yili frowned slightly, a fierce gust of wind surged past him, and a sense of impending death suddenly filled his heart. He shouted in a breakdown. I said. Hundreds of meters away, in a dense forest, a sweet-faced young girl stood in a clearing, dazedly looking at the surrounding thick jungle. She vaguely remembered that in the last second of being transported into the secret realm, the boy in the black robe had unleashed a terrifying aura, striking down on her brother's arms. Yang Wan's breathing quickened, and she stood up from the ground, her eyes flashing with panic. Although her brother was powerful, having mastered the Yang family's inherited blood-burning secret method to a high level, but that Yili, his confidence in his eyes was frightening, and his aura was even stronger than her own. He had even defeated Tang Yao from the sword sect. Damn it! Why didn't I feel he was that strong before, and now I suddenly feel anxious? Yang Wan bit her lip, forcing herself to calm down. This is the outskirts of the cracking mountain secret realm, where strange beasts could appear at any moment. Even with her strength to easily slay them, she must remain somewhat alert. Her brother's martial arts level had reached the second stage, 8th layer. Even if Healy had secret methods to fight above his level, the gap between them was still massive. Even if he managed to surprise her brother with a sneak attack, it certainly wouldn't stir up any waves. She had to believe in him. He was her brilliant brother who had shown for over a decade, standing at the pinnacle of Shanzhou No. 1 middle school as a young warrior. He would definitely defeat that unknown Yili. Yang Wan clenched her fists, and her eyes reignited with a light named hope. During the teleportation, she was only 5 or 6 meters away from the two. Now, the distance surely wouldn't be too far off. She discerned the direction and then headed towards the area where there had been some rumbling sounds earlier. On the way, strange beasts appeared frequently, mostly low-level beasts like giant wood rats and skeleton soldiers. But strangely, these strange beasts not only did not attack Yang Wan, but instead, they frantically fled into the distance, as if they had encountered some terrifying enemy. Considering the score, Yang Wan casually killed them, collecting that drop of heart's blood inside them. As she progressed, the scoring device on her wrist continued to accumulate numbers. Soon, she caught a faint smell of blood brought by the breeze ahead. Then, she sensed the familiar aura tied to her memories. It was her brother. He must have won. Yang Wan's heart leaped with joy, and she hurriedly quickened her pace, bursting through the dense forest into the clearing ahead, joyfully shouting, "Brother!" In the next second, her voice abruptly halted, and her pupils suddenly contracted. All she saw was a straight-backed young man in a black robe standing not far away. And in front of him, covered in blood, Yang Wanfeng looked at her with a face full of fear, his eyes also holding a lingering guilt. Noticing Yang Wan's arrival, the young man in the black robe casually raised his gaze. Then, as if he noticed the glimmer of expectation that hadn't completely faded from the girl's eyes, he smirked slightly, his hair brushing softly, holding the blood-stained spear, his tone lightening. I'm really sorry to disappoint you. Upon hearing this, Yang Wan's heart tightened sharply. Chapter 54, First, give me a bow. Without a doubt. That elegant youth lying under the tree, in a pitiful pose, was indeed her brother, who was so spirited at Shanzhou No. 1 Middle School. At this moment, he appeared to be lost and exceptionally guilty. The young man in the black robe had cold eyes. His plain voice suddenly cast a chilling killing intent over this place. Yang Wan covered her mouth, looking at this scene in horror, not understanding why her proud brother had fallen to such a state. This situation, does it mean? Why? The shocking sight made her legs feel heavy like lead, standing dazedly in place, her mind momentarily malfunctioning. Her brother, a genius of the second rank and 8th level, could fight against a third-rank martial artist with his secret technique, yet now he had met this fate under Yili's hands? Waner. Seeing Yang Wan's expression, under the tree, Yang Wanfeng's heart suddenly surged with shame and anger, his face burning with embarrassment. How proud he used to be. Now he had actually lost to this kind of opponent. In front of the sister who admired him the most. The overwhelming humiliation nearly drowned Yang Wanfeng's reason. But fortunately, he still had a plan in his heart. As long as Waner can help me by 5 minutes, I can use my powers to recover some injuries. As long as I can use the blood-burning secret technique, even if this kid is a third-rank martial artist, I can still fight. Thinking of this, Yang Wanfeng desperately calmed his mind, deliberately showing a bitter expression, looking up at Yang Wan with tear-filled eyes, trembling, he said. Waner, you must run. Don't worry about me. This person he. Slap. Before he finished speaking, he was slapped by the young man in the black robe, his blood-stained teeth flying out of his mouth, his head feeling buzzing. Don't act. Yili frowned slightly, seeming to disdainfully shake off his blood-stained palm, faintly saying, if you really cared, why did you cooperate so readily just now? Now, his words made it sound as if he were the villain. Yili. Seeing Yang Wanfeng's miserable state, not far away, Yang Wan finally regained her senses. Her trembling eyes suddenly looked at the young man in the black robe, incredulously shouting, what are you doing? Is there a need to ask? Yili raised an eyebrow, slightly surprised and said, as you can see, I'm sparring with your brother. Is this how you spar? Yang Wan shouted angrily. Seeing her beloved brother being humiliated like this, if she didn't take action now, she wouldn't be the most proud daughter of the Yang family. Her energy suddenly surged, the true chi in her body roaring. Go die. Yang Wan's eyes were red, angrily shouting, her fists clenched, she rose and charged at the young man in the black robe with incredible speed, throwing a punch. The force was fierce, enough to rival a speeding car. The overwhelming wind pressure rushed towards Yili, but the corners of his mouth lifted into a smile, his 5 fingers suddenly clenched, fiercely stomping the ground, his inner vital energy exploding a second time, he threw a punch like a drumbeat. Boom! The two forces collided hard together, with Yang Wan's energy shattering easily like thin paper. The fist heavily struck Yang Wan's arm. A clear sound of breaking bones suddenly rang out. Crack! That graceful figure was violently smashed away, crashing through thick trees one after another. Boom! Yang Wan fell awkwardly into a wreckage, and when the dust settled, she was surrounded by crumbling wooden debris, while her slender arm had already bent into a shocking curve. Intense pain surged from her arm straight to the top of her head, Yang Wan's sweet face uncontrollably twisted, a piercing scream continuously escaping her lips, echoing all around. So painful. So painful. Instinctively covering her arm, Yang Wan kept rolling and convulsing on the ground. The entire bony structure of her arm had been brutally smashed apart by that massive force. Even an experienced warrior. For a moment, even the pain made her lose control. There was no trace of the arrogance she once had, Yang Wan was now nothing but a pitiful mess. Waner. Under the tree, Yang Wanfeng struggled to stand up, but a long spear, blue and golden all over, stopped right at his throat. Feeling the sharp killing intent at the tip, fear instantly filled his gentle face. Even though he secretly used his power to heal himself, he hadn't recovered enough strength to fight yet. He felt deeply sorry for Waner, but right now she had to hold on a bit longer. Yang Wanfeng clenched his teeth tightly. Inside his body, the veins glowed faint green, slowly healing his physical wounds. Enough, stop shouting. Yili held the long spear, black hair brushing lightly, clothes fluttering. He raised his eyes and casually looked at Yang Wan, saying, to keep you conscious, I didn't even hit your head, yet you scream like that. Haven't you ever been hurt before? Though Yang Wan looked miserable, in truth, it was only a serious fracture in her right arm. For a second-tier martial artist, it was far from making her unable to fight. As his strength rose, fewer and fewer dared to challenge him in the martial arts high school of Win Province. people like these two were rare resources. He had to make full use of them. For example, crippling Yang Wanfeng, stripping Yang Wan and hanging her on a mountain peak. How many sin points could that bring? Truly something to look forward to. Yi Li's lips curled slightly. In essence, this was recycling trash. As for the Yang family's revenge from Mountain Province? No need to worry. They started it. He was only defending himself. Besides, what was Yi Li now? A core student of Stormcloud University. The strongest martial arts university in Win Province. Even the Yang family from Mountain Province didn't hold much weight before that. This was clear from how the Yang siblings couldn't get a guaranteed spot. If they were really that powerful, Yi Li didn't believe they'd care about him. Since that's the case, why pretend to be humble? To forge iron, your own hammer must be strong. As long as it doesn't go against his principles, he would squeeze every bit of value out of every enemy. Under Yi Li's calm gaze. After a while, Yang Wan's screams gradually weakened, though her breathing was still rapid. Ha, ha. Then, she bit her lip and stood up from the mess, cold sweat all over her smooth forehead. Looking at Yi Li, fear unconsciously rose in her eyes. With a trembling voice, she asked. Can you stop now? What do you think? Yi Li asked calmly. How amusing. She still wanted to stop it. Then. Yang Wan bit her lip hard, voice tinged with tears. What do you want? Well. Yi Li placed a finger on his chin, showing a thinking look. A moment later, a look of having a great idea appeared on his face, and he said with a soft smile. Then, just kneel and kowtow to me. Take it as an apology. After all, I'm not really a bad guy. As he spoke, he glanced at Yang Wanfeng, eyes closed and face pale. The meaning was clear. Yang Wanfeng's face turned dark. His voice was rough, I understand. Even though the other side was smiling now, no one knew what he was really thinking. Besides, with his A-level power, Forest's protection, his wounds had already healed by 30%. In 10 more minutes, he could use his secret technique again. That would be the end for Yi Li. Just a little more. Just a bit more. This shame right now, it didn't matter. Just as Yang Wanfeng tried to struggle up, Yi Li pressed him down again. In his stunned eyes, the black-clothed boy calmly said. Did I ask you to kneel? Why so eager? He turned his head and looked at the bitter-faced Yang Wan nearby, then said, You come here and kowtow to me. W what? Yang Wan's mouth opened slightly, staring in disbelief. You want me to kneel and apologize to you? As the proud daughter of the Yang family, let alone kneeling to an enemy and admitting fault. Even an apology, she had never made. You. Yang Wan instinctively wanted to explode, but the excruciating pain in her arm reminded her just in time, causing her to break out in a cold sweat. The opponent could defeat both her brother and herself in quick succession, and their strength was even more terrifying than the rumors, to the point where they could not be faced head-on. It seemed that the secret technique was used at the first opportunity. Greatly enhancing their strength, they seized the chance to injure her brother and herself, who was eager to save him. Then, as long as we can delay a little longer, we still have a chance. At that moment, Yang Wan suddenly saw Yang Wanfeng lift his head under the tree, casting a complex gaze at her. Wanner, promise him. But. Yang Wan's face showed signs of struggle. She understood the reasoning, but it was truly a hardship to bow her head to someone. Even Yang Wanfeng had never accepted her apology. Wanner. Yang Wanfeng smiled painfully, using the gentlest tone possible, be obedient, trust me. In fact, over the years, he had long regarded Yang Wan as his possession, and at this moment, asking the girl to do such a thing was also extremely painful for him. But there was no choice. If he did not bow his head here for now, his martial arts exam would end here. Though Yi Li would also have his results cancelled afterward, but they simply didn't care. Listen. Yi Li slightly turned to the stunned Yang Wan and teased, Your brother is advising you to honestly bow and apologize. Are you going to listen or not? Yang Wan's face instantly turned as pale as paper, as if she had lost all color. You have caused a rift between the close Yang siblings with your words. Evil value plus 2,000. Sure enough. This system just loves to watch the drama unfold. Yi Li chuckled inwardly. Chapter 54, Time for Settlement. Listening to Yi Li's words, Yang Wan pressed her lips tightly together, and her lively eyes welled with tears. The brother who usually cared for her so meticulously was now asking her to give up her dignity and bow to her opponent. She certainly knew that this was to buy time. But for some reason, a surge of sour humiliation rose in her heart, and recalling her thoughts before the martial arts exam, this feeling became even stronger. Not only was she unable to defeat the opponent, but now she was even asked to bow and apologize to them. It was simply reversing the heavens. Yang Wan clenched her fists, her face almost screaming unwilling, and gritted her teeth to ask. Is it not kneeling okay? Surprisingly, Yili calmly nodded, of course, it's fine. Really? I never lie. Yili smiled faintly. Then he swung his gun back at Yang Wanfeng, who was concentrating on recovering from his injuries. A muffled sound exploded instantly. Brother! Yang Wan exclaimed. Yang Wanfeng's figure was sent flying, landing heavily on the ground, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He struggled to prop himself up, and in his gaze towards Yang Wan, there was an instinctual hint of resentment. What are you doing? Without noticing her brother's glance, Yang Wan suddenly turned her head, her eyes fixed on Yili, shouting in sorrow and anger, you want to harm my brother if I don't bow and admit my mistake? We shouldn't have any grudges against you, right? Why are you targeting us like this in the martial arts exam? You are guaranteed to pass, but my brother and I still need to participate in the martial arts exam normally. Are you trying to ruin us? Yang Wan's breaths became hurried, her eyes red, as if she had suffered a great grievance. Upon hearing this, Yili said nothing and quietly walked toward the fallen Yang Wanfeng. The killing intent around him surged like the wind. Seeing this, a look of terror immediately flooded Yang Wanfeng's eyes. This once renowned genius, known as the thousand-handed Jurograde in Mountain City, now resembled a lamb waiting to be slaughtered, weak and powerless, continuously retreating. Wait! Yang Wan finally cried out with a choked voice, I will kneel, I will bow to you. Thud! As she spoke, her fair knees instantly gave way, along with her once proud and willful demeanor. With heavy thuds, they crashed onto the ground, producing a crisp sound. Yili slightly turned to the side and quietly watched her continue. Yang Wan bit her lip tightly, her palm pressing against the ground, her head slowly lowered, gradually approaching the dust-covered ground. In the fiercely glaring eyes of Yang Wanfeng, Yang Wan's head finally touched the ground. The proud look on her sweet face completely dissipated, and she almost cried out, I'm sorry. I was wrong. Hearing this, Yang Wanfeng slowly closed his eyes. Watching his little ancestor, whom he had carefully nurtured since childhood, fearing to annoy even a bit, being stepped on by someone else, he felt like he was about to shatter. All right, get up. Yili gently lifted his chin, looking down at Yang Wan from above. Hearing this, Yang Wan quickly scrambled up from the ground, forcefully wiping away her tears. Yang Wanfeng's body also relaxed a little. Before he could feel happy, Yili stretched lazily and casually said, the sparring is over, let's move on to the next one. Move on to the next one? Yang Wanfeng's expression changed slightly, a sense of ominous foreboding swelling in his heart, unable to help but ask, what else is there to settle? Yili ignored him and quietly looked at Yang Wan, asking with a smile that wasn't quite a smile, you want to strip me naked and hang me on the highest peak in the core area, right? Once these words were spoken, Yang Wan's face instantly changed dramatically. How did you know? She asked in disbelief. You should ask your brother about that. Yili shrugged. Yang Wanfeng, who had been somewhat calm, instantly turned pale upon hearing this. The other party openly spoke of this matter. His image in Yang Wan's mind was about to shatter completely. Realizing this, Yang Wanfeng was just about to speak. Bang! Before either side could react, Yili swung his gun heavily at him. A surge of cold air instantly poured into Yang Wanfeng's body, freezing all his meridians, and the terrifying force from the gun knocked him unconscious. Buzz! At the same time, the talisman around his waist was successfully activated, a pale white shield rose, sending out his location. This also meant that Yang Wanfeng, the model warrior of Shanzhou City, had officially ended his martial examination. I'm a person who values principles and believes in returning what was given in doubled measures. Putting away the long gun, Yili stared at the dazed Yang Wan, his voice cold as he said, I'll say the conclusion first. You will be knocked unconscious by me next and hung on the peak of the core area. But I'm kind-hearted, so maybe I will leave you a piece of clothing, or maybe I won't. But in any case, from now on, you will live together with your hypocritical and incompetent brother for 100 years. Chapter 55 The wind at the summit is strong. As the boy's cold voice echoed in the air. For a moment, Yang Wan's face turned pale, her breathing extremely rapid from receiving too much information. These things were all told to you by my brother? She instinctively retreated while tremblingly asking, he told you everything? He did, he was very straightforward. Yili shifted his feet. Hearing this, Yang Wan felt as if she had fallen into an ice cavern, her whole being chilled from her feet to her head. She never dreamed that her brother, who usually cared for her so much, would turn out to be so spineless at a crucial moment. Not only did he relay all her past words, but he had also actively opened his mouth to make his sister kneel and bow. He had discarded all pride and dignity without hesitation. Should she praise him for being adaptable, understanding, and a good brother? Her gaze swept over the unconscious Yang Wanfeng, and a slight hint of loneliness appeared at the corner of Yang Wan's mouth. Your words have created a huge rift between the closely knit young family siblings, evil deed value plus 2,000. Not far from her, Yili was still walking towards her slowly. Looking at the approaching boy in dark clothing, Yangwan wanted to resist, but her mind quickly recalled the prior clash. This made her raise her hand to cover her broken left arm, unable to suppress a shiver. Her smooth forehead was dripping with sweat, and the palm behind her was growing pale from the effort. The best course of action now was to immediately use the talisman to contact the teacher outside the exam room. That way, the chance of being saved would be quite high. She wouldn't even have to continue to suffer the humiliation spoken of by the other party. But the mental resistance was unbearable. This proud daughter of the Yang family, who had been arrogant for more than a decade, simply couldn't accept the outcome of failing the martial arts exam. Her own outcome. Shouldn't she have burst into the core area amid laughter and cheers, impressing the provincial leaders and martial arts university teachers, proudly slaying the beasts and claiming the top spot, entering the dreamlike Wind and Cloud University? Absolutely not like this. Not crushed mercilessly by a boy she had never cared about. Yang Wan's mind shook violently. An extraordinary sense of oppression surged forward. The boy's expression was indifferent, his steps steady. He approached with a greater sense of pressure than her brother in her memory, more terrifying than the frightening beast she had envisioned. The young man in the dark shirt was in such a posture. Clearly dismissed before, now he was like a deathly Yama, advancing step by step. No, she couldn't just sit and wait for her doom. Even if she was seriously injured, it didn't matter. She had to escape from his grasp and obtain the score needed to enter Wind and Cloud University. Boom! After making up her mind, Yangwan tightly gritted her trembling teeth, trying hard to steady her shaking body, straightening her back, using her true energy as fuel, causing the blood within her body to burn fiercely. Yang family treasured art, the blood-fiery secret method. Under pressure, she finally unleashed this top-tier secret method. In an instant, her aura abruptly increased, and even the spark of her lively eyes surged with blood energy. A faint sense of murderous intent surrounded her entire being. You've unleashed a secret method. The boy said with a tone that was either mocking or amazed. For your own future, you've really fought hard. Yangwan remained silent, tacitly agreeing with the other party's words. Speaking of which, I've never given a chance to my opponent. Looking at the girl, a smile appeared on Yili's handsome face. He stopped, softly chuckling. But seeing how hard you've worked, I'll make an exception today and give you a chance. I just advanced to the third stage, my realm is still unstable, and my hammering technique is only at B level. The Dan Chi explosion can only be used a maximum of 7 times. So, if you can withstand my next 5 punches of Dan Chi explosion, I'll leave. Upon hearing this, Yang Wan, who was nearly in despair, suddenly looked up, a glimmer of hope sparking in her eyes. Are you serious? This time, her voice no longer trembled. Of course, I never lie. Yili calmly nodded. Okay. Yang Wan took a deep breath, suppressing her anxiety and fear, looking at the young man in the dark shirt, her muscles gradually tightening, her chilled back finally stabilizing. In the next second, her figure darted like an arrow, racing deep into the secret realm. Yang Wan's thoughts were very simple. Whether the boy's promise was true or false, there was no mistake in choosing to escape first after activating the secret method. Although the possibility of successfully escaping under a third-stage martial artist was very slim, as long as she reached near the core area, even if the third-stage beasts couldn't stop him, they at least could distract him. Come on, I can do it. I am the genius girl of the Yang family in Shanzhou. Ha ha. Yang Wan exerted all her strength, desperately running, her speed increasing, her figure darting like lightning through the thickets, and the scenery around her rapidly receding as she ran. After an entire dozen breaths, she had already created a distance of several thousand meters from her original place. While running, she didn't forget to use her peripheral vision to check the situation behind her. Check to see if any danger is coming up behind or if there is any unusual movement. However, there was no one behind her. At most, there were only occasional silhouettes of strange beasts flashing by. Have I shaken them off? Yang Wan couldn't help but feel doubtful. Although she didn't believe she could shake her pursuer off so easily, if she actually did succeed, that would be wonderful. Just as this thought arose, a howling wind suddenly sounded from behind her. Whoosh! A terrifying aura erupted violently from behind her. It's coming! Yang Wan gritted her teeth, immediately turning around, her feet sliding against the ground as her upper body took on a strange stance. A sense of harmony and calmness suddenly emerged from her, and a faint glow of black and white appeared from her palms, as if it could unload power in an incredibly mysterious way. At that moment, she locked eyes with the person coming at her. The boy's pitch-black eyes were sharp, and his aura was as terrifying as a volcanic eruption. Without a hint of hesitation, he threw open his arms in a dark robe. 1. Yi Li's voice was indifferent. The next second, his explosive punch powered by Dantian energy slammed heavily against Yang Wan's mysterious stance. Bang! The terrifying force erupted in an instant, shattering the black and white glow, and Yang Wan's previously calm expression drastically changed, her graceful form sent flying. Boom! She crashed through several sturdy trees, her body rolling on the ground. Amidst the flying wood chips, a wave of metallic sweetness surged up in Yang Wan's throat, but she still forced herself to get up quickly, her expression grave as she looked around. A few of her ribs were broken, but at least she held on, there was still a way. If it keeps going like this. Just as she thought that, a strong gust of wind suddenly rushed straight at her face. Yang Wan's pupils constricted. She saw a figure in a dark robe already in front of her. The person spoke in a calm voice, slightly mocking. 2. As the words echoed, he looked down from above and unleashed a terrifying punch. Bang! Yang Wan's arms were already numb from the previous blow, and she couldn't raise them at all. In despair, her entire body was smashed into the ground. Ugh! In the cracked earth, Yang Wan gasped for breath, a wave of sweet blood continuously gushing from her throat, and her sweet face quickly turned red. Her slender body trembled incessantly, despite her heart still beating, her spirit was nearly exhausted. Her once lively eyes now seemed to have lost their sparkle, appearing hollow like a living dead. Every part of her body felt the excruciating pain. And the direct reason that pushed her spirit to the brink of collapse was the confidence and dignity she had just rebuilt being brutally shattered by the boy's 2 punches. Why? In a daze, Yang Wan's tone was filled with unresolved grievance and anger. Why do this to us? What do you mean, why? Yili walked up to her, bent down, and said calmly. First, it was your brother who asked to fight, and it was you who said to deal with me. All the bad things were planned by you, now you act wronged here, don't you think you're a bit thick-skinned? Yang Wan. Yili reached out, pulling her from the pit, grabbing her long green hair, bringing her blood-stained, sweet face to align with his gaze. He said indifferently, when you were plotting to ruin me, you should have thought of today. The result is evident, it's not me who is ruined, but you and your good brother. I look forward to seeing if you can still maintain your former arrogance after today. And... As he spoke, Yili pulled her by her hair, slowly lifting her from the ground, his tone whimsical. The wind on the mountain peak will be strong later, you'd better endure it. No. Please. Humiliated tears streamed from her eyes as Yang Wan trembled, pleading for mercy, only to be met with a slap from the boy. The consciousness instantly fell into darkness. Your strength has crushed the confidence of the young lady from the Young family, and at this moment, she has lost all her will to resist against you. Evil deeds value plus 8,000. Achievement unlocked, 2 fists shatter your passionate dream. Effect, when the support from the opponent's home ground far exceeds yours, your punching speed increases by 20%. Chapter 56, The Unexpected Young Siblings. Outside the Crack Mountain secret realm, in a temporary camp. Hundreds of figures sat here, most of them teachers from various martial arts high schools in Ing Province. On the big screen in front of them, images of the core area of the secret realm were being projected. Kai Guocheng sat in one of the central positions, smiling as he watched the images on the screen. This year's candidates are clearly of much higher quality than last year. Tang Yao from Qingshan Sword Pavilion, Zhang Qingzhu from the extreme North Jiang family, and the Little Diamond from Zhenjiang Golden Temple. As the new generation of various forces, these few have performed excellently in this martial arts examination, making it into the core area before noon. Hearing this, the teachers from various martial arts high schools all showed smiles and nodded in agreement. Among them, the teachers from Shanzhou were the most serious, looking quite uneasy. Not only did they not see the young siblings' figures in the core area, but even on the real-time leaderboard beside them, neither of the two had entered the top 100. For this reason, they had specifically searched carefully and found that Yang Wan's data had fluctuated, while Yang Wanfeng's data remained as calm as a still pond. This means he has not killed a single beast. Although they knew that with the strength of the young siblings, it shouldn't be hard to take the lead, the unusual situation still made them feel uneasy. Lin classmate. Kai Guocheng turned to look at a beautiful figure beside him, gently smiling as he asked, in your opinion, which student from this martial arts examination is most likely to win the championship? Since the other party was a representative sent by Fengyun University, their strength was undoubtedly strong. They had been searching for someone on the leaderboard and screen, so it seemed they had a favored candidate. The time is not yet halfway, I can't say for sure. Lin Yingyun smiled slightly, her gaze falling back on the light screen ahead, while her heart was filled with some doubts. Her teacher had selected this year's recommended student in Linhai City. A few days ago, she received news that a peak level 3 fugitive was killed in Linhai City by a core student from Fengyun University, which confirmed the connection. Out of curiosity and amazement about the new junior student, she decided to come to watch the competition. Otherwise, she would have been busy with a bunch of hunting tasks, going to earn big rice. After watching for half the day, she hadn't even seen a single shadow. Could it be that they were taking the exam very casually because they were recommended? Why did Fengyun University send people this year? A teacher from Shanzhou No. 1 High School asked a companion beside him to ease his inner unease. In previous years, didn't they always send no one? Not sure, maybe it's because of that recommended student? The companion replied uncertainly. Weren't there recommended students in previous years too? The Shanzhou teacher waved his hand irritably. Forget it, asking you is pointless. After saying that, he stood up and walked out of the camp, gazing at the distant entrance of the secret realm. It's really strange, why is there no movement? Could it be they are hiding something big? The Shanzhou teacher muttered to himself. Although there were no level 4 beasts in the Crack Mountain secret realm, there were still quite a few level 3 late-stage beasts. Unlike level 1 and level 2 beasts that are driven by instincts, once a beast reaches level 3, it begins to transform and develop towards possessing intelligence. At higher levels, beasts can even transform into human forms, making it almost indistinguishable from humans in appearance. Unless they actually engage in battle, even martial arts masters of the same level would find it hard to identify their true forms. This is also one of the reasons why countries strictly control the access to major high-level secret realms. In the late stage of the third tier's exotic beasts, though not as terrifying as those higher tier beasts, they had begun to show intelligence. They could set simple traps to hunt down martial artists who entered their territory. Therefore, the scores earned from killing them were higher. The young siblings might be hiding in some corner, planning to kill several third-tier exotic beasts in one go, making a striking impression. Thinking of this, the teacher from Shanzhou No. 1 Middle School couldn't help but smile. This young Wanfeng always loved to be in the spotlight. There was truly nothing they could do about the two siblings. Feeling reassured, the Shanzhou teacher turned and walked toward the camp, intending to check the situation again. At that moment, his peripheral vision suddenly caught sight of a familiar figure. He saw several Hanxia warriors responsible for rescuing students charging over, and on the stretcher they were carrying, a young man with an elegant appearance and a pained expression was groaning. The young man was covered in injuries, radiating an astonishing coldness, which made his face turn pale, his eyes tightly shut, and his face was smeared with blood. He was evidently heavily injured and had fainted. Hurry! There's a student here who needs urgent help. The Hanxia warriors shouted anxiously, rushing into the medical area amidst the shocked gazes of many teachers. Is that Yang Wanfeng from Shanzhou City? Hiss, it can't be, but it really looks like him. I remember he was a second-tier, 8th-level genius? He's 2 levels above me. What kind of exotic beast could injure him like this? Could it be that a 4th-tier exotic beast appeared in the Lianshan secret realm? Unclear, but it seems that Shanzhou No. 1 Middle School is in trouble this time. How could that be? Don't forget there's still Yang Wan. For a moment, the teachers who also stepped out for fresh air were buzzing with discussions, their words revealing their astonishment about the situation. Seeing this situation, the Shanzhou No. 1 Middle School teacher was already stunned. Yang Wanfeng was eliminated? How could this be possible? He grasped his head with both hands, staring blankly at the spot where the group of Hanxia warriors had disappeared, unable to move for a long time. He felt it was hard to believe. At that moment, a sudden cry of surprise erupted from the camp not far away. As if someone had seen something extraordinary. P.S. Seeking little gifts from all the big shots, hoping for good reviews. Chapter 57, Is that Yang Wan? In the Lianshan secret realm, on a vast plain. After passing through the vast forest formed by the outer and inner areas, one could arrive here. The view on the plain was quite open, with a towering mountain standing in the distance in the core area. This place was occupied by a dozen third-tier exotic beasts, dividing their territories, and usually, they did not interfere with each other. But today, several powerful figures surged out from the dense forest, some were covered in blood, some were breathing rapidly, and some even had their blades chipped. But without exception, they all exuded confidence and pride. These were the martial arts geniuses from various cities. Zhang Qingzhu and Tang Yao were also among these figures at this moment. Where's Yi Liren? Tang Yao asked casually, looking at Zhang Qingzhu, who had walked out of the forest alone. Isn't he with you? Zhang Qingzhu glanced at her and replied coldly, he got a guaranteed spot. It doesn't matter whether he comes here or not. I know that. Then why ask? Zhang Qingzhu replied lightly, if you want revenge, you could have gone to find him before coming in. With his character, he definitely wouldn't refuse you. Tang Yao was momentarily at a loss for words. She thought he was a friend of Yi Li's and intended to ask about Yi Li's score to compare with her own. That boy, like a monster, was good at fighting, but when it came to killing exotic beasts, he might not be her match. Since she couldn't ask Zhang Qingzhu, she would just have to wait until they were out and check the leaderboard. Tang Yao tightened her grip on the hilt of her sword. Glimmers in her eyes. She admitted that she was no match for Yi Li now, but the road ahead was still long. Surely one day, she would achieve a reversal. Nice to meet you too. At this moment, a tall monk with a shaved head approached, grinning at the two of them. Little monk comes from Zhenjiang No. 1 High School, with the Buddhist name Shanwu. May I ask how to address both of you? As soon as he said this, except for Zhang Qingzhu and Tang Yao, everyone else was somewhat moved. Jinggang Temple in Zhenjiang is famous in Ying Province, and well-known martial monks have emerged from its ranks over the years. This monk, Shanwu, became famous in just 2 years at Zhenjiang No. 1 High School for his extraordinary martial arts, earning the title of Little Diamond in the city. And the master known as Big Diamond in the Buddhist realm is none other than his teacher, Jiang Qingzhu. Jiang Qingzhu spoke coldly. Qingshan Sword Pavilion, Tang Yao. Tang Yao leaned on the sword hilt, looking down at the monk with a faint smile, saying, "Instead of hunting beasts to score points, you've come to chat. Is there something you need?" "Not at all." Monk Shanwu quickly replied with a smile, "I just wanted to ask if you saw Yang Wanfeng from Shanzhou No. 1 High School, or his sister Yang Wan?" "No, do you have business with them?" "Hee, to be honest, I have a good relationship with those two, so I'm a little worried." Monk Shanwu clasped his hands together, looking towards the dense forest behind. He then expressed his confusion. According to their strength, they should have arrived earlier than us. Why haven't we seen them until now? Yang Wanfeng's martial arts rank had already reached the second stage, 8th level, making him the top cultivator in this year's martial arts examination in Ying province. With that perfected flame blood secret method, even a third-stage warrior could battle with him. It was indeed strange that he hadn't shown up yet. Did he encounter danger? Monk Shanwu tilted his head to gaze at the distant high mountains, feeling increasingly uneasy. "I don't know." Tang Yao waved her hand, walking towards the core area, clearly not concerned about the young siblings mentioned by the monk. Although she and the other martial arts talents in Ying province had heard of these siblings to some extent, they mostly considered Yang Wanfeng as a true genius. In Tang Yao's eyes, the only true geniuses in Ying province were herself and Yili. Jiang Qingzhu looked towards the dense forest, uncertainly mumbling to herself, could they have run into something? With neither Yili nor Yang Wanfeng showing up, it was certainly a coincidence. Considering Yili's straightforward character, it was possible that the two really did encounter each other. "Jiang, do you have any leads?" Monk Shanwu, taking note of the girl's expression, asked tentatively. Jiang Qingzhu withdrew her gaze, suppressing her worries, her tone cold, "No." After saying that, she also shifted her steps, heading toward the core area ahead. There was no need to worry. Even if Yili wasn't a match for Yang Wanfeng due to the difference in levels, he should be able to escape if he wanted to. Wait. That Yang Wanfeng seemed to have a second stage, 6th level sister? Oh no. Jiang Qingzhu suddenly turned back, panic flashing in her eyes, just as she was about to head into the forest again. Not far away, a chorus of gasps erupted from the crowd. What the hell? Is that Yang Wan? No mistake, my god. How did she get beaten like this? Where's her brother Yang Wanfeng? Oh my, if Yang Wanfeng sees this, won't he tear that guy apart? Even Monk Shanwu, who had asked about the two earlier, stood there in shock. Together with everyone's gaze, he fixed his eyes on one direction. In the far-reaching forest, a handsome young man dressed in dark robes walked over, his expression indifferent, his demeanor as calm as a monarch surveying his kingdom. What made everyone hold their breath was the object he held in his hand. A half-alive tall figure was casually held in his palm. Despite the tall figure's eyes rolling back, hair in disarray, and posture in disarray, that sweet face was still incredibly eye-catching. It was none other than Yang Wan, the young lady of the Yang family from Shanzhou. Most of the people present were from prestigious families, and they had seen some things, but what was happening before them was something they had never seen. Let alone the martial arts exam, this situation, no matter where it happened in Ying province, was truly explosive. This guy is really impressive. Their tones were hesitant, looking at each other, and one could see the astonishment in each other's eyes. In the martial arts high school of Ying province, who would dare to offend Yang Wanfeng, that young master of the Yang family? This is madness. In the martial arts exam, what it means to be hunted down by a second-stage 8th-level martial artist, they knew better than anyone. Chapter 58, How do you wish to be addressed? Outside the secret realm in the temporary campsite. Watching the scene on the screen, the teachers present were also extremely shocked. Is that Yang Wan from the Yang family? To be able to beat Yang Wan like this, who on earth is this kid? It's Yili from Linhai No. 1 High School. The discussions erupted into chaos, and the teachers clearly did not expect such a situation. Except for the core area where free battles are allowed, in other areas, mutual attacks are not permitted for the last 6 hours. This was one of the basic rules of the martial arts exam. Over the years, very few students would violate it. If there were any, it was mostly due to conflicts arising from beast ownership. But usually, it would only be limited to ordinary martial science students. Today's situation was truly the first they could remember. Kai Guocheng looked at the light screen, his expression unusually serious. This Yili has quite the audacity, doesn't he? Splash! At this moment, the teacher from Shanzhou No. 1 High School, who had gone out earlier, pushed through the tent and nearly fainted upon seeing the scene on the light screen. Yang Wanfeng had just been severely injured, hoping to pin his hopes on Yang Wan. Little did he expect she would end up in such a miserable state. What in the world is happening? He angrily shouted at Kaiguachang, "This person violated the rules of the martial arts exam. I demand the official immediately cancel his examination qualifications." This. A hint of hesitation appeared in Kaiguachang's eyes. Had it been an ordinary student, he would have made an immediate decision. But who was Yili? A core student of Fengyun University. In other words, he would most likely become a powerful martial artist capable of guarding a city in the future. If possible, Kaiguachang still hoped to create a good impression on him. However, such behavior was already quite despicable. Even if he grows stronger in the future, it is hard to say he would become a help to Huanxia. Kaiguachang's thoughts were racing, and he quickly decided. Just as he was preparing to send someone to cancel Yi Li's examination qualifications, the knowledgeable woman from Fengyun University spoke up. "Wait a moment. I think it's too early to make a judgment now." "What do you mean?" Kaiguachang immediately looked at her. "It's simple." Lin Yinyun smiled and frankly said, "I do not believe a young martial artist who dares to capture fugitives would attack a companion without reason." After saying this, she produced a document from her hand and pushed it toward Kaiguachang. "This is a record provided by the Qingyi Bureau not long ago. Yi Li single-handedly chased down a third-stage peak fugitive. He ultimately succeeded in killing him." Lin Yinyun's tone carried obvious admiration. As soon as her words fell, all the teachers present, including Kaiguachang, widened their eyes. A third-stage peak martial artist was nearly on par with most city-level Qingyi Bureau directors. A student who hadn't even graduated from martial arts high school managed to kill a fugitive of this level? How is that possible? The teacher from Shanzhou No. 1 High School picked up the document, exclaiming in disbelief. But after glancing at the document twice, his breathing gradually became heavy, and the document slipped from his hand. "It's real." Seeing his reaction, the thought simultaneously arose in everyone's heart. Then, their hearts gradually became incredibly hot. "Senior Kai, Yi Li's performance is absolutely eye-catching in Fengyun University." Lin Yinyun leaned back in her chair, arms crossed, and smiled lightly. "Without a doubt, he is a true genius. Now that it has come to this, let's observe the situation first. When they all come out, we can ask clearly how it is?" Inside the secret realm. "Sir, please stay." Shan Wumonk's face looked ugly as Yi Li was about to step towards the mountain. He finally spoke in a deep voice. "The girl you are holding is from the Yang family of Shanzhou?" "Yang family of Shanzhou?" Yi Li stopped in his tracks, looked over, and calmly asked, "Do you know this person?" "I know." Shan Wumonk's expression was dark. "That should be it then." Yi Li nodded and continued walking up the mountain. "Sir." Shan Wumonk spoke again, gritting his teeth and shouted, "Your actions will certainly not be forgiven if my friend finds out. He is the young master of the Yang family in Shanzhou. You must have heard of him. He also participated in this martial arts examination and is a second-stage 8th-level martial artist." "Sir." Seeing Yi Li's steps unceasing, Shan Wumonk began to panic. He raised his voice, his tone filled with a bit more anger. "As martial artists, we should work hand in hand and uphold martial virtue. To insult others like this puts you at opposition with all of us martial artists? If you insist on going astray today, then I will unite everyone present to discuss Buddhist teachings with you." Shan Wumonk's mind was racing. The fact that the opponent could defeat Yang Wan, who was of similar strength to him, meant that it wouldn't be hard to beat him as well. The urgent matter was to strengthen their side to the point where the opponent would be wary and let Yang Wan go. One Yang Wan phone was not enough, so he needed to unite all martial artists present. He spoke with incredible candor. Even though most people present did not want to get involved in this mess, they felt embarrassed to directly speak out against it. This also gave him a chance to use the tiger's skin as a banner. And this time, Yi Li finally stopped walking. In his impression, the false Buddhist gate was best at talking about moral virtues on one hand and hiding behind the concept on the other. He did not expect it to be the same in another world. There were still too few truly great Buddhist masters. Must they always be interrupted when he was happiest? "I am not interested in your so-called Buddhist teachings." He turned around, looking at the righteous Shan Wumonk and calmly said, "But today, I am here to insult this person, and everyone present is included. Anyone who wants to take action can come up now." As these words came out, the air on the plain suddenly became dead silent. Dozens of martial arts geniuses from various places in Yingsheng, at this moment, all fell into silence, even their breathing becoming cautious. Before they were far away and couldn't see clearly, their heads hadn't turned around. Taking a closer look, wasn't this the new dark horse who smashed through Jian Pavilion's Tang Yao as soon as he entered the second stage, warmly recommended by senior teachers at Fengyun University, and was making waves in various martial arts high schools? Tang Yao was standing not far away without moving. Those who couldn't beat Tang Yao didn't dare to act. What if they annoyed this monster who received a recommendation? Everyone present would have to cry and plead for mercy in front of all the teachers and students in the province. In front of them. The young man in the ink robe stood calmly, with a serene expression, his clothes fluttering in the wind. One person suppressing a multitude. Tang Yao looked at that slender figure, clenching her hands tightly, her heart trembling uncontrollably. Such a posture was simply the appearance she dreamt of. The only difference was that he was holding a person. What the? Shanwu monk looked around, his heart greatly shaken. He had just come out and rushed to participate in the martial arts examination and was not very aware of external rumors, but from the reactions of these people, it seemed that the opponent was truly remarkable. This is really awkward. The monk Shanwu looked at Yili and found the other person quietly watching him too, immediately sharing an awkward smile. Benefactor, may I ask your name? Chapter 59 Instant Kill, Clear Conscience. Your father. Yili's expression was as usual, directly choosing the most straightforward way to speak. If you have the guts, come at me, don't waste my time. This monk is just like that cultured young man of the second stage, 8th layer. Clearly, I don't even know their names, yet they all harbor killing intent towards me. Fine, there's killing intent, but it's also poorly hidden. As a third stage martial artist, this feeling is like a teacher seeing a student copying homework. The former sees clearly, while the latter always feels hidden better than it really is. However, since there is killing intent, that's manageable. You just have to see if I hit you or not. Benefactor. Listening to Yili's response, Shanwu's face suddenly darkened. The young monk knows you are a genius, proud and arrogant, but you must also understand to be humble in life. Geniuses are rare in other places, but here, there are at least a dozen. He acknowledged that the boy in the ink shirt possessed strength that could defeat Yang Wan, definitely not an ordinary person, at least his own odds wouldn't be very high facing him. But likewise, if the other side wants to strike at him, they must also weigh the cost. The Little King Kong of Zhenjiang No. 1 High School is not just a name. Hearing this, many people quietly retreated to the back. They still had to participate in the martial arts exam and had no desire to duel with this dark horse from Linhai City. Since this Little King Kong of Zhenjiang has the intention to strike, then let them witness the young man's capability. Let's see what kind of person can defeat that future sword immortal who shines in the Qingshan Sword Pavilion. You all consider yourselves geniuses? Upon hearing Shanwu's words, Yili revealed a hint of a mocking smile. Among those present, even Tang Yao, someone who had only confidence without ability, became one of the strongest. If it weren't for this bald monk taking the initiative to approach, he wouldn't even bother to make a move. Then, under the watchful gaze of more than 10 serious eyes, suddenly, an overpowering aura beyond everyone present surged from the boy, and the intensity of his blood and energy climbed steadily. There are no geniuses here. Yili's voice was calm but contained an undeniable tone. You are not. Under the enveloping powerful aura, the smile on Shanwu's face disappeared entirely, replaced by a grave demeanor as if facing a great enemy. Under pressure, he steeled himself to speak. Sir, have you thought this through? Attacking now, the best outcome is mutual destruction. It's better to stop here. Whoosh. Before he finished speaking, Yili's figure transformed into a blurred shadow, and amidst a gasp of surprise, he appeared in front of Shanwu in an instant. Looking at the stunned Shanwu, Yili casually slapped out a hand. Yet with the enhancement of Dan Qi explosion, it created a huge booming sound that burst forth in the air. Sir is confused. The young monk will not hold back. Shanwu's eyes widened, gritting his teeth. A layer of heavy golden light suddenly appeared on his body's surface as true energy circulated. He looked like a golden Buddha, indestructible. After years of hard training, he was confident that no one at the same level could break through his defenses. The next second, that bony hand lightly landed on his chest. Boom! In an instant, a massive roaring sound erupted like that of metal being forged, abruptly exploding in the air. Shanwu's chest caved in by an inch, as in his horrified eyes, his sturdy figure was forcefully blasted away by this tremendous power, blood spurting wildly. Everyone present stared dumbfounded, all looking towards the fallen Shanwu who rolled for dozens of meters. They saw his aura weak, his face as bright as gold paper. He clearly appeared gravely injured. More than 10 so-called geniuses in various martial arts high schools. At this moment, a storm surged inside his heart. A second-tier martial artist, proficient in various martial skills, was severely injured with just one palm strike? Damn the organizers, what kind of deity did you let in this year's martial arts exam? Under everyone's gaze, the severely injured second-tier 5th-level martial artist, evil points plus 500. What a stingy reward. Looking at the glowing screen, Yili cursed inwardly. Was it just because he bullied a weakling? Did it have to be so little, not even 1,000? But he still complained. Yili was used to the way his system scored people. However, having gotten used to thousands of points recently, this 500 really did seem quite pitiful. It shows that it's easy to go from frugality to extravagance, but difficult to go from extravagance to frugality. Forget it, anyway this 500 points were practically a freebie. Yili silently exhaled, turning his head to glance at the more than 10 genius martial artists not far away. Seeing Yili's gaze sweep over, they all chuckled dryly and quickly clasped their fists, saying, "Friend, you have great skills, but it's getting late, so we won't disturb you, we'll take our leave." With such strength, this year's martial arts exam champion was already a foregone conclusion. If they wanted to compete for second place, they had to hurry up. After saying that, they all turned and fled. In just a few breaths, they ran far away, leaving only blurred shadows. Detecting that the student representatives from the major martial arts high schools in Ing Province are experiencing a lot of fear towards you. Evil points plus 2,000. Oh, an unexpected gain. Yili raised an eyebrow slightly. Since these people were behaving well, he had no intention of attacking them. Unexpectedly, he could still earn evil points. Is this called deterrence by force? With this realization, he nodded slightly towards Jiang Qingju not far away. Are there any monsters you can't beat? The girl had helped him quite a bit, and it was no problem for her to kill some strange beasts for him. No. Jiang Qingju's lips pressed tightly, speaking firmly, I can deal with strange beasts myself. All right then. Yili nodded lightly, saying, farewell. After that, he continued to carry Yang Wan and moved towards the peak of the core area. It's worth mentioning. On the way to the core area, he had slain quite a few first and second tier strange beasts. But the evil points earned were only in double digits, truly almost negligible. In the future, when his strength grows, he should try killing some higher tier strange beasts to see if there would be any change. Yili's thoughts churned as his figure flashed like lightning across the plain, swiftly advancing towards the mountain. Along the way, he encountered 4 or 5 late third-tier strange beasts. After exhausting 80% of his strength, Yili successfully reached the top. He hung a pained Yang Wan on the peak. The fierce gale rushed in, tearing most of her clothes apart in just a few breaths. Yili calmly watched the scene. One thing that was unexpected was that he did not feel any sense of being watched here. This meant that even the external broadcasting methods could not observe the situation here. What a pity. Is it because the peak is too high? Yili rested his chin in his hand, softly muttering to himself. Thanks to this, he didn't gain much evil points. Hanging the daughter of the Yang family from Shanzhou at the peak of the Crack Mountain, evil points plus 2,000. Looking at the large areas of exposed skin on Yang Wan, Yili's mind began to ponder another matter. His actions in this martial arts exam would likely cause a lot of dissatisfaction among the teachers. Even if someone publicly denounced him afterward, it wouldn't be surprising. But there was no need to care. Yili smiled calmly. He had his own principles for acting. Even if because of the system, it would lead to the dissatisfaction of most martial artists in the future, it really didn't matter. As long as in the future, his strength was strong enough, if he said he was a good person, then everyone must believe he was a good person. A powerful figure that forms one's own sect only needs to have a clear conscience. The boy's black hair fluttered, his eyes bright, watching the dawn break on the horizon. Ding! Evil reputation level increased. Evil reputation level LV2, your evil reputation echoes through the major martial arts high schools in Ing Province. Golden quality rewards have been granted. Chapter 60, the strongest martial arts student in Ing Province. Thanks to the great Ma Chun Guang, who likes the Shrike. The next morning, the air outside the Crack Mountain secret realm was a bit cool. For martial artists, staying up all night was a rather simple task. Inside the huge temporary camp, everyone's gaze was focused on the huge light screen, with only 3 minutes left before the ranking would be revealed. The current rankings basically reflected the final positions. 10th place, Zhenjiang No. 1 High School, Shan Wu. 9th place, Zhangbei No. 1 High School, Wang Zixuan. 3rd place, Qingshan No. 1 High School, Tang Yao. 2nd place, Linhai No. 1 High School, Jiang Qingju. Unexpectedly, even though there was a difference in levels, Jiang Qingju's final score was significantly higher than Tang Yao's. It was clear that because she had the dream of driving out every single beast, she put a lot of effort into the technique of killing beasts. Moreover, the spear was slightly more efficient than knives and swords when it came to breaking through the beast's armor. With such results, it could be considered reasonable. Not to mention that Jiang Qingju also mastered the dragon riding the wind technique, a third-tier rare martial art known for its armor-piercing abilities. So, when it came to slaying beasts, martial artists skilled in various competitions may not necessarily excel more. This method of martial exams also indirectly indicated that Han Xiao valued martial artists who could slay beasts more. As champions of the provincial martial exams, they would naturally be heavily trained in the future. The martial exam champion of Ing Province was now revealed. Martial exam first place, Linhai No. 1 High School, Yili. In the large camp that resembled a lecture hall, all eyes were now on this name. Behind his name, there was a frighteningly high score. The head of the exam committee, Kai Guochang, flipped through the records of past martial exams and, with a trembling voice, could not contain himself as he uttered the term unprecedented. Yili's score was almost on a completely different level compared to Jiang Qingzhu, the second-place winner. The reason was simple. The mountaintop of Crack Mountain seemed to hold extraordinary significance for the beasts in the secret realm. Just like how only king beasts could reside in high-level secret realms, all the beasts longed for it. Originally, a peak-level third-tier beast resided there, but after a fierce battle, the black-haired, golden-eyed boy forcefully tore apart its massive body and threw it off the cliff. Under strange temptation, more and more powerful third-tier beasts launched attacks on the mountaintop. All these beasts were killed by the boy at the mountaintop. Beast blood flowed down the cliff in torrents. By 4 a.m., no third-tier beast dared to challenge the mountain anymore. This meant that these intelligent third-tier beasts in the Crack Mountain secret realm officially acknowledged the boy's identity as the king. Not only in Ying Province's martial exams, but even in the martial exams across the whole of Hanxia, the boy was undoubtedly the top anomaly. Oh my. Vice Principal Li Haohan of Linhai No. 1 High School slumped in his chair, his eyes blank, his voice filled with overwhelming joy. You kid are simply the living father of Linhai No. 1 High School. Who could have expected that he went from rising to fame to becoming renowned in Ying Province's martial exams in less than a month? The spiritual herbs for next month hadn't even been distributed yet. Li Haohan could already imagine how the boy's name would be forever etched into the history of the martial exams of Hanxia in a bold and eye-catching way. Many teachers looked at him with envious eyes. A young martial artist like Yili, who already had the potential to become a martial arts master, would add tremendous value to the reputation of any martial arts high school. If resources were abundant, perhaps in less than 50 years, the boy would rise to the 7th tier and become a true martial arts master, making his name known across the land. Such a martial student. For every martial arts high school, it is a dream come true existence. Principal Li, congratulations. Kai Guochang looked at the excited Li Haohan behind him, chuckling and saying, by next year, the resources that Linhai No. 1 High School can receive should be much more abundant. As he spoke, he glanced at Lin Yingyun, who was focused on the screen, and in a lowered voice, curiously asked, Student Lin, what do you think of this child named Yili? What is his potential? The atmosphere in Fengyun University was vibrant, gathering talented martial artists from all over Huanxia. As one of them, the other person's evaluation should be quite valuable for reference. Even within Fengyun University, he is indeed a true genius. In response, Lin Yingyun did not hesitate and answered, he is much stronger than I was in the past 2 years. Her words did not hide her recognition of the boy's strength. She sighed lightly and then, with a playful smile, said, I have seen many geniuses, but when these geniuses see Yili, they probably cannot help but call him a genius too. Kai Guocheng's heart stirred, and he instinctively followed up with a question. How does he compare to the Saint's son Tianyang from Fengyun University? You mean senior son? Lin Yingyun crossed her arms in thought, pondering for a moment before saying, in terms of strength, there is quite a difference when compared to that monster. But in potential, it should be similar? After pausing, she continued with a smile. However, it's hard to say. Yili is still young, while that old thing is about to graduate. Who can really say for sure? Such a high evaluation? Kai Guochang was somewhat surprised. It is worth noting that the Saint's son Tianyang is a well-known young warrior even within Fengyun University. On the so-called Fengyun ranking list at Fengyun University, he has long been among the top 3. What I said is not certain, just take it for fun. If my senior sister were here, she should be able to give you a precise answer, as she is also ranked in the top 10 of the Fengyun ranking. If it weren't for her personality, she would likely be in the top 5. Lin Yingyun waved her hand, her tone becoming more relaxed, and smiled. No need to rush, my senior sister will also be his senior sister in the future. These two will meet sooner or later, and at that time, I will know the answer. Hearing this, Kai Guocheng nodded and got up to walk outside the camp. He let out a long breath. At this point, this year's martial arts examination has finally come to a perfect end. Yili is the champion of this year's winning province and also the strongest martial arts student of this year. In a few hours, this news will spread throughout all 12 cities of the winning province. P.S. Thanks to the big boss Ma Chuangguang, who likes the bull-headed bird for the gold medal urging update. I've been writing for a year and a half, and this is the first time I've received such a precious gift. Last night I was so excited I was shaking, this is truly exhilarating. Thank you, big boss. But I'm out of town for the next couple of days, so adding more chapters might be difficult. To express my gratitude, starting from the day after tomorrow when I return home, I will do a daily update of 3 chapters. Thanks to all the big bosses for their gifts and support. Or 2. Chapter 61, SSS Level Talent. Mastering Spirits and Souls. At the peak of Lai Mountain, the wind howled. Ignoring the still unconscious Yan Wan, Yili sat cross-legged on the mountain peak. At the high summit, the air pressure was low, and each breath had a cool feeling. His dark eyes rarely showed a hint of excitement. The level of his infamous reputation actually increased. Yi Li's heart raced, and he casually summoned his panel. Current evil action value, 40,000 points. Can be exchanged for divine artifacts. A golden quality reward gift pack is ready to be opened. It's really not easy, my second burst of golden light has finally come. Where there is a will, there is a way. Yi Li murmured softly, a slight smile on his lips. His efforts during this time were not in vain, and it was also thanks to the strong support of the young siblings and many martial arts students. Hopefully, it can unlock useful skills or divine artifacts. Last time's Immortal Golden Soul gave him unparalleled healing ability, directly turning him into a blood cow warrior. In fights within the same tier, there is basically no risk of defeat, making it a god-level talent with extremely high lower limits. However, its expressiveness was somewhat monotonous. The blazing golden eyes certainly look mighty, and when he clashes with others, every gesture is filled with the aesthetics of violence, yet it is merely a significant improvement in physical capabilities. To be honest, it's not flashy enough. Crossed out. The versatility is simply not broad enough. Relying solely on Yi Li's current hand. If he encounters a peak-level third-tier warrior skilled in long-range combat in the future, let alone crushing and gaining evil points, even maintaining dignity in battle will be very difficult. Struggling to win a battle and crushingly achieving victory. It is clear which one deals a greater psychological blow to the enemy. If the drawn golden quality reward is not ideal, I will go to the treasure wheel to get some magical tools. With this in mind, Yi Li made up his mind. Suppressing the emotions surging in his heart, he silently thought. Open the gift package. Boom! With Yi Li's thought, a massive golden pillar, almost as thick as last time, instantly shot up into the sky from the panel. In the eyes of the people in the distant plain, it was spectacular, like a thread connecting the mountaintop and the heavens. The heavy clouds were violently shattered by this golden light, brilliantly swirling in the mist, casting a clear and dazzling glow. At this moment, at the foot of the mountain, in the plains, thousands of martial science students in the dense forest were drawn by this momentum, looking up at the distant sky. What is happening? Oh no! Immediately after, under countless shocked gazes, the air in the entire secret realm suddenly grew dark. Dark clouds rolled down from the sky, centered on the peak of the split mountain, instantly shrouding the surrounding area within dozens of kilometers in an extremely oppressive atmosphere. Countless skeletons scattered throughout the secret realm, having long lost their flesh, began to tremble madly at this moment. Almost simultaneously, above the split mountain, an extremely strange aura pounced down from the void, merging with the strong wind and the boy sitting on the mountain top. The terrifying momentum swept through the world, causing the unconscious Yan Wan to feel something unusual. Her eyelids twitched slightly, and amidst the raging wind, she struggled to open a crack, looking towards the peak of the mountain ahead. In the next second, her heart almost stopped beating from shock. Is that Yi Li? All she could see was that around the long black robe, pure and powerful black cloud surged, swirling and rapidly expanding outward. In just a few breaths, it covered the entire split mountain. In this eerie black cloud, the aura of death and rebirth was so thick. On the split mountain, those third-tier beasts that had long since died slowly opened their eyes, and a hint of scarlet quietly emerged in their hollow pupils. With a series of crackling sounds, they all rose from the ground, their massive bodies respectfully bowing towards the peak of the mountain. Thickly packed, dozens of third-tier beasts looked like loyal servants at this moment. In such an atmosphere, how could the boy resemble an ordinary third-tier warrior? He was clearly a fearsomely powerful young king. Who? Yi Li exhaled slowly and opened his eyes. In those incredibly deep black eyes, Yang Wan's completely dazed expression was reflected. At the same time, related information appeared in his mind. Ding! Congratulations! You have obtained the SSS-level martial talent, Mastering Spirits and Controlling Souls. Mastering Spirits and Controlling Souls LV1, a functional talent that allows complete control over the undead that died by one's own hand, forcing them to sign a life and death contract, recognizing oneself as the master, and dedicating their life to their master's interests, never to be reborn. Can be upgraded. It is said that the souls of the dead return to a mysterious mountain, and the deity born from that mountain naturally possesses this talent. To gain powers beyond K, please feel free to harvest evil points. Talent Ability 1, Soul Reaper. The Reaper, against undead beings, it has a natural suppression, making it impossible for them to attack you in any way, and your attack damage against undead creatures is increased by 500%. Such an absurdly high limit talent. Looking at the description on the panel, a gleam of joy appeared in Yi Li's eyes. Then, under Yang Wan's dazed gaze, he wore a calm expression, slowly stood up, his voice calm yet laced with a hint of mockery. I'll wait for you to come and seek revenge. Up until this moment. The majestic black clouds atop the crack mountain gradually dissipated, and the martial science students who had never seen such a scene looked puzzled. Still not reaching the third tier, they could only attribute it to an anomaly in the secret realm. Of course, excluding Yang Wan. Looking at the youth in front of her who had just revealed a terrifying phenomenon, her eyes were filled with intense fear, and her lips trembled uncontrollably. Revenge? She had no thoughts of revenge left at all. I. Yang Wan was about to say something pleading. At that moment, the teleportation array announcing the end of the martial exam finally rose from beneath their feet. Chapter 62, The Drastically Different Treatment, thanks to the mighty heart-wrenching Koan. In the early morning, as the sun rose, the magnificent secret realm formation reflected beautiful light. Figures began to rise one after another, and the originally empty plain was suddenly dotted with black, filled with thousands of students, each displaying different expressions, but all carrying a hint of relieved joy. The martial exam was over. For them, it felt like a heavy mountain that had long pressed upon their chests had suddenly collapsed, so easily. Though the martial exam was indeed the first significant hurdle in this world. The relaxed atmosphere quickly filled the skies above the plains. Yili stood amongst them, his steps light, and his expression slightly relaxed. In this martial exam, he had already achieved his goals. Although the students from Qingshan No. 1 Middle School never came to encircle him, fortunately, the young siblings were strong enough. Not only had his evil value increased significantly, but even his infamous rank had climbed a level. He had also gained a new trump card, just waiting for an exhilarating battle. Yili. At that moment, Kai Guocheng flew down from the upper camp, smiling as he quietly said to the somewhat surprised Yili. Congratulations! Let me give you a heads up, your score ranking is currently the first in the province, barring any accidents. The martial exam championship this year belongs to you. With the potential Yili had shown, it was already enough for Kai Guocheng to be friendly. As long as he could develop steadily, grow gradually, and learn to conceal his brilliance, thus avoiding assassinations from various nations. Whether it be in a few decades or at most a century, it would be almost certain that a new martial arts master would rise in Huansha. Embracing the thought of establishing good relations, he gently smiled and continued. Additionally, based on what the awakened young master of the Young family from Shanzhou No. 1 Middle School said, you were the first to attack him and Yang Wan at the start of the martial exam. Upon hearing this, Yili maintained his calm demeanor, just about to express that the opponent had thrown the first challenge and that it was in character for him to accept it. Kai Guocheng then laughed and added. However, according to some students from Shanzhou No. 1 Middle School who came out early, it can be basically determined that Yang Wanfeng and Yang Wan initiated the challenge against you first, hence your score was retained. Yili was genuinely a bit surprised this time. He had already prepared himself for disqualification and hadn't even considered any arguments. The result was, nothing happened at all? Had he really made such a concession? It seemed that Kai Guocheng noticed Yili's surprise and smiled. Since the party that wanted to instigate the fight wasn't you, naturally, your examination qualification wouldn't be cancelled. After speaking, he pondered for 2 seconds before adding. Though the main issue isn't with you, the Yang family of Shanzhou might not be very satisfied with this answer. Next, try not to show your face, and if you do, be very careful. The head of the Yang family is a 5-star martial artist who has been trained for many years. Although he is advanced in age, his realm is still there, and the Yang family is not lacking in 4-star martial artists who can take action. As he spoke, Kai Guocheng kept observing the young man's reaction. This was a gentle reminder to Yili about the matter. Just because the responsible party for the martial arts examination chose not to investigate further after understanding the situation, doesn't mean the Yang family in Shanzhou will also let it go. In fact, the possibility of deliberate retaliation afterward is very high. After hearing Kai Guocheng's words, Yili nodded slightly. He said softly, I understand. This situation was expected. Moreover, if the Yang family really bites too hard, Yili also does not plan to hold back anymore. That's good. Upon hearing this, Kai Guocheng visibly relaxed, fearing that the young man would be too impulsive and choose to confront them directly. If that happened, it would be trouble. Not to mention an undeveloped genius. Even among developed geniuses, there are plenty of cases where they fall. Being able to listen to the advice of others is what is called humility. Thinking of this, Kai Guocheng nodded in satisfaction. He then slightly turned to reveal Lin Yun behind him, smiling as he introduced her. This is Lin Yun from Fengyun University. She specifically came to find you. Hello. Lin Yun stepped forward, a knowing smile appearing on her intelligent face. I am also a student of that old guy Yu Wang, so by seniority, I'm your older sister. Yili politely nodded, not caring about the term old guy she used. Did you need something from me? Wow, quite the show-off. Lin Yun sighed to herself, cleared her throat, and then said seriously. Actually, there wasn't anything at first, but after seeing your performance in the martial arts examination, now there is. As she spoke, Kai Guocheng consciously withdrew, leaving space for the two to talk. Lin Yun looked around, finding that the other martial arts examinees were intensely discussing their experiences in the secret realm. Only then did she walk up to Yili, smiling gently. Actually, it's not really something. I just wanted to ask you if you are interested in the Academy's tasks? Academy tasks? That's right. Lin Yingyun stretched lazily, smiling as she said. If you're interested, I can help you access the school's task system in advance. Later, you can take on tasks through your waste token. Of course, some special tasks still need to be picked up directly at school. Moreover, if you encounter a tricky task, you can also request help through the waste token. The contact between waste tokens can ignore most isolation methods. Within 100 kilometers, the connection is absolutely zero delay, better than any phone. As she spoke, Lin Yingyun's gaze fell on the golden waste token at Yili's waist. Immediately, she continued with an envious tone. With this golden level waste token, you can basically choose from most tasks issued by the school. Feeling her passionate gaze, Yili curiously asked, "Aren't you a gold medal?" "I'm a silver medal." Lin Yingyun's voice carried a hint of grievance. "Junior brother, don't think that since you got a gold medal at the beginning, gold medals are widespread at Fengyun University. To tell you the truth, there are less than 20 students in the entire Fengyun University who have this kind of waste token. Each one is a core student specifically chosen by the Academy. I struggled for 2 years just to barely get a silver medal. Do you think your waste token level is high?" "I see." Yili lightly nodded his chin. Under Lin Yingyun's astonished gaze, he calmly asked. "Then your level isn't higher than mine, can you give me one?" "Lin Yingyun?" Lin Yingyun felt like she could barely catch her breath. From just watching the broadcast, she already knew that Yili's personality wouldn't be weak, he was likely of a more assertive type. Yet, she never imagined that in front of her, a clearly more experienced senior sister, he not only showed no restraint but... How could he become even more arrogant, directly asking her to bow down to him? Lin Yingyun took a deep breath and explained through gritted teeth. The status and treatment of a gold medal student are much higher than that of a silver medal student, but it's not at the level of an emperor and his subjects. I see, Yili appeared a bit regretful. He thought he was a little emperor after all. Then he casually asked, "So, what specific benefits do gold medal students have?" "Status, treatment." Lin Yingyun calmed her emotions inside, saying, "Let's just talk about the task completion within the school. Let's not mention the limitations on accepting tasks, even the difficulty level of executing tasks is different for both. A core student with a gold medal, when executing tasks outside, has a status equivalent to the deputy director of the city-level Qingyi Bureau. Silver medal students only have the power of ordinary law enforcers. Do you know what this means? The latter most of the time can only rely on themselves, while the former can even summon law enforcers stationed in the city bureau to assist in their actions. The gap in status is clear at a glance. P.S. Starting tomorrow, there will be 3 chapters daily. Chapter 63, The Thoughts of All Nations. So powerful? Yili was a little surprised. This means he would be a small official in Hanhua from now on. Of course. Lin Yingyun's voice had a hint of pride. Core students of Wind and Cloud University are all those who would be considered geniuses in any martial arts university. For them, a school that doesn't give preferential treatment has a problem. As she spoke, her voice paused for a moment, and then her expression became serious. What I'm saying are all benefits, but you should also understand that there is no free lunch in this world. Although I, your senior sister, often wish I could eat for free, gold medal students have their own risks, and you should know this without me saying. I don't know. Yili casually shook his head. His past self was always busy being a sycophant, and he had been too preoccupied with his own affairs to have time to understand these things. You don't know? Lin Yingyun was taken aback, her expression somewhat strange. The other party had such talent and had already demonstrated the technique of Danchi explosion in images before graduating. Although the completion of Danchi explosion was somewhat lacking, he was definitely a martial artist who had reached the 3rd stage of True Blood realm. He was surely a standout among his peers, far surpassing her own talent. Since he was a standout, his mentors must have told him a lot about being born in Hanhua. It's hard for geniuses to grow up or similar reasoning. After all, even Lin Yingyun's ears had almost calloused from hearing that phrase when she was young. But as she grew older, she slowly stopped hearing it. Most likely, her elders felt that with her talent, there was no need to worry about being assassinated by various countries. Lin Yingyun felt a pang in her heart. Could you please stop being a riddle person? Yili frowned slightly, looking at Lin Yingyun, whose expression was changing, and said, just say what you have to say directly. In his previous life, he hated riddle people the most when watching films. Why are there still so many after coming to this high martial world? Is it that hard to get to the point? He decided that in the future, whenever he encountered such riddle people, he would make sure to beat them. Then let's put it this way. Lin Yingyun pondered for a moment, then said seriously, our Hanhua is the country with the largest territory on Blue Star, with many secret realms, and beast waves often erupt, leading to frequent domestic turmoil. Up to now, there are only a few martial masters within the Qingyi Bureau who can stabilize the situation, all stationed in cities around the major top-secret realms. Even so, the situation rarely improves. Even some martial masters from prestigious sects are often called upon by the government to resist beast waves or hunt down cultists. And these martial masters from famous sects are all extremely proud. Each time they are asked, it feels like asking their ancestors. Now do you understand? In this situation, it is hard for strong people in the country to free their hands. Every time those big countries abroad make a move, it is always Hanxia that suffers. After all, there is no high-end combat power that can be freed up. All countries in the world are happy to see the former big brother become like this, including former big country allies as well. If possible, they want Hanxia to remain in this state forever. As she spoke, Lin Yinyun's gaze seemed to casually sweep around, but Hanxia often has geniuses emerging. If left unattended, within 200 years, Hanxia will likely return to its peak position internationally. If you were one of the countries around the world, what would you do? The only option is to find opportunities to eliminate them all. After all, dead geniuses are worthless. Lin Yinyun sighed helplessly. I see. Yi Li lightly nodded. In simple terms, the countries around the world do not allow Hanxia to have such an amazing existence. How about it? Are you scared? Lin Yinyun's beautiful oval face wore a smile, eagerly anticipating Yi Li's reaction. You see, even when she was a naive young girl back then, after hearing such things, she couldn't help but feel a sense of pity, thinking Hanxia is doomed. Because of this, she didn't even eat her favorite ice cream that day. In Lin Yinyun's view, if she, without talent, could worry so much, then Yi Li, who surely had talent, would be even more anxious. The reason is simple. That feeling of suddenly being an enemy to the whole world feels like a small boat traveling on a raging ocean, suffocating and terrifying, definitely enough to turn any warrior's face pale. This feeling does not disappear with growth. On the contrary, as one grows older and learns more about the world, the impact and pressure brought by such things will be even greater. In other words, someone like Yi Li, who perfectly meets the standard, can instantly feel enormous pressure. Scared? Yi Li slightly raised his eyebrows, a bit surprised. Why should I be scared? Since he understood the crux of the issue, the following matters became easy to solve. Very simple. Once he develops, he can just beat up those countries alone, can't he? Seeing this, Lin Yinyun opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but in the end, swallowed it back. Damn, this guy is so calm. Why be scared? Of course, it's because you will definitely face assassinations from those countries in the future. Lin Yinyun actually wanted to ask him if he knew what humility was. But upon seeing the overflowing confidence radiating from the young man, she immediately dismissed that thought. He might not know what humility is. But he definitely possesses unparalleled confidence. Such momentum, is it the result of his journey so far? Lin Yinyun fell silent for a long time before saying, you still need to be cautious, those who have their eyes on you are not just the various countries. Just nearby, there is a so-called Yang family from Shanzhou. Of course. Yi Li slightly nodded. Unlike him, he is quite confident in his own fair character. Not only do people from the various countries want to attack, but also those in Hanxia who look down on him, he won't let any of them off. That's good. Lin Yinyun breathed a sigh of relief, treating it as if he had absorbed her words and was now on guard. This shows that even if they are not on the same wavelength, both sides can still have a pleasant conversation. However, you don't need to worry about assassinations from the various countries for now. Lin Yinyun raised her head again, stepped forward, patted Yi Li's shoulder, and smiled to comfort him. At the very least, they must be master fighters of the 4th rank to have the potential to pay attention to you. Otherwise, even a genius would be assassinated, and even if the various countries had many high-ranked fighters, they would probably be exhausted. After all, how easy is it for a martial arts master to be born? I remember there was a genius who became a 2nd-rank warrior at 6 years old but didn't break through to the 3rd rank until he was 60. The enemy country's agents who had been watching him for half a lifetime nearly died from the stress. As she spoke, Lin Yinyun stretched lazily, her tone filled with a hint of laughter. Waiting for Yi Li to nod, she extended her palm and her entire demeanor returned to that relaxed state. I've said so much, I'm exhausted now. Bring me the gold medal, and I'll help you plug in. Done. Yi Li casually tossed the golden waste medal, and it flew toward her in a beautiful arc. Be careful. Lin Yinyun caught the gold medal, murmuring softly in slight shock. This is a gold medal. There are not many gold medals in the entire Fengyun University. Why is it casually thrown around like a toy in her hands? Lin Yinyun gritted her teeth. If she had a gold medal, she'd cherish it like a treasure. If that were the case, not only would there be discounts on various martial arts, but she could also apply for funding to study divination. She couldn't imagine how great that would be. Sighing inwardly, she swiftly activated the array on the gold medal, connecting to Fengyun University's campus network. Alright, now you are officially a student of Fengyun University. Lin Yinyun reluctantly handed the gold medal back to him, then spoke earnestly. If teachers from Kyoto University or Magic City University come to find you later, you mustn't agree to them. No matter what conditions they offer, Fengyun University will give you double. After saying this, she smiled. The above two sentences are what old teacher Yuang asked me to pass on to you. Senior sister is going back to school to take on tasks and earn big rice. Do you have any questions? Can you give me a bow? Yili politely asked, looking like a gentle and courteous handsome boy. Goodbye. Chapter 63, The Fengyun Ranking. Outside the Rift Mountain Secret Realm. As buses drove away from Shanzhou City towards various places, the news of the end of the martial arts examination began to spread rapidly across Ying Province. Although no official results had been announced, in previous years, there were always people with insider information who would leak the news. This year's results were even more explosive than previous years, so it was no exception. The explosive news mainly had 2 points. A martial artist named Yili from Lehigh City scored at a gradient level and won the championship of this year's Ying Province martial arts examination. The highly anticipated young family's twin stars both fell, unable to even snatch a tail from Martial Arts University. On forums related to Martial Arts High School, many students from Ying Province were starting threads to discuss. Who is this Yili? He snatched the championship from Shanzhou No. 1 High School? Isn't he the one who was recently rumored to be admitted to Fengyun University? Wow, this person has completely stunned me. When did Lehigh No. 1 High School have such an amazing martial arts student? I'm going to enter Martial Arts High School next year. I'll directly apply to Lehigh No. 1 High School. The impressive one isn't the school, it's this Yili. Following the crowd is certain death. I choose Qingshan No. 1 High School. Maybe I can graduate and enter Qingshan Sword Pavilion. Isn't anyone paying attention to Shanzhou No. 1 High School's cries? All the teachers thought they'd stand out this time, but unexpectedly the young family's twins fell flat. The Martial Arts Examination Championship of Ying Province had been dominated for years by Shanzhou No. 1 High School, so when it was snatched away, the news spread with such intensity. People seemed delighted to see this unexpected upset result. There were also rumors that the reason the young twins were eliminated so quickly was that they ran into that young martial artist named Yili in the core area. If this trend continues, this year's martial arts examination results will likely be the only unique one in recent years, and Yili's name will be remembered by future martial arts students. When night fell, the bus finally entered the territory of Lehigh City. Lehigh City, a quiet community. Wearily, Yili finally returned home after a long time, taking out the golden waist medal. The expression cannot hide the joy. Since connecting to Fengyun University, he could directly browse the library's inventory from this golden badge. This includes everything from 5th stage techniques to 2nd stage martial skills. Both techniques and martial skills are recorded, differing only in quantity. Moreover, judging by the nature of such academies, if they can place 5th stage techniques in the library, then 6th stage techniques must also be available from someone within the academy. Although these martial skills cannot be exchanged directly now, they could be obtained by entering the academy headquarters. But Yili now has the qualification to enter and exit Fengyun University freely, so this isn't too big of a hurdle. Recalling Lin Yinyun's words before leaving, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but lift. The road ahead is bright. Yili chuckled softly to himself. There was also one thing that piqued his interest. Before leaving, Lin Yinyun seemed to recall something and suddenly turned back to look at Yili, saying, "By the way, besides its rich functionalities, this Fengyun Golden Badge can also view the rankings of the Fengyun list in real time. If you're interested, you can take a look." Fengyun list? It's something the school created to motivate students to improve. It ranks them symbolically based on their performance in tasks and daily combat results. Lin Yinyun took out her silver badge, gently shook it, and smiled. There are only 30 slots, all filled by notable figures in Fengyun University, truly geniuses among geniuses. You are indeed talented. Your senior sister, don't measure up and will be caught up by you in no time. But compared to them, you still have a long way to go. They are all proud individuals. You might bump into them someday when taking on a task. For your own sake, I still advise you to learn a bit of humility. After hearing this, Yili tentatively activated the Harmony Coexistence Ring. A flash of light later, the bewildered Lin Yinyun knelt and watched Yili leave. However, this lazy girl's nature was too carefree. She merely stood up, dusted herself off, thought for 2 seconds, and then turned to leave. You made the carefree senior sister of Fengyun University kneel to you. Evil deed points plus 500. A bit lacking. Unfortunately, they are a good person. Humility, huh? Returning to the present, Yili lay back on the bed, his thoughts swirling. Going to Fengyun University will likely still take a few days, so there's no rush for now. Also, if nothing unexpected happens, the S-level tempering method promised by Jiang Qingzhu should arrive soon. The third tier, first level stage is about to become the past. The next is the era of point allocation. The 40,000 evil deed points lying quietly in the panel are Yili's foundation for continuous advancement. P.S. The corgi I just got 2 days ago had a high fever this morning and I was busy taking it to the vet during the day, so there shouldn't be a third update at 12. I'm very sorry. Or 2. I will make up for it immediately. Chapter 64, Snow Mountain Shaping. Jiang Qingzhu's speed was even faster than expected. Knock, knock, knock. As soon as Yili finished washing up and changed into clean clothes, a series of knocks sounded at the door. Coming. He walked over to turn the knob, and a familiar, cool girl poked her head through the open door and slipped inside. I did it. As soon as she entered, Jiang Qingzhu exclaimed with delight, I got the S-level tempering method from the Jiang family for you. Incredible. Yili didn't hold back his praise, after all, she really had helped him a lot. However, from now on, as long as he has sufficient credits, he can directly exchange it in the library of Fengyun University. Her generous offer was certainly appealing, but going forward, he still needs to be moderate. Otherwise, it would be troublesome if he ends up owing too much someday. Here. Jiang Qingzhu took out a rather thin book from her storage ring and handed it to Yili, her tone rising. This is Snow Mountain Shaping. The difficulty of cultivation is very high. For warriors who have not learned White Mist Frost Snow, it is almost impossible to master. Because of this reason, it is considered a very niche training method in the Jiang family, except for a few direct descendants. Basically no one learns it, and no one can learn it. As she spoke, she paused for a moment and then pressed her lips together, somewhat sentimentally saying, but if it were you, it should be very easy for you to learn. The impact of Yili mastering the S-class breathing technique White Mist Frost Snow in just a few days was simply too strong for her. She still vividly remembered it. Although, that was indeed just a short while ago. Thank you. Yili took the classic book, and a wave of coolness instantly flowed through his body. He then asked in surprise. So thin? This S-class training technique was at least twice as thin as the last S-class breathing method. Thin means it's hard to learn. Jiang Qingzhu explained softly, thoughtfully saying, as far as I know, the most talented ancestor in Jiang family history took 2 months to barely get started. Remembering that this ancestor also took 2 months to practice that breathing method, she didn't say the latter half. Do you want to see his insights? What if the other party could originally master it in 3 days, but after reading the insights, it took 2 months? That would be troublesome. Hearing this, Yili nodded slightly, his heart feeling a bit sightful. Thinking back to when he worked hard for 50 years to master White Mist Frost Snow, now with this more difficult Snow Mountain shaping, it was bound to require another big investment. But it's okay. The savings in his panel had long been waiting. Do you have anything else? Yili's voice was calm, much softer than usual, but there was still a hint of urgency. With an S-class training method in his arms and a vast amount of evil value lying in the background. This made him want to immediately start the upgrade mode. Jiang Qingzhu did not catch the hint of urgency in his words. After thinking for 2 seconds, she finally seemed to gather courage and invited. I need to return to Jiang family, do you want to come with me? The Yang family in Shanzhou must be eyeing you closely. The extreme northern Jiang family can provide protection. No, thanks. Yili politely nodded. He was going to Wingcloud University in a couple of days to check the situation. How could he have time to go to Jiang family to avoid so-called troubles? He had no desire to feel the sensation of being sheltered by others. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qingzhu's clear eyes dimmed slightly. She had actually anticipated the boy's answer and had already prepared herself mentally. Even so, hearing his refusal still made her a bit sad. Then, after a moment, Jiang Qingzhu lifted her head and tentatively asked, are we friends? I suppose so. Yili said calmly, anyone who is your enemy can tell me, I can lend a helping hand with that. This also provided him with a good excuse to take action. At this point, he paused and suddenly showed an expression of realization. I see, you're going back to Jiang family because someone is targeting you? If that's the case, I can go with you. No, no one is targeting me. Jiang Qingzhu shook her head subconsciously. Really? That's really a shame. Yili felt a bit disappointed. The character who could make enmity with the young lady of the Jiang family must be a big player with plenty of explosive points. Yes. Jiang Qingzhu lowered her head, but a hint of a smile appeared at the corners of her mouth, and her clear eyes sparkled with unprecedented brilliance. He considers me a friend. It's all worth it. Well then, I will take my leave, I wish you success. Jiang Qingzhu slightly bowed, then nimbly pushed open the door. If you need anything, you can contact me anytime. See you at Wingcloud University. Saying this, she briskly ran toward the direction she came from. Asking knowingly. Watching her departing figure, Yili shook his head, closing the door in confusion. The other party is a rich woman among rich women, and she has helped so much. By any calculation, she is at least half a friend. A friend means someone who can help you fight. To repay kindness and earn evil value, why not? Yili's thoughts are actually very simple. For those who treat him well, he seeks to repay them, for those who do him harm, he crushes them all into the ground. This way, he can maintain a good mindset and push forward without a psychological burden. A road of no complaints and regrets is simply invincible. To stay on such a path, he must constantly move forward and grow stronger. In the face of the world and disasters, only the strong can carry out their will. Walking back to the bedroom, Yili sits cross-legged on the bed. He reaches out and flips open the book Snow Mountain Body Sculpting. A light blue screen appears before him. Current evil value points, 40,500 points. New item, S-level refinement method, Snow Mountain Body Sculpting, unlearned. Come on. Yili silently exhales. There's no need to hesitate, over 10,000 evil points rush into the panel. Ding. Starting to increase proficiency of Snow Mountain Body Sculpting, continuous consumption of evil points will occur. As you open this classic, clear words come into view, and you are surprised to find that you understand it without much effort. This is your application of the S-level breathing method White Mist Frost Snow, which has reached a nearly instinctive level. Even the most talented elder of the Jiang family was far inferior to you at this age. Gained buff, cultivation speed increased by 70%. Your current speed is like using a snatched phone to scan a shared bike during a long-distance race, zooming away as others bleed from envy. After consuming 1,000 evil points, you've read most of this refinement method, but your understanding remains shallow. To know its true meaning, you choose to continue reading. After consuming 2,000 evil points, you've completely flipped through this refinement method. Even though your understanding hasn't deepened much, you grasped a bit of the concept. It relies on true energy with a cold effect to refine oneself, allowing blood to further undergo transformation. After consuming 4,000 evil points, you've mastered the method of using true energy to refine blood, gaining certain resistance to extreme cold environments. Snow Mountain Body Sculpting, Beginner. Although he is unsure how long of hard work this equates to his solo training. But there is no doubt that this time absolutely exceeds 2 months. A martial artist who can reach entry level in just 2 months, how poetical. Yili sighs, yet discovers that within his breathing, he can already hear a sound like the howling of wind and snow from within. His entire blood is slowly undergoing transformation amidst this sound. Is this the constant effect of an S-level breathing method? Yili feels joyous, his attention drawn back to the continuously emerging text on the panel. Chapter 65, True Blood Completion, Peak of Third Stage. After consuming 5,000 evil points, you begin to try using breathing to speed up the refinement and find relevant tricks. The speed of refining true blood is greatly accelerated, several times faster than that B-level refinement method. Snow Mountain Body Sculpting, Proficient. After consuming 10,000 evil points, you are now skilled in creating an environment similar to a snow mountain within your body. The blood throughout your body is like countless climbers, continuously strengthening themselves in harsh conditions. Snow Mountain Body Sculpting, Mastered. After consuming 15,000 evil points, the snow mountain environment you created is close to perfect. The blood in your body, transformed into countless climbers, becomes interested in this snow mountain. With just a command from you, they will eagerly begin to climb. Snow Mountain Body Sculpting, Great Accomplishment. After consuming 20,000 evil points, this internal snow mountain is entirely flawless, emanating an amazing allure in the human body's universe. Without your urging, countless climbers made of true blood are already eager, all intensely obsessed with climbing your snow mountain. If you ask why, they will surely answer you, because the mountain is right there. Level of the refining method improved, the snow mountain body refinement reached perfection. Byproduct, you diligently practiced the refining method, and your martial arts level increased to the third stage, second layer. Byproduct, extremely familiar with the snow mountain environment, your ability to resist extreme cold greatly enhanced. Comment, this time, consuming 20,000 points of evil deeds value, the improvement is equivalent to your 80 years of hard practice. If you unleash your pill energy explosion now, the same level martial artist will surely tremble and fall down under your avalanche-like pill energy. As the last line of text appeared, a bone-chilling cold suddenly erupted around Yili. Boom! The sound of icy explosion rang out, and the temperature in the entire bedroom suddenly dropped by dozens of degrees, with white mist rapidly appearing on the window. It was clearly the scorching heat of June, but the room felt as cold as a top-notch ice cellar. Yili's eyes shimmered slightly. After a simple pill energy explosion, a hint of ice blue quietly rose in his pitch-black eyes, with a tendency to climb up to his eyebrows and hair. If the realm determines the quantity and limit of pill energy explosion, then the refining method determines the quality of the pill energy explosion. Among martial artists of the same level, with the same true energy consumption, the higher the level of the refining method, the greater the power of the pill energy explosion. Whew! Yili gently exhaled, and the cold air was visible, looking remarkably mystical. When he slightly activated his true energy, a sense of fulfillment came from within. With the perfection of snow mountain body refinement, the coldness contained in his true energy became increasingly terrifying. Besides that, the speed of refining his blood was also increased several times. Compared to that B-level Great Sun Treasure Furnace, the refining method was far superior in countless ways. One had to focus while enduring the pain of burning from within. One could refine automatically in a single breath, without any discomfort, and the efficiency was greatly improved. Anyone would know which to choose. No wonder it's hard for cold families to produce martial arts masters. Valuable things truly have valuable reasons. Yili slightly nodded, his thoughts racing. Now, everyone around him was telling him that the young family of Shanzhou was eyeing him, and he had to be cautious. Looking at it this way, he needed to find an excuse to eliminate this young family. Otherwise, he truly would not be able to eat or sleep in peace. Since the refining method was already perfect, it was time to raise his cultivation level. With a thought, a vast amount of evil deeds value was violently poured into the martial arts level. Beep. Starting to consume evil deeds value, continuously improving martial arts level. Through extraordinarily difficult practice, your understanding of Snow Mountain body refinement has reached perfection, plus the assistance of Great Sun Treasure Furnace. When refining your true blood, the two surprisingly produced a kind of coordination. Gained buff, refining speed increased by 1000%. Your speed is like that unknown divine mountain's AE86 drifting at high speed, and the countless twists and turns on the martial arts path appear to you as a straight road to heaven. You don't need any assistance, you are now the genius riding the wild wind. After consuming 500 points of evil deeds value, the nearly perfect third stage, second layer began to show cracks, and that strand of golden light in your true blood became extremely pure, directly elevating the quality of your body's Dan. You have advanced to the third stage, third layer. With the highest level refining method, you can naturally refine the highest quality true blood. You finally understand the phrase after the third stage. There is a difference among martial artists of the same level. Gained buff, true blood quality increased by 100%. So that's how it is. No wonder I feel my golden light is much prettier than that notorious criminal's blood. Yili felt a bit dazed. On the light screen, progress continued. After consuming 5,500 points of evil deeds value, the golden light in your true blood began to expand, reaching 1/3 of the proportion. Your 5 senses have received a remarkable enhancement, and the black eyes with the Eye of Illusion have gained dynamic vision far beyond that of other martial artists of your level. You have entered the third level, 6th transformation. After consuming 12,500 points of evil value, your true blood circulates throughout your body, and the golden light within you seems to be naturally clear, making the quality of this human-sized Dan even more perfect, emitting a charming fragrance that penetrates the heart. You have entered the third level, 9th transformation. After consuming 14,500 points of evil value, you have fully adapted to the feeling of true blood realm, and your Dan energy is flawless. The speed of its eruption is almost instantaneous. With the elevation of your martial arts level, you have reached the pinnacle of the third level. This elevation consumed a total of 14,500 points of evil value, equivalent to nearly 20 years of hard cultivation for you. Current evil value, 6,000 points. At the moment the words fell, an unparalleled sense of power surged through your body. Boom! The energy around Yili erupted, and a terrifying chill suddenly blasted towards the surrounding walls and buildings. The wooden bed beneath him was directly shattered into countless splinters, even the whole building trembled distinctly twice. The enhancement brought by completing the first major phase of the body far exceeds any previous experience. The power capable of splitting mountains and breaking stones surged into your body, flowing into your limbs and bones, making your breath a bit hurried. Even if you stop cultivating from now on, you can still gain some reputation in Ying province. So right. Yili's heartbeat quickened, his eyes filled with surprise as he stood amidst a pile of wood chips, radiating a sense of completion with his Dan. Turning his head, he gazed into the distance. Even the dust falling from hundreds of meters away now appeared crystal clear. With nearly inhuman enhancement of his 5 senses, Yili felt a completely different world. A pair of black eyes sparkled like they were hiding a lion. After a brief excitement, Yili's gaze returned to the panel. Current evil value, 6,000 points. It's time to think of a way. Yili furrowed his brows. Chapter 66, The Shock and Action of Elder Yu. Within Ying Province, at Wind and Cloud University. The morning sunlight spilled into a grand and majestic building, with numerous figures weaving in and out, all possessing extraordinary auras, at least at the second level. At the top of a tall building, Lin Yingyun looked somewhat helplessly at the blue-robed elder with hair and beard flying in the wind ahead. Her teacher loved to run to the top floor every day, showing off a lofty demeanor to the students passing below. If young newcomers who had just entered the school saw this, they would indeed be intimidated, scratching their heads and wanting to find an opportunity to engage in conversation. Teacher. Yingyun, look, just now a student was staring at me over there, definitely wanting to take me as their master. Elder Yu stroked his beard, smiling as he said, what a pity, wearing a sophomore uniform, breath not even at the third level, destined to be unrelated to my disciples. Hearing this, Lin Yingyun smiled gently, what about Yili? That must be related to me. Elder Yu suddenly turned his head, his tone clearly filled with delight as he laughed. That kid has the potential to achieve great things, and he can inherit my legacy one day. Moreover, you don't know, those old guys at the combat division, hearing that I gave my only guaranteed admission spot to a martial arts student from Lehigh City, they all laughed at me for moving too hastily. I couldn't even be bothered to argue with them. 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West, let's wait and see. When Yili breaks through their combat division, let's see if those old-timers can still laugh. I'm not exaggerating for him, this matter might not even take 2 years. His speed of advancement on the wind and cloud ranking will most likely be faster than your senior sister. Indeed, I also think so. Lin Yun nodded silently in agreement. If others said it might be hard to believe, but she felt that the handsome young man could truly pull off such merciless and grand feats. The specific reason can be referenced from this martial arts examination. How? Seeing her not showing any signs of doubt, Yu Wang was a bit surprised. Did he perform well in this martial examination? Before leaving, his disciple was still doubtful, shouting, "I'll go see what's going on, so how come he returned like this?" Not just well. Lin Yun had a strange expression, and after a 2-second silence, she said in a shocked tone, "Teacher, have you heard of anyone scoring 7 figures in the martial examination? This is the first time I've seen it in my life. Sister Chen back then seemed to have only scored 6 figures, right? The entire 3rd-tier exotic beasts in the Rift Mountain secret realm are nearly wiped out by Yili alone. Is that for real? 7 figures? Yu Wang paused in the act of stroking his beard, his expression astonished. Did this kid have something taken from him by the exotic beasts? No, he seized the throne in the secret realm. The exotic beasts tried to take it back, but he simply killed too many that his clothes were practically soaked in their blood. Lin Yun was very pleased with his reaction and smiled as she stated the absolute fact. In the end, all the 3rd-tier exotic beasts in the secret realm were scared off. None dared to come up the mountain again, so he stopped killing. The air fell silent for more than 10 seconds. So that's it. Yu Wang resumed stroking his beard, nodding slightly, and murmured in relief, "That's not strange then, that's not strange at all. In general secret realms, there is always a king beast present, and the most concentrated spiritual energy is naturally where the king beast resides, which is known as the throne. This kid charged in like riding a dragon, no wonder those 3rd-tier exotic beasts with just awakened intelligence couldn't handle it. But it's a pity that the young man's approach to this matter was to kill all the way through. It's hard to imagine what kind of stance he will have in the future when he becomes stronger and enters high-level secret realms where high-tier exotic beasts roam everywhere." Thinking of this, Yu Wang swallowed, and then showed a smile again. "Where is he? Didn't he come back with you?" "No, he said there were still some things he hadn't taken care of, and he would come back in a few days." "That's good." Yu Wang looked down again, softly smiling. "Last time for killing the wanted criminal, I recorded the credits for him. When he comes, you can take him to the library to pick some. Wait, what tier is he now?" As soon as the words fell, he suddenly turned his head to look at Lin Yun. The other party's tone was too natural, making him realize something was off only now. Last time they met, Yili seemed to still be an early 2nd-tier young warrior, relying on an unknown powerful secret method to barely overpower a 2nd-tier 6-fold Tangyao. Now he can treat 3rd-tier exotic beasts as small monsters to grind? 3rd-tier true blood realm, what's wrong? Lin Yun asked, somewhat puzzled. 3rd tier? It can't be wrong, he's using his Dan energy explosion. Lin Yun thought he doubted her eyesight, and immediately waved her hand, saying firmly, "Although it's a bit rough, it's definitely Dan energy explosion. He should be at the early stage of 3rd tier, 1 or 2 folds in strength." Yu Wang was shocked, sinking into a long silence, even the movement of his hand stopped. The 2nd-tier warrior he met last time has changed into a 3rd tier just like that? How long did it take? At most a week. What kind of talent is this? When did the road of martial arts become such a smooth path? Could it be that he has accumulated solidly over time, but is the foundation too outrageous? His thoughts raced, and Yu Wang ultimately had to believe that Yili himself was a top talent, who had just been quiet for too long, allowing him to make such rapid progress in just 1 week. Is there more? He took a deep breath, holding on to a triancy attitude, and asked. There really is, Lin Yun nodded. Upon hearing this, the corner of Yu Wang's eye twitched. You say. Lin Yun sighed, "Teacher, you should start packing your things." What? Yu Wang was taken aback. Is he going to take my position? Not quite. Lin Yun cleared her throat twice, looking rather serious, according to what the head supervisor said. He beat the Yang family's pair of twin stars mercilessly. One's future martial arts cultivation will be affected, and one came out shouting that they won't practice martial arts anymore, and all of them failed spectacularly. According to the rumors about the Yang family in Shanzhou, I believe the Yang family will be unfavorable to Yili, even though he is now a core student at Fengyun University. Concerning life and safety, I suggest you go to the Yang family and give them a few warnings. Upon hearing this, Elder Yu's eyes gradually filled with sharpness. The Yang family in Shanzhou widely recruits guests and has the reputation of being ruthless and decisive in action. It is said that even the enforcers of the local Qingyi bureau do not give them much face. Once offended, regardless of right or wrong, the Yang family will settle scores later. The reason they have persisted until today is that every time the Qingyi bureau comes to handle cases, they will unhesitatingly hand over the parties involved, allowing the Qingyi bureau to deal with them. Not only do they leave no room for complaints, but they also help the Yang family gain fame in Shanzhou. Over time, the reputation of the Yang family has grown, countless guests have flocked to them, and fewer warriors dare to provoke them. With this, it is no wonder Lin Yingyun is worried about Yi Li's safety. A force led by a 5th-stage initial martial artist has actually caused trouble for my student. Elder Yu's smile held no warmth, and he then asked, who initiated the challenge that Yi Li crushed that pair of twin stars? Many students in Shanzhou said that the Yang siblings initiated the challenge, but it was indeed Yi Li who struck first, Lin Yingyun replied calmly. Then there is no problem. If they invite a challenge, then fight, it is reasonable. Elder Yu turned and walked down the stairs, his voice carried on the gentle breeze. I will go to Shanzhou. When Yi Li comes to school, you just take him normally to do some tasks and help him choose 2 third-stage martial skills. Elder Yu's lips moved slightly, there are credits. Okay, you can leave it to me with confidence. Lin Yingyun nodded excitedly, I'm going to Linhai City right now. P.S. 3 chapters a day, 7,000 words, what is the author today? Chapter 67, you go, take down Yi Li. Shanzhou, Yang family courtyard. In the morning, bright sunlight poured into this vast courtyard, making it feel somewhat chilly. In front of an ancient-style large house, a group of elegantly dressed people stood quietly, seemingly waiting for something. At that moment, an old man dressed in luxurious clothing and with a thin face walked out. His cold, expressionless demeanor held a trace of anger, looking extremely imposing. Head of the family, how is Wan Feng? As soon as the old man appeared, a graceful and elegant woman rushed forward anxiously, asking, I heard he was injured in his meridians, will he be able to cultivate in the future? Hearing this, the Yang family head, nearing a 200-year limit, twitched his eyes twice, then turned his gaze to her and spoke calmly, more than 3/4 of his meridians are frozen and damaged, but the one who did it still had some sense, he didn't completely ruin him. If a 4th-stage healer steps in, he can probably recover after 5 years. Upon hearing this, the Yang family members in the courtyard, who were initially worried that Yang Wanfeng would lose his future due to this matter, causing the Yang family to fade away in Shanzhou, finally breathed a sigh of relief. 5 years is neither too short nor too long for a genius 2nd-stage martial artist like Yang Wanfeng. With the background of the Yang family, asking a 4th-stage healer with healing talents to intervene is not a difficult task. However, the elegant woman furrowed her brows, and a deep rage surged on her charming face as she exclaimed with a voice filled with sorrow and anger, Damn Yi Li, how could he make my son suffer like this? 5 years. Life has so few 5-year spans. By then, that Yi Li will have graduated from Fengyun University. Wanfeng has just managed to cultivate as usual. She looked up at the old man above, gritting her teeth and said, Head of the family, this matter absolutely cannot be let go like this. As soon as she said this, unexpectedly, many members of the Yang family present all nodded in agreement. The reason was simple. The Yang family had killed so many people and recruited so many followers over the years in Shanzhou City for the reputation of revenge is a must. How could they let a 3rd-tier martial artist from Fengyun University break the precedent? How could they tarnish their name? Revenge is a must, act decisively. These 2 sentences were not only the creed of the Yang family but also a fiery sign to attract those followers. Ask yourself, which wandering martial artist wouldn't be tempted by a force willing to help you take revenge at any cost? The Yang family in Shanzhou had adhered to such teachings for over 100 years. Even if Yi Li is the highest scorer in the provincial martial arts examinations history, he is now nothing more than an ordinary true blood realm just entering the 3rd tier. If they don't take action against him just because he is a student with a recommendation from Fengyun University, how could they recruit followers in the future? Without followers, how could the Yang family cultivate the burning blood secret method? Head of the family, I've already found out. At this moment, another middle-aged man stepped forward and said in a muffled voice. That kid is currently living in the southern district of Linhai City, I even know his house number clearly. As long as you give the nod, he won't live to enter Fengyun University. They indeed couldn't challenge Fengyun University head-on, but dealing with a student who hasn't even enrolled yet still seemed fairly certain. Yi Li. The head of the Yang family savored this name, an astonishing killing intent flashed in his murky eyes, and his hands behind his back gradually tightened. He asked, this Yi Li, is he now at the 3rd-tier true blood realm? Exactly. Someone nodded and said, according to teachers from various martial arts high schools, he should have just entered the 3rd tier. A 3rd-tier martial artist, not yet 20 years old. The head of the Yang family seemed to laugh softly in amazement, what a genius in martial arts. Recalling himself back then, he barely broke through the 2nd tier at 20. Over the years, he had relied on the Yang family's secret methods to finally reach the 5th tier, making a name for himself. Although due to forcibly breaking through, he suffered from an internal malady and could never progress further in this life. Relying on those followers' help was enough to stabilize the young family's position in Shanzhou. Because of this, the old man deeply understood the difficulties of martial arts cultivation. This made him realize one thing at this moment: that Yili must be removed today, or he would surely become a presence that could overturn the Yang family in the future. The reputation of the Yang family for over 100 years cannot be tarnished by me. The head of the Yang family said coldly, clearly stating his attitude. Yang Rong, you take those two fourth-tier prestigious followers and handle it. Are you referring to the disheartened sword and that dragon stone hand? One person exclaimed. The former was known for, 30 years ago, single-handedly slaughtering through a power guarded by a third-tier powerhouse with a single green cloud sword. Afterward, his beloved was killed by remnants of that power, leaving him disheartened, and he renamed himself the Disheartened Sword. To take revenge for his beloved, he joined the Yang family. The latter was a martial artist skilled in various combat techniques, capable of shattering mountains with his iron palms. Over the years, he had killed no fewer than 50 fierce beasts. Both were renowned martial artists in Shanzhou and even the entire Winning province. They were also among the few fourth-tier powerhouses in the Yang family with considerable combat strength. Now they would go to deal with a kid just entering the third tier. Head of the family. The middle-aged man named Yang Rong had a prominent scar on his face, as if marked by a raging fire. Looking at the noble older man above, his face twitched, and he hesitantly said, "Isn't this a bit too much? Not to mention the damage caused, but once a fourth-tier martial artist makes a move, the momentum is likely. A fourth-tier martial artist can communicate with heaven and earth, and the skills they cast are completely different from those of first-tier martial artists. Impressive and hard to conceal. Once the Qingyi Bureau detects it, the Yang family will lose two fourth-tier warriors, which is truly a significant blow. What are you afraid of?" The head of the Yang family coldly glanced at him and asked in a calm voice. "If it's exposed, then it's exposed. Their hatred has already formed, and they owe it to our Yang family. In the end, we can hand them over to the Qingyi Bureau. Or do you think a third-tier warrior under 20 years old is not comparable to two fourth-tier warriors whose potential is exhausted?" Hearing this, the scar on Yang Rong's face twitched slightly. Indeed, compared to such a young warrior with unlimited potential, the loss of two fourth-tier warriors is surprisingly acceptable. Thinking of this, he bent down and cupped his hands, respectfully saying, "I will go handle it right away." "Wait!" The beautiful woman exclaimed sharply, then looked up at the noble elder and gritted her teeth. "Head of the family, can I go instead? Swap with you?" "That's right." The beautiful woman said, "I just broke through to the 6th level of the 3rd tier 2 days ago, which is 2 levels higher than Yang Rong. If I go, the chances are greater." In her voice, a surge of killing intent surged in her eyes, her tone incredibly cold. "Besides, I truly want to kill the person who crippled my son with my own hands." After taking in her expression, the head of the Yang family pondered for a moment and then slightly nodded. "Very well, then you may go." "Thank you, head of the family." The beautiful woman's face lit up with joy, quickly cupping her hands in thanks. "Disperse." The head of the Yang family lightly replied him, then left behind a sentence and turned to walk back into the house. About an hour later, the crowd outside began to disperse. Chapter 68: An unexpected visitor at Wind and Cloud University. Inside the house, the scent of medicine was strong. Yang Wanfeng, pale-faced on the bed, slowly sat up. "Grandpa. Just lie down." The head of the Yang family showed a hint of heartache on his old face covered in wrinkles. It doesn't matter how mediocre the other relatives are, only this exceptionally talented grandson truly moves him. The old man knows his time is limited, possibly only 20 more years to live. By then, the grown Yang Wanfeng will be the best heir. With the young man's talent, he can absolutely take the Yang family to new heights. Even adding 1 to the 3 sects and 6 factions of Huanxia is not impossible. Don't worry, I've already arranged for Yili to be dealt with. Your mother will lead 2 fourth-tier guests to kill him, he won't last a few days. The noble elder patted the young man beside the bed, his tone significantly gentler than before. As for your injuries, I will invite the best 4th-tier physician in the Winning province to treat you. With the secret method of the Yang family, you might recover in 3 years. The blood of those 4th-tier guests will be taken soon, and at that time, I will use the secret method to let you at least be able to get out of bed and walk. Yang Wanfeng nodded slightly. Hearing Yi Li's name, his eyes instinctively filled with resentment, and he took a deep breath before saying, "Thank you, Grandpa." "What for? We are all family." The head of the Yang family waved his hand. For the sake of the century-old fame of the Yang family, and for the future development of the Yang family, this Yili must die. The noble elder pondered for a moment, then spoke with some confusion. "By the way, about your sister Yang Wan, I don't know what kind of stimulus she received. She has locked herself in her room and won't come out, nor will she come to see you." "She." Yang Wanfeng's face turned slightly awkward. Maybe she was shocked by Yi Li's means. You don't need to mind, I will go see her in a couple of days. You have always had a good relationship. The head of the Yang family nodded, not really concerned about this matter. Just then, a faint sound of breaking air suddenly came from the sky outside. Immediately after, a powerful aura abruptly descended over the Yang family mansion. Feeling this aura, the head of the Yang family suddenly stood up, looking out the window with a serious expression, murmuring. Fifth-tier warrior? The presence is stronger than mine. Why have you come to the Yang family? Grandpa? You stay still here, I'll go out and take a look. The head of the Yang family stood up and walked outside. As soon as he stepped out, he saw a figure surrounded by a gentle breeze swoop down from afar, landing directly in the Yang family's courtyard. The visitor's flowing sleeves danced in the wind, embroidered with several vividly dynamic clouds. Someone from Wind and Cloud University? The head of the Yang family standing in front of the house frowned slightly and asked in a loud voice. A teacher from Wind and Cloud University has specially come to my Yang family. May I ask what brings you here? We shouldn't have any family members who pass the entrance exam for Wind and Cloud University, right? Considering the other party comes from Wind and Cloud University, his tone was quite polite. Hearing this, Elder Yu stepped forward and said with a smile. I am Elder Yu, Yi Li's mentor, and also a senior teacher at Wind and Cloud University. Yi Li's mentor? So fast, does Wind and Cloud University really value him to this extent? The head of the Yang family felt a slight heaviness in his heart, and after a moment, he knowingly asked. I see, but you still haven't answered my question. What brings you to my Yang family? He naturally knew the answer to this question in his heart. It was for Yi Li's safety. But even though he knew, he still had to put on a facade. Otherwise, when the news of Yi Li's death spreads, as the head of the Yang family, it would be difficult for him to sever ties with those few guests. The director of the Anomaly Bureau in Shanzhou City is a fifth-level expert. Although he might give the Yang family some face, he definitely wouldn't hesitate to act against them. Bastard, still playing dumb. Seeing the confused expression of the affluent old man, Elder Yu cursed inwardly. Yet a smile appeared on the old man's face. I heard some rumors, so I came to take a look. As he spoke, his gaze swept across the Yang family's courtyard, seemingly casually asking, I've heard for a long time that the Yang family in Shanzhou is actively recruiting guests. I wonder how many fourth-level warriors they have gathered so far. Fourth-level warriors are not that easy to recruit. The head of the Yang family also smiled and shook his head. Over the years, even with the generous conditions offered by the Yang family, we haven't gathered many. Hearing what you said is like hearing a great truth. Elder Yu, with white hair, used a tone of praise, saying with a hint of a smile. I am truly sorry, as a teacher from Wind and Cloud University, you are naturally a distinguished guest of my Yang family. The head of the Yang family calmly stared at Elder Yu and said unhurriedly. However, this matter involves the privacy of the Yang family. I'm afraid I cannot disclose it to you. I think Wind and Cloud University would not inquire about the privacy of others, would they? As a teacher from Wind and Cloud University, it is almost impossible for him to take direct action against the Yang family on the surface. Of course. Upon hearing this, Elder Yu nodded slightly and smiled. In fact, to maintain good relationships with my students, I have always been a man with a keen sense of boundaries. It is a full 400 miles from Wind and Cloud University to this place. He rushed here as fast as he could. The fourth-level warriors of the Yang family usually have little free time, so even if this bastard acts quickly, he shouldn't be able to mobilize them immediately. They should be caught up. Thinking of this, Elder Yu suddenly appeared to remember something, smiling lightly. Speaking of which, my listening to the wind technique has reached perfection. Listening to the wind technique? Exactly. Elder Yu nodded slightly and patiently explained. This is a fifth-level martial skill of mine. I won't say more, but I can definitely hear the disturbances within a radius of 10 miles around the Yang family's courtyard. What do you mean by that? The head of the Yang family furrowed his brows tightly. What I mean is... Elder Yu stepped closer to him, his smiling voice suddenly turning icy. Within the next 5 days, if any one of the 8 fourth-level warriors of the Yang family within a 10-mile radius disappears, do not blame me for turning hostile. Upon hearing this, the head of the Yang family's face changed slightly on the surface, but he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. In reality, the Yang family has 10 fourth-level warriors, and the other party mentioned 8, which indicates that Yang Mei has already set off with those 2 fourth-level guests. Good girl, your movements are fast enough. Thinking of this, the head of the Yang family suppressed his joyful feelings and pretended to struggle as he said. My lord, your actions are a bit too domineering, aren't they? Aren't you afraid I will report this to Wind and Cloud University? Go ahead, report it. Yu Wang cheerfully walked into the inner room, waving his hand and saying. I just want to stay here for 3 to 5 days, is that okay? This. And one more thing. Yu Wang turned around, looked at the head of the Yang family, and smiled as he said. Before my disciple steps into the 5th rank, No matter what kind of accident happens, no matter who did it, I will come first to end your life as the head of the Young family. Hearing this, the head of the Young family suddenly turned pale. This madman. Once Healy is dead, I must immediately notify the Qing's Bureau to get this madman taken away. Chapter 69, Before we make a move, does anyone want to leave? In the coastal city, South District. In a quiet ordinary community, Lin Yingyun, dressed in a light purple robe, repeatedly verified and walked into one of the residential buildings. This should be it. She stopped in front of a door and looked up at the door number again, 1802. Great, no problem. As she spoke, Lin Yingyun was about to knock on the door when it suddenly opened from the inside. Creak. After the door opened, she saw the familiar-looking boy in white standing behind it, calmly looking at her. Come in. Oh. Lin Yingyun hurriedly stepped inside. As soon as she entered, she saw luggage on the floor, indicating that he was clearly preparing to leave. He knows he is targeted by the Young family and needs to quickly find refuge at Wind and Cloud University. Lin Yingyun smiled inwardly. His actions so far have been so reckless that she nearly forgot that Yili is still just a young martial artist under the age of 20. It was not until she saw his current actions that Lin Yingyun finally felt a sense of relief. It turns out you also have moments of fear, that's how it should be. Now you look like an inexperienced young martial artist. Did you come specifically to pick me up, or is it because of the Young family's issue? Yili casually pulled a chair to sit down, his gaze swept over her. He didn't think she had any other purpose, after all, they had just separated the day before, and she showed up again today, enough to show the urgency of her actions. The only pressing matter he had right now should be the grudge with the Young family. Clever. Lin Yingyun gave him a thumbs up, then leisurely stretched. Our teacher is probably holding down the Young family for you right now. With him there in the next few days, strong people above the 4th rank should not dare to act rashly. Then why doesn't he come directly to escort me? Yili asked, puzzled. He always likes to take the initiative. Lin Yingyun waved her hand and said. When he encounters something he wants to do, he can't sit still. You don't need to worry about him, he can definitely hold down that group from the Young family. All right then. Yili nodded slightly. Do you have anything else to do? Lin Yingyun yawned, if there's nothing else, let's go to school now. Once we are in school, the Young family won't dare to touch you, even if they are lurking nearby. Is our school that powerful? Yili got up. Of course. Lin Yingyun leaned against the door, rubbing her slightly dark-circled eyes while smiling. You haven't seen how many powerful fighters we have in our school. The Cloud and Wind rankings are all filled with people above the 3rd rank. In any other martial arts university, they would be the main team members. She pointed at herself, raised her chin slightly, and said with some pride, by the way, I am also on that Cloud and Wind ranking. What rank? Lin Yingyun was silent for a moment. Seeing Yili still staring at her, she could only grit her teeth and say, I'm not good at fighting, just below a guy at the 3rd rank 6th level. And who is that person at what rank? 29. Then why not just say you are the last? Yili laughed. Lin Yingyun took a deep breath. Suppressed the impulse of a blushing face. I'm not angry. In 2 years, I won't be able to beat him, no need to fuss about it. When he sees senior sister Chen, he will naturally understand that there are always people beyond people, and skies beyond skies. Adjusting her emotions, Lin Yingyun picked up the luggage on the ground, uplifting her spirit. Alright, let's set off. After saying this, she was the first to walk out the door and pressed the elevator button. Buzz. The elevator slowly began to ascend from the 1st floor. The residents of your building have such strange schedules, coming back from outside in the middle of the day. Lin Yingyun frowned slightly, a helpless expression appearing on her delicate oval face. Clearly, she had just come up not long ago, and the elevator had already gone back to the 1st floor. She did not like waiting for the elevator at all. Just then, a hand landed on her shoulder. Lin Yingyun looked over in confusion, only to see Yili standing behind her, his expression calm, the light in his dark eyes surging as he stared intently at the elevator door, as if he had seen something worth paying attention to. In this building, I am the only resident. Yili's voice was notably plain, yet in Lin Yingyun's ears, it was as shocking as thunder. There is killing intent in the elevator, very strong killing intent. What? Lin Yingyun quickly circulated her true energy, the laziness on her face disappearing. Who? Not caring why the boy's perception was stronger than her own, Lin Yingyun formed a hand seal with one hand, her purple robe moving without wind, and intricate mysterious runes surged around her. Divination is clear, blessings and disasters rise and fall, dark and bright. A-level talent, reversing heavenly fate. Ha! In an instant, Lin Yingyun's face turned slightly pale, her breath quickening a bit. Her eyes locked tightly on the elevator that had reached the 16th floor, her tone tense as if facing a great enemy. 2 martial artists, one at the 4th stage 2nd level, and one at the 3rd stage 6th level. Run! After saying this, she grabbed Yili's wrist and prepared to run downstairs. Ha! Lin Yun had just taken 2 steps when her body was forced to stop. Yili stood firmly in place, while her hand felt like it was trapped in rubber bands around steel bars, unable to pull him at all. What are you waiting for? Lin Yun was astonished, thinking that if she didn't run now, was she supposed to wait for the others to come up? If you can fight, don't panic. Yili's face was calm, gently twirling the storage ring on his hand, quietly watching the numbers rise beside the elevator. With this configuration across from him, he surely couldn't escape if he ran. It would be better to kill the ones across. Wouldn't that solve the problem? On the other side. Lin Yun followed his gaze, her heart suddenly sinking. She saw the small screen beside the elevator clearly displaying the number 18. Ding! In the next second, the elevator doors opened with a sound. 2 unfamiliar figures appeared before their eyes. One was an exceptionally large man with broad palms, and the other was an extremely alluring woman. The former's gaze was lowered, looking very quiet, but the aura around him was exceptionally long. The alluring woman lifted her slender eyes, her expression cold as she looked at the 2 outside the elevator. Then, she lightly parted her red lips, releasing a voice that made one's bones feel numb. Ladies, shall we go downstairs together? Thank you. Before Lin Yun could refuse, Yili politely nodded and stepped into the elevator first. Seeing this, Lin Yun gritted her teeth and followed him inside. Who? After pressing the button for the first floor, the elevator doors slowly closed. In the small space, the air seemed to solidify, making it feel suffocating and oppressive. Are you Yili? As soon as she spoke, Yang Mei's emotions gradually became agitated, her voice trembling as she asked. Are you the one who ruined my son? Linhai City and Shanzhou City are adjoining, and to prevent the opponent from leaving Linhai City, she rushed over from the Yang family in a hurry. She came to find the one who had crippled Yang Wanfeng as soon as possible. Now, the perpetrator stood right in front of her. Not only that, but he looked calm and collected. Yang Mei wished she could break him into pieces. Yes, ma'am. Yili's gaze first swept over the 4th stage warrior, then he turned to the beautiful woman, smiling lightly as he said. Not only that, but now I want to hunt down his horse. Chapter 69, you call this a 3rd stage warrior? What did you say? Yang Mei could hardly believe her ears. Just as she was about to say something, she saw the white-clothed youth in front of her suddenly raise a pair of icy golden eyes. Majestic and mysterious, captivating the soul. In an instant, goosebumps formed on Yang Mei's back, seemingly ready to explode. A surge of horror suddenly rose in her heart. The other party should only be a newly promoted 3rd stage warrior, so why did he give her such a fearful feeling? Seize him! Shocked and angry, Yang Mei shouted, instinctively retreating towards the corner to give the burly man some room to act. The burly man nodded slightly, his iron tower-like figure stepped forward, and his large hand ruthlessly pressed down towards Yili's shoulder. In an instant, his wide palm pressed on the other's shoulder, and in the moment of arm shake, a terrifying force of dozens of tons suddenly poured down, wanting to directly crush him to the ground. But the next second, a look of astonishment appeared on his face. The other party stood firm, not even bending his waist in the slightest, as if the immense force he released had vanished into the sea with no response at all. Is this a 3rd stage warrior? As the thought emerged in the burly man's mind, a wave of horrifying pain surged from his abdomen. Put! A blue-gold spear adorned with dragon scales whistled through the air, piercing through his protective aura and deeply embedding itself in his abdomen. Don't look anymore, you're going to die. Yili chuckled softly, releasing the spear, his whole body uniting as one, his essence energy bursting forth, finally delivering the most terrifying move of Cauldron Dragon Shakes the Mountain so far. Before the burly man could cry out in pain, he was heavily struck in the chest by Yili's full-powered punch. With the dual enhancement of the perfected Snow Mountain Shaping and Golden Soul Awakening, tearing through the defenses of a 4th stage warrior was as easy as pie. Boom! A tremendous force, far beyond what a 3rd stage warrior could possess, erupted violently, sending the burly man flying out of control, crashing directly through the elevator door and into the floor, finally smashing against the wall with a loud bang. A clear sound of explosion rang out as the remaining force shattered the wall. He was directly exposed to dozens of meters of height. At this height, normally, a 4th stage strong warrior could adjust his stance in midair and land steadily. But for some reason, this burly man, known as the Dragon Tablet Hand, felt his limbs stiff and unresponsive. Even as he desperately tried to adjust his posture quickly in midair, he still fell heavily to the ground amid the howling wind. Ha! His internal organs were compressed under the force of gravity, and the fallen man suddenly spat out a mouthful of bright red blood, which carried an astonishing chill. A surge of essence energy with accompanying cold? No wonder his limbs were unresponsive. The burly man's face darkened, the intense pain in his body made it so he couldn't even move a finger. Though there was a degree of carelessness involved, he had indeed been defeated by the other party in just 2 moves. Blood continuously oozed from his mouth, and the spear in his abdomen kept devouring his life. Am I just going to die like this? The burly man's eyes were filled with deep unwillingness and resentment. A single punch had left him heavily injured, with dozens of tons of terrifying force, and a cold essence energy explosion. You guys really call this a newly entered 3rd stage? In the elevator. Seeing the burly man defeated in just 2 moves, Yang Mei's eyes widened in shock. That was the well-known dragon tablet hand in Shanzhou City. In terms of physical strength, within the entire Yang family, besides the head of the family, no one could match him in a direct confrontation. Now, unexpectedly, a newly entered 3rd-tier True Blood realm could send me flying out? Waves of shock surged within Yang Mei's heart. However, right now, there was obviously no time to think about these questions. Because the boy's figure had already appeared in front of her face. Wait. Yang Mei's mind was in a panic, instinctively wanting to step back, but behind her came the feeling of a wall. This is bad. The moment this thought appeared, the boy's slender, fair fingers struck like lightning, grabbing her face. Yang Mei screamed, her entire body's danchi erupted, her hands gripping the arm that reached out toward her, then pulling with all her strength. She was at least a 3rd-tier 6th-level warrior. Even though she had lived a life of comfort for many years, her basic combat instincts were still present. However, under her danchi explosion, the arm that held her face remained unmoved, instead suddenly erupting with an overwhelming force that she could not resist. Boom! In Lin Yinyun's shocked gaze, Yili slammed the beautiful woman heavily against the wall. The terrifying force swept across her face, and Yang Mei's consciousness instantly blurred, rolling her eyes back. In the last moment of her dwindling awareness, she squeezed out a voice from her throat, disappointment. Boom! Her head was once again smashed against the wall, and the second half of her sentence was violently interrupted. In the midst of flying debris, the boy relentlessly and swiftly struck the wall, creating web-like fine cracks. During this time, blood energy ignited on Yang Mei's body more than once, attempting to utilize the blood-burning secret method, but without exception, all were brutally interrupted. Amid the spine-chilling sounds of smashing. In less than a second, Yang Mei's enchanting face was already flowing with blood, looking extremely ugly, with only her mouth still making the faintest of whimpers. At this moment, a mighty sword aura suddenly surged from below. Boom! In front of this incredibly sharp sword aura, the entire bottom of the elevator, even the concrete structure below, was shattered to pieces. Yili casually tossed Yang Mei away. With her restraint lost, Yang Mei's form fell downward, then was swiftly caught by a figure flying in, quickly landing on the ground. With a light tap of the toes, the newcomer flashed to the open space outside the residential building. Yili narrowed his eyes, looking outside after landing. He saw a lean man in a green robe standing there, exuding a truly frightening aura. In his arms lay the disoriented Yang Mei, her face extremely dark. Feeling Yili's gaze, the green-robed swordsman raised his hollow eyes, his slender hand gripping the sword hilt tightly. He slowly raised the long sword, pointing it at the two inside the building, and coldly spoke. That young girl, if you want to keep your life, leave now. Today, I only want this young man's life. I have crushed the silver token. Within 15 minutes, the enforcers of Lehigh City will arrive. In the face of the swordsman's powerful aura, Lin Yinyun stepped forward, raising her already shattered silver token, her clear voice ringing out, if you don't want to die, leave now. The shattered silver token of Fengyun University could achieve an emergency communication effect. If she could not intimidate the other party, she could only hope the enforcers of Lehigh City came quickly. In an instant, Lin Yinyun's not-so-smart mind turned rapidly. In her fright, she secretly let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, although she did not know what method was used, that earlier 4th-tier warrior seemed to have been severely injured by Yili. She never expected that the Yang family would send 2 4th-tier warriors, along with a 3rd-tier warrior, to surround and kill Yili. Although the swordsman in front was powerful, if she and Yili worked together, holding out for a quarter of an hour shouldn't be too difficult. At this moment, in Lin Yinyun's shocked gaze, Yili slowly stepped forward, facing the dark-faced green-robed swordsman, and calmly said, I suggest you prepare yourself mentally. Because later, I will let you both fly up together. I originally wanted to smash heads to earn more evil points, but suddenly the other party jumped out, ruining my plan. Damn it, my already meager balance worsened even more. I didn't plan to be the living king of hell, but now, I have to be. Chapter 70, Single Kill at 4th Stage, Record Checkable. Yili is very angry now. After raising himself to the peak of the 3rd stage, the evil points in the back end are only in 4 digits. To maximize profits, he chose to take some risks and didn't immediately deal with that beautiful woman. Next, it seems he would have to put in some effort. Yili exhaled softly. His powerful true energy began to circulate rapidly, a fiery white mist rose around his body, and he appeared to shimmer with a hint of transparency. Even now, facing a mid-stage 4th level warrior would still be quite challenging for him. Only after activating Golden Soul Revival could he gain overwhelming physical strength over the opponent in a short time. But 4th stage warriors have not only stronger bodies, but also a true energy output far beyond that of 3rd stage warriors. If not for this, he wouldn't have chosen to quickly deal with that burly man. Earlier in the elevator, the space was small, and that burly man, worried about hurting the beautiful woman, did not exert his true strength as a 4th stage warrior, and was taken down by Ely. But now, this blue-shirted swordsman, also a 4th stage warrior, has no such concerns. Even if it alarms the surrounding citizens, he can strike at will. Calm down. Hearing Ely's words, Lin Yun hurriedly said, Ely, he is even stronger than the one before. Stop blabbering, I said I can kill. Ely interrupted her, his gaze fixed intently on the blue-clad swordsman. His eyes shimmered with a strange light, seeming to see through all illusions. Arrogant little brat. Upon hearing this, the blue-clad swordsman's hollow gaze gradually sharpened, then the veins on the back of his hand bulged, and the 3-foot-long sword slashed down from the sky. The fierce energy of the 4th stage warrior suddenly exploded, and a terrifying sword aura visible to the naked eye roared towards Ely. Where the sword aura passed, the flat and thick concrete ground cracked inch by inch, the stairs exploded, and countless stones were swept into the air. The momentum of this sword far exceeds that of a 3rd stage warrior. Before the raging and sharp sword aura, Ely's vast golden pupils grew even hotter, the white mist around him burned fiercely. With a step, he rushed forward without any fear. Boom! The mighty sword aura collided with the white-clothed figure in front of the building, then exploded violently, creating a surge of wind, sweeping up dust and flying stones. Inside the building, Lin Yun covered her eyes with her hand and strained to see the scene amidst the dust. Then, a voice filled with anger and shock rang out around them. Bone regeneration? What kind of ability is this? Bone regeneration? Lin Yun's heart trembled, and she quickly walked out of the building, looking toward the open space ahead. She saw the blue-clad swordsman staring at a white-clothed youth who had rushed in front of him, a stunned expression on his lean face, even his sword-swinging motion slowed for an instant. But even so, his movements were still faster than the youth's. The swordsman adjusted his true energy, tightened his grip on the sword, clenched his teeth, and loudly shouted, "Slice!" The 3-foot sword suddenly erupted with astonishing sword intent, as if receiving some kind of enhancement, and slashed down at the enemy within reach. Ely's eyes sparkled with golden light, and the mystical blood coursed madly within him. Without the slightest wavering, his energy gathered like a Dan, and in an instant, he completed a perfect Dan energy explosion, colliding with the incoming sword intent. Boom! The sword intent exploded, blood splattered, and in the blue-clad swordsman's incredulous eyes, Ely's severed fingers grew back at an astonishing speed. Before the S-class tempering technique's Dan energy explosion, even the sword intent of a mid-stage 4th level warrior was? He can stop it too. Ely's eyes sparkled. His 5 fingers clenched suddenly in his rebirth, all his strength surged up again, the muscles on his arms compressed like springs, and in an instant, they all exploded open. The aura of chi erupted, a double blast. Boom! An avalanche of energy rushed towards him, the long sword in the hands of the swordman in the green shirt was thrown out at an exaggerated angle, failing to fully block this force. The remaining immense power slammed into the swordman's chest. In his arms, Yang Mei took on some of the force and instantly felt as if struck by lightning, waking up from her coma, spitting out a mouthful of bright red blood. Ely followed closely like a shadow, seizing the opportunity, pulling his arms apart, and the subsequent chi explosion was completed in an instant. Boom boom boom. The perfect chi explosion surged in like waves, the vast power continuously crashing against the figure of the swordman in the green shirt. He couldn't care less about Yang Mei, who was constantly spitting blood in his arms. His originally gloomy face turned bright red from the exertion. Is this 3rd tier? What a joke! The figure of the green-shirt swordman scraped against the ground, continuously retreating, and overwhelming disbelief surged in his heart, the hand gripping the sword trembled slightly. His honed body was almost frozen by the incoming chill. The opponent's technique was so perfect it was shocking, the chi burst as if it didn't require any true energy at all, continuously unleashed. Such terrifying combat power, how could it be like a young martial artist just entering the 3rd tier? It was like a seasoned fighter who had practiced for 100 years in the 3rd tier. The quality of the true blood in the opponent's body was probably reaching its peak. The sword in his hand kept crying out in lament, as if it would shatter at any moment. At this moment, the white-clothed youth's hair and clothes were all standing on end, his arms fully spread out, all his blood and energy were pushed to the limit. The flesh on his fist was nearly shattered, revealing white bones, and the wounds were continuously regenerating. A punch like a meteor crashing into the earth, the 10th chi explosion erupted loudly on that green sword. Crack! This treasured sword that had accompanied the swordman for countless years shattered in an instant, turning into countless tiny fragments, scattering everywhere. Before the green-shirt swordman could feel the pain, the boy seized the opportunity, swinging his right arm in a circular motion, landing a thunderous punch squarely on his face. The powerful force struck sharply at his face. The fourth-tier martial artist instinctively startled. His lean figure was smashed away by the punch, crashing into multiple cars, and in the roaring sound, he was thrown back dozens of meters. But he still formed a dense layer of sword chi defense around him, intending to buy some time. With what little awareness remained, he lifted his head, only to see a pair of golden pupils, devoid of any emotion, right in front of him. Yili followed closely, having already gotten in front of him, the muscles on his back bulging. Terrifying force surged from his fist, both arms swung around, fists roaring out like a storm. The green-shirted swordman gritted his teeth, tossing Yang Mei aside, also tightening his fists, prepared to meet it head-on. Bang 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 bang! The punches and palms of the two crashed violently in the air. The force was incredibly savage, bursts of energy exploded continuously. Sword chi surged outwards, the earth trembled. Cars forged from steel exploded upon impact, trees a few people could hug fell over at a touch. He is in the third tier? Seeing this scene left Lin Yingyun dumbfounded. That fourth-tier martial artist, definitely among the top 10 on the wind and cloud ranking, was being overwhelmed by Yili. Across dire suppression, even the third tier is this crazy now? Monster! Yang Mei staggered back to her feet, watching such a scene, her heart filled with terror. 2 fourth-tier guests had been killed by him. Just now, she saw it clearly, the boy's body that was cut by the swordman instantly regrew. Not even the legendary self-healing beasts in the secret realm could match up. This boy is a monster. Boom! Yili swung his right arm again, his fist striking like thunder, shattering the great bell, forcefully opening the middle door. The sword aura surrounding the swordsman dissipated with this punch, his thin face turning pale, and his internal energy froze for a moment. Spare me! I was forced to serve the Yang family. Seeing Yili charge again, he finally screamed, I was bound by a blood pact, if I don't obey. The young man in white didn't give him the chance to speak further. He exhaled, exerting force, and punched, caving in his chest. Fly! Ha! The swordsman in green suddenly spewed a mouthful of blood mixed with internal organ fragments, his body flying backward, crashing through several large trees, and finally rolling several times before landing on the ground. Blood flowed from his 7 orifices, and the light in his eyes quickly dimmed. He instinctively tried to rise, but his shattered organs could no longer provide him any strength, and he had no power to move at all. Who? Yili exhaled a breath of foul air, his golden gaze slowly fading, gradually returning to his original black pupils. His internal energy had been nearly exhausted by 70%, and this was after his blood quality was enhanced to the limit by Snow Mountain body sculpting. If it were a normal peak third tier, they would have long been dead. A fourth tier warrior in serious condition is truly hard to kill. However, the rewards were plentiful. Text jumped on the light screen, looking quite joyful. You have repeatedly injured a third tier, 6th level warrior, evil value plus 5,000. You killed a 4th tier, 2nd level warrior, evil value plus 12,000. You killed a 4th tier, 3rd level warrior, evil value plus 13,000. Yili's lips curled into a faint smile. Finally, his wallet was getting fat again. Chapter 71, Cutting the Shackles of Fate. In an open area not far away. Looking at the bloodstained young man in white, Yang Mei's face was full of despair. She hurriedly rushed over from the Yang family. How could she have expected this kind of ending? Because of the earlier noise. At this moment, many people from nearby buildings poked their heads out and looked in this direction, their gazes both curious and fearful. In the silence, Lin Yingyun cast a sympathetic glance at her, but there was not much pity in her heart. In fact, she felt quite pleased. She knew well. If Yili's strength hadn't exceeded expectations, it would have been her side's 2 people lying dead by now. I really didn't expect it. The Yang family actually has this much guts. Lin Yingyun walked to Yili's side, gnashing her teeth as she said. Don't worry, they dare to act against a core student of Wind and Cloud University. Once this gets back to the school, the entire Yang family will pay a heavy price. From the setup of the enemy this time, she didn't think for a second that they would let her go after this. At this moment, she was naturally gritting her teeth in hatred at the beautiful woman. Fortunately, with the handle of attacking a core student of Wind and Cloud University, plus the testimony of the person involved. This time, the Yang family would definitely face disaster. Hearing Lin Yingyun's words, Yang Mei quickly looked at Yili, and when she saw the extremely conspicuous golden waist token, her heart immediately sank to the bottom of the valley, and she felt cold from head to toe. Core student? No one had told her about this. Even the head of the Yang family didn't know. Right, there were rumors that Yili was a recommended student, but recommended students were usually bronze level. Who could have imagined he was a gold level? Yang Mei gritted her teeth tightly, staring at the young man's face, still radiating with killing intent. Her emotions and chest were violently fluctuating. If they had attacked an ordinary bronze-level student, the Yang family could have used personal grudges or mismanagement as an excuse. All they needed to do was hand over the 2 fourth-tier warriors involved to the Qingyi Bureau to settle the matter. But if they attacked core students holding gold medals, the meaning was completely different. That was almost like assassinating the deputy director of the city-level Qingyi Bureau. The difference between the two was that the crime changed from personal grudges. This has now escalated to the level of intent to rebel. Even if the Qingyi Bureau of Shanzhou exterminates the Yang family this time, they are still justified in doing so. No wonder the other party has such strength but didn't kill me in the elevator. It turns out they want to leave a living witness, so they can report to the Qingyi Bureau afterward. By that time, even if the Yang family isn't annihilated by the Qingyi Bureau, it won't be long before their destruction. The thought of my future end makes Yang Mei shiver involuntarily. I'm afraid that even after death, I'll be nailed to the Yang family's pillar of shame, cursed by the descendants of the Yang family for generations. With this thought in mind, Yang Mei made her choice. She suddenly raised her head and shouted sharply, "Yili! You ruined my son. Even if I become a ghost, I will not let you go. You think you can use my name to exterminate the Yang family? You are more deluded than ever. Just wait. The Yang family will never let you go. Their descendants will keep coming for revenge. You won once, but that doesn't mean you will keep winning." Before her words finished, she suddenly exploded her internal true energy, and immediately a mouthful of bright red blood sprayed out, her aura quickly weakening. Oh no! She's going to commit suicide. Lin Yinyun's face turned grim, and she immediately dashed to her side, her pupils shrinking. She saw Yang Mei slowly fall to the ground, breathing weakly, already on the brink of death. Even so, she still curled her lips, showing her blood-stained teeth, staring fiercely at Yili. "Yili!" She shouted with a tone full of resentment, "I want you to live your life in fear, haunted by the shadow of terror." After saying this, Yang Mei slowly closed her eyes and quietly waited for death to come. This is trouble. Seeing this, Lin Yinyun briefly checked her condition, frowning deeply, feeling a headache. She was already severely injured, and now her meridians were shattered. There was definitely no chance of saving her. What to do now? Without any witnesses to her death, even if the Qingyi Bureau and Fengyun University want to act, they can only teach the Yang family a lesson. And Yili is now completely unable to mediate with the Yang family. According to the Yang family's vendetta must be repaid principle, it's likely that, as the other party said, their descendants will come after Yili for revenge forever. Quick, call for emergency help. Lin Yinyun looked at Yili and said in a low voice, maybe there's still a chance. Yili walked towards the barely breathing Yang Mei, bent down, and checked for a breath. Luckily, she's not dead yet. Fortunately, as a Tier 3 martial artist, her vitality is strong, otherwise, I would really be troubled. Do you have a way? Seeing Yili breathe a sigh of relief, Lin Yinyun quickly asked. As soon as her words fell, in her astonished gaze, Yili swiftly twisted her neck. Lin Yinyun felt her vision go black. She had intended to explain the stakes to Yili, expressing that even if he wanted to kill Yang Mei, they should wait for the Qingyi Bureau people to arrive. However, before she could speak, the young man's calm and commanding voice interrupted her. Get up! Suddenly, a breath appeared around the corpse on the ground. Get up! Get up! The voice of the young man in white grew more and more indifferent, and it didn't sound like a shout of anger, rather, it was more like a calm and ordinary command. Then, under Lin Yinyun's shocked and confused gaze, 3 figures, identical to their living selves, appeared from the dark earth in front of Yili. A swordsman in a green robe, a burly man, and the beautiful woman. They not only looked exactly the same as they had in life, but even the aura they emitted was the same as before. The only difference was that they were all kneeling behind Yili now, their expressions varied. Yili glanced at the 3 and spoke lightly. Since the Yang family's descendants want to take revenge on me, then I just need to stop them from being born, right? Such a hatred, passed down through generations, should be cut off by myself. If the enemies have no descendants, then naturally, there will be no continuation of hatred. Lin Yinyun. Could it be that you're really a genius? Chapter 72, The Wind Rises, So the Yang Family. In Linhai City, the Qingyi Bureau. Today, the more than 20 enforcers left their posts and rushed with full force towards a community in the south of the city. 10 minutes ago, an emergency signal had sounded from here. A silver medal student from Fengyun University had shattered his silver medal, requesting support. This was not a trivial matter, only students who reached the 3rd stage could obtain a silver medal at Fengyun University. To require them to break their medallion for help meant something extraordinary was causing chaos among the city's 100,000 citizens. Stop, we've arrived. The old man called out lightly, and under his lead, the 20 or so figures in sky-blue trenchcoats halted in front of a community. The enforcers arriving now all held 2nd stage or higher cultivation, making them capable fighters in Linhai City. The signal source is inside the community. Team 2 stand guard here, Team 1 follow me inside. After confirming the location, the leading old man immediately issued his command in a cold voice and stepped forward first. His mood was somewhat heavy. forcing a third-stage warrior from Fengyun University to call for urgent help. Logically speaking, something like this hadn't happened in Linhai City for quite some time. Otherwise, there wouldn't only be one four-stage warrior in the Qingyi Bureau, the director. Not long ago, a peak third-stage fugitive had ambushed and heavily wounded him, and he was still recovering. Fortunately, that fugitive had finally been killed by a gold medal student from Fengyun University. Although the leading old man had never seen that student in person, he had seen the photos provided by the university. Truly a remarkable talent. If possible, he really wanted to thank him in person. Suppressing his complicated thoughts, the old man slowly circulated his true energy and vigilantly looked around. The community security guard sat quietly in the kiosk, silently watching the enforcers enter the community. He had never seen such a scene. He didn't even dare to look when the explosion happened in the community, let alone try to stop these enforcers from the Qingyi Bureau. If it were delivery workers or owners, he might have had some strength to fight back. Pat pat pat. Dozens of enforcers rushed into the community before gradually coming to a halt. A girl in a yellow dress, with a complex expression, came out from the community, her eyes filled with shock as if she had seen something extremely shocking. Upon seeing the rush of enforcers, she raised her hand to show the broken silver medal, indicating that she had called for help herself. What about the anomaly? The leading old man's gaze swept over the shattered silver medal, and he subconsciously asked, what exactly happened? Well. Lin Yingyun suddenly felt a headache and raised her hand to rub her forehead. Having been in Fengyun University for 2 years, she had seen all kinds of martial arts geniuses, but this was the first time she had seen one kill 2 fourth-stage warriors and a third-stage warrior in a direct confrontation. Moreover, this martial artist also possessed the bizarre ability to summon their souls to control them. It was simply outrageous, wasn't it? Recalling Yi Li's earlier performance, Lin Yingyun couldn't help but shiver. Thinking about it, it seemed that a martial artist at the True Blood stage obtaining a gold medal from Fengyun University was also unprecedented. No wonder her teacher repeatedly emphasized to the school that it was an exception, an exception. There were reasons for exceptions. With such terrifying performance, don't mention just getting a gold medal, she wouldn't find it odd if Yi Li were included in the Fengyun ranking ahead of time. If anyone had objections, they could just say, if you can too. After much thought, Lin Yingyun decided to fulfill the other's request first and said in as calm a tone as possible. The Yang family in Shanzhou intends to cause chaos in Hanja. Please contact the Qingyi Bureau of Shanzhou immediately and dispatch enforcers to surround the Yang family first. Chaos in Hanja? Surround the Yang family? The leading old man looked somewhat astonished. Shanzhou City was right next to Linhai City. He naturally had also heard of the so-called Yang family. Although many actions have made the local Qingyi Bureau quite dissatisfied, overall they were considered honest, and during the Beast Tide, they would actively send people to help. Why suddenly send troops to surround them? Just as he was about to ask a few more questions, a sudden sound of scattered footsteps came from behind Lin Yingyun. The old man furrowed his brows and immediately looked back at Lin Yingyun. Then, his aged eyes suddenly contracted. He saw a boy in a tattered white shirt walking towards him, holding a bloody blue and gold spear in a calm and unhurried manner. Most importantly, the old man recognized this boy. The Yang family from Shanzhou conspired to assassinate the deputy director of Linhai City, intending to rebel and create chaos in Huanxia, with both man and evidence in hand. Yi Li casually tossed the golden badge to the old man and said calmly, please contact the Qingyi Bureau of Shanzhou and help me surround the Yang family. Don't let a single one escape. To raid their home? The term instinctively appeared in Lin Yingyun's mind. This made her gasp in surprise, her originally calm heart inexplicably began to race. Should this be considered normal? Of course, after hearing the words raid their home, even a monkey would get excited. The leading old man held the badge that symbolized his identity, and although he wanted to complain that Yi Li was the deputy director of the Qingyi Bureau, what did that make him? But he understood the urgency of the moment, and since the other held the badge of Fengyun University, his status was indeed equivalent to his own. Furthermore, the other had shown kindness to Linhai City. How could he, as the deputy director of the Qingyi Bureau, forget such a kindness? The old man took a deep breath and, amidst the many astonished gazes behind him, cupped his hands and said solemnly, understood. Turning around, he shouted loudly, the Yang family of Shanzhou has attempted to assassinate our deputy director of the Qingyi Bureau, with man and evidence in hand. Prepare the vehicle immediately and send this deputy director to Shanzhou. The law enforcers were all seasoned veterans in the bureau and quickly snapped back to their senses. They then bent their bodies, cupping their hands, and shouted in unison, we obey the order. In Shanzhou City, at the Yang family estate. As the sun set in the west, the clouds in the sky churned with splendid colors, and the entire vast courtyard was bathed in a beautiful golden hue. The weather is nice today. Standing in front of the main house, Yang Wanfeng squinted his eyes, having consumed the heart's blood of several fourth-tier martial artists along with the Yang family's secret method, he could finally get out of bed and walk. But even so, Yang Wanfeng's mood still couldn't lift up. Feng Yun University didn't know what had gotten into them, sending a seemingly kind 5th-tier elder. Though his hair was also white like his grandfather's and he was a 5th tier as well, the elder was clearly much stronger than his own grandfather. Otherwise, the latter wouldn't be spending his days expressionless while wandering around this young family estate. Most importantly, even though a 4th-tier physician had promised to treat his injuries over the next 3 years, for the ambitious Yang Wanfeng, 3 years was simply too long. And all of this was thanks to that Yili. Remembering this, Yang Wanfeng clenched his fists tightly, his neatly trimmed nails digging into his flesh, but he felt no pain at all. Because the pain in his heart was far too intense. Since childhood, there had been no peer who could make him resentful like Yili had. So, this was Yili's fault. It was not his own. Calculating the time, my mother should be about to take care of that Yili. Yang Wanfeng let out a light sigh, his previously restless mood finally eased a bit. Ending his dream of winning in advance, locking his future cultivation path for the next 3 years. The sister, who had been inseparable from him for over a decade, was now completely ignoring him. It was simply unforgivable. For this reason, you must die. Yang Wanfeng's tone was icy, filled with deep resentment and murderous intent. Meanwhile, dozens of miles away from the Young family estate, a figure dressed in a sky-blue trenchcoat formed a cluster, under the dusk, resembling a bright sky of daytime. And this blue sky, at the request of a young man, was now rapidly and overwhelmingly surging towards the enormous courtyard ahead. Chapter 73, Is it still too late to run now? At dusk. The great sun in the sky kept sinking, about to completely vanish into the horizon. A wind is rising. Yang Wanfeng, in front of the main house, lifted his head slightly, looking at the big tree in the courtyard swaying in the wind, unconsciously chuckling. Then, Yili, it is time for you to die. After complaining, he turned and walked towards the house. He was now weak and could not be outside in the wind for long. At this moment, a familiar female voice suddenly came from not far away. Brother, who did you say was going to die? Yang Wanfeng was taken aback upon hearing this, then immediately looked in the direction of the voice. Sure enough, he saw Yang Wan, pale-faced, leaning against the wall, with slightly red eyes looking at him. Yang Wanfeng's heart filled with joy. Wanner, has your health recovered? Grandpa gave me the heart's blood of a guest, at least I can move freely now. Yang Wan's calm voice carried an unprecedented sense of distance. I heard you mention Yili. What happened to him? She heard the other party say some die words and also heard Yili's name. But she did not connect the two. After all, the other party was holding a gold medal from Windcloud University. Within the boundaries of Huanxia, that gold medal had an effect almost equivalent to an ancient get-out-of-jail-free card for many renowned sections. No Huanxia forces dared to kill these gold medal students. Even if there were grudges, they would wait until after graduation to settle scores. Plus, she couldn't shake the thought of that ink-clad boy these past few days, which led her to speak up and ask. Him. Upon hearing this, a smile crept onto Yang Wanfeng's lips, barely concealing his excitement. Mother brought 2 top guests to Linhai City to ambush him. Yili is going to die today. Top guests are a special designation given by the Yang family to its guests. Only 4th-tier martial artists could be honored with this title. Yang Wanfeng looked at the girl, thinking she would smile like he did. Unexpectedly, Yang Wan's eyes widened suddenly. What? She couldn't care less about being distant and said in shock, is mother crazy? What if he escapes? He is a gold medal of Windcloud University. Wanner. Before she could finish her words, a hint of panic flashed in Yang Wanfeng's eyes, and he hurriedly interrupted. He had not told anyone in the Yang family that Yili was a gold medal student. The reason was simple. He heard that core students of Windcloud University held a very high status in the outside world. If his grandfather knew, he would most likely decide not to kill Yili, at most just teach him a lesson to maintain the Yang family's face. But what about his own grudge? His meridians had been frozen by cold, and his future realm would be locked for the next 3 years. He didn't even know if his recovery speed in cultivation could return to the peak. And Yili had already advanced to the 3rd tier. Though he was currently only at the 1st or 2nd level, what about 3 years later? With Windcloud University's training level, Yili's advancement speed was likely calculated at 2 levels per year. That being the case, 3 years later, he feared Yili would reach at least the 3rd tier, 6th level. By then, no matter what, he couldn't think of catching up to the other party. So instead of being anxious, he might as well let Yili remain forever at the 3rd tier. Even if there was a bit of gambling involved, Yang Wanfeng was confident that with the Yang family's hundreds of years of foundation, even if he lost the bet, it wouldn't all be gone. Shanshushi still needed the Yang family, and the Yang family still needed him. No matter how you looked at it, this was a profitable gamble. Thinking of this, Yang Wanfeng nervously glanced around, confirming there was no one around, before speaking a little awkwardly in a low voice. Wanner, you should keep your voice down. Grandpa doesn't know about this matter yet. Yang Wan was completely panicked now, asking in disbelief. Are you crazy? Attacking the core students of Wind and Cloud University is equivalent to assassinating the deputy director of the Qingyi Bureau. This is a heinous crime against the state. As she spoke, her face grew paler, and she trembled, stepping back. Heinous crime against the state? Hearing this, Yang Wanfeng felt a buzzing in his brain, realizing what an incredible thing he had done. His entire face changed. Are you telling the truth? Of course. Yang Wan wanted nothing more than to immediately cut ties with this foolish pig, with the Yang family, and with herself. I really didn't expect you to do something like this. Recalling the strange phenomenon summoned by Yili at the peak of the cracked mountain, her voice trembled. I won't care about you anymore. I'm leaving this place right now. Wanner, why are you panicking? Seeing Yang Wan turn to leave, Yang Wanfeng instantly became angry, grinding his teeth. Didn't I think that the admission spot was guaranteed? Why would I specifically check the importance of the gold medal? Moreover, even if it's a heinous crime against the state, as long as the Yang family doesn't bear it directly, isn't that fine? Let mother turn herself in to the Qingyi Bureau afterward, and then hand over those two esteemed guests to the Qingyi Bureau. I don't believe they would go after the Yang family. As he spoke, he breathed quickly, his face flushed, clearly quite dissatisfied with Yang Wan's attitude. Yang Wan was infuriated by the person she once admired the most in front of her. That was her own mother. How could the other person just give up? Just as she could not help but want to curse, several family servants suddenly rushed in from outside, looking flustered. It's bad. Seeing Yang Wan and the others, they immediately knelt on the ground, urgently shouting. Young master, miss, over 100 law enforcers from the Qingyi Bureau have arrived, and they have surrounded the Yang family. They demand everyone from the Yang family to come out. The head of the family is currently confronting them. You two should go take a look. It's over. At this moment, Yang Wan felt as if she had fallen into an ice cave, almost collapsing on the ground. Beside her, Yang Wanfeng was in a worse situation. He stumbled and fell directly onto the cold, hard ground, making a dull sound upon contact. His face, already red, now turned completely pale, devoid of any blood, as if all his life force had been drained away. His teeth chattered uncontrollably, making a clack sound, evidently terrified to the extreme. What's going on? What do they want? Yang Wanfeng shouted in panic, his tone filled with disbelief and despair. He suddenly turned his head to look at Yang Wan, his lips trembling, asking in a voice filled with immense fear, stuttering. Wanner, what should we do? What should we do now? Can the plan I just mentioned really succeed? How would I know? Yang Wan's voice was filled with grief and anger, carrying a hint of a sob. Thanks to the supporters. Chapter 74, Conditions for First Achievement. Inside a speeding car within the territory of Shanzhou City. For convenience, all three had changed into the uniforms of the Qingyi Bureau enforcers. Except for Yili, the expressions of the other two were somewhat unusual. The deputy director from Lehigh City, who was driving, glanced at the handsome young man in the rearview mirror, a sigh appearing on his wrinkled face. Core students of Wind and Cloud University are generally only available to students in their third year or above. Yet looking at the other party's age, he was mostly not yet 20, probably just a freshman or sophomore. Such talent is truly unmatched. If he could join the Qingyi Bureau in Lehigh City after graduation, the old man felt he would wake up smiling from his dreams. Unfortunately, it's destined to remain only a thought. After all, matters as big as a raid were something he had done only a few times in his decades of guarding Lehigh City, and they were mostly against some restless small forces. The other party, so young, wanted to raid the Yang family's wealth in Shanzhou. The future clearly will not be ordinary. The old man's thoughts churned in his heart, his gaze returned to the front, and after a moment, he spoke softly. You two, in 10 minutes, will arrive at the Yang family in Shanzhou. Hearing this, Lin Yun in the back seat felt a slight stir in her heart. She turned her head to look at Yili, unable to help but wonder how he would organize this action. Although they hadn't spent much time together, Lin Yun had a general understanding of the young man's style of doing things. For those who treated him well, or in other words, normal people, he could engage in polite conversation. But if someone had bad intentions towards him, even a hint of malice would make him ruthless. A peerless talent, a steadfast heart. If one could befriend him, perhaps it really would be possible to achieve a worry-free life in the latter half of their days. Thinking of this, Lin Yun took a deep breath and cautiously spoke. There's one more thing. Yili, who had been resting with his eyes closed, opened them, you say. The Martial Arts University and the Qingyi Bureau have a tight bond in their daily contacts. You hold the gold medal from Wind and Cloud University. According to the rules of the Qingyi Bureau, they will treat you as one of their own before you graduate. So, in this operation, you have the power to command. If possible, do not be polite with them. According to their attitude towards gold medal students, as long as you don't act invisible, they will remember your contributions as top class. Lin Yun's tone was quite serious, indirectly reminding Yili that he must grasp the authority of speech in the action to earn so-called top credit afterward. This level of top credit could likely be exchanged for several first-class credits at Wind and Cloud University. For him, the benefits are numerous. The old man who was driving did not speak, clearly acknowledging Lin Yinyun's words. Comparing oneself to others is indeed a recipe for despair. Lin Yinyun let out a sigh of relief, leaning her head against the car window. She smiled bitterly. To be able to lead such an operation even before entering school, this will be beneficial for your future path. If you perform well, perhaps you might even be chosen for this year's Martial Earth Baptism. Martial Earth Baptism? Yi Li looked up. Ah. This is a great benefit from Wind and Cloud University for outstanding warriors. Only students ranked in the top 10 can qualify. As for how precious this opportunity is, let's put it this way, even someone like Senior Sister Chen, with her personality, competed fiercely for a spot in the top 10. You haven't met Senior Sister Chen yet, but that's okay, you just need to know that she is a martial arts genius with no emotions. Mentioning Senior Sister Chen's name, Lin Yinyun's words were filled with awe and admiration. How are the strengths of those in the top 10? Yi Li noted down this unfamiliar term. It sounded so tempting. Clearly the effect was very strong. If the time were closer, he could wait for a chance. They can all fight 4th-level warriors. Lin Yinyun instinctively replied, then immediately realized that he had just killed 2 4th-level warriors, and her words sounded like saying, they are all about the same as the 2 you just killed. So she hurriedly added, the top 5 are hard to say, but with your current fighting power, you can definitely enter the top 10, just be patient and wait. Even being in the top 10 without corresponding performance still wouldn't qualify for the Martial Earth Baptism. So rather than letting the young man focus on them, it's better to wait for him to handle this operation first. I understand. Yi Li nodded lightly. He could understand the good intentions of the other party. But to be honest, worrying that he would lose his nerve was truly thinking too much. It would be better to worry if he might be too intense. Outside the car window, night was gradually descending. After a moment, the car carrying the 3 slowly stopped in front of an impressive mansion. We've arrived. The old man exhaled a breath of stale air, raising his gaze to look in the rearview mirror. A sense of excitement involuntarily rose in his heart. To be honest, he really wanted to follow and see what would happen. But Linhai City still needed his protection, so he couldn't linger too long. If the spring breeze has mercy on the flowers, can it allow me to be young again? This elder, serving as the deputy director of Linhai City, sighed softly, suppressing the urge in his heart, and finally advised. Friend, the head of the Yang family is a 5th grade strongman. Though the director and deputy director of Shanzhou City are both 5th grade as well, you still need to be careful, just in case. Yi Li politely responded with an and promptly got out of the car. Speaking of which, the mastering the spirit and controlling the soul had unreservedly informed him about the physical condition of Yang Mei and her 2 companions. This made Yi Li smoothly clear up some doubts. Why would 2 promising 4th grade warriors risk their lives to follow Yang Mei to Linhai City to assassinate him? This question could be naturally answered upon seeing the blood contract on the hearts of the 2. Life and death controlled by others, and being 4th grade warriors, how could they not obediently follow orders? Besides this, he also discovered that this so-called blood contract could even draw out the precious blood of the warriors from their bodies. Such treatment of guests really opened Yi Li's eyes. However, under normal circumstances, this matter might attract attention. But now, none of that was important. Because quelling a rebellion only requires a list and coordinates. Alas! Under the night sky, a fierce wind swept in. Inside the car, Lin Yinyun instinctively raised her hand to shield her eyes, and then her pupils trembled slightly. Through the gaps between her fingers, she saw the boy stretch lazily, a terrifying killing intent radiating from him, the golden waist token at his side exceptionally eye-catching, and his sky-blue coat rustling loudly in the whirlwind. Yi Li took a deep breath, until the cold feeling filled his entire chest. That chilling true energy, far exceeding that of other warriors of the same rank, began to whirl through his body like a turbocharged engine. Feeling the aura emanating from the boy, Lin Yinyun couldn't help but tremble as she asked, "Are you planning to wipe out the entire Yan family?" "That will depend on their performance." Yi Li left this sentence calmly, then shifted his steps, his figure slowly blending into the enormous mansion shrouded in the night. Chapter 75, Get It For Me. Thanks to the great, mysterious little comrade. In front of the Yang family courtyard. A sea of law enforcement surrounded this place, faces expressionless, hands resting on the treasure blades at their waists. Silently, a vague sense of killing intent enveloped the entire Yang family. The head of the Yang family wore a dark expression, the irritation in his heart almost written on his face. He never imagined in his wildest dreams. A 3rd grade 6th-layer martial artist, accompanied by 2 4th grade early guests, would fail to assassinate a boy just entering 3rd grade. Yet they even allowed the other party to report to the Clear Anomaly Bureau safely. The Clear Anomaly Bureau in Shanzhou City had now dispatched over half of its law enforcement officers, explaining to him the Yang family's intent to disrupt the country's peace. A clan member named Yang Mei, accompanied by two fourth-grade guests, attempted to assassinate a core student of Fengyun University. The Clear Anomaly Bureau in Hanjia has always been lenient towards many prestigious sects in the country, but this matter is universally recognized as a bottom line. It was only then that the head of the Yang family realized. That young warrior named Yili was actually a core student of Fengyun University. Who could have expected this? He had never heard Yang Wanfeng mention it. Out of trust in his grandson, he had always investigated thoroughly in the past, but this time, in order not to miss a good opportunity, he took action in revenge this quickly for the first time. As a result, something really went wrong. The elder of the Yang family swallowed hard, glancing over the many pale-faced Yang family members behind him, and for the first time, had the thought of killing Yang Wanfeng. Opposite him, 3 elders belonging to the 5th grade stood neatly in place. Among them, 2 were the director and deputy director of the Clear Anomaly Bureau in Shanzhou City. A certain person was the mentor of Yili, who he had just accompanied to tour the Yang family for a whole day. At this moment, he was staring at him with blood-red eyes. Elder Yu was surrounded by a cool breeze, and the killing intent in his eyes was almost tangible. If it weren't for the 2 people beside him blocking him, he might have rushed over already. It must be said, the oppressive feeling from the 3 fifth-tier martial artists was truly no joke. Hundreds of Yang family members had their legs go weak, having no thoughts of resistance, only staring at the family head, hoping he would provide a solution. Just then, Yang Wanfeng and Yang Wan walked out from the courtyard. Their faces were also pale, their legs trembling. The Yang family head suddenly became very angry and stepped forward directly in front of the 2. He sternly questioned Yang Wanfeng. "Do you know that Yili is a gold medal student?" "Yes, I know." Yang Wanfeng didn't dare to look the old man in the eyes. He lowered his head, looking very sincere as he gritted his teeth and said, "I'm sorry, Grandpa, it's my fault for not explaining the situation fully, and I got you into trouble." The Yang family had suppressed the rising anger in his heart. He knew that if he made a move here, it would confirm that he was also in the know. Moreover, he had heard that the other party had captured the goods and the person, which meant that Yang Mei was still alive. Since that was the case, keeping Yang Wanfeng around was still useful. It was clear to him that Yang Mei was also a smart person. In the simple choice between one person being finished or the whole family being finished, he surely didn't need to teach her. The Yang family had no longer wasted words with him and turned to walk toward the 3 fifth-tier martial artists. Clearing his throat, he smiled lightly. 3, as I said earlier, I really had no knowledge of this matter, it was Yang Mei's own decision. I believe I also mentioned earlier, interrupted the director from Shanzhushi, speaking calmly. This matter is not decided by you, nor by me, we have to wait until young friend Yili arrives to discuss. Understood. The Yang family head gritted his teeth and nodded. He was just about to retreat back into the courtyard when he sensed an aura rapidly approaching. Not just him, the 3 fifth-tier elders also shifted slightly, especially Elder Yu, whose eyes brightened. The 4 of them all looked toward the direction of the courtyard entrance. They saw a blue shadow, wrapped in wild winds, rushing straight towards the front of the courtyard, landing directly in front of them, a tall figure holding a long spear. Yili stepped out from the wind with composure, his expression calm, casually throwing the other person he was holding in front of the crowd. This person was dressed in ordinary clothes, with a fair face that was now extremely pale, trembling continuously. It was indeed Yang Mei. At the moment he recognized the figure, the Yang family head's breath hitched, and secretly he let out a sigh of relief. Sure enough, she was captured alive, there was hope. Yili ignored the hundreds of gazes around him, briefly assessing the Yang family head, then turned to look at Elder Yu, who was overjoyed. I was told to help oversee the Yang family, yet you released 2 fourth-tier ones. He sighed and lightly said, Old dang, you really can't do it. Humiliating a 5th-tier elder over 100 years old, evil value plus 800. This wave is mine. Elder Yu's old face turned red, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he scratched his head. You are Yili? The deputy director of Shanzhushi revealed a smile. Nice to meet you, I am the deputy director of the Special Investigation Bureau in Shanzhushi, we can get to know each other later. As he spoke, he waved his hand lightly, and hundreds of law enforcers outside quickly sprang into action, soon sealing off all the exits of the Yang family's courtyard. All 187 formal law enforcers from Shanzhushi are present, please give us your orders. All right. Yili nodded slightly. You are indeed that brother Yili. Truly a young talent, outstanding in every way. The Yang family head took a deep breath, his face breaking into a smile instantly, and he walked up quickly, extending both hands to shake hands in goodwill. No need to be polite. Yili extended his hand and shook it lightly, chuckling as he said, I've come to raid your house, I'm about to make a move. As soon as the words fell, it was instantaneous. Swish, swish, swish. The sound of hundreds of blades being drawn echoed in the sky, and the eyes of the enforcers all fell on that tall figure, waiting for further orders from the other party. No words were needed, and the intent to kill in the air suddenly thickened. The head of the Yang family twitched at the corner of his eye, and his heart raced wildly. Despite the turmoil in his heart, he forced a smile and said, "Friend. I heard about your ambush, but I truly knew nothing about it before. It was the decision of this Yang Mei you brought." The smile of the head of the Yang family became increasingly sincere, and his tone grew more respectful. Including her, those 2 guests were handled by the Qingyi Bureau. In addition, the Yang family will offer 2 copies of the 4th-level visualization method as a bit of compensation for you. How about that? As the words fell, a dead silence enveloped the space. I said, both the person and the stolen goods were caught red-handed. Yi Li's voice revealed no anger or joy. He kicked over Yang Mei, who was sitting on the ground, and said indifferently, "Now you speak, what has the Yang family done?" Hearing this, the head of the Yang family and even Yang Wanfeng in the crowd suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. Yang Mei, looking pitiful on the ground, had clear eyes without any indication of being controlled by forbidden methods. Those well-versed in this matter from the Yang family could see this at a glance. Under the expectant gaze of many Yang family members and the serious eyes of hundreds of enforcers, Yang Mei suddenly raised her head and shouted loudly. The assassination was the master's idea. Aside from Yang Wan, all the direct disciples of the Yang family know. The Yang family secretly used the lifeblood of commoners and guests from Shanshushi as medicine to practice the blood boiling technique, and the number of people who died during the blood collection process is countless. The Yang family crafted the slogan "Fairness and Revenge" just to trick guests into signing blood contracts, so they could later turn them into blood slaves for cultivation. Her speech was rapid, and her loud voice echoed in the ears of everyone present. The faces of the 2 heads of the Qingyi Bureau darkened instantly, and the hundreds of enforcers gripped the hilts of their blades tightly. The atmosphere of confrontation brewed rapidly, and a terrifying aura swept over the entire mansion. Yi Li looked at her with slight surprise. His command was merely to tell the truth, and he did not expect her to spill the whole story about the blood contracts. But now, none of that mattered anymore. Under the bright moonlight, Yi Li raised the gold medal high, his hair blowing, and his indifferent black eyes looked at the stunned head of the Yang family, coldly saying, "The Yang family intends to cause chaos in the country, take them all." In an instant after the words fell, hundreds of azure cloaks darted out from the night, and the previously calm wind suddenly grew strong. A chilling atmosphere descended upon the land, and the young man's vast golden eyes became a divine sight. Chapter 76, What kind of thing can still speak after it's dead? Yi Li believed he was not a cold-blooded person. He still had emotions and desires. He was not a divine sage of heaven and earth who could view others as mere grass. Otherwise, with this type of system, wouldn't he just walk the path of killing everyone he saw? Perhaps it was a bit pretentious, but Yi Li's thought was to keep moving forward while staying true to himself, earning malevolent points while standing tall. Asking himself, it would be very difficult to be a completely emotionless executioner. But according to his own thoughts, freely earning more malevolent points was still without any problem. Anyone who resists will be killed without mercy. The boy's calm voice reverberated through the Yang family courtyard, and the coldness in it sent chills down the spines of all Yang family members present. A single sentence decided the fate of the Yang family, and the aura he emitted was frighteningly fierce. Yi Li. In the crowd, Yang Wan's sweet face lost all color, clearly scared, yet her heart raced faster and faster. Her gaze wandered on the young man's profile, but when the other party cast a glance over, he quickly withdrew his gaze. The century-old foundation of the Yang family. Listening to Yi Li's words, the head of the Yang family turned pale, his voice extremely hoarse, and for a moment it was hard for him to accept the current situation. He knew that from the moment Yang Mei spoke out about the crimes of the Yang family, no matter what happened in the future, the Yang family would no longer exist in Shanshushi. Direct descendants would be sent to the front lines to fend off alien beasts. As for himself, the head of the family, he could very likely become a prisoner. The reason? Simply because the Yang family had developed murderous intent towards this martial artist named Yi Li. No, it goes back even further. It was the siblings Yang Wanfeng who provoked the other party in the martial arts exam that indirectly led to the current tragedy. Moreover, why was Yang Mei so spineless, completely confessing everything so easily? In an instant, the head of the Yang family felt his mind in chaos and his heart filled with agony. If he could go back a week, he would have undoubtedly killed Yang Wanfeng and Yan Wan without hesitation. But there are no ifs in this world. It's too late to say anything now. That young man in the green clothing stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his golden eyes sweeping over the crowd of young family members, his palm gently waving. Crash! Hundreds of law enforcers formed a battle formation, their breath unifying, the smooth knife blades reflecting the bright moon in the sky, charging towards the young family members under Yi Li's lead. Many young family members were so frightened by this display that they collapsed to the ground. Some cried out for surrender and obediently allowed themselves to be shackled, while others hurriedly fled into the courtyard, trying to find a way to escape. In an instant, cries for mercy echoed above the Yang family. There were also those who attempted to break through in resistance, but just as they built up their momentum and rushed towards the young man in green, they were slapped down or punched into the ground, unable to get up. It was a truly miserable sight. A few seconds later, more than a dozen law enforcers arrived, straining to pull the injured young family members from the ground and shackle them. They looked towards the direction Yili had gone, their expressions slightly admiring. Although they had thought that the young martial artist, a core student of Fengyun University, whom they had to obey, was no ordinary person. They never expected him to be this extraordinary. Not only did he personally lead the charge into the young family courtyard, but he also selflessly exerted his true energy to help them suppress the chaos. It is known that in matters like surrounding famous sects, the mortality rate of law enforcers is often quite high, second only to the death rate during beast tides. The other party, risking their life in the front, directly relieved them of a considerable burden. He was truly the kind of boss that every worker dreams of. These young family members were still trying to resist, which was truly a bit unreasonable. On the other side, within the young family courtyard, Yili's figure swiftly darted around the courtyard, knocking over one rebel after another, the system's reporting sound constantly ringing in his ears. Amidst his joy, he also began to grasp the terrifying aspect of Zhang Ling Tonghun, making former enemies wholeheartedly serve him. At first glance, it seemed nothing special, but after a slight feeling, one would realize that this service was indeed a bit outrageous. Yili initially thought it was simple assistance in fighting, but he discovered it could also have them assist him with their past knowledge. For example, the young family courtyard is vast and complex, he had almost gotten lost several times. But whenever this happened, Yang Mei would pop up, "My lord, I know a shortcut, please follow me." With her help, Yili successfully captured many young family members attempting to escape. No wonder in wars between countries, the first to kill are internal traitors. As Yili enjoyed this, he sincerely marveled in his heart. The sound of the whistling wind surrounded him, and as he became more familiar with this residence, his speed increased. Finally, in front of a corner, he blocked a familiar figure. A disheveled and refined young man. It was Yang Wanfeng. What a coincidence! Yili stepped forward slowly, greeting in a casual tone. "Yili! Brother! Ancestor!" Yang Wanfeng looked at Yili approaching and retreated frantically, crying out in panic. "Don't come near me, I surrender. I am willing to submit to the Qingyi Bureau. Before he could finish, his face was grabbed firmly with bony fingers and slammed forcefully to the ground. The strength wasn't terrifying, it was painful enough to hurt, but not to the point of losing consciousness. Lie. Yili released his grip, looking calmly at the still conscious Yang Wanfeng and asked, "What is your name?" "Name? You beat me up like this, led the team to kill at the Yang family, and you still don't know my name?" Dizzy and confused, Yang Wanfeng first felt dazed, then a thick sense of shame and anger surged from within. Isn't this too insulting? But, under the circumstances, he still shakily got up from the ground and knelt obediently in front of Yili, breathing heavily. "Yang Wanfeng. Yang Wanfeng." Yili nodded and repeated it. Then he suddenly thought of a rather hellish joke and asked, "Do you know what can still speak after dying? Skeleton monster?" Wrong. Yili shook his head slightly, smiling, "It's your horse." After speaking, he snapped his fingers lightly. In Yang Wanfeng's shocked gaze, Yang Mei's figure quietly appeared beside him. This once beautiful woman now appeared respectful, bowing fully to Yili, and gently spoke, "My lord, what is your command?" "Yang Wanfeng? No way, are you serious? Publicly humiliating the young master of the Yang family in Shanzhou City, evil deed points plus 3,000. This. Yang Wanfeng could hardly believe his eyes. At that moment, he felt like he understood many things. Why the other party would speak of the Yang family's crimes, why Yili would say he had both the person and the evidence. Yang Wanfeng's pupils shook, his voice filled with deep horror. What exactly is this supernatural ability? He had never heard of a martial talent that could turn the dead into servants. The last question. Yili did not answer the question. He stood up in front of Yang Wanfeng, and a long spear appeared in the palm of the young man in green clothes. His words carried no trace of threat. "Do you want to kill me?" Yang Wanfeng opened his mouth but couldn't say anything. Even if he were an idiot, he could sense that the other party seemed to possess some ability to see through lies during their interactions. In a moment, his brain raced to come up with a way to break the deadlock. But this calmness shattered the moment he saw Yili grip the spear tightly. "It wasn't me." Yang Wanfeng's heart felt torn apart as he screamed, "It was Yang Wan. She holds a grudge against you and insisted I help her take revenge." Boom! Before his words could finish, his head exploded like fireworks, falling straight down. Killed a second-tier 8-fold martial artist, evil deed points plus 1,000. Indeed, with the increase in strength, many methods yield higher rewards than killing. Yili sighed silently. To be honest, with someone who tells lies like this, he didn't even think about signing a death contract. It was truly disgusting. Chapter 77, Let me play a dating game with you? After resolving Yang Wanfeng, Yili stood up from the ground. But he did not leave immediately. Instead, he looked up at the sky outside the courtyard. There, under the night sky, astonishing waves of true energy were continuously erupting, causing quite a disturbance, making the earth tremble slightly and illuminating half the sky with brilliant light. From his perception, there were at least a dozen figures fighting outside the courtyard, each radiating more strength than he did. Clearly, there were 4th-tier, even 5th-tier martial artists, actively clashing outside the courtyard. The city's deputy bureau chief, the mentor Yu Wang from Fengyun University, the head of the Yang family, and more than 10 guests from the Yang family, as well as a few high-ranking enforcers from the Qingyi bureau. They're fighting fiercely, and it's unlikely to end anytime soon. I'll take a chance to see what happens later. It's also a profit to take down a severely injured one. Yili put away the long spear, resting his fingers against his chin, pondering for a moment before leaping to the roof beams and heading towards the yard's exit. Until Yili's figure disappeared into the night. Not far from Yang Wanfeng's corpse, at a corner, the girl finally dared to take deep breaths of fresh air. She was tall and beautiful, her delicate face had no trace of color. It was Yang Wan. Even though there had been a rift between her and Yang Wanfeng, the experiences of the past few years still gave her some expectations of him. But this expectation vanished without a trace the moment she saw him lying to that green-clad young man. At the brink of death, he was still thinking of pushing the blame onto her. Yang Wan's heart was filled with grief and anger. All those vows to protect you were nothing but lies. In Yang Wanfeng's eyes, it seemed his own life was always the most important. It's just that the enemies he encountered were always weaker than him, allowing him to maintain that righteous facade. Once faced with stronger and harsher foes, that facade shattered instantly. But no matter what, the other party was already dead. Moreover, the figure she admired in her heart had also changed into someone else. Tears welled up in Yang Wan's eyes as she looked at the corpse, nearly biting her lips bloody. Brother, be careful in your next life. I really wish I had never met you. Over 10 years of companionship, even a dog would feel some sadness. After saying that, she lifted her eyes towards the direction where the young man had vanished, and a heated feeling surged in her heart. The one who surrounded and attacked the Yang family, she should have hated him to the bone. But why, every time she saw him, did her heart flutter uncontrollably? Yang Wan fell silent for a moment, then softly murmured, Yili. Ha! At that moment, behind her, a slightly surprised young voice thundered like lightning, you have pretty good perception. Instantly, Yang Wan felt a subtle explosion sensation at the back of her head. From just now until now, she hadn't realized there was someone standing behind her. Suddenly turning around, she focused her gaze. She saw a figure in a green robe appear. The handsome young man she both loved and hated was standing before her, his palm radiating white clouds reaching towards her. Yili? You didn't leave? Yang Wan exclaimed, unable to ask any further questions, immediately channeling her internal energy, while simultaneously activating a blood-burning secret technique, causing her aura to rapidly approach the 3rd-tier level. But even so, it was like an ant trying to stop a chariot, instantly overwhelmed by that far superior vast aura. Boom! Yili casually struck away the arm she had just raised, directly pinching her slender neck and slowly lifting her up. However, he felt somewhat puzzled. From the startled scream she let out just now, she should have realized he was there, but why? Since you didn't notice, why did you call my name? Yili asked with confusion. Yang Wan's face turned bright red, her legs constantly struggling. Yili furrowed his brows, slightly tightening his grip, if you move again, you'll never move for the rest of your life. Hearing this, Yang Wan's expression stiffened, and she finally stopped struggling. Answer the question. Yili slightly relaxed his grip, casually saying, since I arrived at the Yang family, you have been secretly watching me, right? Given that Yang Mei, who had been captured, claimed the other party wasn't aware, it must be true that she really didn't know anything. Looking at her original actions, she did not deserve death. But if she had other thoughts, then that would be another matter. Just like now, while other members of the Yang family dared not look at him, Yang Wan kept glancing at him, which was clearly not right. What do you want? I want to. Yang Wan's face kept changing colors. I don't advise you to lie. Yili's expression was calm, but his black eyes were as cold as a lake in winter snow, making Yang Wan's heart tighten sharply. Her breath quickened, and after a brief struggle, she finally spoke with difficulty. I want to be by your side. It was not an unfounded thought. From the moment the other party came to seize her family's fortune, Yang Wan had this idea in her heart. The young man had just graduated from a martial arts high school and had become a 3rd-tier martial artist with an astonishing talent for martial arts, mysterious and powerful. Future prospects were limitless. In contrast, her own family, which she once relied on, had been taken over, and she was likely to become a member of the statutory clean job in those top-tier cities, which seemed acceptable but was actually a life full of uncertainties. She heard that core students at Wind and Cloud University could bring a servant to accompany them in their studies. If the young man could agree, then this former young lady of the young family could also perhaps lower herself to be his servant. Of course, the two would actually need to be in a romantic relationship. At that time, he would teach her martial skills, lend her resources, and life could be prosperous. Perhaps she could even break through to third tier before turning 20. Thinking of this, Yang Wan's heart burned even hotter. Hearing this, Yili frowned, and a clear disgust flashed in his eyes as he tossed her aside. What kind of feelings are you sending? He. Yang Wan heavily fell to the ground, coughed violently twice, and then got up, gritting her teeth. I really like you, I can do anything. Lies. Yili sneered, and do you like me killing your brother, or do you like me taking over the Yang family? Neither. Yang Wan's face changed slightly, she did not expect his words to be so sharp. When she heard herself say that, wasn't the usual boy supposed to be overjoyed and agree immediately? Even the late Yang Wan Feng couldn't withstand it. Yang Wan felt anxious. But for her future life, she still steeled herself and said, but I really want to stay by your side, and I am willing to do anything for that. That's the truth. Yili raised an eyebrow and then asked, but what can you do? I look pretty, I can be your girlfriend. Yang Wan raised her head, biting her lip hard, as if making a great sacrifice. My talent is decent too, as long as you are willing, and truly treat me well in the future, I can definitely help you. Even though her soft and sweet face had some scars, it still made it hard for people to look away. I see, understood. You want me to invest in you. But Yili did not care for her beauty. As he nodded, he walked in front of her and spoke blandly, then let's put it this way, if you can catch my palm strike, I will agree to this matter. Really? Yang Wan recalled that she had caught 2 of his punches last time, and quickly asked in excitement. Of course. Yili's answer was calm, just like last time, I never lie. Yang Wan immediately became excited, then good. Before she could finish her sentence, the moment the syllables were uttered, Yili gathered his energy into a sphere and struck out with his palm. What seemed like a light strike landed on Yang Wan's chest, and a clear cracking sound of bones suddenly rang out. Crack! Yang Wan's figure instantly seemed to be hit hard, and a mouthful of blood sprayed from her mouth, her eyes filled with disbelief, her body uncontrollably flying back like a cannonball, smashing through hard walls one after another. Each collision was accompanied by immense impact, sending bricks and stones flying everywhere, dust swirling. In the end, her body crashed heavily to the ground dozens of meters away, making a dull sound. Her eyes rolled back, breath weak. What a nonsense! Yi Li's voice was cold as he withdrew his hand. Glancing at the fainted young lady of the Young family, he snorted coldly and turned to walk toward the courtyard exit. What a brain that's messed up! He was all prepared to conclude the battle results, and it would have been fine if she didn't thank him. How could she still want me to play a love game with her? Such a person must be joking. P.S. There are 2 more updates today, and this chapter won't count as an extra. I truly thank all the great supporters. Or 2. Chapter 78, Young family, are you still trying to make something of yourself? Outside the Young family mansion, the wind was howling. Different colors of light constantly burst forth from the 4 old men, their fighting spirit made the ground below the Young family tremble and crack. Though there was only one 5th-tier martial artist, the head of the Young family, there were still more than 10 4th-tier martial artists among the family and guests. Even if some of the 4th-tier Young family members were too scared to fight back fiercely, the remaining 8 honored guests had to fight desperately to survive. The lineup of the Young family was even worse than some 4th-tier cities' special bureau. The Cold Summer Army stationed outside the Young family, to avoid harming their own, could only use weapons such as anti-tank sniper rifles at most. But once a martial artist reaches the 5th tier, even if ambushed, they could instantly dodge the bullets from sniper rifles. For a time, both sides were fighting incredibly fiercely. The sharp sound of explosions rang out continuously, showcasing the power of the 5th-tier martial artists. With the overwhelming advantage of 3 5th-tier martial artists, despite the situation being somewhat stalemated, the Special Bureau still steadily held the upper hand. The annihilation of the Young family was only a matter of time. On the devastated ground, Elder Yu stood with his hands behind his back, surrounded by a gentle breeze, his aura steady, clearly in a dominant position. He glanced at the battle in the distance and coldly spoke. Isn't it better to keep your useful body alive and gain merits by slaying bizarre beasts in the future? That way, you still have hope to live. Opposite him, a noble elder half knelt on the ground, gasping for breath, injured all over, an arm mysteriously missing, looking rather miserable. Hearing this, the head of the Young family chuckled. Sir, I might live only 20 more years at most. Do you want me to be a laborer for the Special Bureau for the rest of my life? Unlike the other party, who can break through to the 5th and 6th tiers in their 100+ years, this 180-year-old 1st-tier 5th-level martial artist was close to the limit of 200 years. He didn't even want to live the rest of his life fighting bizarre beasts. At least you can live. Elder Yu replied calmly. Ha, it's a shame you are still a teacher at Wind and Cloud University, yet you don't know the principle of it's hard to turn from luxury to frugality? The head of the Yang family struggled to rise, and even though he tried to steady his voice, a hint of exhaustion was still detectable. He had led the Yang family to glory in Shanzhou City for decades, yet now he had fallen at the hands of a 20-year-old young martial artist. His heart was full of regret and unwillingness. The head of the Yang family looked forlornly at the battle in the distance. At this moment, several of the Yang family's 4th-tier martial artists had surrendered, and the 8 4th-tier guests had also been seriously injured, with only 3 still hanging on under the hands of the 2 bureau chiefs. Looking at their expressions, it seems they couldn't hold on much longer. Truly, a single misstep leads to total defeat. The head of the Yang family sighed deeply, and at this point, no matter what, the Yang family was certainly finished. He only blamed himself for not being ruthless enough back then. If he had sent a few more 4th-tier martial artists to surround that kid, who knows, the outcome could have been different. Speaking of which, the other side was quite decisive. They were ambushed in the morning and raided their home at night. Thinking of this, the head of the Yang family looked at Elder Yu, his tone carrying a hint of sarcasm. That kid is so merciless in his actions. Aren't you afraid of raising a disaster? You needn't worry about it. Elder Yu shook his head, somewhat amused, and retorted, as if my disciple came to your Yang family for no reason. Wasn't it you who sent out the assassins? He made my grandson Yang Wanfeng unable to cultivate for 3 years. The head of the Yang family looked at him with a bitter gaze. I will definitely settle this score with him. Come on, you know very well what kind of person your grandson is, right? Old Yu laughed cheerfully, saying that the student he initially chose for special admission was actually Yang Wanfeng, but then found out that this so-called model genius secretly did dirty things with his younger sister's photo and also added his own blood into others' food and medicine. Old Yu was not clear about the specific effects. But seeing Yang Wanfeng's furtive and secretly pleased appearance at that time, it was most likely not a good thing. If it weren't for this, he would have long given the admission quota to this model genius from Shanzhou City. Fortunately, he observed a bit more. As he saw the head of the Yang family change his expression slightly, Old Yu continued with a smile, I dare to bet with you that according to your grandson's sly character, he absolutely must have wanted to play tricks but was instead beaten by my proud student. As soon as these words were spoken, the head of the Yang family changed his face and fell silent. Next time you want to sow discord, you should first check your own character. Don't think I wouldn't dare to kill you. If I didn't want to lessen the burden for those colleagues at the Clear Anomaly Bureau, that last blow would have cost you more than just an arm. Old Yu proudly stroked his beard. If you don't believe it, just keep struggling. Hearing this, the head of the Yang family clenched and relaxed his palms repeatedly. After a moment, he said heavily, I understand, I surrender. A ball of blood-red true energy appeared in his palm, and he waved it. The 2 struggling 4th-grade followers immediately raised their hands and shouted their surrender. Good, you know your place. Old Yu took out a heavy set of shackles from his storage artifact and tossed them to the other side, then casually imposed a restriction. This also meant that the operation to besiege the Yang family was over. Giving credit to Yili should not be too difficult. Now this kid might have a bit of respect for me. Old Yu's mood was quite pleasant. At that moment, a familiar tall figure walked out from the Yang family's courtyard, his handsome face showing a hint of excitement. It was Yili. But once he saw the scene outside the courtyard, his excitement quickly faded. All done? Yili asked helplessly. He regretted not ignoring that Yang Wan. It didn't matter if the evil value wasn't high, but he felt a bit disgusted deep down. It was simply losing on top of losing, making him feel miserable. He must use this pair of illusory eyes to thoroughly search the Yang family inside and out, otherwise, he truly wouldn't feel at peace. All done. Old Yu smiled and walked in front of Yili, clearing his throat. Tomorrow you will come back to Wind and Cloud University with me, to avoid any more accidents on the road. Okay. Yili nodded lightly. He originally planned to go over early and see the situation as soon as possible. The martial arts library hadn't been updated for too long and had gradually fallen behind the iteration. For instance, the Heavenly Gangvoid step, which was so useful at the 2nd stage, turned out to be ineffective this morning when he used it against a 4th-grade swordsman, who forcefully severed his arm. It was extremely painful. If it weren't for Yili's solid golden soul and resolute will, he would probably need some time to recover. Yili. The head of the Yang family gripped the shackles tightly, his resentment surging endlessly. Compared to the spirited youth, how pitiful his current posture was. When the other party came out, he even cast a glance at him, a look that seemed to carry a hint of regret. Regret for what? Regret for his surrender? The Yang family was already gone, yet this kid was still not satisfied, wanting to kill him along with it? Did he really take me for an old dog that could be humiliated at will? The head of the Yang family's breath grew rapid, his inner fury continuously churning. He wanted to fight to the death but felt somewhat uncertain. Finally, after seeing Old Yu completely enter the courtyard, the killing intent in his eyes surged forth. Rich and pure, long suppressed. The old man's earlier surrender. It was originally intended to find an opportunity to kill the young man. In front of the courtyard, Yili suddenly turned around as if sensing something. He saw two fourth-rank servants, about to be shackled, suddenly spring up, startling the attention of two city directors from Mountain City, who shouted in unison, "Enough!" In that moment, the head of the Yang family felt his heart tear apart, forcibly breaking through the constraints imposed by Elder Wang, suddenly rising and charging towards Yili. At a speed that broke the sound barrier, he instantly appeared before Yili. Chapter 79, Old Fool, I'll let you fly if you act tough. According to common knowledge in the high martial world, an ordinary peak third rank's maximum punch force can reach 8,000 kilograms. Yili's punch force can reach 12,000 kilograms because his peak third rank was achieved under the baptism of an S-rank breathing technique and an S-rank refining technique. This is nearly an unprecedented example in the history of Hanxia. If we can ensure that the historical records of Hanxia are without any omissions or fabrications, then the word nearly can be removed. This is also one of the reasons why Yili's combat power is much stronger than that of an ordinary peak third rank. If we add the 5-minute boost from Golden Soul Resurgence, then his punch force could surge to a terrifying 30,000 kilograms, and his physical speed could reach around 300 meters per second. Just looking at physical data, he is already much stronger than ordinary early 4th rank warriors. But this is just physical data. Things like the Heaven Gate Bridge of 4th rank warriors and the Divine Mansion of 5th rank warriors, these can greatly enhance combat power. So, if Yili wants to kill a 4th rank warrior, the first thing he must do is to close the distance. If facing a 5th rank warrior, then closing the distance won't be effective. Because even with the Yi Golden Soul Resurgence boost, his physical strength is not at the level of a 5th rank warrior. Alas! The hair on Yili's forehead was blown apart by the fierce wind, and his handsome face was filled with seriousness. The dynamic vision brought by the illusion eye gave him a brief reaction time. Is this the pressure of a 5th rank warrior? His heart stirred as a burly man immediately revealed himself in front of him, with muscles piled high and a solid build, his eyes shining with brilliance. It was one of the two 4th rank warriors who had come to attack him in the morning. Stop him. Yili silently thought, while instantly raising a pair of vast golden eyes, scorching and imposing. His 5 fingers suddenly clenched into a fist, the muscles behind him surged bulgingly, and the terrifying power rapidly brewed in his right arm. He planned to give this aging 5th rank warrior a massive blow. Receiving the order, the burly man immediately moved to block the Yang family's head, who was rushing in at full speed. This time he finally displayed the intended form of the dragon tablet hand, swinging his large palm down towards the Yang family head, who was already within arm's reach. Accompanied by a loud explosion, the ground in front was ruthlessly torn apart by the fist wind. Almost simultaneously, a dark golden rainbow light, wrapped in heavy force, howled and smashed towards the Yang family head. Feng Shan? Upon seeing the burly man, the Yang family head's forward charge was forced to halt, a look of astonishment appearing on his aged face. What madness are you on? The next second, this astonishment morphed back into fierce resentment, and the old man's whole body erupted with blue light, directly rushing towards the howling rainbow light. Boom! Airwaves swept out, the ground instantly shattered, the dark golden rainbow light was directly crushed, and the burly man was also hit by the old man's punch, his tower-like body instantly exploding into countless black mist. What? Seeing this scene, the Yang family elder's pupils constricted. That punch just now didn't feel like hitting anything at all. A wave of anger unconsciously arose within him. What the hell is this kid hiding? So many strange things? But now there was no time for him to think carefully. In an instant, 3 old men were already charging over, shouting from a distance. The Yang family head braced himself. Once again tearing at the heart, exhausting the remaining life force, triggering the blood pact, causing all 8 of the 4th-tier guests to temporarily lose their sanity, desperately blocking the 3 old men, while he himself crushed the ground with 1 foot, and charged again towards the retreating youth. No turning back once the bow is drawn. Even if he would be exhausted and die, today he must kill this 3rd-tier younger generation who had wiped out the Yang family. Watching that quickly enlarging figure before him, Yili's vast golden eyes surged with a hint of madness. Without any hesitation, he opened his mouth to exhale a puff of white mist. In the next second, the mighty true chi he had stored within him erupted instantly. White mist and frost fell from the sky. Boom! Terrifying cold air swept in all directions, carrying a fierce momentum, instantly engulfing the injured elder, slowing down his movements slightly. Before the elder could resist this astonishing coldness that wasn't overly troublesome, a slim figure suddenly leaped out from above. He looked up, and his eyelids twitched. He saw a swordsman in a green robe holding a sword in one hand, suddenly slashing down a beam of sword light in the vast sky. The dragon-like sword aura crashed onto the elder, severing a large area of flesh and blood, with streams of fresh blood flowing. The attack from a 4th-tier martial artist forced him to expend his already dwindling true chi, revealing a strange blue glow around his body as he gritted his teeth and charged out. This time, before the swordsman could swing his sword again, he rushed in front of the boy enveloped in white flames. Die! The head of the Yang family, with a single arm, suddenly struck out, heavily smashing into the boy's chest, producing a jarring crack of bones that made one's scalp tingle, his palm directly piercing through the boy's semi-transparent chest. The boy's handsome face slightly frowned, evidently feeling some pain. Even his fiery golden eyes dimmed a little, yet the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. This heavily injured fifth-tier martial artist has to use the element of surprise to find a chance to counter him. Old bastard, caught you. With a cold and harsh sound, Yili suddenly spread his arms, unleashing his energy, and a flowing sensation suddenly appeared at his fists. Flowing water fist, the dragon shakes the mountains. Bang bang bang. Yili's fists erupted like a raging storm, the explosive Dan Shi far exceeding the ordinary third-tier peak. Before the head of the Yang family could rejoice, waves of avalanche-like impact continuously struck his face. Amidst a series of dense muffled sounds, his skull, which had been tempered for over 100 years, was smashed with cracks, and his brain suffered continuous blows. At this moment, the old man's eyes filled with stars. He felt dizzy and wanted to vomit, instinctively trying to withdraw his arm, but he couldn't muster any strength. You. The head of the Yang family's gaze gradually became dazed, fragments of teeth and flesh constantly sprayed out, making it impossible for him to speak due to the pounding of the opponent's fists. Yili's might was like a taut bowstring, his fist like thunder, and finally, it directly smashed the upper half of the old man's head. The old man's body was like a kite with severed strings, being sent flying backward by the remaining force. In his fading consciousness, he heard the boy's indifferent voice. Old bastard, dare to act tough and I'll make you fly. Detected that you have over-leveled and killed a 5th-tier Divine Palace Realm martial artist, evil value plus 30,000. Detected that in front of the gaze of the entire populace of Shanzhou City, you have successfully encircled and wiped out the Yang family of Shanzhou, evil value plus 20,000. Current evil value, 108,000 points. Yili took a deep breath. From the continuously oozing crimson wounds on his chest, it could be seen that his heartbeat was gradually accelerating. Feeling elated, Yili let out a long sigh of relief but soon spat out a mouthful of blood, having to sit cross-legged on the ground, his eyes slowly closing. Not far away. Seeing this scene, Elder Yu's eyes were about to split. The little old man disregarded everything and struck the heads of 2 4th-tier guests, rushing over. Behind him, the 2 directors of Shanzhou City, along with numerous enforcers, all wore complex expressions. After dealing with the remaining severely injured 4th-tier guests, they silently ran over. What a good talent, actually like this. Ha! In an instant, everyone present froze in place, their eyes wide, breathing completely chaotic, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Suddenly, countless flesh, muscles, and bones grew where the boy's chest wound was, along with writhing organs, reassembling a new body. Amidst countless shocked and horrified gazes, the boy's handsome face regained its color, his black hair gently swaying, and his aura gradually became stronger. In the next second, he suddenly raised a pair of pitch-black eyes, stood up, and the whole person had completely restored to his former self. Holy crap! P.S. 3 chapters a day, basically 8,000 words, totally burned out. Seeking power for love, seeking gifts, seeking good reviews. The humble author here kneels in thanks. Chapter 80, The Genius Who Can Ride the Wind and Transform into a Dragon. Outside the Yang family's courtyard, the air fell into dead silence for a moment. On the open ground, dozens of seasoned high-ranking enforcers, witnessing the healing of the injury, all showed intense shock in their eyes. For a 3rd-tier martial artist to kill a 5th-tier martial artist, even if the 5th-tier martial artist was heavily injured, it was simply unbelievable, and moreover, a fatal injury piercing through the chest, restoring to its original state in just a few seconds? What a joke! When did a martial artist's body become such a convenient thing? The 2 directors of the mountain city also had their breathing stagnate, closely watching the boy with the relaxed brow, feeling incredulous in their hearts. With the rise of martial arts levels, the vitality of most martial artists does gradually become stronger, making it increasingly hard to die, and their bodies become more resilient. But similarly, once a high-ranking martial artist suffers severe injuries, it is difficult to recover to peak condition through ordinary medical means. Without rare secret medicines or the healing of a healer of the same tier, it is likely to have subtle hidden injuries. And these hidden injuries are one of the biggest obstacles on the path of martial arts advancement in the future. It is said that in the high martial world, there is a talent called super healing, ranked at the peak of A level, allowing severe injuries that could cause ordinary martial artists to die to recover perfectly within a few months, making it one of the martial arts talents least afraid of hidden injuries. However, even this talent that countless martial artists covet pales in comparison to the boy's earlier performance. Incredible, unheard of. Having regained his senses, Elder Yu stepped forward, both shocked and ashamed as he patted Yi Li's shoulder, solemnly saying, "It is my oversight, I'm getting old, I didn't expect him to risk everything to break through the restrictions." He did know that Yi Li possessed a quite powerful self-repairing ability, otherwise he wouldn't have been so excited that day in Qingshan City. Originally thinking he had developed super healing to a very deep level, it now seemed that was not the case. If it is stronger than A-level peak, super healing, then it is a new ability at S-level. At this thought, Elder Yu's breathing became somewhat heavy. Only then did he realize what a huge treasure he had stumbled upon back then. It's okay. Yili waved his hand nonchalantly, suppressing the emptiness in his body, chuckling, "Your vigilance is so poor, you probably weren't any better when you were young. It is my fault to you." Elder Yu's old face turned slightly red. Even though he knew the boy was joking, it made his shame deepen even further. "When we return to school tomorrow, I will fight for you in this upcoming martial earth baptism." Elder Yu exhaled, regaining some semblance of his former expression, and softly said, "It can be considered a small compensation to you." Hearing this, Yili nodded slightly. Between breathing in and out, he used a perfected breathing technique to continuously recover the nearly exhausted true energy in his body. In order to ensure the killing of the young family head, the true energy explosion he unleashed earlier was truly pushed to the extreme, along with healing his injuries. At this moment, he was already showing signs of running out of steam. His gaze swept over the 8 fourth-tier followers lying dead on the ground. Yili sighed slightly in regret. "I will go in for a look and assist with the final work of the Clearing Oddities Bureau." After saying that, he turned and walked into the young family courtyard. "Search thoroughly for the old man." Elder Yu watched him enter the courtyard. After a moment, he turned around and looked back at the people outside the Clearing Oddities Bureau, and spoke in a deep voice. "You are all elites in the Clearing Oddities Bureau. I believe my disciples' abilities, needless to say, you all know what to do, right?" As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of the people present became serious. They had all been in the Han-Asia high martial world for dozens of years, naturally aware of the concerns of the other party. It was nothing but the fact that under the surround of the various nations, it was hard for Han-Asia's geniuses to grow up. Over the years, every time a genius from Han-Asia was successfully assassinated, regardless of the difficulties, the authorities would strive to send a martial arts master to retaliate against the country that performed the assassination. Even so, this could not entirely stop the occurrence of such events, at most just reduced the frequency. "This is difficult." The deputy director of Shanzhou City pondered for a moment and replied cautiously, "This time, he is the team leader, and the combat record must be recorded honestly." After a pause, he added, "The submitted record will undergo several layers of review, during which, the probability of it leaking to the other countries cannot be said to be 100%, but 90% is definitely there." After saying this, the deputy director of Shanzhou City stared closely at Elder Yu, afraid that the other party would make a difficult request like falsifying the records. It's important to know that rules are rules, even if there is a reason, they cannot easily make exceptions. "You still do not understand the old man's meaning." Elder Yu sighed. The deputy director of Shanzhou City frowned slightly, wanting to ask more, but then he heard the main director beside him clear his throat twice and interject. "Your disciple's martial arts talent is super self-healing, and we really cannot hide that in the report. I hope for your understanding." "Super self-healing?" The deputy director of Shanzhou City was slightly taken aback, and then realized. Anyway, everyone knows that the strongest self-healing talent is super self-healing. They can report it as super self-healing. What's the problem? Plus, the boy has the protection of Stormwind University, going out of school only a few times a year. There really aren't many opportunities for the various countries to assassinate him. The old man understands. Thank you, Director. Elder Yu laughed happily. He just wanted to delay the time the boy was targeted as much as possible within the limits of the rules. He was not a martial arts master who could shake cities. A fifth-tier martial artist had considerable deterrent power in the eyes of ordinary forces, but in the view of the high-ups of the various countries, he lacked enough weight to protect a future talent who could shake the nations. Stormwind University indeed held significant weight, with 2 renowned 6th-tier martial artists stationed at the headquarters, solid as rock, intimidating all directions. However, on the Stormwind rankings, there were 30 top talents, and below the rankings were also thousands of martial arts seeds from various provinces of Han-Asia. Teachers often teach their disciples in their spare time, and there are also their own matters. During crises, they need to assist in suppressing the anomalies in Ing province, and they cannot all come to surround Yili. Therefore, Yili still needed to break through to the 5th tier as soon as possible. By that time, the difficulty of assassination would greatly increase, and the probability of being targeted would naturally decrease significantly. Elder Yu's thoughts surged, planning to tilt the opportunities for improvement in his hands towards Chen Jingli and Yili in the future. The former was also a rare martial arts genius from Han-Asia. As for the latter, Elder Yu believed that according to Yili's character, he would most likely clean up thoroughly. This godly youth wanted to advance too much. This was something the old man could see. He only needed to provide a springboard for opportunity, and he would leap through the Dragon Gate directly, soaring to great heights. As for Lin Yinyun, Elder Yu wished her success soon. Chapter 81, S-Class Visualization Method, Ocean Tides. In the Young family courtyard. In countless intricate rooms, a figure in blue was leading a group of enforcers, tirelessly searching, overturning boxes, and even smashing walls to investigate. Such skillful actions made the enforcers, working on his behalf, gasp in astonishment. Under the youth's leadership, they not only discovered a large number of young families' martial arts techniques but also found secret passages within the rooms. 2nd tier martial art, Poison Dragon Drill. First tier body technique, blue butterfly dance. Yili was casually flipping through these martial arts, then tossed them to the enforcers behind him, pack them all up. Yes. The enforcers quickly responded. Their gaze fell upon the golden badge at Yili's waist, and they couldn't help but sigh. With such ease, how many raids has this adult led? They dared not imagine, simply could not imagine. If only they could follow him to work, they would probably have soared to high ranks, promoted to senior enforcers, or even deputy directors of a branch by now. Unfortunately, the young man was still in school, and it would be a few more years before graduation. The enforcers sighed quietly. At this moment, Yili had completed the search and stood up, walking towards the exit. Next stop. Sir. One of the enforcers tentatively asked, I see your face is a bit pale, how about taking a break? No need. Yili's figure vanished at the doorway. Oh, okay. They quickly followed him. Thanks to the spirit of the young family head, Yili was currently the most knowledgeable living person about the young family, bar none. With a mindset of not wasting, he naturally wanted to take everything he could. Precious medicines and treasures were to be confiscated according to regulations, but checking out the martial arts techniques and secret methods posed no problem. S-level visualization method, ocean tides. In front of a secret room, after thorough searching, Yili looked at this fourth-tier cultivation method, which almost belonged to the young family's most treasured collection, and a clear smile appeared on his fair face. If he worked so hard and only gained a pile of junk, it would be too unfair. According to the spirit of the young family head, this visualization method was exchanged by their ancestor many years ago using the young family's burning blood secret method. Of course, to ensure the uniqueness of the young family's secret method, the elder had successfully killed the other party during a later secret realm adventure. It's a pity that the threshold for the S-level visualization method was too high. Throughout the generations, the vast majority of the young family descendants couldn't learn it and had to settle for learning the young family's B-level visualization method, including the current head of the young family. However, Yili had no such worries. The 100,000 points of evil value earned through such great efforts were quietly resting on his back-end panel. Nothing that cannot be solved with points exists. If there is, it's simply because the evil value has not been spent enough. And if there's more, in a couple of days, he would go to Fengyun University and get things done on the Fengyun list with King Yan's signature. Okay, let's pack this up too. After finishing his review, Yili tossed the method into the hands of the enforcers. Such a casual attitude once again filled the enforcers' hearts with admiration. Director Yi, according to the rules, you can keep this visualization method for yourself, just deduct some points from your contributions. Carefully holding that highly valuable S-level visualization method, one of the enforcers couldn't help but speak. No need, I don't need it for now. Yili stood up and walked out of the secret room, leaving behind a calm remark. The Exotica Bureau's beast hunting is not easy, keep it, consider it my submission. As his words fell, the entire secret room briefly fell into silence, and a pin drop could be heard. Watching the young man's retreating figure and then looking at the seemingly burning classic in their hands, the breaths of the enforcers gradually became heavy. This was an S-level visualization method that was hard to come by in the outside world. Even in that Fengyun University, one would probably have to pay a great price to obtain it. The fact that he casually rejected it. It is truly unprecedented. Only regret not being able to follow day and night. Under the pitch-black night, Shanshushi was brightly lit. Leaving some enforcers responsible for the wrap-up, Yili followed the crowd through numerous interviewing reporters back to the Shanshushi Qingyi Bureau. It was late, and since the young family was far from the city center, Elder Yu planned to stay here for the night and take Yili to Fengyun University tomorrow. Led by an enforcer, Yili quickly arrived at his room. Director Yi, if you need anything just call me, I and several skilled members of the bureau will stay in nearby rooms. Okay. Taking the enforcer's respectful demeanor into his eyes, Yili slightly nodded and walked into the room, closing the door. Once the presence outside faded, the room became quite quiet, neatly organized and complete. Who? Yili sat cross-legged in the designated cultivation area, letting out a deep breath. For someone like him, this kind of behavior might provoke dissatisfaction from many prestigious sections. Surely, some of their people would work in the Qingyi Bureau. Upon hearing his deeds, they would instinctively harbor some hostility. And with this display of brilliance, it wouldn't be surprising if assassins from all over quickly came. Tomorrow, he would head to Fengyun University, where it was said powerful individuals were like clouds, with geniuses as numerous as cattle, most of whom were prideful people. Just as I wish. Yili chuckled lightly, showing no signs of anxiety about being enemies with the whole world, but rather feeling a surge of excitement. He planned to power his way through. This trip to the young family had brought him many gains. In the future, when facing enemies backed by powerful forces, once the opponent's force took action, Yili had to be ruthless, otherwise, the hatred would easily continue. To accomplish this, he must improve his strength as soon as possible. The young family head was merely a 5th-tier first-level martial artist, heavily injured, yet even so, he pierced through Yili's chest in the situation where Yili had 2 4th-tier souls under his control. This matter truly made Yili feel the urgency. To have the ability to humiliate the enemy, he must first gain overwhelming combat power. Past experiences also taught him that it was very necessary to gain overwhelming combat power before confronting an enemy. Now, with a massive amount of evil points in hand and acquiring an S-level envisioning technique, he dared not imagine how much his combat power would rise after this point boost. Thinking of this, Yili pulled up the panel. Current evil points, 108,000 points. S-level envisioning technique, Oceanic Tides, not yet initiated. Can be upgraded. Chapter 82 Oceanic Tides, Water Command. S-level techniques surpass others, reaching perfection brings many benefits. Not only can it reduce future consumption, but it also allows one to gain combat power far exceeding that of the same level and aids in future realm improvements. Yili had already understood these things. Moreover, while the later realms were not very clear, it was certainly not wrong to lay a strong foundation. If the foundation of a dangerous building is unstable, the unfortunate one will be the civil safety officer who has to work at 20, only to receive a 23-year sentence. If the martial arts foundation is unstable, the unfortunate one will be Yili himself. The struggle for improvement was not frightening for him. But if because of foundation issues, he could not build the towering heights in martial arts in the future, that would be difficult. After all, the past cannot be undone, but the future can be changed. According to the young family head in those 2 4th-tier guests' words, the 4th-tier Heaven Gate realm emphasizes breaking through the physical body's barriers, constructing the Heaven Gate bridge, allowing the 5 organs to connect with heaven and earth, thus vast true energy can be controlled outside the body, with tremendous power in every movement. The Heaven Gate bridge is the channel for true energy circulation. Its quality is extremely important for martial artists in the Heaven Gate realm. Thinking more is useless, it's best to first max out the most important envisioning technique. Having decided, Yili focused his mind, and the vast amount of evil points surged into the panel. Ding! Beginning to consume evil points, continuously enhancing S-level envisioning technique, Oceanic Tides. You open this lump reserved visualization method from the young family, and a breathtaking visualization image comes into your view, making you exclaim in admiration. This visualization image is truly amazing, yet it does not have any breakthrough ideas of the 4th stage. So, you decide to skip the visualization image and look at the text part first, but it's as puzzling as a book in a foreign language, leaving you utterly confused. Combining your past experiences with problem solving, you decide to skip the parts you don't understand, and within 2 minutes, you've read through the entire visualization method. Out of desperation, you have to put effort into that visualization image again, at least you can tell that it's well drawn. After consuming 2,000 points of evil value, you finally immerse yourself in this visualization image, feeling like you're facing the rising tide of the ocean, with no other sensations. You even wish for a sip of cold soda. As if sensing your struggles, the spirit of the young family's master appears by your side at this moment, conveying all the insights of the young family's ancestors regarding this visualization method. After listening, you nod slightly, gaining some understanding, and then ask the other party to explain a few more times. Gained buff, cultivation speed increased by 150%. Can it still be like this? Yili looks at the words that appear on the panel with some surprise. Compared to the plain and unremarkable blood cow increase of the indestructible golden soul, this mechanism monster of soul control has already brought him several surprises. When the dead start to speak, making enemies work for themselves, and now even adding points increases. What other functions of this skill does he not know? Moreover, looking at this situation, his future path is likely to be a bit frightening. Enemies can harvest evil value while alive, and when dead, they still have to work for him, offering up their entire life's accumulation for his use. It's a sure win-win. Yili chuckles to himself, feeling that this approach fits his expectations quite well and is not inappropriate at all. He prides himself on being a principled person. For enemies he can kill, using them naturally comes without any psychological burden. Draining the enemy's value is also a form of respect for opponents. As for whether the enemy is willing or not, why bother with that? As long as he is guilt-free, that's enough. It must be said that the SSS level martial arts talent potential is astonishingly great. The 2 martial arts talents he holds have not even leveled up much yet, but they have already made him unafraid of most crises. Once he upgrades the soul control to full level one day, the power he will unleash. It's hard to imagine. Yili's eyes glint. His gaze then returns to the panel, where the light screen continues to shift endlessly. After consuming 5,000 points of evil value, you grasp some of the true meaning in this visualization image. Even when closing your eyes, the so-called ocean tide chart can still emerge in your mind, yet a trace of inspiration remains elusive. Ocean tide, beginner. After consuming 15,000 points of evil value, you finally seize the trace of true meaning in the visualization image. Now, when you open the text part of the classic, the originally obscure writing seems to have annotations marked, making it much easier to understand. You mastered the method of simulating your true blood as the ocean tide. Ocean tide, proficient. Transforming your spirit into gravity and viewing true blood as seawater allows you to create an environment within your body that can impact the heavenly barriers at will. As the tides rise and fall, with this method, you have already qualified to break through the heavenly barrier. As words swirl, Yili feels a massive amount of memories rising in his mind. The true blood shimmering with golden light within his body can surge forth with just a thought, flowing into his organs, impacting the heavenly barriers. But not enough, still not enough. The gravity generated by the spirit is not enough, resulting in the created tide scale lacking in grandeur. A heavenly bridge impacted by such a small tide cannot become a treasure among heavenly bridges. Yili wants a broad bridge created by a great tide. It is a supergiant tide that can rival a terrifying tsunami. System, let me see your limits. As Yili silently shouted in his heart, the words on the light screen began to jump rapidly. Ding! After consuming 25,000 evil points, the more you understand, the more astonishing scale of tide you can create, but once the scale exceeds a certain limit, the level of control will obviously decline. If you forcibly use a large tide to strike the heavenly gate, it may cause great damage to your body. However, within the limits, your ability to control the tide has far surpassed before. Ocean tide, mastery. After consuming 35,000 evil points, the scale of the tide you can control gets higher and higher, getting infinitely close to the large tide recorded in the visualization method. Ocean tide, great achievement. According to the head of the Young family, the heavenly bridge you will build in the future will certainly surpass that of your ancestors, reaching a height that countless heavenly gate realms can only yearn for, and if you pursue the ultimate, it will be hard to achieve without dedicating your whole life to it. You feel disdain for this because you think that so-called Young family ancestors are beneath the surface, completely unworthy of comparing with yourself. With such conditions, not pursuing the best quality is truly insane, you thought to yourself. Isn't striving to earn evil points just for the pursuit of the ultimate? Holding this thought, you continue to immerse yourself in understanding the visualization method, your unbreakable belief somewhat compensating for the gap in talent. Gain buff, cultivation consumption reduced by 80%. After consuming 40,000 evil points, the perfection realm that originally took a long time to reach wasn't as long as imagined, and the tide scale that once couldn't be controlled now only needs a thought to reach the level of easy control. Ocean tide, perfection. Byproduct, water command. Water command, walk on water, rush with water, able to control the flowing water within a certain range. When in vast lakes, this ability greatly enhances. Byproduct, a significant increase in the quality of true energy, raging forth, also possesses the terrifying destructive power of a super large tide. Comment, this upgrade consumed 40,000 evil points, and the increase is equivalent to your 160 years of hard practice. With such diligent training, you have fully understood this highly challenging visualization method. Chapter 83, 5 Viscera Reflecting, Peak of 4th Stage. As the surging on the light screen stopped. With a thought, Yili felt a roar in his body like the rush of the sea. Who? Raising his hand, small water droplets visible to the naked eye immediately gathered in the air, condensing into a water ball the size of a palm in Yili's hand. According to the description of water command, in the future, as long as his true energy is sufficient, he might be able to trigger a real supergiant tide above the vast ocean. Thoughts whirled, Yili gently exhaled, and the rolling cold air froze the water ball into ice. Pretty interesting. Yili flicked his finger, and the ice ball flew out with a whistle, exploding into a sky full of ice fragments upon hitting the wall. The power was average, but it was enough for a snowball fight. Once he stepped into the heavenly gate realm, possessing the ability to release true energy. Perhaps it could serve as a ranged attack method. Or condensing water vapor into the form of a long spear and then freezing it with cold air could probably serve as a temporary weapon. Very well, in the future, I will also have a skill similar to turning paper into soldiers. Yili stroked his chin, suddenly thinking of many derivative uses. In addition, the mysterious effects in his true energy increased. In the future, when implementing Danchi Explosion, it would be an avalanche plus a super large tide, causing even stronger destructive power. In other words, the pressure on opponents would be greater. But this is still just adding some height at the peak of the 3rd stage. And according to Lin Yun, those in the top 10 of the wind and cloud rankings are all genius martial artists who can reach the 4th stage. There are still more than 60,000 evil points left in my hand. Looking at it this way, the next thought was very clear. First, grasp the truth in your hands. System, continue. Yili looked at the panel. With a thought, a torrent of evil value surged toward the martial arts level. Ding. Starting to consume evil value, continuously raising martial arts level. You have been honing your skills at the 3rd stage for too long. Combined with the recent series of battles, your body has already reached a perfect state, and your 5 organs have naturally achieved the ability to communicate with the outside world. Gained buff, 100% reduction in consumption when breaking through the 4th stage. The methods you use to impact the sky barrier have reached an unprecedented level. With just a thought, a tsunami-like tidal wave of true blood is born within you, surging according to your will, while the sky barrier, which is unbreakable for ordinary third-stage martial artists, is as fragile as a tofu dam under a super tsunami in your eyes. Gained buff, speed of impacting the sky barrier increased by 600%. Your speed is like riding on the legendary Kunpeng bird, swiftly flying toward the blue sky, the so-called sky barrier. You hear neither the jealousy nor the praise from others. At this moment, your eyes are only on the martial way that leads to eternal life. The great pang rises with the wind, soaring up to 90,000 miles. Consuming 800 points of evil value, the first sky barrier was unable to obstruct, as your simulated super-large tide violently burst through it. The first sky barrier has been successfully opened, and a golden shining sky bridge is built within you. You have ascended to the first level of the fourth stage. With your S-level visualization method perfected, you can naturally construct the most perfect sky barrier bridge, a bridge that can withstand the destructive super-large tides, which will bring great benefits to your future cultivation journey. Gained buff, quality of the constructed sky barrier bridge increased by 800%. According to the words of the young family head and two fourth-stage disciples, they have never seen a sky barrier bridge so resilient. Although they do not know the cultivation path after the fifth stage, there are rumors in the high martial world that the quality of the seventh stage master's golden body depends on the foundation laid before the seventh stage. Indeed, not a single point of evil value is wasted. Yili let out a sigh of relief. He usually had little free time, so he knew very little about the rumors in the high martial world. Even the concept of ensuring a solid foundation was largely judged from his past life experience. Fortunately, the predecessors did not deceive him. On the light screen, the scenes kept changing. After consuming 12,000 points of evil value, the second sky barrier was unwillingly broken through by your tidal wave. The two organs that completed the construction of the sky barrier bridge shone bright, greatly enhancing your physical strength. You have ascended to the third level of the fourth stage. Seeing this, Yili slightly nodded. He did not have the thought of this sky barrier is too fragile. The ocean tidal wave he had honed for so long should indeed have this kind of impact. In his sight, the text on the panel was revealing itself faster and faster. After consuming 20,000 points of evil value, the third and fourth sky barriers were successively broken through. For top-notch sky barrier bridges shone brightly within you, and in the future, there will only be drained true energy, there will be no sky barrier bridges being broken. You have ascended to the seventh level of the fourth stage. After consuming 28,000 points of evil value, the fifth sky barrier bridge was conquered by you, fiercely filled with surging true energy, followed closely by true blood, constructing the final sky barrier bridge. With the last barrier breached, all 5 organ sky barrier bridges have been completed. The eruption of true energy flows reached hundreds of meters. You have ascended to the 9th level of the 4th stage. After consuming 30,000 points of evil value, you have broken through the sky barrier, stepping into the inhuman realm, able to walk easily through gunfire, and wield weapons of thousands of kilograms at several times the speed of sound. Conventional firearms can no longer threaten you. Martial arts level rises, you have reached the peak of the 4th stage. This upgrade consumed a total of 30,000 points of evil value, equivalent to over 100 years of your hard training. Remaining evil value, 30,800 points. In an instant, 5 bridges symbolizing the peak of the heavenly barrier realm appeared within Yili's body. Unparalleled true energy surged into his body, breaking through those 5 golden heavenly barrier bridges. Boom! A terrifying torrent of true energy erupted from Yili, instantly shaking the entire Qingyi Bureau. A colossal aura like a dragon awakening revealed itself from him. An unprecedented power filled his entire being. His muscles did not swell, but the energy within him felt explosively increased. Never mind those 2 previous 4th order martial artists, even in facing the head of the young family tonight, Yili was confident that the moment he got close, he could blast apart their skull with a single palm. This is the feeling of peak 4th order? Damn! With a voice filled with shock, Yili breathed heavily, his heart raced, covering his chest. Every cell and muscle in his body seemed to be celebrating with joy. At this moment, his 5 senses were so sharp they felt inhuman, as if a layer of sheer gauze that had never been noticed before had been lifted, making the entire world extraordinarily clear. After a brief moment of adaptation, Yili focused the aura of peak 4th order again. At the same time, in the hall of the Qingyi Bureau, several figures were staring blankly towards the sleeping area, their expressions particularly remarkable. Chapter 84, Am I taking Yili on a mission? Just now. In the hall of the Qingyi Bureau, the director of Shanzhou City had a serious expression, turning to look at Yu Wang and the 3 others. Did you all feel it? A few seconds ago, an unusual aura surged from the direction of the sleeping building. It was fleeting, but absolutely real. That kind of immense aura probably faintly touched the barrier of 5th order. This is definitely a level of martial artist that requires vigilance. I felt it. Yu Wang, slightly surprised, withdrew his gaze from the sleeping building. The thickness of that earlier aura even surprised him a bit. Most likely it was a high-level enforcer who had refined for countless years at Fourth Order. He nodded slightly and then smiled. Shanzhou City's Qingyi Bureau truly has hidden talents. With such a rank among high-level enforcers, it's no wonder they have been guarding the provincial capital for decades without issues. Hearing this, the director of Shanzhou City quickly went through the faces in his mind, feeling puzzled. Have some of their high-level enforcers already reached such levels? It seemed not. You must know, Fourth Order martial artists emit distinctly different auras because of the breaking of the heavenly barrier and the practices of visualization, and one could even feel from the aura the depth of their foundation. The heavenly barrier bridge is like an output checkpoint. The better the quality, the more terrifying the emitted aura, and the efficiency of true energy output will rise accordingly. The aura just now had a thickness comparable to Fifth Order. The quality of the heavenly barrier bridge must have reached a very high level. Rather than being like those high-level enforcers in the Bureau, it is more like those outstanding genius martial artists. At this moment in the Shanzhou City Qingyi Bureau, the only one that fit this condition was Yili, the disciple of the other party. In an instant, the elder was covered in goosebumps, breathing quickly. If this is true, then the combat power the boy revealed tonight is just the tip of the iceberg of his true level. Under 20, peak Fourth Order? So that's why, it turns out he is such a monstrous genius? No wonder they needed Shanzhou's Qingyi Bureau to help conceal the news. If this gets out to the ears of the Four Seas countries, people would probably be sent to assassinate him at all costs? Thinking of this, the director of Shanzhou City slowly clenched his fist and then looked up at the vice director, who was also frowning deeply. Old Chow, in our bureau. The vice director also looked up, a serious expression, probably thinking that there was no enforcer in the bureau that possessed such an aura. Those old guys in our bureau have broken through. Before he could finish his sentence, he was lightly interrupted by the director of Shanzhou City, who chuckled, "What's so strange about that?" Upon hearing this, the deputy director's eyes narrowed as if he had guessed something. Old Lu. The director of Shanzhou City raised his slightly trembling palm and patted his shoulder. This is a good thing. Then he looked at the old man Yu and the drowsy Lin Yun, and a hint of hope for the future appeared on his aging face. Your student is called Yili, right? Old Yu was taken aback and nodded, saying, yes, Yi from Leaf, Li from Etiquette. Good name. This fifth-tier elder, who had guarded Shanzhou City for decades, nodded gently, his tone carrying a sense of nostalgia. At this moment, he finally felt the so-called genius, and understood how high its value could be. A true genius. You can really see the future you long for at a glance. It's getting late, you two should rest early. The director of Shanzhou City pulled the still-shocked deputy director and smiled as they walked out. Okay, Old Yu nodded in agreement. Lin Yun also nodded in agreement, her expression a bit dazed. To be honest, she still hadn't understood what they were talking about. After the two left. Little Lin. Old Yu looked at the sleepy Lin Yun with some helplessness. Why are you so tired? You stand and talk without hurting your back. I haven't slept for 2 or 3 days. Lin Yun cried out and lay back in the chair, and after seeing so many powerful scenes, what's wrong with being sleepy? What did you see? Old Yu casually asked. What did I see? I saw a third-tier martial artist beating 2 fourth-tier martial artists. Even an equal third-tier martial artist couldn't take a single punch from him. Lin Yun instantly became animated, sitting up and gesturing with her hands. Before the fight, I was thinking of protecting him, but then his dantian burst out. It looked terrifying. He directly confronted a fourth-tier martial artist and then smashed him to the ground. After beating Yili, he wasn't satisfied and wanted to take me up the mountain to raid the Yang family. And his special ability, I don't understand it at all. This. At the end of her words, Lin Yun raised her hands, her expression showing helplessness. Even now, she couldn't understand why a martial arts student who just graduated from high school could be so strong. She was still thinking about how to last a few more moves against a fourth-tier martial artist, while he was already killing them. If he entered Wind and Cloud University, he'd surely make it into the top 10 of the Wind and Cloud list. Old Yu listened silently, then asked, what if I told you he also killed a seriously injured fifth-tier martial artist tonight? How would you feel? Lin Yun? This time the Yang family has been successfully eradicated. Reporting to the school, Yili should be able to earn 3 first-class credits. Ignoring the astonishment on Lin Yun's face, Old Yu said with a smile, later, you can help him get familiar with the school, and also take him to do some tasks. Me? Coming back to her senses, Lin Yun pointed at herself and asked in confusion, I take him to do tasks? Is there a problem? It's a huge problem, okay? Lin Yun ran her fingers through her hair, sighing in frustration. The tasks he wants to take on are definitely dangerous for me. If I go, I'm just a drag. She earnestly asked, Teacher, you wouldn't want to see Yili die trying to save me, would you? That's true. Old Yu's expression immediately became serious. Lin Yun bit her silver teeth, restraining her impulse to curse. After a moment, she spoke. Anyway, I can help him get familiar with the school. As for tasks, just let Senior Chen take him. They are both top 10 on the wind and cloud list and can support each other. After hearing this, Olju fell silent for 2 seconds and felt it made some sense. After all, when teaming up for tasks, if a teammate can't keep up with the intensity of the task, there will indeed be a high risk of injury, even death. Yi Li's recovery ability is astonishing, but he still has to be cautious. Well then. Olju sighed, feeling a bit of a headache, and said, mainly it's your senior sister's personality. You know, if Yi Li gets into danger while on a mission, she probably wouldn't care. Forget it, we are just getting familiar with the process, it shouldn't be a problem. As he spoke, the old man waved his hand and walked outside. Go back and rest, we will depart early tomorrow. Chapter 85, The Enlightenment Tower. The next morning, the white fog was thick. A steel dragon-like high-speed train arrived in Fengyun City, and a group of people got off the train, heading towards the enormous building in the city center. Fengyun City is located at the junction of 3 provinces. Although it is not the capital of Ing Province, it is more prosperous due to the presence of Fengyun University, more exaggerated than Shanzhou City. The reason is simple. A city with strong warriors will attract ordinary citizens, even boosting the economic development of that city. Fengyun University gathers martial arts talents from all over the land, and both the principal and vice principal are 6th-tier warriors, thus holding such weight. Yi Li sat in the taxi, watching the scenery outside zoom past, lost in thought. Speaking of which, after a martial artist reaches the 4th tier, their maximum running speed can approach the speed of sound. Among the 3, the weakest Lin Yun is already at the 3rd tier, running over 100 meters per second. If it weren't for the no emergency situation in the city, which prohibits running on walls and roofs, they would have already run directly to Fengyun University. Fortunately, the taxi's speed is not slow. Before the sun was high, the group arrived at the main entrance of Fengyun University. On a giant stone standing at the school gate, the 4 big characters Fengyun University were inscribed in elegant iron script, showing might and grandeur. Yi Li got out of the taxi and followed you and the others through the entrance one by one. After the guard took his golden badge, he instinctively jumped in surprise. There were fewer than 20 golden badge students in total, and he remembered them all clearly, not daring to offend even slightly. Where did this divine person come from? Unable to help himself, he glanced again at the handsome young man's face, secretly noting it in his heart, then returned the badge. You have a good day. Yi Li nodded in acknowledgement, then walked into the campus. Looking around, he felt a bit surprised. In his view, tall buildings rose from the ground, varying in style. Even he, who doesn't understand architecture, could feel that it was more refreshing than any city university he had ever seen in his past life. I'm going to the academic affairs office to report this situation and apply for Yi Li to have a few more first-level credits. You take Yi Li and settle him down. If anything happens, feel free to contact me. After leaving these words, Olju left first. Lin Yingyun took Yi Li and continued moving inside. Fengyun University covers more than 10,000 acres, and most of the technological facilities related to martial arts are available. As Lin Yingyun walked, she yawned and introduced, you have a golden badge, so according to the rules, you have a dedicated standalone residence. I'll take you there right now. Hearing this, Yi Li nodded slightly, occasionally glancing around. Although it is not yet the school opening day, Fengyun University is not quiet at all. One can often see groups of young warriors chatting together and then entering a large building that covers a vast area. Looking at their aura, most are at least at the peak of the 2nd tier. Is this the level of Fengyun University? Most of them don't seem that impressive. Yi Li sighed inwardly. Most of them are 2nd year or 3rd year seniors, working hard to earn credits during the summer vacation. The place they are going is called the Selection Tower, where our school takes on tasks. Seemingly noticing Yi Li's gaze, Lin Yingyun explained, Senior Sister Chen will be back in the next few days, and she will help you get familiar with the task process. Okay. The two walked across the campus until they arrived at a secluded courtyard. Entering the courtyard, they saw a few locust trees and a stone table with wooden chairs. Inside the spacious house, various advanced high-level testing equipment could be seen, much better than the training room at Linhai No. 1 High School. There were even more than one bedroom. The one living next to you is currently ranked 18th on the Stormy Sky list. While tidying up the room, Lin Yingyun advised, it's said that he isn't very friendly and has a mysterious master behind him. Whether to befriend him, you can decide. Okay. Yi Li politely nodded. After a simple settlement, the two stepped out of the courtyard. Sister Lin, what is that? Yi Li raised his chin slightly, asking the question he had wanted to ask since just now. In his line of sight, a towering giant tree stood majestically on the ground, its glowing green leaves swaying in the crown with the wind, looking stunningly beautiful. And on its thick, sturdy trunk, there was an old-fashioned loft suspended in the air. That is the Enlightenment Tree, considered the most distinctive cultivation holy place of Stormy Sky University. Lin Yun perked up, smiling and said, cultivating under this tree, although it doesn't speed up the advancement of martial arts levels, it has a strong assisting effect on understanding martial skills. You see the lofts built around it? Those are all places for warriors to cultivate. The higher the floor, the better the effect. Plus, the slots are limited, and they are only open to the public during the day, so it's usually fully booked every day. Can't the lofts be a bit bigger? Yili asked curiously. No, the current size has already been carefully calculated by the school. Lin Yun shook her head, explaining, the Enlightenment Loft can accommodate a maximum of 200 people cultivating at the same time. If there are more, the Enlightenment Tree can't handle it, and the effectiveness of cultivation will drop significantly. The spaces inside the loft are also quite spacious, each cultivation room can hold at most 2 people. But you also know that geniuses often have many problems. In the top loft, it's common for one person to monopolize a cultivation room. They don't even want to share a room with outsiders. Oh no! I forgot to give you 2 things. Saying this, Lin Yun hurriedly took out 2 books from her storage ring and handed them to Yili. These are the martial skills the teacher asked me to choose for you. One is an auxiliary martial skill for concealing breath, and the other is a movement martial skill for traveling. Both will be useful for future tasks. I was so focused on watching you fight yesterday that I forgot to give them to you. Sorry. Thank you. Yili accepted the books, but in his heart, he was thinking about the Enlightenment Tree. He can improve the efficiency of his attribute points through external boosts, but most of the time, he chooses to just fill them up directly, as looking for boosts can be a bit troublesome to plan. However, with the Enlightenment Tree so near, and he just happened to have 2 new martial skills. The Enlightenment Loft is free to enter during the first year, but starting from the second year, if you want to go in again, you will need to pay with credits. Lin Yun looked at him, tentatively proposing, although it's definitely full inside now, it won't hurt to go and see. Shall we go? Let's go. Yili immediately nodded and turned to close the courtyard door. With evil points in hand, new martial skills in his arms, unknown cultivation benefits, and the bad guy who likes to monopolize cultivation rooms. Now not wanting to go and take a look is simply impossible. Chapter 86. After saying that, he grasped the testing crystal and instantly crushed it. Stormy Sky University, Enlightenment Loft. The classical loft design is unique, and the decor inside is extraordinarily exquisite. In the spacious hall, people come and go, most wearing a hurried expression on their faces. Yili stepped in and discreetly observed his surroundings. Although most of the decorations are wooden, these woods contain spiritual light, making the spiritual energy here far exceed that outside the loft. At first glance, it is some kind of rare spiritual wood. This also indirectly shows the rich heritage of Fengyun University. The reason for not using metal is mostly for the health of the Enlightenment Tree? Yili was guessing the reasons with a scattered mind. With the sun high in the sky, it was indeed a good time for cultivation. Among the young warriors coming and going, more than 70% had the aura of second-tier levels. This couldn't help but make Yili worry about his own gains. You must know that in Fengyun University, most second-tier warriors have no pride. Even if they did in the past, it would have been polished away during their first year. These people are almost zero in the probability of seeking trouble, and the evil value gained from beatings would also be very low. I hope the top-tier seniors can give some strength. Not seeing anyone showing off truly makes me uncomfortable. The Enlightenment Pavilion has a total of 5 floors. As I just mentioned, the effect at the top is better, but only warriors above Tier 3 are qualified to reach the top. Lin Yun stood beside him, starting to introduce. No wonder the first year is free. Yili said with a light smile. First-year warriors have just graduated from martial arts high school, and those who can reach Tier 3 are indeed as rare as phoenix feathers. There is no need to worry about the best position of the Enlightenment Tree being taken for free. And for those geniuses who reach Tier 3 in their first year, what harm is there in letting them take advantage for a year? That's really the logic. Lin Yun smiled helplessly. Anyway, I didn't get anything at that time. After a pause, she pointed ahead and continued. Go up the stairs, straight to the 5th floor, there will be dedicated reception staff. After verifying your vitality and blood level, they will take you to an available room. I want to go back to catch up on sleep. As she said this, Lin Yun yawned and laughed. If we encounter troublemakers, just fight if you want to. Our school encourages sparring. As long as you don't go too far, the medical expenses will be halved. But you also have to be careful to identify the strength of your opponent. The monsters in the top 5 of the Fengyun rankings are all strong enough to fight beyond their level, so don't treat them as soft persimmons. Okay. Yili lightly nodded. He went past Lin Yun, crossing the hall, and his thin figure quickly disappeared at the stairway. Yili. Watching the place where he disappeared, Lin Yun's expression was somewhat complicated. Since she met the young man, it has only been 5 days, and she has already encountered a series of cognitive bombardments. It was even more intense than the shock that senior sister Chen Jingli gave her back then. It is hard to imagine why Yi Li's talent could be so terrifying. A warrior below 20 years old who was at tier 3 would be treated as a potential stock worth investing in, no matter which force he is placed in within Huanxia. Now with the protection of Fengyun University, not needing to complete tasks every year, who knows how much safer his situation is compared to before. In such circumstances, how far can Yi Li really go in the future? Lin Yingyun couldn't think of it, but she had a feeling that when he graduates from Fengyun University, she might not even see his tail lights. Perhaps he could even achieve a curve overtake. Before graduation, he might be at the same level as senior sister Chen and even that top-ranking swordsman, the blind swordsman. In the quiet pavilion, only the faint sound of footsteps occasionally broke the silence. Most students in the training room consciously maintained silence. Yi Li walked up to the 5th floor and headed straight to the large front desk. "Hello." Seeing him approach, a receptionist immediately smiled and said, "Are you here to cultivate?" Yi Li gently nodded, handing over his golden badge, then asked, "I am a first-year student, how do I verify my strength?" Receiving the golden badge, the receptionist was slightly taken aback, quickly looking up at Yi Li again. A golden waist badge, a fresh face, a new core student. In a flash of thought, she quickly registered the information, then took out a clear white crystal from the counter. "Mr. Yi Li." Handing the crystal to Yi Li, the receptionist smiled gently. "The sound of the pill energy explosion is too loud. Please take good care of this test crystal." "Then what?" Yi Li took the crystal. "Then squeeze it with all your strength." The receptionist explained, with the grip of a third-level warrior, as long as you can create a crack. Bang! Before she could finish, the white crystal suddenly exploded into countless powder in the handsome boy's nonchalant expression, slowly falling to the ground. Yi Li shook his hand. "Is that it? 4th level peak, perfect S-grade breathing technique, S-grade refining method, S-grade visualization technique." He didn't even use much strength, and the white crystal just shattered. It's really quite fragile. Seeing this, the receptionist's eyes widened, and even her colleagues behind her stared blankly, mouth slightly open. "This." The young receptionist gasped for breath, and then swallowed hard, saying awkwardly, "That's enough, thank you for your effort." By the end of her words, even she seemed a little uncertain. Because looking at the other's casual expression, it felt like he didn't use any strength at all. "Please follow me, I'll take you to the training room." She suppressed her thoughts, quickly walking out from behind the counter, summoning a holographic projection with her hand, heading upstairs. In the midst of several astonished looks that hadn't yet returned to their senses, Yi Li followed behind her, leaving the front desk. "You are really amazing," the receptionist said while confirming the location, unable to help but marvel. "I've never seen a freshman so casually crush a crystal. No wonder you could earn a gold medal." Even that majoring in physical body, Tianyan Holy Sun, didn't have it this easy the first time he came to the top floor. She instinctively compared him to the best performer she remembered, yet still felt it was somewhat lacking. No, it was significantly lacking. Doesn't this mean that this freshman named Yi Li will surely make it to the top 3 on the leaderboard in the future? Yi Li looked around non-committally and found that most of the rooms had red lights, indicating they were mostly full. It seems that Wudao Loft is indeed popular, and the effects should be quite good. "We have arrived, there are still 2 training rooms left, each only has 1 person in it. I've chosen the nearest one for you." Walking through the corridor, they arrived at a door, and the receptionist smiled skillfully. "Don't worry, even though it's a shared room, the space inside is very large, and the training areas are separated by gathering spirit wood, so it definitely won't affect your training." As she said this, she swiped on the holographic panel, and the door silently opened. Once the 2 entered the room, a rather peculiar feeling instantly enveloped Yi Li's heart, making him feel like his thoughts were being opened, similar to the refreshing feeling of solving a math problem in his past life. Is this the effect of the Wudao tree? Yi Li felt a bit surprised. At that moment, a cold voice suddenly echoed in the room, causing the receptionist to freeze in place. "Get out." Chapter 87, I Never Hold Grudges. The cold voice resonated in the room, instantly making the atmosphere tense. As the words fell, a strong young man with a bare upper body stepped out of the room, looking indifferently at the 2 at the door. "Mr. Zhao Lanhai." The receptionist forced a smile, her tone weakly pleaded, "This Mr. Yi Li is a gold medal student, I wonder if you could be lenient?" "Gold medal?" The strong young man named Zhao Lanhai, upon hearing this, immediately pulled a badge from his waist and tossed it over, sneering. "Is a gold medal impressive? I also have a gold medal, why don't you let him be lenient with me?" After saying this, he turned to look at Yi Li, indifferently stated, "I'll say it one last time, get out, or don't blame me for being rude. Here it comes." The arrogant genius he had dreamed of finally appeared again. Yi Li praised Fengyun University in his heart while suppressing the impulse to act. He was a smart boy, understanding the principle of wanting both sesame and watermelon, knowing there was still a blind box waiting for him. Do not startle the nest. Yili prepared to suggest going to the next training room to take a look. I will take you to another room. The young woman in charge of the reception forced a smile, looking at him with deep apology. I'm really sorry, please follow me this way. It's okay, I was thinking the same thing. Yili internally forgave the other party, then nodded and said, all right. His voice revealed no joy or anger, only a slight upward curve at the corners of his mouth. Yili turned around and followed the reception woman out of this training room. As the door closed, a scornful snicker came from inside the room. Ah, my fists are so hard, am I angry, or do I just want to beat someone up? Can you tell me about this person? Yili asked softly, comforting himself inside. It's okay, I'll let this exhibitionist know why the flowers are so red later. He is Mr. Zhao Lanhai, ranked 12th on the Wind and Cloud list, said to be at the peak of the 3rd stage, having once retreated unscathed under a 4th stage warrior. When mentioning the other party's deeds, a hint of fear flashed across the reception lady's face. After all, she and her colleagues are all 1st stage warriors, responsible for reception work at Wind and Cloud University, clearly under great stress. Soon, the two arrived at the door of the 2nd training room. Just like before, they opened the big door. Just like before, they entered the room. Just like before. Get out! A slightly angry voice came from inside the room, but this time a tall woman with a high ponytail was staring fiercely at the two standing at the door. After hearing the reception lady explain the purpose of their visit, the tall woman with arched eyebrows coldly reprimanded, don't even think about it, what do you take me for? Gold medal student? So impressive? She looked at Yili, her expression icy, then commanded word by word. Within 3 breaths, get out of my room, otherwise, you'll bear the consequences. Why do these two behave like this every day? The reception lady's face showed a smile more difficult than crying, quickly looking at the young man and saying, Mr. Yili, why don't you come back tomorrow? Or leave me a contact number, and I'll reach out to you then? No need. Yili shook his head casually and said, you go ahead and be busy, I think this place is just fine. Saying that, he walked straight into the room. The reception lady was stunned. Is he planning to confront her head-on? She quickly looked inside the room, wanting to warn Yili that this tall woman named Suing was also a strong character in the top 20 of the Wind and Cloud list, and he definitely shouldn't confront her head-on. But before she could voice it, she widened her eyes in shock. She saw that in just a few steps, the tall woman named Suing had suddenly vanished from her spot. Whoosh! So fast that the room was filled with a gust of wind. I said. When she reappeared, Suing was already in front of Yili, slamming her palm heavily towards Yili's face, her eyes shimmering with a cold light, her voice as frosty as ice. Get out of my room. Are you deaf? The powerful wind pressure rushed towards his face. Yili's expression remained calm, but his body instantly completed a spin. Then, in Su Ying's shrinking pupils, a mighty, forceful whip kick exploded directly on her face, unleashing his energy. Boom! A ripple like an explosion spread through the air, and Su Ying's originally cold face instantly twisted, her body crashing heavily into the wall. Wood splinters burst, and blood splattered. Su Ying, embedded in the wall, felt dizzy, her vision filled with golden stars, struggling to believe what had just happened. How could it be so fast? Clearly, it was she who moved first, yet the opponent managed to counter with a kick right to her face? Yili grabbed her head and yanked her out directly, then slammed her down onto the ground as if cracking an egg. A loud thud echoed through the attic. In the shocked gaze of the reception lady, Su Ying was now covered in blood, her pupils unfocused. But she could still feel someone's foot pressing down hard on her face. He was being crushed back and forth. Almost at the same time, Su Ying heard that slightly mocking young voice ringing in her ears like a devilish tune. What's going on? Acting so tough, yet your leg is useless. I thought you were something special. The injury wasn't severe, but the humiliation was intense. Su Ying let out an unrecognizable whimper because her silver teeth had already been shattered by the previous kick. Her better physique now struggled desperately, flailing like a stranded fish. She reached out her hands to pull the foot off her face but couldn't budge it at all. Tap, tap, tap. At that moment, a flurry of small, dense footsteps reached her ears. Clearly the martial artists around were coming out to check the situation. If they saw her like this... Su Ying's breath became heavy, and her struggling grew even more exaggerated. She was the talented one ranked 14th on the Wind and Cloud list. How could she endure such humiliation? She could absolutely not be seen in such a state, absolutely not. Yuwa! Su Ying screamed in anger, her body frantically struggling, not even caring as her clothes tore on the broken ground. The next second, the foot on her head strangely moved away, almost miraculously. As a natural sense of joy surged in her heart, a force far greater than before struck heavily on her head. Boom! The incoming martial arts shoe slammed her head deep into the ground, plunging her consciousness into darkness. I absolutely will not let you go. As her awareness faded, Suing let out a whimper full of resentment, her body slumping onto the ground. Crash. Yili lifted his right foot from the broken stones, glanced at the tall woman who had stopped struggling, then walked straight towards the door. You. The receptionist was so shocked she stumbled over her words. I never hold grudges. Yili explained calmly. Then, he passed by the dazed receptionist at the door, and dozens of young martial artists in the corridor, breathing unevenly and with shock in their eyes, hurriedly made way for him. Under their astonished gazes, a handsome young man in a black robe hurried down the corridor towards the training room at the end, his speed increasing. Chapter 88. Guess which hand I will use to hit you next? Zhao Lanhai was in a very good mood today. He had been stuck at the peak of the third stage for over a year. The academic year at Wind and Cloud University is 5 years, and as a soon-to-be fifth-year student, the bottleneck issue he faced was becoming increasingly severe. Though ranking 12th on the Wind and Cloud list already proved his extraordinary talent. But in a university gathering elite talents from 3 provinces, this gift was not outstanding enough. The time for the martial realm baptism was just around the corner. To get a spot for the martial realm baptism, one must not only accumulate enough contribution points but also rank within the top 10 on the Wind and Cloud list. Just 2 places away. Zhao Lanhai initially planned to forcibly break through the physical barrier, but no matter how he charged, that barrier was as unmoving as forged steel. He could only work on improving his martial skills to enhance his combat power. Fortunately, with the help of the Enlightenment Tree, in just half a month, his proficiency in several martial skills improved significantly. At this rate, before the martial realm baptism, he might really be able to defeat the 10th-ranked individual on the Wind and Cloud list, thus securing a spot for advancement. This thought made Zhao Lanhai feel a bit buoyant. At this critical moment, someone unexpectedly came to disturb his training. A strange young man holding a golden medal. A plain, humble maid. It was one thing for these two to interrupt his training, but the latter even wanted the unfamiliar young man to train with him. This made Zhao Lanhai quite angry. It's important to note that when the top 10 talents on the Wind and Cloud list were using the Enlightenment Pavilion, all the other third-level students consciously avoided him, afraid to provoke him even slightly. Although Zhao Lanhai was still only 12th, he already regarded himself as one of the top 10 talents. He naturally deserved such treatment. Zhao Lanhai decisively chased away 2 people. However, not long after he returned to his training place, he heard a huge roar from outside the room. The sound nearly echoed throughout the top floor. It was not the noise of a breakthrough, but rather a dull crashing sound, similar to the impact made during a fight between warriors. Clearly, someone was fighting outside. Zhao Lanhai raised his eyebrows slightly, feeling not much surprise inside. He could roughly guess the identity of the fighters. It was probably that unfamiliar young man. Another room has also chased him out. Is this because they think he is easier to bully than me, so they went straight to blows? Zhao Lanhai scoffed inwardly, believing that such a new golden badge who disrespects hierarchy should be taught a harsh lesson to be obedient. Back in the day, he thought he was the best in the world, but he was defeated by an old core student in just 2 moves, after which he obediently concealed his brilliance. This is Wind and Cloud University. If you're a dragon, you must coil, if you're a tiger, you must lie low. The medical standards of Wind and Cloud University are very high, but it is a bit expensive. Even with half off, it is still a bit, just enough to make this newcomer remember. Thinking of this, Zhao Lanhai felt a bit regretful that he hadn't intervened directly earlier. With his greatly improved strength, he was just lacking a punching bag sent right to his door. Moreover, for a new student as arrogant as the opponent, if they dared to attack, Zhao Lanhai would definitely throw him off the Enlightenment Tower. Just then, another heavy crashing sound echoed outside the door. Zhao Lanhai's eyelids twitched slightly as he listened to the outside world return to silence. Did it end so soon? I originally thought he was a bit capable, but I didn't expect him to be down so quickly. He shook his head, sighed with a hint of regret, and felt more and more sorry that he hadn't acted directly earlier. He missed the chance to practice and establish his authority. Suppressing the annoyance in his heart, Zhao Lanhai planned to continue training his martial skills. At this moment, hurried footsteps suddenly echoed in the corridor outside, along with a fierce aura swiftly approaching. Something's off. Zhao Lanhai's pupils contracted, and his extraordinary perception as a third-level warrior allowed him to quickly sense a huge threat closing in. An inexplicable fear surged up within him. It was as if something extremely dangerous was rapidly approaching his training room. Without considering further, he immediately jumped off the bed, and at the same time, his muscles began to move slowly, veins bulging. His strong body trembled slightly due to the rapid circulation of true energy. Zhao Lanhai suddenly looked towards the door. Then, a heavy sound of splintering wood suddenly rang out, and a figure in dark clothing rushed directly into the room. Zhao Lanhai was startled and instinctively unleashed his most proficient martial skill. 3rd level martial skill, Steel Bone Forging. In an instant, his entire body emitted a metallic black luster, looking indestructible. Full defense. Zhao Lanhai slightly bent his body, his arms crossed in front of him, blocking against the incoming figure. The visitor snorted coldly, their overwhelming energy exploding like an avalanche, swinging their right arm in a circle. A punch came down like a terrifying tide that could shatter oceanic rock layers, heavily crashing into Zhao Lanhai's raised arms. Boom! The air exploded with visible shockwaves, and an irresistible immense force surged in, shattering the thick wooden floor under Zhao Lanhai's feet, causing half of his body to be smashed right down. It turned out that Yili had forcefully shattered the front door and directly arrived at his head, his dark eyes burning like a blazing flame. You were laughing quite happily before. The boy's voice was cold, and the aura surrounding him was wild and terrifying. Blood flowed from Zhao Lanhai's mouth and nose as he was pinned under the wooden floor, feeling. Both arms went limp in a shocking manner, the sturdy chest slightly caved in from the blow. With just one punch, he lost most of his fighting power. Everything happened in an instant, leaving him no time to react at all. Zhao Lanhai was filled with shock and horror in his heart. He was someone who could escape the pursuit of a 4th-tier warrior, a rising star of martial arts, and now having improved even further, how could he be struck with a single punch that broke his steel bones and damaged his organs? Who exactly is this person? But unfortunately, the newcomer did not give him any time to think further. He saw Yili stretch his long palm into the debris, grabbing his head and directly pulling him out from the wooden floor, then delivering a thunderous punch to his abdomen. Boom! Zhao Lanhai's body flew up, crashing heavily into the ceiling of the training room. In the next second, a cold ice spear shot through the air, seemingly pinning him firmly in place, only to directly pierce through his abdomen, shattering the rooftop above and disappearing without a trace. Zhao Lanhai fell heavily to the ground. At this moment, his head was dizzy, his body seriously injured, and a sweet metallic taste surged up in his throat. But he still had some residual consciousness, and with his slightly opened eyes, he finally saw the appearance of the newcomer clearly. Dressed in a sleek dark outfit, the young man's face was fair, soon to lose its boyishness, carrying a smile, with an unhidden cold air surrounding him, the swirling water flowed in his palm, looking extraordinarily mystical. True Qi external manifestation, 4th-tier Tianguan? He is a Tianguan realm warrior? Zhao Lanhai's heart was filled with fear and dread, almost shattering on the spot. Where did this Tianguan warrior come from? When did Fengyun University have such a divine figure? Close to fainting, Zhao Lanhai showed despair in his eyes and hoarsely smiled, saying, "Big brother, I was just joking with you." Yili, who walked in front of him, raised an eyebrow slightly and casually asked, "Then guess which hand I will use to hit you next? If you guess right, I'll let you go." "Left hand?" Zhao Lanhai offered an answer with great tension. In his eyes filled with despair, Yili gently shook his head, "Wrong. It's both hands." As soon as the words left his mouth, the young man in dark clothing lightly exhaled, the muscles on his back bulging, then bent down, his fists carrying the might of the ocean as they struck out repeatedly. Bang bang bang. Splinters of wood flew everywhere, and the loft trembled. Amidst a series of deafening thuds that sent chills down one's spine, the onlookers outside twitched their eyes, their bodies frozen in place. For a moment, even the simple act of turning around to go back inside became almost impossible. After several breaths, a muddy figure was casually tossed out of the room, crashing in front of the astonished crowd outside. Then, the calm voice of the young man echoed in everyone's ears. "Reception lady, please take this dead dog away." "Okay, all right." The young woman in charge of reception snapped back to reality and quickly agreed. "Thank you." As those words fell, amidst a dead silence, Yili walked through the corridor, back into the previous training room. The door slammed shut with a bang. Chapter 89, The Necessity of Stealth. Outside the training room, the expressions of a group of 3rd-tier warriors were exceedingly remarkable. In front of them, a sturdy young man lay gasping for breath, his chest caved in. Behind them stood a tall woman with broken teeth, covered in blood. These two talents, renowned at Fengyun University, looked so terrible that it was hard to bear to look at them. The breaths of the 3rd-tier warriors were extremely rapid, their eyes filled with horror as they looked towards the training room. At Fengyun University, regardless of daily performance or displayed martial arts level, as long as one could step onto the Fengyun rankings, they would be considered a rare genius among regular warriors. As for the top 10, each one was undeniable, a once-in-a-thousand talented individual, like the 3rd-ranked Tianyang Saint's son. With just his own strength, he ventured deep into the intermediate secret realm, crushing a 3-headed, 4th-tier beast, thus securing his 3rd position. The Zhao Lanhai ensuing in front of him weren't so terrifying, but they were still figures that these ordinary 3rd-tier warriors looked up to with fear. Now, in less than 5 minutes, these two powerful figures that they admired had both been pinned to the ground and beaten like dead dogs by the same person, with not a hint of resistance. It was simply unimaginable. What kind of world is this? "Miss Receptionist, may I ask what this lord's name is?" A 3rd-tier warrior asked the receptionist, his face still showing residual shock. This. The receptionist forced a smile and replied, "You can ask him yourself, I'm leaving." "Miss, please help us, we are really worried about what might happen if this lord gets angry." The third-tier warrior cupped his hands and breathed heavily. The other third-tier warriors all looked over with eager eyes. Yi as in leaf, li as in etiquette. The receptionist took a deep breath and slowly said, "Also, these two students had a very bad attitude towards Yi before, I hope this helps you." "That's all I can say, excuse me." After saying that, she called over a colleague at the front desk, and quickly had the two people on the ground carried away, departing this place. Yi. The third-tier warrior swallowed hard, looking cautiously at the closed training room. Now, even if he were told that the other person was some old monster from one of the 3 sects and 6 schools with youthful appearances, he would believe it without doubt. Fortunately, he did not have the bad habit of monopolizing public resources. It was too terrifying, brother. In the future, if he sees this name on the battle list, he must withdraw immediately, believing that the mentor would understand him. Inside the training room, Yi sat cross-legged, looking at the light screen appearing in front of him. Detected that you publicly defeated and humiliated Su Ying, ranked 14th on the leaderboard, evil points plus 3,000. Detected that you publicly defeated Zhao Lanhai, ranked 12th on the leaderboard, evil points plus 2,000. Current evil points, 35,800 points. The gains were average. Moreover, it seemed that due to the lack of an element of humiliation, Zhao Lanhai's gains were even lower than Su Ying's. He needed to pay attention next time. Could it be that he was dizzy from the high income of the Yang family? Yi sighed. Indeed, he still needed to find a reason to take down all the top 10 on the leaderboard. While his thoughts swirled, he pulled out the 2 martial arts skills Lin Yun had given him from his storage ring. After a quick glance, relevant words appeared on the panel. Shadow integration breathing technique, not started. Third-tier rare martial art, wine-chasing sunstep, not started. One of the 2 martial arts skills didn't even have a realm prefix? Is it a type of technique manual? Yi pondered the reason, and after a brief look, he roughly understood the function of the 2 martial arts. The former was a technique that could conceal one's aura, eliminating one's inherent energy that overflows. It was mostly for tasks requiring stealth and assassination. Yi didn't believe he would have any need for stealthy assassinations in the future. So, he felt conflicted about whether to max it out. Even though assassination tasks were unavoidable, he could also turn into a berserker and kill everyone who saw him. Wouldn't that be a safe way to infiltrate? As for the latter, it was indeed, as Lin Yun mentioned, a martial technique used for traveling long distances. Its essence lies in riding the wild wind, chasing the blazing sun, and is even more effective when performed on a scorching sunny day. Although Yi's running speed could reach the speed of sound, that was a momentary burst of speed. It was quite different from long-distance travel. This skill would be useful. After finalizing his thoughts, Yi activated his mind, and the rolling evil points flowed into the panel. Ding! Continuously consuming evil points, starting to enhance the third-tier rare martial art, wine-chasing sunstep. You have broken the celestial barrier, connecting with heaven and earth. Your understanding of martial arts is no longer the same. This volume of third-tier rare martial art. In your eyes, the difficulty is even far less than the skyward treading technique from years ago. Gain buff, cultivation speed increased by 500%. You are beneath the crown of the 7th-tier treasure, the enlightenment tree, where cultivation of martial arts yields twice the result with half the effort. Gain buff. Consumption reduction of 30% from the increase. After consuming 2,000 points of wickedness value, you will fully comprehend the wind and sun step, and with a thought, you can ride the wild wind and freely reach wherever you want to go. 3rd-tier rare martial art, wind and sun step, perfected. 7th-tier treasure? Yi put away the panel, looking at the text on it with some surprise. At that moment, a gentle vibration suddenly came from the golden medal at his waist. Chapter 90, Rare Item. True Intent of the Ice Dragon. Is there a message from Fengyun University? Feeling the vibration of the golden medal, Yi was slightly surprised. He naturally had not forgotten the communication function of the medal. For now, he put aside the matter of the enlightenment tree being a 7th-tier treasure. He picked up the golden medal and connected his mind. A message naturally appeared in his mind. After verification by the academy, student Yi has captured a 3rd-tier peak fugitive in Linhai City, saving Zhenjiang University from negligence and avoiding a tragedy. In the subsequent purge of the Yang family in Shanzhou, he achieved first merit by directly killing a resisting 5th-tier warrior. His performance is outstanding, and his contributions are remarkable. Therefore, he is specially awarded 2 first-class credits and 5 second-class credits. The credits will be credited within 2 minutes. In addition, an exclusive quota for martial soil baptism *1 is granted. Please keep the communication open, as someone will notify you to participate in the martial soil event. Immediately after, Yi then saw the golden medal projecting a holographic image, showing that his account balance changed from 0 to 2 first-class credits, 5 second-class credits. So that's how it is, the credits have arrived. Based on his previous memory of browsing the library, this is already a substantial amount. 1 first-class credit and 1 second-class credit are roughly at a 1 to 10 exchange rate. The later third-class and fourth-class credits follow this pattern too. Yili slightly raised his eyebrows. Old grandfather Yu still has some use to him. He really managed to secure quite a few credits. He really underestimated him. Just don't know, what good things can this be exchanged for? Yili's heart stirred. What he needed most now was an S-class 5th tier technique. The condensing method. As the name suggests, it is a method for condensing the divine palace. As for why he was lacking, there is no way. The Yang family is far too greedy. It would already be a pleasant surprise if an S-class 4th tier visualization method came out from the family's secret treasury. Earlier during the raid, Yili found that the 5-tier technique used by the heads of the Yang family across generations was merely an inferior B-class item. This clearly was unacceptable to Yili. And according to the soul of the Yang family's head, the quality of the divine palace condensed and the strength of the foundation determined the quality of the divine palace produced. The quality of the divine palace varies from low to high, categorized into 4 levels: white, blue, purple, and gold. Among the same level, the deeper the color, the better the quality of the divine palace. The Yang family's head had a weak foundation, and even B-class condensing method was not practiced at a deep level, so the condensed divine palace was merely light blue. Yili was not worried about the foundation issue. For the limit in the future, what he needed to focus on next was only the level of the condensing method. I hope the library of Fengyun University won't disappoint me. Yili called up the interface of the library on the holographic projection, selecting the category of 5th-tier condensing methods and began to explore. D-class condensing method, Sangmu construction, 4 second-class credits. B-class condensing method, Earth revival, 2 second-class credits. B-class condensing method. Yili's gaze swept across the projection, his brow slightly furrowing. When he first received the golden medal, he didn't pay much attention. Now he realizes, even in the vast sea of books in Fengyun University's library, the condensing method is still a rare item. There are indeed some, but the quantity definitely does not qualify as luxurious. Perhaps it's due to the low demand? Yili roughly browsed through it. Here, the condensing methods add up to only about 10 books, most of which are B-class and C-class. The only advantage is that the price is quite friendly. Compared to the 4th-level visualization methods in this pavilion, they aren't much more expensive. Why is that? Invisible investment? Yili was thinking about the reasons, and after a moment, he finally found his target. But the price marked at the back made him unable to stop the corners of his mouth from twitching. S-class Ningfu technique, Thunderfire refining method, 1 level credits *5. You might as well go rob someone, brother. If you do the math, you would have to copy 3 Mountain State Yang family level forces to exchange for such an S-class Ningfu technique. Don't say it. With this calculation, it suddenly doesn't feel so expensive. Yili was silent for a moment, then sighed softly. The key is that there aren't that many blind forces. Even the Yang family only went head-to-head with him because of their special creed. No doubt, ordinary forces find it hard to have the courage to think and kill like the Yang family. Some things really can only show their value through comparison. Miss you, Prison Yang. I can only wait and see if there are any lucrative dangerous tasks in that so-called selection hazard tower. The evil deed value is still not enough, I have to speed up a bit. Yili helplessly returned to the previous interface, then began to search among the ocean of catalogs in the library for suitable martial techniques. Due to his rapid rise, most of the martial techniques he possessed were somewhat outdated. For bullying weaker foes, they were still fine. But when it came to dealing with martial artists of the same level or higher level, they became quite insufficient. For example, he hadn't learned a single mighty martial technique from the Tianguan realm yet. If he encountered a martial artist of the same Tianguan realm, he would have to bear the damage while attacking the opponent's face before starting to output. To be honest, Yili actually quite liked this combat style. But there was no way, the drawbacks were too great. If he encountered multiple enemies of the same level, it could easily turn him into a reckless person being crazily kite. The risk was too high and not very dignified. Decided. Since it's hard to get good 5th-level refining methods, let's enrich the means of dealing with enemies first. After all, it feels like in 2 days, he would most definitely have to fight a bunch of 4th-level martial artists alone. After deciding, Yili's eyes quickly scanned the catalog. Unlike the rarity of Ningfu methods, the catalog of Tianguan and Shinfu realm martial techniques is quite rich. Each martial technique also has relevant annotations. These annotations could help people understand the applicable crowd and cultivation suggestions, which is quite a considerate mechanism. Yili looked while occasionally falling into deep thought. After a moment, his eyes finally lit up. Got it. In front of him, a holographic projection suddenly displayed the information of a martial technique. 5th level rare martial technique, True Intent of Ice Dragon, 2 level credits *5. Introduction: display true energy externally, transforming into the high-level martial technique of an ice dragon, with extremely strong destructive power and huge consumption. If paired with the precious medicinal herb, regrowth grass heart, to resist cold, the training would be twice the result with half the effort. Suggestion: best for martial artists with ice affinity or who have practiced ice martial techniques. Note: the true energy output efficiency required to use this martial technique is very high. The vast majority of 4th level martial artists cannot bear the output of this technique. 3 4th level martial artists have already proven this fact. Please consider selecting this technique only if your strength reaches 5th level. Are there martial techniques for 5th level martial artists that 4th level martial artists cannot practice? Yili didn't believe it and decisively chose to purchase. After a few breaths, a response message came from the waste token. Classmate Yili, please provide an address. Someone will deliver the martial technique and herbal medicine to you shortly. After Yili replied with the address of his courtyard, he got up and walked out of the training room. The sunlight shone through the window, illuminating the floor outside into a golden hue. The crowd that had previously gathered had already dispersed, and the long corridor now looked quite peaceful. It was hard to tell that a battle had taken place here just moments ago. Yili passed by the front desk, and several scorching gazes fell upon him, watching him leave this place. Outstanding appearance, exceptional talent. If it weren't for such a large gap, even some maids wouldn't be able to hold back, directly approaching to talk. Chapter 91, is this wall hanging clear enough? Not many third-grade martial artists witnessed Yili's move, but it is unknown who leaked the news. In just a few hours. Inside the Enlightenment Pavilion, there was a mysterious boy in a black shirt who forcefully defeated 2 of the top 20 talents from the Stormy rankings, and this news spread like a light breeze through half of Stormy University. Many students who received the news were astonished and hurriedly asked about the name of the boy, only to be left puzzled after they found out. Yili? Never heard of him. Who hasn't? I had the same bewildered expression when I heard about it. So he's a freshman from the first year? Is it true? Doesn't that sound too terrifying? A freshman reaching the peak of the 3rd grade? Who said it was the peak of the 3rd grade? Couldn't he be at the 4th grade Heaven's Gate? How is that possible? At first year, reaching the 4th grade Heaven's Gate, is that even human? By your logic, if a freshman can make it onto the Stormy rankings, then they are human? Then they aren't humans either. Very well, conclusion reached, this Yili is definitely a monster. Fortunately, it was vacation time, and there weren't many idle students left on campus, most were busy completing tasks to earn credits, so this news didn't cause too much of an uproar. As for those talents on the Stormy rankings, at this moment, most were out and about, either participating in competitions to hone themselves or heading to secret realms to slay other beasts, pushing themselves to greater heights. It seems only when the new session of Martial Land Baptism opens in a week will they gather back to campus in a crowd. Otherwise, if they were to learn of this news beforehand, they would likely remember this newcomer named Yili and would want to see how strong he truly is when they met him later. Stormy University, Gold Medal Courtyard. As night fell, Yili stood in the yard, familiarizing himself with the process of externalizing true energy, feeling the changes brought by the Heaven's Gate realm. He dared to choose Ice Dragon True Intent as his martial skill, naturally not without confidence. According to Yili's understanding, much like how the quality of true blood affects the explosion of 3rd grade Dan energy, the main reason for the gap between 4th grade martial artists is the difference in true energy output power. And this difference comes from the Heaven's Gate bridge that everyone builds within their bodies. The Heaven's Gate bridge is the main passage for true energy output. The 5 organs that connect to the Heaven's Gate bridge are also important containers for expanding true energy. The more Heaven's Gate bridges one has, the higher a martial artist's level, leading to naturally higher output efficiency. However, if the number of Heaven's Gate bridges is the same, then to achieve higher output efficiency, one can only enhance the quality of the Heaven's Gate bridges. According to the system's description, the 5 golden Heaven's Gate bridges erected inside Yili are the highest quality level among them, an unprecedented top-grade Heaven's Gate bridge. In other words, martial skills that other 4th grade martial artists cannot afford, he can afford. Martial skills that other 4th grade martial artists cannot unleash, he can unleash. This is the result of nurturing a peak 4th grade martial artist under the perfect S-level visualization method. Is that clear enough? Outside the courtyard, the night gradually draped a thin veil of darkness. After sensing the stability of the Heaven's Gate bridges within, Yili raised his hand slightly, and the mist within a radius of several dozen feet began to tremble slightly, quickly gathering towards him. The cold air overflowed, turning the mist collected in his palm into a round disk. With a slight movement of his mind, the sharp ice will began to spin rapidly. With a flick of his fingers, the sharp ice will directly sank into the ground, and soon after, sounds of rocks exploding could be heard. At this moment, several auras approached from outside the courtyard. Yili exhaled gently and raised his gaze. He saw a few youths dressed in school uniforms standing outside his courtyard door. In his hands, he still held a classic book and a jade box for the precious medicine. Has it been delivered? Yili asked in surprise. It was almost evening, and there was still no sign of it. He thought he would have to wait until tomorrow to receive it. I'm truly sorry. The leading young man stepped inside and said apologetically, there was a little accident on the way, which delayed the delivery. After saying this, he hesitated for a moment, then waved his hand gently. The people behind him filed in one after another, placing the classic book and the jade box on the stone table beside Yili. Yili, classmate. Taking advantage of the pause, the leading young man continued, his smile slightly bitter, there is something I want to apologize to you for. What is it? Yili casually flipped through the thick classic book on the table. Upon hearing this, he looked up with a slightly puzzled tone. This. You should know that cultivating the true meaning of the ice dragon requires a precious medicine called spring rejuvenation herb, but the one we are giving you now is just an ordinary spring rejuvenation herb, so its effectiveness might be lacking. The young man's smile was awkward, and he quickly added, to express our apology, we will give you 2 points of second-class credits later. How does that sound? Hearing this, Yili raised an eyebrow slightly. Could it be that this precious medicine is scarce, and Fengyun University does not have enough stock? What a deceptive university, boasting endlessly before his arrival, yet now everything is lacking. But considering they produce so many arrogant talents here, he decided not to pursue the matter. That's fine. Yili, having no habit of making things difficult for a normal person, nodded in agreement right away. In his view, the other party's willingness to compensate with 2 points of second-class credits was already quite a sincere gesture. It's not like they intended to mess with him, he could understand. That's good. Hearing this, the young man immediately breathed a sigh of relief. After all, the other was a top student, and he didn't want to offend either side. Fortunately, this boy named Yili seemed to have a good temper. A hint of a smile appeared on the young man's face, and he complimented, I'm really sorry, if there's a chance in the future, let me treat you to a meal. It's fine. Yili waved his hand, not caring much. The young man apologized again and then turned to leave. At this moment, he heard the boy's seemingly casual voice. By the way, may I ask what the reason is? The young man was taken aback and instinctively replied, the stock has run out, I'm really sorry. His tone was quite natural. Because this was the easiest reason for others to believe, and it was also the most common situation. However, the boy's originally gentle expression suddenly turned cold. A lie. Yili's icy voice carried a strong sense of oppression, and the chill in his black eyes made people instinctively shudder. As soon as the words fell, a heavy pressure suddenly descended upon everyone's hearts in the courtyard. Chapter 92, Name, Address. The boy's voice was not loud, but it clearly reached everyone's ears. This pressure. Feeling the pressure in his heart, the young man from the precious medicine store was somewhat frightened, as this aura far exceeded that of a second-tier martial artist, even his breathing became somewhat labored. I'm going to ask again. Yili's voice was indifferent yet revealed a tone that brooked no denial. The void eye granted him the ability to see through lies. To be more specific, it allowed him to confront a being's soul and question it directly. Even if the expression on his face was calm, his heartbeat steady, and his tone betraying no hint of panic, the soul would not lie. A downgrade of the precious medicine was not unacceptable. But there had to be a reason. Why is the spring rejuvenation herb gone? Yili's expression was serene, his thin lips parted, and a divine light seemed to shine in his black eyes, causing the young man and others being stared at to feel tremendous pressure. This. The young man from the precious medicine store felt a sense of despair, although he didn't understand why the other party could be so certain, he steeled himself and said. Yili, classmate, it's not that we want to withhold your precious medicine, we truly have no choice. Then just say it. Yili remained unmoved. The others practically had just don't ask written all over their faces. Evidently. It seems an important figure has intercepted his precious medicine. In that case, the problem is easy to solve. Hearing this, the young man hesitated slightly, but under Yili's increasingly sharp gaze, he finally steeled his heart. Damn it, that bastard didn't consider our difficulties when he came to snatch the precious medicine. Why should I help him hide this now? Forget it. After all, both are future big shots, and it's the school's problem if they have headaches. If I offend someone, so be it. Thinking of this, the young man gritted his teeth and said, then I will say it, but you must not act impulsively after hearing it. Although the revitalizing grass heart is a top-quality medicine for healing meridians and is scarce in number, we still have some stock in our medicine vault. We had even prepared the full amount for you before noon. However, when we were getting it ready, a golden student rushed into the medicine vault, claiming that his meridians were damaged and needed healing, forcefully taking away the remaining several plants of revitalizing grass heart. He even left his gold medal, asking us to deduct it from his account. The young man's expression was quite angry, clearly very displeased with this person's actions. We told him that part of the revitalizing grass heart was reserved for you, but when he heard your name, he didn't care at all and said that if you had a problem, you could find him. I saw from the records that you seem to have just enrolled, worried that you might confront him impulsively, so I thought it would be better to cause less trouble and gave you a bit of revitalizing grass instead. As he spoke, the young man carefully observed Yi Li's reaction. He wasn't sure about the strength difference between the young man and that senior golden student. But based on the young man's past records, he should be a freshman. Getting a gold medal as a core student in the first year, his potential is undoubtedly much greater than that of the senior golden student. The current strength may have some difference. But it's only because the senior golden student has the advantage of age and resources. If it were me, I would likely choose to endure for now and wait to take revenge later. What's that person's name? In the silence of the crowd, Yi Li asked, where does he live? Where can I find him? I have to say, Fengyun University really doesn't disappoint when it comes to competing for resources, surprises just keep coming. The Enlightenment Pavilion, the Martial Field Baptism, now even a small precious medicine is being fought over. This place is simply paradise. Yi Li, that person has a high ranking on the Fengyun list, and it is rumored he has a bad temper. If you want to seek an explanation, I urge you to think carefully. Hearing this, the young man's expression was conflicted as he gave his last piece of advice: you just enrolled, and aren't even considered a formal student yet. Name, address. Yi Li interjected, as though issuing an ultimatum, with a calm tone. Indeed, he's full of youthful ambition. The young man sighed inwardly and forced a smile. That person's name is Yuchuan, he lives in the yard less than 200 meters next to you, has reached the peak of third-tier martial arts, and is ranked 18th on the Fengyun list. In his view, in such close proximity, this Yuchuan still dared to openly fight for the precious medicine, clearly having considerable confidence in his own strength. He did not take a newly awarded golden student he had never heard of seriously. Upon hearing this, Yi Li frowned slightly. Hearing how terrifying the other party sounded, it turns out he's only 18th? So disappointing. The young man from the medicine vault noticed Yi Li's change in expression and thought he might feel slightly apprehensive after hearing this rank. So, he continued with a smile. He just returned from a mission outside the school, his aura is unstable, and he has likely just broken through, strengthening his power. Now, he might be able to advance a few more places on the Fengyun list. After speaking, he figured the young man would completely change his mind. But he saw Yi Li's frown relax. The words spoken left everyone present stunned. That's fine, I'll take my leave. In that moment, he stepped forward, his body soaring like it was riding a gale, disappearing into the night. Only the onlookers, with their eyes wide open, stood there in a daze. At Wind Cloud University, in the annex. Several young warriors with different auras were gathered around a stone table, all looking in the same direction. On the steps there, a young man with a fierce look stood with his hands behind his back, his face slightly pale but his breath gradually stabilizing. Clearly, he was recovering from serious injuries. Classmate Yuchuan, you called us, the writers from the news department, over for something? One person at the stone table was the first to ask. Upon hearing this, Yuchuan smiled faintly. You all are the compilers of the Wind Cloud rankings, right? His gaze landed on a girl with an oval face next to the stone table, and he said leisurely, especially Miss Lin Yingyun, it seems she's one of the main person in charge? Lin Yingyun yawned and lazily asked, what do you want? Yuchuan said slowly, with the martial earth baptism approaching, I want to compete for one of those 10 spots. The crowd by the stone table suddenly understood, and one person curiously asked, you want to be in the top 10 on the Wind Cloud rankings? The smile on Yuchuan's face grew clearer, that's right. Upon hearing a positive answer, the person shook his head with a chuckle, but, as far as I know, you're still at the 8th level of the 3rd stage, and your best achievement is only defeating 2 warriors of the same level. The current 10th rank on the Wind Cloud rankings, however, has fought to a draw with a genuine 4th stage warrior. He looked at Yuchuan with a slightly mocking gaze, if you wanted us to help you take a shortcut, that might be quite difficult. Indeed, this is not something we have the authority to decide. Lin Yingyun shrugged inside helplessly, we are just responsible for collecting real achievements and ranking them accordingly. If we dared to falsify anything here, we would all be waiting for expulsion. You all have misunderstood. Yuchuan looked down at the two, saying lightly, I only asked you here because the martial earth baptism is near, and I'm worried that your news won't be updated in time. Therefore, I would like to ask you to act as witnesses. Everyone, please look at what this is. As he spoke, he raised his hand to swipe over the storage ring on his finger, and a list emerged from his palm. Chapter 93, What are you trying to act tough for? The participation list for the martial earth baptism? Once someone saw the characters on the list, they asked in shock, where did you get this? With the martial earth baptism approaching, this list will be announced tomorrow, I just got it a night early. There's no need to be so surprised. Yuchuan's eyes turned slightly cold, and his tone was the same, you might want to take a look, is the 10th participant on this list the 10th rank on the Wind Cloud rankings? Yi Li? Someone read out the name of the 10th person, looking slightly surprised at their companion, asking, "Is this the one who has been making waves today?" As members of the news department, they naturally knew all the rumors circulating within the school. A mysterious boy forcefully defeated 2 of the top 15 champions on the Win Cloud rankings. They had verified the truth by afternoon. The shocking part was that this matter was indeed real. However, as fierce as this achievement was, to say he could replace the 10th rank, it still seemed a bit wanting. Replacing the 11th rank would be no problem, though. Among those present, only Lin Yun remained unfazed. "What are you trying to express? Seems this person has some kind of reputation in school?" Noticing everyone's reaction, Yu Chuan raised an eyebrow and asked, "I just want to know, does this person's performance deserve this spot? Does he deserve it? He could knock you flat with one punch." Lin Yun let out a cold laugh and was about to speak, but her companion interrupted with scorn. "Friend, he hasn't even enrolled yet and has defeated 2 peak 3rd stage warriors. Do you really think you, who only beat 2 3rd stage 8th levels, have the right to question whether he deserves that spot? It truly is the classic 3-step peak challenge made with 8 heavy doubts. Yu Chuan, my friend, if I were you, I would be too ashamed to call anyone over." No wonder they are members of the news department. Their words are as sharp as poison, warming the hearts of those who hear them. Lin Yun let out a sigh of relief. She had wanted to bring up the matter of Yi Lizhan defeating a 5th-tier warrior, but that was a seriously injured 5th-tier warrior, and she wasn't sure just how badly hurt he was. Besides, she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, so she felt a bit guilty about it. Fortunately, what the other side did today could also shock people. Otherwise, she would have had to tell everyone about the story of 3 warriors killing 2 4th-tier ones. Listening to the sharp words from everyone, Yu Chuan's face twitched, and then he coldly snorted. "I dare to call you here to witness, naturally for my own reasons." As soon as he finished speaking, an astonishing torrent of true energy erupted from his body. The air surged, and a fierce wind swirled around. In the slightly astonished gazes of those present, that torrent of true energy rose an impressive 10 feet high. True energy is released, the heavenly gate has been breached. Someone exclaimed, "You advanced to the 4th tier?" A smirk appeared at the corner of Yu Chuan's mouth, with a faint dark red flickering in his eyes. There was a hint of playful tone in his voice. "Now, is there anyone who still has questions?" While asking, he looked around. His expression was full of confidence. In order to break this heavenly gate, he didn't know how much effort he had exhausted, and it was only with his master's help that he managed to cross the threshold, teetering on the brink of life and death. This was all for this time's martial ground baptism. Now, he had reached the heavenly gate realm, far beyond what the 3rd tier could compare to. Who below the 4th tier could possibly defeat him? Soon, I will seek out that Yili, and after winning, I hope everyone fairly ranks me. Yu Chuan's smile was calm, his posture relaxed, and he chuckled. I think by then, the school will also cancel his spot and allocate it to me instead. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the people by the stone table varied, as they tacitly acknowledged his statement. A warrior who broke into the 4th tier, if he were to defeat that recently risen genius, being placed in the top 10 of the ranking list was already set in stone. Even if exceptions were made, if he was defeated early, the school most likely wouldn't continue breaking its own rules. Ha! Lin Yun shook her head, not believing that the other could surpass Yili. 2 4th-tier warriors who had trained for many years could be killed in a direct confrontation. A 4th-tier warrior who had just broken through would be lucky to survive. Bang, bang, bang. At this moment, a sudden knocking on the door rang out. Lin Yun, sitting by the stone table, stood up, walked to the door, and opened it. She was somewhat surprised. "Why are you here?" At that moment, outside the door stood a calm-looking young man in a dark robe. Just taking a look around. As she opened the door, Yili stepped inside, looking up and asking. "I am Yili, who is Yu Chuan?" Hearing this, the crowd by the stone table looked on in astonishment. It was the first time they had seen this rumored young man. Yu Chuan, standing on the steps, was overjoyed. "I am Yu Chuan, you." Before he could finish his sentence, a feeling of horror surged from the depths of his heart, making his scalp tingle. This made Yu Chuan's heart skip a beat. Before he could think clearly about why. In the next moment, the young man in the dark robe below suddenly vanished from where he stood, instantaneously appearing right in front of him. What? Yu Chuan's pupils contracted. He hadn't seen the other's movements at all. There was not a word wasted. In an instant, Yili launched a punch, a torrent of true energy surged from the tip of his fist, and the terrifying force exploded against Yu Chuan's chest like an avalanche. Boom! Yu Chuan had wanted to step down the stairs calmly, to deliver some grand war declaration, but was suddenly struck hard, sending him flying. Boom, boom, boom. His body flew like a cannonball, smashing through countless pieces of furniture, then crashing into multiple concrete walls, rolling down into a pile of rubble. Feeling the intense pain in his chest, Yu Chuan gasped for breath. With eyes full of fear, they looked at the figure outside the house. Yeli was adjusting his sleeves, his expression indifferent as he glanced over, surrounded by swirling moisture that condensed into ice, then transformed into several sharp ice spears shining with a cold light. Yuchuan. The boy's voice was chilling to the bone, a fierce and undeniable killing intent surged from him, then the sharp ice spears around him began to spin wildly like a turbocharger. You are very brave. Chapter 94, 3 Mountains and 6 Sects, Hangshan Treasure Pavilion. Yeli arrived quite in time. He didn't know who Yuchuan was, the aura in the courtyard was not just one. To avoid mistakenly hurting the innocent, he chose to knock on the door to enter the room. But just before he knocked, he heard an unpleasant but eye-catching remark from inside. I will go find that Yeli soon, and after winning, I hope everyone will rank me fairly. I believe, by then the school will also cancel his quota and assign it to me. Wasn't that a coincidence? Hearing this declaration, which was no different from a declaration of war, Yeli immediately chose to knock on the courtyard door and join the battle. At this moment, in another courtyard, among a pile of rubble and debris, Yuchuan struggled to get up, enduring excruciating pain as if his bones were breaking, breathing heavily, and looked up at the seemingly godlike boy, his face filled with fear that almost became tangible. What kind of monster is this? He had just broken through to the 4th level. He thought dealing with a reckless newbie who hadn't even entered school yet would be an easy task. Unexpectedly, after just one encounter, he was severely injured. The other party's aura was very restrained, looking utterly ordinary. How could he possess such terrifying combat power? And watching him gather moisture and solidify it into ice with ease. Could it be that? Yuchuan's pupils trembled slightly. Impossible, absolutely impossible. In the top martial arts university of Hanhia, those who could break through to the 4th level before graduation were like phoenixes among chickens. He had never heard of anyone breaking through to the Heavenly Gate realm before even starting school. If it were true, what was the precious medicine he had fought so hard to snatch worth? What was all of his hard work and experience worth? Not far away, on the steps, Yeli stood bathed in moonlight, his black eyes calm, watching Yuchuan, who was struggling to rise from the rubble and coughing up blood. His martial arts level had long reached the peak of the 4th level. Compared to the past battles where he fought beyond his level, the intensity of battle after entering Fengyun University was truly low. If it weren't for still wanting to ask about the whereabouts of the precious medicine, that punch he just threw could have knocked Yuchuan into a painting, at least to the point of never getting up again. Where is my regeneration grass heart? The several ice spears, spinning rapidly, emitted an excited humming sound as Yeli spoke calmly. Hand it over now, and I can still spare you some face. He was reminded of very bad memories when he got intercepted during his first online shopping. If he didn't spit out some evil value, this matter would definitely not end. Upon hearing this, Yuchuan's face turned pale, the previous calm confidence completely vanished. He had no so-called regeneration grass heart, those precious medicines were used this afternoon to recover from his injuries. Although he had heard that part of it was reserved by a gold medal student named Yeli. But at that time, Yuchuan didn't take it seriously. Anyway, he planned to use the other party as a stepping stone that night. Moreover, precious medicines and resources like this were most of the time meant to be fought over. He just didn't expect this time to be so unlucky, falling on such an unreasonable freak. Now, it was too late to say anything. Feeling the suffocating pressure coming from not far away, Yuchuan realized that if he didn't use his background this time, it would be very difficult to escape smoothly. Although he didn't want to rely on his master's reputation. But the current situation no longer allowed him to think. My master is an elder of the Hangshan Treasure Pavilion. Yuchuan gritted his teeth, forcing himself to look at the other party, and shouted, You must have heard of Elder Chengqing from Hangshan Treasure Pavilion. As soon as he said this, there were gasps from outside the house. The youngest 5th-level elder in the history of Hangshan Treasure Pavilion is your master? In the realm of Hanjia, aside from the National Qingtian Bureau of the Hanjia government, the top power among the prestigious sects is undoubtedly the 3 mountains and 6 sects. Hangshan Treasure Pavilion is one of the 6 sects, a colossal entity on par with Stormwind University. That's right. Yuchuan swallowed the metallic taste in his mouth with difficulty, a hint of pride appeared on his ashen face. He looked at Yili not far away and forced a smile. If you harm me, I'll ask you again. Yili interrupted him directly, his cold voice echoing in the courtyard, Where is the treasure? As soon as he finished speaking, the entire courtyard became so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Yuchuan's heart raced, and his face gradually became pale. This kid, can't he understand what others are saying? As a student of Stormwind University, how could he not know the weight of Hangshan Treasure Pavilion? Yuchuan could only assume that the other party was bluffing, holding on to his last shred of hope. After a moment of silence, he forced a laugh. The treasure, it's gone. But at the moment his words fell, he witnessed an unforgettable scene in his life. He saw that boy in the black shirt raise his hand and wave, as a torrent of mist surged forth, transforming into hundreds of wildly spinning ice spears behind him, shooting out like arrows. The chilling light, like a torrential downpour, engulfed Yuchuan's figure. The originally exquisite loft was now more than half destroyed. In a series of densely packed, terrifying booms, the flat ground was smashed into huge craters, and the surrounding buildings were frozen into ice by the escaping cold air. In the crater, a tall figure in a black shirt struck out with his fists, the powerful force wildly shaking the ground. Blood flew everywhere, broken teeth scattered. The entire loft trembled and shook violently. Outside the loft, several stunned and serious gazes stared at this scene. Lin Yingyun felt her eyelids twitch. She was somewhat accustomed to the boy's fearless personality. But even so, upon hearing that Yuchuan's mysterious master was from the Hangshan Treasure Pavilion, she was still uncertain if Yili would let him go. Yet the boy seemed to not hear at all, continuing to fight without restraint. This reckless style truly made people sweat for him. You severely injured the 18th rank 4th level warrior of the Stormwind list in front of everyone, evil points plus 4,000. When the billowing cold air dissipated, Yili carried the blood-soaked, unconscious Yuchuan and turned to walk out of the loft. Amidst the bewildered gazes of those by the stone table, his figure leaped up, calmly hanging him on the balcony of the second floor for passing students to see. This action added another 2,000 evil points. Adding up to a total of 6,000 evil points was still quite good. If future points added could not make up for the loss, he would come back and beat him again. As he observed Yili's actions, the members of the news department looked at him with fear and anxiety. This approach directly offended Yuchuan, or rather, the master behind him completely. Even if that elder from Hangshan Treasure Pavilion was cautious of Stormwind University and would not retaliate in the short term. What about 5 years later? Ultimately, they would have to leave the protection of Stormwind University and venture into the high martial world alone, considering their future. By then, that elder would naturally have no hesitation. If they timely joined a force that could resist Hangshan Treasure Pavilion, they would still be found out and held accountable privately. Thinking of this, except for Lin Yingyun, the glances from this group of members of the news department toward Yili. A bit of complexity quickly emerged. Still too young and full of vigor, the youth. I can only pray that you, this sharp and outstanding genius, can break through to the 5th level before graduation. It has come to this. After Yili left, Lin Yingyun stood up and sighed helplessly. Let's call the medical office first. She understood the character of this group of colleagues. When they return, they will definitely immediately move Yili into the top 10 of the Storm and Cloud rankings. At that time, the youth will undoubtedly become famous. Just a new student who hasn't even entered school yet makes it into the top 10 of the Storm and Cloud rankings. I wonder how many envious eyes will be drawn in the shadows. But it should be fine. He is so impressive, in the Storm and Cloud University, how many can make him suffer? Lin Yingyun chuckled quietly in her heart, then shook her head. She planned to discuss the 3 mountains and 6 sects with Yili later, hoping to alert him. Chapter 95, Strike First. In a quiet courtyard, Yili finished counting the ancient texts and precious medicines on the stone table and stored them in his storage ring. Although the rejuvenation grass would definitely fall short, it was better than having nothing. To make up for this part of the loss, he directly confiscated Yuchuan's storage ring, wanting to ride on his coattails and steal his precious medicine. This is simply too much. If he didn't take something, Yili worried he might not be able to help but smash the other party's head on the spot. He took out Yuchuan's storage ring. After a simple inspection, Yili's expression became somewhat disappointed. The storage ring was filled with useless third-level martial skills and some healing medicines for external injuries. After flipping through it, only an A-grade visualization method copy was somewhat valuable. Basically worth nothing. Damn Yuchuan, should I go back and beat him up again? Yili silently exhaled. Just as he was about to return to the room, he suddenly sensed something and looked up at the courtyard door. Knock, knock, knock. The knocking sound was accompanied by Lin Yingyun's familiar voice. Yili, do you have time? Yili pondered for a moment, then remembering that the Dao Insight Pavilion wasn't open at night, he softly replied, I have time. Then can I come in? After getting Yili's consent, Lin Yingyun, dressed casually, pushed the door in, a slightly mature oval face showing some seriousness. Yili, how much do you know about the Hangshan Treasure Pavilion? Sitting down beside the stone table, she looked up at Yili and asked seriously. Yili answered calmly, I only know that it is one of the 3 mountains and 6 sects. That's it? That's it. Lin Yingyun was slightly taken aback, incredulously asking, what about that Chun Qing? Have you heard of her? Yili slightly shook his head. Forget it, you probably haven't been to the Jiangnan province where the Hangshan Treasure Pavilion is located, so not knowing is understandable. Lin Yingyun's mouth twitched, then she sighed and introduced. Cheng Qing is the youngest elder in the history of the Hangshan Treasure Pavilion, breaking through to the Divine Mansion realm before the age of 60. There was a hint of envy in her expression as she spoke. You see, once a martial artist steps into the 4th level, the promotion speed significantly drops. No matter how monstrous a genius is, no matter how smoothly they break through the first 3 levels, upon entering the 4th level, they will feel just how hard it is to move forward. For instance, those geniuses who break into the 4th level at 30, if they can break through to the 5th level before 80, that would be considered quite impressive. Like their teacher, Master Yu, at over 100 years old now, a 5th level 6th rank martial artist, he was also considered a leading figure back in the day. Looking at the unperturbed Yi Li, Lin Yingyun continued. It's said that the quality of the divine mansion she condenses is also very high, able to easily defeat same-level martial artists a few years ago, thus the Hangshan Treasure Pavilion exceptionally promoted her to an inner elder. She is extremely skilled at direct confrontations, her physical strength far exceeding that of ordinary divine mansion martial artists, and coupled with her striking beauty, her fame in Jiangnan province is astonishing. I didn't expect Yu Chuan to be her disciple. She frowned slightly, feeling a bit of a headache. You hurt Yu Chuan quite badly this time, he will definitely report it afterward. Senior Sister Chen will be back tomorrow, and when she finishes bringing you, you must be careful in carrying out tasks in the future. In fact, quite a challenge is already a rather polite way of saying it. According to the examination by the hurriedly arriving medical office, Yu Chuan's limbs were all broken, his sternum was severely fractured, his organs suffered great impact, and his body meridians were severely damaged. Even though the medical methods at Storm University are good, facing such injuries in a 4th-tier warrior would probably take at least half a year to heal. This is still in the case where all remaining credits from the gold medal are deducted. In this situation, Lin Yingyun felt that the probability of that elder from Hangshan Treasure Pavilion coming to settle accounts was small, but definitely not non-existent. I understand. Yi Li nodded calmly, his expression showing no change. He fully understood the other person's concerns. If it were any student at Storm University, this would be quite bad news. Hostility from a Divine Realm warrior is enough to make an ordinary 4th-tier warrior not dare to stick their head out for years, fearing to attract attention from the other party. But Yi Li has never been good at understanding these twists and turns. He only knew that a powerful 5th-tier warrior definitely wouldn't have the ability to completely kill him. Since that's the case, just fight when they come. Even if he couldn't win at first, there would surely come a time when he could win, and the humiliation effect would definitely be greater by then. The next morning, at the Enlightenment Pavilion. In a cultivation room on the top floor, Yi Li sat cross-legged, with the precious medicine sent from yesterday's treasure vault placed in front of him. On the way, the receptionist at the front desk was very warm towards him. So much so that he was delayed for a bit of time. Fortunately, the Enlightenment Pavilion could provide a 30% buff, so the time delay on the way was almost negligible when calculated. Who? Yi Li took a deep breath, then focused his mind and summoned the panel. Current evil deed points, 39,800 points. 5th-tier rare martial art, Ice Dragon True Intent, not yet entered. Finally, he was going to touch high-level martial arts after a long time, and thinking about it made him a bit excited. The anger from last night had now dissipated for the most part. Because according to some materials Yi Li reviewed, this rejuvenation grass seemed to be for healing meridians that were frostbitten during cultivation. His indestructible golden soul could most likely perfectly substitute for it, or even be said to be a superior substitute. Suppressing his inner emotions, Yi Li mobilized his evil deed points and poured them fiercely into the new martial art. Chapter 96, The Refreshing Ice Dragon True Intent. Ding! Starting to consume evil deed points, continuously improving the 5th-tier rare martial art, Ice Dragon True Intent. Detected that you are under the canopy of a 7th-tier treasure, the Enlightenment Tree. Obtained buff, evil deed point consumption reduced by 30%. You have perfected the S-rank breathing method, White Mist Frost Snow, and the S-rank refining method, Snow Mountain Shaping, greatly increasing your acceptance of ice-type martial arts. Obtained buff, cultivation speed increased by 80%. After consuming 2,000 evil deed points, you understand that the first thing this martial art requires is to create true chi with a cold effect, and then transform the true chi according to the methods recorded in the classics. You are already very familiar with the former, although the latter initially seemed like reading an unwritten book, you quickly grasped its true meaning. The only thing to note is how to control the true chi after it leaves the body. Fortunately, the visualization method practiced before greatly enhanced your mental strength, allowing you to control even massive tides, making it quite easy to manipulate the cold chi after it leaves the body. Ice Dragon True Intent, Entry Level. After consuming 4,000 evil deed points, even the refined meridians found it difficult to adapt to the newly born icy true chi for a time, slowly causing damage that became increasingly severe. You have a slight understanding, which means it is time to consume the precious medicine. But before you could use the rejuvenation grass to repair the meridians, the strong and powerful golden soul nourished the body, repairing the damaged meridians as good as new. Obtained buff, cultivation speed increased by 120%. Yi Li looked at the text that appeared on the panel and let out a barely noticeable sigh of relief. Indeed, he guessed right. Compared to the so-called revitalizing grass heart, his immortal golden soul had a better effect, perfectly compensating for the losses in this area. This is the value of a 3S ranked ability. He put away the revitalizing grass in his storage ring and shifted his gaze back to the panel. With a 4th tier realm, he sought to comprehend the 5th tier legendary martial skill. His talent in this aspect had far surpassed the past, in addition to several enhancement boosts. But even so, the evil value needed to fully master this martial skill would definitely not be low. He hoped its might would match his investment. Yili felt a warmth in his heart, increasingly anticipating this 5th tier martial skill that far exceeded the past. He had always been able to maximize the use of the martial skills he learned. Adjusting his mindset, the speed of evil value consumption began to accelerate. After consuming 5,000 points of evil value, even if it is the detached rolling cold air, you can perfectly master it, transforming it into a giant icy dragon several giant size, containing astonishing destructive power, attacking any enemy at will. True meaning of the ice dragon, proficient. After consuming 11,000 points of evil value, you have successfully comprehended the next stage of the method through daily cultivation, deciding to further enhance the scale of your true chi output, expanding the body of the icy dragon to over a dozen zhang, greatly enhancing its killing power. The heavenly barrier of an ordinary 4th tier warrior would have probably been shattered by such a scale of true chi output, but your heavenly barrier has reached a divine standard, showing no signs of collapse, not even a single tremor. True meaning of the ice dragon, expert. Seeing this, Yili remained quite calm. This situation was also within his expectations, things that warriors of the same tier could not practice, he could. This is the significance of maximizing the S-rank visualization method and then breaking through. He still remembered that under the same technique, higher tier enemies produced far more evil value than those of lower tiers. On the screen, the words changed. After consuming 15,000 points of evil value, you have completely mastered the method of transforming vast true chi into an icy true dragon, and enjoy, you have a fate realization. True meaning of the ice dragon, great success. A fate realization. That means there is still more to discover. Yili nodded slightly. It was rare to obtain a martial skill of this level, and he naturally wanted to fully tap into its potential. After consuming 18,800 points of evil value, you grasped that fleeting inspiration, comprehending the method to simulate dragon might, completing the last ounce of the ice dragon's incompleteness like adding the finishing touch to a painting. You finally understood the true meaning contained in this martial skill. The so-called true meaning of the ice dragon is to give the created ice dragon a true spirit, exerting pressure on heaven and earth like a real dragon, causing all ordinary extraordinary beasts in its path to tremble and tremor in fear. True meaning of the ice dragon, perfect. Comment, you feel quite refreshed, knowing that in the future, those warriors who consume the true meaning of the ice dragon will be reborn, making you feel slightly gratified. Remaining evil value, 21,000 points. In an instant, the young man opened his eyes, and a massive amount of true chi erupted from his body. Boom! Rolling cold air swept in all directions, an endless chill causing the surrounding temperature to plummet. In this cold atmosphere, a lifelike icy true dragon was instantly born from the white mist. Its body was crystal clear, radiating a cold aura, every scale shimmering with cold light. Fortunately, the space of the training room was large, and Yili deliberately reduced the output scale of the true chi, allowing this icy dragon room to move. The icy dragon circled around Yili, its body agile and majestic, enveloping the young man within it. As its body moved, it flowed like the satin wrapping around the young man's body, smooth and natural, completely harmonious. Is this the perfect true meaning of the ice dragon? Yili murmured softly, reaching out to touch the large dragon head, feeling the vast true chi contained within its body. His heart could not help but surge with emotion. As long as he wanted, he could expand the small ice dragon to dozens of zhang in size. This is the martial skill that a celestial realm warrior should use. From now on, when clashing with others, there will be no need to worry about not having enough stature. Yili flicked his fingers lightly, and the entire ice dragon exploded into countless ice crystals, fluttering down. Now, he was using all his strength to display this perfected level of true meaning of ice dragon. Its destructive power could definitely defeat a warrior of the same rank, or even several of them, in a short time. Of course, this distance shouldn't be too far, and the opponent shouldn't have too strong defensive martial skills. According to Yili's deductions. Right now, under the condition of taking the initiative, he could rely on his physical body to instantly traverse hundreds of zhang, forcefully pulling the opponent into the realm of head-on conflict. Over 100 zhang away, he would have to use true meaning of ice dragon. The ice dragon, possessing divine charm, could track and strike at a locked target within a range of several dozen miles. If the distance were any further, the chances of the opponent escaping would greatly increase. Barely enough. Yili looked at the sparkling ice particles on the ground in front of him, pondered for a bit, and finally gently shook his head. The assassinations from various nations have not yet been seen. He has offended a 5th-level elder from Hungshan Treasure Pavilion. If he were to turn both into his own foundation, he must break through to the Divine Mansion realm soon to ensure security. Looking at it this way. Next, he must start preparing for those 3 first-class credits. Once he collects 5 first-class credits, he can exchange them for S-class building laws in the treasure pavilion of Fengyun University. However, he still had over 20,000 evil points left on hand, which was mostly insufficient for him to break through to the 5th level. He must find a way to earn enough evil points. Headache. He could only hope that the so-called martial land baptism would give him a big boost then. The long road ahead. Yili sighed softly and stood up to walk out of the training room. Calculating the time, that senior sister Chen should be back at school soon. Chapter 97, Beast God Cult, thanks to Morning Light for the 3 Great God certifications. Fengyun University, Gold Medal Courtyard. Yili had just reached near his own courtyard. He saw 2 figures standing side by side at the courtyard gate, one of which was a familiar graceful figure who was occasionally looking around. It was Lin Yinyun. She had probably come early in the morning to find Yili, found no one in the courtyard, and, worried he was cultivating somewhere, had to wait outside the courtyard gate. Beside her stood a tall girl with black hair. Her long hair reached her waist, her black eyes were as calm as clear water, her expression was peaceful, her skin was fair, and her figure was balanced. The fitted clothing on her body was obviously just right. If Yili's guess was correct, this should be that senior sister Chen. From the feedback of his senses, beneath her quiet and peaceful appearance, there was indeed a powerful aura far beyond the ordinary. At least, it far exceeded the one from last night in Xuan. 4th level, around the 3rd tier? Yili silently speculated about her realm and walked towards the courtyard gate. Yili, you finally came. Seeing the boy's figure, Lin Yinyun breathed a sigh of relief and jogged over to meet him. Yeah, I'm here. Yili nodded in acknowledgement, his gaze sweeping over the tall girl with an indifferent aura again. She doesn't seem like the type to cause trouble. This won't do, I need to find an excuse to extract some evil points from her, he thought subconsciously. This is the senior sister Chen I told you about, Chen Jingli. As she spoke, Lin Yinyun stepped aside to introduce the tall girl with a smile. Hello. Yili politely nodded at her. Chen Jingli remained still, staring at him, then calmly nodded, her lips parting to say a few words devoid of extra emotion. Hello. After exchanging simple greetings. To get to the point sooner. Yili bypassed the two and pushed open the courtyard door. Come in and sit. The 2 girls followed him into the room. Sitting by the stone table, Lin Yinyun began discussing the main matter. Next weekend is the day of the martial land baptism. Before this, senior sister would always stay at school. If you want to earn academic credits, take this time to find her, she can save you a lot of trouble. In stark contrast to her, Chen Jingli sat quietly beside them, her expression so calm that one might doubt if she was even listening. Once Lin Yinyun finished speaking, she lightly nodded. This was her way of acknowledging what the other person said. After a moment of thought, Yili did not hesitate. He pushed the tea he had brewed earlier before leaving in front of her and asked, I still need 3 first-class credits, are there any suitable tasks? Lin Yinyun had just taken a sip of cool boiled water when she almost spat it out upon hearing this. 3 first-class credits? In the past, for first and second-year students, earning even 1 second-class credit in a semester was already a rare achievement. This person hasn't even enrolled yet and is asking for 3 first-class credits right off the bat? But thinking of the young man's recent performance in last night's scene, she silently swallowed her words of complaint. After a moment, she sighed and said, most of the tasks in the Zhuwei building involve commissions within the winning province, and those with rewards involving first-class credits are high-risk tasks. You should choose something simpler for your first task. I don't want something simple, I want first-class credits, Yili calmly shook his head. Hearing this, Lin Yinyun felt somewhat helpless. This confidence and boldness he possessed, she truly felt she would never be able to learn it in her lifetime. Then let's choose some tasks that give second-class credits. She put down her teacup and pondered, most of these involve clearing remnants of beast tides or capturing wanted criminals. If you're quick, you should be able to earn 3 first-class credits in less than 2 years. That's too slow. Yili furrowed his brows slightly, can it be faster? Then let's pick tasks that involve going deep into secret realms to gather precious herbs. Generally, these are commissions from wealthy forces. Lin Yinyun touched the rim of her cup, somewhat uncertain, I remember the rewards are higher. With your strength, to earn 3 first-class credits would probably take about a year? Is there a faster way? Yili instinctively asked. He was too eager to progress. Yes. Surprisingly, it was the usually silent Chen Jingli who spoke. In Lin Yinyun's astonished gaze, she quietly looked at Yili and said softly, to encircle the beast god sex branch and its saintus, you need at least a 4th-tier fighter. Are you going? What is the reward? Yili looked up at her. The same as the number you need. Chen Jingli's voice was also calm, 3 first-class credits. I'm in. Yili immediately stood up, calm and composed, and asked her, when do we leave? A task that requires at least 4th-tier warriors sounded thrilling. But he was curious about what the beast god sex branch was about. From the reward, it seemed like it was comparable to suppressing the so-called formidable forces of the 3 mountains and 6 sects. Now, Chen Jingli also got up. Clearly, this was a very dangerous task. Yet, there was no hint of tension in her brows and eyes, not even the slightest emotional fluctuation appeared. Beast God Sect branch? No, wait. The dazed Lin Yingyun finally came to her senses, looking shocked as she turned to the tall girl. Senior Sister Chen, you're taking him to encircle the Beast God Sect branch? Is that not okay? Chen Jingli tilted her head in confusion. That doesn't seem appropriate, right? Lin Yingyun's face turned pale, forcing a smile. That will get people killed. You know about this task? Yili raised his brow slightly. I know a bit. Lin Yingyun's entire body tensed, her expression grim. The Beast God Sect is that crazy cult that worships the super monsters from the 3 top secret realms of Hanxia as gods. P.S. Thank you very much to the Great Morning Light for the gift. Thank you, Giant. Or 2. Chapter 98, The Temporary Camp Below Eagle Cry Gorge, Part 1 and 2. The 3 top secret realms of Hanxia are located in dangerous places, and there are many high-level exotic beasts inside. They already possess intelligence on par with humans, so transforming into human forms is not difficult at all. Lin Yingyun spoke with a heavy tone. To keep watch over them, every secret realm has 2 martial arts masters guarding the passes day and night. Yet these 3 top secret realms are clearly thousands of miles apart, but I don't know what method they use to communicate. Without an advantage in intelligence networks and not enough martial arts masters, this has led to hundreds of years where, even though high-level monsters were closely watched, the remaining mid-level monsters still had the power to develop the evil cult called the Beast God Sect. Lin Yingyun seemed to have a very poor impression of this evil cult, frowning tightly. If this continues, this evil cult will gradually grow stronger. Their main activities usually involve attacking the towns of Hanxia, capturing mortals or martial artists to refine into treasure liquid, which is offered to the monsters in the 3 secret realms. The people of Hanxia deeply hate them, and whenever a branch is discovered, they will spend all their effort to hunt them down. Your task this time is just like that. The branches of the Beast God Sect are often hidden, but each branch has an altar that can summon a 6-level monster, with some also having 4 and 5-level monsters, making it quite difficult to hunt down, and nobody can guarantee that they won't meet their demise. Moreover, at this point, Lin Yingyun paused, turning her head to look at Chen Jingli sitting by the stone table, confirming by asking. This time, we also need to hunt down their saintess? Chen Jingli lightly nodded. Lin Yingyun rubbed her forehead as if in distress. No wonder the reward is so high. Yili curiously asked. Are there still humans in this evil cult? There are always traitors everywhere. Lin Yingyun glanced at him and sighed slightly. There are also townsfolk who were attacked, but due to their decent skills, many martial artists were forced to join the Beast God Sect to survive. This so-called Beast God Sect even has figures similar to saints, 1 male and 1 female, acting as leaders, responsible for conveying the Beast God orders. Their strength ranges between 4 and 5 levels, but this is not absolute. In the era when there were more than 10 martial arts masters in Hanxia, the Beast God Sect was almost wiped out, and even 2nd-level martial artists were promoted to become saints. That is certainly not the case now. The current saintess of the Beast God Sect is mostly no lower than 4 levels, and her combat power is far superior to other martial artists of the same level. If you really want to go, be very careful. If you encounter her, withdraw immediately. The saintess and saint have unique crimson patterns on them that can be recognized at a glance. Upon hearing this, Yili gently shook his teacup, his expression calm. By now, he had a rough idea in his heart. Beast God Sect cultists, Beast God Sect saintess. In simple terms, it can be said in one sentence. Kill, anyone can be killed. What do the patterns look like? Can they be faked? Yili casually asked. For example, could they stick on a tattoo to impersonate the saintess? I haven't seen them either, but from the rumors, it shouldn't be possible. Regardless of whether it's the real one, as long as you see it, you can tell. Alright then. Yili nodded. You, Sai, you really want to go? I've already said it's very dangerous. Lin Yingyun helplessly leaned on the stone table, looking hopelessly at the boy's face, trying to find a trace of unease or tension in him. Seeing him still with a calm face, she turned her head to look at Chen Jingli. Sister Chen, who will be leading the team for this mission? Our teacher isn't at school, can you help speak a word so he can look after Yili? Vice Principal, Zhuo Qingyu. Chen Jingli's face showed a hint of nostalgia. Lin Yingyun was somewhat surprised. Is he the vice principal from our school? MHM. That's great. Lin Yingyun clasped her hands together, a smile involuntarily appearing on her face. For such official large-scale missions, it was not surprising who among the 6-level masters led the team. Whether it was the elders and leaders from the 3 mountains and 6 sects, or the deans and vice-deans of top martial arts universities. Having the vice principal from their own school leading the team, surely they would give a little favoritism towards their own outstanding students, right? Moreover, the vice principal from Fengyun University. He was even once rated as one of the 6 most promising 6th-rank martial infants who might break through to Grandmaster in the future in Hanxia. Even looking at the entire forces of the Wing Province, that Principal Zhou could still be counted among the top-tier powerhouses. Don't forget the martial ground baptism. Try your best to come back in time, it will be greatly helpful for your future breakthrough to the 5th rank. Lin Yingyun straightened her body and looked at Yili again. The worry in her heart had eased quite a bit. Anyway, he was just going to earn credits. As long as he paid attention to self-protection and didn't try too hard to gain merit, there would be no problem. Although, judging by his character, it was definitely impossible for him to stay completely obedient. But after all, he was a smart person. Once he saw a battle he couldn't interfere in, he would naturally adapt. There was no need for her, a nominal senior sister at 3rd rank 6th level, to teach him. Seeing Yili nod slightly, Lin Yingyun slowly stood up and smiled lightly. Then I'll head back first. If anything comes up, you can contact me. I'll call old Deg to help you. Thank you. Yili said. We are from the same school. No need for thanks. Lin Yingyun waved her hand and turned to walk out of the courtyard. Then, she still stopped in front of the courtyard gate, looked back again, and added another sentence. The beast god cult has never had any humanity. A trapped beast still fights hard. Always put your own safety first. Among those who join the siege, there are usually many geniuses from different martial universities, and some future leaders from famous families in Hanxia. Anyway, all are worth making friends with. If you can build good relationships with them, then this trip won't be in vain. After speaking, she smiled faintly. Though I, your senior sister, hope to cling to your thigh for the rest of my life, you don't have to push yourself so hard. For your own health, it's still best to balance work and rest. Okay, take care. Yili put down the teacup and said goodbye to her. He could actually understand her good intentions. But right now, opportunity after opportunity was right in front of him. He didn't want to stop. Ever since stepping into the peak of the 4th rank, Yili hadn't encountered a proper battle. Now that he had just fully mastered the true will of the Ice Dragon, such a great opportunity arrived. A God-given chance. To be honest, after listening to Lin Yingyun's explanation, Yili became a bit stirred up, just thinking about so many people worth befriending, and so many martial artists forced to join the evil cult. After sending Lin Yingyun off, the courtyard became quiet again. Yili stood up and looked toward Chen Jingli by the stone table. Shall we go? Chen Jingli nodded and stood up with a calm face, walking toward the courtyard gate. Yili followed behind her, the two of them heading toward the so-called danger choosing tower. The distance wasn't too far, and since both of them were 4th rank martial artists, even without flying over roofs, their speed was still quite fast. Turning around a corner, they came before that massive building. Yili stepped forward and pushed the door open. Under several astonished and surprised gazes, he followed Chen Jingli to the task reception desk. Chen Jingli raised her hand and swiped across the holographic projection, pulling up a blood-red mission column, then looked toward the receptionist manager. We'll take this one. As she spoke, she stepped aside to reveal Yili behind her, and said calmly, the two of us together. The receptionist manager, seeing the red task she selected, was just about to praise the girl's strength. Hearing that, he froze. He looked up at Yili and tried to smile. Student Chen Jingli is of course fine, but this student here. His words stopped abruptly. The receptionist manager's expression turned stunned as he looked at the golden waist token Yili handed over. In an instant, his brain worked at lightning speed. He had a great memory. Not to mention gold rank students, even among the hundreds of silver rank and over 1,000 bronze rank students, he could name them all. But this unfamiliar face before him, was he a newly promoted gold rank student? Why didn't he have any impression at all? And not just him. Inside the danger choosing tower, many people also frowned. The gaze swept over Yili and that golden medal. It was obviously checking the candidates. At this moment, the reception minister finally came to his senses, reached out to take the golden medal, and after a simple verification, he lightly coughed and said, Student Yili, on behalf of Zaiwei Building, I welcome you, but the minimum requirement for this task is a level 4 warrior. As he spoke, he took out a blue crystal from under the counter and handed it to Yili. In my impression, besides the top 3 on the Fengyun list, only Chen Jingli meets this condition. This is the testing crystal. Bang! Before he finished speaking, Yili extended his hand to take the blue crystal and, amidst a chorus of astonished gasps, instantly crushed it. Is this enough? He asked calmly. Yili understood that to use many facilities in this school smoothly, one must break a crystal or two, whether it was necessary or not. And his action had left everyone in Zaiwei Building in a daze. Some students who came to take on tasks swallowed hard, and after exchanging glances, they could see the shock in each other's eyes. It's enough, it's enough. The reception minister took a deep breath and spoke somewhat laboriously. I will register you now, and I will bring you the action team's uniforms shortly, please wait a moment. Goodness, according to the information on the golden medal, he's still a freshman. He actually reached level 41 already? The reception minister's heart churned with waves of astonishment, unable to calm for a long time. Chen Jingli calmly gazed at the young man who had already become the center of attention, his expression showing no change, and said nothing more. At this moment, whispers not far away reached her ears. I remember who he is now, Yili, the one who severely injured Yu Chuan. Yu Chuan? The one on the Feng Yun list at 18th place? Who else could it be? It said that last night, this Yili broke his limbs and shattered his bones. Listening to these words, Chen Jingli's gaze towards the young man flashed slightly. Soon, Yili retrieved his token, took the exquisitely made blue robe, and walked towards Chen Jingli. Let's go, he said. Chen Jingli gently nodded, and the two walked towards the door together. Day and night passed, and in the early morning 2 days later, at the boundary of Ing province, where it meets Jiangzhou province, in the Dantian Mountain, Eagle Cry Gorge, two figures soared out from the nearest city, taking nearly half a day to traverse over 100 miles, and finally stopped at this mountain pass based on their coordinates. Looking at the towering mountains ahead, Yili raised an eyebrow, a hint of surprise in his eyes. He had thought that the scale of the beast god cult branch would be considerable, but to surround a large mountain for a purge was still beyond his expectations. This scale was not inferior to a real martial arts mountain gate. This shows that Blue Planet is several times larger than Earth in his previous life, and it's not all beneficial. Such a stunningly large evil cult branch was only discovered today. Or was there some kind of formation concealing the probes? In a high martial world, anything is possible. Yili speculated about the reason in his heart and stepped toward the temporary camp ahead. Chen Jingli followed behind him. The task description they received mentioned that the official siege of the beast god cult branch by Hongxia had been ongoing for nearly 4 days. A few days ago, several law enforcers had died in duty here, fighting against rampaging beast tides and beast god cult followers. The Qingyi Bureau needed time to withdraw personnel and had to issue a red commission to nearby provinces' martial arts universities. Yili and Chen Jingli were sent as reinforcements, assigned to guard this area. It was clearly intended to fill the gaps. As soon as the two stepped into the camp, a middle-aged man dressed in a blue robe seemed to have heard the noise and stepped out from his tent. Judging by the style of the blue robe, he was a senior law enforcer from the Qingyi Bureau. His complexion was pale, and his breath was weak, clearly in poor condition. Looking at the two who were approaching, the middle-aged man's weathered face burst into a smile. You two have finally arrived. Lu has been waiting for you. My name is Lu Jing, please hand me your golden badges for verification. As he spoke, Lu Jing extended his palm. He already knew the names and appearances of the two from the messages sent earlier. At this moment, verifying the golden badges was to confirm their identities. Yili tossed the badge over and glanced at the distant mountain, his eyes flickering. In the air here, there was even a faint bloody smell that had not dissipated. How many creatures had died on the mountain these days? Once Lu Jing finished the verification, Yili casually asked, what is the current situation here? How many people are left in our camp? Besides me, there are 6 warriors at or above the 3rd level in the camp, 2 of whom are external reinforcements who came over from Magic Capital University last night. Lu Jing followed his gaze and spoke heavily. The main threat comes from those rampaging beasts and the beast god sect's followers. As long as the vice president from Feng Yun University launches an attack, a large number of beasts and beast god sect followers will descend the mountain to storm the blockade. That vice president is held back by 2 6th level beasts and can't end the battle in a short time, and the blockade lines across Dantian Mountain can't buy her enough time. To reduce casualties and prevent the blockade from being breached, each encirclement has been forced to halt while waiting for reinforcements. As a result, it has dragged on until now. P.S. There was a mix-up, everyone refresh again, and it's 4,000 words now. I typed all afternoon, but I was really stuck. The author will push harder tomorrow for more updates. I'm very sorry. Or 2. Chapter 99, The Bet. What level are the beasts, and what level are those followers? In the camp, Yili's black hair brushed lightly, his green shirt fluttered, and his dark eyes looked toward the mountaintop, sharp enough to pierce through the jungle, directly pointing at the huge building on the summit. It must be the so-called branch of the beast god sect. His voice was calm as water. Tell me about them. This place was considered a dangerous area, layered giant rocks of various shapes. The terrain was so steep that even birds found it hard to cross, often emitting chilling cries. Thus it was named the Eagle's Cry Gorge. If any living thing on the mountaintop wanted to break through from here to the mountain below, they must kill all of the camp station troops, otherwise, it would be very difficult to successfully escape the Dantian Mountain territory. The law enforcers of the Clearing Bureau could unite to form battle formations, greatly increasing their combat power. As long as the strength of both sides wasn't too disparate, holding the line shouldn't be too difficult. Hearing this, Lu Jing's face showed a hint of shame, and he looked down to reply, most of the beasts are second and third level, but they are numerous, and among the followers, there are quite a few third-level warriors who are desperately trying to break through. There's basically no chance for persuasion. No fourth-level ones? Yi Li raised his gaze. There are, but very few. It's because one fourth-level cult follower mixed in with the crowd that our previous battle formation was unexpectedly breached, leading to the death of several comrades. At this point, Lu Jing's expression darkened. This incident had a significant impact on him. He himself was only at the peak of the third level, and even if he could match a fourth-level warrior when combined with a battle formation, he still lacked the energy to fend off the other enemies. I understand. Yi Li nodded slightly. That group of beast god sect followers and beasts were desperately trying to break out, most likely to create an escape route for that Saintess. But unfortunately, the camp below was already at full capacity. By the way, Lu Jing seemed to suddenly remember something and quickly added, I still don't know your specific strengths. Yi Li cast a glance at the distant Chen Jingli, who was gazing at the mountain forest, and said lightly, she is around the fourth level, third stage. As expected of the prodigy from Fengyun University? Lu Jing's tone was full of admiration, then he smacked his lips, I see you look to be a few years younger than her, could it be that you've also broken through to the fourth level? No. Then you're at the peak of the third level? Lu Jing's heart finally felt relieved. Then he instinctively continued to ask. He did not know that Fengyun University had raised the task, originally able to be accepted at level 3, to level 4 to prevent accidents. Not really. So, under Lu Jing's shocked eyes, the boy withdrew his gaze and chuckled, I'm at the peak of level 4. At the same time, a tent in the camp was lifted, and two figures walked out. A girl in luxurious clothes stretched lazily, her aura much stronger than Lu Jing's. Behind her followed a cold-looking young servant. The enforcement officers on duty glanced at them and quickly withdrew their gaze. These two geniuses from Magic City University had too big of a temper. When they arrived last night, they caused quite a stir. If we looked at them a moment longer, who knows how we would be ridiculed. Ah. Seemingly just waking up, the girl in luxurious clothing yawned. Among the uniformed blue-robed enforcement officers, her luxurious outfit was especially eye-catching. Even so, she had no intention of changing. The girl in luxurious clothing glanced around, then her gaze suddenly locked onto Chen Jingli. Her previously lazy demeanor vanished in an instant, and a hint of astonishment flashed in her eyes. Chen Jingli? She couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, then the shock in her eyes quickly turned into coldness, as she asked with a half-smile, with the martial earth baptism of Fengyun University coming up, you actually come here to do tasks? Chen Jingli looked at her twice, not even nodding, and shifted her gaze away. Basically ignoring her. Tisk. Seeing this, the girl in luxurious clothing tugged at the corners of her mouth but didn't say more. Having viewed Chen Jingli as a competitor for years, she had long become somewhat accustomed to her personality. But the young servant behind her seemed to explode in anger, stepping forward and shouting. Mrs. talking to you, you. Before he finished, he was coldly interrupted by the girl in luxurious clothing, Song Tao, shut up. Yes. Song Tao's expression was respectful as he retreated immediately. This one is the genius girl from Fengyun University, how dare you be so reckless here? The girl in luxurious clothing scoffed, then looked back at Chen Jingli, as if casually saying. Besides, she hasn't changed her deadpan face for a day or two, I won't care, so why are you in such a hurry? She wanted to see, when her strength surpassed the other, whether Chen Jingli could still maintain this kind of calm. But something was strange. According to Chen Jingli's nature, she shouldn't be doing extra things before the martial earth baptism. Why would she suddenly come to Dongtian Mountain, 1,000 miles away, to take on high-difficulty tasks? Thinking of this, the girl named Wu Jia furrowed her brow, following Chen Jingli's gaze. Not far away on the open ground, a handsome young man in a green robe was standing there, talking with the senior enforcer Lu Jing. Both were wearing green robes and were of similar age. Wu Jia's frown deepened, she couldn't help but coldly laugh, is that your rookie? Other than that, she couldn't think of another reason for the other to team up with a stranger of the opposite sex. MMH. Chen Jingli nodded calmly, seemingly not hearing the mockery in the other's tone. Wu Jia, with a cold face, asked. What's his name, and what's his strength? It has nothing to do with you. Chen Jingli said indifferently. Oh my, could it be that Chen Jingli is actually protecting someone? Wu Jia feigned astonishment, her brow instantly relaxing as if she had discovered something amusing, a clear smile appearing on her peach blossom-like face. But unfortunately, whether he has anything to do with me, you don't get to decide. For all these years, Wu Jia had been working hard in Magic City University but had never surpassed Chen Jingli, and her heart had long accumulated thick resentment. You should know, Chen Jingli cared about very few things. Even the martial way could barely be counted among them. It was rare to see her bring a rookie to do a task. The last junior sister was nothing but Chen Jingli's shadow, completely unmovable. But this time, this one. It seems there is a chance. Wu Jia's lips clearly lifted into a smile. If I can bring this young man in the green robe under my command, even if it doesn't harm Chen Jingli, it can at least annoy her. The daughter of a sinner has been grim for more than a decade towards herself. It's high time she changed her expression. Thinking of this, Wu Jia looked again at Yili not far away and said with an amused smile. Dare to bet with me? Let's wager that this newcomer you brought will join our Wu family before the end of this mission. An opportunity to join the extreme northern Wu family is right in front of her. She was confident not many young warriors would refuse. Chen Jingli no longer paid her any attention and stood up to walk towards Yili. Pretend, just keep pretending. Wu Jia watched her retreating figure, her expression gradually growing darker, her silver teeth clenched tightly. Having known each other for more than 10 years, she still could not see what the other was truly thinking. Through his conversation with Lu Jing, Yili gained a rough understanding of the situation at Eagle Cry Gorge. Excluding himself and Chen Jingli, there were a total of 7 warriors of the 3rd tier and above, more than 20 2nd-tier warriors, and hundreds of 1st-tier warriors equipped with firearms at the camp in Eagle Cry Gorge. There are many such camps across the entire Mount Dangtian, they just vary in configurations. With the addition of Yili and Chen Jingli, the configuration of the Eagle Cry Gorge camp was already considered very high. Unless unexpected events occur, the risk of a breakthrough here was nearly zero. This could be seen from the rich smile on Lu Jing's face. Yili rested his finger against his chin, thought for a moment, and speculated. That vice principal should launch a new round of attacks at noon, you better prepare in advance. Why? Lu Jing was taken aback. Because the task I received clearly states we must arrive here by noon at the latest. Yili explained calmly. I see, thank you for the reminder. Lu Jing pondered for a moment, then displayed a look of realization and said seriously, I'll go prepare right away. Seeing the sun rising higher in the sky, he immediately cupped his hands to say goodbye and walked towards the enforcers in the camp. After simply conveying Yili's instructions, Lu Jing had just breathed a sigh of relief when the badge on his chest vibrated lightly. A steady middle-aged voice rang in his ear. 2 hours later, seniors watching you will make another move. At that time, all camps must strictly guard against it, no fish should slip through. Chapter 100, The Returning Young Man in a Green Robe. The sun was high, and the weather was gloomy. Dozens of enforcers stood guard at several key points in Eagle Cry Gorge, their expressions stern, eyes sharp, their hands holding long guns perfectly still. As a senior, do you have anything to tell me? Yili sat on a blue stone, glancing sideways at the tall girl beside him, who hadn't spoken since she arrived. Chen Jingli stared at Yili motionlessly for a full 10 seconds. Until the boy frowned slightly, she finally spoke slowly, you are stronger than me. What amazing perception. Much better than the confused Yan Wan back then. Yili felt somewhat surprised, then asked. So what? So there's nothing. Chen Jingli replied flatly. Yili's brow relaxed slightly but he still asked calmly, then what's the use? Chen Jingli closed her eyes with indifference. I hate the 3-no girl. Looking at the silence system back end. Yili sighed, hoping she hadn't caught something on him, or he would have to push her to revive her emotions. He stood up and walked out of the camp. Just about to look around, he heard the enforcers outside the camp whispering. Can we hold this time? Definitely no problem. Haven't you heard Lu Team say? 3 Heavenly Barrier Realm warriors have come from 2 martial arts universities, and even the maid that Miss Wu brought is of true blood realm cultivation. Wow, what a big deal. The higher-ups are treating us so well here? It is said that this senior from the left has been furious these past few days, pointing at our commander's nose and scolding. What did he scold about? I also heard, supposedly he said, you asked me to set up a blockade, but you're either having strong winds or heavy rain. It's been 4 days of hunting, and I haven't even killed a 6th-tier beast. Yili was listening attentively when he suddenly sensed a presence approaching behind him. He turned around to see a young man with a cold demeanor walking towards him, smiling and moving gracefully. It was Song Tao. After arriving in front of Yili, he cleared his throat and spoke loudly. Yili, right? What's the matter? Yili asked. My name is Song Tao, and our young lady invites you for a chat. Looking at the young man before him, Song Tao's eyes held a hint of disdain as he slightly turned to the side. Please. Yili followed the direction he was pointing and indeed saw the elegantly dressed Wu Jia. She sat in a chair under a tree, her gaze playfully fixed on the young man. Noticing the young man looking at her, Wu Jia straightened up a little, gently beckoning with her hand, her graceful figure radiating nobility. I'm not going. Yili withdrew his gaze and said calmly, does she not have legs? Why send you to invite me? You are outrageous. Song Tao frowned and shouted angrily, unable to hold back as he stepped forward. treating the other party with courtesy, only to be met with such disrespect. What a person with no manners! His angry shout immediately drew the attention of some enforcers nearby. Yili waved his hand dismissively and said casually, "Go back and report to your master." "You." Song Tao's face changed color. As a servant of the extreme northern Wu clan, when had he ever received such treatment? There's a saying, beat the dog, watch the owner. Just wait. Song Tao shot a fierce glare at the other party, then ran back to Wu Jie's side. "Miss, not only did he refuse to come, but he also spoke disrespectfully to you." Song Tao's face was unpleasant as he gritted his teeth and recounted the previous conversation. Wu Jie felt speechless. She didn't expect the other party to actually send Song Tao back to complain. This made her feel like her status had dropped several levels. Useless thing. Wu Jie frowned and stood up, coldly dropping a line before walking towards Yili. There was no choice. She had already said such words to Qin Jingli, and if she didn't finally capture Yili, where would she put her face? Even according to Qin Jingli's character, she would probably not take this matter to heart. But this second lady of the extreme northern Wu clan was obviously a person with strong self-esteem. Amidst the curious gazes of many enforcers, Wu Jie finally stopped in front of Yili. She could sense Qin Jingli's gaze subtly coming from the camp. There really is a problem. Wu Jie sneered inwardly. Without any intention of avoiding it, she casually leaned against the tree trunk, crossed her arms, and was just about to speak. When she heard the young man's mocking voice. "Come to avenge your dog?" Upon hearing this, Wu Jie's expression tightened, and she coldly said, "You better watch your mouth." The initial intention of winning him over faded by more than half, replaced by the notion of teaching him a lesson. But for the sake of her pride, she took a deep breath and softly said, "I am the second young lady of the extreme northern Wu clan, Wu Jie." "Yili." The young man politely nodded. This so-called extreme northern Wu clan sounded familiar. Jiang Qingzhu seemed to come from a prominent family known as the extreme northern Jiang clan. "You have good qualifications." Wu Jie casually found an excuse and spoke softly. After all, the young man was at most of the third-tier strength. And being at third tier in the first year of university could definitely be considered very talented. "Come to my Wu clan, be a nominal steward, and when you break through to the fourth tier, you can choose a side lady to marry. The Wu clan's S-level visualization techniques are yours to choose from, and for the fifth tier, we can also provide you with A-level condensation methods." As Wu Jie's calm voice fell, dozens of enforcers were in an uproar. They had not heard of S-level visualization techniques, but those were often family secrets from prestigious clans. Non-kin members of the clan can never obtain it. Even if the library of Fengyun University is vast and profound, the S-class visualization techniques within it are absolutely expensive and scarce. Moreover, just being a nominal deacon means there's no real responsibility. Such conditions truly make one's heart race with excitement. Feeling the shocking gazes from those around, Wu Jie, feeling somewhat proud, looked at the boy with burning eyes and asked in a factual tone, "What do you think?" At the same time, the attendant Song Tao also arrived behind her. With a similar posture, he smiled at Yili, waiting for the boy to agree to the conditions, ready to ridicule him with words. How impressive was the act put on moments ago? In front of the Wu family's strength, wouldn't he just have to bow his head like a dog? Not much. In a dead silence, Yili's playful voice rang in everyone's ears. "You can actually speak those conditions with such pride, like sending off a beggar, that's quite impressive." After saying this, he stepped forward as if he hadn't heard, walking towards the camp. Wu Jie's confident smile instantly froze on her face. The quite generous conditions in her eyes were actually described by the other party as sending off a beggar? What's the difference from slapping her in public? Originally, she just wanted to find some fun and annoy Qin Jingli. But now, Wu Jie's expression darkened, turning to look at the boy's gradually receding figure, her cold voice restrained extreme anger. "Yili, you have quite the arrogance. Once the mission is over, my Wu family will thoroughly engage with you." Listening to the threat in her words, the many law enforcers felt their hearts skip a beat. Song Tao, whose face was twitching in anger, quickly calmed down upon hearing this. Then he looked up with a hint of glee, staring at the thin figure departing. He initially wanted to mock him for not knowing what was good for him. But in the next second, Song Tao noticed something was wrong. Because that thin figure not only did not blur and disappear, but instead began to enlarge continuously in his sight. P.S. 2 chapters nearing 5,000 words, the author really tried hard. It's the end of the month, please show some love. Or 2. Chapter 101, is he going to do something to me? Ordinary 4th-tier martial artists can hear the sound of arrows from hundreds of meters away with just a little sensitivity. Yili had already entered the peak of the 4th tier, perhaps the strongest in history, so he naturally could hear Wu Jie's wild words. Moreover, the second young lady of the Wu family did not seem to intend to hide her intentions. It was clearly meant for him to hear. The statement was correct, the location was appropriate, and the target was just right. Very good. Yi chuckled lightly, the only way to relieve worries is through battle. What do you want? Seeing the young man in a green robe walking towards her step by step, Wu Jie frowned and spoke, her heart began to race, and a hint of inexplicable panic surged within her. Her sharp senses made her feel something was wrong. Song Tao also stood in front of her at that moment. As soon as Wu Jie finished speaking, Yi answered with action. He suddenly stomped hard on the ground, gathering strength, and his thin figure shot forward like an arrow released from its bow. The scenery in his ears retreated rapidly, the boy's speed seemed to ride the wind. Whoosh! In the shocked eyes of dozens, in an instant, that green robe crossed dozens of feet. Carrying a strong airflow, Yi directly bypassed Song Tao and rushed to Wu Jie's front. At this moment, the young lady of the Wu family had not yet fully reacted. Her peach blossom-like charming face still bore remnants of her previous displeasure. Immediately, looking at Yi, who had already arrived before her, Wu Jie's pupils suddenly constricted, her brain nearly going blank, her previous displeasure turning into deep shock. She couldn't understand why the other party's speed was so astonishing that even a Heavenly Gate realm martial artist like her found it hard to react. Didn't Chen Jingli say he was a newcomer she brought along? The earlier question now had its answer. He wants to hurt me. Wu Jie screamed in her heart. Just by looking at this speed, the other party is definitely not a third tier, and might even be an elite among the fourth tier. Remembering this, she strained to mobilize the true energy within her, and a fierce wind burst forth from her body. In front of her, the boy seemed to intentionally slow down his speed. In that moment, Wu Jie could even clearly see a trace of teasing smile on that handsome face. You can't even react to this? You! Wu Jie gritted her teeth and stared at him, instantly filled with a mix of embarrassment and anger. Fortunately, this emotion had no time to brew. The next moment, Yi suddenly threw a punch. A torrent of overwhelming energy surged from the tip of his fist, rushing towards her center. Wu Jie's heart rang alarm bells, she gritted her teeth, and also gathered her energy, directly launching a burst of danqi. In close combat among Tianchi warriors, a danqi burst is still the most reliable and the fastest way to counter. She planned to directly confront the opponent first. After creating some distance, she would unleash her Tianchi martial arts. Boom! In the dense forest, the two waves of overwhelming energy collided heavily, the spreading wind pressure almost uprooted the ground. At this moment, Wu Jie's punching arm trembled wildly, and her eyes filled with disbelief. The force contained in the opponent's danqi burst was terrifying. The force that belonged to her was almost instantly torn apart. Bang! The residual force surged like a tide, mercilessly crashing into Wu Jie's body, but at the moment it touched her, it was blocked by a bizarre white light that burst forth. Even so, the terrifying force still sent her slender figure flying. Wu Jie felt as if her organs were being smashed by the immense force, a piercing pain shot from her chest, and she uncontrollably spewed a mouthful of blood. From childhood to now, she had never felt such excruciating pain. Boom boom boom. Wu Jie's figure crashed into one sturdy tree after another, and the white light surrounding her gradually weakened until it finally vanished, barely releasing the force and tumbling to the ground. Ha! Wu Jie struggled to breathe, her face pale, she attempted to get up from the ground several times but failed each time. The energy within her was quite chaotic, and her injuries were exceptionally severe. This was under the condition that her defensive artifact absorbed some of the damage. If she hadn't activated this life-saving protective artifact, Wu Jie could hardly imagine what her fate would have been. Severely injuring the second young lady of the extreme north which family in public, evil points plus 6,000. Gazing at the disheveled noblewoman. In front of the dense forest, Yi retracted his palm, whispering thoughtfully to himself, an artifact? His earlier strike. Honestly, he intended to knock Wu Jie unconscious. But a part of the force was blocked by that strange white light, so much so that instead of knocking her unconscious, she could still move slightly. He needed to be careful next time. Yi lightly nodded. In the dazed gazes of the enforcers, he walked straight into the collapsed forest. At that moment, a furious roar erupted behind him. You bold boy! Yi turned to see the servant Song Tao with a twisted face, madly charging toward him. The moment he saw Yi disappear from his place, he was on high alert and mobilized his true energy. But all he saw was his own young lady being sent flying. For Song Tao, this was the most shocking scene. In an instant, an uncontrollable rage surged within Song Tao. This made him feel a mixture of shock and anger. He was angry that the reputation of the extreme north which family was so impressive, in the past, wherever they went, they had to be given some respect by everyone. But someone like Yi, who acted before even saying a proper word, was truly a first. He was shocked that with his third-tier fifth-level vision, just now, he didn't even capture a trace of Yi movements. The young lady of the fourth rank was blasted away with just one glance. But at this moment, there was no fear in Song Tao's heart. At most, it would mean dying for his master. If he died here, the extreme North Wu family would definitely avenge him. When the time comes, with Eagle Cry Gorge lost, let's see how this Yili explains to Han Xiaoqing about the unexpected situation. Lost in thought, Song Tao's figure had already rushed to the calm-faced young man. Without the slightest hesitation, he threw a punch. Then he unleashed his martial energy completely, creating a remarkable momentum. But just as he was about to make contact, a slap hit him in the face. Boom! Centered on Song Tao, the ground suddenly formed a deep pit filled with cracks. Just right. Yili clapped his hands and casually pulled the disoriented Song Tao out from the ground, saying, "Having you watch makes it even better." As he spoke, he moved towards the tree further away. With blood lingering by his lips, the dazed Song Tao could only obediently be held in the other's hand. They walked all the way to the front of the elegantly dressed girl under the tree. Despair had long occupied Wu Jie's heart. Now seeing Yili approach, she trembled uncontrollably. Her eyes were filled with deep fear, but she still pretended to calm down, swallowing the sweet metallic taste in her mouth, and tremblingly asked, "What do you want?" Money, martial skills, precious medicine. As long as the other party opened their mouth, she would agree immediately. Of course, whether they would really give it afterward was another matter entirely. As long as she could delay until the mission was over. Wu Jia bit her lip. Then, she heard the young man's calm voice. Simple. Yili casually tossed Song Tao aside and then crouched down in front of Wu Jia, gently stroking her head with his long hand, whispering, "Bow your head and admit your mistake, and yell 3 times I am trash. Make your movements standard and your voice loud. If I'm satisfied, this matter will end here." His voice was not loud, but it clearly reached everyone's ears around them. Hiss. Many enforcers gasped in shock. They had heard every word of the previous conversation clearly. This was the second young lady of the extreme North Wu family, a genius who broke through the heavenly gate before the age of 30. To have her resolved so instantly and now be asked for such an act. All the enforcers swallowed hard, feeling a bit stunned. This blue-clothed young man was likely far more terrifying than the so-called extreme North Wu family. Could he be the contemporary saint of one of the 3 mountains? Thinking of this, they all seemed to not hear anything, listened with their noses and hearts, and silently continued to stand still. With the heavens collapsing, someone tall was holding up the sky, and their captain Lu Jing didn't even show up, so why would they need to speak up? Meanwhile, Shen Jingli quietly walked out of the camp, sitting on the raised bluestone in front of the camp. Lifting her pair of eyes as flawless as clear water, she quietly gazed into the depths of the dense forest from afar. Chapter 102, You do not have such a noble soul. What did you say? Hearing Yi Li's words, Wu Jie slightly opened her mouth, doubting whether her ears were malfunctioning. Had this person forgotten her identity? The second young lady of the extreme North Wu family could never kneel and apologize to anyone, let alone shout such undignified nonsense. If it weren't for the heavy hand resting on her head, she would have directly cursed, telling the other to check their brain. Wu Jie breathed heavily, gritting her teeth and said, "I can apologize to you, but I will not kneel, nor will I." Before she could finish her sentence, the hand on her head suddenly exerted force, smashing her fiercely into the ground. Boom! The dry earth cracked open instantly. The head of a 4th-rank martial artist was much harder than ordinary stones, and Wu Jie's alluring face was directly smashed into the ground by this immense force. Woo woo! A sudden, intense impact struck, and Wu Jie saw stars, her body instinctively struggling, her mouth letting out a whimpering wail in the muddy, stony ground. Clearly, it was the usual bullying. How could this time lead to such an ending? Miss? Beside Yili, Song Tao, who was previously in a daze, suddenly snapped awake upon hearing the wailing sound. Is that the Miss's voice? He hurriedly pushed himself up, straining to look ahead. Then, his pupils constricted as a scene he would never forget in his life unfolded before him. Dressed in luxurious clothes, Wu Jie had her entire head pushed down by a bony hand, forcefully slammed into the ground, her graceful figure struggling hard, emitting pitiful whimpering sounds. Yet she could not break free from the restraint. Fortunately, this process did not last long. Soon, Yili pulled her out of the ground and said blandly, "Are you willing to kneel now?" A strong sense of pressure filled her heart, tears welled up in the corners of Wu Jie's eyes, and her gaze caught a look at the dazed Song Tao behind Yili. Her pale face instantly flushed bright red. Publicly humiliating the second young lady of the extreme northern witch family, evil deeds plus 3,000. Wow, it really works. Yili raised an eyebrow. Don't look at me. Wu Jie instinctively covered her face with her hands, crying out in some despair, "Song Tao, turn around. Quickly turn around." She suddenly felt that no matter how Yili humiliated her, it didn't matter as long as her former servant didn't see her in such a disgraceful state. Only this matter, she could never accept. Miss. Song Tao felt struck by lightning, almost teetering on the verge of tears, unable to contain the rage and sorrow in his heart, blood seeping from his clenched fists. Yet he always valued the orders of the other party above all else. Just as he was about to turn around, Yili suddenly frowned and asked, "Who told you to turn around?" Song Tao froze, his blood boiling uncontrollably. "What do you mean?" "Lie by the side and watch." Yili's voice was calm but carried an undeniable tone. Upon hearing this, Song Tao still gritted his teeth, wanting to turn around. Yili didn't glance sideways and said lightly, "If you want your master to be killed by my hand here, then you can try." Hearing this, Song Tao froze in place, his face turning blue and white, no longer moving at all. Hope, he was given hope. At this point, as long as Wu Jia was not in mortal danger, he was willing to do anything. Very good, commendable loyalty. Yili lightly nodded, looking back at the trembling Wu Jia, explaining indifferently, "Actually, my temper has been quite good. If you hadn't threatened me, I wouldn't have planned to bother with your offense. Unfortunately, there are no ifs. I can understand arrogance, I also don't care about the bullying of others. But if you bully honest people to this extent, don't blame me for being ruthless." These words seemed to have drained all of Yili's patience, and his voice turned exceptionally cold. "I will ask you again, are you willing to kneel?" Despair gradually filled Wu Jia's eyes, and apart from submitting to the other's overwhelming force, she couldn't think of any way out. But if she submitted like this, what would be the difference between her and those sycophants from before? Wu Jia didn't want to become that kind of sycophant. What she wanted was to be unique, to stand out, to be the moon among the stars. Wu Jia's lips moved, yet revealed her tenacity. "I am not willing." Boom! The boy in the azure robe, as if completely unaware of her noble spirit, slammed down without hesitation, his voice carrying not even a tremble. "How about now? Are you willing to kneel?" It seemed he had a good grip on his strength, each time making Wu Jia feel dizzy yet not losing her reason. Wu Jia's lips quivered. "I am not willing." Boom! Yili asked calmly, "How about now?" Wu Jia's throat stirred with blood energy. She didn't understand why someone could be so resolute. Shouldn't normal people admire her integrity a bit? 3. As her thoughts surged, the boy began the cruel countdown. Wu Jia asked with a voice clearly choked with tears, "Why? Why not let me go? Why force me to do things I don't like? Your soul is trembling, you don't have the integrity to hold on." Yili's indifferent voice was like the biting frost of a cold winter, making Wu Jia shiver, "At most 2 more times, and you will yield." What on earth is this person? Though she couldn't understand the specifics of what he meant. Wu Jia had no doubt that if she continued to hold on, this young man in the green robe would absolutely accompany her until the end, without the slightest bit of mercy. Her voice became hoarse. "I understand." Yili's dark eyes sparkled, then he casually let go of his palm. Under his gaze, this proud and noble second miss of the Wu family trembled, slowly kneeling at his feet, her disheveled hair falling to the ground. Her voice seemed powerless, as though life had drained from it, but her tears wet the ground close at hand. "I'm sorry, I'm a useless person. I'm sorry, I'm a useless person. I'm sorry, I'm a useless person." Each utterance louder than the last, from the stubborn Wu Jia. This time she perfectly completed the task Yili had given her. The next moment, a warm hand covered her head. Like a form of praise. The boy's slightly amused voice rang in her ear. "You really are useless." As the words fell, Wu Jia's breath grew more and more hurried, her tears flooding even stronger. In the distance, on the bluestone, Chen Jingli stared with burning eyes, breathing heavily, her face flushed. P.S. The end of the month is near, please help me generate power for love. Chapter 103, The Coming Disaster. With Wu Jia's submission, Yili stood up and walked out of the dense forest, stepping towards the camp, his handsome face wearing a hint of ease. Publicly humiliating the second miss of the extreme North Wu family, evil value plus 8,000. Detected that Wu Jia's self-esteem is nearing collapse, evil value plus 10,000. Current evil value, 39,000 points. Sbarashi. He initially thought there would be no opportunity to act, but unexpectedly, this Wu Jia gave him a pleasant surprise. For Yili, nothing felt better than going out to earn evil value for free. As long as he put in some effort in the upcoming Beast Tide, he could smoothly obtain 3 first-class credits, along with some barely meaningful scattered evil value. Level 5 Divine Palace was getting closer. Under the watches of many eyes. He was followed by the disheveled second miss of the Wu family, her peach blossom-like face full of wounds, her once arrogant brows now filled with fear. In the intentionally or unintentionally shot glances, Wu Jia's graceful body trembled constantly. She only dared to lower her head and look at the swaying hem of the boy's clothes ahead, closely following behind him, avoiding the gazes cast her way, praying to return to her tent quickly. Yili casually glanced at her, then looked away, his expression normal. Forget it, it's truly a bit awkward to go back on what he just promised. As the two walked into the camp. Behind him, the even more distraught Song Tao emerged from the dense forest. He stumbled out, dazed and completely lacking the self-satisfaction from moments ago when he relied on his connections. It was not hard to understand. After all, the support he had always relied on, Wu Jia, just a moment ago had been forced to kneel and bow to the boy in front of him, losing all dignity. As a servant, the psychological trauma he suffered was even more severe. Moreover, having witnessed Wu Jia in such a wretched state, he would likely be sent to another place next. Miss. Looking at the graceful girl in the camp, Song Tao's heart suddenly grew heavier with sadness. What a grand figure he used to be, serving the second miss of the Wu family. Even the ordinary fourth-tier warriors had to look 3 points at his face. Now, just by provoking an unremarkable young man, he ended up in such a state. Yet, even so, Song Tao still couldn't generate even a hint of revenge in his heart. All that remained was endless regret. His backbone had been completely shattered by the earlier scene. At the perimeter of the camp, many enforcers looked at the direction where Yili had disappeared, then glanced at the nearby devastated forest, unable to help but marvel in their hearts. According to Lu Jing, this was a fourth-tier Heavenly Gate warrior, alongside a third-tier warrior. Unexpectedly taken down in less than 10 minutes. Moreover, judging by Yili's earlier performance, he had hardly exerted any effort, striking the two to a point where they couldn't fight back at all. That second young lady from the extremely northern Wu family was even, to say it was humiliating was an understatement. The expressions of the numerous enforcers were complex, their gazes strange, and someone couldn't help but look back at the young man in the green shirt in the camp. One had to say, this young man was really ruthless. If accidentally crossing him in the future, weren't they afraid of? Thinking of this, the enforcers all felt a chill run down their spines, and immediately afterwards, they heard Lu Jing's soft cough from within the camp. What are you all looking around for? Haven't you seen the talents of the aristocratic families spar? Hearing this, many enforcers quickly focused their minds, thinking that they had indeed seen sparring, but this level of sparring was truly a first for them. Then, they took a deep breath and redirected their gazes into the depths of the forest, swiftly entering a state of alert. The time until that vice president from Wind and Cloud University made a move was very near. At this moment, they couldn't afford to be careless anymore. On the other side, Yili had just settled in the camp. I'm going to rest. Wu Jie's voice was choked, and then she seemed to flee into her tent, where soon the sound of heart-wrenching cries came from inside. Seeing this situation, Lu Jing, who was about to say hello, felt awkward, and could only change the subject, cupping his hands and saying, with the action approaching, I'm afraid I'll have to trouble you with a bit more effort. Don't worry. Yili waved his hand dismissively. It's natural to do the job for pay. He had incapacitated two people's combat strength, so putting in a bit more effort was only right. Moreover, to be honest, he didn't need Lu Jing to speak. Yili had originally planned to clear the field on his own. Although the evil value from killing the alien beasts wasn't high, the quantity made up for it, since if he could call it a tide, it had to be hundreds or thousands of alien beasts. Qualitative change arises from quantitative change. Furthermore, he was currently lacking in evil value, so he certainly wouldn't let this opportunity slip by. Of course, I will also set up the battle array and guard this place with you. Lu Jing straightened up, his expression serious, and said in a low voice, the reinforcements have all arrived, this should be considered the final assault. That old man Zhuo will likely go all out next, to kill those two 6th-tier alien beasts. The scale of the beast tide will also rise to the limit that this branch can dispatch. As he spoke, he suddenly laughed. The young man was a peak 4th-tier warrior, a threat in their eyes, yet hardly worth mentioning to him. Remember not to charge too deep, that old man Zhuo requested that no one get close to a 50-mile radius of the mountaintop, otherwise, it's very likely to be affected by him. Upon hearing this, Yili nodded slightly, I understand. Deep down, he felt a hint of astonishment. 50 miles was indeed an astonishing number. Was the destructive power of a 6th-tier warrior already this strong? Immediately after a few simple exchanges with Lu Jing, Yili stood up and walked out of the camp. Then, he sat down on that eye-catching blue stone. That girl, Chen Jingli, full of human touch, stood under a nearby tree, quietly watching the young man sit on that dried-up blue stone. Her expression was calm, but her heartbeat quickened slightly. Just looking at her smooth face. Yet, there was no sign of anything unusual. Did you see what just happened? Yili glanced at her and casually asked. Chen Jingli silently nodded after a long pause of more than 10 seconds, as if she were a slow-moving creature. No longer caring about the other person's gaze. Under the dim sky, two rays of divine light appeared in Yili's dark eyes as he gazed far into the distance towards the mountain peak. Under his terrifying vision, he saw a huge building quietly standing at the towering peak of the Dung Tian mountain, exuding an astonishing crimson aura that was continuously expanding. What an amazing blood aura! Yili raised his eyebrows and murmured softly, it's almost comparable to the scale in the Rift Mountain secret realm. This also meant that the low-level martial artists who died in that building were about the same number as those in the Rift Mountain secret realm. However, the Rift Mountain secret realm had accumulated for countless years. On the other hand, this beast god church branch had existed for, at most, less than 200 years. With a little comparison, one could know its weight. The highest level beast he killed last time was only at the 3rd rank. This time, there would probably be a 4th rank beast involved, which might yield slightly more evil value. If he could kill that so-called beast god church saintess himself, would it explode into more than 10,000 points of evil value? It was said that the saintess might be at the 4th rank, or perhaps the 5th. Anyway, she was a standout among martial artists of the same rank. If she was at the 5th rank, then killing her would surely be quite difficult. Yili rested his chin on his hand, his dark eyes flickering. Breaking through to the 5th rank required an immense amount of evil value. For this, he didn't want to miss any opportunity to earn a large amount of evil value. He had to think of a way to kill her. While his thoughts were churning, time passed quietly. At the mountain peak, the blood-red aura of the beast god church branch in Yili's sight was growing increasingly stronger. It seemed to warn of an impending unknown disaster. Chapter 104, Beast God Church Saintess. Meanwhile, at the peak of the Dung Tian Mountain, the beast god church branch. Within the dim hall, before a massive blood-red altar, a seductive woman in a red robe stood, surrounded by many fervent followers kneeling behind her. Although the aura emanating from the woman was strong, it was extremely unstable. Her face, marked with deep red patterns, now held a serious expression as she murmured to herself. Just a little more, just a little more. As long as she carried out another breakthrough action, bringing back the bodies of those law enforcers to be sacrificed here, she would gather enough precious blood needed for this beast god altar. At that time, she would be able to summon the 3rd 6th rank beast to descend upon this Dung Tian mountain. 3 6th rank beasts attacking together. Even that damned left Qingyu would only be able to run for her life. As the beast god church saintess, she would then be able to break through the blockade of the Hansha clear anomaly and freely move to the other branches of the beast god church like a dragon entering the sea. Unfortunately, flashing through her mind was the pure face of left Qingyu, and a surge of rage burst within the beast god church saintess. That damned old woman actually discovered her plan in advance and directly used her power to summon several dozen 3rd rank and even above martial artists from the surrounding provinces. In just 2 days, the atmosphere at the foot of the mountain had become incredibly murderous. With the addition of these martial artists, the blockade of the entire Dung Tian mountain had become as solid as iron. Even if she launched a beast tide of the same scale as the previous few times, it would be impossible to achieve even half of the previous results. If she really gave that left Qingyu enough time to kill 2 6th rank beasts, then she would be absolutely doomed. Thinking of this, the beast god church saintess couldn't help but clench her fists, her whole body trembling slightly as she coldly cursed. Unrelenting, self-righteous old woman, you will soon be pinned down by a man and killed. Damn it, damn it. She abruptly turned around, sweeping her sleeve to knock down a group of followers, her alluring and beautiful face filled with chaotic breath. You useless fools. If even one person had broken through to the 5th level before this, we wouldn't be trapped to death on this Mount Dantian. In the eyes of the beast god sex saintess, it seemed as if flames were burning. She looked at the brain-dead followers, who were still smiling despite being knocked to the ground, and couldn't help but furrow her brows. These followers appeared to be numerous, but in reality, they were all expendables of the beast god sect. Except for those at the 4th level, most of the others under their black robes were like withered corpses. Not only could these people not serve as materials for blood sacrifices, but their minds were also exceptionally scattered, almost like living dead. As long as she, the saintess, was there, the followers were like wild grass in the field, cut down and then regrown, again and again. But if she were to die, in the next 50 years, the entire beast god sect would have only the Holy Sun left to communicate with the beast god. If that were the case, it would be extremely detrimental to the future development of the beast god sect. One must understand that finding a proxy for the beast god is not that easy. Often among tens of thousands of newly enlisted followers, not even half can be found who are lucky enough to form a contract. Once one appears, they will be elected as the current holy son or holy daughter, at the very least a candidate. Not only can they receive orders from the beast god, but in times of crisis, they can also serve as a temporary vessel for divine descent. Though lacking divine abilities, they carry the authority of the divine. In the presence of the beast god's oppression, below the martial arts masters, everyone will be greatly affected. However, as long as a divine descent occurs, no matter what happens afterward, this vessel will be shattered. The saintess of the beast god sect certainly does not shy away from dying for such things. She just resents dying in such a small place, unable to continue serving the beast god with her life. Time passed second by second. As she watched the sky outside the hall gradually dim, this saintess of the beast god sect finally made up her mind, coldly speaking. Elders, listen up. Saintess. Beside the grand hall, 5 purple-robed followers stepped forward. Their faces were hidden in the darkness, their voices hoarse. What are your orders? It's very simple. The beast god sect saintess had a cold expression, saying lightly, 2 of you stay behind and sacrifice yourselves to the blood altar, assisting my summoning later. Saintess. One of the purple-robed followers spoke, his old voice laced with a hint of helplessness. Even if all 5 of us sacrifice to the blood altar, it won't fill the void. As followers of the beast god sect, they had already exhausted their life force. Even if they were at the 4th level and could be used as sacrificial materials, the effectiveness of the sacrifice would be greatly reduced, at most equivalent to a normal 3rd level martial artist. The defenses below are severe. Even if you all die this time, you may not bring back a single 3rd level martial artist's corpse. The beast god sect Saintus had no expression, uttering ruthless words. Do as I say, not only will I survive, but that left Qingyu will also pay the price. Above Mount Dantian, thick dark clouds began to churn. Finally, after reaching a critical point. Boom! Between heaven and earth, an overwhelmingly terrifying momentum surged up from the high skies above the beast god sect division on the mountaintop, suddenly bursting out. Oh no! A tornado that visually seemed capable of connecting heaven and earth suddenly rose up, instantly destroying countless trees and giant rocks, and was about to engulf that massive structure. Is it starting? On the bluestone, Yili looked up. He saw that massive structure first tremble, then 2 wildly rampant huge shadows shot out, charging directly toward that tiny figure above against the frightening tornado. Soon after, the entire Mount Dantian began to tremble slightly. In the next moment, among countless extremely tense gazes, endless black dots surged from that massive structure, like a tide, overwhelming and pouring down the mountain. As the visually striking tornado manifested within the Eagle Cry Valley camp, Lu Jing's expression quickly turned serious. After seeing the beast tide surging like a black tide, he took a deep breath and shouted loudly. Everyone prepare, confront the beast tide. At the same time, the dozens of camps throughout the Dang Tian mountain echoed the same voice. Chapter 105, Shake the Mountains, Crack the Earth. Thanks to the esteemed our wind-blowing shadow for the certification. Eagle Cry Valley. As Lu Jing's voice fell, over 100 enforcers quickly adjusted, standing at their positions in readiness. The few third-tier enforcers at the very front had serious expressions, their palms moving, tightly gripping their treasures, exuding true energy all over. Lu Jing stood among them, arranged with the others in a very deliberate way, revealing a hint of mysterious intent. Clearly, they had formed a battle formation. The second-tier enforcers followed closely behind, ready to replace their exhausted comrades in the formation. The remaining first-tier enforcers stood at the high back, holding firearms, their gazes serious as if facing a great enemy. Silently, Eagle Cry Valley, Sorrow Cloud Valley, and even the entire Dang Tian mountain, at this moment, was enveloped in a nearly tangible sense of killing intent. In countless tense and focused eyes, the dark beast tide, a mass of shadows at the mountain summit, rapidly spread down the mountain. The number of exotic beasts was absurdly large. Dense and massive figures almost filled the entire Dang Tian mountain. They were already large in size and terrifying in appearance. Now, with thousands of exotic beasts gathering together, even if most were of low tiers, the momentum was enough to instill fear. Among them, those rushing towards Eagle Cry Valley numbered in the hundreds or thousands. One could foresee that a fierce battle was about to descend upon this place. In the temporary camp, Wu Jia staggered out of her tent, looking up at the rolling beast tide coming from the mountain top, her face pale. She was already heavily injured, and due to the blockade, no one could leave the Dang Tian mountain area. If this place were breached by the beast tide, my fate would be. Thinking of this, Wu Jia couldn't help but feel a chill down her spine. At this moment, not far away, someone stood up on a piece of green stone. She instinctively turned her head, just in time for a powerful gust of wind to blow towards her. Oh no! The howling wild mountain wind came from above, sweeping across the vast Dang Tian mountain area, brushing through layers of towering forests, carrying the rising blood energy up to the overcast skies. A figure in a blue robe jumped down from the green stone, his slightly smiling handsome face showing no sign of fear. In that moment, Wu Jia felt somewhat dazed. Eagle Cry Valley, blockade line. The black tide surging from the mountain top kept approaching, the dense thudding making Dang Tian mountain tremble. Watching such a terrifying momentum, over 100 enforcers' hearts gradually quickened, cold sweat seeping from their backs. In the center of the battle formation, Lu Jing clenched his palm tightly, his skin tingling slightly. He saw the figures of the purple-robed cultists among the surging beast tide, which meant that Eagle Cry Valley's defense would face an impact from fourth-tier warriors again. But it was okay. This time the situation was different from last time, the sides had switched roles. Now in Eagle Cry Valley, there was a peak fourth-tier warrior stationed. As long as the battle formation could withstand the first few waves of the beast tide, they could call upon Sir Yili for decisive action. If the decisive action succeeded, the rest would be a simple tug-of-war, just dragging until that senior came free would be our victory. Thinking of this, Lu Jing's heart surged with warmth. Just as he was about to say something to boost morale, a figure stepped out from beside him, drawing everyone's attention. The young man with black hair strode forward to the very front of the battle formation, a rolling chill emanating from him. Yili stood still in front of everyone, hands in pockets, his expression calm. The meaning was clear. He was here to greet the beast tide. Such a scene left everyone behind him somewhat stunned. Sir, the first wave of the beast tide hits the hardest. In the battle formation, Lu Jing, coming to his senses, was first shocked, then spoke in a warning tone, saying, "Please step back to the formation, let's hold off the first wave before you act." The dark beast tide was now less than 2,000 meters away. In fact, some remote camps might have already begun fighting. At such a critical moment, even if the opponent was a peak tier 4 genius, one must not act recklessly. Otherwise, life could easily be lost. It was not uncommon for tier 4 warriors to be worn down to death by low-tier beast tides in battle records. Moreover, if someone showed too much brilliance, Lu Jing had heard terrifying rumors of assassinations from the Four Seas nations. For both emotional and logical reasons, this wave should keep a low profile, using a steady and simple way to resist the beast tide. Lu Jing fixed his eyes intently on the young man in the green shirt. What do you think? He only hoped that the other party would quickly realize the danger and hurry back to the rear of the formation. However, the young man seemed to have not heard at all. Step back, I'll take over the battlefield. Yi Li's voice was calm, but it carried an undeniable tone. Then, before Lu Jing could respond, he began to step towards the beast tide. At first, it was a slow stroll, but soon it turned into a full sprint. Sir! Lu Jing was taken aback, and then suddenly came to his senses, unable to help but exclaim. The beast tide is not to be trifled with. You are exceptionally gifted, so let's go step by step, slowly. Even if you can protect yourself from the beast tide, you must understand the principle of the tree that stands out will be blown down by the wind. But as his words fell, that slender figure's speed actually increased, like a green bullet shooting from a gun. Yi Li's dark eyes shone brightly, full of spirit, his green shirt flapping in the wind. As the distance closed, the aura around him grew even stronger. The surging aura of the peak tier 4 burst forth from him, striking like flames dancing in a storm, a lighthouse that never extinguishes in a downpour. Such a bold and reckless posture silenced the 100 or so enforcers behind him. Among the crowd, Qin Jingli stood still, watching that figure. Whoosh! The howling wind swept past Yi Li's ears, and he could feel the distance between him and the beast tide shrinking. Now he could no longer hear those earnest words of advice behind him. Brilliant blue light surged, and beautiful ice flowers kept forming in the air. A violent chill erupted from his body, and an illusory icy azure dragon was forming beside him at an unimaginable speed. The purple-robed cultists in the beast tide immediately changed their expressions, sensing an incredibly terrifying energy brewing within that ice dragon. Whoosh! In the gaze of hundreds and thousands, Yi Li's figure soared into the sky. Who cares about taking it slow, or the saying that the tree that stands out will be blown down by the wind? All of that can go to hell. I want to shake the nations. Let's see what kind of storm can break me. The young man raised one hand, laughing loudly. At this moment, his bright black eyes reflected the dark beast tide, the purple-robed cultist whose face was twitching, and the huge structure on the distant mountaintop. The power within him was surging and rising. Whoosh! Yi Li silently exhaled, the air around him growing ever more violent. Since stepping into the peak of the heavenly realm, this was his first time unleashing his full power. The perfected intention of the ice dragon finally revealed its power as a 5th-tier rare martial skill. Boom! At this moment, the water vapor within dozens of miles shook together, raising towering pillars of water from the lakes on Nangtian Mountain, converging towards his palm. The many enforcers in the camp watched that figure closely, their emotions transforming into shock. They saw a nearly 100-foot-long icy azure dragon born from thin air. Its body is incredibly huge, like a magnificent iceberg, towering and spectacular, its scales shimmering with a cold, icy light. The massive body spirals, blocking the sun and casting endless pressure and cold. The powerful aura it emits makes it hard to breathe, and the authority and dominance in its dragon eyes make one's heart tremble, as if it is the ruler of this world, and no one dares to easily challenge its authority. At this moment, the spirited young man in the green shirt is standing atop it, and the giant dragon head howls into the sky. In an instant, a loud dragon roar reverberates through heaven and earth, carrying an immense authority and momentum, shaking the entire Mount Dangtian. This boy, destined to shake the universe in the future, finally reveals his brilliance under the gaze of thousands. What a refreshing feeling! On the ice dragon, Yi Li slightly raises the corner of his lips, looking down with a disdainful gaze at everything below. Having worked hard to prepare a grand move, he surely wants to maximize the damage. Then, the boy seems to casually wave his hand. Immediately, that mighty ice dragon suddenly surges forward. Its towering body instantly breaks through layer after layer of sound barrier, diving towards the center of the dark tide with an extremely terrifying, earth-shaking posture. The threat of death comes crashing down like Mount Tai. In the beast tide, the purple-robed follower stands rigid, despair filling his eyes. He suddenly feels that the beast god Saintus, who had just made plans with confidence, may not escape calamity today. The next moment, the icy giant dragon arrives in time with decisive speed. The instant the icy dragon's head makes contact with the dark beast tide. Boom! A chilling storm rises from the ground, sweeping through heaven and earth. In the dazzling blue light, a terrifying shockwave shakes the mountains and cracks the earth, and the air ripples like an endless sea, spreading layer after layer. The deafening roar instantly spreads throughout the entire Mount Dangtian region. Within Mount Dangtian, countless people raise their heads, looking at the blue light column that soars into the sky, their faces suddenly turning extraordinary. Above the beast god sex branch, the girl in green was originally controlling a tornado, suppressing two gigantic beasts over 10 meters tall. At this moment, she abruptly turns her head towards the direction of Eagle Cry Gorge, her brow slightly furrowing. Such a shocking momentum, which 5th-tier warrior is this? Inside Eagle Cry Gorge. A fierce wind sweeps from all directions, brightening countless dazed faces. When the storm slowly dissipates. From the wreckage of the ruined area, the figure of the young man in green steps out, and looking at him, there are only a few bloodstains on the corners of his clothes. Lu Jing breathes heavily, his eyes fixed on everything in front of him, shock unprecedented in his eyes. He opens his mouth, touches his face, then instinctively looks around. He sees the other law enforcers are dumbfounded, unable to comprehend the situation before them, standing in place like frozen statues. Only then does his mood ease slightly. It's not that he quickly adapted to the shock brought by Yili, but rather, he feels somewhat relieved. In the face of such a prodigy, his earlier worries indeed seem a bit pointless, like worrying over nothing. The beast tide in Eagle Cry Gorge has been resolved so easily. Lu Jing smacks his lips. Looking at Yili, who stands in the wreckage, calming his breath. He steps forward on his slightly numbed legs, forcing a smile on his face, but his voice is a bit hoarse. Director Yi, you really? His words abruptly stop. Yili looks around, the black in his pupils growing deeper, his clear and calm voice resounding across the mountains and fields. Stand up! Stand up! It's as if another voice emerges from the mountains, the deep and authoritative heaviness completely different from the young man's voice. In fact, no living person can hear the second voice, but the undead on the ground eagerly respond. It was as if responding to the king's call. Hundreds of beast corpses vanished from the ground, yet gradually appeared in the vast basin ahead of the young man, magnificent and soul-stirring. Watching this unbelievable scene, Lu Jing's advancing steps stopped in place, and the somewhat calmed emotions surged once again like a raging tide. What the hell, what is this situation? While he was dazed, a beautiful figure walked past him, almost identical to the previous Yili. It was Changjingli. Lu Jing's mouth twitched. These martial arts university geniuses all like to act like this, making him seem like he had poor vigilance. Changjingli's steps gently moved, finally stopping behind Yili. Her gaze swept over the overwhelming beast horde, her slim lips parted as she asked lightly, "Need help?" "No need." Yili shook his head slightly. As he spoke, Lu Jing approached, also glancing at the terrifying horde of thousands of beasts, his eyelids twitching madly. He cupped his hands and respectfully asked Yili, "Director Yi, the guarding task at Eagle Cry Gorge is basically finished. Where do you plan to go next?" He carefully gauged Yili's expression, sighing in his heart. Even after continuously using miraculous techniques, there was still no sign of exhaustion. This really is. Yili turned to look at the mountaintop still surrounded by storms and calmly said, "I plan to go up the mountain to take a look." Transforming the souls into his own use didn't cost him much true energy. However, the extraordinary ice dragon true meaning consumed quite a bit. At this moment, nearly 70% of his true energy was already expended. Though his state wasn't great, gathering so many helpers certainly wasn't for nothing. The horde formed by thousands of beasts, when the opponent didn't possess the same large-scale killing martial techniques, could surely show astonishing effects. It was time to launch a counterattack. Up the mountain? Lu Jing was taken aback and pondered, but that seniors was seems to have not finished fighting, and the saintess of the beast god sect has yet to appear. No problem, you all can just guard here. Yili casually waved his hand, easily dismissing the particularly conspicuous beast horde, and turned to walk up the mountain. His calm voice carried on the wind to everyone's ears, "I'm going to search that branch to see if I can catch that saintess." Upon hearing this, everyone's expressions instantly became vivid. P.S. Combining two sections into 4,000 words, writing it really takes some effort. Chapter 106, Zhuqingyu. Eagle Cry Gorge. Once a towering natural barrier, now has been mostly destroyed, replaced by a shocking huge basin. Countless beast blood has turned into ice shards scattered within it, looking like the starry river reflected in a night lake under the dim sky. Until Yili's voice broke the stillness in the air. Over 100 enforcers barely managed to come back to reality, their eyes still holding uncontrollable shock, breathing chaotic, skin tingling. Seeing their reactions, Lu Jing nodded repeatedly in understanding. He looked up towards the direction the young man had disappeared. His expression was also filled with deep emotion. Under 20 years old, peak of the 4th rank. In less than 5 minutes, he took down the second miss of the extreme North Wu family, along with her sycophant attendant. Immediately afterwards, he single-handedly dealt with the terrifying beast tide composed of thousands of beasts. No, it was no longer a terrifying beast tide. Compared to the 100-foot ice dragon formed by the young man, the tide of low-ranked beasts was simply child's play. Before this, if Lu Jing had heard of such a character emerging from Han Xia, he would likely have laughed it off. Most likely disbelieving in his heart. Such aristocratic young heroes are always fond of exaggerating. Just like over more than a dozen years, Lu Jing had heard of not less than a dozen so-called martial arts prodigies hailed as future masters by the outside world. But what happened in the end? These so-called martial arts prodigies on the path of growth. There are always various unexpected events. It's not because of a match that leads to a mental setback, trapped for life at one level, but rather during an expedition in a secret realm, accidentally dying in the jaws of a high-level beast, and so on. Lu Jing has experienced enough of this. He has also summed up a principle from it. Most of the so-called rumors are largely false and grandiose statements. Even if true, they are bound to have some exaggeration. Perhaps this young warrior held on for 2 moves under a 4th-tier master, but by the time it reaches the outside world, it is turned into a stalemate between the two. Naturally, he becomes a genius once again. So, aside from the unique rankings of top universities or those widely known elite competitions, the vast majority of rumors, no matter how incredible, are best just to be heard and then forgotten. However, today's revelations have caused a subtle change in his mentality. Lu Jing looked around at the drastically changed surroundings compared to before, unable to help but let out a dry laugh, muttering to himself. So there really are monsters in this world. He had indeed been somewhat ignorant before. The upcoming battle report must be pondered over carefully. Behind Lu Jing, within the camp, Wu Jia was also staring blankly at the scene in front of her, her little mouth agape, unable to regain her senses for a long time. All she saw was a massive beast tide rushing in. That young man in a blue shirt burst out of the battle array, leaping into the air, raising his hand to summon a towering, chilling ice dragon, and then the mountains trembled, the beast tide simply vanished. And after that, Wu Jia's legs went weak, collapsing to the ground, her gaze dazed. With her 2nd-tier 4th-level cultivation, she could be considered one of the strong in Demon City University. At 26 years old, she definitely belonged to the ranks of geniuses among 4th-level warriors. Before the age of 70, she was sure to break through to the 5th tier. Before this, Wu Jia had even felt somewhat proud of that. However, seeing the earlier performance of that young man in the blue shirt, she felt no sense of pursuit in her heart. Not even a hint. All that filled her was a profound disbelief and genuine shock. Her proud Wu family had been ruthlessly crushed to pieces in the face of such unparalleled talent across from her. She had previously even thought of seeking revenge in the future. If she angered him because of this, leading to a grudge against the entire Wu family, then decades later, the extreme northern Wu family might be wiped out. Thinking of this, a chilling tremor shot from her feet to the top of her head, and Wu Jia's fair little legs couldn't stop shaking. She suddenly turned her head, looking at the attendant Song Tao, who was kneeling on the ground in shock behind her. With a pale face, she ordered, "Don't mention what happened this morning to anyone after we go back, including father and sister." Song Tao was already terrified out of his wits, trembling and repeatedly nodding. Yes, yes. Passing through Eagle Cry Gorge, Yili moved toward the mountaintop. His figure darted between the rocks and trees, as if walking on flat ground, and with the aid of the wind-chasing steps, his speed was quite impressive. Yili casually summoned the panel, checking the gains from earlier. Slayed 520 level 1 beasts, evil value plus 5,200. Slayed 395 level 2 beasts, evil value plus 7,900. Slayed 70 level 3 beasts, evil value plus 3,500. Slayed 3 level 4 beasts, evil value plus 4,500. Slayed 1 level 4 gateway warrior, evil value plus 11,000. Current evil value, 66,600 points. It must be said, the evil value dropped by each beast was truly pitifully small. But his previous guess turned out to be correct. Level 4 beasts with a majority of intelligence dropped much higher evil value than newly awakened level 3 beasts. But unfortunately, it was still far inferior to normal warriors of the same level. Let's experiment again when encountering higher-level beasts in the future. Yili nodded slightly, then put away the panel and continued sweeping toward the mountaintop. In less than a quarter of an hour, he crossed over most of the vast Dangtian mountain and arrived near the mountain peak. Before him, the summit was surrounded by fierce winds. Strikingly powerful green tornadoes were rampaging from the earth ahead, as if controlled by someone, constantly changing shapes. With each movement, a huge roar from fierce beasts echoed, shaking the eardrums, and the bloody smell in the air grew stronger. Someone was in battle. Yili stepped out of the dense forest, sensing the powerful aura coming from ahead. His expression became more serious. He raised his gaze, exhausting his vision. In the center of the several tornadoes, a girl in a green dress stood barefoot, her cold eyes staring at two massive fierce beasts below, as if a small green vortex hovered beneath her feet, allowing her to remain in midair, striking a high and noble pose. Her face was extremely beautiful, a perfect blend of coldness and innocence, making her look like a stunning piece of art. In Yi Li's perception, the girl radiated a dangerous aura all over, far exceeding the master of the young family from years ago, almost instantly giving him a sense of tangible threat, causing his internal energy to instinctively begin to flow. This was an instinctive reaction when encountering a strong enemy. Moreover, at the peak of Dangtian Mountain, battling with two equally terrifying massive beasts, the girl in the green dress's identity was already apparent. Vice President of Wind and Cloud University, Zhuo Qingyu. At this moment, she was fighting against two 6th-tier ferocious beasts, clearly being a 6th-tier martial artist herself, yet she could achieve comprehensive suppression with every move. The two 6th-tier beasts, each over several dozen meters long, possessed intelligence comparable to humans, glaring hatefully at that tiny figure. Their huge bodies were covered in torn wounds, bleeding profusely, staining the ground below red. Clearly, those several powerful tornadoes had heavily injured them. In contrast, Zhuo Qingyu was calm, her clothes slightly disheveled. She was extremely fast, her petite figure darting in midair, skillfully dodging the ferocious attacks of the two beasts, and when she couldn't avoid it, she would step into the void, using her body to withstand a hit, creating a massive sound. From time to time, she would manipulate the swirling tornadoes around her, tearing apart the bodies of the two beasts. If this situation continued, it was merely a matter of time before Zhuo Qingyu would win. Should I try to sneak in for a kill? Yi Li pondered for a moment, then decided to stick to the original plan and first go check out the Beast God Church branch at the mountain peak. It wasn't that he didn't want to take Zhuo Qingyu's head, but he truly felt somewhat powerless. That devastating attack, capable of killing 5th-tier martial artists, the super-standard Ice Dragon's true intent, had already been used by him. Although his internal energy was rapidly recovering along the way, it had only just managed to return to about 50%. Even if he drained the remaining internal energy, the Ice Dragon he could muster would barely be able to seriously injure a 5th-tier martial artist. Not to mention two physically powerful 6th-tier beasts. If one of them swatted at him, he feared he would be cut in half. The reward was low, and the risk was high. Let this Vice President Zhuo handle it slowly herself. Having made up his mind, Yi Li's gaze shifted back to the Beast God Church branch at the mountain peak. Then, he slightly restrained his aura and exerted force under his feet. His slender figure instantly vanished from the spot. Meanwhile, in the distance, in the tense battlefield, Zhuo Qingyu casually glanced in the direction where the boy in the green shirt had disappeared. Chapter 107, Overconfident Greenhouse Flower. Beast God Church Branch. Great. It worked. Looking at the increasingly eerie blood-red altar, the Beast God Church's saintess couldn't hide her excitement on her pale face, mumbling to herself. Her previously gloomy mood had finally brightened a little. After incorporating the life force of two 4th-tier temple elders, along with her own source blood as a peak 4th-tier warrior, the power needed for the altar gradually began to fill up. Although there was still some distance to summon a 6th-tier beast, summoning a 5th-tier beast with a strong physical body was more than enough. Combined with her special identity as a saint, it could briefly serve as a vessel for the divine descent, turning the tide of battle. The higher the level of the secret realm, the more it resembled an independent small world. To draw on the great power of that beast god, ordinary means would not work. The blood-red patterns on the saint of the Beast God Church were precisely those unusual means. When executing the divine descent, the more patterns on her body, the longer it could last. Granting a little of the power from these patterns to that 5th-tier beast, it would then unleash a 9th-tier pressure belonging to the beast god, exploding into a mist of blood. But that would be enough. Although it was only a fleeting moment of 9th-tier pressure, it could still significantly affect the focused Zhuo Qingyu. As long as she was injured and forced to retreat, the saint of the Beast God Church would have considerable confidence to burst out of the Yintian Mountain territory, escaping the encirclement of the Clear Anomaly Bureau. Establishing communication will probably take another 10 minutes. The saint of the Beast God Church closed her eyes, feeling the three powerful auras fighting outside the hall, a charming look of joy appearing on her face. The auras of the two beast lords are still quite long, that old woman definitely won't be able to kill them in 10 minutes. Since that was the case, the only thing she still cared about was the huge tremor sound coming from below the mountain earlier. A martial artist capable of causing such a commotion must at least be among the top of the 5th tier. Most likely, the director of the Clear Anomaly Bureau from some 1st-tier city has been called in. Coming to hunt me down even at the risk of losing the city, they really have guts. The saint of the Beast God Church's face turned frosty, clenching her teeth in anger. Zhuo Qingyu, all those students from Wind and Cloud University out in the world will have to pay the price for your actions today. Let's wait and see. Her cold voice carried a strong murderous intent. At that moment, a strange aura suddenly rushed from outside the hall, the owner of the aura approaching rapidly. They've come knocking? The saint of the Beast God Church's hair stood on end, suddenly turning to look outside the hall. At the same time, she comforted herself in her heart. A tide of thousands of beasts could not be so quickly disbanded. Even if someone was attacking the branch, the number of people would definitely not be many. Sure enough, a flash of green light came racing in, crashing through the front door of the hall and falling inside. In the tense gaze of the saint of the Beast God Church, as if facing a great enemy, the handsome young man appeared calm, his black hair blown aside, his green robe fluttering in the strong wind. Upon seeing the saint, his dark eyes flickered slightly, as if he had spotted prey, revealing a hint of pleasure. "Is it just you?" Yili glanced around casually and asked. "That's a question I'd like to ask you too." The saint of the Beast God Church was first taken aback, then she coldly laughed. "Just you alone, and you dare to attack my branch of the Beast God Church?" As she spoke, a rolling tide of anger surged in her heart. The opponent's aura was only at the peak of the 4th tier, comparable to her own, yet they dared to come here directly despite the beast tide. Perhaps they heard about her level and thought there were opportunities to seize, wanting to take the credit. It was simply laughable. Did they really think that because both were at peak 4th tier, they could win easily like before? The saint of the Beast God Church's lips curled up slightly, her eyes showing a hint of mockery. It was like looking at a greenhouse flower that did not know its own worth, attempting to stay firm in a raging wind. Her peak 4th tier was not something these martial arts university 4th tiers could compare with. Did the other party not consider why the several 4th tier martial artists adjusted from various places downstairs were hesitating to ascend the mountain? It was precisely because they feared her strength. If one does not possess nearly invincible power of the same rank, it truly is a waste of the warrior's precious blood baptism. "Stop looking, kid." Seeing the other party looking around, the Beast God Church's saintess chuckled softly. "Here, it's just me." As she spoke, the mockery in her smile gradually grew, and she asked, "Hearing me say this, do you think you are sure to win?" As her voice fell, a deep crimson blood aura slowly rose from her body. The entire branch of the Beast God Church began to heat up at this moment. "I was still worried about not having enough precious blood. I didn't expect someone to deliver themselves right to my door." The Beast God Church's saintess slowly walked toward the other party, her slightly insane laughter echoed throughout the great hall. "It's clear that you have many misunderstandings about the Beast God Church, which is why you dared to come here alone. When I break your limbs one by one, I believe I can reshape your admiration for the great Beast God." Upon hearing this, Yili raised his eyes to look. His gaze went beyond the Beast God Church's saintess and landed directly on that blood-colored altar. His powerful senses told him that something ominous was brewing there at high speed. If he wanted to take a look, he had to first bring this show-off down to the ground. "Very well, since that's the case." Yili silently exhaled, and deep within his pitch-black eyes, vast golden light gradually surged. P.S. The rating has reached 9.0, thanks to everyone's support. It's the beginning of the month, the humble author seeks support for love-powered creation. Or 2. Chapter 108, I come to interpret suppression. The Beast God Church's saintess was filled with confidence in her heart. As a saintess who was in tune with the Beast God, her cultivation method relied on the blood-sucking technique bestowed by the Beast God to absorb the power of the warrior's precious blood for corresponding enhancement. Warriors constantly refine themselves, their precious blood being the essence of their being. This method of cultivation, while quite rough for warriors, can achieve twice the result with half the effort, leading to rapid progress. But after all, she was not a true beast and couldn't perfectly match the technique given by the Beast God to fully absorb the power contained in the warrior's precious blood. Over time, although she possessed combat power far exceeding that of her peers, she also faced negative consequences like a flawed foundation and unstable mental state, losing the possibility of advancing to the peak of martial arts. Throughout history, saint sons and saint daughters have all been unable to break through the 7th rank in their life, completing the transformation to demigods. But this did not affect their fierce reputation, causing warriors of the same rank to flee in fear. In the history of Hanxia, there were even instances of 3 warriors from famous sects attacking the saint son of the Beast God Church, only to have all 3 of them torn apart by that saint son, dying on the spot. One's own strength is the source of the Beast God Church saintess' confidence. She took light steps, gazing at the silent young man in the green shirt, her heart burning with excitement. A young peak 4th rank warrior, he must have been surrounded by various flowers and praises since birth. These praises blinded the young man's eyes, leading him to make a misjudgment today. Then let's use his life to offset the cost. The Beast God Church saintess' eyes glinted with malice, and the baleful aura surging around her grew deeper. In her perception, the aura emanating from the young man was nearing perfection. He must have long since tempered away all the flaws of the Heavenly Gate realm during his various tribulations. Perfect, truly too perfect. Saliva instinctively began to secrete in the Beast God Church saintess' mouth. She was eagerly anticipating tasting the flavor of the other party's precious blood. The moment this thought formed, the Beast God Church saintess suddenly saw the other party raise a pair of vast golden eyes. In an instant, a pressure that made her scalp tingle suddenly descended upon her heart. Break my limbs? Yili's golden eyes burned, his voice filled with laughter. You've provided a good idea. The beast god Church Saintess was taken aback, her expression gradually turning into amusement. You also want to do this to me? She asked in a tone that was almost mocking. Do you have that capability? The sound had barely fallen when the young man's figure shot forward like lightning. His entire body was filled with energy, completing an explosion of energy in an instant. With the enhancement of top-grade true blood and 5 divine-level heavenly barrier bridges, the energy poured forth like a raging avalanche. Boom! The air exploded, and Yili's aura transformed into a rolling tide, overwhelming and flooding out. The beast god Church Saintess was still walking leisurely until the terrifying energy rushed over, causing her strange face to change dramatically. The force wrapped around the young man's fist was frighteningly strong. In an instant, she urgently unleashed an energy burst, clenching her fist with one hand and grit her teeth as she pounded toward his chest. Planning to trade injury for injury. Bang! 2 dull thudding sounds of bodies colliding rang out, followed by the clear sound of broken bones. The beast god Church Saintess's figure was blasted backward, her legs off the ground, crashing straight through the throne above, embedding heavily into the wall. Her eyes were filled with fear. What terrifying power! Just one punch nearly shattered her ribs, the pain of her organs being crushed was unbearable. How could a peak 4th-tier martial artist have such a body? Did he use a secret method? Cough. The beast god Church Saintess coughed up a mouthful of blood, struggling out from the rubble, her mentality subtly changing. If it weren't for her protective blood energy reducing some of the force and her body being strong, just that punch earlier, she probably would have. The beast god Church Saintess pushed down her thoughts and looked up. She saw the young man in green standing still, his expression calm, his aura steady. There was not a trace of injury. Only the golden light in his eyes slowly faded. Just when the beast god Church Saintess thought he had suffered a backlash from the secret method, Yili suddenly raised his hand toward her. In the air, a few cold lights rapidly gathered. Seeing this, the beast god Church Saintess's heart tightened, her breathing slightly stuttered. She had sensed a similar aura earlier, just a few seconds before the earthquake from the direction of the Eagle Cry Gorge, something she was quite concerned about. She initially thought it was the old ones from the Han Xiaoqing Bureau, joining forces to create a powerful commotion. But unexpectedly, it was caused by a young martial artist? In the next moment, a lifelike ice azure dragon surged out from Yili's palm, a dragon's roar echoing through the mountaintop, with a dragon body of several dozen feet rushing toward her fiercely. The beast god Church Saintess stared wide-eyed. The purple-robed lord heading to the Eagle Cry Gorge died from this kind of move, didn't he? She immediately bit her lip, and with the blood flowing out, her protective blood energy swelled. In an instant, the dozens of feet-long ice dragon smashed into her body, her thick protective blood energy being crazily ripped apart, the overwhelming force causing the ground beneath to crack open. That massive dragon head bit down fiercely on the beast god Church Saintess's body, dragging her continuously toward the mountain body. Yili lightly snapped his fingers, and the giant ice dragon suddenly exploded. An icy storm swept from the mountain, and the Saintess's cries of pain echoed out, clearing away the troublesome obstacle. Yili stepped toward the altar. In his line of sight, the overwhelming blood energy on the blood-red altar became even denser, faintly radiating a heart-stopping aura. He had barely taken 2 steps. From the hole blasted by the ice dragon, there came urgent sounds of flipping. Yili looked up. He saw the beast god Church Saintess, covered in blood, springing out from the hole, then half-kneeling on the ground, her face turning a sickly pale, filled with terror. Yet even so, she was still staring fiercely at the young man in green. Her eyes were red, as if they could spew fire. I'm almost losing interest in you. Even if you want me to torture you now, you'll have to wait. Yili spoke flatly, sensing that what was brewing on the altar was about to be born. He needed to quickly interrupt its casting. With the strength of the beast god Church Saintess, for him, it was basically a gift, far less dangerous than what was brewing in the altar. You, don't even think about it. The Saintess of the beast god bled from her mouth and nose, her voice quaking as she shouted, that is the altar dedicated to the supreme beast god. You. Before she could finish her sentence, in the next moment, a strange and deep black mist surged from beneath her feet, quickly enveloping the entire hall. In silence. Behind Yili, countless figures of strange beasts surged from the ground, making the originally spacious hall suddenly feel crowded. Hold her down. Yili put his hands in his pockets, diverted his gaze, and continued towards the altar. In the slightly dazed eyes of the Saintess of the beast god. Roar! The roars of hundreds of strange beasts merged together, shaking the mountaintop as they charged towards the Saintess of the beast god. Chapter 109, Golden Soul Upgrade, Walk with Me. Although the Saintess of the beast god could kill several strange beasts with a single punch, chopping through the herd like cutting vegetables, the constantly appearing dark figures of beasts still greatly hindered her speed. And Yili, as if demonstrating to her, moved slowly and steadily toward the altar. The saintess of the beast god was nearly driven mad with anxiety. She never dreamed that one day she would experience the disgusting nature of the beast tide. Kill one, and two more appeared. Blow up a group, and an even larger group would emerge. That unstoppable momentum made the saintess of the beast god doubt that the thousands of strange beasts attacking the Eagle Cry Gorge had all been sent to deal with her. Seeing Yili getting closer to the altar, she could no longer bear it, her heart burning with anxiety. She activated part of the unique mark of the saintess, attempting to subdue the raging beasts, but met with fierce resistance. As if her authority was insufficient. This absurd thought took root in her mind. The saintess of the beast god was filled with confusion. How could she, a spokesperson authorized by the beast god, have insufficient authority? At this moment, Yili finally arrived in front of the altar. After a brief glance, the young man seemed unable to understand the mechanism of the altar, frowning deeply. But in less than 2 seconds, he relaxed again. He chose the most direct approach. In the desperate gaze of the saintess of the beast god, a mighty ice dragon was reborn, charging toward the altar under Yili's command. A storm of ice erupted suddenly, and the altar, about to be completed, exploded into pieces under the ice dragon's attack. Destroying what the saintess of the beast god cherished before her eyes, evil value plus 5,000. Base wretch, how dare you! Upon seeing this scene, the saintess of the beast god's eyes nearly burst with rage, a tide of killing intent rising within her. She no longer cared about her serious injuries, spewing blood as a terrifying force erupted from her, blowing several strange beasts into pieces. You insolent wretch, daring to profane the divine! The saintess of the beast god stared fiercely at the exploded altar, her voice unusually sharp. Death penalty, death penalty. As she spoke, the blood-red patterns on her body began to glow one after another, faintly giving off a burning tendency. The usually fearless group of strange beasts suddenly began to retreat, all blocking in front of Yili. The saintess of the beast god slowly turned her head, her eyes blazing as she looked at the solemn-faced young man. Death penalty! Death penalty! A deeply resentful roar erupted from her mouth, her already unstable emotions nearing madness. Use the blood of the sinner as a sacrifice to the divine. The moment her words fell, those blood-red patterns finally ignited. An overwhelming and majestic aura erupted from the saintess of the beast god, soaring into the sky. In an explosive moment, all the glass of the hall shattered, and the strange beasts closest to her were blown apart into blood mist. The dark clouds trembled, and the sky felt heavy. The air around Mount Dantian suddenly darkened, and all living beings instinctively trembled, their legs turning to jelly as they collapsed to the ground, losing even the courage to look toward the mountaintop. Even the soaring left blue fish turned pale, its agile form suddenly plummeting to the ground. Fortunately, the two sixth-tier beasts in front of her were the same. Their towering bodies, reaching dozens of meters high, kneeled toward the grand hall on the mountaintop, which was miles away. This was the aura of the beast god. Inside the grand hall. At the moment the holy maiden of the beast god cast divine descent, an unprecedented sensation instantly drowned Yili's body and mind. His sharp senses were almost instantly snatched away. Regardless of perception or vision, both fell into complete darkness. At the same time, his strong limbs began to weaken, his straight back trembled uncontrollably, and warmth filled his orifices, as if fresh blood flowed out. A terrifying feeling that one could not resist surged uncontrollably from the depths of his heart. Let alone resisting, at this moment, even moving a finger was a luxury. I see now. So this is divine descent. Yili recalled the information he had browsed through on the high-speed train, and his heart gained some clarity. It was indeed shocking, but he wasn't really afraid. In the hundreds of years of records from Hanxia, the strongest sixth-tier holy son of the beast god church had only held out for less than 10 minutes. Just 10 minutes. Soul mastery had already been cast. As long as Yili did not die, the captured souls would come forth one after another to protect him. With the restorative power of indestructible golden soul, he believed he could outlast the opponent. It was just a bit frustrating to win. Feeling the uncontrollable instinctual fear in his heart, Yili sighed softly. Indeed, the higher the strength, the harder the target to deal with. At that moment, his knees began to bend, faintly as if he was going to kneel before the other. Yili changed his plan. It seemed that this bottom line truly needed to be upheld. Just having a thought of retreating made others encroach upon him even more. Kneel down? Damn, what a presumption! A surge of extreme anger arose from Yili's heart, quickly sifting through everything he knew about higher status in his mind. Soon, he found his answer. Silently, the brilliant golden light surged again from his pitch-black eyes. Recalling the owner of that divine age, he began to resonate with the golden soul and raised the flag of resistance. His fragile body emitted a mournful cry under the pressure, immense strain causing blood to splatter from his surface, the cracks in his orifices deepening. But it didn't matter. Yili's expression was calm, with no intention of giving up on rising. The sound of his bones tearing echoed in his ears like a drumbeat of advancement. The blood from his fractured orifices flowed like a stream aiding his progress. Ordinary warriors would collapse under this pressure. Even if their spirit was resilient, their bodies could not provide enough support. But the Golden Soul endowed Yili with unparalleled recovery ability, granting him the capacity to fight for everything. Boom! The rocks beneath Yili's feet cracked, yet his altitude continued to rise. The dimming golden eyes became ever more brilliant at this moment. At this moment, the boy's resilient golden soul slowly trembled. Not far away. The holy maiden of the beast god gazed at a fragment of the altar in her palm, her eyes filled with profound pain. This kind of high-class altar was connected to that beast god. Destroying the altar was undoubtedly an act of blasphemy against that beast god. If it were destroyed by that left blue fish, then it would be acceptable. But what the holy maiden of the beast god could not accept was that the opponent was merely a fourth-tier warrior. Now that the altar was destroyed, she was bound to not escape from this lofty mountain. But before dying, she was still quite sure she could slay the sinner for that supreme beast god, offering the last bits of her remaining strength. You will pay the price for your actions. The holy maiden of the beast god was enveloped in flames, the fragment melting from her palm, her extreme roar resounding through the entire grand hall. At this moment, although her fighting power had not increased, she radiated a trace of the 9th-tier aura belonging to the beast god. Do not say a word about peak level 4 warriors. Even a group of 5-level warriors would be subdued and slaughtered by her like livestock. This is the reason why the saintess of the beast god church makes ordinary warriors shudder with fear. Even if one has the ability to defeat her, they must weigh the consequences of dying in a final desperate struggle. As she spoke, she suddenly glanced at the young man in a blue shirt who bent down but still did not kneel, her gaze icy. Inside the great hall, all the other beasts were instantly shattered into a sky full of black mist, disappearing without a trace. Even though new beasts continued to emerge, they posed no threat to her at all. She began to stride toward the opponent. At that moment, an unexpected change occurred. The once stiff Yili slowly straightened his body. He suddenly raised his head to look at the saintess of the beast god church, his golden eyes blazing fiercely, as if lava was flowing within them. You! The saintess of the beast god church's pupils contracted, and she instinctively began to step back slowly. The aura radiating from the young man was incredibly violent, canceling out the magnificent aura surrounding her. But the majesty revealed in those golden eyes was strong enough to break her spine. You actually can do this. The boy's voice carried a hint of surprise. In his line of sight, a light blue screen quietly floated. Detected that you still possess a strong will to resist in front of the beast god's pressure. Your indomitable spirit causes your golden soul to undergo a transformation. Indestructible golden soul upgraded to LV4, self-healing ability increased, healing consumption decreased. New talent ability, walk with me. Effect, greatly enhances one's willpower, immune to mental control, immune to the pressure effects of higher beings. Comment, a talent endowment that can resist any pressure of will. Even in the flourishing divine era, there are but a few who possess it. It is said that they can remain calm during great calamities, fighting against countless gods and demons, even overturning the heavenly Tao, without the slightest fear. The heavenly Tao cannot control their hearts, the great calamity cannot change their will. That said, can such a scarce talent truly overturn the decaying heavenly Tao? P.S. I had a high fever yesterday that wouldn't break, took a day off, many big shots didn't see it, so I'll mention it again here. Today is slightly better, quickly got up to write. My head is still very dizzy, after posting this, I'll go lie down. Chapter 110, What a Joke! Inside the great hall, the blue-shirted young man was full of spirit. He exhaled lightly, adjusted his breath, and casually looked at the stunned saintess of the beast god church. The moment she was enveloped by that majestic gaze, the saintess of the beast god church instantly snapped back to reality. Her expression while looking at Yili gradually turned to horror. Her mouth dropped open, instinctively retreating, the sound of her pounding heart echoed in her ears. Shock could hardly describe what she felt, she could barely comprehend the scene before her. The young man's mocking look was undeniable. The divine descent skill, which had been revered by generations of holy sons and daughters, was now rendered useless against a peak level 4 warrior. What a joke! How could a peak level 4 warrior stand firm under the beast god's aura? Even just a trace, it was genuine 9th level pressure. Even dozens of miles outside the hall, the 6th level giant left Xingyu had to fall from the sky to the ground. The two 6th level beasts confronting her could only tremble under this pressure. The saintess of the beast god church could guarantee that throughout the entire dystopian mountain region, besides herself, no creature should be able to remain standing. It should be so, it must be so. But now, unexpectedly, there was another one. The saintess of the beast god church felt her brain tremble, her eyes turning red as they fixed on the young man. You, what on earth did you do? Her bloodied throat squeezed out a dry voice, filled with disbelief and a deep sense of collapse. She tried to extract an answer to her question from the young man's lips. But Yili did not answer her. just quietly taking a step forward. This simple action shattered the beast god sect's holy maiden's heart and guts. Clearly, both of them were at the peak of the 4th tier, and she prided herself on being invincible among warriors of the same rank, yet she could not muster a shred of desire to fight at this moment. Escape, all she wanted was to escape. The holy maiden just wanted to retreat, but she suddenly remembered she had activated that divine descent. Whether she won or lost, she was meant to die here. This thought completely broke her down. The holy maiden of the beast god sect suddenly raised her head, looking at Yili with a crazed expression, and with a bit of a broken smile said, "Son of heaven, truly a son of heaven. Even the divine descent cannot do anything to you." Saying this, she continuously coughed out blood, desperately shouting, "In that case, let's die here together, to entertain the great lord of the beast god." As soon as her words fell, she expended a large amount of true energy from within her body, summoning an illusory massive beast that rushed straight at Yili. The beast shadow was not as vivid as the ice dragon, but it carried a significant sense of oppression. Yet, it had barely taken 2 steps. Yili exerted his strength underfoot, and though his movements seemed slow, he shot out like an arrow released from a bow. In an instant, he arrived in front of that illusory beast. The boy opened his arms, transporting his blood and energy, then suddenly unleashed his might. One punch smashed like heavenly thunder, shattering a bell, directly blowing the illusory beast into countless red particles. The holy maiden of the beast god sect had long anticipated this scenario. Her opponent was a stronger 4th tier peak than herself. If she wanted to perish together, she had to use all her means. The moment the beast shadow exploded, she instantaneously moved to appear in front of Yili. Her otherworldly face carried the determination of a do-or-die resolve. The holy maiden gritted her teeth, skillfully performing energy condensation, as scarlet true energy flowed through her 5 celestial palaces, merging into her Dantian's explosive energy. Then, with both fists carrying the intent of collapsing mountains, she viciously struck towards Yili's face. What unsettled her was the boy's still calm expression. She saw Yili's muscles bulge as if cast in steel, and streams of icy true energy surged out from his body. To the naked eye, the surrounding air continuously emitted thunderous cracking sounds as it froze. Yili initiated with a dragon's roar, his arms swinging in circles. His fist tips unleashed an avalanche-like explosive energy, continuously bombarding like a tide. The two faced each other in an explosive clash. Boom, boom, boom. The invisible air erupted in circles like raindrops, and with each punch, blood spilled and was pulverized by the fierce wind. Both continued to unleash explosive energy, 10 consecutive explosions, 12 consecutive explosions, 18 consecutive explosions, 28 consecutive explosions, 38 consecutive explosions. A full 40 perfect bursts of Dantian energy. The holy maiden of the beast god sect desperately squeezed the true energy from her body, performing above her normal strength. At this moment, looking across the 16 continents of Hanwha, no 4th tier warrior could keep up with her rhythm. However, the boy in the green shirt was an exception. Not only did he keep up with her rhythm, but he did so with ease. Throughout the whole process, he continually used breathing techniques to replenish his consumed true energy. Is this really a human? The holy maiden of the beast god sect breathed rapidly, no longer able to squeeze out a shred of true energy from her body. As if seeing her powerlessness. Yili's golden eyes were cold, and with 3 fists in succession, he forcefully broke open the middle gate she had been defending, exposing her towering chest to view. It's over. In an instant, despair flashed in the holy maiden's eyes. Her arms had already gone numb, leaving her completely unable to defend. Just as she intended to lift her legs, the ferocious energy exploded on her chest. Boom! The holy maiden of the beast god sect's chest caved in, her whole body flew out, blood spraying wildly, rolling on the ground for dozens of circles, and only came to a stop after crashing into the wall. The brilliance in her eyes rapidly faded, and she spat out a deep red as if relieved. Looking at the slowly approaching boy in green, the holy maiden smiled bitterly. You won. What she never expected. In today's Hanxia, a rare and extraordinary demon is appearing. Could it be that the once-in-a-thousand-years golden era has arrived again? I really want to witness it with my own eyes. The eyes of the beast god cult saintess gradually lost focus. As the saintess of the beast god cult, she lost completely. But she was unwilling. However, the other party was gifted with extraordinary talent, powerful strength, and even disregarded danger to climb the mountain alone, coming to stand in front of her. It was all for the purpose of killing her. At least, she was chosen so resolutely. The beast god cult saintess vaguely remembered that the last time she was chosen so resolutely was when she was young and detected the mark of the beast god, leading to her being selected as the new saintess. Without the beast god, she would probably have died long ago in the fallen town. Although she had killed many people up until now. But to burn so perfectly and ultimately die at the hands of a worthy enemy, there were no regrets. At this moment, a sharp, piercing pain suddenly surged from her left arm. The beast god cult saintess, whose eyes were previously scattered, quickly focused, the intense pain making her howl in agony. Ah! Tears rolled down from her eyes as she turned her head. She saw the young man in green standing beside her, his foot on her broken left arm, and then lifting his foot and smashing it again. Ah! The beast god cult saintess trembled in pain, struggling wildly, her eyes full of fear. What are you doing? Breaking your limbs. Yili's voice was calm, but seeing her expression, he asked with a slightly amused tone. You don't think it's over, do you? Having used divine descent, causing so much trouble for himself. Being the leader of an evil cult, organizing strange beasts and cult followers to kill so many people. Given all this, he had finally found such a suitable target. And now, the other side actually wanted to just kick her legs and leave without regret? That's not possible. With her position as the saintess, she must repay the corresponding amount of evil deeds to him. Don't worry, I won't let you die too easily. Yili's steps were light, his voice indifferent. The records were very clear. The current saintess of the beast god cult, over the past 40 or so years, led the cult followers and numerous strange beasts to destroy dozens of towns in Hansha. Countless deaths and injuries, corpses piled up in heaps. It is said that those chosen to become the saintess and saint son of the beast god cult are all bloodthirsty and murderers. How wonderful, torturing her will bring no psychological burden. Yili's expression was cold, and his palm slightly exerted force. Detected that you are breaking the beast god cult saintess mental defense, evil deeds plus 2000. The evil cult saintess, truly strong. Ah! The beast god cult saintess wail echoed sharply through the hall, her right arm instantly shattered by his force. The lines on her face were almost completely burned away, but she felt an unprecedented torment. So satisfying. The beast god cult saintess cried out loudly. Satisfying? Yili's eyes narrowed, and he said in a dull tone, no wonder you're the saintess, you have some substance. He raised one hand, aimed at her, and a torrent of true chi surged out. It slammed down heavily on the beast god cult saintess. With the naked eye, her muscles, bones, and flesh gradually shattered under the immense force. Detected that you are about to break the beast god cult saintess mental defense, evil deeds plus 3000. The wailing voice echoed through the hall. Under this pain, the beast god cult saintess rolled her eyes wildly, her dry voice distorted with intense despair. I mean, give me a quick death. Yili understood now. But he showed no hesitation in his actions, continuing to use the newly born true chi to increase the pressure on her limbs. As Yili's fingers slowly closed, the saintess' body began to crumble slowly. I was wrong. Please spare me. As she spoke, the beast god cult saintess desperately burned the blood-red lines on her face, hoping that she could quickly reach the end of her life. Even though she begged pitifully, the other party showed no signs of stopping. Under extreme pain, the beast god cult saintess was on the verge of mental collapse. She did not want to die in such humiliation. She could accept death like before, but not to fade away in such a humiliating manner under the enemy's contempt. Thinking of this, the beast god cult saintess desperately raised her head, shouting with a broken voice. You have no right to do this to me. You have violated the laws of Hansha. Damn, lowly creature. I won't spare you even in death. Laws? Hearing this, Yili seemed thoughtful. He then retracted his hand and calmly asked, then you should speak quickly. Speak about what? The beast god cult saintess was taken aback. Heh. Yili's expression turned cold again, you really are stubborn. Saintess? Why don't you ask? Seemingly seeing through her thoughts, Yili chuckled lightly and stated. You've killed so many, now it's someone else's turn to kill you, it's only fair. The beast god cult saintess hoarsely spit out weak syllables, you, hypocritical. Treating me this way counts as righteousness? It's just. I'm too lazy to reason with you. Yili raised his palm, calmly saying, you don't deserve to hear it. The moment those words fell, immense power suddenly descended upon the beast god cult saintess. Bang! The saintess's broken body exploded into a mist of blood like fireworks, splattering onto the ground. Detected that you have completely broken the psychological defense of the beast god cult saintess, evil value plus 10,000. Detected that you have slain the renowned saintess of the beast god cult, evil value plus 50,000. Yili looked at the place where she dissipated and sighed softly. He was still too kind. The best approach was actually not such a quick resolution, but to slowly torment the enemy, gaining as much evil value as possible. Forget it. In any case, he had successfully destroyed the enemy's psychological defense. Yili silently exhaled and casually picked up the saintess's robe from the ground. Then he snapped his fingers. Silently and without a sound, the almost identical beast god cult saintess appeared again from the ground. She wore red and knelt on one knee before Yili. Her expression respectful, her tone humble. My lord, what is your command? Yili was momentarily speechless. Though he understood his own talent's dominance quite well, it was hard to adapt every time he saw an enemy who had just shouted "I won't spare you even in death" moments ago, and now was utterly loyal. But since he had already summoned her, he might as well test his idea. To see if this so-called fanatic would yield to his imperial pact of life and death. After a brief moment of thought, Yili asked, "Beast God or me, which do you choose?" "What is the beast god?" The beast god cult Saintus coldly sneered and said without hesitation, "My lord, please don't let such trash lower your standards." Yili. "Alright, playing it like that, huh?" Outside the beast god cult branch. The towering aura that had enveloped the entire Dantian mountain suddenly vanished without a trace. The first to react was Zhuoqingyu. The beast god cult Saintus had used divine descent, then died. The boy in the green shirt who had disappeared earlier must have already. Thinking of this, Zhuoqingyu frowned slightly. Even though she appeared as a girl, her mind was that of a normally mature adult. At least that's how she viewed herself. Putting it all together, how could she not guess what had happened? Impulsive, it was truly impulsive. She really didn't know which family's genius it was who couldn't wait for her to make a move. Zhuoqingyu bit her silver teeth, taking a deep breath, awakening the cells in her body with her martial spirit, temporarily pulling her body out of the weakened state caused by that oppressive force. She briefly returned to her peak state. "You two beasts, I've tolerated you for long enough." Zhuoqingyu lightly tapped her bare foot on the ground, soaring into the sky, her hands making a gesture that summoned a striking blue tornado that shot straight into the clouds. The howling winds roared. The earth cracked apart, revealing its terrifying destructive power. The two six-tiered beasts across were still mourning the fall of the Holy Maiden, but upon seeing this, hurriedly dragged their severely injured and weak bodies to defend themselves. The tornado swept through, shaking the mountains. In just a few minutes, the 24-meter-tall six-tiered beasts completely lost their lives. Zhuoqingyu casually pulled out and collected their beast cores, then flew heavily towards the beast god sect's branch at the mountaintop. At that moment, her pupils trembled slightly. A handsome boy in a blood-stained blue shirt walked out from the branch, holding the blood-colored robe belonging to the Holy Maiden of the beast god sect. Breathing steadily, he appeared relaxed. "P.S. It's the beginning of the month, I asked the big shots to fuel the love." Chapter 112, I also don't know what's wrong with me. He actually survived. Looking at the boy in the blue shirt at the mountaintop, Zhuoqingyu's face showed clear surprise. The robe in the boy's hand was indeed that of the Holy Maiden of the beast god sect. The Holy Maiden's red robe was a treasured item, usually used to suppress the blood-red patterns on her body, so it was unmistakable. Under normal circumstances, the Holy Maiden of the beast god sect would never take off this red robe, which made her already bleak mental state even worse. Now appearing in the boy's hand. This means that the Holy Maiden of the beast god sect indeed died after confronting him and using divine descent. But the boy survived. How did he do it? Zhuoqingyu murmured softly in the air, her sharp and cold eyes showing a hint of confusion. Previously, had she not been too focused on confronting the two six-tiered beasts to notice the boy's speed was slightly slower, she would have long since left the battle and kicked this impatient peak fourth-tier boy off the Dantian mountain. After all, according to Zhuoqingyu's calculations, once the boy met that Holy Maiden, no matter how one looked at it, the former had no chance of surviving. But the fact is that not only did he force that Holy Maiden to use divine descent, but he also persisted until the end under the Holy Maiden's divine descent state. Who? Zhuoqingyu descended at the mountain peak, a faint whiteness seeming to appear under her bare feet, preventing her from ever touching the ground. "I am the vice principal of Windcloud University, Zhuoqingyu." Her clear voice echoed on the mountaintop. The girl walked slowly towards Yili, her cherry-pink lips moving slightly. "Little friend, what is your name?" Zhuoqingyu's voice was crisp and dignified. Combined with her appearance, she resembled a fully mature young lady. Yili gently nodded his chin slightly. He sat on the steps in front of the main hall, recovering his internal energy while quietly answering. Yili. He was not angry about the way she addressed him. Although this barefooted girl seemed very young, no one actually knew how old she really was. If I say her appearance fits perfectly with those who have a lowly obsession, I wonder how many evil points I could earn. She might get directly angry then. Seeing her come closer, Yili's thoughts began to wander. Yili. Hearing this, Zhuoqingyu raised her eyebrows slightly, searching her mind for this name, but found nothing. Strange. How could she have never heard of someone with such abilities? She frowned slightly, stopped in her tracks, crossed her arms, and asked from an elevated posture. Which family are you the contemporary heir of, or which martial arts university are you a student of? From Windcloud University, Yili replied casually. Zhuoqingyu looked at him suspiciously. What year are you in? It's my first year since the start of school. Upon hearing this, a trace of surprise flickered in Zhuoqingyu's eyes, but it quickly vanished. She rested her finger on her chin, staring at Yili, and after a moment, asked confirmingly. Start of school, first year? Yili nodded slightly. Don't move. Zhuo Qingyu stepped forward, seeming to teleport in front of Yili, and her two fingers landed on his wrist as she began to examine him seriously. Her speed was astonishing. The sudden attack caused Yili to react slightly. But then a powerful pressure of wind landed on him. It is confined and cannot move. If it weren't for Yili's quick reaction, this pressure could have even knocked him to the ground. Sure enough, it is a 6th grade martial infant realm giant, pressing down on a peak 4th grade warrior, as easy as breathing. He almost lost the knee he had just managed to protect with great difficulty. I said, don't move. Seemingly dissatisfied with Yili's resistance, Zhuo Qingyu frowned slightly, her cold voice revealing an undeniable dominance. Just sit there quietly, I won't harm you. Her fingertips faintly emitted a blue light, quickly coursing through Yili's whole body along the meridians. But the rough method is almost no different from strongman tactics. The person involved felt extremely uncomfortable. Old dang, I'm going to explode soon. Yili forced a breath, smiling but saying nothing. This dominant little girl truly is something else. One day, I will make you feel what I just felt. You really are not even 20. After a moment, Zhuo Qingyu withdrew her fingers, her beautiful little face filled with surprise, and said. Fortunately, you didn't die, otherwise, I would have made a big mistake. How did you survive until now under the hands of the saint in God-descending state? Before Yili could speak, she waved her hand, casually adding. It's fine if you don't say, it's normal for young people to have some privacy. Then I won't say. Yili said. Zhuo Qingyu fell silent, and after a moment, snorted lightly, if you don't want to say, then don't. Detected that you provoked the Vice-Chancellor of Fengyun University, evil value plus 1,000. That's so high? Yili was somewhat surprised. At this moment, Zhuo Qingyu's face suddenly turned pale, and her breath became quite weak. Seeing this situation, Yili, who was about to take action, was slightly moved and stood up to ask. Senior, what's wrong with you? No problem. Zhuo Qingyu's face quickly regained calm. She straightened up and said lightly. I just performed a secret technique to temporarily restore my strength, and now the technique has failed, leaving the effects caused by God descending still lingering. I see. Yili nodded thoughtfully. This person's style of doing things is like this, holding grudges is unlikely, but simply making some profit is another story. He casually twisted the harmonious coexistence ring on his hand. Reciprocation, friends. Taste the feeling I just had. The true energy in Yili's body that had just recovered to 40% was instantly depleted at a terrifying speed. On Mount Dongtian. Alright, let's go. Zhuo Qingyu slowly left the ground, looking coldly at Yili, before she finished speaking. In the next moment, an unstoppable pressure suddenly descended upon her. It seemed to want her to kneel down directly. Zhuo Qingyu's beautiful face immediately darkened. What a joke. Since she was born, she had never knelt before anything. No matter gods or demons, neither could earn her respect, both were far less reliable than depending on herself. Moreover, in front of her was a young student from Fengyun University. How could she do something so shameful? Zhuo Qingyu gritted her silver teeth, with blue gas streams swirling around her body. But it was futile. That force seemed to be determined to fulfill a divine command, growing stronger and stronger. No. A hint of collapse gradually appeared in Zhuo Qingyu's eyes. Bang! In the next second, the sound of her knee hitting the ground was so clear that it echoed across the entire summit of Mount Dongtian. Detected that you made the martial infant realm vice-chancellor kneel before you, evil value plus 10,000. What an astonishing number, Zhuo Qingyu. Even without anyone watching, reaching this level, I Yili would be willing to call you the strongest so far. Looking down at this once lofty vice-chancellor. The pale-faced Yili sighed inwardly. Making her kneel was indeed not easy, his just recovered true energy was already run out again. Thinking of this, Yili lightly coughed twice. Senior Zhuo. He walked in front of the dazed Zhuo Qingyu, whose small mouth was slightly open, and asked with a smile, what's wrong with you? No. Zhuo Qingyu came back to her senses, her fair face suddenly flushing red, looking up at Yili. I don't even know what happened to me. Suddenly, it's just like this. In the midst of her words, she tried desperately to rise but failed every time. The weakness brought by the beast god's aura still enveloped her, the immense force felt like the last straw that broke the camel's back. Someone is using tricks. This kind of ability definitely does not belong to this young man in a blue robe, who is clearly exhausted of his true energy. There are still remnants remaining on Mount Dongtian. Left Qingyu felt a mix of shame and anger in her heart, kneeling on the ground, her domineering posture was still unyielding. Looking around, she shouted loudly. Who is causing trouble? Get out here! Her stern voice echoed high above, resonating at the peak of Mount Dangtian. In Yili's serious gaze, the surroundings remained silent, without the slightest wave of true energy. So he looked at Left Qingyu. Left Qingyu. They should have run away. She took a deep breath, her small face was as red as if it would bleed. So embarrassing. Kneeling, I actually knelt before a young student I had never met. Beast God sect, I will never coexist with you in my remaining life. Left Qingyu's breathing was disordered, completely losing her previous calm demeanor. She looked up at the young man, her eyes shimmering with light as she said, Yili, help me up. All right. Yili reached out his right hand. Naturally lifting her by the back of her collar, he pulled her up from the ground. Left Qingyu patted the dust off her knees, and the redness on her face faded a little. She weakly nodded and said, Thank you. You're welcome. Yili chuckled lightly as he withdrew his hand. Principal Left, I have one. Chapter 113, the 5th level condensing mansion technique acquired. Thanks to you forcing out the Saintesses, divine descent, in advance, otherwise I would have suffered greatly. The resistance of strange beasts to the beast god's aura is indeed higher than that of warriors of the same level. It might even give that Saintess a chance to escape down Mount Dangtian, wasting manpower. Seemingly to ease the awkwardness, Left Qingyu cleared her throat twice and looked at Yili again, saying lightly, You are quite good. But why are you, at the peak of the 4th level, not waiting for martial ground baptism in school and instead coming to participate in the siege against the beast god sect? She asked coldly. I remember there was a notice to the school's agents to change this task to red level, didn't they follow through? The red task is the highest threat level task in choosing dangerous tower. Ordinary students should have feared to approach it. I had no choice, I need the S-grade condensing mansion technique. Yili said calmly, I'm still 3 first level credits short, so I have to do this myself, to be well fed and clothed. S-grade condensing mansion technique? Left Qingyu's beautiful brows relaxed. I thought it was some treasure, go ahead and take it. As she spoke, 2 thick books appeared in her slender palm, soaring directly into Yili's arms. Friend, this makes me a bit embarrassed. It seems that next time I harmonize with someone, I really need to keep the order of courtesy first and then my defense. It doesn't matter if they are a bad person. If they are even a bit of a good person, I really feel guilty. Yili sighed inwardly, feeling a bit helpless as he said. Forget it, Senior Left, I can earn them myself. He didn't even care about Zhang Qingzhu needing the books, he was just worried about owing too many favors. One day when they come to seek help, he would definitely have to do something. If it were just fighting, that would be fine. But what if it were some melodramatic situation restricting personal freedom? What? Afraid it isn't appropriate? Left Qingyu put her hands behind her back, floating in the air, and said coldly. Just consider it as me looking at your outstanding performance in this task and giving you a special reward. Upon hearing this, Yili raised his brow. Then, suppressing his awkwardness, Yili pondered for a moment and then spoke. If you encounter obstacles in breaking through to master in the future, I can lend you a hand, consider it in exchange. Humph, nearly the peak of the 4th level, you speak boldly. I can break through to master on my own, Left Qingyu snorted lightly, then waved her hand. Both are S-rank condensation techniques, you can practice whichever you want. After saying this, Zhuo Qingyu paused and asked in a rather dangerous tone. By the way, who is your mentor? Such a high-risk task is being assigned to a freshman like you? Mentor Yu Wang. Yili said, he has urgent matters recently and can't spare the time, so he specially sent a senior sister to guide me. Though it might not be of much use. But to be honest, this thoughtfulness is still commendable, and Yili certainly wouldn't do anything to report behind someone's back. Urgent matter. Well, that's fine. Zhuo Qingyu unexpectedly understood and waved her hand, ready to move past the topic. Yili withdrew his gaze and casually flipped through the 2 books in his hands. S-rank condensation technique, Storm City, not yet initiated. S-rank condensation technique, Thousand Mountains transforming mansion, not yet initiated. The first one is the technique I've practiced. Noticing Yili's action, Zhuo Qingyu spoke very quickly. The difficulty of training is very high, but I can guide you a bit. As for the second one, it is a genuine item I obtained years ago, verified to be authentic, but it has no annotations. May I ask, what is the quality of your divine mansion? Yili looked up. Zhuo Qingyu slightly raised her chin, her tone plain, but one could easily hear the pride within. Golden. Having the highest quality divine mansion, no wonder she feels so pleased. But for a 6th-tier martial artist, could this be too childish? While his thoughts swirled, Yili put away the 2 condensation techniques and calmly said. Then let's go with the first one, I will trouble you, senior. Return to my office building when we get back to school. Zhuo Qingyu nodded in satisfaction. To cover up the previous awkwardness, she slapped her face hard and then floated down the mountain. All right, follow me down the mountain. Yili nodded slightly and followed behind her. Eagle Cry Gorge, temporary camp. After finishing the battle report, the camp leader Lu Jing called for the enforcers and sent it to the commander's desk. Before long, he saw Yili returning from the mountain. This young man in a green shirt had just bid farewell to Zhuoqingyu and now walked into the camp with a calm expression as if nothing had happened. His demeanor was so composed, as if nothing was amiss. Sensing the many eyes around him filled with awe and warmth, Lu Jing quickly stepped forward. "Sir, truly impressive." His eyes shone, his voice filled with undisguised admiration and gratitude, tightly grasping the young man's hand. "It's nothing," Yili said casually. Wanting to gain merits, he needed to put himself in danger. High risk, high reward. There was no point in complaining, many didn't even have the right to choose. Yili considered himself lucky enough. After chatting a bit, he followed Lu Jing into his tent for the first time. Dozens of enforcers naturally approached, voluntarily guarding outside the tent. Chen Jingli remained as indifferent as always, quietly sitting on a bluestone outside the camp. At the same time, with Zhuoqingyu returning to headquarters and summarizing the situation on the mountain, the leaders of the various camps on Mount Dangtian quickly received the order of mission completed from headquarters. Eagle Cry Gorge. Upon hearing this news, Lu Jing, a senior enforcer who had worked hard for decades, was nearly moved to tears. All the hard work over these days hadn't been in vain. High rewards, 3 months of paid leave. Thinking of this, Lu Jing felt a deep respect for the young martial artist named Yili. Thanks to his guarding of Eagle Cry Gorge, not only were many lives saved, but the pass was also perfectly secured. Not just Lu Jing. Inside Eagle Cry Gorge, over 100 enforcers from 3 provinces felt the same way. They wished they could follow him day and night. In a few days, when the commander conducted a post-war summary, many more would have such thoughts. Before long, the name Yili would echo throughout the major anomaly bureaus of the 3 provinces. Time rolled forward. As night fell, a confidential combat record was also issued from the command center of Eagle Cry Gorge. Skipping layers of approval, it was sent directly to the headquarters of the Fenxiaqing E-Bureau. P.S. These 2 chapters have slight modifications. Chapter 114, The Collapsing Wind and Cloud Ranking, 11th. Within the winning province, Wind and Cloud University. With the martial earth baptism approaching, the atmosphere on campus gradually grew tense. The top 10 names from the ranking, which had been unseen for a long time, recently returned to school one after another. Influenced by them, many students of Wind and Cloud University ended their vacation early and came back to school. All just to observe a thing or two in the competition for the martial earth baptism. As for the 10-person list that could participate in the martial earth baptism, it had already been finalized in a high-level meeting at the school a few days ago. To maximize the motivational effect, members of the news department took full advantage of the nearly 100-meter-tall floating shadow giant stone on campus, which is specifically used to display announcements. The list had been registered the day before, even adding the name that spread the widest among their numerous titles. At this moment, on that smooth, pitch-black giant stone surface, it prominently displayed 10 blood-red names. Top of the Wind and Cloud ranking, the Sword Blind, Li Jiankai. Second in the Wind and Cloud ranking, the Heavenly Sun Holy Sun, Sun Qiyang. Third in the Wind and Cloud ranking, Thunder Gun, Su Tian. Ninth in the Wind and Cloud ranking, Zero Time, Chen Jingli. 10th in the Wind and Cloud ranking, Yili. These 10 names symbolize the 10 most outstanding core students of Wind and Cloud University. Among the returning students coming and going, many stopped here, looking up at the numerous names on the list, their eyes filled with longing. You must know, anyone on this list is a presence they could only dream of touching. The elite students of Wind and Cloud University. Warriors among warriors, geniuses among geniuses. However, most of the names on last year's list were familiar. This year's list, the top 9 are still okay. But this 10th name, Yili, seems particularly unfamiliar to them. Yili? Who is Yili? Which grandmaster is this? I don't know, it's the first time I've heard of this person in the top 30 of the Wind and Cloud ranking. The majority of the returning students looked puzzled, some immediately asked their friends beside them. At this moment, those students who stayed on campus for the entire holiday, hearing their friends' question, couldn't help but smile broadly. There's nothing else to do. This feeling of being one step ahead and getting information is truly wonderful. Among those who were also confused like most students, there was a handsome young man in a hood. The young man was once the 10th on the Wind and Cloud ranking, now the 11th, Cui Ming. At this moment, even though his entire face was covered in the hood, it could not hide the dazed expression on his face. After working hard to earn credits, he returned just before the martial earth baptism to find out that the spot was gone. Who can bear that? Cui Ming took a deep breath, feeling as if his heart was heavy as a red stone, unable to help but clench his fists, planning to seek an explanation. At that moment, Someone in the crowd finally couldn't hold back and lightly coughed. On the surface introducing to his friends, but the voice was loud enough for everyone present to hear. If you don't know, that's fine. This Healy is the mysterious big shot who just enrolled this year. Hearing this, Chui Ming, who was about to leave, felt his heart stirred and immediately stopped, looking in the direction of the voice. A new student? His friend was equally taken aback, then quickly reacted, asking in astonishment. Is this person from another school? The person shook his head, correcting in an exclamatory tone. He is a new student, just graduated from Marshall High School. As soon as this was said, everyone present was in an uproar, with many suddenly turning their heads to look. What the heck, a new student? Then the top 10 of the wind and cloud ranking? Is this fake? How can these two terms be connected together? Chui Ming's eyes filled with disbelief, nearly unable to hold back a direct curse. You must know, even in the prestigious Wind and Cloud University where geniuses gather, most of the time, only seniors in their 4th or 5th year can make it to the top 10 of the Wind and Cloud ranking. There was a junior student who made it into the top 10 of the power rankings. At the same time, it was the least valuable ranking ever. But times have changed, this year's power rankings are definitely of high value. Not one of the top 10 can't battle against a 4th-tier warrior. Even looking back in the history of the power rankings, this is a very rare situation. In an era where everyone is a top talent, if you have a few more years of training time, that's a real boost in strength. Even Chui Ming, who entered the 5th year at the start of the semester, would scoff at such rumors in the past. How could a newcomer fresh into school possibly surpass those of them who have been battle-tested? Is it someone who used connections? Someone couldn't help but break the silence and asked in a hoarse voice. Though he also felt it was quite unlikely. Get lost, do you think our school is just any place? The person rolled his eyes. Then he looked around, seemingly pleased with everyone's reaction, and smiled. From what I know, this person is a genuine big shot. On the first day at school, he knocked down 2 geniuses from the top 15 of the power rankings in the Enlightenment Tower. Crushed them, those 2 had no chance to fight back at all. Hearing this, Chui Ming muttered, 4th tier. The 10th to 15th places in the power rankings are at the pinnacle of the 3rd tier. To beat them without any chance to fight back, it could only be a 4th-tier warrior, and not just any 4th-tier warrior. How old is this Healy? This year? Holding on to the thought that he might be a repeat student, someone in the crowd awkwardly asked. Not yet 20. Not yet 20, 4th-tier warrior? After hearing this, Chui Ming felt a cold sweat running down his back. Students beside him tried to ask, is he really 4th tier? Could he be one of those 3rd-tier peaks who can really fight? I haven't finished. The person glanced at him and said lightly. Not only did he knock down those 2 from the top 15 during the day, but that same night he also severely injured another one who had just advanced to 4th tier. It was the same crushing victory, done with barely any effort. The open space in front of the monument fell into a deathly silence all at once. Chui Ming staggered back, staring fixedly at the one who spoke. This Healy crushed a newly entered 4th-tier warrior? The person saw Chui Ming's face and was suddenly shocked. Chui Ming was already a notable figure in school, so he naturally recognized him. He hurriedly replied, as far as I know, that's the case. A friend from the news department told me, it shouldn't be false. Chui Ming breathed heavily, standing quietly for a long time. His fists in his sleeves tightened more and more. At this moment, more and more students recognized him. Chui Ming? The Chui Ming who was 10th on the power rankings? Shut up, now he's 11th. Be careful or he'll carve you out. Is he feeling unconvinced and looking to challenge Healy? That's hard to say. Chui Ming finally let out a long breath and said in a rough voice, thank you for the information. After saying this, he turned to leave. But the direction he was leaving changed from the gold medal student courtyard to the school cafeteria. What the heck, one person crushes 2 3rd-tier peaks, and here's a starting 4th tier? My god. I can't take this anymore. On the way to the cafeteria, Chui Ming became more and more distressed and finally couldn't help but curse. Monster. They're all just monsters. The top 5 in the power rankings are monsters, and this Healy is also a monster. If that's the case, let them fight for their lives in 3 days at the martial arts cleansing. In the midst of many strange looks, Chui Ming angrily plunged into the cafeteria. Chapter 115, Your Goddess Ran Away with Her Junior. Training Building Number 3, Top Floor. Another shock for everyone. Looking at the group of ordinary students in front of the huge monument, shocked in expression. A young man with a blazing fire mark on his forehead smiled helplessly. So many people have been shocked by this Healy in the past 2 days. Clearly, my ranking is higher. It's just a clown in the hall while the master is wandering. He smiled ruefully and sighed, then casually asked, Su Tian, how strong do you think this Healy really is? Not far from him, in the arena. A young man in white, as pure as snow, gradually exhaled and lowered his stance. Hearing this, the young man in white named Su Tian scoffed. I don't know, and I don't care. Alright, I guess I asked you for nothing. Sun Qiang spread his hands, appearing quite innocent. Then, with a slight smirk, he continued teasingly. Anyway, you only care about Qingjingli, even though she doesn't care about you at all. At the end of his sentence, he dragged out his tone, and his mockery was direct and intense. Sun Qiang. Su Tian looked at him with icy eyes. Others call you the holy son of Tianyang. You really don't think you are the holy son of Tianyang sect, do you? They were just flattering you. You know better than anyone what the real situation is. Su Tian's eyes were full of mockery as well. You are just someone picked up by her father. A foster son is just a foster son. As long as the real master is alive, you will always just be a candidate for the holy son, a fake who can only enjoy himself at Wind and Cloud University. The sharp words echoed in the venue. Su Tian looked at the other unwaveringly. His strength was equal to that of Sun Qiang. There was really nothing to fear. Surprisingly, Sun Qiang's expression remained the same. Only the flame mark between his brows flickered slightly. He chuckled lightly, saying, It doesn't matter if I am the holy son or not, but I know where your goddess went. You know? Su Tian frowned. He had been asking that fish called Lin Yun for 2 days and had learned nothing. So, you really don't use your brain. A love-struck fool catches another love-struck fool to ask about the goddess's whereabouts. It's a miracle if you get anything. Sun Qiang said with a suppressed laugh. Then, under Su Tian's terrifying gaze, he said playfully, Your goddess is out on a mission with her precious junior. Yes, just the two of them, no outsiders. Where did she get a junior? Su Tian's calm voice concealed extreme anger. Of course, it's the new disciple that old you just took in. Sun Qiang looked at him as if he were an idiot, laughing. Speaking of which, you should be familiar with this junior of hers. Su Tian took a deep breath, his eyes cold. It was as if he was trying to calm the anger inside him. His hand gripping the spear trembled slightly from the excessive force. He asked indifferently, Who? The new rising star on the Wind and Cloud ranking. Sun Qiang stretched lazily, his tone rising, Yili. As the sun climbed high, in the vice principal's office. Detected that the genius ranked 11th on the Wind and Cloud ranking hates you while fearing you, evil value plus 400. Another unexpected gain? Hearing the notification sound in his ears, Yili raised an eyebrow. But what's the deal with this guy? Hate I can understand, after all, I stole his slot. But afraid of what? Could it be that he heard some bad rumor? Don't be scared, don't you want to personally test my capabilities? Yili sighed inwardly. Then, he redirected his gaze to the bookstorm city in front of him. After returning to school, Yili didn't mourn for the death of the saintess of the beast god for a moment and immediately went to Zhuqingyu's office. The goal was to fill the S-grade condensing mansion to the brim as quickly as possible. If he understood a bit before allocating points, he might gain some beneficial buffs. When you're poor, you have to save a bit. Yili's mind raced, and he looked up ahead. In front of him, Zhuqingyu, in her regular clothes, sat behind a wooden table. With her arms crossed, her cold and proud face was exceptionally serious. At this moment, she was passionately discussing her understanding of practicing Storm City. If those Lelekan villagers from his past life saw the scene, they would probably turn crazy like deers. Yili slightly nodded his chin. The teaching continued until the afternoon. Zhuqingyu, exhausted from her lengthy theories, finally coughed lightly and asked indifferently, Did you understand everything I just said? I completely understood. In reality, Yili had not understood anything at all but nodded lightly and answered calmly. It felt a bit rude to say he hadn't understood, given how hard she was working to explain. Really? Zhuqingyu frowned. Back in the day, to grasp the basics of Storm City, she had pestered her master with questions again and again. Then she climbed high mountains in various places during the harsh winter to receive baptism in the strong winds at the peaks. It took her several months to cultivate the Storm City condensation technique to the entry level. Afterward, she spent several more years refining it to great success. Finally, she made a breakthrough and condensed a golden quality divine mansion, shocking the world. After hearing her explain it once, he understood it? Really? Yili looked at the books in his hand and confirmed seriously, I completely understand. After finally getting so many points, should he waste more time listening to her little class again? Indeed, Zhuqingyu's teaching level was extremely high. Even Yili could feel a spark of enlightenment from her narration. Although he could never truly understand, this level of comprehension was already enough. Thinking of this, her cool voice rang in Yili's ear. Have you thought it through? Zhuqingyu scoffed lightly, her voice cold, I am busy with countless matters, and I do not have spare time for individual guidance. Today, I acknowledge your talent, so I cleared half a day's time to make an exception to teach you. If you miss this opportunity, who knows when the next one will come. As she spoke, Zhuqingyu lightly tapped the table, her cold eyes aggressively staring at Yili. She was hinting to the boy to ask any questions quickly. At the very least, he should muster the courage to ask for her contact information, so he could consult her in the future. The guidance from a martial infant realm powerhouse was something countless martial artists would fight for. Unfortunately, the boy was like a fool, nodding slightly and saying, "I've thought it through, I just want to look for a little longer." Zhuqingyu was momentarily speechless. She suspected he hadn't understood her hint at all. But she couldn't lower her face to explain her intentions, let alone exchange contact information. She had no choice but to respond gloomily, "Then you look." After saying this, Zhuqingyu paused. Looking at the calm-faced boy before her, she casually continued, "I will stay here for a while." "Okay." Yili nodded indifferently. Zhuqingyu quietly clenched her fists. Meanwhile, in a place where she couldn't see, Yili summoned the panel, and a faint blue light radiated mysteriously. S-rank condensation technique, Storm City, not entered. Can upgrade. Current evil value, 143,000 points. Wow. Looking at the panel, Yili's eyes shone brightly. After clearing the beast-tide in Eagle Cry Gorge, dealing with the beast god cult's Holy Maiden, and receiving a bit of friendship sponsorship from Zhuqingyu, the backend's evil value actually reached such a terrifying number. This trip was truly rewarding. Then let's max out Storm City here. Yili let out a light breath, and the vast evil value surged into the panel. Ding. Starting to consume evil value, continuously cultivating S-rank condensation technique, Storm City. Chapter 116, Mastering the Hurricane, Storm City. You have opened this extremely difficult S-rank condensation technique, and based on your understanding of the 5th stage Divine Mansion, you begin to ponder the profound techniques recorded in this book. After consuming 2,000 points of evil value, you discover that a part of the techniques in this condensation method aligns with your previous imagination, and you start to deduce the deeper meanings recorded in the other texts. After consuming 5,000 points of evil value, you initially understand that the cultivation method in this condensation technique is to spiral your dense chi and blood like a storm within your body, draw the raging wind into your body, and finally, amidst great pain, condense an extraordinary divine mansion. At the same time, you also realize that the main difficulty of this condensation technique does not actually lie in the complexity of the text but in the cultivation method recorded within, which is extremely difficult to execute and carries significant risk. A slight mistake can cause serious internal injuries. But with your supreme talent, you need not worry about this matter, so you begin to recklessly experiment within your body. Gained buff, cultivation speed increased by 200%. Flowing cultivation methods, solid and unyielding, immortal golden soul. Watching the words appear on the panel, Yili subtly nodded. This is the confidence brought by super self-healing. Could anyone else achieve this? Can anyone gain such a degree of buff? Clearly, no one can. Yili gently closed his eyes, calming his mind. Slowly, he directed his attention to the unceasing blood and energy within his body. His spirit had already undergone transformation through the baptism of the S-level visualization technique, ocean tidal waves. Thus, attempts like these felt quite effortless. After consuming 10,000 points of evil value, you have initially mastered the cultivation method of Storm City, and implementing it within your body is quite effective. Storm City, beginner. The thick blood and energy within him gradually began to surge, guided by his focused mind, rushing through his strong and spacious meridians, as if aided by a gentle breeze. Under the influence of Yili's enhanced spirit, the speed of his blood flow began to accelerate. With guidance from Zhuqingyu, although you initially understood little of her theories, as you now delve deeper into this condensation technique, you are gradually grasping her earlier teachings. Gained buff, cultivation speed increased by 80%. After consuming 20,000 points of evil value, you have mastered the method of making your blood and energy surge and have realized the ability to control the changes in airflow. Storm City, proficient. In the vice principal's office, time passed second by second. Zhuqingyu rested her chin on one hand, propping her right leg on her left, lightly swaying her bare foot. With her other hand, she boldly spun a pen with incredible speed, creating a gust of wind. At that moment. Oh! The young man in the blue shirt suddenly exhaled, and the air around him instantly shifted. The thick tome in front of him began to flutter rapidly. Zhuqingyu immediately noticed Yili's anomaly, her lazy eyes instantly sharpening. She firmly gripped the pen, glancing to the side. Across the wooden table, the young man in the blue shirt had his black hair floating, his expression calm, and the airflow around him continuously quickening, causing his blue shirt to flutter in the breeze. This is... A hint of astonishment gradually appeared in Zhuqingyu's eyes. Having gone through it herself, she was naturally very familiar with the cultivation method of Storm City. This method, among many S-level condensation techniques, is considered quite excellent, and phenomena occur during breakthroughs. The signs of approaching mastery of Storm City perfectly matched the signs occurring on Yili. Is this what a genius looks like? Zhuo Qingyu whispered, her usually bland voice carrying a hint of unshakable surprise. Most martial artists, once they achieve some success, will have thoughts of taking in disciples, wanting to pass on their teachings. Although Zhuo Qingyu did not have such thoughts. However, there was indeed a sense of testing in her mind when she taught this S-level condensation technique to him. Not a test of discipleship, but a kind of competitive spirit. Zhuo Qingyu wanted to see how long it would take for this boy, who could absolutely be called a martial arts prodigy in Hanja, to master Storm City. Or rather, she wanted to see who had the higher talent, herself or Yili. This question now had an answer. He didn't need to spend months or even years of hard practice like her. From the moment she handed Storm City to him, it had barely been 2 days, and he was about to achieve mastery. How could such a ridiculous thing exist in the world? Zhuo Qingyu took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. She initially thought it would be a competition of equal strength. Unexpectedly, it ended so quickly. Damn, doesn't this make me look like a clown? Struggling to calm the rising shame in my heart, Zhuo Qingyu gritted her silver teeth, her eyes fixed on Yili. She lay back in the chair, hugging her legs tight, pressing her cold knees against her burning face, overwhelmed with shame. After a moment, she murmured to herself, but if that's the case, it truly has great potential for cultivation. Her tone was unmasked. Anyway, the other party is currently focused on cultivation and cannot hear her grumbling. Yili pulled his attention back from the outside world, focusing again on the continuously swirling light screen. Adding points, still ongoing. Consume 25,000 points of evil value. At this moment you possess the ability to refine a divine mansion, but for the quality of the divine mansion, you've decided to pursue perfection in this divine mansion technique. After consuming 30,000 points of evil value, as your understanding of this refining method deepens, your control over airflow has greatly improved. In a surge of spirit and mind, you can summon a wind strong enough to destroy buildings with a simple gesture. Storm City, proficient. After consuming 50,000 points of evil value, your mastery of the rushing blood and changing airflow has reached a deep level. When your realm increases in the future, and your true energy is sufficiently vigorous and abundant, you can even create tornadoes with your hands in open areas and unleash terrifying hurricanes that can destroy cities. Storm City, major achievement. You have perfectly mastered all steps before entering the realm of raging wind. Feeling the changes within him and the transparency of being able to control subtle elements, Yili inexplicably felt a premonition. Now, he could even refine a divine mansion of golden quality. But it's still not enough. If he doesn't push every martial skill and technique he obtains to the extreme, how can he deserve to strive for the supreme martial arts of the heavens in the future? After consuming 70,000 points of evil value, the words you spoke over a dozen minutes ago became reality. You have fully understood this S-class refining technique. The violent yet docile wind elements are your loyal servants, the storms at sea are your warm bed. Entering the raging wind feels like a massage to unlock the meridians for you, while for ordinary people, the conditions to refine a divine mansion, akin to crossing a chasm, are utterly effortless for you. The tidal sea and Storm City complement each other, and your 5 divine quality heaven pass bridges are the strongest foundation for your future divine mansions. Even that founder master who perfected Storm City doesn't compare to you in the firmness of foundation. Now, you are the strongest heavenly pass realm in the history of Hanxia, unprecedented. Storm City, perfection. With the last line of text appearing. A visible vortex of airflow whirled and formed, roaring from above Yili's head. Boom. The entire office building suddenly trembled, the heavy roof was directly lifted, and countless bricks and stones were drawn in, turning the originally colorless vortex into a dark gray ominous hue filled with a sense of destruction. In an instant, a majestic vortex, several dozen meters tall, roared into existence above the skyscraper. In Wind and Cloud University, numerous passing students abruptly stopped, curiously looking towards the place where the howling vortex was forming. Upon realizing it was the vice principal's office, relief appeared in their eyes. It's that principal Zhua. That makes sense, that makes sense. Chapter 117, Add a Contact Method. Inside the vice principal's office. The moment she saw the grand spectacle above the boy's head, Zhuo Qingyu suddenly sat up straight in her chair, her small mouth slightly open. Then, for the sake of face, she quickly lay back down. But even as she tried her best to calm her astonishment, her breathing was still somewhat erratic. At this moment, Zhuo Qingyu's mind was filled with those 6 big words. Storm City, major achievement. How much effort had she put in to reach this step? Months of hard cultivation, years of rigorous training. Only in a state of unprecedented perfection. To cultivate the City of Storms to great achievement, one needs the qualification to refine the Golden Divine Palace. Yet the young man in the green shirt before her, in just 2 days, managed to traverse the long path she had walked for years. What level of prodigy is this? Is disaster approaching Hanxia? A prodigy like this has unexpectedly descended. Zhuo Qingyu's hand gradually tightened into a fist. Proud as she was, at this moment she felt a hint of shame. Then, she looked at the swirling vortex rising and, with an expressionless face, raised her palm and lightly snapped her fingers. In an instant, the vortex, which was showing signs of growth, collapsed and dissipated, the stones within turned to dust and scattered with the wind. Huff! Zhuo Qingyu looked at the clear sky and finally felt a little relieved. What does it matter if the future belongs to you? Right now, it is still my territory. After all, I am Hanjia's youngest martial infant warrior. Zhuo Qingyu snorted softly. If you want to show off in front of me, at the very least, wait another 30 years. Thinking of this, the proud Principal Zhuo became confident again. Then she looked at Yili, who had opened his eyes, and lightly said, "It seems my guidance has greatly benefited you. You have quickly grasped the essence of the method." "You are right." Yili nodded slightly. Although he was not as good as the indestructible golden soul, the enhancements provided by the other party were still significant. "If you're not useful when the time comes, my earlier promise will still count." He referred to the promise of helping her when she was stuck at the 7th stage. He saved 5 first-class credits and a lot of evil value. Just the day before, he had torn apart 2 other worldly beasts of the same rank while facing 2 opponents. This old guy is surprisingly reliable. When the time comes, the enemy she faces when breaking through will definitely be tough, most likely a heavyweight figure. Just in time, Yili liked to make such heavyweights fly. Relying solely on myself, I can also break through to the master realm. Zhuo Qingyu's small face turned slightly cold, repeating her earlier words as if stating a fact. Before Yili could respond, she coldly continued, "Warriors who always think of relying on others to break through to the master realm will never do so. Yili, I have trained to this day and have never actively relied on others' help. Do not disrupt my rules." Upon hearing this, Yili raised his chin slightly but said nothing. To be honest, he had a pretty high opinion of this Principal Zhuo. However, he didn't know if it was because of his somewhat extreme personality. For some reason, Yili always wanted to see individuals like Zhuo Qingyu, high-ranking, brought down to the ground, crying and sobbing. Of course, it was not Zhuo Qingyu. She had already helped him so much, and that made her a friend. Could this be the charm of a big figure? Yili pondered, drifting off in thought. Since he was going to fight, why not broaden his horizon a little? In the realm of martial arts, there are many renowned and high-ranking figures. Thinking of this, Yili felt a surge of expectation. When he steps into the 5th stage and higher realms in the future, could he gradually shift his targets from the talented young martial artists across Hanjia to those long-famous big figures? Very good. Just a slight association made him feel the future path even clearer. Is this the high martial world of the weak preying on the strong? At the wooden table, Zhuo Qingyu stretched lazily, her perfect curves outlined on her petite body. Yili. She casually reminded, in the future, if you set your sights above the master level, do not seek external help, just believe in your own abilities. Your performance in the encirclement mission the other day has already been reported. The Hanjia officials will definitely take action, and I will temporarily act as your backup. The high levels of the various nations will soon know about this prodigy, but based on your performance that day, they will mostly give up on the plan of assassination, so there's no need to worry too much. Also, do not indulge in romantic feelings for children. Zhuo Qingshu cleared his throat twice. You, like me, are a true genius. Never let outside distractions disturb your mind, understand? Okay. Yili nodded politely. He actually hadn't thought about that aspect for now. After shattering the glamorous image of those talented women in such a brutal way, it was truly difficult to have feelings for them again. Rather than worry about these things, it was better to continue moving forward on the path of martial arts. A woman might deceive him, but the martial path would not. Principal Zhuo, I'll be on my way now. Yili stood up, pushed aside the wooden chair, and said goodbye. In 3 days, it will be the martial earth baptism, and I also need to prepare. Zhuo Qingshu first nodded in agreement, then crossed his arms. He stared intently at the young man walking toward the wooden door. Just 1 second before Yili walked out of the room. Wait. A cold voice came from behind Zhuo Qingshu. Is there anything else? Yili turned around to look. I mainly worry that you will have questions during your usual practice, and besides, with Mr. Yu's level, he can't really teach you much. To avoid hindering your cultivation. Zhuo Qingshu's voice was dry, and his tone was very fast. Let's exchange contact information. That's fine. After chatting a few more words with Zhuo Qingshu, Yili soon left the vice principal's office building. After 2 days of recuperation, his depleted true energy had returned to its peak. There were no hidden injuries remaining, and a faint sense of impending breakthrough became even stronger. Zhuo Qingshu had previously said that the martial earth baptism would benefit his martial arts cultivation. It would be best to wait until entering martial earth, or after the baptism, to break through. This might allow the quality of the divine palace he condenses to reach a higher level. If it were not for this, Yili would have directly broken through in front of Zhuo Qingshu. Although the evil value he had would mostly not allow him to reach the peak of the 5th stage. But on the basis of breaking through the 5th stage, piling up a few more realms upwards was still no problem. Returning to his courtyard, Yili pushed the door open and entered. Sitting down at the stone table, he focused his mind. Without a sound, black mist suddenly surged up from the ground. Then, the beast goddess from the beast god cult walked out of the black mist, her eyes lively, though the strange blood-red patterns on her face had diminished considerably. She knelt respectfully. "My lord, what is your command?" "As always, I will infuse you with true energy." Yili called her deportee, his gaze sweeping over her. The vast true energy within him continuously flowed into the beast goddess's body through their connection. According to Yi Li's judgment, the state of the beast goddess seemed to be frozen at the moment of death. From their conversations, the boy discovered that the beast goddess still possessed the ability of divine descent. It was indeed a pleasant surprise. However, if she wanted to restore the blood-red patterns to a perfect state, she would need to draw upon Yi Li's true energy as consumption. Yi Li had tried a little on the way here. But after consuming nearly 70% of his true energy reserves, there was still not much change in the blood-red patterns on the saintess's face. This showed that the amount required to restore the beast god patterns was like a bottomless pit. Yi Li was not too disappointed by this. After all, his true energy could be restored, and its output efficiency was among the top levels in the same rank of martial artists. If it dripped slowly, just pouring a little longer would be fine. In contrast, the benefits it brought were incredibly terrifying. This was a means that could genuinely suppress 6th stage martial artists. For example, under normal circumstances, Zhuo Qingshu could casually crush Yi Li using a violent and terrifying wind, making Yi Li twist like a twist of dough. Even if the latter was an exceptional martial artist of the Tianguan realm, at most, he would just feel a bit of regret in his heart while twisting. But now, the situation has changed. To put it bluntly, as long as the beast god cult Saintess is fully charged, he can even directly pick up the weak left Xingyu and defeat him. Of course. Afterwards, fixing the exploded beast god cult Saintess will take some effort. No matter how you look at it, this is a highly profitable deal. A genuine trump card has increased. Yi Li lightly tapped the table with his fingers, pulling back his gaze from the other person. The only regret is that the beast god cult Saintess is only at the peak of the 4th rank, and the time she can burn her patterns is only a few minutes. If carelessly used against a 6th rank warrior, it would be easy for the opponent to find an opportunity to kill her in an instant. Beyond the 4th rank, cross-rank battles are almost non-existent. Someone like him, capable of heavily injuring a 5th rank warrior at the Heavenly Gate realm, is very rare across Blue Star. Reaching perfection with the true meaning of Ice Dragon, a divine quality Heavenly Gate bridge, a very high proportion of golden blood, and an unbreakable golden soul that is almost unbeatable. These configurations far exceed warriors of the same rank, combined with the peak cultivation of the 4th rank, have given Yi Li the ability to clashing with early stage 5th rank warriors. Any one of these would be unattainable levels for others. Clatter. The sound of tea pouring into the cup echoed, and the air in the courtyard was quite tranquil. "My lord." The beast god cult Saintess walked in front of Yi Li, carefully placing the teacup in front of him, and spoke. "You instructed me to convey the message that I am not dead to the various branches of the beast god cult in Huanxia, and I have done so. Moreover, I also said that I need some time to recuperate and would not be appearing for now, which should keep them silent for a while." Hearing this, Yi Li took a sip of tea and pondered, "Is there a risk of exposure?" "No, I mobilized the aura of the beast god, which is a unique ability of the Holy Son and Holy Daughter." "Very good." Yi Li looked at the reflection on the tea surface, as if casually asking, "What do you know about that Holy Son and the beast god secret realm?" The beast god cult Saintess blinked her eyes and immediately answered without hesitation. "I rarely have contact with the Holy Son, the last time was 4 years ago. At that time, he was already at the 5th rank with an elusive presence. Every time I asked what he was doing, he said he was completing the tasks of the beast god, and I wasn't qualified to know. As for the beast god's secret realm, I know that the beast god was severely injured by the national pillar of Huanxia many years ago, so now he needs to devour a large amount of martial artists' precious blood to heal. K has the ability to make all beings fully surrender to K, and I was blinded by this." Listening to the Saintess of the beast god cult's narrative, the might of the beast god cult gradually took shape in Yi Li's mind. First of all, the branches of the beast god cult are scattered all over Huanxia, and even the Saintess only knows some of their locations. The true body of the beast god is unknown, because even in the imagined spiritual space, the Saintess did not have the courage to raise her head. So whether the beast god possesses a quality that cannot be directly looked at, or has an ability that makes people dare not look, cannot be confirmed at this time. Among the many branches, there are several 4th rank and even 5th rank elder priests stationed, but the status of the Holy Son and Saintess is higher than that of all the elders, having absolute speaking rights. The top 3 secret realms, primarily the Beast God secret realm, are usually heavily guarded by the military of Huanxia. However, the Holy Sun and Saintus can be directly transported there through altars to meet the Beast God, every 5 years. Yi Li's eyes flickered. Every 5 years, that means it's less than a year until the next meeting with the Beast God? If it is just as he thought, then those high-ranked exotic beasts that can transform should be equivalent to high-ranked warriors in the system. At that time, if he could slay them all, the amount of evil value he would gain would be astronomical. Very good. When he advances to master in the future, he will go try it out. After making up his mind, Yi Li's face showed anticipation. As night fell, after most of the true energy in his body was consumed, he retrieved the Beast God Church's Saintus back into the black mist, stood up, and entered the house to rest. After a simple wash, the gold medal suddenly vibrated. Yi Li picked it up to check and found it was a message from Lin Yun. Yi Li, I heard you came back. Yi Li wiped his hair with one hand, his mind stirring slightly. I just came back this morning. Do you need something? Sort of. Lin Yun was momentarily speechless. She originally wanted to ask how the boy's mission went and if he was hurt. Unexpectedly, the other party liked to jump straight to the point. To say, since they met until now, the boy always appeared very tense, as if some disaster was chasing him from behind, making him have to keep picking up the pace. You're so talented, taking a break occasionally wouldn't hurt. Lin Yun sighed and then helplessly said. In a few days, it will be the martial earth baptism. Elder Deng doesn't know what's going on and can't be in Jiangnan province, and I'm worried you don't understand the process. I came to contact you specifically to avoid wasting this opportunity. Thank you so much. Yi Li held the gold medal, smiling as he replied. While lying down on the wooden chair, he curiously asked, so, what's the process? Very simple, to sum it up in one sentence, it's all about competing. In the martial earth, there will be 10 positions available for the baptism. Among them, the earlier the position, the better, and the baptism's effect will also be better. Lin Yun explained, the school will give you 2 hours to arrange yourself, during which free battles are allowed. Normally, everyone would choose according to their ranking. The ones with higher rankings get to sit in the better spots, while the lower ranked ones sit in the worse ones. Although you are ranked 10th, your strength is solidly strong. If possible, try to sit as forward as you can. Lin Yun's voice sounded amused. I would say, just look for someone easy to bully and go seize their spot. I particularly recommend the 7th ranked Songman, whose strength is just slightly better than the 10th. Chapter 119, I really am too generous with my kindness. After briefly understanding the rules of the martial earth baptism from Lin Yun. For the next 2 days, Yi Li stayed in his yard. His arrangement was simple. On one hand, he was supplying the Beast God Church's Saintus with true energy, and on the other, he was checking the inventory of Fengyun University with the gold medal. After the reward for the encirclement mission was distributed, he had a total of 5 first-level credits, which could be considered wealthy. However, Yi Li did not rush to spend it. He planned to see what rank he could achieve after the martial earth baptism. He aimed to look long-term, preferably trading for a usable 6th-level martial art or a 6th-level treasure. Speaking of treasures, should consider drawing for a guarantee with his heavenly disc. Meanwhile, within Fengyun University, currents were surging, producing many rumors. The top of the Fengyun list, the blind swordsman Li Kaitian, returned to school, still in black clothing with a blindfold around his eyes. As soon as he appeared, he shocked many teachers and students with his astonishing sword aura. The third on the Fengyun list, the thunder gun Su Tian, didn't know what got into him. For the past 2 days, he had been asking around for information about Yi Li. Whenever someone asked him what he wanted to do, Su Tian would simply respond. It has nothing to do with you. This statement made many people curious. The process of the martial earth baptism was not made public, so they could only speculate what happened in the martial earth by comparing the attitudes of the two. In this atmosphere, the day of the martial earth baptism finally arrived. The martial earth, as Fengyun University's top cultivation resource. Located deep in the back mountains of the school, surrounded by mountains and often obscured by complex high-level formations, and even outside, there were students from the school taking turns patrolling. On the morning of the 3rd day, a shocking gale swept through here, with clear breaking air sounds as dozens of figures successively descended. Leading them was a girl in green who didn't touch the ground. With a calm expression, she looked forward. Her gaze lifted high in the air, looking down arrogantly at the mountains below and the people below. Just let you see how powerful I am. Zhuo Qingyu let out a light hum, raised her palm, and slowly turned it tightly. In an instant, the mountains stretching for dozens of miles trembled violently, and a fierce gust of wind erupted suddenly, tearing apart the heavy white clouds ahead. Amid the dispersing clouds, a phantom door of space suddenly appeared. It was the portal connecting to the martial land's secret realm. Let them in. Zhuo Qingyu's aloof voice echoed in the high air, reaching the ears of the people below. Upon hearing this, several elders in teaching robes turned to the 10 young figures and said solemnly, "According to your seating order, enter the martial land. If there is urgent business, crush the token, and you can automatically be transported out." As the words fell, the 10 young figures nodded in unison. "Let's go." Chen Jingli walked to Yi Li's side, staring at his profile and said softly, Yi Li lightly nodded and then stepped toward the direction of the teleportation array. Seeing this, Su Tian, dressed in white like snow, felt a surge of blood rush up and unconsciously clenched his fists. But the principal Zuo was right above them. In front of this world-renowned 6th-tier warrior, he didn't dare to act recklessly and certainly didn't dare to provoke her in any way. He could only let out a furious grunt and vanished from his spot. They transformed into 9 afterimages and another indistinguishable afterimage, entering the martial land through the phantom entrance. Yi Li was the first to see the true face of the martial land. This place was on a mountain peak above the white clouds, where 10 blue lotus flowers were arranged in a human shape on the flat ground. Looking up, a big hole was broken in the vast sky, and a surging wave of energy was emanating from it, likely the impending baptism. With the enhancement of the illusory eye, Yi Li could even see a platinum substance, somewhere between liquid and gas, swirling within. He honestly couldn't tell what it was, at most it resembled true energy. The only thing certain was that it was about to overflow. And under the mountain peak, the 10 blue lotus flowers lay just beneath it. Of course, Yi Li knew this couldn't be a coincidence, the blue lotus flowers must be the so-called positions. 2 more hours. Yi Li silently exhaled, his goal was, of course, the frontmost lotus flower, and he immediately shifted his steps. "You are Yi Li?" At this moment, a young man's indifferent voice suddenly came from beside him. Yi Li turned to look. Su Tian, dressed in white like snow, looked at him with fiery eyes, coldly saying, "Stay away from Chen Jingli in the future, she is not a woman you can touch." "My name is Su Tian, you must have heard of my name." Saying this, a spear of fine iron appeared in his palm. Su Tian held it in one hand, pointing it directly at Yi Li, his whole aura extraordinarily fierce. "Keep your distance after we go out, don't make me look for you a second time." The voice echoed on the mountain peak. Among the others, some glanced over, their gazes toward Yi Li carrying a hint of glee. And in a place where Su Tian was not paying attention. Chen Jingli, who had already been seated on the blue lotus, stood up, her eyes coldly staring at Su Tian, who was speaking. The surging true energy began to rush wildly within her body. Yi Li was slightly taken aback upon hearing these words. It wasn't the shock of the other's momentum, but this was the first time in this life and the last that he encountered such a typical scene. No way, it really exists? Su Tian, why are you scaring the new students? A young man with a flame mark on his forehead, Sun Shiyang, walked over, grinning as he placed a hand on Su Tian's shoulder. "What a clean-looking kid, if he cries from your scare, how will you take responsibility?" Amid the teasing laughter, a young man in black clothing, his eyes covered by a black band, shook his head and walked toward the foremost blue lotus, slowly sitting down. "Li Jiankai, you're still so imposing." Sun Shiyang smiled as he withdrew his gaze and looked back at Yi Li, grinning broadly as he said, "Sorry, my friend, you can just sit at the back, Su Tian is my good buddy, he has a bad temper, I'll help you handle him." His words suddenly came to a halt. Before him, the young man in the blue robe suddenly vanished from sight. In the next moment, the boy appeared directly in front of Su Tian. In an instant, a chilling and terrifying aura erupted from him. Seeing this, Su Tian's pupils contracted sharply. He completely failed to catch the other's speed and could only hear a series of explosive sounds as Yi Li appeared before him. This speed was simply unbelievable. Yi Li stepped forward, instantly spreading his arms, showcasing his overwhelming power at the peak of the 4th stage. One hand grasped Su Tian's stunned head, while the other exploded forward like thunder, his whole body emanating energy, as if a towering avalanche was descending upon the world. Boom! The air erupted with a thunderous sound, a terrifying force sent Su Tian straight backward for several dozen feet, knocking over several people, finally coming to a stop at the edge of the mountain. On the edge, his feet left 2 long trails in the soil. At the mountain's edge, Su Tian had blood oozing from his mouth and nose, his eyes blank and his body swaying as if about to fall. It seemed he was not seriously hurt, but in reality, his mind was a blank. The puncher had controlled his strength extremely well. What happened? On the other side, Sun Shiyang was utterly shocked. He felt as if his underling had vanished, Su Tian was nowhere to be seen. At this moment, he turned back suddenly to see Yi Li had already made it to Su Tian's side. Once again, he locked onto Su Tian's face, his long hand exerting what seemed like a colossal force crashing down on the mountaintop. Boom! With the deafening roar, the surrounding clouds trembled slightly. Who? Yi Li exhaled, releasing the completely unconscious Su Tian, standing up and looking at the stunned group across from him. His cold and mocking laughter echoed across the mountaintop. Looks like I really gave too much face. It's too late to beg for mercy now, none of you can escape today. Hearing this, Sun Qiang felt as if he had fallen into an ice pit. P.S. 2 chapters close to 5,000 words, please support with love. Chapter 120, even if you beg me, I won't let you go. As the second-ranked figure on the storm ranking, Sun Qiang had absolute confidence in his talent and strength. Before he turned 30, he had already broken through to the third level of the fourth stage. The top figure on the storm ranking, Li Jiankai, was only slightly stronger by one level in martial arts. However, Li Jiankai practiced sword cultivation, having remarkably high offensive power, able to overpower him in every clash, which was how he secured his first place. Sun Qiang wasn't overly worried, as there was still much time ahead, the gap between them was minimal, and he had plenty of chances to overtake. Moreover, with his talent, he was already among the top young talents in Hanxia. He had no reason to fear any peers. It was supposed to be like that. But at this moment, the gale swept over the mountaintop. In the distance, the blue robe billowed, black hair slightly swaying, sleeves fluttering, as if wind and clouds were surging. Yili stepped forward with a carefree expression. Alas! True energy burst from him, surging wind pressure converged, astonishing pressure enveloping the entire mountaintop. At the center of the youth, the clouds within a 10-mile radius trembled madly, roiling unceasingly, with thunderous sounds emanating from within. What level is he at? Sun Qiang's dry throat swallowed, as the youth moved, his back unable to control its slight tremble. He actually disliked fighting, preferring to sit back and watch others fight. Informing Su Tian about Yi Li's matters was initially due to feeling a bit displeased with the latter's rising fame over the past few days, hoping to see them fight each other, ideally to their mutual destruction. But he never expected Su Tian to be akin to a newborn baby in front of the other. He was instantaneously knocked unconscious. What the hell is this thing? His gaze swept over Su Tian, who was half buried in the ground. Sun Qiang looked once more at Yi Li across from him, and his unease grew stronger, the clothes on his back unknowingly soaked. He swore he could swear. Even Li Jiankai, who had cultivated the heavenly star sword to its peak, did not exert such a sense of pressure when he drew his sword. Fourth stage 5th realm? Fourth stage 6th realm? No, if it was only a 2 or 3 realm advantage, it absolutely wouldn't give him this level of pressure. That means fourth stage 8th realm or above? This terrifying thought surged in Sun Qiang's heart, and instantly, an unparalleled storm raged within him. How is this possible? Sun Qiang's mind trembled fiercely. If such a monster truly existed, wouldn't their so-called geniuses all become a joke? He suppressed his anxiety, even his breathing became cautious. Then, in his peripheral vision, he observed his surroundings and found that except for Qin Jingli, who was blushing deeply, everyone else looked the same as him. All wore serious expressions, holding their breath, as if facing a great enemy while staring at that young man in the blue shirt. It was clear that they sensed a tremendous threat. According to Yi Li's earlier words, it seemed he considered them all as targets. This was a bit too much. Earlier, they indeed had a sense of schadenfreude, intending to use Su Tian's provocation to see the worth of this newly ranked 10th genius. They wanted to see if the young man had the qualifications to speak on equal terms with them. Now the result was clear. Su Tian, who was stronger than most of them, had already been knocked out with just 2 simple punches from the young man. Clearly, the young man was very strong, even to the point of being absurdly powerful. The baptism of martial arts was crucial. If Yi Li attacked them now, it would indeed be quite troublesome. But after all, they had neither insulted nor attacked him. Was this young man in the blue shirt about to attack all of them just because he found them unpleasant to the eye? Thinking of this, anger began to rise in their hearts. Even mud figures had 3 points of anger, how much more so for them, these martial arts geniuses usually surrounded by praise? At the same time, sitting on the front row on the blue lotus, Li Jiankai instinctively gripped the hilt of his sword behind him, his eyes covered by a black band, looking towards Yi Li's direction. In his perception, the aura emanating from the young man was stronger than his by more than 1 tier. It was a crushing difference. 4th stage peak? Interesting. Li Jiankai chuckled inwardly, and his eyes behind the black band opened slightly. A sharp sword intent began to brew in the scabbard behind him. Within the realm of martial arts, the 8 top geniuses from Fengyun University had naturally formed an invisible alliance, confronting that much younger young man in the blue shirt together. This was almost unimaginable. Such a scene made Sun Qiang relax a bit. Even if it was a monster above the 4th stage 8th realm, facing all of them together might not yield much advantage. In the crowd, a burly young man had a dark expression, his bright eyes fixed tightly on Yi Li. In the tense atmosphere, his muscles were tense, and he could no longer hold back, stepping forward to say in a deep voice. Sir, the ones who provoked you were Su Tian and Sun Qiang. It seems we have nothing to do with this, right? Exactly. Don't be too excessive. Some man, ranked 7th on the wind and cloud list, immediately echoed, her eyes fierce as she coldly addressed Yi Li. Yi Li, we acknowledge your strength and admit we're no match for you one-on-one, but if you think that makes you invincible, you couldn't be more wrong. Hearing this, Sun Qiang's heart sank suddenly. But Song Man did not stop her speech. We can let you take Su Tian's baptism position, but that's all, this matter ends here. As for what you just said, that one person could deal with all of us. Song Man's face still held remnants of anger. As if making a great concession, with a blank expression, he said. Let's pretend we didn't hear it, but this shall not happen again. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement, instantly accepting the proposal. Of course, there were exceptions. Shen Jingli had quietly retreated to the edge of the mountain peak and sat down in silence. Li Jiankai's expression was serious, and the sword energy contained in the sheath behind him grew increasingly sharp. The fiery mark between Sun Qiang's brows flickered slightly, as he stealthily retreated behind the crowd while anxiously watching Yili. Then, the sturdy young man who spoke first stepped forward, narrowing his eyes and coldly asked. Sir, is that enough? The martial arts baptism was extremely important to him, and there could not be any mistakes. All of them were figures within the top 10 of the wind and cloud ranking. Even if Yili was exaggeratedly strong, he should understand the principle of mercy. They had already made such concessions, which was a considerable display of sincerity. Yili remained expressionless, lifting his gaze to look at him for a moment before his figure suddenly vanished from the spot. In an instant, he appeared before the young man who had spoken, casually striking down with one palm. There was no need to display any martial skills, he purely crushed it using his powerful true energy. Having reached the peak of the fourth stage martial artist, he was already standing at the very top of the celestial bridge. That seemingly light hand, in fact, carried terrifying power capable of shattering mountains, directly breaking the sound barrier and roaring toward the sturdy young man. The sturdy young man's face changed drastically, as he abruptly mobilized all his energy, puffing up his muscles to respond with a burst of energy. A direct clash. Boom! The sturdy young man, who had faced countless powerful foes, was best at contesting energy, but now, his strength that used to shatter rocks was like a fragile egg under a giant hammer, instantly crushed by that slender palm. An overwhelming force slammed into the sturdy young man's body. Bones snapped with a clear sound, his energy burst apart, his face turning pale in an instant, he spewed a mouthful of blood, and his sturdy body flew backward, crashing into the ground. Injuring the 8th-ranked genius of the wind and cloud ranking in public, evil value plus 8,000. Everyone present watched the scene with their hair standing on end, their eyes fixed firmly on Yili. Then, a cold voice slowly echoed at the mountain peak. I said. The young man in the green shirt calmly retracted his palm, and his indifferent gaze swept over, stating factually. Even if you kneel down and beg me today, I will not spare you. The moment the words fell, it was as if the boy's patience had been completely exhausted, and a torrent of cold air suddenly surged around him. Chapter 121, The Green Shirt King of Hell. Thanks to Dongfang Humashino for the certification. A rich cold air swept through the world in an instant, and powerful true energy ripples erupted from Yili's body. In the next moment, a soul-stirring, bright dragon roar suddenly sounded. An ice-blue dragon, measuring dozens of feet long, was born out of thin air, carrying boundless cold, roaring up into the high sky, its dazzling scales producing a metallic tremor in the mountain top's gusts. Yili's figure soared, surrounded by a gentle breeze. That pair of black eyes looked down upon everyone from above. The aura of the peak of the fourth stage was unabashed, directly covering the entire martial field above. The clouds within a radius of several dozen miles stirred, swirling to converge on this place, spinning in a grand tornado-like manner around him. Under this majestic aura, the faces of the people below changed drastically, the majority still not having entered the fourth stage, now finally felt the real gap in realms. Friend. Seeing the situation grow increasingly severe, Sun Qiang finally spoke. When he met Yili's gaze, he forced a smile, as if a red-hot iron piece was lodged in his throat, his voice unusually hoarse as he yelled. I did indeed speak out of turn earlier. To show my apology, I can give you my position in the baptism. Before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Yili. Give it to me? A mocking smile appeared on the handsome face of the young man, apologizing with my things? Ridiculous. You are truly too overbearing, too arrogant. Sun Qiang roared in his heart but did not dare to show it on his face, and his pupils constricted. Roar! The 100-meter ice dragon howled as it rushed toward them. At the same time, a brilliant sword light erupted from the leading Xinglian, directly splitting the cold air, wrapping around endless sharpness, and shooting toward the imposing ice dragon. Li Jiankai. Sun Qiang turned his head and saw Li Jiankai in black standing there with a pale face, the Tianqing sword in his hand constantly trembling. He fixed his gaze on the high sky, appearing very confident in his strike. All right, let's go all out. Seeing this situation, an inexplicable sense of heroism surged in Sun Qiang's heart, and rolling flames burst forth from the mark on his forehead, quickly enveloping his entire body. His gaze turned back to the sky. In the next moment, the ice dragon and the brilliant sword energy collided heavily together. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening roar, the ice dragon instantly smashed the brilliant sword energy, creating a huge wave of air. What? Sun Xiang was dumbfounded, and at the same time, he heard Li Jiankai sigh from behind. Sure enough, this can't compete at all. If you can't win, you should have said it earlier. Who was that confident expression for? Sun Xiang's heart was roaring in madness. At that moment, a nightmarish figure suddenly rushed down from the sky, crashing onto the ground in front of him, the terrifying aura seeming to collapse the mountain. Rumble. Dust rolled, and the mountain peak trembled. Suddenly, a terrified voice of Songman rang out from the dust, "Yili, my master is Su Kan." In response was a heavy crashing sound, followed by chilling wails. Next, the dust in front returned to calm, and the swirling wind suddenly blew away the thick dust. Yili's thin figure emerged, blood continuously dripping from his fists. Lying behind him was the unconscious and disheveled Songman. With a step forward, a fierce wind blew. On the mountain peak, Chen Jingli's heart raced, and the remaining 5 people were all tense, nearly having their spines broken by the terrifying pressure. Silence, almost a dead silence, enveloped the place. In less than 2 minutes, the 3rd, 7th, and 8th on the rankings all lay on the ground severely injured. At this moment, the person in the green robe seemed like the king of hell descending to the world, holding everyone's future fate firmly in his hands. A madman. This madman. Sun Xiang's face was as pale as death. At this moment, the flames surrounding him seemed ridiculous as mere decoration, and his hand couldn't help but reach for that teleportation token. He was already contemplating whether to run away. However, the opportunity for the martial grounds baptism was extremely precious. Big brother, can we discuss this again? Sun Xiang's smile was uglier than crying. He couldn't understand why he had provoked the other party at that moment. Moreover, why did Songman, with her crazy mind, think that they could team up to challenge the young man in the green robe? Yili said nothing, just took a step forward. This simple action made Sun Xiang completely collapse under the heavy pressure. Tianyang's secret method. He roared, instantly appearing in front of Yili, flames exploding all over his body, and a huge illusory lion's head seeming to appear on his fist, roaring as it charged at Yili. Aggression like fire, nothing is left unburned. In an instant, Yili extended his palm, casually swatting the lion's head on Sun Xiang's fist, grabbing his face, and vast, bone-chilling cold surged out from within him. The already low-temperature mountain peak instantly transformed into a true world of ice and snow. An astonishing chill rushed up to the sky. Sun Xiang's flames extinguished sharply, unable to withstand that overwhelming cold. It's too exaggerated, this is simply not the battle power a 4th-tier warrior should possess. Sun Xiang felt as if his internal organs were frozen, his body encased in thick solid ice, completely losing control, shaking uncontrollably. He had seen so-called 4th-tier peaks before, but never to such an exaggerated extent. When Yili released his grip, Sun Xiang fell heavily to the ground, his face pale, then sank into a deep sleep at the feet of the youth. Li Jiankai slowly withdrew his sword into its sheath, exhaling a sigh of relief. Looking at the blue-clad youth not far away, he began to seriously ponder how he could leave the martial field with dignity. Chapter 122, Amazing Gains, the Baptism arrives. As Li Jiankai sheathed the heavenly star sword. Apart from Chen Jingli, the other 4 outstanding youths finally relaxed their hearts. Li Jiankai is the top of the wind and cloud rankings, also the strongest among them. If anyone in the crowd had a chance to defeat the blue-clad king of hell across from them, it would be him. But now even he had given up resistance. What else is there to play at? The 4 outstanding youths on the wind and cloud rankings withdrew with dark expressions, channeling true energy to calm their extremely unsettled minds. The blue-clad youth in front looked calm, his fair face showing no trace of hostility, yet he emitted a powerful aura far surpassing theirs. Li Jiankai resumed nurturing his sword energy, even though he knew this effort was futile. His sword nurturing technique had reached perfection, and he had even slain 4th-tier 5th-level martial artists before, with countless powerful 4th-tier beasts. Yet in the previous clash, he had been easily shredded by that 100-meter ice dragon. That enormous dragon body was still spiraling in the sky, ready to crash down at any moment with the boy's thought. In this situation, Li Jiankai saw no possibility of victory on their side. When did Hanjia Yingsheng produce such a monster? Let's go for it. Li Jiankai exhaled lightly, his grip on the sword hilt gradually tightening, finally lifting his head as if settling his resolve. Yili, please don't blame me for being despicable. Li Jiankai looked at the others beside him, forcing his voice into a line. Everyone, join me in attacking, let's team up to drive him out of the martial field first. We don't need to defeat him, just break the teleportation token at his waist. Otherwise, today's martial field baptism, we really won't have any chance left. As his voice fell, the 4 outstanding youths' eyes brightened, hope surging from deep within. Pushed to this extent, anyone would have a breath of air stuck in their throat. There was no real enmity between them. If one must say, it was mostly just that they wanted to see the newly ranked blue-clad youth make a fool of himself under Su Tian and Sun Xiang's pressure. Although there was a hint of schadenfreude, it had not reached this level. Now, by teaming up against him, even if they could not match the youth, there was still hope to destroy a token. Considering this, they all turned to the blue-clad youth. Then their pupils contracted. Atop the mountain, Yili waved his hand casually, and the 100-meter ice dragon rushed down with great force. He didn't know what everyone was thinking, he only knew he had to unleash a massacre. Attack! In fear, Li Jiankai instantly drew his sword from its sheath, but this time the brilliant sword energy was torn apart by the howling wind before it even touched the ice dragon. Roar! The icy blue dragon seemed enraged, letting out a long howl, its enormous body crashing down like a mountain, shattering the sound barrier, descending rapidly. Seeing this scene, the top youth of the wind and cloud rankings revealed a bitter smile. What the hell? In the next moment, the 100-meter ice dragon violently smashed into the mountain peak, and a storm of icy blue light rose from the ground, soaring into the sky. You have severely injured the top of the storm ranking, Li Jiankai, evil value plus 15,000. You have severely injured the 4th-ranked prodigy on the storm ranking, evil value plus 10,000. You have severely injured. The storm lasted for several minutes before slowly dissipating. 8 figures wrapped in solid ice now lay peacefully scattered across the summit of Wudi Mountain, with white light rising from their bodies. They were all renowned prodigies within the winning province, and today marked their first time collaborating against an enemy, resulting in such a tragic outcome. This experience is sure to make their characters more steady in the future. This is the resource competition of the high martial world. However, they had always been winners before, and this time was just slightly different. Yili withdrew his gaze from their disappearing direction and turned to walk toward the leading blue lotus. After sitting down on it, the system's prompt sound rang in his ears again. Detected that you have shattered the confidence of 8 Hanxia prodigies. Evil value plus 80,000. Current evil value, 193,000 points. The system's prompt sounded as if it were jubilant, and a light blue screen quietly appeared. A bountiful harvest. After briefly reviewing the events, Yili couldn't help but chuckle lightly. Stormwind University is simply a paradise. With consistent quality and quantity, the speed at which this evil value is accumulating is truly frightening. Storm City had already been pushed to perfection earlier, and now he just needed to wait a moment before he could break through to the 5th stage under the baptism of Wudi. The Divine Palace realm is finally coming. At this moment, Yili suddenly felt something. He retracted the panel and turned to look at the edge of the mountain peak. There, in a black dress, was the cold-faced Chen Jingli quietly squatting, her eyes burning as she stared at him. At this moment, this 3-0 girl seemed a bit unusual. Under Yili's gaze, her breathing gradually became a bit off. In that instant, Yili even doubted whether he had been too long without contact, facing a hallucination. What are you doing? Yili quickly came to his senses and asked in disbelief. Chen Jingli's face turned red, her legs giving way as she collapsed to the ground, speaking with an absolutely abnormal trembling voice. The baptism is about to begin. After a long silence, Yili spoke with difficulty, trying to stop her from acting this way. He had retracted his previous belief that she was still a somewhat normal person. What the hell is this thing? Upon hearing this, Chen Jingli finally got up from the ground. Her eyes still retained some excited emotions, taking a deep breath before softly saying to Yili, "Thank you." As she spoke, a transmission token appeared in her palm. What on earth are you thanking for? Yili looked at her with a complicated expression. You can find a place to sit. No need. With the boy's words, Chen Jingli's face, which had calmed down somewhat, again rose to an eerie red, murmuring softly. This time, it's enough. Unprecedented emotions flooded her heart, diluting the seal of emotional barriers. It's simply a miracle. Finally feeling a sense of being alive, no longer a mindless walking corpse. Without waiting for Yili to inquire, Chen Jingli gently crushed the transmission token, and then her entire being instantly vanished in the white light. Yili remained silent for a long time, for the first time experiencing the feeling of being lost in the wind. Then he gathered his mind and focused his attention on the upcoming baptism in the sky. Chapter 123, Storm Gathering, Pinnacle of the 5th Stage. Thanks to Zhou Yu for the great authentication. Time gradually passed, and soon it was nearing the scheduled time for the Yi baptism. On the Blue Lotus, Yili looked up at the high sky. In the 4th stage of the Heavenly Gate, he was already a powerhouse among powerhouses in the Martial Arts University. As a peak 4th stage, even if facing 8 people working together, it felt like cutting melons and vegetables to him. When reaching the 5th stage of the Divine Palace realm, it is like Ultraman charging into a kindergarten, a complete level crushing. As expected, it is time to shift the focus onto those famous martial artists. Of course. Most of these martial artists are backed by powers, making it more troublesome to deal with them. While Yili's recovery ability is terrifying, the horror of high-level martial artists is not just in their destructive power. Even if a 6th stage martial artist cannot completely kill him, there are plenty of ways to make him wish he were dead. So, if he truly wants to target those prominent sects, he must be more cautious while speeding up the enhancement of his strength. To forge iron, one must be strong oneself. According to Yi Li's understanding, as long as he can temper himself to be harder than steel, he can forge anything at will. At this moment, in his line of sight, boom! A thrilling sound erupted from the black hole in the sky, and a platinum-colored unknown substance poured down. The Divine Palace realm is now just within reach. Yi Li summoned the panel, and the vast sea of evil value surged toward the column of martial Dao level. Ding! Starting to consume evil value, continuously increasing martial Dao level. The heavenly gate bridge you forged is of divine quality, locking the essence of the 5 organs, and the spirit in your spiritual platform is nourished to be incredibly resilient in this comfortable environment. Under this premise, the exceptionally high-quality blood ceaselessly rushes through your body. You are one step away from condensing the Divine Palace. Gained buff, 80% reduction in evil value consumption when breaking through the 5th stage. The Storm City, which records superior refining methods, has been perfected to a high degree by you. Under the extraordinary efficiency of true energy output, you unleash this S-rank Divine Palace technique without reservation, summoning the hurricane within a radius of 50 miles to use for yourself. Gained buff, 800% increase in cultivation speed. Your speed seems to ride on the golden treasure of the treasure wheel, instantaneously crossing the vast continent, your form heading straight to the 33 heavens. Heaven and earth rotate like a wheel, the first ability to fly over mountains and cross seas. Oh! In an instant, centered around Yi Li, the clouds within a 50-mile radius boiled, swirling like a spiral, and suddenly, the fierce wind erupted from within, wildly rushing toward his body. From above, it looked as if Yi Li had turned into the eye of a storm, with dozens of miles of wild wind crazily swirling around him. Boom! The platinum-colored unknown substance descended with the fierce wind, pouring onto the mountaintop of the martial land like a tide. The blue lotus suddenly emitted a dazzling glow. The vast platinum substance, passing through the green light, instantly became much clearer, and then it continuously surged into Yi Li's body. The youth's eyes uncontrollably brightened, and hot golden light erupted from his eyes, with illusory shadows appearing on his surface. As deep, thunderous sounds echoed, the unknown substance entered Yi Li's body. The 5 heavenly gate bridges within his body trembled, and his true blood could not help but boil. Yi Li stared at the blue light screen. With the blessing of the divine heavenly gate bridge, he was now like a whale, swallowing these medicinal unknown substances. The diluted demigod blood drenched your body. Under the dual filtration of the purifying lotus and the immortal gold soul, you successfully removed the dross and took the essence. Gained buff, 100% increase in the quality of Divine Palace refinement. Gained buff, 300% increase in cultivation speed. Gained buff, 50% reduction in evil value consumption for future breakthroughs to the 7th stage. Yi Li's heart stirred. No wonder they say that the chance for baptism in the martial land is precious. This buff is indeed very fierce. Aside from the 3 benefits to attribute points, he could also feel the joy from his true blood and bones, clearly also receiving improvements subtly. If split into 10 portions, the effect would surely be greatly reduced. But the problem is, right now, there is only Yi Li here. Being the sole beneficiary is truly an unfair thing. But if that person is me, then it's a different story. After consuming 1,000 points of evil value, a dazzling golden light was born in your spirit platform. This golden light gradually expanded and was highly malleable. You began to forge it according to the methods recorded in the Storm City. After consuming 3,000 points of evil value, you completed the forging. A majestic cyan gold mansion was born in your spirit platform. The storm brewed within. You have advanced to the 1st level of the 5th stage. As these 2 lines of promotion appeared, in an instant, Yi Li's aura suddenly soared. The cyan gold light radiated from him, scattering the wind and clouds, soaring straight into the sky. At this moment, the physical body underwent a transformation. The vast true energy erupted from within, roaring towards all directions. If a God Manor realm warrior saw such a scene, they would surely be shocked speechless. The aura of this God Manor was extraordinarily immense. Ordinary blue, or even purple God Manors, when they are born, their aura rarely exceeds 300 zhang. Even for a golden God Manor, 1,000 zhang would be the ultimate limit. But at this moment, that cyan gold light broke through the clouds, reaching at least 2,000 zhang upward. Yi Li could clearly feel that all aspects of his abilities had significantly improved. If the previous presence was a tall building that attracted everyone's attention, then now it was an absolutely unignorable towering city. This qualitative leap indicated he had officially entered the God Manor realm. No need to use the Ice Dragon's true intent anymore. Now, Yi Li only needed to put his hands in his pockets, and by merely controlling the strength of the airflow, he could stir up a storm that would make the previous 9 people cough up blood and even collapse to the ground. After consuming 83,000 points of evil value, the storm gathered within you. The cyan gold God Manor continuously rose. In an instant it reached 6 times its original height. The true energy erupted outward, and the majestic aura began to show its brilliance. You have advanced to the 6th level of the 5th stage. After consuming 123,000 points of evil value, the Cyan Gold God Manor stirred the 9 heavens. The magnificent city has reached its peak. Above the God Manor, you could pluck the stars. You have advanced to the 9th level of the 5th stage. After consuming 153,000 points of evil value, a nearly impossible God Manor guarded your spirit platform. You have become a giant of martial arts in the eyes of ordinary people, every movement exuding great power. Sniper rifles and armor-piercing rounds could not even penetrate your skin. Crushing mountains and splitting the earth was now at your fingertips. As the martial arts level rises, you have reached the peak of the 5th stage. At the moment the last line of text appeared, Yili felt an unparalleled power surge into his limbs. The reservoir of true energy upgraded to a winding great river. Everything seemed different. He stood up and punched towards the vast sea of clouds ahead. With a loud roar, the boundless sea of clouds was instantly split open. A magnificent road nearly 100 miles long suddenly appeared ahead. Standing on the mountain peak, the visual impact was tremendously astonishing. This is the peak of the God Manor realm. It's time to go see those top martial arts universities. Chapter 124, Conditions for Advancing to the 6th Stage. As night enveloped, in the martial land's secret realm. In the open mountains and fields, Yili's figure emerged from that spatial gateway. In the sky, a figure in a green dress immediately descended. Originally planning to step forward to inquire about the situation, several teaching-robed elders, seeing Zhuo Qingyu step forward first, quickly stopped in their tracks, looking at the boy who came out of the secret realm with complex eyes. To force out all 9 people besides himself from the secret realm, this is the first case since Fengyun University has owned this martial land secret realm. It's not that they were shocked by his decisive means. After all, the martial land baptism originally advocates competition. In fact, most of the training resources within Fengyun University, and even all the martial resources in the high martial world, are centered around competition. With so many people and so little meat, if you want to eat enough and climb high, it can only be like this. Looking at the warriors present, including Zhuo Qingyu, who among them was not stained with blood. It's just a matter of degree. At the beginning of the martial field baptism, many people hoped for a monstrous talent to emerge and dominate the rest. It would be best if this person could drive everyone else out of the martial field. Now this person has really appeared, and everyone finds it hard to accept. Because according to the only sober black-dressed girl from before, this Yili is just a freshman, and he hasn't even started his first-year courses at the Fengyun University. Yet, he has displayed such a domineering stance, defeating many, crushing 9 seasoned geniuses of Fengyun University. For the senior teachers at Fengyun University, this is indeed something that requires time to digest. It is simply too monstrous. Well done, you have a style reminiscent of my time. Zhuo Qingyu took a simple glance and coldly praised with a snort. She was not surprised at all by this outcome. If Yili, at the peak of the 4th stage, couldn't drive the other 9 out of the martial field, she would be surprised. Lies. Yili looked at the other party's slightly trembling soul and succinctly replied. He obviously surpassed the other person in their time. Having the eye of illusion means tearing apart the sham of the arrogant senior. Zhuo Qingyu stared at him in silence, and after a moment, took a deep breath and casually changed the subject. The ones you knocked out have all been sent for treatment, and Chen Jingli, who is your junior, has also gone back. After today, you are likely to be celebrated as the true leader of Fengyun University. Is there anything you need now? While I'm still at Fengyun University these few days, say it all at once. As soon as her voice fell, several elders in the distance began to doubt their own ears. Such a gentle attitude, is this really the lofty Zhuo principle? Did she not say that within the Hanxia realm, anyone below the 7th stage is just a waste, a parasite that only consumes without growing? Because of this, many martial infants thought she was too arrogant and secretly mocked her as an inexperienced little girl. Now, unexpectedly, she is taking care of a young martial artist so attentively. But thinking it over, it seems reasonable for the young man in a blue robe, with such talent, to receive such preferential treatment. The few old men exchanged glances, and then they all nodded in agreement. I want to know, what methods are needed to advance from the 5th stage divine mansion to the 6th stage martial infant? Yili glanced at the few elders who were whispering in the distance and asked softly. With 40,000 evil points left, it is definitely not enough for him to advance to the 6th stage. However, it never hurts to understand the methods in advance. To avoid being choked by a cultivation method later, and then searching everywhere for a way to advance to the 6th stage. 5th stage to condense the mansion, 6th stage to refine the spirit. Zhuo Qingyu's voice was flat, her cold eyes fixed on Yili, then she frowned slightly. Although her lips did not move, Yili clearly heard an uncertain voice ringing in his ears. You have advanced to the 5th stage? Hearing this, Yili nodded slightly. Later, he would have to trouble this old principal to prepare for the matters he wants to seek advice on. Moreover, he had no reason to hide anything. His level of infamy hadn't increased in a long time. Clearly, across the entire Hanxia nation, being at the 4th stage of the Heavenly Gate is still not quite enough. Is that so? Then congratulations to you. Seeing Yili admit his advancement to the Divine Mansion realm, Zhuqingyu lightly raised an eyebrow, her heart surprised but not overly shocked. She already knew he was just a step away from the 5th stage, breaking through under the martial field baptism was not unusual. It's just that the aura he exuded did not have the typical floating feeling of a recent breakthrough. On the contrary, it was exceptionally stable, as if it had been tempered through countless trials. A bit strange. But there were many strange things about him. In just 2 days, he had completely perfected the City of Storms, which was far more impressive than this matter. Since that's the case, it won't hurt to let you know a bit in advance. Zhuqingyu lightly tapped her forehead, and a gentle blue light began to radiate out. The Divine Mansion governs the spirit platform, and the pure land of the mind will be continuously perfected in the process of building the Divine Mansion. By the time you reach the pinnacle of the 5th stage, you can start nurturing the spirit platform, and the so-called martial infant will be born from the Divine Mansion. The quality of the Divine Mansion will affect the quality of the martial infant, which in turn will affect the level of the golden body later on. Zhuqingyu looked at Yili, calmly narrating the future path of promotion. When you build the Divine Mansion in the future, you must not be careless. With your talent, I believe that in less than 10 years, you can reach the pinnacle level of the Divine Mansion realm. Perhaps you might even break my record and become the youngest 6th stage martial infant realm warrior in Huanxia. At this point, Zhuqingyu wrinkled her nose, seeming somewhat displeased about this matter. She sighed softly and continued. In short, these are the main things you need to pay attention to in the future. As for everything else, you will know when the time comes. Okay. Yili nodded. The theoretical knowledge mentioned by the other party might become beneficial buffs during leveling up. He just needed to listen carefully, then work hard to earn evil points and fill the gaps in his promotion. The remaining matters were not his concern. Yili pondered a bit. Principal Zhua, do you have any spirit nurturing techniques? I knew you would have your sights set on me. Zhuqingyu scoffed softly, placing one hand on her waist, and said lightly, I do have it, but this time it can't be given to you for free. You also need to help me with something. She originally planned to wait a little longer. At the pinnacle of the 4th stage, Yili faced the so-called once-in-a-thousand-years little gun god from Shangjing University. Although the chances of winning were considerable, the probability of losing was equally high. Zhuqingyu disliked doing things without certainty. She preferred to quickly cut through chaos to end various matters. That's why she endured and waited until now. Finally, the situation improved completely. Yili directly entered the Divine Mansion realm. Now there was nothing to worry about. I intend to let you fight against the leading figures from various martial arts universities in Huanxia. As long as you can win them all, the spirit nurturing technique will be yours. I have long disliked these so-called top martial arts universities. Chapter 125, Sword pointing to Shangjing. As she spoke, Zhuqingyu's eyes flickered slightly. The heads of these martial arts universities were truly detestable. Especially the principal of Shangjing University, who every day in the future planning group of Huanxia Martial University would share battle reports and news videos of their school's little gun god. This wasn't a big deal, but each time he would specifically mention Zhuqingyu, adding some sarcastic remarks. Of course, it is gratifying to have such a genius in Shangjing University, but the situation in Huanxia still needs everyone to move forward together. I wonder if Fengyun University has such a talent. Speaking of which, it has been a while since the two schools had a friendly exchange. Principal Zhuqingyu, why not hold a friendly match between the two schools to enhance our friendship? Countless similar remarks followed. It wasn't just the principal of Shangjing University, several 6th stage martial artists from other martial arts universities were involved as well. Just because I called them useless old mud that can't stand up, they act so disgusting toward me. Zhuqingyu's beautiful face turned icy cold as she coldly snorted, a bunch of useless old folks, 300 to 500 years old, and they still haven't broken through to the master realm, yet they blame me for speaking harshly? At least what I said was honest. Unlike them, who, unable to compete with me, slander the Fengyun University that I oversee, while there are hardly any students in Fengyun University who are as capable as I am. She glanced at Yili, her tone softening, but now that I have you, I can still feel some comfort. Once you knock down all their prized students, let's see what they have to say. This was the opportunity to completely silence these useless old folks. Finally, it has arrived. Zhuqingyu has been looking forward to this for a long time. Yili, oh Yili, you truly are my lucky star. I understand. Hearing this, Yili lightly nodded his chin. I must say, this really is like getting a pillow when feeling sleepy. The more he looks at this old man, the more pleasing he seems. As for Elder Yu, let's wait until this old man returns next time to give him a bit of guidance on his cultivation. Thoughts swirling. Yili said calmly, I agree to this matter. Very good, this child is teachable. Zhuqingyu raised the corners of his lips slightly, turning his head to glance at several elders in the distance, saying lightly. Xinhua, Fengyun University will soon engage in friendly competitions with several major universities, you all should prepare. Ah? An elder in the crowd was stunned, unable to help but say. President Zhou, our school's Fengyun ranking now only has 2 capable ones left in the top 10. No worries. Zhou Qingyu interrupted him, gesturing towards Yili, one of him is enough. Yili nodded slightly, indicating agreement. But, shouldn't you discuss this with the university presidents? The elder awkwardly said, President Zhou, my rank is not sufficient. Zhou Qingyu frowned slightly. I am asking you to notify our school's teachers and students so that they all pay attention to this matter. What do you think it is? These fools act as if they have no brains. Such a rare opportunity to feel proud, how can it not be known by the entire school? Then, when exactly is it? The elder quickly asked. No time to delay, in these 2 days. Zhou Qingyu casually grabbed Yili's collar, and the two soared into the sky, disappearing into the night in the blink of an eye. First, there is Zhu Zhengchuan from Shangjing University. He is known within the school as the Little Gun God. His strength is quite remarkable. You will go with me to meet him. A soft voice from a girl carried on the breeze. It was clear that this vice president of Fengyun University took this matter very seriously. Outside the secret realm of Wu Di, the elder smacked his lips, retracting his gaze. Shangjing University had ranked above Fengyun University in recent years. Has this Zhou president finally been stirred? To be so eager to prepare for an exchange event. Though there are 8 fewer people, having an extraordinary talent instead significantly increases the chances of winning. The elder glanced at the people behind him and said irritably. What are you all looking at? Go prepare. Is President Zhou only speaking to me? After a brief conversation, several elders began to move, racing towards the direction of the school. Within the Hanxia realm, Shangjing University. This place boasts a superior location, developed economy, and ranks among the top 5 martial arts universities in Hanxia, and its position is quite forward. Under normal circumstances, the 5 universities hailed as top tier do not have much difference between them, all possessing high education quality and martial arts heritage. But as martial arts universities, they still need to distinguish between superiority and inferiority. In recent years, with a martial arts prodigy emerging from Shangjing province, the ranking of Shangjing University has begun to rise significantly. Zhu Zhengchuan, hailed as the heir to the gun god of Hanxia. He had begun to shine since high school in martial arts, and after 3 years of deep study at Shangjing University, he is already capable of battling martial artists at the 8th level of the 4th stage. Simply terrifying, this growth speed is truly unheard of. In the entire Hanxia realm, he is a renowned martial arts prodigy. Even many top forces from around the world have sent him invitation letters. This clearly shows the once-in-a-millennium golden quality. Now he is already a senior student, one can imagine how much stronger he has become. The entire Shangjing University, and even the martial arts seeds of Shangjing province, have subtly exalted him as a leading figure of the younger generation. The president of Shangjing University put down his phone, thoughtfully looking down below. Previously, he had provoked this Swiss shower several times, but he never took the bait. How come today he suddenly took the initiative to propose a friendly exchange with Shangjing University and even specifically named Zhu Zhengchuan to compete? In unusual events, there must be something strange. Is there a trap waiting for me, or am I too pressing? He murmured to himself, secretly guessing the mindset of that left Xingyu. To be honest, both possibilities are quite likely. But for the former, even if she doesn't have good intentions, what kind of trap could she lay? Could there be anyone at Fengyun University who could surpass Zhu Zhengchuan? Dream on. The principal of Shangjing chuckled lightly. Unlike those old fellows who were out of touch with news, his information network was updated in real time, not to be underestimated. The strongest individual at Fengyun University right now is that one known as the blind swordsman, Li Jiankai. With a 4th tier, 4th level body, killing a 4th tier, 5th level strongman truly is impressive, even among the best at Shangjing University. However, if compared to Zhu Zhengchuan, he still seems a bit mediocre. Oh right. The principal of Shangjing looked at the bald young man below, who was guiding the freshman, his gaze flickering. Speaking of which, Fengyun University still has a rapidly rising young warrior. Chapter 126, Fengyun University, merely SOSO. Thinking of this, the principal of Shangjing quickly recalled related information about that young warrior. The champion of the martial arts exam in Yingsheng province, Yili. It is said that he just enrolled this year and is already at the 4th tier Tianguan realm. Since then, he has continuously defeated 3 well-known strongmen on the Fengyun ranking and recently participated in a red-level encirclement mission. The level of terror here is simply more exaggerated than that of Zhu Zhengchuan back in the day. Perhaps this record has a bit of embellishment, but regardless, one cannot deny the excellence of the young man. Given time, he might truly stand shoulder to shoulder with Zhu Zhengchuan, becoming a new leader of the younger generation in Yingsheng province. But he is too young. Among the 3 defeated well-known warriors, the highest level barely broke through the 4th tier. The Red Level Encirclement Mission. Though the specific details are unknown, the leader of the mission is Left Qingyu. Given her temperament, she would not let the weak take risks, nor would she allow her talented subordinates to face such great dangers. Using her full and powerful wings to shield the weak from storms is indeed Left Qingyu's style. Thus, in the encirclement mission, Yili's role was at most to fend off the beast tide. Of course, this already is an extremely outstanding record, the principal of Shangjing admits. However, this mysterious young man still needs room to grow. In other words, he is not yet Zhu Zhengquan's opponent. Aside from that, it seems there's nothing else? The principal of Shangjing carefully checked for a long time and finally confirmed it, slowly feeling relieved. It seems that this time, Left Qingyu was simply anxious. What a young one who lacks composure, completely devoid of the steadiness expected from a senior. With this thought, the principal of Shangjing's mood lightened. He cleared his throat and smiled towards the ground below. Zhengquan, the principal left from Fengyun University, wants you to have a friendly match with her students. What do you think? The unreserved voice reached the arena below. A young bald man with thick eyebrows and big eyes raised an eyebrow slightly. When? In the next couple of days. The principal of Shangjing beamed, as if he already saw the brilliance of a few days later. One-on-one, that side also has a school student. Hearing this, Zhu Zhengquan waved his hand and casually replied. I'm fine with anything, you can decide. After speaking, he turned his gaze back to the sword-wielding girl opposite, chuckling and saying. Fame has this downside, we have to play a friendly match, which clearly has no significance. Listening to the confident words of the other party, the sword-robed girl put down her horizontal sword, and a hint of emotion suddenly appeared in her brows. Senior brother, it's better to take it seriously. She vaguely remembered a month ago, she also had this kind of confident posture, only to suffer a major setback in her life. That was truly a miserable defeat. Even now, it often wakes her in the middle of the night. Tang Yao Jr. sister, it's not that I am not serious. Zhu Zhengquan smiled lightly, seemingly giving a helpless sigh. You come from Qingshan Sword Pavilion in Ing Province, so you might not know much about my past, senior brother. As he walked towards the opposite side of the arena, he spoke with a slightly playful smile. If I were to get serious, the nature of this exchange match would change. To be fair, who would enjoy an exchange match where their own students are crushed? As his words fell, the surrounding students all burst into laughter, not feeling that the bald young man was exaggerating. They were all students from Jing Province, and naturally knew the terrifying side of the bald young man. In his 20s, at the 4th stage, 8th level. In the whole of Hanja, it would be hard to find a young martial artist who has achieved this. Other top martial arts universities had also organized exchange matches with him over the years, and the result was only one. Complete defeat. No matter how exquisite the tactical arrangement, it was always a crushing defeat, with those renowned genius martial artists all becoming stepping stones for Zhu Zhengquan. Holding a big gun, he was the leader of the new generation within Hanja. By this year, no genius from any martial arts university dared question his credibility. Exchange matches between them were intentionally avoided with Jing University. Unexpectedly, Fengyun University had not given up, which surprised everyone a bit. Indeed, it was commendable courage. Tang Yao stared at the brand new dragon pattern on the horizontal sword, and remained silent for a long time. She recalled her miserable defeat last month, remembering the black-haired boy with golden eyes in the ink shirt. Not knowing how far the other was from the 3rd stage of True Blood Realm, she guessed he might have already been ahead of her. At first, although the boy was only at the 2nd stage, 1st level, the fighting power he unleashed could crush her, a 2nd stage, 6th level martial artist. In just a few days of not seeing him, he had achieved an astonishing score in the martial arts exam. According to Tang Yao's estimate, at that time, Yili was probably not far from the 3rd stage, or even halfway into it. Now, I am already at the 2nd stage, 8th level, while you must have broken through to the 3rd stage of True Blood Realm, and stabilized your realm. Thinking of this, Tang Yao let out a light breath, her hand gripping the horizontal sword gradually tightening. She did not like this feeling of lagging behind. Fortunately, thanks to the connections left by the ancestors of Qingshan Sword Pavilion, she joined Jing University under the guidance of the principal, becoming his close disciple. With the guidance of the 6th stage martial infant realm strongman, along with the best young martial artists in Hanja as her sparring partners, Tang Yao believed her path ahead was bright. Yili, when we meet next time, I will shock you. Tang Yao held the horizontal sword, her eyes sharp, and called out to the opposite Zhu Zhengquan. Senior brother, be careful. Not bad momentum. Zhu Zhengquan smiled slightly and then asked. By the way, will you come to watch the exchange match in a couple of days? Tang Yao's expression was calm. I'll try to learn as much as possible. Then senior brother won't go easy on that person opposite. Zhu Zhengquan rubbed his shiny head and laughed heartily. At that time, you will understand why I have no interest in such exchange matches. How to put it, most of them are boring opponents, lacking the sharpness and edge that a martial artist should have. In the beginning, when they didn't know me, their moves still carried a hint of guidance, fierce and bold, without any sign of fear. But now it's different. Once they see their opponent as me, they become extremely nervous, their fists and feet showing dullness, completely devoid of the desire to win. I know, in their eyes, defeating me is an impossible task, they can only last a few more moves under me, and that's enough. That psychology is indeed very boring. Zhu Zhengchuan's smile gradually faded, his originally gentle voice carrying a touch of chill. After all, what I want is an opponent whose eyes reveal they want to beat me. Speaking of which, Tang Yao, junior sister, you have this kind of gaze, which makes me very happy. This is also the reason I am willing to practice with you. With that, Zhu Zhengchuan slung the long spear over his shoulder. In the respectful eyes of many observing students, he sighed slightly in helplessness and said, I can only hope that this opponent has a little guts, otherwise, I really can't get motivated. But to be honest, it's really difficult. Fengyun University, just SOSO. I have never heard of any impressive figures. Chapter 127, a bit impolite. In the territory of Ying Province, Fengyun University. Since the martial domain baptism ended, the campus forum has exploded. The reason is very simple. 9 of the 10 talented individuals who participated in the baptism exited the secret realm early, and 8 of them were carried back by the medical office. According to the news from the medical office, their injuries were surprisingly consistent, all wrapped in solid ice, with faces frozen purple. Clearly, they all suffered from the same martial skills damage. Truly, everyone's a little greedy cat. With their exit, the only one left to receive baptism in the martial domain is that mysterious boy, who seems somewhat unfamiliar to them. Given the situation, even a fool could guess what happened in the martial domain. Let alone, the school's news department immediately followed up on the news. Within the martial realm, Yili alone faced 9. Originally, in the days leading up to this, the loud and boisterous Thunder Gun Su Tian had been inquiring about Yili's news. On the second day after the martial domain baptism, he vanished without a trace from the campus. According to the person in charge of Zequiel Tower, he ignored his injuries, forcibly accepted a white-level mission, and rushed out the door. Naturally, he went to avoid the spotlight. The other 9 followed suit, each doing something similar. Some locked themselves indoors, some returned to their sect, some went out for medical help. These 9 once glorious talents, in just 2 days, all became the easily traceable battle records of that Yili. The next morning, inside Zequiel Tower, many students gathered on the second floor, discussing the matter fervently. Are you serious? That Yili took on the other 9 all by himself? Someone's eyes widened, suddenly standing up from their chair. Our school's news department is reporting this, other places may exaggerate for exposure, but our school has no need to fake it, right? Someone, clutching a bronze medal, then exclaimed, oh my god, it's true, that Yili is now number 1 on the Fengyun list. Really? The others quickly pulled out their waste tokens and began to delve into their thoughts. Soon, on the second floor of Zequiel Tower, exclamations filled the air. Not far away, dressed in disguise, collecting materials, Lin Yun heard this and couldn't help but feel secretly pleased. For some reason. Now, every time she sees someone shocked by Yili's performance, she feels a sense of kinship. Especially as the number of such people keeps increasing, Lin Yun feels more and more comfortable. It seems I'm not the only one who thinks the world has gone crazy. Lin Yun's mouth involuntarily curved up. This is just too ridiculous. After confirming, the first student couldn't help but mumble. For these talented individuals who came from small places, the top 10 on the Fengyun list are lofty existences, out of reach. Now, they've actually been directly pierced through by a so-called freshman. What does this mean? A young warrior, probably not even 20, stands at the pinnacle of a place like Fengyun University. Truly a genuine martial arts prodigy. There's a Zhu Zhengchuan from Jing Capital University, and we have a Yili from here. Someone swallowed dryly, then laughed relievedly. I guess it's even out, now we won't have to listen to their bragging while executing missions. Indeed. A companion nearby nodded in agreement, curiously asking, I wonder who is stronger between the two. Hearing this, Lin Yun frowned slightly. This person doesn't even consider the age gap between Yili and that Zhu Zhengchuan. Don't they understand the basic fairness and justice? Even if Yili is not a match for that little gun god right now. But in a few years, my junior brother will definitely be able to take him down. At that moment, a sudden shout rang out from the first floor, wow! My brother Yi is going to fight that Zhu Zhengchuan. Lin Yun's heart skipped a beat. High in the sky, 2 streaks of blue light, accompanied by explosive sounds, were rushing toward the direction of Shangjing Province at an astonishing speed. Ordinary warriors can only fly freely after reaching the 7th level. But both Yili and Zhuo Qingyu had the ability to control airflow, so even extended flight was not a challenge for them. It was just a matter of speed differences. As the raging wind howled in their ears, Zhuo Qingyu maintained her usual demeanor, while Yili frowned slightly. Yili silently exhaled, and he was certain that the other party had some speed-enhancing talent or martial skill. Rushing along was simply absurdly fast. He wasn't lacking in true energy, and his output efficiency was up to par, but he just couldn't exceed the other party. It could only be said that this was the foundation of a 6th-level warrior. Up ahead is Shanjing Province. Zhuo Qingyu suddenly spoke. She looked at the faintly visible urban circle in the distance, casually saying, I have already discussed with the principal of Shanjing University, and the date for the match is set for these 2 days. Do you have anything to prepare? No. So is it tomorrow or the day after? Zhuo Qingyu asked. Yili calmly replied, rather than picking a day, let's just do it today. Why do you feel more eager than I do? Zhuo Qingyu looked at Yili with suspicion. Her intention was to let Yili familiarize himself with the environment first, rest for a night, and then proceed with the exchange match. This exchange match was different from the past. The first battle was the final battle, and with Zhu Zhengchuan's terrifying reputation, the entire staff and students of Shanjing University, as well as some higher-ups from various factions, would surely come to witness. If he lost due to a mistake, the reputation Yili had just built would be ruined. Although I think you have a good chance against that Zhu Zhengchuan, but you've just entered the 5th level, and he might have some tricks up his sleeve for battling above his level. Zhuo Qingyu couldn't help but ask, are you sure you don't want to reconsider? What is there to reconsider? Yili glanced at her and humorously retorted. He was already at the peak of the 5th level. Together with the holy maiden of the beast god from the Soul Master Control, even this blue-clothed girl in front of him, he had a 10% certainty of overpowering her with ease. Dealing with a 4th level 8th stage genius. Does he need to consider which hand to use to knock him down? That would indeed be a bit impolite. Chapter 128, Crashing the Scene, My Stage. The sun rose high at Shanjing University. The majestic building sprawled on the ground like a giant beast, bustling with noise and people coming and going. With the National Martial Arts University competition approaching, the flow of people on campus began to increase significantly. We have arrived. Zhuo Qingyu gazed at the Grand Academy below, a rare excitement flickering in her sharp cold eyes. You seem to be looking forward to it? Yili looked up and casually asked. To be honest, he was also looking forward to it. After all, just looking at the scale of the facilities, Shanjing University was not inferior to the Fengyun University in his impression. Especially on the way here, he quickly checked some information and found that on the supposed international rankings, Shanjing University was actually ranked higher than Fengyun University by several places. Doesn't this mean that the quality of students here is generally higher than that of Fengyun University? Yili's mind wandered as his gaze swept over the Shanjing University ahead. Green mountains and clear waters, bustling and prosperous. If there were a ranking of top talents similar to the Fengyun list, it would be even better. Unfortunately, according to the information available online, there was none here. I have been waiting for this day for a long time. Zhuo Qingyu's voice rose slightly at the end, subtly expressing her happy emotions, as she first descended downwards. Whoosh! The two landed one after the other in front of the gate of Shanjing University. The girl in blue, barefoot off the ground, and the boy in white, calm in demeanor and outstanding in appearance, instantly attracted many curious gazes. Soon after, Zhuo Qingyu, with Yili, had just taken a few steps when a tall, elderly man with white hair greeted them. Principal Zhuo, you really came quickly. He smiled, his voice deep, with a number of Shanjing University teachers following behind him. Without waiting for Zhuo Qingyu to speak, he turned to the young boy in white behind her and asked, Is this, the student participating in this exchange competition? That's right. Zhuo Qingyu replied casually. He truly is a remarkable talent. The principal of Shanjing University politely praised, then smiled at Yili. Hello, student, I am Ning Guohua, the principal of Shanjing University. Finally, I can see the main character. Principal Zhui kept you hidden so well, he wouldn't tell me who you were before coming. As he spoke, he seemed to casually glance at Zhuo Qingyu. Zhuo Qingyu snorted coldly. Before coming, she didn't inform the other party because she was worried he might have heard of Yili's achievements, thus refusing to participate in the exchange competition. Although given Principal Ning Guohua's trust in that little gun god, a situation of avoidance was unlikely to occur. But obviously, the young man on her side was even more extraordinary. To prevent any accidents, it was better to be safe. At this moment, passing students and several teachers from Shanjing were all looking at this place. The opponent was already in a difficult situation, so there was no need to hide names anymore. Now it can be said. Ning Guohua looked back at Yili, his smile unchanged. May I ask how you address yourself? He wanted to see who this mysterious boy, regarded by Zhuo Qingyu as being able to match up to Zhu Zhengchuan, really was. Without a black belt covering his eyes, without a long sword on his back, he was certainly not that sword blind. Realizing this, Principal Ning Guohua's heart stirred slightly. Could it be that he's the one? Fengyun University, Yili. Yili stepped forward and introduced himself politely. As soon as he finished speaking, the students passing by who were paying attention to the situation suddenly changed their expressions. At this moment, there weren't any special activities. What were Fengyun University students doing coming to their Shangjing University? The answer was obvious. They were here to stir up trouble. It's truly a sight to behold. Shangjing University now had the so-called little gun god Zhu Zhengchuan sitting in charge, yet another school's students dared to come stir things up? This child really is. Ning Guo's lips curled up. So far, everything was within his expectation. Principal Ning, you haven't announced this matter yet, have you? Observing everyone's reaction, Zhuo Qingyu frowned and asked, I should have informed you that the competition starts at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, right? Her goal was to make these old folks who love to find excuses completely shut up, telling them the lesson of if one cannot do it, do not blame the path. That's why she had publicized this matter so boldly within Fengyun University. As a result, the other party seemed to have taken it lightly? How could that be? If there weren't a large audience, these cunning old folks would have countless ways to cover up their incompetence. Therefore, this competition must be made public. Don't be in a hurry, Principal Zhua. Principal Ning Guo smiled appropriately, unhurriedly said, you can rest assured, even without publicity, with Zhenchuan's reputation, in less than 3 hours, the audience will be packed. After speaking, as if to prove his credibility, he raised his hand to point, and dark ripples appeared from his fingertips, writing in the air. At the same time, on a tall stone tablet within the campus behind, 2 lines of golden text gradually appeared. Students, this afternoon at 3 o'clock, your senior Zhu Zhengchuan will hold a communication match at Arena No. 1 with outstanding students from Fengyun University. Anyone interested can come to watch. Floating shadow giant stone connected all students' waist badges within the school, and Fengyun University also had similar facilities, basically a school-wide broadcast. Seeing this situation, the crowd nearby erupted in excitement. Some students even excitedly took out their phones, starting to inform everyone in major group chats about this event. Yili raised an eyebrow. With his keen hearing, he could even hear the rising cheers from ahead in the campus. Such incredible popularity. It reminded him of his past experiences in Qingshan City. How about it, President Zoa, are you satisfied now? Noticing Yili's reaction, Ning Guo showed a hint of pride on his face. It was simply that whenever the communication match involving Zhu Zhengchuan was mentioned, it would create such a hot topic within the capital province. He withdrew his palm, waiting for the other's reply. He thought he would see Zhuo Qingyu show a serious expression. Unexpectedly, the green-clad girl wore a rare smile, her lips uttering cold words. Well done. Ning Guo's brow furrowed slightly but quickly relaxed, treating the response as if she was just pretending or putting on a brave face. His gaze swept over Yili. After confirming that the aura around the boy had no sign of the unique fluctuation from his recent breakthrough, he fully felt at ease. Just a 4th-stage Tianguan realm prodigy, trying to scare me? Ning Guo scoffed inwardly. He slightly turned his body, gestured towards the campus with a smile, and said, Ladies, please. Zhuo Qingyu glanced over. Yili gently nodded. Feeling the increasingly heated atmosphere within the campus, he stepped forward and casually walked inside. Chapter 129 I want to shatter his Dao heart. Thanks to Magic Pomelo Cutie Boss. Shangjing University, Arena No. 1. By afternoon, the atmosphere here was exceptionally high-spirited. Ning Guo did not exaggerate. In just a meal's time, news of the inter-school communication match spread like wildfire across half of Shangjing province. Especially after Yili's information spread from Ying province, the heat of the news rose even higher. It was visible to the naked eye, as students constantly returned from outside the school, their expressions filled with excitement heading towards the arena. Or, high-level figures in different attire rushed over on swords, quickly greeting each other, then converging towards the arena. Their purpose was clear, to watch this rare prodigy communication match. Even the slightly distant factions were unable to arrive on time due to tight schedules. As the time for the match approached, the huge venue was still filled to capacity. At this moment, the arena was bustling with people, faces full of smiles, and the noise was endless. So exciting, who is going to compete with Senior Zhu? Are you crazy? You don't even know who it is and came to watch? Nonsense. I heard there was a match, ran here without looking at anything else, who has time to understand? It's a prodigy from Fengyun University named Yili. I'm not familiar with Ying province, has anyone heard of him? I just found out too, it said he reached the Tianguan realm in his freshman year. Freshman year Tianguan? Amazing. Really, what do you think the odds are between him and Senior Zhu? 37. Senior Zhu 70. That's conservative, I think it's 28. The atmosphere in the spectator seats merged into one, with many people shouting Senior Zhu's name to support him, the sound rolling like thunder. In such an environment, fighting would undoubtedly put great psychological pressure on outsiders. No wonder the prodigies competing here felt so nervous. But there's no choice. Because this is exactly what they call home field advantage, you just can't deny it. Tang Yao sat silently in the viewing seats, the storm of emotions inside her almost showing on her face, her delicate hands turning pale from excessive force. What did she hear? The mysterious student, who was about to face Zhu Zhengchuan in the exchange competition at Beijing University, is Yi Li? Not only that. Yi Li has already broken through to the 4th level of the Heavenly Gate realm? How is this possible? How could this be? Tang Yao's breath became erratic, and her sharp brows and eyes were now filled with confusion, thin beads of sweat breaking out on her forehead. Such a scene left her companions beside her dumbfounded, exchanging glances. They had been together with Tang Yao for several weeks, viewing her as a core support. But it was the first time they realized that this swordsmanship genius, who had no fear of Senior Zhu, could show such a loss of composure. Was she struck down by that Yi Li? Tang classmate. Thinking of this, they quickly comforted her. It's okay, that Yi Li will soon lose to Senior Zhu. Yes, you still don't know Senior Zhu's skills? For an external martial arts genius like this, after one match, he will become just like everyone else. Exactly. Perhaps his future achievements are still not as high as ours. Listening to the comforting words, Tang Yao's mood strangely improved. That's true. Knowing that Yi Li would soon fail, a hint of secret joy surged in her heart. That boy, who seemed to surpass everyone, could also fail. That Yi Li, who looked down on everyone, would also taste the bitterness of defeat. Tang Yao's heartbeat gradually quickened. After a moment, she raised her head again, casting her gaze toward the combat platform below, her eyes now filled with hopeful emotions. On the high platform, Zhuo Qingyu appeared relaxed, lying on a wooden chair, his bare feet gently swaying, seemingly unconcerned about the result of the match. Ning Guohua stood calmly in front, watching the crowd below cheering in excitement, and recalling the information he had just gathered. His hands behind his back unconsciously trembled slightly. The information he received was only a simple sentence. Yi Li from Fengyun University completed a 1-9 in the martial earth baptism. What an astonishing achievement! How many levels has this Yi Li reached in the 4th realm? 8th level? 9th level? Or has he already reached the peak level of the 4th realm? If this is true, then Zhu Zhengchuan's probability of winning will be less than 70%. The president of Beijing University's breath quickened slightly. He finally understood why Zhuo Qingyu dared to bring the other party to the exchange competition. This Yi Li is a monster of martial arts even more terrifying than Zhu Zhengchuan. Having such combat strength in the first year of college, if he were to be given another 2 years, wouldn't he break through to the 5th level before graduation, refreshing the historical record for the fastest 5th level in Hanxia? Breaking through to the 5th level before 30. Let it be known, even Zhu Zhengchuan wouldn't dare to guarantee that. However, it's not a big deal. After a brief moment of tension, Ning Guohua calmed down again, having absolute confidence in Zhu Zhengchuan. Even among the top levels of 4th realm warriors, he is definitely at a peak level. Plus, with his own S-class martial arts talent, even if facing an initial 5th realm Shintang expert, Zhu Zhengchuan still has the strength to fight. As for that Yi Li, so far, no one had ever said that the young man possessed high-level martial arts talent. Looking at it this way, the advantage is still on our side. Thinking of this, Ning Guohua felt at ease, slowly sitting back in his chair. He couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Zhuo Qingyu is someone who doesn't know how to hide things. If he were to wait a few more years and brought this Yi Li to find him, then he would really have to weigh whether to take on this exchange match. In the players' lounge, Zhu Zhengchuan sat on a wooden chair, seriously polishing an iron spear. The spear emanated an astonishing killing aura, clearly a weapon of considerable rank. Is he possibly at the peak of the 4th tier? A smile appeared on Zhu Zhengchuan's face, and his movements of wiping the gun sped up slightly. Interesting. He originally thought he was the undisputed first genius in Huanxia. Unexpectedly, someone's promotion speed was even more astonishing than his. In the first year, at the peak of the 4th tier. Thinking of this, Zhu Zhengchuan took a deep breath. He no longer underestimated his opponent but took out his most commonly used magical weapon while adjusting his energy to its peak. He never thought the other party could be at this level. After all, he had never heard of such a person before. However, now that he has appeared, he should be defeated. I hope you are not just good-looking but also useful, otherwise, I will be very disappointed. Zhu Zhengchuan's gaze gradually turned cold. For a valuable opponent like this, he had waited far too long. And breaking the spine of such a genius is exactly what a martial arts prodigy like him must do. P.S. There will be another chapter later. Chapter 130, The Wind and Clouds Roar, the world changes color. Time passed, and the moment of battle soon arrived. In the martial arts arena, the referee's loud and clear voice resonated. I announce that the exchange competition between Shangjing University and Fengyun University begins now. Fengyun University Yili vs Shangjing University Zhu Zhengchuan. Please, both contestants, come to the stage. As soon as the words fell, the arena erupted with thunderous cheers. Through the clouds and breaking rocks, thrilling and exciting. In the lounge, the bald young man picked up his long spear, a cruel smile touching his face. Yili, I can't wait to shatter your pride. He walked through the long corridor, entering the overwhelming noise of the martial arts arena. Amidst the applause, the little spear god from Shangjing University slowly came to the stage, and the watching students instinctively held their breath, nervously excited about what was happening on stage. Bang! On the contest platform, Zhu Zhengchuan shook his spear, a fierce aura suddenly bursting out, and the gasps rose again. Countless students showed wild enthusiasm. The young man had actually advanced again. Such a perfect and astonishing intensity. He was most likely already at the peak of the 4th tier. Opposite him, Yili slowly stepped onto the stage, his expression calm. He seemed to be completely indifferent to the hostile gazes and boos around him. What was worth noting was that he wasn't even carrying a weapon. Once the young man in white stood firm, Zhu Zhengchuan took a step forward, his whole aura revealing itself even more thoroughly. He laughed aloud. I hope your heart is steady enough, don't let me break it later. The young man's arrogant voice echoed in the martial arts arena. In the viewing area, many teachers and students were somewhat expectant. How would the martial arts prodigy of Shangjing University take victory this time? Under countless mocking gazes, the young man in white looked around, slightly pondering, as if he were thinking about something. Then, he gently asked. Do you like to show off? The moment the words fell. Boom! The young man in white exhaled lightly, his white robes fluttering, and the divine light of his spirit surged brilliantly. In the next moment, the stream of true energy rushing into the sky actually made the entire martial arts arena tremble slightly. Boom! The ground within a radius of several dozen miles shook together, the lakes violently crashed against the rocky shores. The azure and gold glory illuminated the world, shining on countless faces that gradually fell into a daze. On the high platform, several renowned martial arts experts nearly could not contain their astonishment, their hands even trembling. Left Qingyu's relaxed smile froze on her face. Her gently swaying legs froze in place, she looked incredulously at the white-robed young man who was the center of attention. Zhu Zhengchuan's face twitched, his heart feeling as if it might stop beating at that moment. Opposite him, the white-robed young man stood with his hands behind his back, his true energy cascading like a waterfall, crashing upward towards the sky. With a loud bang, the wind howls, and the sky and earth change colors. At this moment, the entire training ground was almost eerily silent. The overwhelming aura, like a god awakening, unabashedly descended upon the training ground of Beijing University. Tang Yao's eyes widened in an instant. Her mouth opened wide, her face went numb uncontrollably, and even though she tried hard to calm her emotions, her trembling lips revealed her inner shock. Soaring to the sky, 5th grade divine mansion. Over 10,000 feet of true energy torrent, still unheard of, a azure golden divine mansion. Tang Yao felt it was absurd. While she was pleased with her slight improvement, the opponent had already rushed to the highest heavens. Before this, she had even thought the gap wouldn't be too big. At this moment, including her, the expressions of everyone present turned into a blank stare. On the combat platform, Zhu Zhengchuan stood rigidly in place. He had never encountered a situation like this before. In the past, it was always his realm crushing others. He had never faced a situation where he was crushed by someone else. And it wasn't just a few levels ahead. It was a whole big tier. 5th grade peak, 5th grade peak. This was a level that would be hard for him to reach even after spending 10 or even 20 years. Furthermore, what made Zhu Zhengchuan feel even colder was, up until this moment, things had just begun. Amidst countless dumbstruck and astonished gazes, a slightly mocking laugh from the young man echoed throughout the venue. Come on, trash. Offer me your destined defeat. As the words fell, Yili stepped forward, and a terrifying pressure that made one's scalp tingle instantly descended upon Zhu Zhengchuan's heart. The spectators seemed to awaken from a dream, and a uniform gasp erupted in the arena. Zhu Zhengchuan's face went pale, stumbling backward, his gaze fixed on the white-robed Yili. You are at the 5th grade peak? Pretending not to know. Yili smiled lightly. You? Zhu Zhengchuan's dry lips moved, he stared blankly at the white-clothed youth, whose aura was fully displayed, yet did not immediately attack. The shock in his heart was completely undeniable. His confidence had already collapsed in the previous clash of auras. Zhu Zhengchuan knew very well. If Yili attacked, he would be completely defenseless and would instantly be heavily injured or even killed. At this moment, his legs felt weak, he couldn't even think about shattering his opponent's heart and will as he had planned before the match. Perhaps, even safely getting off the stage was a luxury. Undoubtedly, the youngest 5th grade peak in Hanxia's history was standing right in front of him. You monster! Zhu Zhengchuan roared, every blood vessel in his body lighting up, piercing red light bursting from him, his momentum instantly elevating to another level. S-class martial arts talent, Hellfire Demon. Astonishing heat surged from within him, his eyes lit up with white light, and his entire body ignited with fiery true energy, exuding an extraordinarily overbearing aura. At this moment, his bodily functions had significantly improved, comparable to a fifth-grade divine mansion. But even so, looking at the white-clothed Yili, who stood calm and at ease, Zhu Zhengchuan still had no confidence at all. He rushed towards Yili like a madman, his speed shattering the sound barrier. At the same time, he tightened his grip on his long spear and thrust it out like thunder, the force like an avalanche. There was no imagined crushing of earth and stone. In the grand shadow of the spear, Yili stood firm, effortlessly shattering the dense attack with just one hand. Then he flicked his fingers lightly, and immense true energy instantly slammed into the incoming spearhead. Clang! Zhu Zhengchuan felt a tremendous shock in his hand, his dark iron spear was instantly sent flying, shattering into several pieces in midair. With just a simple flick of a finger, despair flashed in Zhu Zhengchuan's eyes. The gap was too great, truly too great. At the moment when Yili sent the long spear flying with a punch, Yili's figure instantly disappeared, breaking through layer upon layer of sound barriers at a speed that was invisible to the naked eye, and arrived in front of Zhu Zhengchuan. An ordinary punch struck out. Zhu Zhengchuan felt the opponent was as fast as teleportation. The moment he saw Yili, a sharp pain shot through his chest. According to Zhu Zhengchuan's guess, about 14 ribs were simultaneously shattered, and all his organs were severely injured to varying degrees. Boom! The air exploded, and flames scattered everywhere. Amid countless shocked gazes, Zhu Zhengchuan spat out blood, his figure turned into a red shadow and swiftly flew out of the arena, crashing heavily into the wall deep within. The deafening sound of earth and stones breaking echoed continuously. The once noisy arena fell into dead silence, only the white-clothed youth remained calm, but his soaring azure and golden true energy weighed down many talented individuals, making it hard for them to lift their heads. The next moment, Yili's casual voice reverberated throughout the arena. Is this how it ends? As the words fell, many people's faces turned red, trembling all over. Yet they had no courage to voice a rebuttal. In the silence, the referee finally came back to his senses, his empty and lonely voice rang out. Yili wins. Chapter 131, although I don't know what you're expecting, but... The referee's lonely voice echoed in the air of the arena. The vast spectator seats were as quiet as if a heavy snow was falling. Everyone sat dumbfounded in place, their eyes fixed on the white-clothed youth on the stage. Then... Lost? Senior Zhu lost? In the audience, someone finally came back to their senses, incredulously asking. His question received no answer, for everyone already knew the answer. The scene below explained everything. Lost? In 2 minutes, barely less than 2 minutes. The once-in-a-thousand-years prodigy of Shangjing University suffered a complete defeat at Yili's hands. Everyone stared at the white-clothed youth below, feeling as if their minds were in a dreamlike haze. Even the most excited words could not express their feelings at this moment. They could not comprehend what had just happened. The figure they once revered as a spiritual leader was so casually defeated by the opponent. Moreover, the shocking scene of that true energy soaring and the torrent of power was now engraved in everyone's hearts. Even after a long time, whenever they recalled that moment, they would tremble all over. Including those famous martial artists on the high platform, everyone understood what this represented. The peak of the Divine Mansion realm. The youth was the peak of the Divine Mansion realm. And he was the unprecedented peak of the Divine Mansion realm in Hanja. Without a doubt, this was a visible, true future master. Under 20 years old, peak of the 5th level? Ning Guohua on the high platform could no longer contain himself. Breathing heavily, he suddenly looked at Zhuqing Yu beside him. Where did you find this immortal? The emergence of such a young peak of the 5th level was a major event capable of shaking the entire Hanja. After today, not to mention those famous sects actively trying to connect, even renowned forces from the 4 seas would send people to make contact. Yili. This name was about to be known to the world, while their 1,000-year prodigy at Shangjing University had become a supporting green leaf, a stepping stone for the youth's future fame. Upon realizing this, Ning Guohua felt his heart torn like a knife. Zhuqing Yu sat silently in her chair, her tense body relaxed again, her cold gaze fixed motionlessly on the youth below. Too astonishing. Yili's talent displayed today was truly extraordinary. Even she, a 6th-level warrior accustomed to grand occasions, felt a significant shock. It must be known that the Golden Divine Mansion owners at peak 5th level could only unleash a true energy torrent of about 8,000 zhang. But the impressive Azure and Golden Divine Mansion of the opponent unleashed a true energy torrent of over 10,000 zhang. The strongest Divine Mansion in history? Goodness, how powerful it is, even more powerful than I was back in the day. Zhuqing Yu's heart was shocked, but she did not show it on her face. After all, she was a mentor, how could she lose her composure over a junior's performance? However, as an elder, what should she do at this moment? Without a doubt, reward him. Besides the spirit cultivation technique, what else does he need now? Zhuo Qingyu supported her head with one hand, seriously thinking about what extra reward she should prepare for Yili. In the lounge. You seriously injured a 4th-tier monster at Beijing University in public, evil points plus 10,000. Detected Zhu Zhengchuan's confidence collapsed, evil points plus 15,000. Detected Tang Yao's Dao heart nearly collapsed, evil points plus 5,000. Current evil points, 70,000 points. Tang Yao? Yili sat in his chair, and his gaze swept over the light blue screen, unable to help but be slightly taken aback. Another unexpected gain. It's not that he didn't recognize this figure. In just a month, Yili still had an impression of this name. He remembered her as the extremely confident young master of the Qingshan Sword Pavilion. But why did this person also have her Dao heart crumble? Yili pondered for a moment, ultimately attributing the result to the other party's psychological defenses being too weak. He pushed thoughts of Tang Yao to the back of his mind. Yili's gaze lingered on the remaining 70,000 evil points, and he couldn't help but sigh. With the rise in my martial arts level, the help that these people from Huanxia can provide is getting less and less. This is still the new generation leader of Beijing province. Identified as inferior to Tang Yao. This shows that leveling up isn't always a good thing. If Yili were still at the peak of 4th tier now, the evil points he would have gained would surely be several times higher than this. It's a bit hard to break now. Once this matter is settled and the spirit cultivation technique is in hand, I'll go find some old stuff to explode gold coins. Yili shook his head, securing the next phase of his goals in his heart. Speaking of which, his cultivation had already reached the peak of the 5th tier. Even if the world of mortals knows of him after today, it's unlikely that he would encounter assassinations from the countries of the 4 seas. To assassinate a peak 5th tier powerhouse, one would have to quietly bypass the 7 martial masters of Huanxia and arrive on his home turf to carry out the assassination. The difficulty is no less than nurturing a martial master. It's indeed a bit of a pity that those assassins can't explode evil points. Yili put away the panel, stretched, and slowly stood up. Zhuo Qingyu mentioned that there are several martial arts universities. He planned to go to the next venue. At that moment, the lounge door was slowly pushed open. Yili. Tang Yao, dressed in a sword robe, stood at the door, staring blankly at the calm-faced boy in white. She was once a proud genius of swordsmanship, but a month ago, all her pride was shattered in the most direct way. Even so, she did not completely fall. She gritted her teeth and came to this Beijing University, far from Ming province, hoping to start anew and piece together her former pride little by little. However, the boy seemed to follow her like a shadow, appearing before her once again. He even crushed the senior brother she had just seen as her future goal. You. Tang Yao trembled her lips, struggling not to let her tears of despair flow out. She asked with the most stable trembling voice she could muster, "Do you still remember me? I just saw your name on the panel." Yili adjusted his sleeves, looked at her, and casually said, "I remember, your name is Tang Yao." Tang Yao bit her lip. The other party's demeanor was still as calm and collected as before, which was how she saw herself, then. She came here to ask one thing clearly. Tang Yao took a deep breath, but even so, her voice still trembled noticeably. "What was that match with me a month ago for you? Was it a battle with a worthy opponent, or a farce like watching a clown perform? Don't you know in your heart?" Yili slowly walked towards the door. Not clear. Perhaps wanting to earn Yili's recognition too much. In front of the seemingly unattainable peer, Tang Yao at this moment had no trace of a genius's arrogance. Her eyebrows and eyes lost some sharpness and gained some frailty, her lips tightly pressed. "So, please tell me." Hearing this, Yili chuckled softly. He then walked straight past her. Tang Yao felt a sudden emptiness in her heart, just as she wanted to continue asking. She heard the boy's indifferent voice carried by the gentle breeze. "Although I don't know what you're expecting. But that competition for me is no different from kicking a wild dog that barks wildly by the roadside." Hearing these familiar sharp words, Tang Yao's heart suddenly tightened. Wild dog? In silence, it felt as if something in her heart had completely collapsed. Chapter 132, 6th-level rare item. Sealing Dragon Heaven Forbidden Technique. On the eastern side of Shangjing University, there stands an idle elegant loft. Used to accommodate distinguished guests from other schools, it is usually only open during provincial competitions, with very few people able to disturb it. To showcase Shangjing University's depth, these lofts are furnished with quite luxurious facilities, far surpassing the treatment of ordinary students. After all, guests can only stay a few days at most, so it is quite necessary to avoid leaving them with a stingy impression. Zhuo Qingyu and Yili's lofts are adjacent to each other. The former plans to rest here for a day before heading to the next martial arts university as scheduled. Although Yili expressed that he did not need any rest and was ready to depart at any time. After all, news spreads rapidly, and within half a day, those martial arts universities that received the news would largely become timid lizards. But there was no way around it. Based on the distance between provinces, regardless, they wouldn't make it today. Under the guidance of a Shangjing student, Yili quickly arrived at his courtyard. After a brief glance, his assessment was that the environment was slightly worse than the gold medal courtyard of Fengyun University. However, the level of the training room's formation was somewhat better. Outside the courtyard stood a full crowd, all waiting for Yili to settle down before trying to converse with him. Your Excellency, then I shall take my leave. The leading Shangjing student had a complicated expression, having just seen his elder brother beaten like a dead dog, and he still had to guide him with polite words. This feeling was indeed peculiar. Safe travels. Yili nodded lightly. At that moment, a petite figure in a green outfit descended from the sky. Yili did not need to look to know who it was. Zhuo Qingyu had been paying special attention to him since earlier. Zhuo Qingyu glanced at the Shangjing student and coolly said, "Let those people outside go back, Yili is not taking guests today." Principal Zhuo, this is too impolite. Yili frowned slightly. He still planned to note down those people's sects and later search their past scandals online. Previously, colleagues in the Qingyi Bureau had mentioned. These aristocratic families and sects appear obedient and well-behaved on the surface, but behind the scenes, they are not so honest. However, as long as they don't go too far, the higher-ups of the Qingyi Bureau just turn a blind eye. After all, there is always a threat from the beast tide outside the city, and these second-rate families and sects are also invisible aids in resisting the alien beasts. However, in Yili's view, ignoring them is the Qingyi Bureau's matter, and it doesn't have much to do with him. He is only responsible for killing the wrongdoers and then dismantling and confiscating the aristocratic families and sections. This way he can let them resist alien beasts and also plug his promotion gap. It's simply a win-win deal. So familiarizing himself with these families and sects is absolutely not a bad thing. I have a secret martial art I want to give you. It's not convenient for those people to be outside. Zhuo Qingyu snorted softly, but still provided her explanation. Yili raised his eyes and asked, "What rank?" 6th level rare item. Hearing this, Yili looked back at the student from the capital, seemingly casually saying, "Classmate, please help me see off the guests." When the various breaths outside the courtyard all disappeared, Zhuo Qingyu did not hesitate, taking out a thick tome from her storage ring and tossing it towards Yili. "Here." Yili raised his hand to catch the tome, and she continued. A level 6 rare martial technique, the dragon sealing heavenly forbidden art. More than 100 years ago, a well-known level 6 martial artist from Hanxia obtained this treasure from a secret realm, and since then this technique became his signature skill. Once cultivated to mastery, it can seal the true energy of the opponent's Dantian, Tianguan Xiao, and Shinfu. Even a martial infant cannot escape, becoming half a waste person on the spot. It can be said to be a quite domineering sealing technique. Zhuo Qingyu raised a finger, turning it gently. With your peak level 5 cultivation, if you can cultivate it to mastery, even a level 6 martial infant strong person cannot ignore it. If you're incredibly lucky and successfully seal a level 6 martial infant, they too will have to obediently submit to you. This technique is quite fitting for martial artists skilled in close combat. It's just gathering dust here, so why not let you have it? A good horse deserves a good saddle. As Zhuo Qingyu spoke, Yili nodded lightly while flipping through the tome excitedly. The panel immediately responded. Level 6 rare martial technique. Dragon sealing heavenly forbidden art, unlearned. Can be upgraded. What a great item, it could definitely sell for a sky-high price outside, or be priceless. Alright, I acknowledge you, Zhuo. Yili's heart stirred. He casually asked, "Then how did this signature martial technique end up with you? Was this person your friend?" "He was killed by me." Zhuo Qingyu's expression remained unchanged. She said faintly, "This person was audacious and lecherous, trying to set his sights on me when I had just recently advanced to level 6. In a fit of rage, I killed him on the spot, at the cost of some of my foundation." Yili's expression turned somewhat strange as he looked at Zhuo Qingyu. "Then what do you mean by a good horse deserves a good saddle? A good martial technique is just a good martial technique, the poor character of its practitioner has nothing to do with it." Zhuo Qingyu placed her hands on her hips, asking with a tone of certainty. "That is also true." Yili put away the martial technique, nodding in agreement with the girl's words. The impression a martial technique gives still depends on the practitioner themselves. Just like the flowing water fist technique is only a level 1 martial technique, but the flowing water fist intent realized from it, Yili continued to use until level 4, and it was extremely effective and beloved. Such a precious martial technique is actually shamed because of the previous practitioner. Very well, let me restore its rightful path. After solidifying his decision, Yili silently exhaled. Ahem. Seeing Yili put away the martial technique, Zhuo Qingyu coughed lightly, awkwardly changing the topic. "By the way, there's one more thing. On the way here just now, the headquarters of the Clearing Anomaly Bureau from Hanxia called me." Chapter 133. Let a level 5 martial artist protect me? Clearing Anomaly Bureau headquarters? Yili's heart stirred, curiously asking, "And then? Is there news from that saint of the beast god sect?" The last beast god sect Saintess gave him so many rewards that he still remembers it now. Not only did he gain a massive amount of evil points, but she also helped him level up indestructible golden soul by 1 level. Additionally, she gave him a top-tier trump card that allows him to retreat unscathed from the hands of level 6 martial artists. Not that easy. Do you think Saintesses and Saints are cabbages? Zhuo Qingyu rolled her eyes, clearly feeling that they greatly underestimated the beast god sect. If the whereabouts of the Saints were that easy to obtain, Hanxia wouldn't have been unable to eradicate them for hundreds of years, nor would so many people have been dispatched last time. She pondered for a moment, slowly saying, "It's about you." About me? Yili was slightly surprised. You performed excellently in the last encirclement task. Zhuo Qingyu said in a rather casual tone. Also, a high-level enforcer noted that you were at peak level 4 in the combat record, and every word here is singing your praises. This matter has attracted attention from the headquarters. They mean to recruit you to join the Qingyi Bureau after your graduation. As long as you agree, they will provide you with all the resources and methods you need for your training. When you reach the 6th tier, opportunities for promotion to master will also be prioritized for you. Furthermore, they can assign a 5th tier warrior to protect you personally. After finishing her story, Zhuo Qingyu glanced at Yili and asked lightly, "What do you think? Graduation?" Yili raised an eyebrow slightly. In 4 years? In 4 months, I will probably have advanced to the 6th tier. In 4 years, do I still need the support of the Qingyi Bureau? Exactly. Zhuo Qingyu seemed to show a hint of a smile, then became serious. But that's not all. At least they plan to provide that 5th tier protector immediately. Please help me decline. Yili rubbed his temples, feeling a bit of a headache. For ordinary spiritual realm warriors, even those under him could hardly last 10 moves. Having such a level of warrior protect me, who can say who is protecting whom? It's better not to add more burdens to myself. Then I will help you politely decline. Zhuo Qingyu sat down beside the stone table, brewed tea for herself from afar, and explained, actually, the Qingyi Bureau's proposal is quite normal. Because for 4th tier warriors, martial arts universities are far more suitable for their growth than the Qingyi Bureau. They are considering your safety. After all, joining the Qingyi Bureau means you will be stationed at the borders of various secret realms, and that is a risky job. As for that 5th tier warrior. As Zhuo Qingyu spoke, her expression became a bit complicated. For others, it's already fast to break through after 10 years of preparing at the peak of the 4th tier. Who would have thought you have already reached the peak of the 5th tier? I was almost scared by you. How did you do it? Did you absorb all the demigod blood from the martial field? In just half a day, he went from the peak of the 4th tier to the peak of the 5th tier. Even though Zhuo Qingyu was desperately trying to hide her emotions at that moment, one could still see her shock from the trembling teacup. She had thought about it all the way. Absorbing the demigod blood from the martial field was already the most likely reason. Yili held his chin with his fingers. Relying on my own persistence and effort? That seems a bit forced. After thinking for a moment, with no better reasoning coming to mind, he nodded, something like that. Upon hearing this, Zhuo Qingyu let out a slight sigh of relief. After all, that was the blood of a demigod. Although it had been diluted countless times, the energy within was still astonishing and could barely be accepted. Probably. Regardless of the reason, you are now truly at the peak of the 5th tier. And it's that kind of foundation that is horrifying. This really can't be resisted. Zhuo Qingyu sipped her scalding tea and turned to look at Yili. The demigod blood has its pros and cons. Although it has been filtered by the cleansing dust lotus, impurities must have mingled into your body. In the future, I will find a way to remove them for you. As she spoke, she set down her teacup. Also, when your performance today spreads, the threshold of Fengyun University might be trampled down. Who knows how many forces will throw olive branches at you? Among them are not just the prestigious sects within Hanxia, but most likely also renowned forces from the 4 seas. Your future path is still long, so you must be cautious with this matter. Zhuo Qingyu spoke in a tone that had a certain air of maturity, which did not quite match her youthful appearance. But as a mentor, there are certain things that must be said. The Qingyi Bureau's actions were still slow. They actually waited until graduation to recruit. Zhuo Qingyu's words were actually quite conservative. If a peak Tianguan realm expert under 30 can make the prestigious sects of Hanxia take notice, it would surely attract the attention of some forces from the 4 seas as well. A peak of Divine Palace realm, not yet 20, can definitely make the famous powers of the 4 seas tremble. Because at this stage of Divine Palace realm, potential has been displayed vividly. The quality of the Heavenly Gate Bridge can only be vaguely judged by the efficiency of true energy output, but the quality of the Divine Palace is obvious at a glance. Young, plus the peak of the Divine Palace realm, in a golden blue color. Any normal martial artist would know. This is a future master of martial arts. Not to mention that those powers would go crazy. Even the officials of the 4 seas would be anxious, scratching their ears and cheeks to win him over. This is the weight of a martial arts master. I understand. Upon hearing this, Yili nodded slightly, not overly concerned. What the other party said so much, in fact, only requires attention to one thing. Next, a considerable number of large forces will pay special attention to him. This is an opportunity, and also a fork in the road. It can even be said to be a muddy water with hidden currents surging. But there is no need to care. As long as his strength is strong enough, no matter what kind of muddy water it has nothing to do with him. If among the many forks, there isn't a path he likes, then he will carve out a new one with his own strength. No force can become a mountain that crushes Yili, it will only make him walk higher on the road of martial arts. I just need to keep moving forward. Yili's mood was light, not constrained. Relying on others is not as good as relying on oneself. At least when disaster strikes, he will have the right to choose freely. That's good. Looking at the sky outside the courtyard, Zhuqingyu stood up, then lightly coughed and said, "It's getting late, I need to go back and rest. If you have something, come to my courtyard to report, my sleep is light." After saying this, without waiting for Yili to respond, she waved her hand, her thin figure instantly turning into a gust of fresh wind, disappearing from the spot. After seeing off Zhuqingyu, Yili entered the cultivation room equipped in the attic. Current martial skill, 6-tier rare martial skill. Dragon sealing heavenly forbidden technique, not started. Can be upgraded. Since he was idle, it was better to directly max this out. With a thought, a vast amount of evil value surged into the panel. Ding! Starting to consume evil value, continuously enhancing 6-tier rare martial skill. Dragon sealing heavenly forbidden technique. After consuming 5,000 points of evil value, you encountered the familiar problem again, and couldn't help but wonder, is this martial skill really for humans to practice? Chapter 134, The Total Bureau of Clear Anomalies, Judgment Seal. In the quiet attic. Zhuqingyu walked out of the bathroom with a cold face, her long hair neatly styled, wrapped in a clean white towel. Although with her cultivation level, she no longer needs to use such methods for purification. But this was a method she had been using since she was weak, to relieve stress. From the results, it indeed proved to be quite effective. Her agitated heart finally calmed down a bit. With a casual use of strong wind to dry her hair, she changed into a tidy and fitted blue outfit. Returning to her usual posture, she called the Total Bureau of Clear Anomalies. Soon, an ordinary-looking middle-aged man with sharp features appeared in front of Zhuqingyu via holographic projection. "I brought the matter to you, but Yili disagreed." Zhuqingyu crossed her arms, and even in front of this well-known martial arts master, her demeanor showed no signs of restraint. "Is that so?" The middle-aged man was not surprised, it was quite normal for a young martial artist who had reached the peak of the 4th level to be proud. It's just a pity that the current situation within the bureau is tense, otherwise, he would definitely be able to offer better conditions. Speaking of which, a martial artist at the Divine Palace realm is basically equivalent to the head of the Clear Anomalies Bureau in a large city. But in the eyes of these young prodigies, it is still not enough, and they might think that the Divine Palace realm is easily attainable. Alas, they are still too young. Unaware of how many years it takes to refine a high-quality divine residence. The middle-aged man shook his head and then spoke. Well then, a peak 4th level genius is indeed rare in 1,000 years, but it's still far from needing Han Xiao to curry favor. Upon hearing this, Zhuqingyu waved his hand and said lightly, "It's up to you all, I want a rest." A student so powerful, yet the other side does not dare to bet. Truly blind to brilliance, timid as a mouse. Once Yili is poached by another force, they will obediently comply. Without waiting for the middle-aged man to reply, Zhuqingyu directly hung up the phone. In the headquarters of the Qingyi Bureau, the middle-aged man looked at the cut-off image, letting out a long sigh. As one of the 7 judges of the Qingyi Bureau, Yang Qingshan felt immense pressure. He actually knew that to outsiders, he appeared overly stingy. But there was no choice. Over 100 years ago, the battle with the beast god secret realm had wiped out most of the once ample resources of the Qingyi Bureau, and they still had not fully recovered. Compared to those dazzling geniuses, he preferred to reserve resources for the brave enforcers who fought against demons. After all, even if he indulged these so-called geniuses, they would likely end up benefiting the famous sections. It's a pity, if I could wipe out all the 3 mountains in 6 sects, the situation would be much better. Yang Qingshan leaned back in his chair, helplessly sighing, but unfortunately, no one has the extra hands. If only a martial arts prodigy could emerge in the Han Xiao realm, unafraid of offending those famous sects, with exceptional talent, strong power, and ultimately standing by the Qingyi Bureau. Then Yang Qingshan would wake up laughing from his dreams. What's wrong with me? Yang Qingshan remained silent for a moment, then shook his head in helplessness. How can a martial arts master still indulge in fantasies? There's no such good thing in the world. A gifted prodigy, who doesn't want to join the 3 mountains and 6 sects, but is solely passionate about the Qingyi Bureau? You should know that recently in the Beijing province, a young man named Zhu Zhengchuan claimed to be his successor and also reached peak 4th level at a young age. This made Yang Qingshan very excited. In recent years, he spent the resources of the Qingyi Bureau, secretly aiding his rise in strength, and even took the time to teach him martial arts in the Beijing province. What was the result? Though not publicly announced, Zhu Zhengchuan was already secretly one of the Three Mountains, the youngest senior steward within the Xiantian Dao sect. This made Yang Qingshan feel like a clown. Now, another younger peak 4th level genius has emerged. Yang Qingshan considered himself weary and powerless. Any resources that could help these prodigies were treasures among treasures. Every donation only worsened the already meager situation of the Qingyi Bureau. Dong dong dong. Just then, a gentle knock sounded at the door. Come in. Yang Qingshan gathered his thoughts and spoke blandly. General Yang. A young man dressed as a servant hurried in, his face showing remnants of excitement. Do you remember Yili from Fengyun University? I remember, he's that new prodigy at peak 4th level, right? Yang Qingshan immediately felt a toothache but still maintained a straight face, his voice deep. Let's say this. If he can condense a golden divine residence and break into 5th level before graduation, I might even give him the judgment seal in advance. Yang Qingshan stood up and walked to the window, softly saying, but he hasn't achieved that yet, and it's also good for him to hone his skills for a few years in the martial arts university. Upon hearing this, the servant's eyes showed a hint of astonishment. The judgment seal, that is the symbol of identity for the 7 current judges of the Qingyi Bureau. Holding the judgment seal, the rights it grants are quite simple. The power to patrol the nation. This was a title that only that national pillar could bestow. But that national pillar has been in seclusion for years, and Yang Qingshan, as his most senior disciple and the only one who could contact him, naturally held the right to issue the judgment seal. However, the attendant never dreamed that the other party would value Yili to such an extent. So he did not dare to be negligent and hurriedly asked, then General Yang, when do you plan to send me to deliver the judgment seal? Yang Qingshan was slightly taken aback and instinctively asked, has he broken through the divine mansion? This. The attendant pondered and said, almost. What do you mean? Yang Qingshan's eyes flickered, his heart uncontrollably racing. You need to be clearer. General Yang. The attendant licked his dry lips, his voice filled with uncontrollable excitement. News from the capital, that student Yili from Fengyun University, is now at the peak of the 5th level. And he publicly crushed that little gun god. The competition scene was filled with excitement, a gold and blue light column soaring to the sky. I checked the records, this is the most terrifying true energy breakthrough in the history of Hanxia. Yang Qingshan stood frozen in place. Chapter 135, a long-awaited call from Old Deng. Meanwhile, in the training room equipped by Jingjing University, Yili's points were being accumulated. After consuming 30,000 points of evil value, you gradually understand the mysteries of this method, which can allow true energy to surge with powerful sealing ability. You can store power for a long time, planting a dragon seal of unpredictable might. You can also cause your opponent to gradually lose their original abnormalities through repeated clashes, allowing the dragon seal to be completed step by step. No wonder that Left Qingyu said this method is very compatible with martial artists who excel in close combat. Once the dragon seal is completed, the tyrannical dragon-shaped true energy will instantly immobilize the enemy's limbs and body. From their meridians to their martial babies, everything will be suppressed by that majestic dragon seal until they cannot move. Sealing Dragon Heaven Forbidden Technique, major achievement. After consuming 50,000 points of evil value, you completely understood the principle of this rare martial skill. As long as you successfully seal a martial artist, even if the dragon seal is later removed, their resistance to this method will greatly decrease in the future. It's like facing numerous difficulties when first opening a road, even paying a bloody price. But as long as you succeed once, the difficulty will drop significantly for future seals. Besides, for you, the seals can be released at will, making it comparable to fully understanding the paradoxes of the previous life for martial artists of the same level. Sealing Dragon Heaven Forbidden Technique, perfection. Comment, this is the first time you've come into contact with such a tyrannical sealing technique. Many related usages spring to mind in your head. Surely those martial artists caught in it wouldn't want to turn into half-wrecks for the rest of their lives, right? Remaining evil value, 20,000 points. Finally maxed out. Yili let out a long breath. As he stepped into the peak of the 5th level, his understanding of martial skills also soared. Unfortunately, he was always learning ahead of time, and the skills he was learning were all at the rarest level. This led to his points accumulation being a bit nerve-wracking. But fortunately, the outcome was still good. Just as the system panel displayed, he was quite satisfied with this astonishing sealing technique, and indeed had many fresh new ideas. Sometimes, a sealing technique that can be released is even more tyrannical and despairing than one that cannot be released. Correspondingly, the more pain the enemy feels from it, the more evil value Yili can obtain. The very good effect stirred my heart. Yili slowly reined in his thoughts. He extended his palm, and ice blue cold true energy surged from his palm. Under his intentional control, the ice blue and the true energy quickly faded, replaced by a dark golden glow. The dark golden true energy flickered with a metallic-like strange light, and faintly, small dragon shadows danced within. With just a slight probe of his spiritual sense, he could feel a strong sense of overpowering. Dragon sealing heavenly forbidden technique. Yili whispered to himself, subconsciously thinking of those film and television works from his previous life, where special handcuffs could seal the powers of ability users. This method is somewhat similar to that, but its effect is even more domineering. Handcuffs and shackles still require subduing the enemy before they can be worn, but his dragon sealing heavenly forbidden technique does not have so many rules. As long as he can imprint the dragon seal, even the most noble and proud 6th-tier warrior would have to fall to the ground helplessly. As for encountering a martial arts master, they had worked hard to reach the realm of masters, so what's wrong with being a bit proud? Yili casually withdrew the true energy in his palm and stood up, leaving the training room. He needed to wake up early tomorrow to go to various provinces for events, so he should rest early. After stepping into the pinnacle of the 5th tier, his mental strength was extraordinary. Going a month without sleep was not difficult at all. But sleeping could still ease his fatigue to some extent. Who says that having a high realm means you can't sleep? After a simple wash, his phone in the storage ring suddenly vibrated. Yili took out his phone, and after connecting, a holographic projection quietly appeared. A familiar old face appeared before him, laughing as he said, "Good disciple, how have you been lately?" Although the old man's voice sounded strong, it was clear that he was not in good condition. Not only did he have a somewhat pale look from overexertion, but his aura was also visibly weak. "Old dang, what happened to you in half a month?" Yili looked at the projection of the obviously forcing a smile old man and couldn't help but frown and ask. He remembered Lin Yun saying that the old man went to Jiangnan province for work and wouldn't be back for a short time. Was he in a fight? "It's nothing, just a small issue." Old Deng casually waved his hand, indicating that there was no need to say more. Then, in the next second, he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, staining his pure white beard red. Yili looked at this scene with an expressionless face. Who did you get beaten by? If it was just a fight, then fine. Considering his old man's 5th tier 6th stage cultivation, there should be few rivals within the province, plus his status as a senior teacher at Fengyun University. Generally, ordinary forces wouldn't dare to hit him too hard even if they had conflicts. Given his current miserable state, he must have offended some powerful forces. Thinking of this, Yili's heart stirred. He was in need of a suitable hunting target. Old Deng smacked his lips, giving an awkward smile. He originally intended to remind Yili to be careful of someone. He didn't expect to be met with such enthusiastic concern from the youth right away. Considering Yili's nature, the old man was really a bit touched in his heart. No matter the reason, at least the other party was indeed concerned about him. A gentleman judges actions, not intentions. Old Deng lightly coughed twice but didn't answer directly. I just want to remind you that in the future, while carrying out tasks, try to avoid Jiangnan province. It's best to choose tasks within the province. Why? Yili raised his eyebrow and asked. There's no reason. Old Deng instinctively replied, but then realized that saying such things might work for ordinary students, but not for the young man before him. It didn't seem weighty enough. So he immediately added, I offended a certain force in Jiangnan province and worry that it might implicate you, so I specially remind you. Lies. Yili unceremoniously replied, his voice calm, Old Deng, if you don't tell the truth, I'll go to those forces in Jiangnan province tomorrow. Faced with this, Old Deng was dumbfounded. You want to make me die of anger? If you don't want me to go, just tell the truth quickly. Yili said dismissively. If it came to raiding, he had the Fengyun gold medal representing the city's Bureau of Extraordinary Affairs at his waist, which was absolutely enough to deal with ordinary local forces. If it came to fighting, he had cultivated to the perfect pinnacle of the 5th tier. Perhaps the strongest level 6 warrior in the province is currently living next door. Now is not the time to ask, when else could it be? Chapter 136, Yili feels fear. The air had been silent for a long time. Old Yu finally sighed and slowly said, I don't know how you little brat figured it out. Not long ago, I heard you beat the Chuchuan, who was 18th on the Fengyun list, badly, and my heart sank. His off-campus master is Cheng Qing, the youngest elder of the Hainshan Baoga in Jiangnan province. You might not be familiar with this name, but to us old-school level 5 warriors in Jiangnan province, she is famously bold. Relying on the importance Hainshan Baoga places on her, she looks down on ordinary level 6 warriors. Once, she beat a grand elder of a small sect into submission just because that elder was a top-notch practitioner of cross-training in their youth and accepted a challenge out of anger. She became famous because of that battle. The sect's master feared the Hangshan Baoga behind her, so the matter ended without resolution. Old Yu felt heavy-hearted, wiping the bloodstains from his beard. He said helplessly, Cheng Qing is someone who, if you put it nicely, is straightforward. If you put it harshly, she can't keep a secret at all. I heard you beat her disciple so badly that they couldn't get out of bed for months, making her furious at the Hangshan Baoga. I worried she would secretly do you harm, so I hurried over to negotiate, wanting to minimize the big issue and resolve the small one. As he spoke, the wrinkles on the old man's face became increasingly pronounced, and his murky eyes showed clear gravity, obviously caring a lot about this matter. Yili pondered for a moment and then asked, "Did you fail?" "Failed." Old Yu sighed again, appearing considerably older. Licking his dry lips, he then said with a wry smile, "I reasoned with her, but she chose to reason with her fists. Cheng Qing said if you can beat her, not only will she not seek revenge, but she is also willing to give you her ultimate skill, the glazed body, to cultivate. Of course, I'm not an idiot. Cheng Qing has been in the level 5/8 stage for a while now. Fists fear youth, and besides, I'm not good at close combat." At this point, an awkward look appeared on old Yu's face. After pondering for a long time, he finally said, "I spent a few days with her at Hangshan Baoga to change the conditions to stand under her for 10 punches without retreating." "How many punches did you endure?" Hearing this, Yili casually asked. 8 punches. The embarrassment on old Yu's old face deepened, and this was done while she intentionally insulted me. The first few punches were not even her full strength. Yili lightly nodded, indicating he understood. He didn't say anything harsh. Although the old man was useless, he had still tried his best. Moreover, it was essentially for his safety, but he ended up sacrificing his own safety. The only downside was that he was just now learning that Cheng Qing had been thinking about him all along. To avoid letting her expectations fall flat. Once this matter is resolved, he would go to Jiangnan province. Yili looked up and seemed to casually sigh, "Come back early to recover, I have a way to help you break through." "What could you possibly do?" Olju shook his head, helplessly laughing. For warriors at their level, being stuck at a stage for a few years, a dozen years, or even decades is quite normal. He had just broken through to the 6th stage not long ago, and the 7th stage was still far away. No need to ask, this was the other party hoping he would return soon, thus telling a kind lie. Thinking of this, Olju felt a warmth in his heart and spoke. "You should stay honestly in the school for this period, at most carry out a blue task in the city, and don't take any further ones." Yili spoke softly, "I'll hang up now, I need to rest." "Don't take my words lightly." After hanging up the phone, Yili loosened his clothes and got onto the bed, only to find that he had no more sleepiness. The originally restless emotions became even more fiery. Thinking of a renowned and famous martial artist having thoughts of him, he felt restless. After lying patiently for a while again, Yili got dressed and walked straight out of the room, heading to the courtyard. The refreshing evening breeze blew on him, but it did not calm his burning emotions. In his sight, the bright moonlight poured down on the earth, covering everything in a thin layer of silver. Yili imagined the appearance of that Cheng Qing in his mind, and a tempting blush covered his face. Of course, this was caused by his own thoughts. No way. Yili let out a light breath, then quickly walked toward the courtyard gate. I really can't wait any longer. There were only 2,000 points of evil remaining. Not to mention advancing to the 6th level, even if he obtained the spiritual nurturing method given by Zhuo Qingyu now, he would not be able to perfect it and nurture a high-quality martial infant. In the end, it all comes down to one simple reason. Too few points. In such an urgent moment, he was still thinking about resting for a night and going to various martial arts universities tomorrow to earn a few tiny points? It was a bit daft. First of all, Zhu Zhengchuan was already a leading figure among the younger generation of Hanxia. But he was just at the peak of the 4th level, the points he could earn would decline significantly. Moreover, seeing himself defeat Zhu Zhengchuan with overwhelming strength, did those martial arts universities still have the courage to invite him? The answer would be a big question mark. In summary, the correct decision now was to go directly to Jiangnan province. Otherwise, if the news reaches the Hangshan Treasure Pavilion in Jiangnan province, what if Cheng Qing changes her mind after hearing it? Thinking of this, Yili, whose physical body was clearly unafraid of water or fire, couldn't help but shiver. Damn it, this thought was really too scary. There was no time to hesitate any longer. Yili moved like the wind, instantly arriving outside Zhuo Qingyu's courtyard, and then knocked on the door. Soon, Zhuo Qingyu, with a slight frown, opened the door. What is it? She was dressed elegantly in blue, though her hair was somewhat disheveled. Very good, Qingyu also did not sleep. Yili thought to himself and went straight to the point. The Hangshan Treasure Pavilion in Jiangnan province is too much, the elder Cheng Qing in there wants to harm me. Hearing the calm account from the young man, the sleepiness in Zhuo Qingyu's eyes instantly disappeared, and a powerful aura surged out from her body. Among the martial artists Zhuo Qingyu had seen, Yili was definitely the most pleasing to the eye. This was quite rare. She had regarded the young man as a comrade and intended to rely on her own wings to protect him until he grew up. Cheng Qing from the Hangshan Treasure Pavilion? Such audacity. Really? Zhuo Qingyu's voice was chillingly cold, making one unable to stop shivering in fear. Really? Yili nodded, his calm voice carrying a hint of madness. The old man has already been attacked by them, and I plan to confront them head-on tomorrow morning. Chapter 137, Is it still too late to kneel and apologize? Thank you to your whole family, boss. The next morning, high in the sky. Ah! The roaring wind howled in his ears. Yili, dressed in white, swiftly glided through the high sky. Zhu Qingyu followed beside him, looking at the increasingly magnified blurry buildings in the distance, and spoke softly to him. Yili, the Hainshan Treasure Pavilion is not an ordinary power, but you should not feel pressured because of it. My protection is much more useful than that Fengyun gold medal around your waist. Her voice was filled with confidence in her own strength. Although the Fengyun gold medal was known as the life-saving medal for ordinary sect forces, the 3 mountains and 6 sects were obviously not within that influence. Especially when it comes to martial artists seeking revenge. The protection of a martial infant realm powerhouse was indeed much stronger than the deterrent effect of a gold medal. Yili looked at the enormous mountain gate ahead and asked. The noise might be a bit loud, is that okay? What problem could there be? Zhu Qingyu snorted lightly, with me backing you up, you can act boldly. Hearing this, Yili nodded slightly. I understand. As he spoke, the true energy within him began to flow gently. Jiangnan Province, Hainshan Treasure Pavilion. This place, even among the many provinces in Huanxia, can be considered quite prosperous, with a well-developed economy. Hainshan Treasure Pavilion is located in the heart of Jiangnan Province, rich in spiritual energy. As one of the 6 sects of the 3 mountains and 6 sects, its reputation in the area is self-evident, almost exaggerated. The strongest evidence is that whenever the elders of Hainshan Treasure Pavilion or even the deacons come down from the mountain, it can stir excitement and support among the local martial artists. Though called a pavilion, Hainshan Treasure Pavilion occupies an incredibly vast area, exceeding tens of thousands of hectares. With diverse facilities, one can easily see its deep foundation. As the morning sunlight poured into the courtyard. Inside Hainshan Treasure Pavilion, a melodious bell rang out. This signified that the opening time of the mountain gate for the day had arrived. Those from various mountain gate forces, upon hearing the bell, knew that Hainshan Treasure Pavilion had lifted its defensive array and could now enter normally. Meanwhile, in a finely crafted residence, Cheng Qing, with a hint of heroism in her eyes, slowly opened her eyes from her bed. In front of her, 3 precious medicinal herbs had absorbed all their spiritual essence and had now become shriveled. Her wheat-colored skin gleamed like jade, and her eyes always carried a lion-like dominance. As she walked into the courtyard, a feeling of rock-solid stability radiated from her body, causing the few disciples guarding outside to change color slightly. No wonder she is the youngest elder of Hainshan Treasure Pavilion. Just the aura released from her physical body is so overwhelming, if she unleashed her spiritual platform and divine residence, it would be an astonishing sight. At that moment, a pale-faced youth staggered in, then respectfully knelt before her. Disciple Yuchuan, pays respect to master. I am well, you may rise, Cheng Qing said, slowly stretching her body, feeling quite pleased. Thanks to the 3 earth heart treasures given to her by the pavilion. Now, she was not far from the 5th stage, 9th level. Master's strength seems to have improved again? Yuchuan raised his head, looking at her with admiration. Roughly. Cheng Qing casually looked over, asking, how's your injury recovering? The disciple she took in not only had commendable talent but also accurately gauged her thoughts. Often filled with joy from Cheng Qing's praises. Flattery requires a certain level of skill, plus his talent was adequate, which is why she took Yuchuan as a disciple. She never expected that not long ago, he was seriously injured by an unknown junior. This made Cheng Qing quite angry. She always valued her face, she couldn't bear any humiliation or doubt beneath her eyes. The young man named Yili reportedly struck hard, even knowing that Yuchuan was her disciple. This act clearly showed he did not take her seriously. In fact, she didn't care much about Yuchuan's injury. But to regain her lost face, Cheng Qing was determined to find an opportunity to make Yili pay a heavy price within the next 2 months. As for the rumors of bullying the weak, Cheng Qing did not care at all. Otherwise, she wouldn't have forced that weak and 5th stage warrior out and killed him with her bare hands. In Cheng Qing's view, a warrior who lost is a loser. Only the weak would find excuses to hide their incompetence. In reply to Master, my injury. Recalling the horrific scene from that day, Yuchuan's face turned pale, but he still answered respectfully, with the precious medicine you provided, in about 3 months, I should recover to around 70 to 80%. Cheng Qing nodded and seemingly casually said, by the way, regarding that Yili, I have already thought about how to teach him a lesson. He broke your bones, so I will break his dream of the divine mansion, how about that? Though it was a question, the tone was like stating a fact. Clearly, regardless of whether Yuchuan agreed or not, she intended to do it. Hearing this, a trace of pleasure surged in Yuchuan's eyes as he lowered his head and said in a deep voice, "Thank you, master. Today, I'm in a good mood, come out and accompany me for a stroll." As she spoke, Changqing walked out of the mansion leisurely, and several disciples quickly bowed and greeted her upon seeing her. Inside the courtyard, Yuchuan also responded and then jogged out to follow her. Inside the Hangshan Treasure Pavilion. Green hills and clear waters, beautiful scenery. At this moment, it was early morning, and the view was indeed quite pleasing to the eye. Changqing walked gracefully among it, her expression calm. As the youngest and most capable elder in the pavilion, her fame throughout Jiangnan province was quite high. Countless young martial artists secretly regarded her as a target and role model. Just along this way, many disciples from the pavilion greeted her, their eyes sparkling with admiration as they watched her retreating figure. Even those elders who had much more experience than her greeted her with smiles when meeting her. Listening to these compliments, a clear smile gradually appeared on Changqing's lips. Exactly, this was the feeling she longed for. She loved this feeling of being cherished by others. Although her reputation had been slightly tarnished because of that Yili, she would soon find an opportunity to mend it perfectly. After all, even the other party's teacher wasn't her match. What could a young Heavenly Gate realm martial artist do against her, a deep-rooted Divine Mansion realm powerhouse? Ignorant junior, you will soon pay the price for your actions. Changqing smiled slightly and turned her attention back to admiring the scenery. She had already sent someone last night to investigate news about Yili at the Winds and Clouds University. It wouldn't be long before she heard that he was out on a mission. If he dared to act rashly next, then let him wait for her to show up at his door. A moment later, in a great mood, Changqing returned home with Yuchuan. The gatekeeper hurriedly stepped forward and clasped his hands, saying, "Elder Chang, someone is looking for you." "Someone is looking for me?" Changqing frowned slightly. She didn't remember having an appointment today. "Yes." As Changqing and Yuchuan exchanged puzzled glances, the gatekeeper quickly added, "A man and a woman are currently waiting for you in the courtyard." Changqing quickly walked into the courtyard and immediately spotted two unfamiliar figures. A proud-looking girl in green, and a handsome boy in white with a gold medal hanging from his waist. At the sight of him, Yuchuan behind her gasped in shock, "Yili?" His voice was filled with intense fear, clearly terrified to the core. "Yili?" Upon hearing this, Changqing's expression instantly darkened. A cold murderous intent suddenly surged in her eyes. She stared at the calm white-clad youth and felt a mix of surprise and anger. "You have quite the nerve." She never expected that before she even made a move, he would come right to her doorstep. The next moment, the white-clad youth raised his gaze to her. Without warning, Changqing suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of crisis rising from her heart. Then she heard the youth ask softly, "Elder Changqing, is it too late to kneel down and apologize now?" Chapter 138, The Young Outperforming the Old? Thanks to extremely low presence, boss. Hearing the unexpected question, Changqing instinctively froze. She thought he was young and impulsive, here to seek an explanation for his injured teacher. But unexpectedly, he was actually begging for mercy? Changqing couldn't help but snicker. Of course, even if he was a genius, at most he was just a fourth-tier Heavenly Gate. Provoking a fearsome realm warrior of the Divine Mansion, one inevitably loses their composure. Of course, there's still plenty of time. Changqing stepped forward, a look of disdain on her face, and said, "If you bow and apologize now, I might consider not breaking your heavenly bridge." "You misunderstood." Hearing this, the young man in white rose from his chair. After a brief pause, his cold and piercing voice echoed throughout the mansion. "What I mean is, you can bow and apologize now." The moment the words fell, a tremendous pressure erupted from his body. Changqing's face, filled with a hint of scorn, was instantly illuminated by the golden blue light, like a golden blue sun rising. This was not the realm of harmonious coexistence. This was the pressure of a peak warrior of the Divine Mansion. Suddenly, Changqing felt an overwhelming weight pressing down on her, as if a towering mountain had landed on her. Her complexion changed abruptly, her skin shining bright, glazed body. In that instant, Changqing barely stabilized her form and looked across, only to see a blaze of white light, followed by a surge of chilling air soaring upwards. A frost dragon, dozens of meters long, was born from the void, howling towards her like it was tearing through the sky. Her skin glowed with jade light, and an ethereal glazed silhouette instantly enveloped her. Boom! In a split second, the entire mansion exploded with a thunderous roar, the glazed silhouette shattering amidst the storm, and a fierce shockwave suddenly slammed into Changqing, sending her flying hundreds of meters. The immense spectacle instantly attracted countless astonished gazes. The sky was illuminated in icy blue, the thunderous momentum echoing through much of the Hangshan Treasure Pavilion. Even Zhuo Qingyu, sitting in her chair, couldn't help but marvel again at Yili's dominance at the peak of the 5th stage. Without even exerting much force, defeating a 5th stage 8th level warrior was like battling a child. Zhuo Qingyu murmured to herself, golden blue, indeed a higher level of the Divine Mansion. Damn, she kind of wanted that too. At the same time, in Zhuo Qingyu's perception, two powerful auras were roused by this momentum, awaking one after the other. They were the two martial infant realm experts from Hengshan Treasure Pavilion. When the ice dragon dissipated, Cheng Qing was covered in cracks like porcelain. She knelt down on the ground in embarrassment, her mouth and nose bleeding profusely, gasping heavily for air. Her eyes were filled with horror. The person who had been hiding behind her, Yu Chuan, was now on the verge of collapse. Even though Cheng Qing had absorbed most of the damage, he was still heavily injured, with only his consciousness remaining somewhat clear, staring blankly ahead. Cheng Qing, feeling her severe injuries, struggled to look ahead. Before her, the young man in white stood calmly with his hands clasped behind him. In the midst of countless suspicious gazes, he took a step forward, and his figure instantly vanished from the spot. Only a series of sonic booms suddenly erupted. You! Cheng Qing felt her brain buzzing and instinctively began to retreat. Peak 5th stage. The soaring golden blue true energy, plus such a terrifying killing move, made it clear he was a king among the Divine Mansion warriors. But why? Cheng Qing couldn't understand why the young man possessed the strength of peak 5th stage. Wasn't Yu Chuan saying that Yili was a 4th stage warrior? Why was he stronger than that elderly Yuan? They all said the old were stepping back for the young, so why was the young one even more powerful than the old? Cheng Qing's mind trembled violently. In an instant, Yili's figure appeared right before her. Yili swiftly opened his fists. The mere momentum before his punch shook the ground violently. In that moment, a metallic dark golden light surged from his fist. A mysterious sense of dominance emerged. Seeing this, Cheng Qing's pupils trembled, her entire body glowing with jade light, true energy fiercely depleted, Divine Mansion protective body. Purple light burst forth from her body. A seemingly unshakable Divine Mansion suddenly released a phantom, wrapping her within it. One of the characteristics of the Divine Mansion realm is the ability to use its own Divine Mansion for protection, making its defense extremely strong. But this was already the last line of defense. If the Divine Mansion were shattered, the backlash would definitely be enough to make one drink from a bitter cup. Yili's expression remained calm as he swiftly threw a punch. Boom! In the next moment, the purple Divine Mansion phantom exploded violently in the fierce wind, creating a large pit in the ground. Cheng Qing was covered in blood, lying within it, unable to rise again. Her Divine Mansion had shattered, and her flesh and veins were on the verge of collapse. Yili stood at the edge of the pit, slowly walking towards Cheng Qing in the pit, clearly not planning to end it here. Master! Seeing this situation, Yu Chuan and the many disciples of Hengshan Baoge stood dazed, their bodies frozen in place. They wanted to help, but they couldn't do anything. They never imagined that the domineering Elder Chang, who usually ran rampant, could be beaten into such a miserable state by a young boy. The battle ended in 2 moves. It was even easier than beating a dog. Hengshan Rebirth Technique. In the pit, Cheng Qing, with her consciousness hazy, instinctively muttered the chant, wanting to let her true energy flow through the Tianguan bridge to repair her collapsing body. However, there was no response at all. This immediately sent her into a panic, and she hurriedly sank her mind into her body. Only then did she realize that on her Tianguan bridge, 5 illusory dragon shadows were dancing a magnificent dance, completely sealing her true energy, rendering her immobile. In an instant, an unprecedented sense of suffocation surged into Cheng Qing's heart. At that moment, a long hand reached out, firmly grasping her face. Chapter 139, Enjoy the Pain, Elder Cheng Qing. The Hengshan Baoge was filled with chaos, as outside the half-ruined mansion, the disciples were crowded, drawn by the sound. Even as disciples of one of the 6 sects, who had seen many impressive battles, they couldn't help but be shocked by the scene before them. Outside the shattered mansion, a wide and deep ravine was carved by a cold, ice-blue dragon. Where it passed, everything sparkled with the glimmer of destruction. Further ahead was a huge pit, mercilessly forged by immense force. The white-clothed boy's expression was indifferent, as he held the face of a spirited woman. It was indeed the usually proud Elder Cheng Qing. At this moment, in Yili's hand, she seemed like a candle in the wind, dripping with blood, her weak hands resting on his arm, feebly trying to pull away. The next moment, Yili's cold voice rang in her ears. Do you remember what you told my master before, that as long as you can take 10 punches without falling, you would let me go? Simple words seemed to carry a murderous intent, pounding on Cheng Qing's heart like a heavy hammer. I. Cheng Qing's lips trembled, her gaze slipping through the gaps of her fingers, falling on that fair face. She instinctively wanted to deny it. At this moment, the crisis she felt from the white-clothed boy in front of her far surpassed the time when she broke through the Tianguan. Only now did Cheng Qing understand what kind of person she had set her sights on. Moreover, she was the one who took the initiative to approach him. Just before this, the other party's mentor even made a special visit in an effort to turn hostility into friendship, wanting her to abandon the idea of making a move. So it wasn't a request at all, but a warning? Speak. Yili's expression remained unchanged, his voice betraying no emotion. As his fingers tightened, a sharp pain instantly surged in Chang Qing's heart. Crack! The sound of her skull fracturing echoed in Chang Qing's ears, making her scalp tingle. In an instant, she was engulfed by overwhelming fear, terror rising from her heart. I will die. If I don't beg for mercy, I will really die. Spare me. Chang Qing's mind finally shattered. Under Yili's grip, her healthy and strong thighs struggled frantically, tears and blood streamed down, and she cried out pitifully. I was wrong. I didn't know the heavens from the earth. Please, spare me. Death was approaching, and she couldn't care less about her precious face. In the dazed eyes of the many disciples, her pride as a strong person shattered completely, becoming just like that of the elder at the moment of death. She completely disregarded her image and everything as she spoke the words she usually regarded as shameful. Sir! It was I who was oblivious. I bow to you. Please spare me. Chang Qing struggled constantly, looking utterly miserable. In just a few minutes, she had fallen from heaven to hell. Now, under the gaze of so many disciples, she was begging for mercy in such a humiliating way. Chang Qing felt an overwhelming suffocation. But in order to survive, she kept humbly begging for mercy. Such a huge contrast nearly shattered her heart. At that moment, she felt her body lighten and fell to the ground. It turned out that Yili had released her, looking at her calmly. Continued Chang Qing could see in his eyes the meaning of this. Chang Qing instinctively looked around, clearly seeing herself surrounded by thousands of disciples. Their complex and shocking gazes intertwined into a boundless net, tightening her heart suddenly. This scene was like an endless nightmare. A vast ocean of despair surged in her heart. Chang Qing felt like her insides were burning, an unbearable humiliation was about to swallow her. Under this pressure, her knees finally buckled and she knelt neatly at Yili's feet, crying out miserably. Sir, I will never dare again. Really, please spare me. Publicly defeating and humiliating the youngest elder of Hangshan Treasure Pavilion, evil deeds plus 30,000. Detected that Chang Qing's heart of Tao is on the verge of collapse, evil deeds plus 20,000. Detected that Yu Chuan's heart of Tao has collapsed, evil deeds plus 2,000. As the system's prompt echoed in his ears, Yili let out a barely noticeable sigh of relief. He was afraid that Chang Qing wouldn't even fare as well as Zhu Zhengchuan. After all, both could be resolved in a couple of strikes. Fortunately, as one of the three mountain sects, Hangshan Treasure Pavilion had enough weight even for the youngest elder. Yili slightly nodded, his gaze returning to Chang Qing's slightly trembling body. I remember you said before that you wanted to cripple my Tianguan bridge, he asked. Upon hearing this, Chang Qing trembled even more, desperately shaking her head. I will never dare again, I truly realize my mistake. Yili shook his head gently. You only know that you can't defeat me now. Disabling my Tianguan bridge is equivalent to destroying my future. Killing you would not be excessive. He looked down at the disheveled Chang Qing, smiling lightly, but I am a merciful person and won't use such ruthless means. Moreover, for a domineering martial artist like you, while death may be the hardest to accept, it is not the most painful. Only by losing power and privileges will you really feel that life is worse than death. Yili's voice was like a devil's whisper. For this, I have sealed your cultivation. If nothing unexpected happens, you won't be able to communicate with true energy for 100 years. Enjoy the pain, Elder Chang Chang. As the words landed, everyone present was shocked and in an uproar. To be unable to communicate with true energy for 100 years. This was even more distressing than killing Chang Qing. With this, her path of martial infant practically came to a complete end. 100 years, just 100 years. A heavenly palace realm martial artist can live over 200 years. As the youngest elder of Hangshan Treasure Pavilion, Chang Qing had neither hidden injuries nor ailments. 100 years later, she still had a few decades to live. At that time, she might still regain some of her former reputation. Seal me for 100 years? Chang Qing, lying on the ground, had trembling pupils, staring blankly at the departing white-clothed youth. Under such humiliation, if he were to cripple her cultivation as well, she might really take her own life. But as Yili shattered her future, he gave her a tiny hope. With hope, one can continue to persevere. This means she must live through the 100 years of confinement, carefully avoiding past enemies. Chang Qing, already mentally scattered, felt the darkness closing in even more at this moment. As the destruction of her divine palace and the injuries within her body crashed upon her, she knelt, suffocating as if drowning, and fainted away. Yet Yili did not even glance at her, simply sweeping his sleeve and leaving. After exiting the pit, he seemed to sense something and suddenly looked up at the sky, his brows furrowing slightly. Have they come? The Hangshan Pavilion is not an ordinary force. With such a big incident happening at the mountain gate, those two renowned martial infants who claimed to be in seclusion would surely not sit still. Up high, two powerful figures filled with intense anger focused fiercely on Yili below, diving down at an astonishing speed. It wasn't that they were slow, it was just that Chongqing had only held on for a very short time. Since that ice dragon appeared, it had been less than 10 minutes. Two 6th-tier warriors had been in seclusion deep in the mountains behind the gate, and upon sensing the change in energy, they had rushed to the scene at an already very fast speed. Seeing Chongqing, who had fainted away, one of the martial infants was furious, roaring from the sky. "Bastard! How dare you hurt an elder within our sect?" As he spoke, the oppressive force of the 6th-tier warrior crashed down like a mountain, booming from above. Chapter 140, The Monster of Layer Breaker. Crash. Below, the disciples of the sect watching were struck down in disarray under the might of the martial infant. They lay prostrated on the ground, eyes wide, trembling uncontrollably. Elder Chongqing was humiliated like this, they felt powerless, but now it was good. The pavilion master and the supreme elder had finally acted. Yi Li's eyes suddenly brightened, a blazing golden glow erupting from them like molten lava. "Indestructible golden soul, accompany me." The resilient golden soul allowed him to ignore the oppressive force of a superior warrior, standing firm against the mountain-like weight. As a strong enemy approached, Yi Li's heart remained calm and composed. He knew he would soon reach this realm, and this time he was not alone. Humph. At the moment when the martial infant in the sky descended with pressure, a cold snort from a girl suddenly echoed from the shattered mansion behind, resonating through the world. Alas! A raging wind rose from the ground, instantly sweeping over half of the Hangshan pavilion. Countless trees were bent over, and earth, rocks, and wood were whisked high into the air. The oppressive force of the martial infant elder was instantly cleared away. Then, under the serious gazes of the two martial infants, the girl in blue rose from the broken mansion, her bare feet treading the air, her cold eyes full of killing intent. As she stepped forward, suddenly, the wind stirred violently, and the cloud surged. "Zhuqing you?" Upon seeing the girl, the pavilion master of Hangshan changed his expression drastically, exclaiming, "Why are you here?" He never thought the elusive girl would suddenly appear here. Wasn't she supposed to be searching for opportunities in various places to break through to the master realm? Occasionally trading for resources at the Qingyi Bureau? Why would she come out to help a junior today? The pavilion master instantly realized the severity of the situation. As a mentor, do I need a reason to support my own student? Zhuqing stood in midair, one hand resting on her waist, her icy voice escaping her lips. She then stopped in the air before Yi Li, subtly shielding him behind her. "Student?" The pavilion master frowned tightly, his gaze quickly scanning over Yi Li. Upon seeing the golden plaque of wind and clouds at the boy's waist, his brow not only did not relax, but furrowed even deeper. His face also turned ugly. Is this kid really a student? For warriors who enter the divine palace, maintaining a youthful appearance is not difficult. He originally thought that the white-clothed youth below was just an old-style warrior pretending to be young. Otherwise, how could he have the power to bring Chongqing to her knees, hitting her head and causing her to faint? But now, Zhuqing told him that the youth was still a student. Moreover, he saw a genuine wind and cloud gold medal on the youth. The face of the master of Hangshan was stiff, his gaze shifting back and forth between Chongqing and Yi Li. "Zhuqing, so what if he is your student?" However, the elder beside him couldn't hold back and immediately stepped forward, shouting angrily. He publicly humiliated an elder of our sect, he must give an explanation. If it were an ordinary elder facing such a disaster, the old man might have thought twice because of Zhuqing's title as the vice principal of Fengyun University. But Chongqing was not an ordinary elder, she was a future star with high hopes from many upper echelons within the sect. Not yet 70, 5th stage 8th layer. This was a rare martial arts genius. As long as resources were tilted in her favor, Hangshan Treasure Pavilion could likely add a martial infant realm warrior in the future. At this moment, the old man was already furious beyond control, his desire to promote Chongqing to the 6th stage was known to everyone, otherwise, they wouldn't have given her so many privileges. Among the 3 mountains and 6 sects, although there were some unspoken mutual supports, in essence, each still stood for themselves. Hangshan Treasure Pavilion had been weak among them for many years, precisely because there were too few martial infant realm experts in the sect, making it inferior to the other 5 sections. If Chongqing could advance to the 6th stage martial infant, then their status in Hangshan Treasure Pavilion. Therefore, to avoid disappointing Chongqing, the old man had to provide enough response. At least leave something for the other party. But this idea quickly fell through. An explanation? Zhuqing looked at the old man with a face full of anger and sneered, "You injured my school's teacher first, and now you are thinking of coming for me. Now it's just a slight punishment, and yet you still want an explanation? Isn't that a bit too beautiful to think? Why haven't I seen you give me an explanation? If you are not satisfied, you can fight me right now." Zhuqing's voice carried a coldness. "If you don't have the foundation to face me 1 against 2 at the same level, then how can I advance to the realm of a master? I am not as incompetent as you." As her words fell, the surrounding fierce winds stirred even more violently, almost uprooting the ground. "You're giving such face?" Seeing this, Yili was slightly surprised. The other party's attitude was indeed more resolute than he had imagined. Especially this attitude towards fellow warriors of the same level, it actually had some of his flair. Indeed. It seems that this Zhuo Qingyu does possess some master qualities. The faces of the two from Hangshan Treasure Pavilion darkened, especially the master of Hangshan, whose heart began to surge with tumultuous waves. Compared to the elder who was blinded by anger, he discovered a very serious problem. That is, the youth's age was too young. To be able to crush Cheng Qing with such ease, he must possess at least the peak strength of the 5th stage. If what Zhuo Qingyu said was true, and he was still a martial arts university student, then the potential of this youth had a stark gap compared to those martial arts prodigies widely recognized today. No wonder he had never heard of him. It turned out he was hidden away by Zhuo Qingyu in Fengyun University? Upon realizing this, the master of Hangshan felt enlightened, as if a great revelation had struck him. Such a person, if they cannot be removed, then they can only be befriended. He hurriedly reached out to stop the elder who wanted to speak again, forcing a smile at Yili. "My friend, it seems I truly know too little about this matter. I didn't expect such hidden circumstances. Now that Elder Cheng Qing is seriously injured, it counts as her paying a price. I fear she will need a lot of precious medicine for recovery." The master of Hangshan smiled gently. "Her talent is not bad, although she may not be as good as you, she is still the hope of our Hangshan Treasure Pavilion. Why not just let it go this time, treating it as making a friend?" At the same time, the elder who retreated to the lower level. After checking Cheng Qing's pulse, his face suddenly changed dramatically. Chapter 141, Is one step back not enough? Then take several steps back. Just stop here? Hearing the words of the head of Hangshan Pavilion, Yili raised an eyebrow slightly, turned his head to look at the elder with a flushed face, and chuckled softly. "I was actually planning to stop here, but it seems that your elder is quite unwilling." What he said was indeed heartfelt. After using the Sealing Dragon Heavenly Forbidden Art to deal with Cheng Qing, it was highly likely that he would continuously accumulate evil deeds in the future, a slow but steady stream. The others in Hangshan Treasure Pavilion had not provoked him. An elder like Cheng Qing did not represent the will of the entire sect. However, if Hangshan Treasure Pavilion did not wish to cease fighting here, then Yili would be quite pleased to accompany them. His senses far exceeded those of warriors at the same level, and in his perception, the elder's aura was weaker than that of the head of Hangshan Pavilion. Most likely at the level of early stage 6th rank. While Zhuo Qingyu was much stronger than both of them. At that time, letting Lao Deng hold off the head of Hangshan Pavilion, he could fight above his level, it didn't seem too difficult. Yili's heart surged with thoughts, and he quickly made a decision. "Pavilion Master, we cannot let them leave just like this." The elder flew up from the deep pit below, coming to the side of the head of Hangshan Pavilion, and his furious roar echoed at the mountain gate. The head of Hangshan Pavilion's face twitched, yet he still steadied his expression, and said in a deep voice, "Elder Mu, you go back first, I have my own measures in this matter." "Pavilion Master. Cheng Qing is ruined." The elder ignored his words and directly shouted through gritted teeth. He immersed his mind into Cheng Qing's meridians, intending to check the extent of his injury, but unexpectedly saw 5 dragon-shaped shadows dancing wildly. The old man had a deep impression of this famous sealing technique from 100 years ago. Upon seeing it, he felt dizzy. According to the firmness of the dragon-shaped seal, it was feared that there would be no loosening for 100 years. Ruined? The head of Hangshan Pavilion's heart sank. He knew that he was in the wrong and also understood that even if he joined forces with this elder, they absolutely could not gain an advantage over Zhuo Qingyu. At best, they would not be at a disadvantage. Given his fear of Yi Li's terrifying potential, he planned to take a step back. At worst, he could spend treasures on healing Cheng Qing later. But now it seemed that taking a step back was still insufficient? "Pavilion Master, it's absolutely true." The elder looked at Yi Li with an extremely grim expression. This kid can use the Sealing Dragon Heavenly Forbidden Art. He has planted the dragon mark on Cheng Qing. Sealing Dragon Heavenly Forbidden Art. The head of Hangshan Pavilion felt a chill in his heart. He had naturally heard of this technique's great fame. Given the current situation, no matter how cold his heart was, he had to lower his head. A good man does not take losses in front of him. Hangshan Treasure Pavilion is large and prosperous. There is no need for him to fight with 2 monsters. Even if he won, it would only warm Cheng Qing's heart, resulting in countless more cold corpses in Hangshan Treasure Pavilion. But if he lost? The demigod, Yang Xingshan from the Cleansing Anomaly Bureau had been eyeing Hangshan Treasure Pavilion's foundations for a long time. The reason he had not acted was that the 6 sects understood the principle that losing the lips would expose the teeth. They stood united against a common enemy in this matter. The 7 martial arts masters from the Cleansing Anomaly Bureau were all stationed at various secret realms and passes, unable to find enough time to deal with them. Moreover, the 6 sects would not do anything too conspicuous, lest they alarm the people of Huanxia. Thus, they had managed to coexist harmoniously with the Cleansing Anomaly Bureau until today. But this balance is dynamic. Even with perfect secrecy, there are now many ordinary people in Huanxia who harbor resentment towards the so-called Three Mountains and Six Sects. If at this time, Hangshan Treasure Pavilion were to be severely wounded by Zhuo Qingyu in a desperate fight, and also bear the name of Killer of the Huanxia Monsters, then they would truly be doomed. Even if the Cleansing Anomaly Bureau did not take action at that time, the Hangshan Treasure Pavilion would gradually be eaten away by the other 5 sections. Unlike the Three Mountains, which has martial arts master station and can rest easy, the highest combat power of the 6 sects is only at the martial infant level, and they still need to pay attention to maintaining a relatively harmonious relationship with Han Xiaoqing and the mountain wind image in the mortal world. The head of Hangshan Pavilion's thoughts churned as his gaze swept over the white-clothed youth below, tightening in his heart. The boy appeared calm, with his hands in his pockets, and even under the gazes of thousands of people, he showed no signs of panic. So calm, and this prodigy definitely has a hidden card. The head of Hangshan Pavilion finally made up his mind. He glanced at Cheng Qing, who was being carried away by the doctors inside the door, and said softly, "If it's sealed, then so be it, consider it a lesson for her." All day long, relying on the name of Hangshan Treasure Pavilion to show off, causing our mountain gate's reputation in Jiangnan province to suffer, it's fine for them to step in and punish her a bit. But, the elder looked extremely unwilling. If the seal isn't lifted, Hangshan Treasure Pavilion might be at the bottom of the 6 sects for at least several decades. Elder Mu, don't say any more. Amidst the complex gazes of the disciples, the head of Hangshan Pavilion flicked his sleeve and said in an unquestionable tone, "This matter is settled, you may see them out with me." "No way." The elder gritted his teeth, glaring angrily at Yili. "Kid, if you lift the seal, I can let you leave right now." He didn't know how much effort he had spent for the promotion of Hangshan Treasure Pavilion. Seeing success within reach, the old man didn't want to give up. If it weren't for Zhuo Qingyu watching from above, he might have charged up to forcibly make Yili lift the seal, then slap him to death. Afterward, he could just block the news like before. Elder Mu. The head of Hangshan Pavilion's face darkened. He never expected the other's obsession to be so frightening, leading to such confusion. A 200-year-old elder, surprisingly, had lost even the most basic steadiness. He didn't consider that he was still at the peak of the divine mansion in the martial arts university. Was this prodigy someone Hangshan Treasure Pavilion could offend? The head of Hangshan Pavilion quickly looked at Yili, unable to hide a forced smile, and said, "Elder Mu is getting old, young friend, don't mind him, let's hurry and leave the pavilion." Yili did not speak, only looking up at the furious-looking elder dressed in hemp robes, softly asking, "So you mean, if I don't lift the seal, I can't get out of the Hangshan Treasure Pavilion?" The elder's eyes were bloodshot as he stepped forward. "Exactly." Zhuo Qingyu frowned slightly. Just as she was about to make a move, the youth continued, "Then fine, don't blame me for not giving you a chance." Furious true energy started to circulate within Yili's body, and golden light began to surge in his dark eyes. He said lightly, "As long as you can last 3 minutes under me, I won't stop you." Zhuo Qingyu silently looked at Yili below. At that moment, she even doubted if she had misheard. 3 minutes to defeat a 6th-tier martial artist? To be honest, she might be able to handle this task. Good, good, good. The old man in hemp robes was first taken aback, then immediately reacted with rage-laden laughter. "Arrogant brat, if it weren't for Zhuo Qingyu protecting you, I could have slapped you to death earlier. Come. I want to see how you will defeat me in 3 minutes. Buzz." The moment his voice fell, the old man's wrinkled face was suddenly illuminated by icy blue light, and then vast cold air rushed toward him, as if he were in the middle of icy mountains. The elder's expression changed abruptly, his arms crossing to block in front of him. Hangshan Qianzhang. A heavy mountain phantom suddenly appeared from him, protecting his form within it. In an instant, a cold ice dragon soared with overwhelming might, rushing towards him. Boom! In the next second, the sky full of cold air exploded. The strong impact sent the old man's body flying out. The shadow of the mountain trembled wildly. The extreme cold storm ravaged the sky. The shocking wind pressure made everyone below feel pain in their eardrums. The head of Hangshan Pavilion twitched his lips. A strike forced back the 6th realm double-layered Elder Mu. This was simply not the attack power a God Palace realm could possess. As the cold air dissipated somewhat, the shadow of the mountain became extremely transparent. The ancient elder's face darkened, veins bulging, as he looked towards the direction where the ice dragon had previously attacked. On the ground, the young boy's white clothes echoed in the wild wind, a pair of golden eyes ice-cold beyond compare. Unquenchable golden soul awakened. A violent aura radiated from him, the oppressive feeling almost matched that of the previous martial infant elder. Chapter 142, Your flying time is over. The speed displayed by Yili surpassed the limits any God Palace realm warrior could possess. Even the head of Hangshan Pavilion, who planned to watch quietly, was startled by this speed. As Yili exerted strength beneath his feet, His figure instantaneously flew over hundreds of zhang, wrapped in the wild wind, directly rushing to the recently steadied figure of the great-robed elder. Amid countless incredulous gasps, the young man threw a punch, and the shadow of the mountain exploded with a thunderous roar. The remaining force smashed solidly onto the elder's body. Boom! The grey-robed elder was sent flying by this immense force, a mouthful of blood sprayed from his mouth, his aged face filled with horror. The opponent's speed was simply unreasonably fast. With his martial infant perception, he could barely catch a glimpse of the residual shadows. Was this really not a dream? A God Palace realm warrior, faster than a martial infant realm? Yili's figure followed closely. He mobilized all his energy, even the space was trembling. At this moment, he felt his 5 organs were all surging, his golden true blood was cheering. This was the first time Yili unleashed the golden soul awakened after entering the peak of the God Palace realm. An unmatched feeling of power flooded every cell in his body. The divine platform God Palace trembled violently, causing his momentum to soar once again, faintly even surpassing the elder across him. On the fist tip, dark golden light surged, arms pulled wide, both fists struck out like a violent storm. The threat of death was so vividly clear. The grey-robed elder instinctively took a deep breath. The martial infant in his divine platform walked out of the God Palace, quickly merging into himself, making his body's capabilities instantly explode, each punch possessing the power to shatter mountains and cut rivers. He gritted his teeth and directly matched fists with fists. Boom boom boom. Deafening roars continuously erupted in the sky, the golden-eyed boy's fists like a collapsing bow, strength like thunder. The invincible momentum made the grey-robed elder continuously retreat. Silently, dark golden light surged into the grey-robed elder's body. Soon, a weak dragon's roar came from within him. A dragon shadow was dancing a magnificent dance. Sealing technique? When did you cast it? The elder shouted in horror, struggling even harder to resist. In just a few breaths, he felt himself gradually unable to exert his full strength, extremely frustrated being publicly suppressed by a junior. No need to worry, just be grateful. Because I will still leave you a breath of life. Yili's voice boomed, resonating throughout the Hangshan treasure pavilion, shaking the mountain gate up and down, and even the outer forces coming to communicate could hear it. As the voice fell, he forcefully smashed open the middle door that the grey-robed elder had tried to uphold. In that instant, the grey-robed elder saw a flash before his eyes. Looking at the white-clothed youth within reach, he desperately summoned a purple god palace to block in front of him. However, the feeling of fear in his heart did not weaken because of this. Boom! Yili's divine platform god palace trembled again, his full momentum surged suddenly, a punch smashed the purple god palace into fragments. Immediately after, a wave of impact crashed down onto the elder's body. Until this moment, the ancient elder from Hangshan Baoga finally understood just how much pressure Cheng Qing had been under. Should it be said that he truly deserves the title of a 5th-tier warrior? He could actually hold on for 10 minutes in front of such a monster. The elder's bones shattered all over, the sky bridge trembled endlessly, as 5 identical dragon-shaped phantoms danced upon it. Even the martial infant hiding deep within the spiritual platform was tightly bound by the incoming dragon shadows. Your flying time is up. Yili's voice was calm as he unleashed his energy, delivering a final punch that sent the elder crashing down, heavily smashing into the ground 10 yards deep. Wounding the elder Mu, the beloved disciple of Hangshan Baoga in public, evil value plus 50,000. Current evil value, 122,000 points. Yili landed on the ground, the golden light in his eyes fading away. In an instant, an indescribable feeling of weakness surged within him, turning his face a little pale. This, golden soul revival, was indeed powerful, but its consumption was also incredibly high. With Yili's energy reserves far surpassing those of warriors of the same tier, he had just utilized it for less than 2 minutes and used it all up completely. Although he had been pushing himself to the limit during this time. However, the consumption of this technique was undeniably great. Thinking of this, Yili silently exhaled. There was no way around it, this Ma-Yi elder really put a lot of pressure on him. Yili even felt that as soon as he let his power drop, the elder would seize the opportunity and turn the tables on him. Fortunately, he was more skilled. This old gas lamp was surprisingly explosive, much more useful than Cheng Qing. If he hadn't been out of energy, with a little humiliation, he could have definitely gained more. The outcome was good. With 120,000 evil value, he should be able to exchange for something useful. Yili focused his mind and closed the panel. He did not pay any attention to the Hangshan Pavilion Master, who was already dumbfounded and now stumbling toward the elder. Yili walked straight out of the Hangshan Baoga. At this moment, no one inside Hangshan Baoga dared to voice their dissatisfaction. All their attention was focused on the old man in rags who had been struck into the ground, their hearts filled with indescribable shock. Martial infants. In their eyes, that was just next to the martial Dao Master, a being that could sit on any throne wherever they went. No one moved, and no one spoke, their brains were all in a state of paralysis. Until this moment, Zhuo Qingyu seemed to have just come back to her senses, her pupils trembling slightly, her breath a bit rapid. But she quickly regained her composure. With cold eyes, she scanned her surroundings, confirming no one had noticed her previous days. Zhuo Qingyu steadied her breath and then rushed toward Yi Li's direction. Chapter 143, S-Class Spirit Connecting Law. Storm Spirit. On the border of Ying Province, high above the sky. Two small black shadows, moving at an incredible speed, dragged long white lines across the azure sky. Gale winds howled. While they could not harm Zhuo Qingyu in the slightest, they made her heart feel a bit unsettled. The battle just moments ago played over and over in her mind. Zhuo Qingyu couldn't help but doubt her previous judgment. She knew that because of the quality of the Divine Palace, there were differences even among those in the Divine Palace realm. But she never expected the gap between the Divine Palace realms could be this vast. The peak of the Divine Palace realm and the early stage of the Martial Infant realm. The two seemed to differ only by one realm, but the actual compatibility was impressively large. When Zhuo Qingyu herself was at the peak of the Divine Palace realm, she could easily win against opponents of the same tier. But if she faced a 5th-tier warrior, even with her S-level martial talent, she could only compete evenly at best. There was no way she could fully suppress them like Yi Li did. The reason for this was because the martial infant existence could greatly enhance the warrior's compatibility. The martial infant born from nurturing within the Divine Palace was already a special kind of being. Naturally, there is a mysterious quality about K. When anchored in the Divine Mansion, the speed of a warrior's martial skills, the output power of true Qi, and the perception ability of the spirit platform will be comprehensively enhanced, at least several times that of their own peak at the 5th rank. When the martial infant steps out of the Divine Mansion and merges into the flesh, the physical skills of the warrior will be greatly improved, and the strength of the flesh will rise sharply, allowing the punch force to easily break through hundreds of thousands of kilograms, and a building dozens of meters tall will suffer no harm at all from its collapse. The body strength is much higher than most metal ores, and combined with martial skills, it is easy to punch a deep pit into the mountains. Therefore, even a warrior in the early martial infant stage, which is the 1st or 2nd level of the 6th rank, when facing a peak warrior in the Divine Mansion stage, they can usually achieve a comprehensive numerical crushing. But today, a peak warrior in the Divine Mansion stage finished a 2-minute fast track for a 6th rank 2nd level martial infant warrior. This is truly unheard of. Zhuo Qingyu felt a bit weary inside. She felt somewhat struck, to the point that her self-confidence was a bit damaged. So that's it, if it is such a genius, there is indeed great value in nurturing him. Zhuo Qingyu pursed her lips, her hair fluttering in the wind, and she casually asked, "Is there anywhere you feel unwell?" She could see that Yi Li had used a secret method of unknown depth but didn't notice any aftereffects. Just resting for a moment before setting off indicated that he could continue on his journey. Could it be that he has perfected the basic breathing technique? No, everything is normal. Yi Li looked up and asked, "By the way, are we heading straight back to Wind and Cloud University? Not going to challenge any martial arts universities?" Although there are about 120,000 points of malicious deeds behind him, it is still far from enough to break through to the peak of the 6th rank. For this reason, he did not want to miss any suitable targets. "How do we go?" Zhuo Qingyu couldn't help but show a beautiful smile, looking at the scenery below. "Since you reached the peak of the 5th rank, they are no longer willing to fight and even want you to go to their school for martial arts exchanges." Talking about this made her a bit happy. The depression that had accumulated in her heart for many years melted away overnight like spring snow. A group of useless old guys all tucked away their once proud faces. Indeed, the best way to make others shut up is to excel in every aspect compared to them. Zhuo Qingyu felt delighted, and with this surge of spirit, she even shook the long unchanged 8-layer bottleneck. Martial arts exchange? Yi Li's curious voice interrupted Zhuo Qingyu's thoughts. Is it an exchange competition? It is not. Zhuo Qingyu focused her mind, cleared her throat, and replied calmly. In simple terms, you teach their students martial arts experience, and the teachers and principals of their school will also provide you with some guidance in return. For you, it is simply a thankless task. Zhuo Qingyu casually said, but don't worry, I have already refused for you, having my guidance alone is enough for you. That's true. Yi Li nodded slightly. In such matters, quality is far more important than quantity. A change in quantity cannot lead to a change in quality. Just looking at the attitude of the Hangshan Pavilion Master towards Zhuo Qingyu shows that she is quite a significant presence among the 6th rank. Since they can't fight, there is no need for a martial arts exchange. Yi Li did not like to discuss those grand theories with others. Knowing too many people is not something worth celebrating for him. By the way, Wind and Cloud University is about to start classes. Yi Li pondered aimlessly. Soon, the two approached the territory of Wind and Cloud University. In Fengyun City, flying on rooftops is not allowed, but flying high enough is okay. After entering the territory of Wind and Cloud University, the two slowly descended on a hidden back mountain. After the domineering consciousness swept across the surroundings, Zhuo Qingyu took out a jade slip emanating a faint blue light from a storage ring that looked extraordinary. she threw it directly to Yili. "This is for you." The girl's crisp voice came along with the gentle sound of the wind. "What is this?" Yili was a bit surprised as he raised his hand to catch it. After opening it, relevant answers appeared automatically on the panel. S-level spirit cultivation technique, Storm Spirit, not started. Can be upgraded. Looking at the words that emerged on the panel, Yili's heart stirred, and he instinctively turned to look at Zhuqingyu. Although this was something she had promised him, giving him such a precious item so readily. Besides the long-unseen Jiang Qingzhu, it was the Qini girl before him. To be honest, it was really touching. "What? You didn't think I would go back on my word, did you? Or do you think I would delay giving it to you?" It seemed that Zhuqingyu felt a bit uncomfortable under his gaze. She tucked her slightly messy hair behind her ear and softly said, "I am not an untrustworthy teacher. If I promised, I will do it." "Indeed, Principal Zhua, if only you were less tsundere, your reputation in school would definitely improve several levels." Yili put away the jade slip and said sincerely. But Zhuqingyu looked at him with confusion. "Tsundere? What is that?" "It's nothing." Hearing this, Zhuqingyu didn't suspect much and withdrew her gaze. After a moment of thought, she said, "Your divine palace has already been perfected. As long as you prepare a bit, you can start cultivating the spirit cultivation technique. With your talent, you should be able to complete the City of Storms within 2 days. This spirit cultivation technique, though more subtle and profound than the divine palace technique, will likely not hinder you for long." As she spoke, a hint of complexity flashed in Zhuqingyu's eyes. "Once you reach mastery in the spirit cultivation technique, you can cultivate a martial infant of a level similar to mine, and then, you can enter the martial infant stage." At the end of her sentence, her voice held a barely noticeable tremor. "I understand." Yili's voice was calm, as he cupped his hands in gratitude. "Thank you, Senior Zhua." Zhuqingyu waved her hand, signaling him to return and prepare. "I still need to walk around this back mountain. I will find a cave to enter seclusion soon. Come to me again when you have something major you can't solve, or wait until I finish my seclusion to contact you." "All right." Yili nodded, planning to head back for additional practice. He thanked her again, turned, and quickly disappeared into the forest. Zhuqingyu looked at the place he vanished for a long time before withdrawing her gaze, staring at her fair and soft palm. Then, she gently closed her eyes, sinking her mind into the spirit platform. Looking at the majestic golden divine palace, she mobilized the vast azure wind, trying to condense this divine palace again to enhance its quality. However, it was obvious. Already perfected divine palace couldn't be improved even a little bit, let alone upgrade to azure golden. "Heh." Zhuqingyu lowered her eyes and smiled self-mockingly. Without hesitation, she turned and walked deeper into the mountains, stepping on the void without making a sound. Clad in blue, she moved through the mountains like a fish, quickly disappearing from sight. After a while, a crisp voice could faintly be heard echoing in the forest. "Wind lifting, waves crashing, just smile and don't worry. Yili, I taught you so many things, can you call me teacher, okay?" The girl's voice didn't sound like a question, nor did it carry any negative emotions, just a hint of light laughter. Chapter 144, Talent Divine Power, Pure Mind Heart Aperture. At Wind and Cloud University, the Gold Medal Branch. Yili walked into his training room, sat down cross-legged, and then took out the blue jade slip from his ring. The 6th-tier spirit cultivation technique is truly different, even the recorded item has changed from a book to a jade slip. After a moment of reflection, Yili briefly browsed through it. He indeed couldn't fully understand it, but boost buffs like this might just be something he could try his luck with. A moment later, Yili closed the jade slip, looking at the 120,000 points of evil deeds on the panel, thinking about how to make the most of them. As before, directly filling it up is most likely not going to work. Although he could not understand the specific content, he could tell from the realm and foundation that the difficulty of cultivation was evident. One can only say, no wonder the number of 6th-tier warriors is so scarce. According to Yili's judgment, the complexity of the storm-gathering spirit is worlds apart from any method he had practiced before. This difficulty in cultivation simply does not follow a normal growth curve. Just after completing the beginner tutorial, they make you fight a boss? Yili privately complained, dismissing the idea of investing in the spirit technique for now. First, even if he used up all his evil points, he would likely not be able to fill it up completely. Secondly, even if he filled it up, it wouldn't greatly enhance his combat power. Better to look at other options. Yili sighed lightly, his gaze sweeping across the panel, and then stopping at Indestructible Golden Soul. His heart stirred. Speaking of which, his Indestructible Golden Soul had indeed not been upgraded for a long time. Moreover, every upgrade had never disappointed him. Alright, it's decided. With 120,000 points of evil deeds, I don't believe I can't upgrade it by one level. After settling on this idea, Yili immediately opened the panel and poured in the evil points in a mighty stream. Ding! consuming evil points, starting to continuously upgrade the level of indestructible golden soul. The already tough golden soul receives your nourishment, greedily absorbing the massive amount of evil points. After consuming 5,000 points of evil deeds, the brilliance of the golden soul grows even brighter. As the evil points were consumed, Yili felt his entire body gradually warming up, a strange feeling being born from his soul. It was a sensation as if he could grasp any inspiration. After consuming 10,000 points of evil deeds, a new pattern appeared on the golden soul. With your experience, you know this is a sign of evolution. You let the divine mansion oversee the spirit platform to prevent any possible accidents. After consuming 20,000 points of evil deeds, as the pattern on the golden soul became clearer, you carefully observed it, surprisingly finding that your mind was much clearer, and some cultivation problems began to resolve on their own. At the instant he saw this line of text. Yili pondered briefly, and then his eyes brightened. He thought of a possibility, and it was very likely to be the abilities he was about to unlock next. Thinking of this, Yili felt a slight warmth in his heart. If it really is that divine ability, then that would be hitting the jackpot. As his thoughts flashed, the consumption of evil points rapidly accelerated. After consuming 30,000 points of evil deeds, as the pattern fused with the golden soul, the feeling in your heart of being able to connect any thought intensified. After consuming 40,000 points of evil deeds, the intricate pattern emitted an astonishing golden light. You felt greatly encouraged. This is a sign of complete fusion. After consuming 50,000 points of evil deeds, a mark finally appeared on your golden soul. You thus unlocked a new talent ability. Newly added talent ability, Spirit Clarity. Spirit Clarity, understanding the root causes, fortune comes to the heart. When one passage is clear, all passages are clear. Great enhancement in understanding various texts. The possessor usually excels in later cultivation of a certain method, even having the ability to deduce and evolve. Comment, a universal talent that can understand any method, but due to the possessor's overly terrifying understanding ability, after gaining strength, they occasionally see indescribable horrific divine creations. Most possessors often end up trapped in fear, or even crazily dying tragically. But there are also possessors who can maintain their self-identity, ultimately becoming an existence on par with deities. It is said that clarity of the body leads to mastery. As the last line of text emerged from the light screen, Yili felt his soul suddenly elevated, seizing that ethereal feeling. The essence of the entire person was being elevated. A multitude of inspirations surged into his mind. Clearly, his breath had not become stronger at all, but his spirit felt as if it had undergone a tremendous evolution. After a brief period of adaptation, a hint of joy inevitably appeared in Yili's eyes. In the future, whether practicing techniques or understanding martial skills, he would greatly reduce the consumption of evil value. Not only that, according to Yili's feelings, he could even combine various classics to deduce the martial arts techniques most suitable for himself. The indestructible golden soul once again proved the value of the triple S-grade talent to the world. Who? Yili took a deep breath. This time, he truly struck it rich. Time was of the essence, so he decided to add the storm-infused spirit to see the power. Chapter 145, The Sudden Judgment Stamp. Ding. Beginning to consume evil value, continuously enhancing S-grade infused spirit law, storm-infused spirit. Upon opening this extraordinary blue jade slip, the recorded method naturally surged into his mind. Unlike last time when he understood nothing, this time he only had to hold the jade slip to read and comprehend. Acquired enhancement buff, reduction of consumed evil value by 300%. Looking at this particularly pleasing prompt, Yili's mood became uncontainable and light. He casually flipped through the jade slip, closing his eyes to sense the text above. Indeed, after reading it a few times, he could grasp its meaning, and after reading it a few more times, he understood its principles. Though there was still a significant gap from the so-called understanding after hearing it once, and being able to practice it after a try. What he couldn't understand before, he could now comprehend, and Yili felt this was a leap-like progress. It was the victory of martial talent. Moreover, it was not like those temporary enhancement buffs from before. From now on, every time it came to this kind of assessment and enhancement, spirit-clearing heart aperture would provide a very strong effect buff. This time, I've really hit the jackpot. Feeling the changes within himself, Yili couldn't help but whisper softly, his eyes filled with a hint of excitement. A 300% enhancement buff. Even if he drained the enlightenment tree of Fengyun University, it would be hard to have such a permanent boost. Quickly, he calmed his mind and steadied his emotions. He refocused his attention on the enhancement. At this moment, a pale blue light curtain was continuously displaying text. After spending 5,000 evil value points, you have initially understood the mystery of this infused spirit law, which is to nourish a high-quality martial embryo during the storm sweeping through the divine mansion. After consuming 10,000 points of evil value, you have mastered the method of nurturing the martial embryo, and the violent storm can engulf the entire Azure Golden Divine Mansion at any time. Storm-infused spirit, beginner. This speed of improvement was even faster than when he initially enhanced the condensation law. Every line of text that appeared represented Yi Li's diligent progress on the path of martial arts. After consuming 15,000 points of evil value, your understanding of this method has deepened significantly. Now, although you can let the violent storm fill the divine mansion, an excessively fierce storm poses too great a threat to nurturing the martial embryo. If you forcefully infuse the spirit, not only will the quality of the martial embryo's potential be extremely low, but there will also be certain drawbacks. After understanding this, you begin to learn to nurture the martial embryo with a gentle wind. After consuming 20,000 points of evil value, you have successfully mastered the method of nurturing the martial embryo with a gentle wind. Storm-infused spirit, skilled. After consuming 25,000 points of evil value, you find that although the gentle wind does not harm the nurturing of the martial embryo, it cannot nurture a resilient martial embryo. The assistance of a violent storm is still needed. Yi Li was not worried at all. With this consumption, maxing out this infused spirit law was only a matter of time, completely unnecessary for any flashy thoughts. Indeed, the next line of prompt resolved this issue. After consuming 30,000 points of evil value, you have successfully mastered the method of making the gentle and violent winds complement each other, greatly enhancing your proficiency in this method. Storm-infused spirit, great achievement. Now, you can retreat at any time to challenge the martial infant realm, which symbolizes the masters of martial arts. As long as you have patience and progress step by step, the martial infant level you cultivate will definitely not be below that of Zuoqingyu. After consuming 40,000 points of evil value, your control over the two currents of nurturing wind has reached a terrifying level. With a thought, the two distinctly different nurturing winds wrapped around the entire divine mansion, creating a perfect environment for the upcoming Holy Spirit. Storm nurturing Holy Spirit, perfect. Byproduct, your ability to control air currents has greatly increased. Comment, this enhancement consumed 40,000 points of evil value, a miracle that is almost impossible, is now able to be born within you at any time. Be proud, you will condense a martial infant of higher quality than Zuoqingyu. Remaining evil value, 32,000 points. In an instant, the true energy within Yi Li transformed into two gusts of wild wind, surging straight up to the spirit platform, engulfing that enormous divine mansion. The vast true energy almost broke out of his body in an instant. With a roar, the soaring true energy suddenly shot up, its astonishing momentum turning the heads of thousands of people in Fengyun City. It was the time for school to start, and many newcomers were starting to return to campus. At this moment, many freshmen in the school looked at the torrent of true energy rushing into the sky from afar, unable to hide their shock, and asked some senior students beside them. Such a shocking true energy soaring into the sky, which famous senior in our school could it be? The experienced seniors looked far away, and when they saw the corresponding tower, they couldn't help but show a fanatical expression. Who else could it be? Yi Li. The one who just beat the little gun god from Beijing University yesterday. Yi Li. Hearing this, the shock remained on the faces of those freshmen, who quietly remembered this name in their hearts. At the same time, in Fengyun City, the Kiiju. Due to the presence of Fengyun University, there rarely had been any major incidents here. After all, who would want to challenge the speed of sound? A battle that left cracked asphalt underfoot, where a 6th-tier martial infant realm warrior could jump around under their very eyes would truly be asking for trouble. So, to be fair, if we had to say it, they were the most leisurely one among the 12 cities in Yingsheng province. However, today here was born an urgent matter that caught all the law enforcement personnel inside completely off guard. A dazzling judgment seal. Protected by 2 divine mansion realm warriors, it was brought here from the headquarters of Kiiju. The head of Fengyun City looked at the seal, which in his memory could shake the entire Hanxia, with an unusually serious expression on his face. In his memory, there were currently 2 6th-tier martial infant realm warriors stationed in the city. Even if those 2 were not from the Kiiju, as the president of the martial arts university, they certainly wouldn't stand by in the face of a large crisis in the city. The entire Fengyun City was practically as solid as an impregnable fortress, saying it was the safest among the 12 cities in Yingsheng province was not an exaggeration. As for sending someone to draw out a judgment to defend in response. Thinking of this, the head of Fengyun City even suspected that a disaster was about to befall this place. After pondering for a moment, he cautiously asked, "May I ask which judgment is gracing us with their presence? Has the situation in Fengyun City become this terrible?" The many law enforcement officers behind him stood straight, not daring to let out a breath. Afraid that the judgment would arrive at any moment and be displeased with their lax attitude, that would really be a big problem. "Director Feng, you misunderstood." Hearing the question from the head of Fengyun City, one of the Divine Mansion realm warriors calmly replied, "We are not here as scouts to probe the way. My name is Zhou Chen, and the mission of my colleague beside me is to deliver the seal to the new judgment." As the words fell, everyone present stood in a daze, instinctively looking at each other. Each judgment within Hanxia. All symbolize absolute official authority. Even the head of the 3 mountains must show him respect. The reason is that the 7 current judges of Hanxia are all masters of martial arts. Chapter 146, What Don't You Understand? New Judges? The director of Fengyun City couldn't help but exclaim, wondering when Fengyun City birthed a new martial arts master, and how he missed any signs of it. Could it be that years of peaceful life made our vigilance slip? A terrifying thought flashed through his mind. The director instinctively frowned and quickly screened related personnel in his mind. Since only 2 people qualified, he soon had an answer. He suddenly looked at the 2 men, his expression filled with surprise as he asked, could it be that Principal Zhua has broken through and is willing to join our Qingyi Bureau? Not at all, don't make random guesses. Zhou Chen glanced at him, his brow slightly furrowed, and in a low voice said, the new judge's surname is Yi. Remember this well. Don't forget, according to the sealing rules, you will also accompany me as witnesses. Don't make a fool of yourselves. Surname Yi? Though he had no impression, the director instinctively responded, of course, regarding such a major matter, we certainly wouldn't dare to treat it lightly. The people behind him hurriedly nodded at this comment. A judge holds the status of a martial arts master and has the privilege to inspect the country and make judgments on all matters. Even the law enforcers of the Qingyi Bureau, who guard a city, could only issue an order at most. For such a person, even if everyone gathered their courage, they wouldn't dare to neglect him in the slightest. Zhou Chen nodded, then turned and walked towards the door, saying again, according to the manual, the director and deputy director of the Fengyun City Qingyi Bureau, along with 20 senior law enforcers, will now accompany me to Fengyun University to present the Great Seal to the new judge. The people of Fengyun University? The director of Fengyun City's eyes flickered, his mind racing. And it's not the Zhuo Qingyu he knows. But that principal was unable to break through to being a master due to health reasons? Now he couldn't guess who it could possibly be. This is indeed a serious problem. The elder believed he has not relaxed his vigilance for a day in decades, but if there is a master right under his nose, and he is completely unaware, then he might as well pack up and prepare for retirement. Therefore, after organizing the personnel, the director approached Zhou Chen and cautiously asked, Comrade, when exactly did Fengyun City gain a martial arts master? This shouldn't be confidential, right? The next moment, he heard Zhou Chen's reply. He's not yet a martial arts master, the new judge is merely at the peak of the Divine Mansion realm. Peak of the Divine Mansion realm? The elder frowned. He almost wanted to say that it was nonsense, which influential connection managed to get into the Qingyi Bureau's inner circle. But before he could voice his thoughts, Zhou Chen seemed to see through his mind, casually adding, General Yi just started college this year, not yet 20, but not only is he at the peak of the Divine Mansion realm, he also has a golden Divine Mansion with over 10,000 zhang of true energy. Director Feng. He turned to look at the elder, do you have any more questions? Initially, when he heard that General Yang was going to hand the Great Seal to a freshly enrolled college student, Zhou Chen had the same expression as the elder before him. But after listening to Yang Qingshan's account, he had no more objections. No more. The director of Fengyun City felt that today's young people were truly too reckless. Very good. Zhou Chen nodded in satisfaction. He felt that what Yang Qingshan did was absolutely right. If such a gifted young man were not swiftly provided with the best resources to keep him. Do you want people to go to another country to develop freely? That would be a bit laughable. Additionally, it is worth mentioning. Anyone in the headquarters who mentioned to Yang Qingshan, why not wait until he becomes a master before giving the big seal, all got scolded badly. Zhou Chen felt that the scolding was well deserved. If the Qingyi Bureau of Hanya is handed over to them, then Hanya will surely face disaster sooner or later. Fengyun University, Gold Medal Courtyard. As the knocking sound echoed, Yili opened the door. Are you adjusting well to living here? The visibly healthier Yuan walked in, smilingly saying, if you're not used to it, just tell me, I will have the school change it for you. Not bad. Yili replied indifferently, he didn't care too much about these external things. As long as it is clean and tidy enough for lying down, the school would not receive any complaints from him. That's good. Yu Wang stroked his beard, walked into the courtyard, and looked around with curiosity. Behind him followed 2 familiar figures. I heard that you came back, so I wanted to come see you. Lin Yingyun rubbed her hands together, smiling a bit awkwardly. I happened to bump into old Deng at the door, he was planning to go to the infirmary but came over directly after hearing we were here to see you. Will it disturb you? While speaking, she suddenly observed Yi Li's profile. Fortunately, the young man did not show any signs of impatience. No, welcome. Yi Li said these emotionless welcoming words and stepped aside to let them pass. Lin Yingyun sighed in relief and then smiled, saying, then I'll intrude. Upon hearing that the other party had indeed crushed and defeated the Zhu Zhengchuan, she was shocked and couldn't sleep half the night. Not long ago, the young man who still joked with her at the 3rd level turned around and was at the peak of the 5th level. It was indeed scarier than a horror story. Fortunately, the other person's character had not changed much. But she didn't know if old Deng knew about Yi Li already being at the peak of the Divine Palace realm. At the courtyard door, Qinjingli stood still, looking at Yili, her red lips slightly parted. Can I come in? Yes. Yili's expression was calm. He had learned from his previous experience and would not lose composure this time. Even if she was obsessed, he could maintain his calmness. Thank you. Chen Jingli nodded slightly, then stood beside him. Yili slightly moved the corners of his mouth, then took Chen Jingli to sit beside the stone table. Just after chatting a few casual words with Lin Yun, he saw Yu Wang walking over. The old man smiled as he looked at the three near the stone table, finally fixing his gaze on Yili, and cleared his throat, saying, Speaking of which, Yili, I seem to have never guided your martial arts, right? I haven't found the time lately, it's my fault. It just so happens that I am free now. Do you have anything you don't understand from this period? Yu Wang stroked his beard, smiling. Feel free to speak. If you want me to accompany you in practice, that's fine too. Hearing this, the expressions of the three by the stone table all changed. Chapter 147, Old Dang, do you have anything you don't understand? Since the trip to Hangshan Treasure Pavilion, Yili had a rough positioning of his strength. Invincible in the same realm, against most peak 5th level fighters, he should be able to win in under 30 seconds. Put nicely, there are no rivals in the same realm. Put bluntly, it's like slaughtering pigs and dogs. In terms of crossing realms, it depends on the situation. If it's a 5th level, 1 or 2-8 fighter, Yili could also suppress them with Golden Soul Revival, and might win in a short period. And the certainty of victory would not be less than 70%. If it were to a 6th level, 3 or 4-weight fighter, then the certainty of victory would greatly decrease. But with the perfect S-grade condensation techniques and spiritual nurturing abilities, escaping should not be a problem. Thinking of this, Yili put down his teacup and looked at the smiling Yu Wang in the courtyard. In his senses, the old man's aura was around the 6th weight of the 5th level, and due to his injury, his aura was evidently unstable. Honestly, being able to withstand a punch counts as him holding back. Teacher. Lin Yun was the first to react, and she could now be sure that Yu Wang, because he hadn't been paying attention to the news lately, was still unaware of Yili's current level. So, she hurriedly shouted, absolutely not. Why? Yu Wang looked at her, puzzled. This. Lin Yun felt a bit troubled. She was thinking about how to say it so the impact on the old man would be a little less. Yu Wang's impression of Yili should still be at the level where he just defeated Yu Chuan. In other words, he thought Yili had just entered the 4th tier of Heavenly Light Realm. The later martial land baptism, the Battle of the Capital, the Azure Gold Divine Mansion, he probably knew nothing about any of it. However, just as Lin Yun was lost in thought. Teacher Yu. The previously silent Chen Jingli spoke up. Yili is already at the peak of the 5th tier. As soon as the words fell, the entire courtyard became dead silent. Yu Wang's smile froze on his face, and his eyes slowly widened. How much? Peak of the 5th tier? He struggled to turn his head to look at Yili. Is it true? It's true. Yili's expression was calm as he chuckled. Old Dang, if you have any doubts about your cultivation, you can ask me freely now. I can teach you anything. The youth's tone slightly rose at the end. Without paying attention to his beloved disciple's joke, Yu Wang only felt his head buzzing. No matter what, he never imagined the youth's progress would be this fast. It was simply unbelievable. Lin Yun was somewhat surprised. Senior sister, you know about Yili too? She thought that based on their cooler nature, they wouldn't care even if the sky were to fall. Chen Jingli nodded lightly, acknowledging it. And it's not over yet, teacher Yu. Seeing her speak, Lin Yun no longer hesitated and immediately smiled at the dazed Yu Wang. Do you remember the martial land baptism? I remember. Yu Wang suddenly came back to his senses and instinctively asked, what happened? Nothing much, just that Yili participated in the martial land baptism a few days ago, and he was the only one who received the baptism. Lin Yun looked at the youth, somewhat emotional. The other 9 people, aside from senior sister Chen who left on her own, were all knocked out by him. Yu Wang fell into a long silence. The sound of his racing heart clearly echoed in his ears. Although he had guessed the answer, he still asked with difficulty, is there more? Of course. Lin Yun was very satisfied with her teacher's reaction. Confusion, doubt, shock, and daze, it should be like this. She took a sip of the cool boiled water on the table and continued, yesterday, he went with Principal Zhuo to the capital university to participate in an exchange competition, and the opponent was that famous little gun god. As a result, within 2 minutes of the match starting, that Zhu Zhengchuan was knocked out of the fighting arena. Lin Yun held the teacup with both hands, feeling the coldness of the cup wall. At the competition site, the true energy soared over 10,000 feet, with the Azure Gold Divine Mansion illuminating the heavens and the earth. Now not only is Wind and Cloud University talking about it, but the martial arts universities across Hanxia are almost buzzing with it. They all say that Yili is the most representative leading figure of the new generation in Hanxia. At this point, Lin Yun's voice was filled with emotion. Even just recounting these events by mouth could stir countless young martial artists' hearts. The most powerful evidence was that the icy senior sister Chen, after hearing these stories, had somewhat hurried breathing. "I see," Yu Wang murmured, and his entire spirit felt a bit dazed. Honestly, he now even doubted whether he had been knocked to death by Cheng Qing's punches, and everything happening now was just a fantasy just before he died. The disciple he accepted a month ago did indeed come with the thought of teaching him with all his heart. But such rapid graduation still caught Yu Wang off guard. "No need to rush, take your time to digest." Watching the old man's reaction, a smile couldn't help but appear in Lin Yinyun's eyes. She took a week to accept these things, one after another. Even now, it is still a bit hard to accept. It is inevitable that the other person shows signs of confusion after swallowing so many shocking pieces of news in one go. She then started chatting with Yili, slightly inquiring about his current mood and his plans for the future. "Your matters have spread far and wide, and in the coming days, many forces from all over the world will definitely send people to extend an olive branch to you." Lin Yingyun seriously analyzed the situation with the young man. "If you find it troublesome, it's best not to show up. Just rest well in the yard, otherwise, once you leave the school, you might be bothered to death by them." Yili listened, occasionally nodding gently, indicating that he understood. The following days would actually be his resting time. Firstly, because the martial arts universities in Hanxia dared not accept challenges for exchange competitions. Secondly, depending solely on the internet, many forces in Hanxia could not figure out the true details. A piece of storm gold metal is merely a nominal city-level deputy bureau. When out on missions, it is possible to request some manpower from the local Qingyi bureau. However, wanting to see the archives of those mountain gates in the Qingyi bureau is simply impossible. It is understandable, after all, who knows if the one who holds the storm gold medal will join the 3 mountains and 6 sects in the future. Thinking of this, Yili sighed slightly. Lacking a suitable target is truly troubling. If there were someone among these forces from all over the world that he admired, then it wouldn't be impossible to travel abroad for a bit. About a tease time later, Elder Yu gradually came back to his senses from the shock. He took a deep breath, then looked at Yili, who appeared calm and was discussing insights with 2 girls, and said with a wry smile. "This monstrous disciple, the speed of his advancement is rather too fast." Only at this moment did he barely digest the fact that the other was at the peak of the 5th stage. Just the degree of digestion is still far from full acceptance. Fortunately, from what Yili said, he would be resting next. In the short term, there shouldn't be any more such impactful events. Thinking of this, Elder Yu breathed a sigh of relief. He had heard too much of these matters, and he was worried that his mind would not be able to handle it, giving rise to thoughts of retiring early. Meanwhile, under the leadership of the Godly Realm warrior from the headquarters, Zhou Chen, a large number of law enforcement personnel from the Qingyi Bureau smoothly passed through the entrance of Storm University and entered the campus. Amidst many curious and odd gazes, Zhou Chen solemnly held a precious box containing a grand seal, leading everyone towards Yili's courtyard. Seeing such a grand occasion, many curious students inside Storm University couldn't resist the urge and followed from a distance, intending to see what was going on. On the way to the courtyard, Zhou Chen naturally noticed the unusual atmosphere on campus, but the awarding of the Judgment Great Seal is public. Moreover, when General Yang Qingshan handed him the new Great Seal, his words meant to be as high profile as possible. If Zhou Chen guessed correctly, they should want to announce something to the forces of all nations. Yili is the new adjudicator of our Hanxia. This would make the forces from all over the world give up on trying to recruit the youth. Chapter 148, the new adjudicator of Hanxia, thanks to extreme low presence. In the courtyard, after finishing the small talk, Lin Yingyun stood up from the stone table, ready to say goodbye to Yili. Qin Jingli got up, casually nodded at Yili, as a farewell gesture. Yili instinctively glanced at the chair she had been sitting in. The chair was clean, with no trace of being tainted. The youth then breathed a subtle sigh of relief. He didn't even know what he was afraid of. Chen Jingli quietly looked at him and transmitted a message, "Don't worry, I've worn it." Yili looked at her in disbelief. What kind of heart could he possibly have to let him go? Chen Jingli once again gave him a calm gaze that conveyed, "Don't worry, I know my limits," while her hands quietly grasped the hem of her skirt. Her small face, cold and expressionless, was filled with an overwhelming aura that indicated Yili's disbelief, as if she was proving her own confidence right there. Yili really wanted to expose the true nature of this obsessive woman in front of Lin Yingyun, but he was also worried about the impact on his reputation. He wanted to be infamous, but certainly not this type. Yili pinched his brow, his voice carrying a hint of fatigue. "Just go back, I need to rest now." "You really need to rest now." Lin Yingyun did not hide her surprise on her face, as she had become somewhat numb to his high-intensity training schedule. Although she had advised Yili to rest earlier, it was only half-heartedly, just to see if it would work. She never expected it to actually succeed. Tap tap tap. At this moment, a series of hurried and dense footsteps suddenly sounded from outside the courtyard. The footsteps grew closer. Soon, a crisp knocking sound echoed at the courtyard door. Yuan, closest to the door, stepped forward, surprised. "What are you all here for?" He saw dozens of uniformed law enforcers standing outside the yard, their expressions extremely solemn. A majestic and dignified aura swept over him. The pressure from 4 martial artists at the Divine Mansion level combined, enveloping the area for miles around. The leading law enforcer had a heavy aura, holding a dark jade box, his gaze sharp with the experience of many battles. Yu Wang instinctively stiffened. He had never seen such a grand assembly from the Qingyi Bureau come to visit. "May I ask?" Zhou Chen's gaze swept over him, and he asked in a low voice, "Is this the residence of Yili, General Yi?" "General?" Hearing this unfamiliar term, Yu Wang's heartbeat inexplicably quickened. "What do you want with Yili?" "Delivering a seal." Amidst the many curious gazes behind him, Zhou Chen replied without hesitation. "General Yang Qingshan presents the seal on behalf of the National Pillar, respectfully inviting classmate Yili to serve as the new judicator of Hanja." His clear voice resonated powerfully, echoing throughout the courtyard. As soon as the words fell, a wave of astonished gasps erupted from the crowd behind Zhou Chen. "Judicator? A new judicator is born? Yili, my brother Yi, is going to receive the judgment seal before graduating. Wow, are we witnessing history here?" For a moment, excited voices erupted from the student crowd, sweeping across the entire school. As residents of Hanja, they were naturally familiar with this position. Judicator. Overseeing the nation, passing judgment on the world. This represented a position of great power and martial prowess in Hanja. A title forged by the renown of martial arts grandmasters, now to be bestowed upon a student of a martial arts university? With each thought, a feeling of absurdity rose from everyone's hearts. But because of the name Yili, they found it acceptable, and the gasp shifted to cheers. Judicator. In the courtyard, Yu Wang felt as if his head had been struck by a heavy hammer, leaving him dazed and staggering away from the doorway. "Excuse me." Zhou Chen nodded and led the many law enforcers into the courtyard in a single file. By the stone table, Yili waved at them. I know, you are even more handsome than in the photos." As he spoke, Zhou Chen quickly walked over. Behind Yili, Lin Yun was already dumbstruck. She felt somewhat awkward, as if she was dining with her friend, and suddenly a group of powerful big shots arrived, all claiming to be their friend's subordinates. The atmosphere instantly became extraordinarily high-end. Realizing she was out of place, Lin Yun hurriedly stepped aside. Looking at the composed handsome youth by the stone table, she once again realized the gap between a lazy genius and an extraordinary prodigy. This truly is. Lin Yun turned her head, just wanting to share a few emotions with Qin Jingli, when she suddenly realized that the other person was also staring intently at the young man. "General Yi." He paused by the stone table. Zhou Chen opened the classical black jade box, taking out a small seal that shimmered with colors, presenting it to Yili. His eyes lowered, his expression respectful. "I hope you can accept the seal." "I don't even know what this is for." Yili put down his teacup and stood up. Under the fervent gazes of many law enforcers, he seemingly asked casually, "What level is a judge in the Qingyi Bureau?" Chapter 149, Accepting the Seal. What level is a judge within the Qingyi Bureau? Hearing this question, Zhou Chen instantly perked up. He had long been prepared to explain this to the young man. The level of a judge is quite simple to understand. In short, within the domain of Hangxia, you have absolute authority. Nationwide, in the Qingyi Bureau, you will have absolute speaking power. Any branch office, as long as the judge is present, must actively cooperate. Let me give you a simple example, and you will understand. Zhou Chen thought for a moment. If you have evidence of a crime by a certain domestic sect in your hands, you can lead troops to suppress it that very day, and the surrounding provinces' Qingyi bureaus will do their utmost to assist you. Furthermore, all resources in the headquarters are open to you. If you don't possess a 6th-tier spirit condensing technique, you can choose one at will. Not only that, many treasure lands and secret realms controlled by the Hangxia government are also open for you to enter at any time. If a secret realm opens abroad, you can bring people with you and go treasure hunting in the name of Hangxia. Regarding military power, you can freely mobilize all law enforcers within a province, as well as the station Hangxia army. Your orders do not need to be reported, they directly represent the will of the headquarters. There's also the right to act first and report later, as long as you write a report after the action is concluded. Zhou Chen spoke with dry lips, his voice filled with barely contained excitement. Such treatment, no matter where it is presented, would stir the blood of any law enforcer. Countless people listened quietly, eyes shining as they stared at this historic moment, afraid to even breathe. At this moment, if the young man nods, he can instantly transform from a martial arts university student to a presence that even the sect leader of the Three Mountains would treat with respect. Finally, under their tense and fervent gazes, that shimmering small seal, symbolizing authority, was casually grasped by a slender hand. Then, the owner of the hand even tossed it lightly, weighing the small seal. This scene made everyone widen their eyes, their hearts nearly jumping out of their throats. That is the seal of judgment. Playing with it like a toy? It's quite light. The young man held the small seal and smiled softly. Are you willing to accept the seal? Zhou Chen's expression could not hide his excitement, not caring about the other's actions at all. Although he was also astonished. But as long as Yili was willing to accept the seal, tossing the seal is fine, even tossing him for fun is acceptable. Let's consider it a matter for a while, a win-win deal. Yili gently stroked the small seal, casually replying. What a perfect situation for a sleepyhead in need of a pillow. He was worried about not having a way to check the archives of those famous sections. Now, he has his permissions fully granted. In vast Hangxia, he truly believed he would find a grand sect that seemed golden on the outside but was rotten within. His own martial infancy level was finally going to have a place to go. I, Zhou Chen, have seen General Yi. Zhou Chen clasped his hands respectfully, his eyes filled with eager anticipation for the future. The birth of a new judge. Within half a day, this news would spread throughout most of Hangxia. Outside the courtyard, countless people were filled with excitement, their faces flushed, breathing erratically. The feeling of a future big shot being born right in front of them was simply too overwhelming for these yet-to-graduate martial arts students. In daily life, they treat even the fifth-level senior teachers with utmost respect. Now, an existence close to the pinnacle of Hanhua suddenly appears before them. The enormous leap between the two leaves many unsure of how to respond. Director Yi, if there are no urgent matters, I will return to the Qingyi Bureau in Fengyun City first. Zhou Chen slightly straightens his body, looking at Yili. That seal has many functions, one of which allows you to contact me at any time. I will stay on standby at the Qingyi Bureau, just call me if you need anything. According to the order issued by Yang Qingshan, he is now to serve as a law enforcer under Yili. However, Yili is still in school and likely won't leave Ying province for the next few years. During this time, Zhou Chen plans to hold a nominal position in the Qingyi Bureau in Fengyun City, just to pass the time. Of course. If Yili is willing to temporarily leave school and go to Hanhua to suppress those restless sects, that would be perfect. Thinking of this, Zhou Chen can't help but chuckle and shake his head inwardly. Humans are truly creatures who like to push boundaries. Just now, they were eagerly wishing to get someone to take the seal. Now that they have it, they want them to immediately go to work, heading to the provinces of Hanhua to quell long-standing troubles. Dreaming isn't always like this. Yili is indeed a monstrous talent in martial arts, and reaching the peak of the 5th level makes him a well-known martial arts expert in Hanhua. But if a single peak God Mansion realm can resolve internal troubles, the Qingyi Bureau wouldn't have been in such a predicament for decades. What Hanhua needs now is a new judge with immense strength who is not afraid of offending those powerful families. In the eyes of many powerful families, a peak 5th level is, at most, a problematic prized sword. To be wary of, but not to be feared. It's important to know. Aside from the 3 mountains and 6 sects, there are still some first-rate powers within Hanhua that possess a 6th level ancestor as their stronghold. This is the downside of having a long history. Zhou Chen sighs inwardly, then prepares to bid farewell to Yili. But he hears the young man say something that makes him question his life. I plan to look at the archives of various sects in Hanhua. Yili puts away the small seal and coughs lightly, asking, does the Qingyi Bureau in Fengyun City have any records? As he speaks, his gaze falls on Zhou Chen. Seeing Zhou Chen stunned in place, Yili can't help but frown slightly. Could it be that the Qingyi Bureau in Fengyun City can't find them? Yes, Fengyun City isn't even the capital of Ying province. To check, one probably needs to go to the headquarters. It seems there's nothing else to do. Left Qingyu has also entered seclusion. It's time to set off to strive for my martial infant realm. Yili thinks for a moment, then looks at Zhou Chen, confirming. If the Qingyi Bureau in Fengyun City doesn't have any records, where can I find them? Zhou Chen suddenly snaps back to reality and takes a deep breath. Having been in the Qingyi Bureau for nearly 100 years and understanding this field well, how could he not hear it? The other party seems to have the intention to help the country soothe internal troubles. Just got the seal and is planning to take action right away? Zhou Chen tries to calm his racing heart, yet he cannot hide his excitement, reporting to Director Yi, yes, you can find them at the Qingyi Bureau in Fengyun City. Since Yili has this intention, he must not rain on his parade. Even letting him understand the situation beforehand is good. Can you find it? Then let's go. Yili stands up and walks towards the yard, nodding at the 3 elders, remember to close the door when you leave. As the words fall, under the completely different expressions of the 3 elders, Yili walks out of the courtyard with a calm expression. The warm sunlight shines upon him, highlighting his slender silhouette exceptionally well. With his back straight, his white clothes sway in the gentle wind, and his steps are unhurried. Amidst the crowd of law enforcers, the dreamily exquisite white-clothed youth soon disappears from everyone's sight. Chapter 150, I am in a hurry to collect debts. In the Qingyi Bureau of Fengyun City, there was a hidden room. Inside the room, Yili looked at the precision instruments in front of him and asked in surprise. Is this the archive? Before him lay a massive, bone-white device, with a slot just big enough to hold a waste card. It wasn't a place like a library, was it to ensure the confidentiality of the files? That's right, but the files here are far from detailed compared to those in the headquarters. Zhou Qin took out the special waste card he received from the director of Fengyun City and quickly stepped forward to insert the card. Buzz. In an instant, the device at its center erupted with a sea of holographic projections, accompanied by a roar like a turbo engine. All the files on the famous mountain gate forces in the Hanxia region for the past 10 years are here. Zhou Qin looked at this strange scene, his tone solemn. You can browse freely, I'll wait for you outside. After saying this, he turned and exited the room, and the heavy metal door quickly closed behind him. Yili didn't hesitate long, his fingers gently tapped on the projection. Suddenly, large amounts of information projections popped up. He chose to first check on the 9 forces he was more concerned about. The 3 mountains and 6 sects of Hanxia. If there were any forces he could eliminate to help him rise to the top, it would be these 9 forces. Just one of the 6 sects, Hangshan Treasure Pavilion, had 2 6th-level Wuying Realm warriors, and countless disciples, renowned in Jiangnan province. If he could wipe them out and recruit them, the evil value he could get would probably be counted in units of 100,000. Just thinking about it made his heart race. However, after a moment, Yi Li's brows gradually furrowed. He found that in the Fengyun City Qingyi Bureau's archive, there were actually very few records about the 3 mountains and 6 sects. This was a bit strange. Could it be that these 9 forces had nothing worth recording for the past 10 years? Yi Li didn't believe it was possible. At the very least, the Qingyi Bureau of Hanxia couldn't be this ignorant about these 9 forces. Could they all be in the headquarters? Yi Li murmured to himself, guessing the reason. If so, that would be a bit troublesome. He would have to make a special trip to the headquarters. Let's take a look at others first. Yi Li shook his head and began to check the situation of other thorny forces. Warriors in the Shinfu realm had incredibly fast investigation speeds. Soon, he found a target. Hanhai Province, Muchentang. It was said to be a well-known force in the local area. In the year 8245 of the Hanxia calendar, on the 57th of July, 48 Hanxia warriors sought medical treatment at Muchentang, 40 returned healed, and 17 went missing. In September of the same year, 89 low-level warriors went to Muchentang for treatment, 30 returned healed, while 59 went missing. In December of the same year, 139 low-level warriors visited Muchentang, 29 returned, and 110 went missing. Upon seeing this, there was basically no need to continue reading. Yi Li calmly closed the projection. He could guarantee that this Muchentang was definitely problematic. The records from last year showed the situation would only be worse this year. At the end of the files, the status indicated that the case was currently being surrounded. Looking at the date the files were reported, the Qingyi Bureau had only learned about this a few months ago. The reason for the delay was because there was a note on the back. There is an aged Wuying Realm warrior inside, along with 2 Shinfu Realm warriors, all of whom refuse to surrender. They are extremely difficult to deal with. Requesting support. The request for assistance from half a month ago had still not been cancelled. This showed just how tight the manpower was at the Qingyi Bureau. Time to set out. Yi Li silently exhaled, then drew out that special waste card and prepared to walk towards the door. Just then, he suddenly had a feeling. Following this, Yi Li took out the judgment seal from his storage ring, raising an eyebrow. At this very moment, the seal emitted a noticeable pulling force, clearly attempting to draw his spirit into it. Can this thing also call people for a meeting? There was no one around, so it was indeed a chance to see what was going on. With that thought, Yi Li gently closed his eyes and touched the seal with his spirit. After confirming there was no hostility, he finally relaxed his restrictions and allowed that pull to draw him into another space. After a brief darkness, a strange feeling of enclosure enveloped his heart. Yi Li opened his eyes. What came into view was a huge conference hall and a large stone table made of an unknown material. Beside the stone table sat a middle-aged man with a resolute face. After feeling Yi Li's gaze, a smile appeared on his sharp-featured face. You have arrived. I have arrived. Yi Li naturally sat down beside the stone table and looked at the middle-aged man across from him. This is the meeting space belonging to the judgers. It seemed he could see Yi Li's confusion. The middle-aged man cleared his throat and self-explanatorily said, in the secret treasure of Hanxia, there is an ancient artifact called the Divine Consciousness Gem, which connects to a chaotic space of divine consciousness. We have transformed it into this, then divided it into several parts, creating the judgment seal, which we give to all the judgers. This is also to prevent each other from losing contact. After saying that, he clasped his hands together and said solemnly, let me introduce myself. My name is Yang Qingshan, and like you, I am a judger. Yi Li. Yi Li gently nodded. Yi Li. Welcome to join the judgers. Yang Qingshan casually greeted while subtly assessing this young man. His impression of Yi Li mostly stemmed from the various matters learned in the past 2 days. A truly extraordinary prodigy, shattering his understanding of geniuses. In the organization there is the top-tier spirit nurturing method, and I will send someone to deliver 2 books to you soon. After Yang Qingshan spoke, the young man in white across simply nodded calmly, indicating he understood. There was no emotion of excitement. Yang Qingshan was not surprised. When you advance to the martial infant in a few years, I will arrange the best treasure land for you to cultivate in seclusion, helping you enhance your strength as quickly as possible. There's no need for that. Before he finished speaking, Yi Li suddenly interjected. The boy's tone was a bit anxious. Friend, could you please get to the point? I'm in a hurry to go to Hanhai province to eliminate a family. Chapter 151, I see you are really getting old and confused. Thanks to Tyrant Death God for the certification. The Mu Chuntang in Hanhai province? Hearing this name, Yang Qingshan's spirit lifted. Being stationed at the headquarters, he was naturally familiar with many situations within Hanxia. He said with some surprise, you want to use Mu Chuntang to establish your reputation? The 2 divine palace realms in their hall are not your opponents, but there is an ancestor at the martial infant realm, with various means, and cannot be dealt with by a divine palace realm warrior. The matter of Mu Chuntang secretly drawing on the life force of the living for cultivation had been verified by the Qingla Bureau's informants not long ago. In the past half-month, they had mobilized enforcers from 3 surrounding cities to encircle and suppress it. Even so, Mu Chuntang still couldn't be taken down after a prolonged siege. The reason was that the ancestor of Mu Chuntang, with a 6-stage first-layer cultivation, desperately fought against those encircling him. An old man nearing his end, completely indifferent to life and death. In such a situation, many 6-stage warriors were concerned about their own safety, fearing the dying counterattack from that Mu Chuntang ancestor would injure their foundation and affect their future cultivation. Coincidentally, the martial infant realm powerhouse stationed in Hanhai province from the Qingla Bureau was seriously injured during last year's beast tide and had yet to fully recover, unable to participate in the encirclement. Perhaps seeing this point, the Mu Chuntang ancestor dared to act so boldly. He seemed to want to use this method to make the Qingla Bureau ignore Mu Chuntang's mistake this time. But unfortunately, Mu Chuntang did not have a second martial infant realm. Relying solely on an elderly 6-stage first layer, they did not qualify for the Qingla Bureau to turn a blind eye. Right now, the beast tide in Shanjian province is fierce. In half a month, I will be able to dispatch a martial infant to stabilize the situation. Yang Qingshan's face showed no sign of panic. It seemed he already had a strategy for this matter. This Mukan Hall won't cause too much trouble for long. You just took office and there's no need to take such a risk. If the ancestor of Mukan Hall gets injured before he dies, that would be a loss outweighing the gain. Moreover, the middle-aged man looked at Yi Li, seriously saying, as a judge, you should be aware of certain influences. Aware of the influence? Yi Li raised an eyebrow, following the other person's words to ask, what influence should I be aware of? A judge can't just fight, you also need to understand a bit about balancing human feelings. Mukan Hall is also a top power in the country, meaning that surrounding and attacking them will have a great impact. As he spoke, Yang Qingshan revealed a helpless smile. Indeed, Yi Li didn't quite understand these complicated matters. You should know that judges directly represent the will of the headquarters. If you act against them, it's likely to make the 3 mountains and 6 sects feel that the Qingyi Bureau is starting to cleanse domestic powers, leading to a series of chain reactions. Their courage is beyond what you imagine, especially with the martial arts master of the 3 mountains as their trump card. At this point, Yang Qingshan's voice carried a hint of advice. If you really push them too hard, their audacity might even lead them to stab the judge in the back. In the archive of the headquarters, there are plenty of reasons for surrounding the 3 mountains. Between them, it's merely the difference between killing once and killing 10 times. Is this still not destroying them? Yi Li frowned and asked. The national pillar is in seclusion, only appearing when the beast god shows signs of activity. Yang Qingshan leaned back in his chair, sighing. The Qingyi Bureau currently has no strength to surround them. I'm not afraid of the cold arrows from the 3 mountains, but you still need time to grow. He looked at Yi Li. With your talent, perhaps in less than 20 years, you can give Hanxia the ability to eliminate internal troubles. 20 years? Upon hearing this, Yi Li chuckled lightly but was too lazy to argue with him. 20 years is too long, he only fights for every moment. He then asked, so if I were a martial arts master, then even the 3 mountains and 6 sects would have reasons to surround and annihilate them? Pretty much. Given the closed nature of this space, Yang Qingshan spoke more casually. At least in my impression, what they do behind the scenes is no less than Mukan Hall. In fact, they may even do it better. Then I understand. Yi Li stood up. Subsequently, his body formed from divine consciousness began to become illusory, clearly about to leave this divine consciousness space. Understood? Yang Qingshan asked with a smile. Yi Li nodded slightly and replied lightly, I will go to Hanhai province to eliminate Mukan Hall first, and later settle accounts with these so-called 3 mountains and 6 sects. Upon hearing this, the smile that had just appeared on Yang Qingshan's face froze. It seems the advice he just gave was not heard at all. What does this mean? Did you forget what I just said? Yang Qingshan suddenly stood up, his eyes fixed firmly on Yili. When you advance to the martial infant realm, your lifespan could reach 500 years. 20 years is just a blink of an eye for you. Why? General Yang, I truly think you are getting old and confused. Before he could finish, Yili directly interrupted him, a hint of a smile in his voice revealing an undeniable tone. Just taking over a mountain gate, does it require all this complexity? For this incident, I can seize the house, and you can issue the order. It can't be simpler. No need to discuss further. At the moment his words fell, he waved his hand, and his slender figure instantly disappeared from the spot. In the divine consciousness space. Watching the place where the young man disappeared, Yang Qingshan momentarily found himself at a loss. From Yili's words, is he going directly to Hanhai province to participate in the siege of Mukan Hall? With this thought in mind, Yang Qingshan originally wanted to stop them immediately, but now, according to reason, the two were equal colleagues. So, this matter could really only follow Yili's lead. Yang Qingshan slowly sat back down. At this moment, he finally had a preliminary understanding of the youth's style of doing things. In today's situation, such a person had actually emerged. Unfazed by the so-called 3 mountains and 6 sects. This was something Yang Qingshan was happy to see. With the other's talent, as long as he was willing to endure for a while, he would definitely have the potential to resolve the hidden dangers of the 3 mountains and 6 sects. But, things don't always go as one wishes. The other party just wasn't willing to wait for 20 years. He was a bit too confident in his own personal abilities. Yang Qingshan was silent for a moment, then sighed, forget it, let it be. Based on his understanding, with Yili's means, when facing an ancestor of the martial infant realm who was aging, he would definitely be able to withdraw unscathed. When the critical moment came, the other side was not a fool, he definitely knew that retreat was the best option. As the saying goes, teaching people is not as good as teaching things. When the boy realizes that relying solely on his own martial power cannot smoothly achieve his goals, he would naturally come to request his assistance. Thinking this way, Yang Qingshan shook his head helplessly. Then he moved a thick stack of reports from the table in front of him and began flipping through them at a rapid pace. But when he picked up the 5th document, his hand suddenly paused. A line of text on the report caught his eye. Yili defeats the Elder Mu's direct disciple, Elder Chengqing. Shaking Jiangnan province. Yang Qingshan's pupils constricted sharply. In the Qingyi Bureau of Fengyun City, in the confidential archives. Crash. The metal door suddenly swung open, and Yili in a white outfit walked out. Director Yi. Seeing the youth come out, Zhou Chen at the door immediately stepped forward and politely asked, how? Did you gain anything? Yes. Yili did not look aside, simply and concisely said. Notify the Qingyi Bureau of Hanhai Province to send me the coordinates of the Muchun Hall. Upon hearing this, Zhou Chen's face showed surprise. Muchun Hall? That first-rate force guarded by a martial infant realm ancestor? What do you want to do? Although he was in Ying province, news was circulating. He had heard about the Qingyi Bureau's failed siege on Muchun Hall, trying to extract life force from the living for half a month. But given that Muchun Hall had an almost invincible martial infant realm powerhouse stationed there, what did Yili, at the peak of the divine mansion realm, want to do? Just as this question arose in Zhou Chen's mind, the cold words that flowed from Yili's lips made his heartbeat suddenly quicken. Annihilate their clan, raid their homes. Chapter 152, The Ancestor of Muchun Hall, thanks to I am not a brother for the 3 divine certifications. In Hanhai Province, Yushan City. On the city's most famous and spiritually rich Yushan, a heavy and murderous atmosphere was currently enveloping. The thousands of law enforcers stationed on Yushan were the source of this murderous aura. And at the summit of Yushan sat a force once revered as a top sect by local martial artists. Muchun Hall. This place was famous for its medical skills and poison arts, and the disciples within were not only well versed in these 2 arts but also had above-average physical strength among warriors of the same rank. Even without counting that martial infant realm ancestor, it would still be quite tricky to besiege this place. At this moment, the morning light pierced through the gaps in the leaves, spilling over various parts of the mountain. In every distinctive camouflage tent, the figures of Han Xiao warriors and law enforcers came and went. As before, place a lookout every 100 meters, and have a skilled person in concealing their presence act as a hidden lookout. As long as someone charges from the mountain, regardless of their strength, we will immediately set up a battle formation, with artillery support from the rear. Unlike previous days, the morale in the military camp today was noticeably high. And there was no sign of decline. An elder witnessing this situation visibly relaxed, a hint of joy emerging in his eyes. The elder's name was Yukong. He was the person in charge of the siege against Muchun Hall this time. Or rather, the former leader. The reason for this is that since the arrival of the white-clothed adjudicator this morning, the leader has effectively been replaced. The old man retreated back into the tent and said respectfully, with cupped hands. Fortunately, the two of you have come to assist. The morale in the army has greatly increased, and it now seems likely that we can take down the Woodspring Hall by the end of the month. This, of course, was polite talk. As long as that martial infant realm ancestor of Woodspring Hall is alive, they should not think about taking it smoothly. Let's skip the polite talk. After receiving a nod from Yili, Zhou Chen cleared his throat twice and said in a deep voice. Moreover, Director Yi does not want the end of the month. If possible, let's finish this matter today. Upon hearing this, Yukong's heart sank slightly, and he looked at the youth with a face as white as jade. Isn't that a bit too hasty? From the information he received last night, the new adjudicator was a genius who had entered the peak of the Divine Mansion realm before the age of 20. This talent was simply astonishing. It was obviously the aura of a future master. Surely, it would be no problem to take the seal early. But the gap between the Divine Mansion and the martial infant is well known. There is no one on our side who can limit that martial infant realm ancestor. Even taking down Woodspring Hall by the end of the month feels a bit delusional, let alone tonight. Director Yi, I heard that the headquarters will send a 6th-tier powerhouse next month. Why not wait a little longer? The old man Yukong tentatively asked. Including him and the two in front of him, there were only 6 Divine Mansion realm warriors in the Yushan camp. And some of them had been temporarily pulled in from nearby cities. 6 Divine Mansion realm warriors versus 2 Divine Mansion and 1 martial infant. Only those in the Divine Mansion realm knew how vast the gap was. Not to mention Yukong, even Zhou Chen felt uncertain at the moment. During last night's rush, he had subtly inquired several times with Yili. How should they deal with that martial infant ancestor from Woodspring Hall? Should they wait for the arrival of the martial infant from the headquarters before deciding? The answers he received were all fairly uniform. Why wait for him? Yili stood up and said calmly, that old martial infant will be dealt with by me. You just need to ensure there are no fish that escape the net. Indeed, General Yi has made up his mind. Zhou Chen sighed inwardly. At this point, within the Qingyi Bureau, no one can change the will of an adjudicator, even if it is another adjudicator. Old man Yukong's heart was filled with unease. Although he was extremely anxious, he could only agree. A moment later, he walked out of the tent. Gathering his spirits, Yukong took a deep breath and conveyed the youth's orders to the law enforcers in Yushan camp. All troops stand down, launch a full-scale attack in 2 hours. Yes. The sound was like a great bell, echoing in the sky above Yushan, causing the branches to shake. In Woodspring Hall, the main hall made of top-grade spiritual wood was incredibly majestic. The usually lively mountain gate was now frighteningly oppressive, with a sense of almost tragic atmosphere pervading the air. At this moment, in the conference hall of the main hall, 4 figures sat quietly. The elder at the head had thick facial hair, and his aged face bore the unique dominance of a high-ranking individual. Even after experiencing multiple battles this month, his aura remained extraordinarily powerful, making hearts tremble. He was indeed the ancestor of Woodspring Hall. In front of him, 3 people were breathing rapidly. 2 middle-aged men and women of the Divine Mansion realm, and a tall woman of the Tianguan realm. The proportions were somewhat asymmetrical, but their expressions were consistently serious and tense. This was in stark contrast to the ease of the Woodspring Hall ancestor. Now that things have come to this. The old man first looked at the middle-aged pair and said in a cold tone, as for you two, I have no good advice to give. The calamity arose because of you two, but considering you just accepted the secrets of my Woodspring Hall, and thus left behind some clues, I won't discuss right or wrong for now. If the Qingyi Bureau overlooks the mistakes of Woodspring Hall on my account, then so be it. But if not, you will be the sinners of Mu Chuntang. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged couple trembled even more. They were husband and wife, and also the head and vice-head of Mu Chuntang. Last year, they had learned from their ancestor that the divine pill used to break through to the 6th rank was made using the life force of many warriors. In their excitement, they inadvertently left some traces. This was how the Qingyi Bureau had come to investigate them. Mu Ling, you are the one I worry about the least. Retracting his gaze from the middle-aged couple, the ancestor of Mu Chuntang looked at the relatively calm tall woman, his tone softening. The younger generation in the hall mostly looks up to you as their leader. The future of Mu Chuntang lies with you. There are probably not many geniuses like you in the Qingyi Bureau. So, when the time comes, even if something happens in the hall, they will certainly do their best to recruit you into the Qingyi Bureau. P.S. The rating is 9.3 now, thanks to the great support of everyone. It's the end of the month, and the little author asks for some love to power this. Chapter 153, The Decision Maker of the Qingyi Bureau, thanks to a hashtag more **** life it for the validation. Ancestor. The tall woman named Mu Ling immediately expressed her will upon hearing this. Mu Ling is fortunate to have the ancestor's inheritance and is respected as the senior sister by the young generation in the hall. Even if I die, I will never yield to the Qingyi Bureau. Mu Chuntang will never become the lapdog of the Hanxia officials. Look at what you are saying, child, I never intended for you to reach this point. The ancestor of Mu Chuntang smiled even wider. He could see a bright future for Mu Chuntang through the other party, and naturally did not want it to perish here too early, so he smiled and said, "Do not worry, although Yushan is currently sealed off by the Qingyi Bureau's large formation, and we cannot learn about outside news. But the martial infant in Hanhai province is severely injured, it won't recover even in half a year. Most of the other 6th rank warriors in Hanxia also do not dare to contend with me in terms of foundation, the vitality tree in the hall is far from depleted. Unless a martial infant can suddenly be born in the Qingyi Bureau within half a month, otherwise." The ancestor of Mu Chuntang smiled lightly, his voice carrying a hint of dominance. "On this Yushan, I am invincible. When they attack the mountain next time, I will slay 100 of them, the next time, I will slay 1,000. After all, there are still several years left until my time comes. I want to see how long the Qingyi Bureau of Hanhai province dares to endure against Mu Chuntang." As his words fell, even the middle-aged couple in the divine palace felt instinctively lower their heads. On the surface, they were calling themselves the head and vice-head. However, the actual decision-maker of Mu Chuntang was still the old martial infant ancestor in front of them. His tough character, combined with his limited lifespan nearing the end, made even the encirclement of the Qingyi Bureau not intimidate him at all. Very few warriors dared to provoke him. Ancestor. In the main hall, Mu Ling looked at the old man with reverence, and her inner turmoil was greatly calmed. Since she could remember, the old man had been like a nearly divine being in her memories. Even now that she had reached the Tianguan realm, that feeling had hardly diminished. What the old man was doing now was simply forcing the Qingyi Bureau of Hanhai province to uncover this matter. Moreover, in half a month's time, even for second-rank warriors, it is hard to raise their strength by one level. Where could Hanxia produce a powerhouse comparable to a martial infant? With the current situation, over time, facing the unbearable massive losses, even the enforcers of the Qingyi Bureau would ultimately have to bow their heads. After all, without Hanxia's martial arts masters, martial infants are the strongest existence in the mortal world. Such an ancestor, who among the Qingyi Bureau could kill? Who would dare to kill? Boom! At that moment, there was suddenly a series of obvious vibrations coming from outside Mu Chuntang. Here they come? The ancestor of Mu Chuntang was first taken aback. With a cold sneer, he said, "Order the hall to hold this place. Tell them this enforcer outside the city is a watchdog against the strange beasts, but inside the city, he doesn't count for anything. Kill for me. Don't be afraid, kill fiercely." As he spoke, he stood up and slowly walked out of the main hall. The old man's dry face was utterly indifferent, calmly watching the pillars of light shooting up outside the hall. Each pillar of light represented a battle formation. At this moment, thick clusters of light pillars had surrounded this place completely. Silently, a chilling and dignified atmosphere enveloped the entire Muchun Hall. On the vast open space inside the hall, thousands of disciples looked tense as they watched the scene, tightly gripping their precious weapons. Meanwhile, behind the elder of Muchun Hall, 3 figures walked out of the main hall. One of them, Mu Ling, raised her eyes, looking at the far more formidable marching arrangement outside, and her heart suddenly trembled. They are launching a full-scale attack. Before her words fell, the elder snorted coldly, "It's just a bluff. I'll leave this to you, I'll go break their formations and suppress their arrogance." After saying that, a majestic aura surged from his body. The elder stepped out, his figure instantly soaring into the air, sweeping across the sky like a swan, heading straight towards the sky outside the hall. The middle-aged couple simultaneously began to mobilize the disciples in the hall. The aura erupted by the elder of Muchun Hall had evidently alarmed the Qingyi Bureau outside, and a thunderous roar echoed from Jade Mountain, astonishingly powerful. On the steps in front of the main hall, Mu Ling watched her ancestor's gradually receding figure, her expression serious. It was not that she was worried about the elder's safety, but the Qingyi Bureau had come with great momentum. Perhaps they had some way to counter her ancestor? Unless they brought heavy weaponry that could blow Jade Mountain to the sky. Otherwise, simply relying on those enforcers' battle formations for their survival. She shook her head and sneered, "The ancestor is a martial infant realm immortal, why should he be afraid of such petty tricks?" Rather than worrying about her ancestor, it was better for her to set an example as the senior sister. Fellow disciples. Mu Ling drew out a spear from her storage ring, pointing it directly at the sky outside, and shouted sternly. "The Qingyi Bureau is filled with nothing but second-rate characters, do not be afraid, come with me to battle." Her determined voice resounded throughout Muchun Hall, giving thousands of disciples a solid backbone in their hearts. Meanwhile, at the peak of Jade Mountain, numerous enforcers formed battle formations, staring at the elder of Muchun Hall who walked in the air as if facing a great enemy. The pressure of the martial infant realm gradually descended, causing them to sweat nervously. "What's the matter?" The elder of Muchun Hall looked down at them and scoffed, "Aren't you the ones launching a full-scale attack? Now that you see me, you suddenly know fear?" He understood that the Qingyi Bureau would not easily submit, and he had already prepared to go all the way without turning back. Of course, he also had his measure and would only slay a part of the enforcers on Jade Mountain to give the Qingyi Bureau a way to retreat. After that, the two sides could keep to themselves and live in peace. Come. The elder of Muchun Hall was full of confidence, laughing loudly, "Let me see your Qingyi Bureau strength." As his voice fell, all the enforcers showed anger, yet felt helpless. At this moment, on Jade Mountain, there were no martial infant realm warriors on the Qingyi Bureau side to compete with the elder. They could only allow him to brag here, diminishing their own morale. Alas! Then, at this moment, a fierce whirlwind suddenly descended upon Jade Mountain, overwhelming in power. The storm pressed down the spiritual trees on the mountain, the sound of thick trunks cracking endlessly. This sound clearly reached everyone's ears. The elder of Muchun Hall seemed to sense something, retracting his smile, turning his head to look towards the distant central military camp. In that camp, a tall figure walked out. That person was dressed in snow-white clothes, and golden eyes shone like a true heavenly god, ablaze with heat. The gaze was cold as a knife, staring straight ahead. In an instant, a suffocating and strange pressure suddenly descended upon the old man's heart, heavy as a mountain, grand and imposing. A dying old dog in the martial infant realm dares to speak so arrogantly? In the next moment, the icy voice of the white-clothed youth shook the Jade Mountain from top to bottom. In a flash, a terrifying aura, surpassing that of the ancestor of the Wood Spring Hall, erupted from him, soaring into the sky. Comparable to a martial infant warrior? This violent aura made the old man's face change wildly, his eyes filled with uncertainty. On the other side, upon seeing the figure of the youth, all the enforcers present became agitated, General Yi. That white robe symbolized something, and they understood its significance more than any other force. The Arbiter. Boom! The winds and clouds surged atop Jade Mountain, the mountains and fields trembled. In countless lines of excited eyes. Wearing the Arbiter's grand cloak, Yili walked step by step forward, his energy vibrant as a rising sun, his eyes blazing, and his black hair dancing. Every step the youth took seemed to tread upon everyone's heart, his calm and indifferent voice resounded at the mountain peak. "Step back, this is my fight now." With these words, many enforcers were so excited that they trembled all over. For half a month, the relentless mockery from the ancestor of the Wood Spring Hall had made them feel stifled to the extreme. The pinnacle existence in the Clear-Odd Bureau, they initially thought the newly appointed arbiter, at the peak of the Divine Mansion realm, could at most match the ancestor of the Wood Spring Hall with the cooperation of a few other Divine Mansion warriors. Who would have thought that just the intensity of his aura would overwhelm the old man across from him? They finally had a strong warrior who could stand up to the other side. As the white-clothed youth slowly rose into the air, the old man in the sky's eyelids twitched wildly, instinctively retreating. Chapter 154, Great Battle with the Ancestor of Wood Spring Hall. Thanks to you on phone with you for the certification. Atop Jade Mountain. Looking at Yili before him. The ancestor of the Wood Spring Hall had an extremely ugly expression, his eyes carrying a hint of confusion. You should know that the birth of a martial infant realm powerhouse is extremely rare. It requires talent, effort, resources, and many other factors to accumulate, and then it takes hundreds of years to give rise to a single one. Therefore, each time a martial infant warrior is born, it stirs up Hanya. Even a warrior on the verge of breaking through to the martial infant realm will possess a considerable degree of fame. The ancestor of the Wood Spring Hall certainly remembered every martial infant in Hanya before being surrounded in the mountains, even those who might break through to the martial infant realm. However, none of them could compare with the youth before him. The youth clearly did not possess a martial infant within him, yet he made the old man genuinely feel an enormous pressure. Moreover, draped in the Arbiter's grand cloak, he radiated a vitality that was terrifying. Where on earth did this monster come from? I never heard of him before. The cunning Clear-Odd Bureau, could it be they have been hiding him to cultivate within? Lord Arbiter. Behind him was the Wood Spring Hall, as the ancestor, naturally his momentum could not lose. The ancestor of the Wood Spring Hall slightly bent his waist, clasping his hands in salute, narrowing his eyes, and asked in a tone with a hint of warning. Old man's time is running out, backed by the life evergreen tree, are you sure you want to fight me? Without a doubt, the youth before him was a genius among geniuses. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so young and already draped in the Arbiter's grand cloak, breaking the long-standing rules of the Clear-Odd Bureau. However, precisely because he was a genius, he would cherish his life even more. A martial infant whose time is running out, relying on the life evergreen tree that can sustain a warrior's vitality, surely the other party knew the difficulty of taking him down. Finished with your last words? Yili stepped forward, winds and clouds swirling, and a raging gust of energy erupted from above the old man's head, crashing down with overwhelming might. At the same time, in his limbs and bones, the vibrant true energy surged like a tempest. Yili's figure instantly vanished from his original spot. With the mastery of the spirit-infusing law, his control over the airflow had reached another level. Even a tornado can be created in the forest. Right now, it is just using the storm to bind the opponent's movement, as simple as breathing. The vast amount of true energy consumed to manipulate the gale was now all unleashed onto the ancestor of Mu Chuntang, knocking him back continuously. Do you think I am afraid of you? The old man gritted his teeth and shouted, his sleeves billowing, with his meridians shining brightly like the veins of a leaf. At this moment, his physical body ascended to a new level, and the martial artists of Mu Chuntang were also adept at physical confrontations. Boom! With a great roar, the old man actually tore apart the raging winds in front of him. In the next moment, Yi Li suddenly appeared before him. Without any hint of a forward lunge, the youth's blood energy surged explosively, instantly delivering a punch filled with overwhelming might. In an instant, the forest below trembled violently, as if fearing the impending impact. The old man's heart quaked, and his face changed drastically. He sensed an enormous threat from the peak of the opponent's fist, as if it could smash his proud body into pieces. Is this truly the realm of divine mansion? The old ancestor of Mu Chuntang felt a mix of shock and fear, the tiny martial infant rushing out from the divine mansion, instantly merging into his body. Boom! With the martial infant's addition, the old man's aura surged immensely. He let out a long howl, gaining confidence, and immediately crossed his arms in front of him to block that punch. In the next moment, a destructive force surged in like an ocean, and his arms, harder than diamonds, instantly crumbled, while the violent true energy rushed toward his meridians. The old man heard the wild winds roaring in his ears, his withered body was violently smashed back, spitting blood, while the scenery on both sides rapidly retreated. Under the astonished gazes of countless onlookers, his figure became a human meteor, crashing into the ground of Mu Chuntang. Ancestor? Is that the ancestor? The ancestor has been knocked down. Has the martial infant realm reached the Clean Anomaly Bureau? The White Cloak is the adjudicator of the Clean Anomaly Bureau. A martial arts master. We are done for. Countless disciples of Mu Chuntang screamed, and a wave of despair instantly covered the entire area, even the steps of those forming formations froze in place. In the pit, the old man struggled to rise, his gaze sweeping over his arm filled with surging green light. After the martial infant merged with his body, his physical strength was enough to split mountains and break rivers. But under the boy's punch, both of his arms nearly snapped off, and he was directly smashed down from the sky. What terrifying strength, Br. In this situation, even Mu Ling, who revered his ancestor the most, was left dumbfounded. I have the martial infant to protect me, and I also have the Vitality Immortal Tree to heal my injuries. Looking up at the white-clad youth descending from the sky like a deity, the old man shouted sharply, and even though he tried his best to hide it, he could not suppress the horror in his eyes. You cannot kill me. You cannot kill me. However, he completely forgot that his goal had shifted from suppressing the Clean Anomaly Bureau's reputation to saving his own life. How could this be? How could this be? The martial infant realm should be able to easily crush the divine mansion realm. I thought you really weren't afraid of death. Yi Li's voice was calm as he moved closer to the old man again. A terrifying killing intent radiated from his body, and a violent aura swept across the entire area, forcing thousands of Mu Chuntang disciples to retreat continuously. Flourishing tree, flowers bloom in an instant. The elder of Mu Chuntang roared, and the trees within the hall grew wildly, quicker than the speed of sound, obscuring the sky and blocking in front of him, simultaneously emitting toxic mist. Seeing this situation, Yi Li's expression turned cold, his momentum unyielding, and his golden eyes grew even brighter. White mist and frost and snow filled the sky. With a thunderous sound, a wave of chilling air swept out from his body, completely dispersing the mist. He himself seemed like an arrow released from a divine bow, leaving cracks in the ground wherever he passed, accompanied by thunderous booms. Crack! With numerous enhancements, Yi Li with an unmatched stance tore through the towering giant tree, suddenly grabbing the astonished old man's face. Then he swung his arm around, violently smashing him onto the ground. Boom! The earth trembled, and giant trees shattered. Life! The old man's consciousness scattered from the crushing force, instinctively calling for the treasure tree in the hall, his body emitting a green light representing life. Chapter 155, The Fall of the Wood Spring Hall. The Vitality Tree is the treasure worshipped by the Wood Spring Hall for generations. Keeping its spiritual essence nourished in the Divine Palace, in this Jade Mountain realm, it could continually heal injuries. It was precisely because of its blessing that the ancestor of the Wood Spring Hall dared to act so recklessly. Unless the enemy was much stronger than him, they couldn't quickly kill him, they would definitely be severely injured by his desperate counterattack before dying. Life. Return. The ancestor of the Wood Spring Hall was now possessed by a martial infant, and his body had reached an unbelievable strength. Yet he was still struck by Yi Li, feeling dizzy, seeing stars, and sensing he was about to lose control of his body. Above him, the boy spread his arms, his aura soaring like the sun and moon. His golden eyes were fiery, and his pressure could overshadow mountains. Boom, boom, boom. In a breath, dark golden light surged on his fist, constantly slamming into the old ancestor's forehead. The vast fist wind engulfed the old man, and the violent wind pressure seemed to want to shatter that green blow. Rumble. With the blessing of golden soul revival, the boy unleashed an unfathomable terrifying fist power, mercilessly striking the mountain beneath him. The entire wood spring hall shook, the once flat ground now spectacularly rolling like an earth dragon, violently trembling. In front of the main hall, Mu Ling stared blankly at this scene, never imagining her ancestor would fall to such a state. She hadn't even started leading the disciples to resist when the old man fell like a meteor from the sky, crashing into the empty space in the hall. Then she saw a boy in white crash down, pounding the ancestor, who seemed almost divine in her mind, into the ground. The shock of this scene was immense. So much so that the senior sister of the Wood Spring Hall and the ordinary disciples stood frozen in place, sharing the same expression of shock. In the huge pit, the ancestor of the Wood Spring Hall had been beaten to the point of having a shattered head, a collapsed chest, and his breath had dwindled to the extreme. Yet the green blow still stubbornly emerged from him. Neither did the surging momentum, like a vast ocean, cease. Under this continuous collapsing force, the Wood Spring Hall old man was covered in blood, his tendons severed, and bones broken. Under the gaze of those cold golden eyes, he felt as if he had returned to the most dangerous and urgent moment of his past, spirit fearful and agitated, his heart nearly collapsing. Detected that the 6th-tier ancestor of the Wood Spring Hall's heart is on the verge of collapse, evil value plus 20,000. As the notification sound echoed in his ears, Yili grabbed the old man's head, yanking him from the ground, and with a deafening boom, smashed him into the gathering of thousands of disciples. Many of the disciples were still dazed when suddenly, they saw a shadow flying in like a burst sack, instinctively raising their hands to block. In the next moment, a terrifying force, like a mountain collapsing, rushed in and smashed the crowd, creating a wide open space filled with wails and screams. You harm others and resist the law, do you plead guilty? The boy's question echoed in his ears. In tremendous pain, the old ancestor of the Wood Spring Hall desperately tried to channel his energy, but received not even the slightest response. Even the martial infant deep within him seemed to be locked in silence. In the earlier strike, Yili had unleashed the perfected dragon-sealed sky technique, sealing the old man's 7 meridians and 8 channels long ago. Now, the old man was nothing more than a sandbag with the body of a martial infant. The old ancestor of the Wood Spring Hall struggled to lift his head, only to see in the boy's indifferent golden eyes the purest and most intense killing intent. Seeing this, the old man was greatly frightened, instinctively wanting to beg for mercy, but found he couldn't make a sound no matter how he tried. His internal organs were too severely damaged. Not to mention speaking, even getting up was unusually difficult. Despair began to grow in the old man's heart. In these days, he had wantonly attacked the Qingyi Bureau's great formation, not knowing how many enforcers he had killed at his leisure, feeling so impressive. Now he was about to die here? The ancestor of Muchuan Hall never dreamed that the opponent, with the peak realm of Divine Mansion, could unleash divine power that even he, as a martial infant realm, could not withstand. And how could the other party kill him? He was a precious martial infant realm warrior. Even if he were to be defeated, he should be recruited to serve within the Bureau. How could it be like a livestock to be killed at will? The old man desperately rolled his throat. He wanted to explain to the judge before him the reasoning. If he was killed, it would surely alert the 3 mountains and 6 sects and even incite hostility. At that time, even if the other party was the new judge of the Qingyi Bureau, he would definitely not benefit, and might even invite disaster. The old man roared in his heart. Old ancestor. Mu Ling murmured to herself, her eyes wide open, unable to comprehend the scene before her. The ancestor, who used to call the wind and summon the rain, now could not even beg for mercy. The feeling of despair rooted her feet firmly in place. At that moment, she heard the boy's indifferent voice. Give me the gun. Mu Ling instinctively looked in the direction of the voice. But upon locking eyes with the boy's cold golden gaze, she screamed, I am willing to surrender. Muchuan Hall is willing to surrender to the Qingyi Bureau. Before her words fell, she seemed to have exhausted all her courage and collapsed to the ground with a thud, trembling all over, looking at the white-clothed boy with fear on her face. With her actions, the disciples of Muchuan Hall behind her all fell to the ground with a clatter, crying for mercy that echoed into the hall. Outside the hall, the 2 masters of Divine Mansion, struggling to resist, along with over 1,000 disciples of Muchuan Hall, were suddenly stunned. You! Cough cough cough. You, cough cough. Seeing this scene, the old ancestor of Muchuan Hall's eyes nearly bled from rage, coughing out a mouthful of blood, his eyes fixated on Mu Ling. These disciples, actually all knelt down and surrendered so neatly. Poor him, a martial infant realm, unable to say a word. Give me the gun. Yili repeated lightly, without even looking at the group. The gun? Oh. Here you go. Mu Ling tremblingly held the long spear and handed it to the boy. Yili casually picked up the long spear, gripping it in his hand. Not bad, it's a good spear. In the next moment, the old ancestor of Muchuan Hall saw a long spear flying to him, instantly taking away his consciousness along with that persistent green light. Publicly beheading the 6th level ancestor of Mu Chuanhal, evil value plus 50,000. Current evil value, 102,000 points. Such a qualified target for slaughter, not killing it would harm the good people. Yili slightly nodded his head. Once he eliminated this so-called Mu Chuanhal, he could officially advance into the martial infant realm. Count the numbers, come out and surrender, he said lightly. After speaking, he raised his hand to summon the remains of the Mu Chuanhal ancestor, his figure skyrocketing into the air, transforming into a gust of wind and sweeping out of the hall. As you command. Watching the boys back, the senior sister of Mu Chuanhal instantly felt the joy and sorrow of surviving a catastrophe. Yet still frightened and trembling, she did not even dare to raise her head. Behind her, over 1,000 disciples of Mu Chuanhal felt the same. At this moment, the vast Mu Chuanhal fell into complete silence. Everyone knew. This once renowned mountain gate in Hanhai province would no longer exist from now on. Mu Ling clutched her chest, slowly bending down, her body trembling uncontrollably. As a loud dragon's roar echoed outside the hall, she could no longer contain her emotions, crying out heart-wrenchingly. The ancestor was killed, the master would also be killed. Mu Chuanhal is finished. Chapter 156, Terrifying Gains, Evolving Cultivation Technique. Thanks to sunlight in the small corner. At the summit of Yushan, Central Army Camp. Yili wore the judgment white robe. The collar was lined with gold, and he walked into the tent with a calm expression. Behind him, 4 martial artists from the Qingyi Bureau, all at the Divine Realm, looked blankly, following him into the tent. Just a moment ago, the youth had burst out from the hall, unleashing a powerful ice dragon martial technique, instantly killing the 2 Divine Realm warriors who had been locked in fierce battle with them, leaving them no chance to fight back. After the killing, Yili tossed the seemingly nightmarish ancestor of the Mu Chuntang in front of them. Of course, he was dead. Recalling the scene just now, Zhou Chen wiped his face, but his heartbeat could not calm down. Honestly, when he heard the huge roaring sound from the hall, he guessed that Yili was dueling with the ancestor of Mu Chuntang, so he was anxious to go rescue him. However, just a few minutes later, the youth emerged. The originally ambitious disciples of Mu Chuntang, upon seeing their kneeling comrades and the dead ancestor in the hall, immediately threw down their weapons and surrendered. The entire operation took less than half an hour. The most prestigious mountain gate force in Hanhai province suffered a devastating blow. You have destroyed the most prestigious mountain gate force in Hanhai province, evil deeds plus 100,000. Yili sat down at the desk, playing with a strange advanced storage ring, then took out the stock jade documents of Mu Chuntang. While flipping through them, he casually asked, how are the other forces in Hanhai province performing? Does he want to continue to copy? Elder Yukong smacked his lips, feeling instantly parched, and then cupped his hands, saying, reporting to the general, the rest are still quite honest. If he had previously thought that this newly appointed judge was somewhat of a mascot, then now, in his eyes, that person was truly like a real father. After this battle, even if most of Mu Chuntang would be sent to the headquarters, the days for the Qingyi Bureau in Hanhai province would be much better. Not only was the pressure significantly reduced, but the high-ranking law enforcers stuck at the peak of level 4 also had hope for breaking through. This was more useful than any motivational speech. The director of Yushan City, who originally felt strapped for resources, now felt he had time to help in other provinces. Hanhai province is gone. Yili turned his gaze towards Zhou Chen, asking somewhat unwillingly, what about beyond Hanhai province? You can't blame him for being greedy, he really did not know how much evil deed value was needed to break through. Whether he could rush to the peak of the martial infant realm all at once depended on this. Reporting to the general, I will investigate thoroughly after returning. Hearing this, Zhou Chen stepped forward and cupped his hands in response. Tomorrow, at the latest by tomorrow, I will give you an answer. Even though he tried hard to hide it, he could not conceal the flicker of excitement in his eyes. At this point, how could he bear to let go of this hard-earned achievement? Having a big uncle to carry out the mission was something that countless law enforcers dreamed of. I understand, everyone go out. Yili lightly nodded, tossing the secret jade document towards Zhou Chen. By the way, help me bring over that S-rank spirit concealing technique from Mu Chuntang, along with the corresponding medicinal materials. Understood, my subordinate will obey. Zhou Chen briefly skimmed through it and found the records quite detailed, immediately cupping his hands in agreement. Then, he turned and walked out of the camp. Under the envious gazes of the 2 elders, the corners of his mouth slightly lifted, and he headed towards Mu Chuntang on the mountain. In the end, he returned from the mountain, with a group of Mu Chuntang disciples holding medicinal materials trailing behind him. Leading them was the senior sister, Mu Ling. After putting everything down, she couldn't help but glance at the white-clothed youth sitting at the desk with his eyes slightly closed. She saw his breath calm, showing no signs of battle fatigue. Having just finished the operation, he was gearing up to rely on the foundation of Mu Chuntang to break through. Oh ancestor, you were right, there indeed are no geniuses in the Qingyi Bureau. But this is simply a monster. Mu Ling sighed inwardly. Feeling the vigorous blood energy of the young man, she even felt somewhat ashamed. Such an opponent made her not even have the courage for revenge. Just standing in front of him, she felt she could see her ancestor, beaten like a dead dog. Not only did her spirit vanish, but her legs went soft too. How could there be such a person in the world? Mu Ling bit her lip tightly, hanging her head as she exited the tent. Inside the tent, at the table. Detected that many disciples of Mu Chuntang have collapsed in their Dao hearts, evil value plus 8,000. As the system notification sound rang out. It was inexplicable, there was still an unexpected gain at this point. Yili opened his eyes, looking with surprise at the prompt in front of him. He quickly summoned the panel, a light blue screen appearing before him. Current evil value, 210,000 points. This number is truly exciting. Just don't know how far he can go. That's about enough. Yili exhaled lightly, picking up the book of spirit gathering techniques from Mu Chuntang, beginning his point allocation. S-Class Spirit Gathering Technique, Divine Wood Hiding Earth Spirit, not yet initiated. Can be upgraded. Since gaining the support of Clear Mind Heart Aperture, the consumption of these techniques and martial arts has been greatly reduced. This also allowed Yili to have room to deduce techniques. The Storm Spirit Gathering, given by Left Xingyu, although of good quality, has already been maxed out. But this is not the spirit gathering technique that best suits him. Since Clear Mind Heart Aperture can help deduce the most suitable techniques for himself. Now that the evil value is abundant, trying to deduce one or two is naturally the best choice. Come on. As he spoke, Yili moved his heart, and the vast evil value surged into the system panel. Ding! Starting to consume evil value, continuously enhancing S-Class Spirit Gathering Technique, Divine Wood Hiding Earth Spirit. After consuming 10,000 points of evil value, you have initially understood the profound meaning of this technique. After consuming 30,000 points of evil value, you have completely mastered this spirit gathering technique. It emphasizes naturally integrating the spirit of tree wood into the divine mansion, nurturing the martial fetus. Divine Wood Hiding Earth Spirit, perfected. The consumption of 30,000 evil value is indeed much lower than before with the mansion law. Yili breathed a sigh of relief, then without delay, continued to pour evil value into the panel. As new words appeared on the light blue screen, he began his first deduction. Chapter 157, Mastering Wind and Thunder, 6th Stage Martial Fetus. A massive amount of evil value surged into the panel, and the light blue screen began to display text. Starting to consume evil value, continuing to deduce techniques. Your comprehension has improved significantly, the two spirit gathering techniques perfected have now been thoroughly integrated, just waiting for that one step. After consuming 5,000 points of evil value, you began with the two winds of hardness and softness, sweeping through the entire Azure Golden Divine Mansion, but combining it with the omnipresent spirit of wood does not feel harmonious. The tough Divine Mansion trembles under these two entirely different nurturings, clearly unable to serve as an environment for the birth of the martial fetus. You are not in a hurry, starting to blend the two winds of hardness and softness with the spirit of wood, combining it with the concept of yin-yang taiji from your past life, searching for a point of balance. After consuming 15,000 points of evil value, your proficiency in controlling both has significantly improved. The spirit of wood spiraled in the winds of hardness and softness, like a towering tree wildly swaying in a storm, almost breaking. You watch the slowly crumbling and destroying spirit of wood and the increasingly violent gusts above the divine mansion, lost in thought. After consuming 30,000 points of evil value, you no longer pursue that so-called balance, but instead grasp that hint of destructive charm, making the gusts you had already mastered even fiercer. In the spirit platform, the originally harmonious winds of hardness and softness changed, a storm representing destruction coiled above the divine mansion, illuminating the azure golden radiance exceptionally bright. Wind and thunder stirred, the sky wanting to rain, true dragons emerging, sea waves surging. S-Class Rare Spirit Gathering Technique, Wind and Thunder Births Heaven Spirit, perfected. Rare. Yili looked at the words appearing on the screen and couldn't help but widen his eyes. Based on past experiences, with the addition of the word rare, the quality of this spirit nurturing method surely exceeds the usual S-level spirit nurturing methods. This clear spirit heart aperture truly lives up to its description, as it can indeed nurture an even better spirit nurturing method. Wind and thunder birth heavenly spirit. Yili calms the excitement in his heart and cannot help but feel some anticipation for the spirit nurturing method that clearly suits him better. From the literal meaning, could it not nurture a martial infant that controls wind and thunder? Compared to the vibrant tree spirit nurturing, it turns out that the destructive storm clouds make the heart race even faster. Yili was a bit worried at first. With the addition of that divine tree hidden ground spirit, perhaps it would deduce a spirit nurturing method that grants self-healing effects. But that would just duplicate the function of indestructible golden soul, a definite lower replacement. A complete waste, and it would also squander the enchanting effect of the martial infant. However, it seems that now, the spirit nurturing method I deduced will not disappoint me. Current evil value, 150,000 points. At this point, the spirit nurturing method has been finalized. It's time to break into my martial infant realm. Who? Yili lightly exhales, and his thoughts move. The evil value on the panel begins to consume at an astonishing speed. At the same time, the treasured medicine on the table rapidly withers, and the essence contained within transforms into a thin stream, rushing into his body in an instant. Ding! Starting to consume evil value, continuously increasing martial art level. You have swallowed the treasured medicine that Mu Chun Hall has collected for many years into your body. The surging medicinal power rushes through your limbs and bones, greatly enhancing your training speed. Gain buff, training speed increased by 200%. With the support of the exquisite perfected spirit nurturing method, the speed at which you nurture the martial infant is greatly enhanced, and the quality will be extraordinary. Gain buff, decrease in consumed evil value by 80%. After consuming 20,000 points of evil value, the thundercloud above the azure gold divine palace explodes with a deafening thunder, as if carrying the momentum of reviving all things, resonating explosively in your spiritual platform. Under the baptism of the raging thunderstorm, the divine palace shines with treasure light, and a strange life form appears and bursts into existence in that light. You have advanced to the first layer of the 6th stage. The moment Yili sees the text, a thunderous sound erupts in his ears. Boom! Immediately after, dazzling lightning storms burst forth from behind him, illuminating his handsome face and making him appear imposing and majestic. Within the azure gold divine palace, it seems there is a being stretching its muscles and bones. In an instant, Yili's aura dramatically rises, breaking through the peak realm of the divine palace, and an unparalleled power surges into his body. Booming, centered around him. The vast aura belonging to the martial infant realm sweeps towards the heavens and earth, and the originally clear sky changes instantly. The air above Yushan suddenly darkens. Clouds gather rapidly from nowhere, forming heavy thunderclouds extending for tens of miles. As the tent within, Yili lightly exhales. Oh! In an instant, a violent wind suddenly rises in the mountains, and the tall spirit trees all bow down, looking from afar as if they are worshipping the deities on the mountain, a truly spectacular sight. Yili feels the earth-shattering changes within him, and his mind is somewhat stirred. No wonders watching you made a move and the heavens and earth changed color. Warriors of the martial infant realm already possess the ability to summon wind and rain. He calls upon the martial infant, causing tremors. The heavens and earth tremble in response. Boom! In the next moment, a strong tremor spreads throughout Yushan, and loud thunder erupts from above, rolling within the heavy dark clouds, with a hint of destructive blue light emerging. At this moment, the land of Yushan for dozens of miles is enveloped by the might of nature. The entire Yushan is now in dead silence, only the rolling thunder remains. Countless astonished gazes fall upon the central military camp. The 4 martial palace warriors belonging to the Qingyi Bureau, at this moment, have faces full of disbelief. His mouth was almost wide open. Inside the big tent, the events continued. The young man in white took a long breath, his aura constantly rising. After consuming 100,000 points of evil value, the 5 thunders gathered in your spirit platform, the breath of the martial infant becoming increasingly powerful, sitting firmly in the spirit platform divine mansion, your soul steady as Mount Tai. You have advanced to the 6th level, 5th weight. After consuming 150,000 points of evil value, the martial infant covered in thunder patterns controls wind and thunder. With just a thought, you can summon wind, rain, and thunder, shaking all corners of the world. Martial arts level upgraded, you have advanced to the 6th level, 7th weight. As the last line of prompts appeared, Yili's clothes fluttered, his black hair flying, divine and demonic power gathering within him, thunder and light swirling around, like a celestial being. He stood up and walked out of the big tent. Just the scattered aura alone was comparable to the 5 mountains, majestic and heavy. In the countless shocked and excited eyes, Yili extended his palm, tightening it into a fist. The shining martial infant walked out from the divine mansion, merging into his body. Then, Yili suddenly turned and threw a punch at an empty space. With a tremendous roar, the howling winds swept across the earth, the originally stirring wind and thunder instantly exploding and dissipating. Such great power, relying solely on his physical body, could easily leave that famed Zhuo Qingyu gasping for breath. This scene was truly shocking. On Jade Mountain, heavy breathing sounds arose, no one could remain calm. What a pity! Looking at the spectacle he caused, Yili smiled wryly and shook his head, letting out a rare sigh. Relying solely on a wooden spring hall, it was indeed impossible for him to reach the peak of the 6th level. But it was okay, he was only a little short. 3 mountains, 6 sects, 16 continents, there were still many fearless sects in Hanxia. As a judge, he had to thoroughly clean up these hidden dangers. The young man in white withdrew his gaze and turned to walk towards the mountain peak, his steps leisurely, as if walking on a road to the heavens. Ding! Congratulations! Your notoriety level has increased. Notoriety level LV3, your notoriety resounds across all martial arts universities in Hanxia. Gold quality rewards have been issued. Chapter 158, The Headmaster of the Three Mountains, The Secret Realm of the Kings. Hanxia Mountain Sea Pass, Qingyi Bureau Headquarters. Yang Qingshan, draped in a judgment cloak, entered the room, placing the bloodied long spear aside, sitting down wearily on the chair. Damn that 7th level beast sovereign, if he doesn't fight, he still tries to provoke me. He squeezed his brows, clearly feeling quite troubled about that so-called beast sovereign. For decades, every month he randomly picked a few days, bringing a large number of mid-level exotic beasts to charge at the line, each time fleeing extremely quickly, showing no intention of fighting to the death. It was as if he was testing whether Yang Qingshan was still guarding the mountain sea pass. Because of this, he didn't dare leave this place even for a step. Besides him, the other 3 important strongholds were in similar situations. The room was silent for a long time. Yang Qingshan suddenly sighed, "Come in." Creak. As soon as the words fell, the door was pushed open, and the servant, dressed as a law enforcer, walked in. General Yang. He placed a dedicated phone on the table, whispering, "You just received a call, it's from the headmaster of the Supreme Dao Gate." Feng Xiuzhen? Yang Qingshan frowned slightly. He was already troubled, and didn't plan to pay much attention to calls from ordinary people. But the Supreme Dao Gate is one of the 3 mountains. The headmaster is also a martial arts master and sometimes even needs people to come help guard the pass. I understand, you can go out now. Yang Qingshan sighed again. He truly wanted to tie the other party to guard the pass together. If that didn't work, taking half of the Supreme Dao Gate's resources to subsidize the Qingyi Bureau's enforcers would also be great. After the servant left the room, Yang Qingshan no longer daydreamed, picking up the phone from the table and tapping a few times. Soon, an old man in a Dao robe with an air of immortality appeared in projection before his eyes. He smiled and said, "General Yang, long time no see." Looking at the man in the Dao robe, Yang Qingshan's expression was indifferent. He truly wanted to ask the other party if they thought that simply wearing the same Dao robe would help them break through the 7th level of enlightenment. Ever since seeing the elder national pillar wearing a purple Dao robe, he secretly sent someone to make himself a robe in a different color to wear. What a sick joke. With a golden body quality like a scavenger's iron rooster, I doubt you'll make a breakthrough even in 50 more years. Yang Qingshan cursed inwardly and asked straightforwardly, "Master Feng, you called specially, what is your business? Are you thinking about helping me at Shanhaiguan?" General Yang is joking. Feng Xiuzhen smiled and shook his head. A place like Shanhaiguan, for someone esteemed as the head of the 3 gates, visiting every few years was already quite a favor. Besides, how could he actually free up time to help? The Qingyi Bureau has had its sights on the 3 mountains and 6 sects for a long time. Who didn't know this? Feng Xiuzhen believed he wasn't a match for this Hanxia Chang'an. If the crisis at Shanhaiguan were resolved, the other party would likely first eliminate the 6 sects, then go after the 3 gates. Fortunately, the Supreme Dao sect and that beast lord had many underground connections. Both sides needed each other. Without the Qingyi Bureau's constraints, these years have truly been much more comfortable. That feeling of manipulating the world and transcending the mundane never gets old over the years. But now, it seems something unexpected has happened. Pondering this, Feng Xiuzhen maintained his smile and then shifted to the matter that truly concerned him. I heard that the Qingyi Bureau recently added a young adjudicator? Named Yili? Exactly. I knew it. Feng Xiuzhen intentionally showed an astonished expression. To be honest, when he first heard this news, he was indeed drenched in cold sweat. He had thought the Qingyi Bureau secretly brewed something big, cultivating a new martial arts master, intending to settle the score with the 3 mountains and 6 sects. Fortunately, it was only a peak divine mansion realm that was just beginning to form. But that was already frightening enough. I heard he reached the peak of the 5th level at a young age, and he has an unprecedented Azure Gold divine mansion. As he spoke, Feng Xiuzhen clasped his hands and sincerely said, "I came to offer my congratulations." "Thank you for your kind words, Master Feng." Yang Qingshan replied with a calm expression, "Now that the congratulations are done, I wonder if you have other matters?" Feng Xiuzhen chuckled. Indeed, nothing escaped General Yang's keen eye. I heard that this young General Yi recently teamed up with Zuo Qingyu from Fengyun University to storm the Hengshan Treasure Pavilion and severely injured the pavilion's supreme elder. As he spoke, Feng Xiuzhen stroked his beard, recalling how the defeat of a divine mansion level to a martial infant truly kept him restless. His eyes narrowed as he looked at Yang Qingshan. "May I ask, is this the intention of the Qingyi Bureau or a personal matter?" If it was the Qingyi Bureau's intention, then this matter was quite serious. Yang Qingshan frowned slightly. He realized that these masters were indeed a bit overly sensitive. Yili had just reached the peak of the divine mansion realm, yet he could elicit a special call from them. But this was also something he had anticipated, just a bit earlier than expected. Yang Qingshan replied calmly, "It's a personal matter, you need not worry, master." He knew that Feng Xiuzhen possessed the divine ability of observing the red dust, allowing him to see into people's hearts from across the seas. Though it wouldn't work on equally ranked martial artists, he still had the capability to discern truth from falsehood. Lying in front of Feng Xiuzhen was meaningless. Otherwise, he wouldn't have specifically called. I see. Upon hearing this, a smile truly appeared on Feng Xiuzhen's face. Then I can rest easy, the Supreme Dao sect would welcome General Yi at any time. This statement was, of course, a lie. With such a monstrous talent appearing in the Qingyi Bureau, him being at ease would indeed be a strange occurrence. A peak divine mansion crushing a martial infant with ease. Such a person must not be allowed to live and enter the ranks of masters, preparations must be made in advance. After finishing his words, he chatted for a few more moments before hanging up the phone. Old fox. Looking at the place where the image had disappeared. Yang Qingshan's eyes narrowed, his fingers lightly tapping the desktop. How could he not see Feng Xiuzhen's intentions? It's merely to test his attitude. Among the three mountain sects, some have already lost their patience. After a moment, his voice came from the room, come in. Soon, a servant entered the room, General Yang. Quickly send this, protective gun talisman, to Yushan and give it to General Yi. Yang Qingshan raised his hand, and a small gun talisman flew into the servant's arms. This talisman is equivalent to his all-out attack, and it would automatically trigger in danger, hoping it can help the other party. Yes. The servant nodded, kept the gun talisman, and was about to leave. Wait. Yang Qingshan called him back, then fell into deep thought. According to the records of Hangshan Treasure Pavilion, Yi Li's task of subduing Mu Chuntang should not be difficult. What he should worry about now is the threat from the three mountains in 6 sections. Right now, this also helps him avoid the limelight. Thinking of this, Yang Qingshan slightly nodded, then handed over a golden invitation letter. The opening of the secret realm of the kings in the Federation is imminent. You can deliver this invitation, whether he goes or not is up to him. P.S. The end of the month is here, the little author asks for support for love. Chapter 159, The Ever-Changing Divine Weapon, the Three-Edged Spear. In Hanhai Province, atop Yushan Mountain. Detected a golden quality gift package ready to open, do you want to open it? Inside the main military camp. Yili looked at the light blue panel that appeared in front of him, finally feeling relieved with a sigh. It's finally here. The level of infamy has finally increased. Ever since he swept through the martial arts university in Hanjia, Yili had been looking forward to his infamy level rising. At first, he thought the accumulated reputation was still below standards. Now it seems that most people need to slowly understand the inside story. Yili gathered his focus and turned his attention back to the panel. Raising his infamy level would bring immense benefits, something he had already experienced. Indestructible Golden Soul and Soul Mastery, both are extremely powerful martial arts talents that have long proven their worth to Yili. The former's effect goes without saying. The latter, although currently only at LV1, holds immense potential. The new golden light, let me see your strength. Yili took a deep breath, calming the emotions within him. His gaze swept across the panel, and he thought to himself. Open the gift package. Dong. At the moment his thought landed, a clear golden light surged up into the sky, and a resounding metallic sound echoed from within. Above Yushan, the crowd had not yet recovered from the previous thunderstorm when they saw a new phenomenon erupting from the big tent. That golden light soared into the air, an incredible momentum that was astonishing. A phenomenon. Another phenomenon. Oh my God. Who have we provoked today? 2 such grand spectacles in one day. What provocation? This is clearly General Yi making another breakthrough. Excited emotions filled Yushan, many enforcers were surprised and delighted, staring in awe at that mighty, thick golden pillar. Boom! In an instant, the grand spectacle shook the mountains, an incredibly sharp feeling spilling out from that golden light, making people's eyes sting just by looking at it. Buzz! At this moment, countless weapons on Yushan began to hum. In the big tent, Yili slightly closed his eyes, but a faint white light began to appear at his brow, revealing an endless sharp aura. As if some divine weapon was about to burst forth from his spirit platform, crashing through the mountains and rivers here. As the young man's brows slightly furrowed, this boundless sharp aura quickly calmed down, and the white light gradually dissipated. But that sharp aura was like an overflowing cup. Even at this moment, Yili held nothing in his hands, but he displayed a remarkably intimidating demeanor, with a glimmer of sharpness between his brows. At this moment, anyone who saw him would think he was a master of military strategy. Divine weapon, huh? Yili gently rubbed his brow, murmuring thoughtfully. At the same time, related information floated up in his mind. Ding! Congratulations! You have obtained the golden reward, the divine iron of myriad transformations. Divine iron of myriad transformations, innately born, the one and only divine metal, capable of transforming forms at your will, illuminating divine patterns by devouring souls, containing boundless innate metal energy, its power is unfathomable. The output power is extremely high, the more true energy consumed, the stronger the burst of sharpness. When guarding the spiritual platform, it can immunity mental control. To be illuminated. In an era older than the divine era, this iron was obtained from remnants of the gods, which were then refined into weapons. The being holding this divine weapon can soar to the heavens and earth, unstoppable in all directions, no god can block it. The innate metal energy represents destruction and slaughter, with complete divine iron in hand, you can surely cleave through any bondage. Earlier, I was a bit torn, whether to use a big gun or a stick. Taking in the introduction on the panel, Yili couldn't help but chuckle, now, it's good, I want them all. Just in need of a handy weapon. That miraculous treasure wheel of mine always lacks extra evil value to draw. This is a temporary solution to the problem. Now, not to mention spears or sticks, even if I wanted to play with a handy longsword, it would be an easy task. Let me give it a try. As his thoughts raced, Yili sank his mind into the spiritual platform. Immediately, he saw his own weapon infant, covered in lightning patterns, sitting cross-legged on a piece of radiant divine iron. This scene was indeed a bit strange. Speaking of which, is there really no problem with the divine iron that upgrades by devouring souls and flesh? It really feels like demonic cultivation. Yili thought wildly. He indeed had a way to upgrade the divine iron. In the special space of mastering spirits and controlling souls, many suitable souls were contained. However, the soul of that wooden spring hall ancestor would still be needed for looting later, so lighting up the divine souls could only be postponed a bit. Thinking of this, Yili's thoughts stirred slightly. In an instant, a pale white light flashed between his eyebrows, and the divine iron excitedly shot out from his divine palace. Buzz! In a heartbeat, a spear-like weapon with a diamond-shaped blade at the front and blades on both sides appeared in Yili's palm. He looked at this divine weapon from mythology in his past life and felt a slight nostalgia. The three-pronged two-edged spear. Now manifested, it truly looked exactly the same as in his memory. Holding it tightly, an abundant power instantly filled his whole body. Yili instinctively thought about how powerful his strike could be at his current strength. It might really be able to split mountains and crack seas, as if he were a divine being. This is the weapon infant realm. Yili's mood brightened, and he then put away the divine iron. At this level, he could likely take the mountain peak position in this 6th-tier weapon infant realm. But he didn't know what kind of power a half-god martial arts master could unleash upon striking. Yili's heart grew more expectant. He gathered all the sharp aura spilling from his body, stood up, and walked out of the tent. For a moment, all around were gazes full of respect and excitement. In his impression, their new adjudicator had already reached the peak of the divine palace realm. Thinking back to the massive commotion prior. The more one thinks about it, the more shocking it becomes. Thunder rolled, golden light sword, General Yi must have broken through to the 6th-tier weapon infant realm. In this Hanjia realm, he was already a real immortal figure. Even when facing the leaders of the 6 factions, he showed no fear, growing even closer to becoming a master. In countless gazes of respect and admiration. A figure in white quickly entered the wooden spring hall atop the mountain, joining the ranks of looters. His actions were so skilled and swift that many law enforcers were left dumbstruck. Chapter 160, Let International Friends Fly Up Too. After nightfall. The entire wooden spring hall exuded a sense of desolation. Over 1,000 disciples, escorted by the law enforcers of the extraordinary, descended from the Jade Mountain with ashen faces. The ancestral master of the Moose Spring Hall and the leaders were all eradicated, and the senior sister led the surrender. The Moose Spring Hall no longer existed. In front of the main hall, Yili held a gleaming golden paper, calmly looking at the alchemical formula recorded on it. Spirit Gathering Embryo Pill, using 2,000 low-ranking martial artists as core medicinal materials, Earth Heartfire Lotus as the guide, combined with the following materials. This was the secret divine alchemical formula that Moose Spring Hall had always treasured. But even with such a cost to refine the pill, it only increased the probability of breakthrough by 20%. After hundreds of years of accumulation, Moose Spring Hall had only 2 remaining in their secret stash. This truly reshaped Yili's understanding of breaking through to martial embryo realm. Is it really that hard, or is this formula not so great? Looking at Moose Spring Hall's attitude, it was most likely the former. Yili couldn't help but sigh. When he broke through to martial embryo realm, it was like a raging tide, he didn't even notice any bottlenecks. He felt truly embarrassed. Yili put away the 2 pills, then his fingertip surged with tiny wind blades, instantly shredding the golden paper into fine dust. With a 20% chance of breakthrough, no wonder Moose Spring Hall treated it like a treasure. As he watched the dispersing alchemical formula, Jochin walked over slowly, clicking his tongue in wonder. He had just heard about this elsewhere. If this formula were in the outside world, I don't know how many Divine Mansion realm martial artists would go crazy for it. Your choice to destroy it is also an indirect salvation for countless martial artists. As he spoke, admiration surged in Zhou Chen's eyes when he looked at Yi Li. In Zhou Chen's view, the other party had just broken through to martial embryo and naturally had deep experience regarding the breakthrough's difficulty. Seeing such a precious formula, to still manage to destroy it. Such determination was truly extraordinary, no wonder General Yi could be the adjudicator. Hearing this, Yi Li remained non-committal. He retracted his hand and turned to ask, "What's the matter?" Zhou Chen didn't dare to delay and immediately clarified his intention, reporting to the general, "General Yang's people are looking for you." "General Yang?" Yi Li pondered for a moment, then thought no more about it. "Let him come over." "Yes." Soon, a stranger among the enforcers came striding over, led by Zhou Chen. He looked respectful, holding a small gun talisman and a golden embossed invitation letter in his hands. "General Yi." This enforcer offered the items in front of Yi Li politely and said, "This is a talisman for protection from General Yang for your personal safety, specially sent by me." As he spoke, he discreetly looked around, unable to help but feel a deep shock. At Yi Li's age, he had personally led a team to destroy a formidable mountain gate guarded by a martial embryo realm expert. Such a terrifying achievement is something even General Yang from back then could hardly compare to. Thank him for his kindness. Yi Li casually took the gun talisman. Although he had never seen something like this, he could sense some clues from the energy contained within the talisman. It resembled a one-time object for a full-powered strike. After finishing his judgment, Yi Li put away the gun talisman and turned his head to look at the invitation letter. "What about this?" "This is an invitation letter sent by the Federation." The enforcer handed it over while explaining, "The Royal Secret Realm is opening in 50 years, and it invites martial artists within the Summer Realm who have not yet broken through to the Master level to attend. The Summer Realm has 2 slots this time. General Yang believes you are the most suitable candidate and gave one to you." "Royal Secret Realm?" Yi Li became a bit interested. Events like this that invite countries usually attract renowned martial artists from all over the world. Depending on the relationship between the two countries, they could either be friendly exchanges or keen rivalries. Considering the international situation of the Summer Realm, it truly seemed worth going to see. Thinking of this, Yi Li looked at the other party, confirming by asking, "Are all the participants in this secret realm at the martial embryo level?" "Rest assured, there are many at the Divine Mansion level, just like you." Seemingly worried that Yi Li didn't understand the significance of this invitation letter, the enforcer spoke with a serious expression, adding, "This royal secret realm has a vast universe, containing insights from many kings of the Federation. It will be very helpful for you to understand the golden body technique later. Do you want to go and take a look?" Hearing this, Yi Li slightly nodded. After a moment, he looked up and asked, "I want to know, who did the general administration give the other quota to?" "To be honest, I have a mentor at Fengyun University. She is trained in the martial infant realm for many years, her character is strong, and she is likely to break through to master in the future. I think she is very suitable for this secret realm." After saying this, he looked towards the main hall behind him. "I can give up this gun talisman and this achievement. I wonder if I can exchange this second quota from the general administration?" Zhou Chen and the law enforcer both gasped upon hearing this. The former was shocked by Yi Li's choice. As a close follower sent by Yang Qingshan, he was familiar with that talisman containing the full power of the Hanhua Gun God, the bodyguard gun talisman. It is not an exaggeration to say that anyone who possesses this talisman, any martial infant realm warrior would have to avoid him. This talisman is extremely difficult to make and demands a considerable amount of mental energy. Even Yang Qingshan himself has only made one such gun talisman over the years. To say it is priceless is not an understatement at all. The other party is actually willing to use it to help their mentor exchange for a quota? Such character, truly worthy of being the judicator. Zhou Chen breathed heavily, his gaze towards Yi Li growing more fervent. With such a leader, who would not expect a good life in the future? Soon, the law enforcer regained composure and hurriedly asked, "General Yi, the mentor you mentioned, could it be Principal Zhu Qingyu?" Speaking of Fengyun University, someone who is likely to break through to master and is qualified to be considered a close ally of this young judicator could really only be Principal Zhua. Yi Li slightly nodded, exactly. He still hasn't returned the favor towards Zhu Qingyu, and now that an opportunity has arisen, he naturally wants to help her secure it. Then there's no need for that. The law enforcer breathed a sigh of relief and then spoke respectfully, "As far as I know, Principal Zhua has already been once and has already comprehended her golden body technique, so going again has no real meaning." "Is that so?" Yi Li's mouth twitched, he almost forgot that old man was already hundreds of years old. This is also good. If Zhu Qingyu accompanies him and sees him clash with the heroes of various nations, she will surely come to his aid. In that case, the malevolent points he could earn would be greatly reduced. Ordinary people would not have this concern. Yi Li lightly cleared his throat and looked back at the law enforcer. "When do we depart?" "In 2 days, a special plane will come to pick you up, General." The law enforcer bowed and handed the golden embossed invitation letter to Yili. It's hard to predict fortunes and misfortunes in the secret realm, so please be careful, General Yi. Yili reached out and took it, his voice calm. I understand. Chapter 161, Get the main business done first. After confirming that there were no more valuable items in the Mu Chuntang, Yili extracted a part of the spiritual essence from the Vitality Kang tree and stored it in his Judgment Great Seal. This dazzling seal certainly has more than just the function of organizing small meetings. Although Yili has no use for this vitality restoration power, who knows where it might be used in the future, consider it a way to light up his collection. At the strong invitation of the Qingyi Bureau in Hanhai Province, Yili temporarily stayed in the bureau. In total, it was just 2 days, and he was too lazy to go back again. Of course, he couldn't just be idle. He politely declined the Qingyi Bureau's banquet invitation and instead dived into the Bureau's confidential archive room, meticulously reviewing the documents. Due to the issue of document quantity, he used the Judgment Great Seal to find Yang Qingshan that day, expressing his wish to consult the materials from the General Administration. After Yang Qingshan sent the relevant materials to Yili, he also expressed his concern, reminding Yili to act carefully during this trip. Although the relationship between the Federation and Hanhua is not too antagonistic, it can definitely not be described as harmonious. Being cautious is certainly a wise choice. To this, Yili merely waved his hand and soon disappeared into the realm of divine awareness. Yang Qingshan was speechless, choked with emotions. He looked at the place where the young man had disappeared, his fingers lightly tapping the table, feeling a bit uncertain in his heart. He was worried that Yili did not understand his own weight and might underestimate the malice from various nations. But this secret realm of kings was related to the other party's future as a master, and he had to go. It's difficult. In the space of consciousness, Yang Qingshan sighed softly, his brows furrowed. He had already given another secret realm spot to an old warrior in the military infant realm. The other party was skilled in sword nurturing techniques and had been nurturing sword energy for 30 years, yet it had not unsheathed. He believed that they would be able to protect the young man during this battle. In the confidential archive room of Hanhai Province, the morning light was faint, and the morning fog was hazy. Who? Yili silently exhaled, sitting on a wooden chair, pinching the space between his brows. The 3 mountains and 6 sects had a long history, and the related information was dauntingly abundant. Fortunately, after 2 days of investigation, he finally selected 2 suitable targets for action from the archives of the 6 sects: Tianyang Sect and Linglong's Sacred Land. Yili fixed his gaze on them because these 2 had heinous crimes on record with the Qingyi Bureau that were enough to obliterate their sections. They were indeed 2 audacious sections. As for why the Qingyi Bureau had left them until now, the reason was very simple. Inside the Tianyang sect, there were 3 ancestors in the military infant realm, plus 10 strong practitioners in the deity palace realm. Linglong's Sacred Land was even more frightening. 5 powerful beings in the military infant realm stood guard at the mountain gate, along with over 10 deity palace realm warriors. Yili couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Even if integrating law enforcers from several provinces across an entire continent, taking down either of the 2 would be quite a daunting task. Even for himself. Before receiving nourishment from Muchuan Hall, seeing 2 sects configured like this would definitely have made him display his terrifying retreat speed. But it didn't matter. The current situation was different. He would settle accounts with them upon returning. Yili immediately finalized his plan. He stored the vast sea of information in front of him, tucked away his judgment seal, and turned to leave the confidential archive room. Today was the day to head to the federal nation. It was truly a mild expectation for his first time going abroad in this life and the last. In the courtyard outside the archive room. As soon as Yili stepped out, he saw a person sitting on a stone pillar ahead. The person had slightly white hair and beard, but his appearance was not very old. Instead, he looked somewhat young, with a treasured sword at his waist and a heavy aura. Hearing the sound of the door, he looked over with sharp eyes. Once he saw Yili's face clearly, the man's gaze flickered slightly. As a candidate adjudicator of the Qingyi Bureau, Li Zhangjian had heard a bit about this new adjudicator and knew of his frightening achievement of reaching the peak of the deity palace realm at such a young age. But even so, as a warrior in the military infant realm who had been working in the Qingyi Bureau for over 100 years, he still felt dissatisfied about the young man being promoted to adjudicator at such an age. In Li Zhangjian's view, no matter what, it should wait until Yili truly grew up before discussing the appointment of an adjudicator. He understood the reasoning behind special cases. The young man possessed such terrifying talent, it was indeed reasonable to make exceptions for him. But in his heart, discomfort remained, simply uncomfortable. Seeing Yili approach, Li Zhangjian suppressed his feelings. He stood up and slightly bowed, saying, "General Yi." The 2 were companions on this mission, and since the other was his superior, he would not express his dissatisfaction at this moment. No need for excessive courtesies. Yili stopped in front of him and asked indifferently, "You are the companion for this mission?" He was not surprised that his companion was a young man with a sword. Military infant realm warriors could easily maintain their youthful appearance until their blood energy waned, which was not unusual. Just like that white-haired ancestor of Muchuan Hall, if he went back another 50 years, he would mostly still be a dignified young man. Indeed, my name is Li Tsangjian. Li Tsangjian straightened his back, staring at the small seal at the other person's waist, his expression somewhat complicated. The Judgment Great Seal. That was something he had longed for, something he had struggled for over 100 years but still had not obtained. After saying this, he took a deep breath, brushed aside the complexity, and said with renewed spirit. Generally, I heard that you've been in the archives these past 2 days and might not know much about the secret realm of the kings. It will take at least half an hour for the special plane to arrive, so why not let me explain a thing or two? As he spoke, Li Tsangjian's expression was serious, with a hint of determination in his eyes. Yang Qingshan let him accompany this new judge to the Federation, likely with some thoughts of escorting him. Although he felt it was still too early for Yili to take over as the judge, he also acknowledged the miraculous speed of the young man's advancement. As for whether Yili deserved this judge's cloak, Li Tsangjian thought that time would tell, and he could observe slowly. In the coming 30 years, there would surely be a conclusion. After Yili nodded, Li Tsangjian cleared his throat and said thoughtfully. You should not be unfamiliar with the term martial Dao master. But this is only our description for a 7th-tier martial artist in Hanxia. In the Federation, 7th-tier martial artists have different titles, generally referred to as kings. And this, secret realm of the kings, is a place where some kings of the Federation's history have fallen. The core area of the secret realm is filled with a wealth of insights on the golden body, which is also the destination of our trip. This time, there are a total of 15 spots, 9 of which belong to the Federation, 2 to Hanxia, 2 to Baigua, and the last 2 to the prosperous maritime kingdom of Golden Moon. Li Tsangjian paused and then said in a deep voice. I imagine you are not very familiar with the international situation, so let me elaborate a bit. The relationship between the Federation and us is neither good nor bad, but our relationship with the Kingdom of Golden Moon is somewhat worse. If they make disrespectful remarks at that time, you need not pay them any mind, just conserve your strength to enter the secret realm, and obtaining that golden body insight is what truly matters. Chapter 162, Are you Yili? Thanks to the esteemed fogflower falling, no late autumn for the authentication. Yili did not directly answer the other party, but calmly asked. What about Baigua? Li Tsangjian thought the young man had tacitly agreed, and a smile appeared on his face. Pretty good. This young judge, surprisingly, could take his advice to heart. That was truly rare. Pretty good, huh? Yili rested his chin on his hand, feeling not just a sigh but also a sense of emotion. Finally, he had a basic understanding of the international situation of Blue Star. Li Tsangjian did not know what the young man was feeling, but still nodded and said. Yes, they even revealed Baigua's lineup to us in advance. What is it? 2 martial infants. 2 martial infants. Yili felt that his breathing was somewhat labored. Perhaps it was the kingdom of Baigua's secret weapon that caused this. Should he go and settle the score with them? Yili thought jokingly. At this moment, from the far distant sky, the faint sound of engine vibrations could be heard. Soon, a strangely shaped object, resembling a small aircraft, landed outside the courtyard. A young woman with short, neat hair and dressed in formal attire jumped out. She quickly walked into the room and then smiled at the boy in white sitting on the stone platform. Hello. I am the person in charge of this diplomatic activity, Kongqing. General Yi, we are ready to set off. Under the clear sky, a rapidly moving black shadow swept by. Carrying 3 people, a Hanxia special plane was steadily approaching the Federation's secret realm of the kings. On the way, Yili learned from Kongqing about the arrangements of the remaining 2 countries. Among the 9 people from the Federation, there are 3 martial infants and 6 divine palace experts. Among the 2 people from the Kingdom of Golden Moon, there is 1 martial infant and 1 peak divine palace expert. After saying this, Kongqing smiled at Yili. Coincidentally, the configuration of the Kingdom of Golden Moon is actually the same as ours this time. And this peak divine palace expert from the Kingdom of Golden Moon even publicly stated that he wants to meet you in person. Yili looked at the list she handed over, surprised by the names from all over the world. Except for the names from the Golden Moon Kingdom, the others were surprisingly similar to the names of the people from Hanxia. Hearing this, he casually asked, which person from the Golden Moon Kingdom? Fu Jiangtong. Kongqing immediately replied, as far as I know, this person is also a martial arts genius, just a bit older than you. That martial infant realm guardian was specifically assigned to her by the Golden Moon Kingdom. Listening to their conversation, Li Tsangjian slowly opened his eyes, a smile carrying a hint of coldness. What a coincidence. He had already regarded himself as Yi Li's guardian. Any presence that might threaten Yi Li's safety was a potential threat worthy of his attention. The future hope of the Hanxia Qingyi Bureau must not have any mishaps. Fu Jiangtong. Yi Li looked at the list, nodding thoughtfully. When it comes to things like seeking advice, he would not refuse anyone. A mere martial infant realm guardian was nothing he could not overcome. Outside the aircraft window, large clouds and mist were continuously retreating. This special aircraft was clearly not an ordinary one, its speed was not slow. According to Yili's estimation, it was probably around 5 Mach, far surpassing the passenger planes of his previous life, and he felt no discomfort at all. Maybe it was also due to the strong physique of a martial artist. After 15 hours, the three of them gradually approached their destination. In front of the trio's vision, a giant city that would make anyone gasp in awe stood on the earth, tall buildings rising up, exuding a sense of high-end and heavy industrial design. It somewhat resembled the architectural style of the Victorian era. Yili looked down, silently thinking in his heart. He was not very familiar with this architectural style, so he only made a fleeting connection. This was the headquarters of the main forces of the Federation. The temple. No matter how fierce the beast tides were across the Federation, there would at least be one king stationed here. Because of this, they held the qualification to guard the king's secret realm. As several formidable senses swept across the special aircraft, the Hanxia special aircraft smoothly flew into this giant building and gradually descended onto the ground. Without a sound, an atmosphere similar to no noise allowed spread through the air. Dozens of armored guards gathered, holding long spears, then stood in 2 neat rows under the special aircraft to welcome them. To say the least, the display was impressive. "Ladies, please be careful," Kong Qing said seriously to the two. She could only send them here. Yili nodded slightly and stepped out of the cabin. Li Tsangjian followed closely behind, his eyes scanning the surroundings with a hint of vigilance. "Two distinguished guests from Hanxia, please follow me." Under the lead of a guard, the two passed through several verification checkpoints, advancing more than 10 miles, deep into the back of the temple. Finally, when they were several thousand meters away from a towering stone wall, the leading guard stopped. "We have arrived." Upon hearing this, Yili raised his gaze. With his perception, even though there were arrays blocking the aura everywhere, he could still see 4 powerful auras in the open space ahead. Among the nations from all over the world, 4 had already arrived here. "Please wait in the open space ahead. When the secret realm opens, the Night King will come here to lead you to the secret realm." The guard spoke respectfully and quickly left. "Let's go." Yili's expression was calm as he took a step forward. His tall figure instantly turned into a whirlwind, dashing towards the towering stone wall. Li Tsangjian nodded, immediately following behind. In front of the stone wall, the atmosphere was quite strange. 4 people stood in pairs in the open space before the stone wall, showing no intention of talking to each other. Although they looked different, their auras were mostly impressive, all at the martial infant realm level. Among them, a woman in extravagant attire with a mole on her forehead had a slightly weaker aura, only at the peak of the divine mansion realm. As a sound of breaking air rang in their ears, 4 gazes turned sharply to look. A white-clad young man, carried by a wild wind, had unknowingly arrived at this place. He walked leisurely, his expression calm as he looked at the stone wall ahead. This speed surprised the 3 martial infants present. Behind the young man, the black-clad Li Tsangjian followed closely, emanating the overwhelming aura of a martial infant, vaguely carrying a warning tone. Seeing this situation, the elegantly dressed Fu Jiangtong immediately squinted her eyes and directly asked the white-clad young man, "Are you Yili from Hanxia?" Chapter 163, Your dress is going to get dirty. Hanxia and the Kingdom of Jinhua have had numerous conflicts in the past, and their relationship is extremely strained. If it were in a place crowded with reporters from various countries, Fu Jiangtong might have restrained her hostility and greeted him with a smile. But this place is a sacred land of the temple. Let alone reporters, even the temple knights cannot get too close. Naturally, there is no need for concealment. You are quite the celebrity now. Watching the handsome boy in white, Fu Jiangtong let out a sneering laugh like a little demon, the corners of her mouth curling into a mocking arc. "The ministers of the Kingdom of Jinhua hope to see you every day, dreaming of bringing you to their side. It's a pity, your General Yang is keeping it very tight, so they can only feel anxious. Before today, I didn't quite understand his intentions, but now I finally get it." Hearing the words of the elegantly dressed woman, the old man behind her furrowed his brows and stretched out his hand to stop her. "Fu Jiang, say a little less." As Fu Jiangtong's protector and teacher, he understood her childishly stubborn nature all too well. But with the secret realm about to open, most leaders from various nations were still registering at the temple. It was obviously unwise to clash with Hanxia at this time. But the old man also knew. If the other party were to stop obediently, then she wouldn't be Fu Jiangtong anymore. "Can I change the facts by saying a little less?" Fu Jiangtong paid no heed to the old man's persuasion. Her pair of deep purple eyes fixed directly on Yili, sarcasm spilling from her lips. "Yili, 20 years old and at the peak of the divine mansion realm, do you not feel embarrassed saying it?" From beginning to end, Fu Jiangtong held a suspicious attitude towards the information about the young man. A 20-year-old at the peak of the Divine Mansion realm? And still a blue gold Divine Mansion? Every time she heard it, Fu Jiangtong responded with a cold laugh. This is simply impossible. The peak of the Divine Mansion realm and a blue gold Divine Mansion, these two cannot possibly be associated with 20 years. As strong as Fu Jiangtong herself is, now at the peak of the Divine Mansion, she would need to be more than 3 times that age. This news is truly too fake. If Hanchuxia had such a young talent, then wouldn't all the geniuses in the kingdom of Jinue be reduced to jokes? For such an astonishing individual, why hasn't there been any news about them in the past years? No need to mention information blackouts. Separated by the sea, if the kingdom of Jinue could not obtain even a trace of information at Hanchuxia's level, it should have been annihilated long ago. In summary, Yili is indeed full of doubts. I value my time, have no interest in exposing your lies, and feel no goodwill towards you. Fu Jiangtong slowly withdrew her gaze, her cold voice echoed in the open space, I just hope you can roll as far away as possible and not dirty my dress. The two from the White Country were somewhat surprised, not expecting Fu Jiangtong to be so impatient. With such strong hostility shown so soon, wouldn't they end up fighting when they go in later? The two instinctively looked at the white-clad young man, intending to see how he would respond. On the other side, the torn mask of courtesy, Fu Jiangtong had just turned around. When she heard the young man's voice coming from behind her. Fu Jiangtong, do you think you can just walk away after finishing your harsh words? Yili looked at the elegant woman from the kingdom of Jinue with a calm expression. A hint of joyful emotion surged in his heart. For a time, he had been the one looking for trouble with others. It's been a long time since I've encountered an enemy who actively seeks me out. To be honest, he felt nothing about Fujikawa's words. After all, this international divine palace's aggression is simply too low. He originally thought he would have to wait until the secret realm to make a move, but now it seems the plan can be advanced. The Golden Moon Kingdom is truly a treasure-like country. Yili's mood lifted, and the martial infant in his spirit platform slowly opened its eyes. His simple statement instantly made the old protector behind Fujikawa alert. He sensed the rising aura of the young man, and his complexion changed slightly. With the friendly relationship between the Federation and the Golden Moon Kingdom, how dare they act here? The old protector found this hard to believe. This is simply slapping the face of the Federation's Divine Palace. Moreover, this is the core of the Divine Palace. A battle between representatives of the two countries holds significant meaning and could represent a major diplomatic incident. As he spoke, Li Tsingjian, behind Yili, also looked up, the aura of the martial infant gradually revealing itself, subtly protecting the young man behind him. He secretly judged the strengths and weaknesses of himself and the old protector opposite him. You want to make a move? Hearing Yili's words, Fujikawa was instantly amused. She suddenly turned around, raised her snow-white chin, and laughed lightly. If you have the courage, then come. Let me see the strength of Han Xia Tian Kai. Boom! The moment her words fell, a vast ocean of blood energy erupted from Yili, and his tall figure vanished from the spot, causing a series of deafening sonic booms. He chose to accept the invitation. There is no need to care about what country you represent. Since the young man debuted, he has valued walking the path with dominance, responding to every challenge. Yili's martial infant merged with his body, his blood energy heavy like a mountain. As long as he can align his thoughts, he could take down anyone directly. The overwhelming aura shook the surroundings, like using a cannon to swat a fly. Li Tsingjian originally wanted to observe the situation further but was shocked by this scene. He finally realized the difference in the young man. Without the excessive formalities of General Yang, the new adjudicator of Han Xia was bound by nothing. Danger approached, the old protector's complexion changed drastically, and a trace of horror flashed in his eyes. At the moment the opponent vanished, he felt a chilling sense of terror rush to his mind. What kind of terrifying physical pressure is this? In his shock, the old protector had no time to speak further and grit his teeth to confront the attack. But with his 6th stage triple cultivation, how could he catch even a glimpse of the boy's shadow? He saw the old man just unleash a blaze of true energy, and a white-clad youth suddenly appeared in front of him like a phantom. A punch was thrown. The mountains and rivers changed color. A violent gale exploded, the old protector's chest caved in, his previously surging true energy instantly calmed down, and he was smashed into the mountain wall, spitting blood and retreating 1,000 feet. It was terrifying. The old protector's eyes went dark, and his consciousness rapidly blurred. He felt like all his bones had shattered. After hundreds of years of refining his body, he was left in a state of severe injury from just one punch from the opponent. It felt like a dream. Injuring a 6th stage triple martial artist in public, evil value plus 18,000. As the fierce wind swept across the open space, Fujikawa's face even still held her previous smile. But the position where the old protector stood has now been replaced by a flowing white-robed youth. With black hair dancing, blood energy like an ocean, a pair of clear black eyes looked down at her from above. The oppressive feeling of mountains and seas surged instantly. What? Fujikawa's pupils shrank suddenly, and her mind almost short-circuited from the overwhelming influx of information. The panic in her heart was beyond words as even speaking became a trembling task. She looked at the young-looking Yili before her, as if seeing a majestic holy lion shaking the world, a long-reigning ancient emperor descending upon the realm. Just quietly standing in front of her, like a towering mountain, crushing her spirit. Yili's expression was calm, his gaze sweeping across her terrified face, his voice gentle, as if reminding her. Fu Jiangtong, your dress is going to get dirty. Chapter 164, Did you say thank you? The legendary peak of the divine realm instantly transformed into a powerful weapon that could eliminate opponents of the same level. Not to mention Fu Jiangtong, even the men and women of the Bai Nation who planned to watch were stunned into place. Fu Jiangtong's enchanting face was now filled with terror. I won't fight anymore. As soon as the words left her mouth, she desperately called upon her divine realm, the golden divine realm roaring into existence, instantly giving her a bit more sense of security. It's too late. Accompanied by the boys' light laughter. Suddenly, the 100-meter-tall golden divine realm collapsed and exploded, as his long palm swept toward Fu Jiangtong's face with fierce wind. Puff! With her divine realm shattered, Fu Jiangtong spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, deep fear surging in her eyes. The imposing presence of the opponent was terrifyingly great, not something she could withstand at all. Before she could react, a force strong enough to shatter mountains struck her face like lightning. Slap! A crisp and shocking slap echoed, and blood instantly exploded in the air. Fu Jiangtong flew through the air and crashed to the ground, shattering large chunks of earth and stone, carving a long and wide track on the ground. She struggled to get up, spitting out broken teeth, her mind a blur. The horror in her heart was even more unstoppable. She just couldn't understand, how was her guardian at the martial child realm so easily defeated? But despite her terrified gaze, Fu Jiangtong subconsciously threatened with her greatest background. I am the eldest daughter of the Fu Jiang family from the Kingdom of Golden Moon, if you dare. Smack! Yili said nothing more, and with one swift motion, he slapped her face again. Fu Jiangtong was thrown back once more, trembling in the rubble, unable to get back up. Her face was covered in blood, her features unrecognizable, her splendid dress stained red. Mumbling incoherently, I was wrong, please stop. Fu Jiangtong's broken voice carried a sobbing note, her hair disheveled, showing not the slightest bit of her previous grace, looking extremely pitiful. She finally understood the current situation, tears and blood streaming down her face. Yili walked slowly closer, each step seeming to crush her heart. Do you see now, what a genius from Hanxia is? His indifferent voice rang in Fu Jiangtong's ears, like the last straw that broke the camel's back. I will die. Fu Jiangtong was very clear, if she didn't yield now, she would surely face death. The person before her was truly a reckless demon. A great terror filled her heart. Fu Jiangtong completely broke down. I see now. She knelt on the ground, her head pressed firmly against it, trembling as she cried out, I will do anything, please, please stop. Wounding and humiliating the future hope of one of the 4 great families of the Kingdom of Golden Moon in public, evil points plus 15,000. As the words fell, the footsteps finally stopped close to her. Feeling the overwhelming aura from the opponent, Fu Jiangtong's body trembled uncontrollably. At this moment, she finally confirmed a chilling fact. Yili was a martial child realm expert. And an exceptionally powerful one at that. In the midst of the dead silence, Fu Jiangtong nervously raised her head, cautiously observing the boy's expression. Then, this eldest daughter of the Fu Jiang family witnessed a scene she would never forget. Yili stood tall, looking down at her with disdain, his brow slightly furrowed. A useless thing. This Fu Jiangtong was indeed a pretty face with no ability. Wounding someone in public only earned him 15,000 points, which really disappointed him. No, a useless thing? Hearing these words, Fu Jiangtong felt as if struck by lightning. For decades, when had she ever heard such direct humiliation? In that moment, her heart was filled with immense sorrow and anger, yet she dared not show a hint of it on her face. She finally understood why the ministers back home were so eager to gain Yili. He was simply a shocking talent beyond imagination. Just a slight provocation, and her once privileged self ends up in such a plight. Fu Jiangtong bit her lip tightly, suddenly feeling as if someone was stepping on her head, freezing her in place. She heard Yili's emotionless voice come from above her head. You are so domineering, I haven't taken your life. That truly shows terrifying self-control, and I suppose it will allow me to go further in the future. As for you. Yili slightly increased the pressure, pressing Fu Jiangtong's face into the ground. Dust swirled, and he calmly asked, Did you say thank you? Woo woo. A humiliation like no other, a humiliation like no other. Fu Jiangtong's mouth was stuffed with dirt and stones, her whole body trembling with shame. Her divine realm was destroyed, and for the next few days she would endure immense backlash. She had truly hit rock bottom. She couldn't even comprehend her golden body technique in the King's secret realm. And all of this was thanks to the other party. And now, she actually had to thank him? Absurd. Utterly absurd. Fu Jiangtong spat out the foreign object from her mouth, coughed up blood, her eyes filled with unwillingness that almost ignited into flames. Yet, the ancestral teachings of the Fu Jiang family continuously reminded her that life is above all else. In a brief moment of silence, Fu Jiangtong shed shameful tears, her voice trembling uncontrollably. Thank you. As the words fell, the light in her eyes dimmed by more than half. A tsunami of humiliation and the immense backlash from her ruined divine realm surged into her heart. Under the gaze of everyone, Fu Jiangtong just knelt there and fainted. Publicly humiliating the future hope of one of the four great families of Jin Nation, evil deeds plus 15,000. That's more like it. Yili exhaled softly, rising joyfully. Li Tsungjian looked at everything before him, his expression shockingly bewildered. Unlike Fu Jiangtong, who only had a divine realm, he and the pair from Baigua were both martial infants, and they had clearly sensed Yili's overwhelming aura just now. It was simply overpoweringly strong, even if it lacked a bit of completeness. But Li Tsungjian was sure that even if he advanced to the peak of the sixth stage in the future, he would absolutely not be a match for Yili at this moment. So terrifying. Until this moment, the duo from Baigua suddenly came back to their senses. They exchanged glances, both seeing the shock in each other's eyes. Their thoughts were not much different from Li Tsungjian's. At this moment, everyone's heartbeats suddenly quickened slightly. Yili looked up towards the distant sky, where a brilliant and imposing golden streak of light was racing towards them. In the blink of an eye, it descended from the sky and crashed to the ground. This was a golden-haired woman clad in silver-white armor. Excuse me. As her voice echoed, her clear and sharp eyes reflected the shadows of the crowd, her crisp voice resonating throughout the place. Are you the participants of this secret realm? Chapter 165, Night King, Isabella. As the golden-haired woman's voice echoed before the stone wall, Li Tsungjian immediately stepped forward and replied, indeed. At this moment, besides him and Yili, the two from Baigua had yet to fully recover from the earlier events. The two from Jin Nation appeared exceptionally calm. After receiving a confirmed response, the golden-haired woman did not nod. She sensed something was wrong in the scene around her. Or rather, it was hard not to notice. At this moment, the ground was cracked, blood splattered everywhere, and wherever she looked, it was a scene of devastation. Even though this place was reinforced with formations, it couldn't withstand the aftermath of the battle between martial infants. In the distance, the grey stone wall had been blasted open, revealing hundreds of feet of deep holes. It was clear that this place had just experienced a fierce battle. Here, the golden-haired woman's gaze shifted slowly, landing on the kneeling and unconscious Fu Jiangtong, her brows slightly furrowing. What on earth happened here? Someone has weak breath, but why are they still kneeling here? Not only that, but from a distance, there are also unusual signs of decayed energy waves in the stone wall, likely from a severely injured martial artist. The golden-haired woman's eyes gleamed as she looked around at the others, waiting for an answer. The Night King of the temple, Isabella. She had just rushed here from 1,000 miles away, and even though she was a 7th-tier martial arts king, she couldn't immediately understand the situation here. It's like this. At this moment, a man from the White Nation stepped forward and cupped his hands with a smile, saying, just now, there was a bit of conflict between the representatives of the Kingdom of Jinyu and the Kingdom of Huanxia. I hope the Night King won't mind. As he spoke, the woman from the White Nation behind him glanced at Yili and even offered a friendly smile. That could be considered a basic gesture of goodwill. A bit of conflict. The spirited Isabella murmured to herself, tilting her head to look at Yili, her delicate brows still furrowed. Her eyes seemed to ask, after such a fight, can it still be called a bit of conflict? She knew that the relationship between the two countries was strained, but she didn't expect it to be to this extent. This was practically aimed at tearing faces apart. Faced with the golden-haired woman's slightly questioning gaze, Yili remained calm and asked, when will the secret realm open? Has it been assumed? After all, it was a dispute between other nations, and with the secret realm about to open. Isabella shook her head and withdrew her gaze. Wait a moment. As she spoke, she raised her hand and waved. Buzz. In the next moment, golden light burst forth from both Fu Jiangtong on the ground and the old guardian from the distant stone wall. Under the bath of golden light, the injuries of both began to recover at an astonishing speed. The others were not surprised by this. For 7th-tier martial artists, having such healing methods is quite normal. In just a few breaths, the two woke up from their comas. Although far from being restored to their peak, they were significantly better than before. Ah! Fu Jiangtong, who woke up, couldn't help but scream, her voice filled with terror as if she had seen something extremely frightening. A dignified martial artist of the Divine Mansion realm was actually so scared that her legs trembled, nearly losing control, and then she fled away from Yili's position. From the distant stone wall, the old guardian's figure emerged, his face pale. Looking at the panicked Fujian Tong, he wore a look of confusion and fear in his old eyes, instinctively glancing behind her. At that moment, Yi Li's gaze randomly swept over. The old man felt like he had been struck by lightning, trembling as he shielded Fujian Tong behind him, yet he didn't dare to lift his head, staring fixedly at the ground beneath him. Seeing this scene, Isabella's lips twitched slightly. These two were clearly scared out of their wits. Combining the traces on the ground and the deep pits on the stone wall, she had some guesses about their previous encounters. They most likely suffered a devastating blow at the hands of someone. As for who it was, Isabella glanced at the calm white-clad youth. With her semi-god level perception, she could easily sense Yi Li's cultivation level. 7th tier martial infant realm. And judging from the vigor of his energy, he was a remarkably young 7th tier martial infant. Isabella's heart slightly trembled. In the years of the secret realm of all kings, there were rarely participants of this caliber. Fortunately, opportunities within the secret realm are plentiful, and normally, there shouldn't be situations that require fighting. She usually doesn't inquire into worldly matters and is unaware of Yi Li's age. But observing the abundant, overflowing vitality within him, without a hint of decay, she was certain that Huanxia would gain a martial arts master in a few decades. Hopefully, he won't become an enemy of the temple. Otherwise, even if he advances to a master in the future, he will likely die under her holy sword. Isabella was not confused, she had long found her own path. What is the way of the king? To uphold one's beliefs, and with one's own strength, sweep away all enemies of the temple, that is the way of the king. Huanxiao's Qingyi Bureau is at its zenith. Long ago, it has become history. Now is the era of the federal temple. Do not be afraid. Isabella turned around boldly, looking at the two from the kingdom of Golden Moon, her clear voice strong and powerful. The danger has passed. Her voice seemed to have a magical power, or perhaps it contained some kind of natural law. As her words fell, the bodies of Fujikawa and the other truly stopped trembling. Even the fear in their hearts about Yi Li had dissipated by more than half. Not only that, but a solemn and majestic sacred atmosphere also invisibly enveloped the entire area. The 9 participants from the Federation will enter the royal secret realm from elsewhere, but the exit point is the same, so you don't need to worry. After casually explaining the whereabouts of the 9 people from the Federation, the golden-haired woman suddenly radiated brilliant divine light from behind her, making her look like a true monarch, full of grace. Everyone, adjust your breathing now, and in 1 minute, I will conduct a collective teleportation. As she spoke, it seemed as if the entire world was shocked by an invisible force, and the air became heavy. An indescribable sense of heavy pressure suddenly descended, like a huge mountain pressing on everyone's hearts, making it hard to breathe. People's gazes involuntarily turned towards that direction, with endless respect and fear welling up in their hearts. Is it the unique mystique of a martial arts master? Yi Li raised his eyebrows, judging in his heart. His 5 senses lit up with a red alert at this moment, and the true energy in his body instinctively began to circulate. The golden-haired woman before him brought him an unprecedented sense of crisis. That was a difference in the essence of life. The warrior infant's promotion to the path viewing stage seemed only a step away, but it was the biggest transformation so far. Even Yi Li, who was confident of having few opponents in the warrior infant stage, felt a hint of helplessness rising in his heart at this moment. The gap between the warrior infant stage and the path viewing stage was so vast that it made ordinary people feel afraid. If he faced her, would he be cut in half? Thinking of this, Yi Li rested his finger on his chin, lost in thought. At this time, Li Tsungjin leaned over inside. General Yi, I did not expect you to be hiding your strength all along. Under 20, late-stage warrior infant. The potential that this young man now possesses is clear even to a blind person. However, he was still marveling at Yi Li's previous achievements. Unbeknownst to him, his own judge was already pondering how to make the martial arts master fly. A minute's time quietly passed. Soon, Isabella lifted her blue eyes, the divine light behind her rising strongly, and said loudly, "The royal secret realm will open in 3 days, I hope you all seize the opportunity." As her words fell, a golden light rose from beneath everyone's feet. Li Tsungjin instinctively wanted to pull Yi Li closer, so they wouldn't be separated after entering. But soon he smiled helplessly. With Yi Li's current cultivation, as long as he didn't confront the 9 from the Federation head-on, there would be no danger at all. This time in the secret realm was completely smooth sailing. Chapter 166, Mr. Yi Li, do you have any last words before you die? 1,000 miles away from the temple. In the capital city of the Federation. Inside a luxurious large building, the atmosphere seemed a bit strange at this moment. Apart from a burly man with a fierce tiger tattoo on his back, 9 figures stood in the spacious building. Among the 9 figures, the 2 men and 1 woman at the front exuded a long breath of the warrior infant stage. The remaining 6 young men and women also possessed the cultivation of the divine mansion stage. No matter where it is in any great nation, this is an enormous force that cannot be ignored. And that burly man was even more intimidating, his aura comparable to that of the Night King in the temple. He was yet another monarch of the Federation. The number of martial arts masters in the Federation had not exceeded Hanxia by much, but because there was no existence like the beast god secret realm within its territory. Therefore, many federal kings can have occasional leisure. At this moment, a tall man stood in front of a strange light gate, looking at the 9 people below, and said in a deep voice. Repeat your purpose for this journey. To surround and kill Yili. The voices of the 9 combined into one, revealing a sky-high killing intent. Very good. The tall man nodded with satisfaction, his figure disappearing in place, making way for the strange light gate. Inside the building, his slightly smiling voice echoed softly. Go! The Night King was unaware of this matter, and the federal history books would not record it. Because this was an undercover assassination operation that could not see the light of day. In previous years, the Federation would telecommunicate with other countries. But this time, it did not. Afterwards, no matter who reviewed it, they could see the tricks behind it. But regardless of how, those were all later discussions. History is always written by the strong. Upon seeing the blue light gate, the 9 figures had different expressions. Among the 3 leading people, the young woman with picturesque brows and eyes coldly asked. Why does the Federation want to kill Yili? Just because he achieved the pinnacle of the Azure Golden Divine Mansion? Selena, let me correct you. The suited man in the center adjusted his clothing and said in a flat tone. He is the youngest pinnacle of the Divine Mansion in the history of Huanxia, under 20 years old. I know this, but... is it worth tearing apart the relationship with Huanxia for this? The woman named Selena furrowed her brows and asked. She still found it a bit hard to understand. She prided herself on her extraordinary talent, having been praised as a genius since childhood, and among the 3 martial infants here, she was the youngest. Now she received an order from the temple to fully surround and kill in Huanxia Jr. It was truly a bit difficult to lower her pride. Yes, for this, the Federation is willing to tear apart the relationship with Huanxia. The suited man checked the position of the light gate while saying calmly. Do you know how troublesome it would be if Huanxia had one more strong king? First, their 3 sects and 6 factions within the territory would be wiped out, nearly 100 years of foundation confiscated, and Huanxia's Qingyi Bureau would likely be able to restore its core combat power. Secondly, the combat power of 8 kings and above, among which there is also a national pillar of the 9th rank, would cause those originally wavering small countries to directly turn to Huanxia. He finished the inspection, breathed a sigh of relief, and then looked at the woman. There are many chain reactions, and you wouldn't understand if I told you. You just need to know that it is better to tear apart the relationship with a weak Huanxia than to maintain peace with a strong Huanxia. Killing Yili would only make Huanxia furious. Not killing Yili, and everyone will be unhappy, including the Federal Temple. After speaking, the suited man was the first to step into the light gate, with only an indifferent voice coming out. In the end, expecting the Federation and the Temple to play by the rules is nothing but a mistake by Yang Qingshan and the whole of Huanxia. As he entered the light gate, the 6 Divine Mansion realm figures followed him in. Looking closely, the 6 were well-known veterans of the Federal Divine Mansion realm, long gone the possibility of advancing to masters. At this moment, they were all emanating killing intent, clearly coming for the assassination. Let's go, Bishop Selena. The last martial infant youth patted the young woman's shoulder and grinned. If you have any more questions, it won't be too late to ask after we kill that Yili. As he spoke, he threw a blue cube towards her. Selena raised her hand to catch it, saying coldly. 3 martial infants, 6 divine mansions, surrounding and killing a pinnacle divine mansion junior, and also bringing a precious 7th grade treasure, how ironic. Better to be prepared than sorry. The youth replied nonchalantly. That kid must have a life-saving talisman given by Huanxia, who would dare to step forward without forcing it out. Selena snorted coldly but ultimately did not refute. The 2 stepped into the blue light gate one after another, disappearing from the place. In the secret realm of the kings, there is a vast and boundless huge island. Towering mountains rise straight into the clouds, and the forests are lush and endless.